A gentle sea breeze wafted through the air, mingled with the soothing sounds of waves and the calls of seabirds. From these sounds alone, one could sense a delightful atmosphere akin to a vacation retreat. As the warm sunlight bathed him, the comfortable environment lulled Zhang Heng into a drowsy state. Slowly, he opened his eyes, teetering on the brink of dreams and wakefulness. To an observer, he might have appeared to be lying in a coastal paradise. Sunshine, sand, and sea. However, as he struggled to sit up and surveyed his surroundings, he quickly realized that this was far from a holiday destination. The coastline shimmered like gold under the sun, resembling a crescent moon that formed a quaint harbor. Behind him stood a modest hill, perhaps only a few dozen meters high, its rugged surface starkly rising less than 100 meters from the beach. Where am I? I distinctly remember being at home, playing video games, Zhang Heng murmured, pressing his hand to his temple as the fog in his mind began to lift, allowing him to scrutinize his condition. He was clad in a naval uniform, reminiscent of styles from the last century. His attention was drawn to his hands, which appeared unusually delicate. An absurd thought flickered through his mind. Heavens, could I have traversed time? To what realm have I been transported? Struggling to his feet, he hastened toward the shoreline, gazing at his reflection in the water. Thank goodness. Familiar faces still linger, and I seem rather handsome, much younger, perhaps only 18, but at 18, donning a military uniform? The insignia indicates I'm a second lieutenant. This is increasingly perplexing. Moreover, this place appears desolate, akin to a deserted island. Have I met with a maritime disaster? No, this Buddhist memories are utterly blank. After confirming his physical state, he began to search for items that could verify his identity. Soon, he stumbled upon a backpack on the nearby beach. With the backpack in hand, he approached a flat rock. Opening the bag, he began to rummage through its contents. A wallet? Do people still use wallets? An ID card? Zhang Heng, the same as my name. Excellent. What's this certificate? A graduate of the Command Department, Class 100, from the New Misty Empire Naval Academy? Class 100? A diploma? But I'm not in school anymore. There must be other items to confirm my identity. He continued to search, finding only a few changes of clothes and a pistol, until he discovered an alloy box equipped with a fingerprint scanner. Upon opening it, he found a shallow recess containing a letter of appointment. Reading it, Zhang Heng pondered. It seems to indicate that I am the top graduate of this command class, assigned to the Great Northern Ocean Joint Fleet, stationed at the Ocean Cape Guard, serving as the commander of the 1st Escort Fleet of the 3rd Aircraft Carrier Battle Group. Wait a minute, am a captain right after graduation? No ship type specified? Is this all rather hasty? After examining the letter, he lifted a compartment, revealing a crystal-clear sphere radiating a dazzling brilliance, resting quietly within the box. He gazed at this object for an extended moment, a peculiar sensation welling up within him, leaving his thoughts in disarray. What is this? A core? A ship girl? Have I crossed into the world of ship girls? Cankly? Cankly? No, I must gather my thoughts. After undergoing a mental preparation, he resumed his examination of personal belongings and discovered a device resembling a tablet. Upon activating the apparatus, he realized that, while it possessed basic communication capabilities, it was primarily designed for information retrieval. First, I must find a place to settle down. It feels as though the tide is about to rise, and I need a refuge for the night. Upon inspecting my backpack, I found some jelly-like food items. Consulting the user manual revealed that these provisions would sufficiently meet my hydration and energy needs for an entire week. That IT appears my initial challenge is indeed wilderness survival. Zhang Heng began his search for a suitable resting place, and soon came across a concealed cave nestled beneath the steep cliffs at the rear of the harbor. He entered the cave with his essentials, discovering a comfortable spot to rest before activating the device. Let me delve into the mysteries of this world. Zhang Heng powered on the tablet and browsed through the information contained within, which included problem sets from his school days alongside various documents and introductions to military units received post-assignment. The communication feature was currently inoperative, presumably due to a lack of signal. He first accessed the mapping data within the tablet. Once opened, the entirety of the planet unfolded before him. This world was almost entirely enveloped by oceans, dotted with countless islands. The largest island was approximately equivalent in size to Australia, serving as the sole continent located in the lower left quadrant of the map. with other islands being less than half its size. Nonetheless, the number of islands suitable for human habitation was extraordinarily vast. This world was not delineated by the 7 continents familiar from his homeland, but rather divided into 4 great oceans: the Great Eastern Ocean, the Great Western Ocean, the Great Southern Ocean, and the Great Northern Ocean. Zhang Heng had been assigned to the Northern Ocean Joint Fleet, the supreme governing body of the entire Northern Ocean, overseeing numerous local fleets. The Ocean Cape Fleet was situated at the juncture of the Northern and Western Oceans, established on a relatively sizable island facing the Northern Ocean. This map appears remarkably precise, particularly the detailed depiction of the coastline. However, the continent named Norland is sparsely marked in its interior. Only the coastline is distinctly outlined. It seems this is not a satellite map. It resembles cartographic methods predating the advent of satellites on Earth. Nevertheless, the mapping technology here is indeed advanced. Judging by the scale, this planet is slightly larger than Earth. The notes indicate that oceans account for a staggering 82% of the planet's surface. I must be positioned on an island between New Fog City and Ocean Cape. New Fog City lies to the north of the Western Ocean. Let's see about the Royal Navy. The capital, New Fog City. This bears a striking resemblance to the former British territories. The largest archipelago in the Western Ocean is referred to as the United States of the White Eagle Navy. This name suggests, could it be that I have traversed into a realm akin to Azure? Ocean Cape appears to correspond to a location near Norway. There are also vast ice caps near both poles. The climate should be quite similar. Well, it seems I shall be able to adapt. Zhang Heng was taken aback by a revelation. The location of my irreplaceable hometown is astonishingly an archipelago, and each island is quite substantial. Wait, the Saris Islands? The Silk Isles? Were these names? Is it not Dongwang? Could it be? The implications of the names stirred a tumult within Zhang Heng's heart. Nevertheless, my foremost priority now is to devise a means of survival. I must seize the opportunity to explore the Silk Isles. Having gained a rudimentary understanding of the geographical landscape, Zhang Heng stumbled upon a document titled A Brief History of Mercury. Mercury? What a delightful name. Compared to our hometown's so-called Mercury, which is a misnomer, this place seems far more fitting. He swiftly scanned through the historical timeline and discovered that human civilization had thrived for nearly 5 millennia. Due to the lack of vast continents, the civilizations here were more insular. Approximately 4 centuries ago, humanity embarked on the age of exploration, which spurred rapid advancements in various technologies and expanded the scale of warfare. 2 centuries prior, the invention of the steam engine and the ever-increasing size of ships led to a monumental conflict known as the Atlantic War, as nations driven by technological progress vied for colonies. Following the war, uneven distribution of spoils saw the emergence of new powers in the Eastern and Southern Oceans, plunging the world into a genuine global conflict over a century. It appears that war, as the prevailing theme of the world, is equally applicable in this alternate reality. This Atlantic War resembles the Great War of our world, while this global conflict mirrors the Second World War. Amidst the fervor of war, a new form of humanoid monstrosity emerged from the depths of the sea, resembling humans clad in ship-like armor. These beings, cloaked in shades of purple and black, possess the ability to unleash various artillery, earning them the name Deep Sea. They launched indiscriminate assaults on humanity, forcing the global conflict to a sudden halt. Nations united against the Deep Sea, yet the vessels constructed proved insufficient to inflict fatal damage upon them. The Deep Sea continued to surface, and humanity began to retreat. Had the Deep Sea been capable of landfall, humanity might have faced extinction. Progress was interrupted, and humans reverted to a pre-exploration state of existence. With the sea becoming a forbidden realm, it was not until a century ago that a group of female humanoids appeared upon the waves. Donning human-crafted ship armor referred to by them as Kantan began to combat the Deep Sea, reclaiming the coastal waters for humanity. These beings were dubbed Kantai Girls. The Kantai Girls possessed the ability to perceive the hearts of individuals, and after a series of strategic engagements, naval forces fell under their jurisdiction while human nations retained control over the inland territories. As the number of Kantai Girls increased, individuals with special abilities began to emerge among humanity. They could create new Kantai girls through a process known as Kantai building, predominantly consisting of pure-hearted youths who acted as mediums capable of connecting with various Kantai girls through their psychic abilities. These individuals and their respective Kantai girls began to form new fleets, gradually engaging in combat against the deep sea, reclaiming not only the coastal waters, but also significant waterways, while connections between the islands were steadily restored. Thus, the world entered the epoch of the Kantai girls. As a graduate of level 100, this is how I came to be. The Abyss. Could this possibly be the worldview of Kankali? Perhaps it is a fusion of diverse elements within a singular perspective? Regardless, I shall embrace whatever comes my way. With the increasing number of human commanders, the fleet has been expanding consistently. The formation of the United Fleet of the Four Oceans has taken place. And both humanity and the ship girls have confirmed that the deep-sea forces emerge from the depths of the polar ice caps. Humanity seemingly glimpsed a glimmer of hope to eradicate the deep-sea threat entirely, however, as the world progresses. So too does the deep-sea menace. A decade ago, when humanity established two unprecedentedly powerful fleets in an attempt to delve deep into the poles and obliterate the abyss, the deep-sea forces underwent an evolution. They abruptly equipped themselves with advanced weaponry, such as jet fighters, missiles, radar, and rapid-fire cannons, causing the scales of victory to tip once more, resulting in the failure of the polar campaigns. The front lines were compelled to retreat to a defensive posture, focusing on safeguarding supply routes. Over the past 10 years, new ship girls have emerged, armed with modern weaponry, albeit in limited numbers. Concurrently, the older generation of ship girls has been striving for technological breakthroughs to adapt to the challenges of the new era. Is this a technological tree from the Cold War era? Such a thing does not exist within the game. No, I must remind myself that this is a genuine world, not a mere game. I need to adjust my mindset. Zhang Hing gazed up at the night sky outside the cave. The hour was late. Remarkably, this tablet still had power. If I could bring this technology back home, it would undoubtedly yield great profits. I must explore if there is a method of positioning to ascertain where I truly am. Zhang Heng rummaged through his study notes, and various specialized knowledge gradually surfaced in his mind. It appears that the original self has indeed vanished completely. As I peruse the notes, the knowledge floods back to me, as if I had diligently studied it before, yet memories of life remain elusive. I wonder whether you have returned to my homeland in my stead, or if you have simply ceased to exist. Regardless, I shall strive to survive. As the original self's knowledge permeated my brain, a method of positioning emerged, reminiscent of the sextant method from my homeland, though it seemed to bear some differences. Surprisingly, the tool employed is still this tablet. Zhang Heng mused to himself. I underestimated you. Although your functions may not rival those of my homeland's mobile phones, the integration of tools is quite commendable. I must recalibrate my mindset. This is not a game. This is not a game. This is not a game. I cannot belittle the locals. After all, I am merely an ordinary office worker back home. What right do I have to regard them with arrogance? As the ancients wisely stated, one must not harbor pride. Thus, I encourage myself. After determining the latitude and longitude using local methods, Zhang Heng opened the map to locate himself. East longitude 17 degrees, north latitude 53 degrees. Curiously, the prime meridian of this world also lies in New Mist City. Is this mere coincidence? Let me investigate. North Lundberg? Oh, there's a description? Let me see. North Lundberg Island established the North Lundberg Guard in the year 34, forming the North Lundberg Station Fleet of the Great Northern Ocean Joint Fleet, tasked with safeguarding the shipping routes from New Mist City to Cape Ocean. In 97, the North Lundberg Station Fleet was overrun by the Deep Sea Special Mixed Fleet, resulting in the valiant sacrifice of Admiral Castor Farrell and his 5 ship girls. Consequently, the North Lundberg Guard was abandoned. Let us pay tribute to this hero. After a moment of silence, Zhang Heng continued to contemplate. If there is a guard here, where might it be located? I wonder if there are any resources available. I shall explore thoroughly tomorrow. Zhang Heng found a relatively flat area, turned off the tablet, and slept in his clothes. The next day, as dawn broke, Zhang Heng rose early. The dawn here arrives quite early. First, I shall replenish some energy and then set out to explore. He grabbed a portion of energy food and swiftly consumed it. This small serving is indeed quite filling. Off I go. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited the cave. Initially, he spent about an hour circling the island, yet found nothing unusual. In his estimation, the optimal location for the guard should still be within that crescent-shaped bay. He approached the bay, locating a vantage point from which to survey the entire expanse, and began to observe intently. The North Lundberg Guard was abandoned in '97 as a level 100 student based on the information from my diploma and appointment letter. The current year is 103. 6 years may not suffice to erase the existence of the guardhouse, yet at present, nothing remains. Thus, this guardhouse must either lie upon the mountain or beneath it. Should it be underground, the cave where I resided yesterday could very well serve as its entrance. Upon my emergence today, I conducted a cursory examination and found no signs of human intervention. The surrounding mountains appeared to be entirely natural, so I shall ascend the mountain to investigate further. I arrived at a relatively easy climbing spot that I had just noticed. It seemed to reach a height of approximately 15 or 16 stories. With determination, I pressed on. A few minutes later, Zhang Heng reached the summit. Grateful for the robust physique of his predecessor, without it, he would have been unable to ascend. What is this? At the peak, Zhang Heng discovered a collapsed two-story structure, its entrance wide open and the interior in disarray. After an hour of exploration, he uncovered some promising news. Resources and large construction apparatus were present. The machinery was still operational, though the indicator lights flickered erratically, leaving its capability for completion uncertain. He stood before the device, wavering in his decision. Perhaps he should consult the records of his original self for inspiration, or perhaps an excuse to propel him forward. As he browsed through the learning archives on the tablet, a document marked with 3 asterisks caught his attention. This document chronicled the moment he achieved first place in his second year, an accomplishment that earned him a chance for significant construction. Typically, students would have to wait until graduation to undertake such a project alongside their shipgirls, serving in the military thereafter. However, the top 3 students of each second year were granted an additional opportunity for major construction. This record was far from the formality of academic notes. It was steeped in emotion. He recounted how the shy girl in third place managed to construct the venerable aircraft carrier Ark Royal, and how the seemingly arrogant boy in second place successfully built the lead ship of the 12M class general-purpose frigate, HMS Leander. Amidst the anticipation of his peers, the original self embarked on his grand construction. Unfortunately, the outcome was a failure, resulting in the loss of a core. Though failures still occur, the advancements over the past century have rendered such occurrences nearly negligible. The prevailing concern lies not in failure itself, but in whether the constructed shipgirls can keep pace with the evolving times. This setback left the original self in a prolonged state of despondency, subject to the scrutinizing gazes of others. Yet ultimately, he rallied and reclaimed his position at the top in the final examinations. However, the shadow of his previous failure lingered, and he opted not to undertake the graduation construction. Instead, he gathered the core and volunteered for the front lines against the deep-sea forces, hoping that the crucible of war would facilitate a successful construction. Original self, you have indeed endured numerous tribulations. It seems I have no alternative but to succeed in order to depart from this Belen Fortress Island. Zhang Heng placed the core into the construction device and pressed the activation switch. The indicator lights began to flicker rapidly, accompanied by the crackling of electrical sparks. The scene before him filled him with anxiety, causing his heart to race as time flowed slowly. After an indeterminate duration, a sudden flash of inspiration surged within him. The constructor radiated brilliance as the door of the dormant chamber slowly creaked open, revealing a tall and elegant woman clad in black ankle boots, white knee-high stockings, a white short skirt, and a tailored version of the 07 naval uniform. With her shoulder-length hair cascading gracefully, she strode forth with a commanding presence. Adorning her epaulets were 4 golden stars, and on the left side of her chest gleamed the illustrious August 1st medal. Approaching Zhang Heng, she stood at attention, saluted, and reported in a clear and resolute voice. Commander, the lead ship of the 055 class destroyer, Nanchang, reporting for duty. Please provide instructions. Zhang Heng, still in a state of shock, found himself uncertain whether to return the salute. Nanchang, welcome to my fleet. As formalities concluded, Nanchang's stern demeanor swiftly transformed, her face blossoming into a warm smile. Commander, could you enlighten me on the current situation? I have just arrived in this world and require your guidance. Oh, not at all. We are here to support one another, but given our ranks, you certainly outrank me considerably. With a playful smile, Nanchang replied. As for that, the ranks of ship girls and commanders belong to different systems. Our ranks are allocated according to the specifications of the prototype ships, while commanders are ranked based on fleet size. There is no contradiction. Zhang Heng visibly relaxed and picked up a tablet, detailing the current circumstances while candidly admitting that he was not a native. Ship girls possess an innate ability to perceive the hearts of others. Any minor concealment could sow the seeds of estrangement. Commander, I sense your predicament. Perhaps it is your traversal that has brought me to this world. From your description, the technological level here appears to be akin to the early to mid-Cold War era, and as a high-tech warship of the new century. I should not exist in this timeline. I wonder if this world has any central powers. If so, their existence must be quite challenging. After speaking, Nanchang gently caressed her August 1st medal, her gaze sharpening with determination. Commander, you must be en route to Cape Ocean when your fleet encountered deep-sea adversaries. I have just scanned the surrounding waters with radar and found no signs of deep-sea entities or other ship girls within a 100 nautical mile radius. If your fleet remains intact, there will undoubtedly be searches underway for you. However, it appears your fleet has suffered significant losses. Zhang Heng widened his eyes. You can use radar without activating your ship form? Nanchang chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Hee. Commander, I am the strongest warship from my homeland, you know? Such trivialities are a breeze for me, though the distance is much closer than when activating my ship form, but it is still sufficient. I see. I admit my ignorance. You are correct. It seems that fleet is in dire straits. Looking at the map, we are much closer to Cape Ocean than to New Mist City. If they are fortunate enough to survive, they should head towards Cape Ocean. Should we not proceed directly there as well? Nanchang pondered for a moment. I concur with your assessment, Commander. Let us gather our resources and set sail for Cape Ocean. The two explored the abandoned guardhouse, collecting resources that might prove useful on their journey, stowing them away within Nanchang's ship form. By the way, ever since Nanchang emerged from its dormant state, that grand construction apparatus has ceased all operations, leaving Zhang Heng with a sense of unease. The two descended the mountain and arrived at the seaside. Nanchang unfurled its hull upon the ocean. The magnificent and colossal Nanchang stood majestically upon the water's surface. Upon entering the command room, Zhang Heng gazed at the Nanchang beside him. Back in my hometown, I was merely an enthusiast, always relying on the internet and images to learn about the Nanchang vessel. I never anticipated it would be this immense in reality. It is truly astonishing. Haha, our work at the Bureau of War Deception has been commendable, hasn't it, Comrade Commander? Indeed it has. Therefore, I hereby announce, the Nanchang vessel, set sail. Chapter 2. An uneasy voyage. As the thunderous roar of 4 CGT 25M gas turbines resonated within the vessel, the imposing hull of the Nanchang gradually departed from the harbor, steering northward towards the naval station at Ocean Cape. Within the bridge, Zhang Heng and Nanchang worked side by side, utilizing this journey to delve deeply into the knowledge of this world through Zhang Heng's tablet. Nanchang, can the information on this tablet be transmitted to your core computer? Furthermore, this tablet is supposed to possess communication capabilities, yet for some reason, it remains entirely inoperative. Commander, allow me to take a look. Although I am not a specialized vessel like Polaris, with my Sea-Star B-type radar and integrated electronic mast, deciphering the tablet in your possession should pose no challenge. Zhang Heng observed as Nanchang adeptly maneuvered the tablet, ultimately connecting it to the bridge's control console using a data cable that appeared from nowhere. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, Commander, it is as straightforward as that. I have conducted a thorough check. The communication function is fully operational. While it is ingeniously designed, it is fundamentally a radio capable of transmitting and receiving electromagnetic waves at specific frequencies. The device is intact, and the reason for the communication failure lies in its insufficient power, with an effective range of about 200 kilometers. My detection equipment, however, can identify signals over 500 kilometers on this planet, and no electromagnetic waves of the same frequency have been detected within that range. Does that imply there are no Allied forces within a 500-kilometer radius? This presents a formidable predicament. That is indeed troubling. Is it possible that no signals are emanating from the New Mist City area? Or perhaps there are no other communication frequencies aside from that utilized by this tablet? Indeed, there are none. It is possible that both parties are experiencing issues, or that deep-sea entities have employed some form of electromagnetic interference. Regardless of the cause, this presents a significant challenge. In that case, We have no choice but to proceed at full speed while maintaining the highest state of combat readiness. Understood, Commander. As the sun slowly descended beyond the western horizon, the sky began to glimmer with stars. It had been 10 hours since the Nanchang had departed the port. Maintaining an economical cruising speed of 18 knots, now 180 nautical miles away from the Bailuan Fortress Naval Station, with less than 800 nautical miles remaining to the Ocean Cape Station. At this rate, they anticipated arrival in 2 days. Yet, amidst the tranquil expanse of 500 kilometers, both individuals remained burdened by thoughts, as if they were the only souls adrift on this vast ocean along with their vessel. Commander, you should take some rest. We are currently on high alert, and should any unforeseen event arise during our voyage, I will notify you immediately. You can rest assured. Very well. Since I cannot be of assistance here, please awaken me at once in case of an emergency. I shall make my bed here on the bridge. Zhang Heng found a corner of the bridge to lie down fully clothed, closing his eyes. After these past 2 days of heightened tension, he was grateful for Nanchang's presence, allowing him to finally indulge in a well-deserved slumber. Accompanied by the gentle lapping of waves and the slight rocking of the Nanchang, time seemed to stand still for Zhang Heng. The weariness that had traversed through him suddenly erupted, and he promptly succumbed to a profound slumber. Nanchang gazed at the slumbering fleet commander, a faint smile gracing her lips. She then began to operate her main control computer, meticulously categorizing and organizing the data from Zhang Heng's tablet. She swiftly absorbed the knowledge of this world. As time progressed, the night deepened in intensity. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the silence, and warning lights within the bridge began to flash rapidly. Zhang Heng immediately awakened, rising swiftly to approach Nanchang. Is there a threat? The radar has detected a large-scale radar echo at approximately 10 o'clock, about 380 kilometers directly ahead of our vessel, indicating that 2 fleets are engaged in combat. Preliminary analysis reveals a total of 35 ships involved. One side consists of a hybrid fleet led by an aircraft carrier and a battleship, totaling 20 vessels. The opposing side comprises 15 ships of a similar type. Currently, we can only ascertain that they are of a larger hull size, but their specific classifications remain unidentified. The 2 fleets are embroiled in fierce combat within a maritime area measuring 20 nautical miles in both length and width. Commander, what are your insights on this matter? Zhang Heng stared intently at the radar screen, resting his chin on his hand, deep in contemplation. The Sea-Star B-type radar has a normal detection range exceeding 500 kilometers. Correct? This time, we can only detect up to 380 kilometers, confirming our earlier conjectures. The deep-sea faction has deployed some form of electromagnetic interference device. While it may not entirely negate the effectiveness of the Sea-Star radar, it is sufficient to reduce our detection range. Coupled with the knowledge acquired from our tablet, although ship girls of the same model or even the same vessel may appear, it is improbable for a single naval base to possess an excess of identical ships. Especially regarding the same ship, subsequent vessels of the same model, apart from the original version, tend to exhibit diminished operational efficacy in close-quarters combat. Therefore, we can infer that this hybrid fleet comprises our ship girl allies, while the opposing faction represents the deep-sea forces. Can we attempt to establish communication with the ship girl fleet despite the interference? I am in the process of initiating a call. Are there any additional orders, Commander? Regardless of whether we succeed in making contact, our primary task is to advance at full speed towards the combat zone. Nanchang, proceed at maximum speed, full throttle ahead. Full throttle ahead. As the Nanchang echoed the command, the vessel's speed noticeably increased. Deploy the Z-20F helicopter to conduct forward anti-submarine search operations. The Z-20F has been deployed. Zhang Heng watched as an elegant helicopter soared over the bridge, commencing its search mission 3 kilometers ahead of the Nanchang. Nanchang, what is your current weapon configuration? We are presently equipped with a standard air defense configuration, including 45 HQ, 9 missiles, 4 sets of HQ, 16 missiles totaling 45 units, as well as 12 YJ, 18 anti-ship missiles, and 10 YU, 8 anti-submarine torpedoes. From this perspective, it seems unrealistic to expect to sink 15 deep-sea vessels in a single strike. Additionally, do you not possess the YJ-21? Indeed, I arrived here without it, hoping to arm it upon the arrival of Sister Lessa and the others. The warhead of the YJ-18 weighs 300 kilograms. 2 of them are sufficient to ensure the sinking of an enemy deep-sea vessel. Even if a single strike does not completely submerge the target, it can significantly damage the enemy's ship, rendering it incapable of further combat. The current dilemma lies in the decision-making. Commander, please issue your orders. Zhang Heng gazed intently at the screen, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Merely 10 minutes had elapsed since the anomaly was detected, and the Nanchang had only advanced 10 kilometers at full speed. However, the radar screen displayed a situation evidently unfavorable to the ship girls. At that moment, a crackling sound emanated from Nanchang's communication channel, followed by a voice that was both melodious and authoritative. I am the commander and flagship of the Ocean Cape Defense Fleet, subordinate to the Grand Bayong United Fleet. Please identify yourself. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he promptly replied, I am Zhang Heng, a graduate of the Command Department of the New Fog Capital Imperial Naval Academy, Class 100, aboard the 055, Type Guided Missile Destroyer Nanchang, reporting for duty. A guided missile destroyer? What is the 055 type? Never mind, let's not dwell on that. What is your current location? How did you break through the deep-sea communication blockade to contact us? Zhang Heng succinctly briefed the other party on Nanchang's status and presented the options of sinking 6 vessels or damaging 12. Let us opt for inflicting damage. Although we are at a disadvantage, the crew's morale is still relatively high. The range of the enemy's missiles and main guns exceeds ours, making the battle quite arduous. If you can inflict damage upon them, it would provide us with substantial support. Understood, Nanchang. Prepare YJ-18, target deep sea, launch. In front of the bridge. The cover of the vertical launch system slowly opened, and missile after missile ascended rapidly, targeting the enemy's vital points. Zhang Heng was profoundly impressed as he witnessed this magnificent scene. Watching the trajectory of the missiles on the radar screen, they gradually approached the distant deep sea. 17 minutes later, the missiles jettisoned their main propulsion stages and began to ascend, descending from the sky at a speed of 3.5 Mach, striking a deep-sea vessel each. Half an hour later, a message came through from the Royal Arkansas. Confirmation of all targets hit, 8 vessels sunk, and the remaining 4 have lost combat capability. The 3 still intact enemy ships were also sunk under our concentrated fire. The battle has been won. Furthermore, from the wreckage of the sunken enemy vessels in the deep sea, we recovered a core, which will be your spoils of war. May I inquire when you will be able to rendezvous with us? According to my radar, there remains a distance of 300 kilometers between myself and the fleet. If we advance at full speed, it is estimated that we will require 5 hours to complete the meeting. Our fleet will proceed to the Ocean Cape Naval Base at an economical speed of 10 knots, eagerly anticipating your arrival. Acknowledged, see you shortly. 8 hours later. In the waters 200 kilometers from the naval base at Cape of Good Hope, Nanchang caught up with the task force. At this moment, only the aircraft carrier HMS Ark Royal had deployed its hull. Zhang Heng stood on the bridge of Nanchang, gazing intently at the formidable Ark Royal ahead. This was a colossal aircraft carrier, the second-generation Eagle-class Ark Royal, was it not? Nanchang, observe the deck. The carrier-based aircraft appears to be an F-4, correct? Indeed. According to the information I gathered during my time back home, the Eagle-class Ark Royal is an aircraft carrier featuring a high forecastle, an enclosed bow, and a dual hangar design. The integrated island structure, consisting of the bridge and funnel, is situated on the starboard side. It is equipped with steam catapults and an angled flight deck, measuring 245 meters in length and 34.3 meters in width, with a full load displacement of 53,000 tons. The embarked aircraft include the Phantom FG, 1-foot fighter, the Buccaneer S, 1 attack aircraft, the Buccaneer EW, 3-foot early warning aircraft, and the Sea King has 2-foot anti-submarine helicopter. Aside from the F-4, I am unfamiliar with the others. All of these are models designed and produced by the British post-World War II, correct? Except for the Phantom. The other aircraft are rather unappealing in appearance. But I digress. I must not speak ill of the commander's aircraft. Let us proceed and pay our respects to the commander. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's remark about their somewhat outdated appearance, Nanchang could not help but chuckle. Yes. We should not gossip behind others' backs. However, an amusing elder from my hometown once said that looks equate to combat power. Haha. Come on, comrade commander. Zhang Heng and Nanchang boarded a Z-20F helicopter, heading towards the expansive deck of HMS Ark Royal. The Ark Royal and other ship girls awaited on the deck, eager for the arrival of this formidable newcomer. On the deck, Ark Royal and Rodney stood proudly at the forefront, with 18 destroyer and cruiser ship girls arranged behind them, appearing relaxed despite their formation. Courage and Firefly frolicked together, while Brave and Javelin engaged in hushed conversation. Brave wore a serious expression. Javelin, what do you think Nanchang will be like? I hear she is also a destroyer. I wonder if she is adorable? Javelin gestured confidently, her tone brimming with assurance. Brave, you might be overthinking this. Just look at her hull. It's so massive. She must be a big sister. Then why is she still classified as a destroyer? Suddenly, Javelin lowered her head, her voice heavy. Alas, I am uncertain. Have we fallen behind? Look how they can vanquish an entire deep-sea fleet from such a distance. While we feel somewhat inadequate, do not lose heart, Javelin. Although new technologies emerge incessantly, we have fought through countless battles to reach this point. Have we not? Let us strive together. Even if we cannot become the main force, we can still excel in supportive roles, correct? Thank you, Brave. I shall refrain from such thoughts. Perhaps I will soon upgrade my technology. Haha. Look, the aircraft is arriving. I am so eager to see what kind of big sister she will be. Zhang Heng and Nanchang disembarked from the aircraft, with Nanchang swiftly retracting her hull, causing the formidable Nanchang ship to vanish beneath the horizon. Together, they approached the awaiting crowd, where Zhang Heng's gaze was drawn to the illustrious Royal Arkansas. She possessed long, flowing violet hair and an elegant stature, radiating an impressive presence. Beside her, Rodney wore a benevolent smile, observing them intently. Zhang Heng immediately straightened his posture and saluted. Lieutenant Zhang Heng, a graduate of the 100th class from the Command Department of the New Fog Capital Naval Academy, reporting in with the destroyer Nanchang, hull number 055. Here is my commission. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Heng confirmed the absence of other human commanders in the vicinity and proceeded to recount his experiences to the Royal Arkansas in detail. He spoke of his ordeal on a deserted island, the discovery of the ruins of Beluan Fortress, and the construction of Nanchang. The Royal Arkansas accepted the commission, perusing it with meticulous attention. Upon concluding Zhang Heng's narrative, she handed the commission to Rodney. Welcome to our ranks. I have been informed that 3 days prior, we received news of supply and transport ships from New Fog Capital being besieged by the deep-sea fleet. We hastened to their aid and only yesterday reunited with the fleet of ship girls that managed to break free. Their situation is dire, compelling us to escort them back to Cape Ocean. Regrettably, your name is not among them. I do not wish to regard this as a trial. Yet our resources are indeed limited, with both ship girls and commanders in short supply. Currently, Cape Ocean serves as the front line against the deep-sea forces, and we find ourselves effectively encircled. We shall discuss these matters in greater detail later. For now, I suggest you both take some rest. Zhang Heng and Nanchang followed the Royal Arkansas into the resting quarters. With dawn approaching, we anticipate arriving at Cape Ocean by noon tomorrow. You must be weary. Upon our arrival at the fortress, I will provide you with a comprehensive overview of the current situation. For now, rest well. The Royal Arkansas then turned and made her way towards the bridge. Zhang Heng and Nanchang exchanged a silent glance. Nanchang, it appears the forthcoming circumstances are rather grave. Commander, I shall steadfastly stand by your side. As the Royal Arkansas has stated, it is indeed time to rest. Other matters can be addressed at a later time. Chapter 3. The path ahead. Within the bridge of the Royal Arkansas, a group of ship girls engaged in fervent discussion about the 2 new members who had just boarded. Javelin, shedding her earlier despondency, grasped Courage's arm tightly and excitedly exclaimed, Courage, am I right? She is such a big sister. Just look at those long legs and that figure. Isn't she absolutely stunning? Javelin, please be gentle. I'm about to fall apart, Courage replied, albeit unable to loosen her grip, her eyes wide with anticipation as she gazed at the beautiful newcomer. Indeed, as Javelin had remarked, she was indeed a captivating sister. It seemed that even destroyers employing new technology could transform into formidable forces. One could only wonder how powerful the aircraft carriers and battleships equipped with such advancements might be. Oh dear, Courage, let us not dwell on that for now. Let us go make friends with her. I truly admire Sister Nanchang, Javelin declared. She is a ship girl with a commander, unlike us free ship girls. Have you considered how her commander might feel? Let us not overthink it. Courage, let us go together. Just then, the Royal Arkansas returned to the bridge. Rodney promptly stepped forward, the previously animated discussions among the ship girls quieting as all eyes turned to the Royal Arkansas. All right, everyone, let us take a moment to rest. You've heard of their past encounters. Now is not the time to disturb them. We'll be at the port area in half a day, and there will be ample opportunity for leisurely conversations then, Rodney announced. Royal Arkansas, come here. We need to plan how to arrange them. Seated in the captain's position, Royal Arkansas and Rodney poured themselves cups of English tea, savoring the moment with elegance. Rodney, I believe we should not deploy them at the Ocean Cape Guard Station, Royal Arkansas suggested. Why is that, Royal Arkansas? Rodney inquired. You've witnessed the missile capabilities of Nanchang. She can inflict severe damage or even sink deep-sea battle cruisers from 300 kilometers away. This power is crucial. The Ocean Cape Guard Station is currently at the forefront of the battle against the deep sea. If we can find them there, it may hinder Nanchang from fully realizing her potential, Royal Arkansas articulated. The nature of warfare has changed dramatically from the past. When I first arrived in this world, you were still engaged in artillery exchanges within a 10-mile range. My contemporaries and I barely expanded naval combat to around 100 kilometers. However, the number of shipgirls in this new era remains scarce. This Zhang Heng is no ordinary individual, based on past experience. The initial shipgirls constructed by a commander often herald the future fleet they will build. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, if Zhang Heng can construct Nanchang, he is equally capable of building other shipgirls of comparable strength. Does the Royal Arkansas intend to let him continue his construction efforts? Just recently, we salvaged a core, and the guard station possesses another core that should be allocated to the new fleet commander. However, the candidate remains undecided, and we are uncertain of the new Mist City's considerations. Our Ocean Cape Guard Station is one of the few that still lacks a fleet commander, and I have resolved to entrust this core to Zhang Heng. In doing so, he will command 3 shipgirls. If all 3 are as formidable as Nanchang, they will undoubtedly form a power not to be underestimated. Indeed, I have resolved to establish the first mobile fleet of Cape of the Ocean, appointing Zhang Heng as the fleet commander stationed at Moon Bay. The Royal Arkansas gracefully savored her tea, gesturing towards a location on the nautical chart, which, like the Cape's garrison, is situated on White Island, where the Great Northern Sea meets the Atlantic. The Cape of the Ocean rests at the northernmost tip of White Island, while Moon Bay lies at its southernmost cove. Rodney, holding his teacup, contemplated slowly. The Royal Ark's vision is indeed commendable, as Moon Bay is scarcely exposed to the threats of the deep sea, lying approximately 50 kilometers from the Cape of the Ocean, allowing for timely support in defensive engagements. Should developments proceed favorably, there exists the potential to use Moon Bay as a base to extend eastward, attempting to forge connections with the Northern Alliance. Currently, the formidable deep-sea fleet effectively obstructs our passage to the Northern Alliance, with Nanchang exhibiting rapid speed and exceptional reconnaissance capabilities. Royal Arkansas, I wholeheartedly concur with your thoughts. It seems that you truly embody the honor of your illustrious name. The cheeks of the Royal Arkansas flushed crimson at this acknowledgement. Since Rodney agrees, then it is settled. Ha ha, how endearing, the bashful Royal Arkansas. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Zhang Heng and Nanchang were deliberating future plans. Nanchang, what arrangements do you envision for us next? Commander, do you feel uncertain about the future? If I recall correctly, the Royal Arkansas previously mentioned that they had salvaged a core, which will be entrusted to us for significant construction. Am I right? Furthermore, have you noticed another detail? What do you refer to? The prior battle took place during the night. Night battle? What of it? Commander, I am certain that you must be an enthusiast of military affairs back home, rather than a soldier. Before the 21st century, naval combat at night posed challenges and dangers, particularly concerning the launch of carrier-based aircraft. The second generation of the Royal Arkansas is the first large aircraft carrier of Britain post-World War II. Although the shipgirls can autonomously manage the launching of aircraft without human intervention, it remains a formidable task. Nonetheless, the Royal Arkansas has handled it exceptionally well. This indicates she possesses a delicate heart and courageous spirit, does it not? Thus, she will undoubtedly ensure that the commander is not placed in a position where his talents cannot flourish. I hope so. The sun ascended to its zenith as the Royal Arkansas and the shipgirls entered the lounge. Javelin tightly grasped the shoulder of Brave, hiding behind her, peeking out with her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on Nanchang. Zhang Heng, Nanchang, the port area of the Royal Arkansas, is approaching. Let us step outside. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Heng rose to follow, taking a moment to glance at Javelin and Brave as he passed by. Wow, is that Javelin and Brave? The students are truly adorable. Nanchang gently nudged Zhang Heng from behind. The group made their way onto the spacious deck of the Royal Arkansas, and the garrison port of Cape of the Ocean gradually came into view. A rocky mountain extended toward the sea, its submerged portion astonishingly divided into two, presenting an embrace-like posture, as if a person were opening their arms in a gesture of welcome. The Royal Arkansas gently navigated between the two peaks, as if traversing a natural gateway. As the vista expanded, the sea suddenly became tranquil, revealing a vast bay before Zhonghong. Along the shore, various facilities rose majestically, including docks, a naval base, and an array of architecturally distinct buildings, creating a magnificent tableau. This was the harbor area of the Ocean Cape Guard Station, a rare port entirely comprised of free ship girls, devoid of high-ranking human commanders, with only about 100 logistical personnel and a few commanders, like yourself, who oversee a single ship girl. Moreover, the majority are destroyer ship girls, as they possess neither the training value nor promotion opportunities in other branches of the Royal Navy, relegating them to engage in a final confrontation with the deep-sea forces here. By the way, wasn't that your initial thought as well? The Royal Arkansas began her introduction beside Zhang Heng and Nanchang. Oh my, the Royal Arkansas speaks so candidly. Does this mean that my antiquated battleship holds no worth? Rodney remarked half-jokingly from the side. Yet, she soon continued earnestly. Indeed, the Royal Arkansas is not mistaken. We have over 100 free ship girls here, with only 3 aircraft carriers, 10 battleships, and 11 battlecruisers. The rest are light ships, making it akin to a large elementary school base. Furthermore, the original ship girls consist solely of the second-generation Royal Arkansas Psi. Your arrival has alleviated our burdens significantly. Zhang Heng turned to the 2 serious-faced ship girls. Is it truly so challenging here? Rodney nodded in affirmation. Yes, with the emergence of new deep-sea entities and ship girls, the combat capabilities of the older generation have considerably diminished, and most of the Royal Navy's higher-ups belong to that older cohort. Thus, the primary mission of the new ship girls is to conduct research in the new Mist City, equipping the older generation with relevant missiles, jets, and other equipment. This is not erroneous. The more ship girls equipped with new gear, the greater the odds against the deep-sea forces. However, this has rendered our situation precarious. If not for the Royal Ark's insistence on heading to the front lines and being assigned here, we might have already succumbed. Oh dear. Let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. We are about to dock. Javelin, weren't you eager to befriend Big Sister Nanchang? Why not take her for supplies, and then treat Zhang Heng to a sumptuous meal? The sea temperature is quite low, the cod is exceptionally rich, and the fish and chips are delectable. Huh, me? Aye? Courage, brave one, come along with me. Courage pulled Javelin before us. Oh, Javelin, weren't you just brimming with excitement? I'll accompany you. The two stood firm. I am the Courage-class battlecruiser HMS Courageous, and this is the J-class destroyer, HMS Javelin. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yes, I am Zhang Heng, and this is the 055 class destroyer, HMS Nanchang. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. HMS Courageous, HMS Javelin, I am Nanchang, also a destroyer. Not a big sister, Nanchang interjected. The Royal Arkansas observed this scene with amusement, stating, Zhang Heng, come to the command room to see me shortly. We shall deliberate on your arrangements in due course. For now, let us indulge in the culinary delights of our guard station. With the aid of the Javelin and the valiant companion, Nanchang smoothly completed its resupply. Zhang Heng initially thought that the renowned fish and chips from Ming would be nothing extraordinary, yet the fish here proved to be remarkably delicious, astonishing Zhang Heng. The valiant companion also led Zhang Heng to a refreshing bath, after which he donned clean attire, feeling rejuvenated and full of vigor. The Javelin, shedding its previous shyness, became lively and cheerful, and everything appeared so splendid. Zhang Heng and Nanchang entered the command room, where they beheld the Royal Arkansas and Rodney elegantly seated on the sofa, enjoying tea. Upon seeing us, Rodney warmly beckoned. Ah, come join us and savor the Ceylon black tea I brought from the New Fog City. Once everyone was seated, the Royal Arkansas set down her teacup and produced 2 alloy boxes, placing them on the table. She elaborated on the arrangements regarding me that she and Rodney had discussed. This is the current arrangement. Do you have any opinions? Are these 2 cores truly meant for me? The guardhouse has established rules for acquiring merits. Accumulating sufficient merits allows one to exchange for various resources, technological blueprints, and cores. One of these is your spoils, rightfully belonging to you, merely kept in my custody due to the vast distance. As for the numerous deep-sea vessels you sank yesterday, thereby rescuing our fleet, this merit indeed warrants a corps. Does it not? Then I shall humbly accept. I inquired, must I commence the construction of Moon Bay from scratch? Rodney smiled and replied, we certainly would not require you to start from zero. That would not be an allocation, but rather a banishment. Before the recent deep-sea upheaval, Moon Bay was also a guardhouse, primarily serving logistical forces. It is well equipped, albeit on a smaller scale. Following the deep-sea eruption, the connection between the Royal Navy of the Great Northern Alliance and the Northern Union was severed. With the advent of new technologies, we were compelled to retract our defenses, leading to the abandonment of the Moon Bay Guardhouse, with its port area now managed by the Ocean Cape Guardhouse. We maintain this port area regularly, though typically only a single human commander and her destroyer are stationed for upkeep. The reason for retaining Moon Bay is its connection to this location via a road. Should either side falter in defense, a retreat to the opposing port can be executed through this route. Nanchang, how do you feel? It is indeed an excellent deployment. I can fully leverage my radar superiority and the range advantage of the Eagle Strike missiles from the rear, allowing for agile maneuvers in the surrounding seas, effectively enhancing combat capabilities across various battlefields. Royal Arkansas, could you elucidate the current situation in the Ocean Cape region? At this moment, Rodney rose and approached a large maritime chart, beginning to reminisce. As you are aware, 10 years ago, the Great Northern Alliance fleet gathered the elite fleet of the Atlantic and Northern Ocean, launching a decisive battle against the deep sea, correct? At that time, the Royal Navy and the Northern Union formed the Western Fleet, while the Sakura Empire and the White Eagle Alliance constituted the Eastern Fleet, supported by other nations' shipgirls. During the summer, they assembled across the Great Northern Ocean, ultimately advancing the front line to approximately 80 degrees north latitude, successfully breaching the deep sea's final defense. At that time, we all believed that the deep sea was on the verge of complete annihilation. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of new battleships and aircraft carriers, cutting-edge missiles, and jet fighters, as well as electromagnetic technology that surpassed our era? This unforeseen advancement caused the fleets of both East and West to lose contact in an instant, leading to a fierce and brutal conflict. I was stationed with the Western Fleet, witnessing aircraft that outpaced us, eluding our grasp, while missiles fell like rain. We could only retreat step by step, ultimately confining the entire Western Fleet to the defensive stronghold of Ocean Cape. The battle raged on for 5 days and nights. At the most critical juncture, despair gripped us. Yet the deep sea unexpectedly began to withdraw. Subsequently, we returned to our homeland to regroup. I, along with a contingent of well-preserved ship girls, remained to maintain the defenses of Ocean Cape, forming the northernmost line of resistance against the deep sea in collaboration with the Northern Union, stationed at the Canaan Cape stronghold, located 500 nautical miles to the east. The defense proved to be exceedingly arduous. 3 years ago, the Royal Arkansas arrived, succeeding me as commander and flagship, which gradually stabilized our defensive line. 2 years ago, a new type of vessel, equipped with a massive iron tower, emerged from the deep sea, severing our communication with Canaan Cape entirely. Now, this place has become the northernmost front of the Royal Navy. Although we still belong to the Grand Northern Ocean Fleet, we have effectively become an independent fleet. Aside from the occasional supply routes from Shin Fog City for personnel and shipgirls, we rely solely on resources we gather ourselves. Having completely severed ties with other fleets, we can only ensure exploration within a 200-kilometer radius, with many destroyer shipgirls venturing out to explore on their own. Thus, the claim that we are effectively encircled is not mere exaggeration. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng could not help but exclaim, "Is the situation truly this dire?" The Royal Arkansas approached Zhang Heng, standing at attention and saluting. "So, Commander Zhang Heng, are you willing to accept the arrangements of the stronghold? Though as commander I could directly order you to Moon Bay, you should understand, after hearing Rodney's introduction, that we are essentially one family. I wish to respect your wishes." Zhang Heng immediately rose to return the salute. "I vow to complete the mission." The Royal Arkansas then turned to Rodney and produced a prepared commission. "In my capacity as the commander of the Ocean Cape Defense Fleet, I hereby officially appoint Lieutenant Zhang Heng as the commander of the 1st Mobile Division of the Ocean Cape Defense Fleet." In the command room, the curtain slowly rises on the dawn of a new era. Chapter 4. The Second Great Construction and Our Own Port, the Royal Arkansas suggested with a smile. "Since this is the case, why don't you take a moment to rest in your dormitory? Tomorrow morning, I shall escort you for the grand construction. It is essential that you rejuvenate and prepare your body for optimal performance, as this marks your second great construction, which warrants due seriousness. Additionally, I have a query. Can the missile and other equipment from Nanchang generate research blueprints? We are willing to exchange resources with you. If Rodney and her crew can also be equipped with these missiles, the defenses of our ocean Cape Guard will be impenetrable, and we may even launch a counterattack. Zhang Heng cast a puzzled glance towards Nanchang. Understanding the innocence reflected in his gaze, Nanchang continued, Commander of the Royal Arkansas, I belong to the Central Faction, and my technological pathway diverges significantly from that of the British faction, not to mention the considerable temporal gap. I cannot ascertain whether my technology would be applicable to you. However, once I and the commander reach the Moon Bay port, I shall examine the blueprints during times devoid of combat tasks, and will reach out to you then. Rodney smiled and placed her hand on the shoulder of the Royal Arkansas. Royal Arkansas, I recognize that you are under considerable pressure at present, but do not rush. The most challenging moments have already passed. And Nanchang, while I am aware that Zhang Heng has been nurtured by the Royal Navy, he should be from the Sirius Islands. During the tumultuous times of the World War, there was significant population movement, and we have not been in contact with the Sirius Islands for quite some time. Perhaps when the time is ripe, you too should venture there, for it is the stronghold of the Central Faction. Your technology is your own asset, and it is for you and Zhang Heng to decide its utilization. I understand, Senior Rodney, replied Zhang Heng as he and Nanchang returned to their assigned dormitory. They gazed out the window, where the bright moon slowly ascended. Nanchang, to be candid, I felt quite apprehensive upon my arrival here due to the absence of the original memories. After all, this is not my homeland, and seeing you so advanced may evoke unfavorable thoughts among others. I had initially intended to find a place to settle down and then strategize for the grand construction, to assemble a fleet and explore the Sirius Islands. However, it appears now that the Royal Arkansas and her crew are indeed trustworthy allies. Once our fleet grows stronger and is able to incorporate some of the previous technologies, we should certainly extend our assistance to them. Comrade Commander, you are correct. I can sense their hearts are pure, and their resolve against the deep sea is unwavering. Senior Rodney reminds me of the political commissar from my homeland. Let us rest for now. When we become more formidable, we must indeed aid them. By the way, Nanchang, why do you refer to me as Comrade Commander, while they call you Commander at the Royal Arkansas? Officers and soldiers are equals, Comrade Commander. I am presently a combatant of the 1st Mobile Division. However, to avoid excessive explanation, let us adhere to their terminology in the presence of other factions. Indeed, I shall not dwell on it further. I will return to my dormitory to rest. New combatants will be arriving tomorrow. Good night. Good night, Comrade Commander. Zhang Heng rose early, sharing breakfast with Nanchang. Subsequently, they proceeded to the construction facilities, housed within a building steeped in historical significance. The Royal Arkansas, Rodney, Brave, and Javelin awaited at the entrance. The Royal Arkansas led Zhang Heng into the facility, while Rodney entered the interior to prepare the equipment. Javelin flitted around Nanchang, chattering excitedly, speculating whether the new ship girl would be an older sister or a younger sister. Brave stood beside Javelin, gently pulling her along. It was a scene of delightful harmony. As they walked, the Royal Arkansas introduced, I have not informed others to witness this moment. Only a few familiar faces are present. A grand gathering would be somewhat inappropriate. You need not feel anxious. Simply remain resolute within yourself. I believe this ship girl will be one you have long anticipated. Rest assured, I am not anxious. Zhang Heng replied. But if you are not nervous, why do your hands tremble? I worry you might inadvertently drop the core. Is it true you only brought one core? Indeed. Yesterday, I discussed with Nanchang about constructing one ship first. We shall build the second upon our arrival at Moon Bay. This way, the new ship girl will have time to acclimate, and I am uncertain if my mental capacity can accommodate multiple ship girls simultaneously. Indeed, prudence is wise. I am a free ship girl, unbound by a contract with a commander, thus I cannot offer much in the way of advice. As they conversed, they arrived at the construction equipment, where Rodney had already placed 999 units of oil, ammunition, steel, and aluminum. Is this amount truly necessary? What will this construct? Rodney smiled at Zhang Heng, reassuring him, do not worry. Opportunities for large-scale construction are rare at the Ocean Horn Naval Base. By providing more materials, the chances of producing a superior vessel are significantly increased. By the way, Nanchang, do you recall the construction time? I do not. The construction equipment at Billowan Fortress is malfunctioning. Only the indicator lights are flickering. It was sheer luck that we managed to construct Nanchang. Let us not dwell on that. Let us commence. From this moment, you must record the resource consumption and time. This will allow us to ascertain whether the model is consistent in future endeavors. Understood. Zhang Heng took a deep breath and placed the core into the construction device. Turning to Nanchang, encouraged by her steadfast gaze, he pressed the start button. Resources began to flow into the construction device, ultimately settling at 250 units of oil, 250 units of ammunition, 100 units of steel, and 200 units of aluminum. With the construction time fixed at 0:32, Javelin tugged at Nanchang, racing over, Sister Nanchang, Sister Nanchang. Does this time indicate a destroyer? But the resource amount seems rather peculiar. Is it a missile destroyer? It's almost akin to a light cruiser. Do you have any sisters like this? Nanchang gently ruffled Javelin's hair and replied, I am not certain, little Javelin. The Central Powers do not possess cruisers, aside from aircraft carriers and amphibious assault ships. I am the largest. However, time will tell. Let us wait and see. Oh, how impatient I am. Observing their interaction, Zhang Heng felt his tension begin to dissipate. He quietly awaited the outcome. As time passed, Zhang Heng stood in front of the dormant chamber door. When the indicator reached 0, a golden light illuminated the space. The chamber door opened, and the white mist dissipated. A girl emerged, with black hair and brown eyes, resembling Nanchang. Her shoulder-length hair adorned in a white military uniform with black stockings. 2 stripes and 2 stars adorned her shoulders, and her chest bore a badge marked with the number 555, topped with a soft cap. She stood before Zhang Heng, slightly shorter than him, saluting with precision. 054B, Class Missile Frigate Number 2, Ship 555, Chinju, reporting for duty. Please provide instructions. Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself. Is this a miracle of a solo draw? Nanchang approached and saluted. The Nanchang welcomes Chinju to the fleet. Regaining his composure, Zhang Heng stepped forward to shake Chinju's hand. Welcome, welcome to my fleet. I am exceedingly delighted. He took Chinju along to introduce her to the Royal Arkansas and the others, informing her of their current status. Javelin approached, assessing Chinju. Is she also an elder sister? Are frigates now this large? At that moment, Royal Arkansas inquired. You already have 2 ships, both missile vessels. When do you plan to embark on your assignment at Moon Bay? Commander, I am ready at any time. However, I have matters at the base to attend to and cannot personally escort you. Javelin is quite familiar with the area. The current commander at Moon Bay is a 26-year-old woman named Natasha, who serves aboard the Aurora light cruiser. She shares a good rapport with Brave and Javelin. Let Brave drive you. It will take just an hour. Today, we can establish the first mobile fleet. Understood. I see that Javelin is quite fond of you. Let them remain in your fleet. After all, having only 2 ships feels somewhat inadequate. Natasha will also be incorporated into your fleet. Is that clear? Understood. Seeing your successful construction brings me peace of mind. I shall not disturb you further. Rodney and I will attend to our duties. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to contact us. Rest assured, there is a telephone line connecting Moon Bay and Ocean Cape. With that, Royal Arkansas and Rodney departed, leaving the scene to Zhang Heng and the others. At this moment, Javelin finally returned to reality after receiving the news of being assigned to the first mobile fleet. Brave had evidently been informed ahead of time and was already waiting at the door. A military jeep traversed the roads of the island, with Nanchang, Chinju, and Javelin occupying the back seat. Javelin nestled between Nanchang and Chinju, chattering incessantly like a little bird since boarding. Brave focused intently on driving, occasionally curbing Javelin's exuberance. Zhang Heng sat in the front passenger seat, his mind immersed in a mental space resembling a dedicated operational command center, often referred to as CIC by military enthusiasts. Surrounding him were virtual screens displaying information detected by Nanchang and Chinju's radar systems. The silhouettes of Nanchang and Chinju appeared within the command center as well. In this mental space, only 2 consoles were tangible, with Nanchang and Chinju positioned before them, operating and discussing the current situation with Zhang Heng. Nanchang, Chinju. This is my mental space, activated by you, Chinju, upon awakening from the stasis chamber. It seems I need to train further to solidify more consoles, thereby constructing new companions. Nanchang spoke first. Indeed, my mental space also informs me that we can communicate here, sharing information detected by our sisters and preparing for combat. Chinjo then added, Sister Nanchang speaks very wisely. The information I've received aligns with hers. Commander, you must strive even harder. Yet the path to enhancement lies in participating in battles. The more we engage in combat, the more we can foster collective growth. As Sister Chinjo stated, battles not only enhance the skills of our ship girls, but also fortify the mental resilience of the commander, enabling you to support more sisters. Indeed, I understand now. It appears that life within the first mobile fleet will be more enriching. Let us endeavor together. The two replied in unison, Understood, Commander. By the way, what impact will the addition of Javelin have on us? Nanchang pondered before responding, It will have no significant effect. Javelin may possess a certain childishness, but she is undeniably reliable. Courageous is also a commendable vessel. Despite being an antiquated battleship from the First World War, she fills the void left by our lack of battle cruisers. While constructing massive artillery in the new century may seem outdated, she remains critically important on our planet. During yesterday's resupply, I reviewed our consumption. We have fully restocked 12 YJ-18 missiles, but we require substantial amounts of fuel, ammunition, and aluminum. During our initial phase, we must remain vigilant regarding our consumption. By the way, Chinjo, do you have YJ-21s equipped? Commander, I am a frigate, specifically an air defense frigate. I carry 8 YJ-83s. With a standard configuration of 8 HQ-16X4 air defense missiles, 8 HHQ-9s, and 8 torpedoes. I apologize. I have been overly eager for the YJ-21 due to the challenging circumstances at the Ocean Cape Naval Base. Haha, it seems we are nearing our destination. The three withdrew their thoughts from the mental space and gazed out the window. Courageous drove the jeep over a hill and down a long slope, revealing a crescent-shaped bay at the end of the road. Scattered throughout the bay were several buildings, significantly smaller in scale compared to Ocean Cape. Sister Nanchang, Sister Chinjo, we have arrived. This will be our future base. Courageous, step on it. I wonder if a fueler has received the notification. I miss her so much. Sister Nanchang, you will surely become good friends with the fueler. Zhang Heng looked out at the bay, silently encouraging himself. Is this truly my base? My fleet? Soon. The jeep stopped in front of the largest building, a two-story structure resembling a schoolhouse, but on a much smaller scale. A tall blonde beauty held a large bottle, accompanied by a ship girl with long white braided hair, waiting at the entrance. Everyone disembarked, and Zhang Heng stepped forward, extending his hand to the lady. You must be Ms. Natasha. I am Zhang Heng, the newly appointed commander of the Ocean Cape 1st Mobile Squadron. It is a great honor to meet you. Instead of shaking his hand, the lady embraced him warmly and then pulled him inside. No need for such formality. Just call me Natasha. Although I am older than you, we need not be bound by such conventions. Come, I have a long-preserved bottle of vodka. Let us indulge in a drink. Avalar, please entertain our esteemed ship girls. Ha ha ha. Zhang Heng appeared somewhat apprehensive as he was led forward by Natasha. The Javelin, with exuberance, hopped beside Avalar and excitedly stated, Sister Avalar, allow me to introduce these two. They are Sister Nanchang and Sister Chinjo, both exceptionally formidable missile ships. Sister Nanchang once launched 12 missiles from a distance of 300 kilometers overnight, decisively annihilating an entire deep-sea fleet. The spectacle was simply breathtaking. Nanchang and Chinjo exchanged glances and approached side by side, standing at attention in unison. Comrade Avalar, Plan Nanchang and Chinjo salute you and extend greetings to our esteemed predecessors. Avalar paused, her gaze drawn to the striking red five-pointed star of the August 1st medal adorning Nanchang's chest, and comprehension dawned upon her. Tears welled in her eyes as she returned the salute. Comrade Nanchang, Comrade Chinjo, seeing you both fills me with a profound sense of assurance that my mission will endure. Please, do come in. Javelin, brave, you needn't stand idly. I have prepared lunch. There is borscht and roasted fish. Your presence is most welcome. Following a warm and delightful welcome dinner, everyone proceeded to the conference room. Once seated, Natasha teasingly urged, Commander, come now, share a few words with us. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, Zhang Heng approached the podium, fixing his eyes upon the faces before him, a surge of responsibility enveloping him. Esteemed Natasha and everyone. I am but a novice just graduated, entrusted with the significant role of commander of the 1st Mobile Division merely because I constructed the Nanchang and Chinjo ships. I am acutely aware of the weight of this responsibility and earnestly request your guidance to swiftly enhance our fleet's combat capabilities. transforming it into a formidable force within the ocean's corner defense. Now, I announced that the Nanchang will serve as my flagship, tasked with compiling our current combat strength and resource status. As Zhang Heng's words echoed, he designated the Nanchang as his flagship through the console within his mental space, establishing a remarkable psychic bond between them. The Nanchang rose and began to report on her and Qinzhou's combat capabilities and resource usage. Avalor Brave and Javelin subsequently shared their respective information. Nanchang concluded, "Our fleet consists of the 2,300-ton Javelin-class destroyer, the 6,000-ton Qinzhou-class missile frigate, the 7,000-ton Avalor-class light cruiser, the 12,000-ton Nanchang-class missile destroyer, and the 22,000-ton Brave-class light cruiser. Except for Qinzhou and myself, the other three vessels lack missile capabilities. The main gun calibers are 381 mm, 152 mm, and 120 mm respectively. I am equipped with a 130 mm automatic cannon, while Qinzhou has a 100 mm gun. In terms of air defense, both Qinzhou and I can guarantee a 100 takedown rate against propeller-driven aircraft. Against jet fighters, we can manage, provided they do not exceed an assault of over 200 aircraft simultaneously. Our anti-submarine capabilities are equally commendable, with our radar able to detect targets within a 500-kilometer radius." The Javelin and the Brave exchanged glances, marveling at the prowess of their elder sister, Nanchang. I understood and listened quietly as Orlai regarded the Nanchang with a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Natasha savored her vodka in silence. Zhang Heng rose to address them. "Beginning tomorrow, the Javelin, Brave, and Qinzhou shall form a fleet and set sail eastward to explore the farthest communication distances. Nanchang and Orlai will remain in the harbor, while I will accompany the Qinzhou. Our primary mission is to scout the surrounding waters. Should we encounter small-scale deep-sea forces, we shall eliminate them. If we face larger entities, we will retreat prudently. I will expedite the enhancement of our combat capabilities to facilitate technological research. Our goal is to prioritize the development of new radar systems, equipping each of you accordingly, thereby establishing a combat framework wherein the Javelin conducts reconnaissance, the Qinzhou manages air defense and anti-submarine operations, Orlai and the Brave provide support, and Nanchang executes missile strikes from the rear. This will ensure our effective control over a maritime expanse of 500 kilometers." Zhang Heng surveyed the room. "Does anyone have questions?" The Javelin raised her hand. "Commander, if the technology is indeed developed, will we really be able to be re-equipped?" "Why not? We are not your exclusive ship girls." "So what? You are now part of my fleet. All shall be treated equally." The Javelin tightly grasped Brave's hand. "Brave, Brave. I can also be as formidable as Sister Nanchang." The Brave stared at the Javelin in astonishment. "Indeed, I too can play a greater role now." Natasha vigorously tousled her golden hair. "Orlai, it seems our hopes of returning home are growing stronger." "Yes, Natasha, it is truly wonderful that our juniors are so capable." As the meeting concluded, everyone departed with their own thoughts. Zhang Heng made his way to the command room on the first floor, which served as his abode. The ship girls and Natasha ascended to the second floor, each entering their respective double rooms. As night fell, the first day in Moon Bay came to a close. Chapter 5. The first strike. The following day, the weather remained splendid. 100 kilometers east of Crescent Bay, 3 warships of varying sizes formed a line, traveling at a speed of 18 knots, with approximately 1 kilometer between each vessel. The Javelin led the fleet, and although it weighed a mere 300 tons, it still appeared formidable in the eyes of military enthusiasts like Zhang Heng, who were accustomed to theoretical discussions. At the center of the formation, within the bridge of the Qinzhou, Zhang Heng beheld the 22,000-ton Courage, which loomed like a majestic mountain. Ah, Qinzhou! One cannot truly appreciate the grandeur of these warships without approaching them in person. Mere imagination fails to capture their enormity. "Haha, Commander. It seems you have been profoundly influenced by the photography from the War Deception Bureau back home. Nevertheless, it is indeed true that vessels of this era are colossal. Indeed. What do you have to say? Your frigate weighs 6,000 tons. What is that, Commander? When I launched, I heard that Europe designed the F-126 frigate, weighing 11,000 tons, with armaments inferior to mine, yet the living conditions for the crew were said to rival those of a cruise ship. Ah, I recall that news. It is hard to imagine the stir it would cause if such a ship girl emerged from Iron Blood. But enough of idle chatter. We have been at sea for over 3 hours now. What is the situation around us? All is calm. There are no disturbances on the surface, in the air, or beneath the waves. Connect the Javelin and Courage to the communication line, and also reach out to Nanchang. It is time to report. Received, Commander. I am Fleet Commander Zhang Hong. Can everyone hear me? A chorus of responses echoed through the communication link. Affirmative. I would like to reiterate the objectives of this mission. The fleet will arrive at a maritime area located 300 kilometers directly east today, and from Crescent Bay as the focal point. We will conduct a circular maneuver with a radius of 300 kilometers, proceeding directly south before returning. The entire journey is expected to cover 850 kilometers. During this period, we will employ Qinzhou's phased array radar for extensive reconnaissance to ensure we maintain awareness of the southeastern sector within an 800-kilometer radius centered on Crescent Bay. It is vital that we remain informed. The crew listened in silence on the communication channel. We have thus far advanced 100 kilometers without any anomalies detected. This report serves as a routine update. Does anyone have any questions? A slightly hesitant voice from Natasha interjected. Commander, we are exploring 800 kilometers to the east, correct? Cape Canaan is just over 500 nautical miles away, which is more than 900 kilometers. Could we advance a bit further and attempt to establish contact with the garrison at Cape Canaan? Natasha, you are the commander of the Northern Union, correct? Yes, like you. I participated in that decisive battle against the deep sea shortly after graduation, and was subsequently trapped at Ocean Cape during the retreat until today. Natasha's voice grew heavy with the weight of memories. The distance for this exploration was determined to be the optimal plan after yesterday's deliberations. I comprehend your sentiments. My identity is evident. Both Nanchang and Qinzhou are part of the Central System fleet, and we too yearn to return to the Sirius Islands. However, this time it is evidently unfeasible. Advancing 300 kilometers is the optimal distance that ensures absolute safety under the aegis of the Nanchang's base. As for the extent of electromagnetic interference in the deep seas, we currently lack comprehensive scientific data, and whether Qinzhou's radar can detect targets at 500 kilometers remains uncertain. This conservative exploration of a quarter sector is also motivated by our training needs. I assure you, once our fleet's capabilities are enhanced, establishing a secure passage through the Canaan Cape will become our primary objective. Commander, I apologize for my impulsiveness. This is the first time I have felt a glimmer of hope for returning home, and I am grateful for your understanding. Now, let us conclude this routine communication. Unless an emergency arises, the next scheduled communication will occur at a distance of 200 kilometers. Nanchang, please compile the island and seabed information detected by Qinzhou's radar into a nautical chart and store it in the database. Understood, Commander. After the communication ended, Zhang Hong sat in the captain's chair, pressing his forehead and immersing himself in his thoughts, envisioning the figures of Nanchang and Qinzhou. Nanchang, Qinzhou. During my days as a military enthusiast back home, I often imagined engaging in grand battles, wishing our motherland could stride forth like the bald eagle to assert dominance, watching others provoke us. Yet, in hindsight, peace seems preferable, does it not? Qinzhou replied, Indeed, Commander. The essence of our prototype ships back home is to safeguard enthusiasts like you, military aficionados, film buffs, music lovers, and all manner of enthusiasts, allowing them to pursue their passions freely and wholeheartedly in a serene environment. You speak truthfully. Given that we currently lead several versions of this world, we ought to strive for excellence, just as those we cherish back home do. Nanchang remarked gravely yet gently. Commander, you have matured. When I first arrived, it appeared that you approached everything with a gamer-esque mindset, perceiving the Royal Arkansas and her companions as mere non-player characters from whom you received missions. However, it is evident that you have genuinely integrated into this realm. Well done. As the sun slowly ascended from the horizon of the sea, the exploration fleet had completed half of its journey. The fleet was currently executing a circular maneuver towards the south, continuing onward 300 kilometers. Yesterday, upon reaching 300 kilometers east, the fleet reduced its speed to 10 knots, primarily due to the onset of night, while Qinzhou required time to conduct a detailed survey within a 500-kilometer radius. Once again, it was time for routine communication, and Zhang Heng's tone was considerably lighter than the previous day. Nanchang, please report on yesterday's exploration. The atmosphere feels calm, devoid of the tension typically felt at the front lines. After a day of exploration, I find myself wishing for an early warning aircraft, Even an AWACS 200 would suffice. That way, we could remain at home and still be informed of the world around us. The channel immediately echoed with the voice of the Javelin. Commander, Commander, what is an early warning aircraft? Is it truly that formidable? Haha, the Javelin, an early warning aircraft, is a large aircraft that carries the radar system of Qinzhou on its back, enabling it to conduct aerial surveillance. Remarkable. Ahem, Commander. Let us set aside casual conversations until the summaries are complete. Zhang Heng and Javelin chimed in unison. Apologies, Nanchang. I have compiled the exploratory data from yesterday, which bears significant importance. I request permission for Javelin and Courage to recover the hull and enter the bridge of Qinzhou. Natasha and Senior Aurora are already present on my bridge. Approved. Qinzhou, dispatch the Z-20 to escort Javelin and Courage to the bridge. After a few minutes of anticipation, Javelin and Courage entered the bridge of Qinzhou. Upon entering, Javelin rushed towards Qinzhou, seeking an embrace, while Courage stood behind Zhang Heng, as all gathered to observe the largest screen on the bridge. Nanchang's voice continued to resonate. The exploration results from the eastern direction have been displayed on the nautical chart, revealing over 130 islands of various sizes within a 600-kilometer radius, although it remains unconfirmed whether they are inhabited. Within the range of 600 to 800 nautical miles, several blank areas have emerged, 3 of which are notably circular, each with a radius of 50 kilometers. These regions are believed to be the domain of the deep-sea fleet, akin to the described iron towers of the Royal Arkansas. These 3 challenges must be addressed to secure the passage through Cape Caning. Additionally, no wandering small-scale deep-sea fleets have been detected. Yesterday, I communicated with the Royal Arkansas and reported the relevant circumstances. Based on the experiences shared, it is inferred that the current situation is abnormal. Therefore, we must proceed with caution. Courage raised a hand to speak. Nanchang. During my previous operations with the Royal Arkansas fleet, I often encountered numerous small-scale deep-sea entities drifting across various waters. Yet, the current circumstances instill a sense of foreboding. Aurora, do you not feel a sense of déjà vu? It is reminiscent of the calm period just before a decisive battle, when we believed victory was secured, only to have the deep-sea fleet emerge from the horizon in unrelenting waves. Aurora's voice followed. Courage, you articulate a truth. Suddenly, the radar alarm of Qinzhou blared, emitting a shrill warning, as the screen became inundated with red dots of light. Qinzhou promptly reported, at 4 o'clock, 70 kilometers away, a multitude of deep-sea signals has been detected. Preliminary confirmation reveals 4 large vessels, along with 28 vessels of the same class, each weighing 20,000 tons. As previously shared by Nanchang, there are signals indicating aircraft takeoffs, with 2 of the large vessels launching at a rate of 1 aircraft per minute. 20 aircraft have been detected, their size comparable to that of an F-4, and the numbers continue to rise, alongside increasing interference signals. Zhang Heng swiftly approached the radar screen, scrutinizing the display. The distance is too close. A direct retreat is evidently unfeasible. We must confront this battle. Can anyone elucidate why these signals were undetected until now? The signals appeared suddenly, resembling a surfacing submarine, akin to an emergence from beneath the sea surface. However, the sonar failed to detect any sound. Natasha's anxious voice broke the silence. This is the newly emerged deep-sea fleet. The deep sea always manifests so unexpectedly from the ocean's depths. When the energy levels of a marine area reach a certain threshold, new deep-sea creatures appear. Yet, we have never witnessed such a large-scale emergence of deep-sea life and fleet formation. Typically, only 1 or 2 vessels would sporadically surface, seeking out a deep-sea flagship to form a fleet. We had believed that eliminating the deep-sea creatures from the polar regions would render those sporadic appearances harmless. On the screen, red dots flickered erratically. Zhang Heng issued a command. Qinzhou, switch the radar to gaze mode. I do not believe the electromagnetic capabilities of deep-sea creatures could surpass our own. As Qinzhou's radar transitioned to gaze mode, a colossal deep-sea signal, bearing a towering structure, emerged at the center of the deep-sea fleet. A brave voice trembled as it spoke. Is this the new deep-sea flagship? Has it grown to such a size? Nanchang's voice followed. Its tonnage is estimated at 100,000 tons, resembling a battleship. Nanchang, have you adjusted your weapon system to prioritize anti-ship mode? Yes. The 112 vertical launch system is equipped with 90 YJ-18 missiles. That will suffice. We may fire. Initiate a round of attacks. Qingzhou, remain vigilant for air defense. Allocate 1 YJ-18 for each 20,000 ton ordinary deep-sea creature, 2 for larger vessels, and 4 for the flagship. Priority targets should be the flagship. Launch the YJ-18 missiles. Qingzhou, engage in free air defense, attacking based on the threat level to our vessel. At the Moon Bay base, the vertical launch hatches of the Nanchang ship opened, launching YJ-18 anti-ship missiles at a rate of 1 every 2 seconds. Natasha and Aurelia stood within the Nanchang's bridge, witnessing this magnificent spectacle, unable to contain their astonishment. Tears welled in the corners of Aurelia's eyes as she gazed at the imposing Nanchang, adorned with the shining August 1st medal on its chest. The crew on the Qingzhou bridge awaited anxiously. Approximately 20 minutes later, missiles streaked from the base towards the deep-sea fleet on the radar. Qingzhou, report the movements of enemy aircraft. The enemy appeared oblivious to our presence. Their aircraft, flying in groups of 4, conducted exploratory flights within a 20-kilometer radius around the flagship. With their search area expanding, it is anticipated that by the time the YJ-18 missiles arrive, the exploration circle will extend to 50 kilometers. Currently, all enemy aircraft have been launched, totaling 80, with 40 having entered the range of the Hongqi-16 air defense missiles. What is the status of our air defense weaponry? We possess 32 Hongqi-16 missiles, 8 Hongqi-9 missiles, 24 Hongqi-10 missiles, and 11 30 close-in weapons. Even if every Hongqi-10 missile can down an enemy aircraft, we can only ensure the destruction of 64. Our air defense capabilities appear somewhat inadequate. No wonder the plan is constructing such a multitude of 054A frigates. Qingzhou, hard right rudder, full throttle ahead. Maintain a distance from the deep-sea fleet for now and observe the combat results of the Nanchang. As the Qingzhou gradually distanced itself from the deep-sea fleet, the YJ-18 formation arrived at the battleground, with missiles cascading like raindrops. The flagship of the deep-sea fleet came under concentrated assault from 4 YJ missiles, swiftly beginning its descent, while electronic interference dissipated. The dynamics of the battlefield became increasingly clear on the radar. Zhang Heng and his comrades anxiously awaited the outcome of the confrontation. Time flowed slowly as aircraft from the deep-sea fleet began to take off en masse towards the missile launch site. It appeared they had yet to detect us. The stealth design of the 054B was truly remarkable. What were Qingzhou's current achievements? Confirmation of the flagship's sinking, 1 aircraft carrier down, another severely damaged, with the remaining 2 large vessels also sustaining significant injuries. Additionally, 5 ordinary deep-sea units remained operational. Nanchang, execute a second wave of strikes, launching 1 missile at each undamaged unit and 2 more at the large vessels. Qingzhou, what is the status of the aircraft? 40 planes vanished from the radar with the sinking of the aircraft carrier. Currently, 40 remain, of which approximately 10 pose a threat to us. What mechanism is at play? Why did the aircraft disappear after the carrier sank? It could be a drone mechanism. Once the control terminal is destroyed, the drones lose command. Regardless, we have sufficient means to address the 40 aircraft using the Hongqi-9 and Hongqi-16 missiles. Qingzhou's air defense operations must prioritize the most threatening targets, ensuring all remaining aircraft are also engaged and destroyed. Understood. The Javelin gripped its courage tightly, anxiety etched across its face, while the Brave's palms also glistened with perspiration. At that moment, Qingzhou's vertical launch system hatches opened, and missiles soared skyward. The Javelin gasped, gripping harder. Confirmation of all aircraft being destroyed. The second wave of YJ missiles launched by Nanchang also achieved success. The enemy fleet has been obliterated. Is this confirmed? Qingzhou replied resolutely. Completely confirmed. Very well. Prepare the Z-20 helicopter and send the Javelin and Brave to salvage the wreckage, in hopes of finding valuable materials. Brave, upon reaching the designated location, deploy the hull immediately to provide cover for the Javelin. Javelin, exercise utmost caution during the salvage operation. Understood, Commander. Zhang Heng awaited with bated breath. This naval battle lasted merely dozens of minutes, seemingly a complete victory, yet it revealed numerous issues. He felt his thoughts were in disarray, unable to grasp a coherent strategy. Deciding to meticulously summarize experiences and lessons upon returning to port. Just then, the Javelin and Brave returned, the Javelin clutching a gleaming core. Commander, look what I found. Zhang Heng took the core, gently patting the Javelin's head. Well done, Javelin. You will surely be rewarded upon our return. What reward, Commander? I shall tell you upon our return. Revealing it now would render it ineffective. Qingjiao, full speed ahead. Understood, full speed ahead. Though this exploratory mission did not achieve its intended objectives, the unexpected gains far exceeded expectations. As the sun descended toward the horizon, the silhouette of Moon Bay emerged upon the surface of the sea. Chapter 6. The transformation of the mental space upon returning to the harbor. Zhang Heng convened all members of the fleet. Please take some time to rest. We shall reconvene in the conference room at 10 a.m. tomorrow to review our recent battle. I have some thoughts to organize, and I encourage each of you to reflect from your own perspectives so that we may identify any gaps in our strategy. With that, Zhang Heng retreated to his quarters, locking the door behind him as he immersed himself in his mental space. Surveying this CIC-like realm, he pondered. This mental space emerged after my arrival from Qingzhou, and I have previously tested its functionality, which allows me to project my exclusive ship girls here. Having established that Nanchang is in the harbor, I can also project from the Qingzhou vessel, though the maximum range remains uncertain. This space serves as a private venue for communication, with each combat position representing a summonable ship girl. Following today's fierce battle, a vague outline of a third combat position has appeared. Is this perhaps the manifestation of experience points? Are these its only functions? Zhang Heng scrutinized the combat positions of Nanchang and Qingzhou, as well as his designated space. Before each ship girl's position, there exists but a single screen, while I possess 3. Curiously, I recall that upon my initial entry, there was only one screen, and it seemed artificial, presumably to create a commanding atmosphere. Let me explore the functionalities of these screens. He activated the 3 screens without the need for physical switches. Merely by willing it, the screens illuminated automatically. The central screen displayed the likenesses of Nanchang and Qingzhou. Upon selecting Nanchang's image, a comprehensive record appeared, detailing her historical background, height, and weight. It resembled an encyclopedia, indeed quite thorough. At 172 centimeters, I now understand why Nanchang appears so tall, whereas Qingzhou stands at 165 centimeters. No, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. Navigating to the secondary menu, the screen presented the current ship girl's hull blueprint, detailing dimensions, draft depth. Every deck, room, and operational system, all accessible for further examination. How detailed! This is remarkably professional, though I find myself at a loss to comprehend it fully. Presumably, these are the schematics from the construction phase. Yes, this screen indeed serves as a repository of information. Turning to the left screen, he discovered the title, Equipment Development System. Ah, how intriguing. I have always wondered about the origins of the Royal Ark's blueprints. Could they stem from here? He delved into this system, which also featured a hierarchical structure. The primary directory encompassed main guns, missiles, torpedoes, radars, power, electricity, and aircraft, with further subdivisions available upon entry. For instance, within the missile category, subcategories included air defense, anti-ship, anti-submarine, and land attack. Each could be clicked for details on various systems, such as the HQ-9, HQ-19, and HQ-10 missiles, even distinguishing between domestic and export versions. This is splendid. Developing the export version could provide the Royal Arkansas and her companions with additional resources. I examined the anti-ship missiles, particularly the YJ-83 and its counterpart, the C-803. Both share identical warheads and guidance systems. However, their ranges differ, with the C-803 possessing a somewhat shorter range. It is indeed reminiscent of my homeland style. Export models may not always be inferior to domestically used ones. During my initial days after traversing, Pakistan utilized the J-10CE to achieve a resounding victory of 6 o'clock. In gray, unable to release the blueprints? Zhang Heng dedicated some time to meticulously scrutinizing every aspect of the equipment development system, spanning from the first generation of equipment established during the inception of the Chinese Navy to those still under development at the time of his crossing, including the Shenyang 6th-generation fighter jet. The content was extensive, yet how should one approach such research? What is the mechanism behind it? At that moment, the figures of Nanchang and Qingzhou emerged within the mental realm. Nanchang spoke. Commander, shouldn't you be resting? Qingzhou and I sense that you have not been at rest, but rather immersed in the mental space. Is there an issue? No. It is merely that some changes have occurred in the mental space today, and your arrival is quite timely. Come and see. Zhang Heng revealed to the two ship girls the transformations he had discovered, particularly regarding the equipment development system. As for the ship girl information system, he merely touched upon it without delving into details. With this system, we can replace your equipment, but I have yet to ascertain how to construct it. Commander, please hold on. I believe I comprehend, Nanchang replied as she activated the screen at her battle station, which displayed the detailed operational processes of the two most recent battles along with their final scores. Zhang Heng inquired with curiosity. Both battles scored 80 points? How is this score determined? It is assessed from multiple dimensions, such as the perfection of the operation and the amount of ammunition used. Today's deduction stemmed from excessive missile usage. The system indicated that we could have reduced the use of 5 missiles in today's engagement. On my end, the score is 70. Similarly, due to the excessive missile launches. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Heng remarked, "It seems that only an absolutely flawless victory can yield a high score. However, Nanchang, Qinzhou, we should not overly pursue high scores. After all, we are not merely playing a game. Achieving victory through overwhelming firepower negates the need for what is termed the art of war. Life is singular and precious." I wholeheartedly resonate with a saying from military enthusiasts: abandon armor combat. Embrace the synergy of firepower. Does this scoring hold any practical value? Commander, please observe the signature at the bottom of the screen. You need to confirm this report. Zhang Heng confirmed the report. He felt a stirring within, returning to his battle station, at which point a number appeared in the upper left corner of the screen. Each piece of equipment accompanied by a corresponding number. 230, the total score from your battles. Is a score of 2,000 required for the development of this C-803 missile? Are you encouraging me to accumulate points? Must you achieve 10 perfect engagements for development? This requirement seems rather stringent, does it not? At this moment, Qinzhou gracefully leaned against Nanchang's shoulder, playfully stating, "Commander, have you never played a card drawing game?" Huh, what do you mean? This is what is referred to as numerical inflation. Imagine, in the future, you will undoubtedly have numerous fleet girls, correct? 10 fleet girls imply 2 battles, while 100 fleet girls can garner 8,000 points in a single battle. This system has indeed been considerably simplified. I find it perplexing why the mental space is displayed in such a manner. It seems rather imprecise. Subsequently, Zhang Heng, along with 2 colleagues, delved into the third screen, which pertains to the Fleet Girl Enhancement System. This system allows for the optimization of the Fleet Girls' hulls, as they operate autonomously without the need for crew intervention, enabling the enhancement of their armaments. For instance, the Qinzhou Fleet Girl can eliminate 2 quadruple launchers from its midsection to accommodate an additional 32 vertical launch systems. Naturally, these modifications also require points for payment. The enhancement of Qinzhou necessitates 100,000 points. Alas, I was initially quite exhilarated, only to discover that the cost is so exorbitant. The beginning is always the most challenging. It will become considerably easier in the later stages. Never mind. I shall set this aside for now. It is time to rest. You all have worked hard in today's battle. Thank you. Please, go and rest. Comrade Commander, we are a team. No need for gratitude. Understood? Understood. Understood. Good night. As Nanchang and Qinzhou departed, Zhang Heng also exited the mental space. Suddenly feeling a pang of hunger, he made his way to the dining hall, intending to have a bite to eat. To his astonishment, he found Natasha drinking alone. Natasha, aren't you planning to rest yet? Commander, would you care to join me for a drink? No, you take your time. I'll grab a bite, and then rest. Don't forget we have a meeting tomorrow. Rest assured, Your Excellency. Zhang Heng casually ate a few morsels when a thought struck him. He could inquire about the mental space from Natasha. After all, she was the only human commander he knew. Natasha, may I ask what your mental space is like? Nothing special, just a dining hall with a round table, each chair representing a fleet girl. What about you, Commander? Zhang Heng was taken aback and briefly described his mental space, omitting its functions. Haha, Commander, did you not study properly in school? The mental space is formed by each commander's thoughts and subconscious, and it varies from person to person. This is perfectly normal. It seems deep down, you aspire to be an exceptional general, unlike me, who merely desires to have a home. How do you conduct technological research and equipment development? Each naval district has research facilities. Some fleet girls possess formidable research capabilities due to their specific ship types or names. They can establish equipment research processes at the research center, requiring only resource consumption. Of course, the commander can participate as well, but with reduced efficiency. It is best to have fleet girls with research capabilities. I see. By the way, how many chairs do you have at your round table? There are already 3, but I lack sufficient merit to exchange for a core. As Natasha spoke, her mood dampened. She gulped down several drinks and then stood up to return to her quarters. Commander, I'm going back to rest. Good night. Natasha, yet she has already vanished at the staircase. Never mind. We shall converse again tomorrow. Zhang Heng returned to his own chamber, a night where each individual harbored a multitude of disparate thoughts within their hearts. Chapter 7: Unexpected New Companions. On the following morning, Zhang Heng arrived early at the conference room, awaiting the arrival of the commander and the ship girls. As they gradually made their entrance, a new round of summary meeting commenced. Nanchang and Qinzhu maintained their usual composure, seated firmly in their respective places. Natasha appeared pensive, her ever-present vodka bottle conspicuously absent, while Aurora gazed at her commander with concern. Brave's expression was somewhat grave, yet Javelin continued to chatter animatedly, her exuberance lightening the atmosphere of the conference room. Nanchang took the lead, stepping forward in her capacity as the secretary ship, meticulously reviewing the entire exploration mission using operational charts, detailing both the achievements and the challenges encountered with great precision. Once Nanchang concluded her recap, Zhang Heng approached the podium, casting his gaze over each individual present, and shared his thoughts, which he had pondered deeply the previous night. This exploration mission was a success, a resounding triumph. This conclusion remains unchanged. I have observed that some among you carry heavy hearts, while others wear serious expressions. Indeed, I too have undergone a period of reflection. As a recent graduate, fortunate to receive the support of formidable ship girls like Nanchang and Qinzhu, I may have underestimated the power of the deep sea. I must acknowledge that this mindset is flawed. Although we annihilated the deep-sea fleet in yesterday's battle, we revealed numerous issues. Zhang Heng descended from the podium, pacing back and forth in the small conference room, continuing. Firstly, we underestimated the electromagnetic technology of the deep sea. Although their technology is not advanced, as evidenced by the massive iron tower structure of their flagship, it appears to be rudimentary. Yet, they have employed this technology to its fullest extent, utilizing immense energy for broad-spectrum interference without the need for precise frequency differentiation. The results were surprisingly effective. Even advanced radars like Nanchang's could only detect up to 300 kilometers. This has restricted our proud long-range reconnaissance capabilities. Standing resolutely before Nanchang and Qinzhu, Zhang Heng asserted, to address the current issues, we must either surpass the deep-sea flagship in energy output or hope that the next ship girl possesses expertise akin to that of a research vessel like 815A. Taking a deep breath, he returned to the podium to continue. However, this is not the most critical issue. Even with a limited visibility of 500 kilometers, the 300-kilometer detection range remains usable. Yesterday's battle has already demonstrated that within a 100-kilometer radius, the deep sea's interference effects diminish significantly. Yet, this raises another concern I wish to address today. Our combat capabilities are exceedingly limited, especially upon learning that the deep sea can appear in fleet formations randomly within this maritime region. Even with Nanchang equipped with 112 YJ, 18 missiles, and Qinzhu's 8, totaling only 130, not to mention the aircraft launched from carriers, we cannot continually rely on the deep sea being unable to detect us. I understand that some of you may attempt to comfort me, considering this merely an inevitable phase in the early development of our fleet. As my intellect matures, I will be able to construct more vessels, and with an increase in the number of ship girls, these issues will naturally resolve themselves. I too have engaged in such self-reassurance. Yet the stark reality is that we find ourselves amidst the throes of war, where a single misstep could result in the loss of Nanchang, Qinzhou, and the newfound friendships I have forged, not to mention my own life. Is that not so? At this moment, Brave rose with tears glistening in her eyes, apologizing to the commander. I am truly sorry, Commander. We are indeed lagging behind. In yesterday's battle, I was utterly ineffective, merely a bystander on the bridge. Commander, could you candidly inform me, have we truly become obsolete? Beside her, Spear buried her head upon the table, muffling her sobs with her hands. Natasha's gaze was vacant. A fueler, disregarding her own emotions, anxiously focused on her commander. Zhang Heng observed this scene, feeling a wave of oppression in his heart. He had intended to reassure them of their utility, yet it became evident that their capacity to assist was severely limited. The conference room fell into an unexpected silence as Nanchang and Qinzhou stared at Zhang Heng in disbelief. At that moment, Zhang Heng produced a large blueprint. Unfurling it and hanging it on the wall. Everyone, this is not the time for despondency. I arrived at this conclusion yesterday, though it may be hard to accept. I previously mentioned that new technologies would be available for your outfitting in the future, yet it felt more like a mere illusion to satiate our hunger for hope. You are ship girls, capable of perceiving the depths of human emotion, and you know my intentions are sincere. However, thoughts alone are insufficient. We must transform them into reality. After a brief pause, Zhang Heng glanced at Nanchang before continuing. Yesterday, I inquired of Natasha, who indicated that research necessitates specialized research vessels within dedicated facilities. Yet, we are sorely lacking in such resources. What shall we do? Are we to adhere strictly to protocol? Thus, I have selected these devices. Gather around, hear me out, and then decide whether to remain disheartened. The group was initially taken aback, but gradually they began to converge. First, concerning the power systems, Spear, a fueler, Brave. Your propulsion relies on steam boilers, a technology that has become quite antiquated. Observe this steam boiler. It remains in use by the Central Powers during Nanchang's era. It can be employed from destroyers to aircraft carriers, with the primary issues being quantity and power, though maintenance is relatively straightforward. Once you are equipped with an adequate number, your cruising speeds can see a significant increase. Spear could easily reach 40 knots, and a fueler could surpass 30 knots with ease. Furthermore, it could supply power to other equipment. Most importantly, this technology dates back 2 to 3 decades prior to Nanchang's launch, allowing for research to be conducted aboard her, albeit with some time lost. Next, regarding the radar systems, we currently rely entirely on the phased array radars of Nanchang and Qinzhou. However, I understand that under our current circumstances, we cannot develop a phased array radar. After much contemplation atop the command deck and the music station, I have decided to adopt the 366 model over-the-horizon radar, which can detect maritime targets up to 250 kilometers away. Although it may still be subject to deep-sea interference, it can reliably ensure a detection range of 100 kilometers. This research will be undertaken by Qinzhou. Lastly, we arrive at the critically important anti-ship missiles. I intend to utilize the YJ-83 missiles carried by Qinzhou for our research endeavors. In an ideal scenario, the Javelin could carry 8 YJ-83 missiles, and with its speed, it remains suitable for executing high-mobility missions. The Fueler can accommodate 16 missiles, and with the enhancement in speed, it too can venture out to fulfill operational tasks. Lastly, the Brave, with its substantial hull, could easily carry 80 missiles if the rear main gun were removed. Consequently, during yesterday's skirmish, we wouldn't have needed the Nanchang to launch YJ-18 missiles from the base for support. Do you think this plan is feasible? The fleet girls exchanged glances, and then Javelin erupted with an exuberant cheer, jumping on his Zhang Heng. Commander, is it really possible? Are we going to undergo modifications? I am overjoyed. I can hardly wait. Nanchang, Qinzhou, take the fleet girls to the research facility and see if it can be utilized. If not, contact Ark Royal for assistance. Natasha, please stay behind. As Nanchang and the others exited the conference room, they headed towards a locked building next door that resembled a warehouse. Javelin dashed ahead, running back and forth. A fueler, as she stepped out, cast a worried glance at her commander and then sighed, following Nanchang. Noticing that everyone had left, Zhang Heng approached Natasha, retrieving a core from his pocket and presenting it to her. It is time for a significant construction. We currently possess 2 cores. My mind is not yet prepared to accommodate a 3rd ship girl, let alone a 4th. Moreover, we merely explored 1/8 of the sector yesterday before encountering fierce combat and discovering 3 formidable deep-sea fleets. We must enhance our combat capabilities. Do not be disheartened. You heard my plan. There is no need to worry about newly constructed ship girls being outdated, as we have the means to facilitate modifications. Let us proceed together. Natasha stared at the core in her hand, her voice trembling as she asked, "Is it truly for me? I have not accomplished anything significant." Zhang Heng smiled in response. "You have maintained Moon Bay exceptionally well. Doesn't that count as an achievement? I can immediately engage in battle upon arrival instead of worrying about the base. Isn't that enough? Thank you. Furthermore, battles will only become more frequent in the future, so we must strengthen ourselves. Otherwise, how can we return home safely?" "Indeed, I understand." Zhang Heng and Natasha walked side by side to the construction facility. This place appeared much more compact compared to the facilities at Ocean Corner, equipped with only a single construction apparatus. This building housed both the research and modification facilities, sharing a common dormitory. Upon entering the facility, they saw Javelin running over excitedly to report. Commander, Sister Nanchang has successfully initiated the steam turbine research project, and the design blueprint will be completed in just 26 hours. How exhilarating. Moreover, Sister Chinzhou is even more remarkable. She can develop radar in merely 14 hours. Is that true? So swift? Phew, that's a relief. I will later focus on developing missiles. Just wait in anticipation. At that moment, Zhang Heng noticed Courage gazing at him with eyes full of gratitude, to which he responded with a warm smile. Natasha then approached the construction facility with measured steps, closely followed by a fueler, who was visibly anxious. Zhang Heng maintained a respectful distance from the other ship girls, granting them the privacy they required. With trembling hands, Natasha placed the core into the apparatus and, alongside a fueler, pressed the activation switch. As the facility powered up, resources began to be extracted, and after a series of fluctuating values, the usage statistics for oil, ammunition, steel, and aluminum emerged, revealing unprecedented figures: 100, 600, 300, 300. Shortly afterward, the core window of the construction facility opened once more, accompanied by an alarm that urgently requested the insertion of a second core. Failure to comply would result in the construction's failure. Natasha was immediately thrown into a panic, and in light of this unforeseen circumstance, Zhang Heng swiftly stepped forward, retrieving the last core from his pocket and promptly inserting it into the core window. The construction time gradually appeared, astonishingly extending to a lengthy duration of 4 hours and 50 minutes. Zhang Heng murmured in disbelief, "What kind of ship is this?" Natasha, her emotions settling but still shaken, replied, "Commander, thank you. I was truly flustered just now. What is there to be flustered about? This unique method of construction surely indicates that this will be an exceptional ship, girl." "Yes, I understand. Ha ha ha, nearly 5 hours. You may as well take your time. I will use this opportunity to study some missiles." Zhang Heng approached the research equipment and discovered the capability to conduct 4 simultaneous projects. He settled beside Chinzhou and began the replication of the YJ-83 missile. After some trial and error, he successfully established the research, which consumed a full 24 hours. "It seems my skills are still lacking," he mused. "Nanchang, Chinzhou, I can't help but wish that my third major construction yields the Fujian ship, or perhaps the Uranus, or even the 076, and it would be splendid to have another 055. Am I being too greedy?" "Commander, wipe your mouth. You're drooling," remarked Nanchang, as Zhang Heng, Nanchang, and Chinzhou continued to operate the research equipment, ensuring steady progress. Javelin and Courage quietly observed from the side, careful not to disrupt the research process. Meanwhile, Natasha returned from the dormitory with a bottle of liquor, fixated on the construction timer as it ticked down, the bottle remaining unopened in her hands. A fueler remained by her side for support. Time seemed to bifurcate in the perceptions of those present. Some felt as though the days dragged on endlessly, while others sensed that time was fleeting. This state persisted for over 4 hours. Natasha exclaimed with excitement, "Commander, come quickly. The construction is nearly complete. Join us in witnessing this moment." The group snapped out of their reverie, gathering at the entrance of the sleep chamber, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their new companion. A mist billowed forth from the sleep pod as the door slowly opened. A statuesque figure emerged, towering over Nanchang, with a striking physique and flowing golden hair. Clad in a solemn white Soviet naval uniform, complemented by black stockings and a short skirt that revealed her pristine thighs, she bore a gold star medal on her chest. She approached Natasha, taking the vodka from her hands and taking a generous swig. "What a fine drink, Commander." The lead ship of the Project 1144 nuclear-powered cruiser, the Kirov, has arrived. Natasha tightly embraced the Kirov, tears streaming down her face. "Welcome. Your arrival is most timely." Zhang Heng looked towards Nanchang. 1144? Nuclear-powered? Kirov? Wait, could it be the Kirov I know? "Comrade Commander, indeed it is the Kirov you are familiar with. Then the second core is a nuclear reactor? That should be the case. In our future large-scale construction, we must ensure there are at least 2 cores. We have yet to receive news about our nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Correct? You are already thinking about the aircraft carrier. Do not forget the submarines. If it is a strategic nuclear submarine, 2 cores might not suffice." "Indeed, that is quite true." At that moment, Natasha and Aurelia had already briefed the Kirov on the situation. The Kirov, with her exceptionally long legs, approached Zhang Heng. "Commander, the Kirov has officially joined the fleet. You are aware of my capabilities, are you not?" "I am well aware, and your arrival is perfectly timed. Now, everyone, let's momentarily set aside our tasks to celebrate the arrival of the Kirov." In the dining hall, the gloomy atmosphere that had lingered since morning dissipated, replaced by a sense of hope. Rarely did Natasha indulge to the point of inebriation. Observing this heartwarming scene, Zhang Heng and the others quietly departed, returning to the research facility to continue advancing their equipment studies. Chapter 8. The Resplendent Fleet. Upon witnessing the formidable image of Kirov, the powerful nuclear-powered cruiser, Zhang Heng's enthusiasm for scientific research surged to new heights. As time passed, Qinzhou took the lead in completing the development of the music station radar. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng delved into the depths of his mental space, expending 200 combat points to exchange for a basic marine power system capable of harnessing electricity from the newly developed steam turbine to support the radar and missiles. Additionally, the system was equipped with a high-capacity diesel generator. As the sun rose once more over the eastern horizon of the harbor, Zhang Heng and Nanchang immersed themselves fully in their research endeavors. Qinzhou, on the other hand, led Kirov and 3 other ship girls in joint training exercises in the nearby waters. In a rare departure from her usual demeanor, Natasha set aside her vodka and donned a formal military uniform that accentuated her figure, taking her position on the bridge of Kirov. The ship girls gazed in awe at the massive vessel gliding across the surface of the sea. Though the Courageous was also a colossal ship of 20,000 tons, Kirov's gray paint, red deck, and concealed missiles beneath the deck rendered it even more magnificent. Despite the apparent chaos of its electronic equipment compared to Nanchang and Qinzhou, the underlying aesthetic of raw power profoundly moved everyone present. Within the bridge, Natasha inquired about Kirov's armament. Kirov boasted a formidable arsenal of 4 different types of vertical launch systems, totaling 188 launchers. This included 4 Octopus SA-N, 9 Longsword medium-range air defense missiles, 12 Octopus SA-N, 6 Grom medium-range air defense missiles, 12 Octopus SA-N, 20 Gargoyle medium-range air defense missiles, 20 P-700 Granite anti-ship missiles, and 2 22 SA-N, 4 Gecko short-range air defense missile launchers. Furthermore, it was equipped with 2 quintuple 533mm torpedo launchers, AK-130 dual-purpose naval guns, AK-630M close-in weapon systems, and cached-in air defense missile artillery systems. Additionally, 3 Ka-27 anti-submarine helicopters were on board. Aurelia exclaimed in astonishment, "This is truly on the scale of a battleship. I always thought it was quite extravagant to refer to Nanchang as a destroyer, but I never imagined our Soviet cruiser could be so grand." Kirov affectionately wrapped an arm around Aurelia's shoulders, replying, "My dear, we were once among the world's most formidable navies. Aside from possibly being slightly inferior to the American fleet, no other force could rival us. And what of Nanchang and her companions?" Kirov reflected, "They are the true inheritors of our Forberus ideals, evolving into the strongest navy of the new era. By the time I was completely dismantled, they had already risen to challenge the American fleet without falling behind." "Dismantled? What happened to you?" Kirov replied, "Our path was misguided, ultimately leading to internal disintegration. Our ideals were shattered in 1991. In truth, from the moment of my creation, I was racing down the wrong path. I was once so powerful, wielding authority over friends and dismissing foes with contempt. Who could have anticipated the eventual outcome? However, dear predecessor, you have witnessed the metals of Nanchang, have you not? Although we hail from different nations, they have indeed remained steadfast on the righteous path. They are commendable and trustworthy comrades. Yet perhaps, in their eyes, we ourselves are deemed less reliable." Kirov, with a hint of melancholy, caressed her gold star medal, only to swiftly regain her confidence as a formidable ship girl. "Is that not so? Yet, matters from another world remain beyond our influence. Here, we must simply honor each other, correct?" "Indeed." A voice from the communicator broke the silence. "Kirov, this is the Qingdao. Preparations for the sea trial are complete." The following day transformed entirely into a showcase for Kirov. She deployed all her weaponry, demonstrating her formidable prowess to all. Though she possessed merely 20 anti-ship missiles, their massive bodies appeared larger than the F-4 aircraft of the Royal Arkansas. as if a single strike could sink a deep-sea flagship. With over 160 anti-air missiles, she could obliterate all the aircraft of the deep-sea fleet encountered that day, with half still remaining. Just a few days prior, had Kirov confronted the deep-sea fleet, she could have initially sunk the deep-sea flagship along with 4 large vessels, selectively dispatching several ordinary ships to shield the Brave and her companions as they claimed their victories. The crew gathered around Kirov, engaging in collaborative training exercises. Natasha felt a renewed hope of returning home. In her mental space, she shared drinks with her Soviet fleet at a round table. Although Aurelia appeared as a young girl, she tended to Natasha like an older sister. Now, with the addition of the inebriated Kirov, she must be both blissful and burdened. 3 days slipped by unnoticed, and the research and development work reached a successful conclusion. Simultaneously, the 3 ship girls underwent meticulous modifications. They congregated in front of the sleep chamber, brimming with anticipation. As the familiar white mist gradually dissipated, Brave emerged boldly from the chamber. The already modified Javelin excitedly rushed over and embraced her tightly. Brave displayed the most relaxed expression she had worn since her awakening. Zhang Hong, wearing a smile, proposed, "Let us go and test the new equipment." At the Moon Bay dock, the 3 ship girls unfurled their gear, aligning themselves in a vertical formation from smallest to largest, and slowly navigated out of the bay. Others boarded the bridge of Nanchang, which followed closely behind, exiting the bay. All gazes were fixed upon the newly modified trio of vessels. Nanchang began issuing commands over the communication channel. "The sea trial commences. Javelin will first test her maximum speed." "Understood, Sister Nanchang." Smoke billowed from Javelin's chimney, gradually shifting from black to white as her speed steadily climbed, ultimately stabilizing at an impressive 45 knots. The modification plan for Javelin included replacing the old boiler with a new one and a diesel engine, along with the installation of a music radar above the bridge. The rear main gun was dismantled, allowing for the staggered placement of 2 quadruple-launch YJ-83 missile systems, while the second main gun remained, with plans to install anti-air missiles at that location in the future. Subsequently, radar search tests and missile launch tests were conducted. Aurelia and Brave followed the same testing procedures. The modification of the Auroral was notably intricate due to the antiquated condition of her hull. Ultimately, through collective ingenuity, 2 of her chimneys were dismantled, retaining only the central one, and the power system was replaced with 2 steam turbines and 2 diesel engines. This enhancement propelled the Auroral to a remarkable speed of 30 knots, providing ample electrical power and laying a solid foundation for future upgrades. It was unanimously agreed to preserve the legendary main gun, a symbol of transformation, with the Auroral resolutely deciding that even with the advent of more advanced main artillery, this gun of special significance would remain intact. The secondary artillery was removed, thereby creating a more spacious deck. Finally, 6 quadruple-mounted YJ-83 missile launchers were installed, mirroring the configuration of her successor, the Glory. The Brave, due to her substantial hull, underwent a more radical transformation. Her power system was upgraded to 4 steam turbines and 2 diesel engines, achieving a stable speed of 32 knots. No longer limited to occasionally exceeding 30 knots as in the past. The rear main gun was dismantled, and 4 groups of twin-mounted launchers were arranged longitudinally on either side of the bridge. The expansive platform left by the removal of the rear main gun was adorned with 12 groups of quadruple YJ-83 launchers, culminating in an imposing array of 64 anti-ship missiles. The Kirov, serving as a blueprint, facilitated the installation of a helicopter hangar and landing pad on the Brave, along with a helicopter control system, gifting her a Ka-27 anti-submarine helicopter, thereby endowing Brave with helicopter operational capabilities. As the 3 vessels successfully completed their sea trials, a surge of confidence filled the bridge. Upon returning to shore, Zhang Hong convened everyone in the conference room, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, our combat capabilities have undergone a profound transformation. We shall continue our exploration mission tomorrow with the capacity to deploy 2 fleets simultaneously, Nanchang, Qinzhou, and Brave. You shall form one team to venture into the area previously unexplored by Qinzhou, continuing southward. I will accompany Nanchang, Kirov, Auroral, and Javelin. You will be led by Natasha, forming the second team to explore directly south, commencing from a position 300 kilometers south before heading west. This way, our 2 teams will remain within close proximity for mutual support. Understood? Excellent. Now, let us proceed to the celebration. Natasha, it is time to unveil your collection. Natasha provocatively responded, Commander, can you hold your liquor? I hope you won't get tipsy after just a few sips. Once again, Moon Bay was filled with joyous laughter and merriment. Chapter 9. The surroundings of White Island. As the moment for the second exploration mission arrived, the Second Fleet, with Kirov as its flagship, set sail towards the south. Watching them gradually fade away from the embrace of Moon Bay, Nanchang unfurled its magnificent hull, and Zhang Heng, along with Qinzhou and Brave, ascended to the bridge of Nanchang. Zhang Heng issued the sailing command. Nanchang set forth. The vessel slowly departed from the port, accompanied by the gentle lapping of the waves, its body swaying slightly, as if the sea itself were bidding them farewell. As Nanchang distanced itself from the shore, the winds and waves on the surface intensified. Nanchang forged ahead, cutting through the waves. Standing on the bridge, Zhang Heng gazed out at the vast expanse of the sea. Meanwhile, the Second Fleet, under Kirov's leadership, continued its journey southward, maintaining a strategic distance that allowed for mutual support. With the deepening exploration, they would inevitably encounter an increasing array of unknown challenges while gaining a clearer understanding of this world. On the third day at noon, the two fleets appeared on the surface of Moon Bay almost simultaneously. This time, Nanchang returned from the southwest, while Kirov approached from the west. As Zhang Heng stepped onto the dock, he witnessed Javelin racing towards the pier at an astonishing speed, showing no intention of deceleration. Following closely behind was only Kirov, as Auroral had yet to deploy its hull. At the forefront of Javelin, a Ka-27 helicopter hovered, with Natasha gripping the cabin door, seemingly shouting something towards Javelin. However, her voice was completely drowned out by the roar of Javelin's engines and the whirring of the helicopter's rotors. Confused, Zhang Heng inquired of the three ship girls beside him. What has transpired? Is there a mutiny? Nanchang stifled a laugh. How could there be a mutiny, my dear commander? I am aware of the circumstances, as I have been listening to their communications. Upon hearing this, Brave's expression grew serious as she discreetly approached Nanchang, adopting a listening posture. Nanchang continued to elucidate. They were supposed to return half a day earlier than us. This morning, Javelin, perhaps due to the excitement of its first mission post-refit, unconsciously increased its speed. Even though Kirov is a nuclear-powered vessel, it could not match Javelin's velocity, not to mention Auroral. Consequently, the fleets became uncoordinated, drifting apart. Then, much like before, a deep-sea fleet of about 10 ships appeared precisely in the waters between Javelin and Kirov. Realizing it had raced ahead and become detached from the formation, Javelin grew anxious. Perhaps forgetting Kirov's capabilities and its own equipped missiles, Javelin turned and charged into the territory of the deep-sea fleet. Exploiting its speed advantage, it inflicted damage on one deep-sea vessel with its main gun. At that moment, I heard Natasha reprimanding loudly over the communications, which reminded Javelin of its missiles, leading it to sink 3 deep-sea vessels with them. After retreating beyond the missile range of Kirov, the deep-sea fleet was ultimately vanquished in a single strike. Such is the reality. A wayward child, fearing reprimand from parents, is it not so? Zhang Heng stood in stunned silence, a sudden epiphany flashing through his mind as if his soul had been stirred. So this is what I have been sensing all along. This world is starkly different from my homeland. The military embodies a collective will. Yet, the ship girls are not mere cold machines. Despite exuding the essence of their homeland's military, like Royal Arkansas and Rodney, they possess an air reminiscent of elegant British ladies. Kirov, though embodying the demeanor of a soldier, resembles a captivating Russian beauty, vibrant and unrestrained. Nanchang and Qinzhou too, while upholding the discipline and customs of their homeland's most charming individuals, remain distinct entities, each endowed with their own personalities and sentiments. They are, like me, beings of emotion. With this realization, Zhang Heng's gaze toward Nanchang and the others softened with warmth. Nanchang, in that case, I shall return to my dormitory, he said. I understand that Javelin has erred, but how can I resist those big, pleading eyes? I can only forgive her. Furthermore, since Javelin is particularly reliant on you, I leave this matter in your capable hands. With a playful wink, Zhang Heng turned and strode away. Qinzhou silently followed in his wake, while Brave sighed and chose to remain, accompanying Nanchang. Commander, you, Nanchang remarked, observing the departing figures of Zhang Heng and Qinzhou, her expression a mix of helplessness and a hint of satisfaction at noticing Zhang Heng's subtle transformation. Shortly thereafter, Javelin reached the edge of the dock, swiftly retracting her hull. Due to inertia, this charming little girl stumbled on the beach, landing in a heap. She rose, brushed the sand from her legs, and hurriedly ran behind Nanchang, her adorable face peeking out from Nanchang's waist. Nanchang sister, please save Javelin. Commander Natasha is so frightening. Brave, standing nearby, clenched her fists and lightly tapped Javelin's head. You lost yourself in play, placing yourself in danger. What is wrong with letting Natasha teach you a lesson? Javelin clutched her head, blinking her tear-filled eyes, pitifully gazing at Nanchang. Natasha, Kirov, and Aurora arrived on the scene, witnessing the spectacle and bursting into laughter. Kirov stepped forward, gently pinching Javelin's cheek. This is what you get for being reckless. Will you dare to do so again? Remember, you are a guided missile destroyer now. Do not recklessly charge into enemy encirclements. I was wrong. Kirov's sister is the best. I won't dare again, Javelin replied. Natasha inquired of Nanchang. Where's the commander? Why is he not present? He was concerned about showing favoritism towards Javelin, yet he couldn't bear to express anger like you. So he decided to leave. After a brief respite, the team reconvened in the conference room, presided over by Nanchang. To summarize the findings from the past 3 days of exploration, Nanchang began. There have been no unusual occurrences in the sector from southeast to southwest, and the route to the new fog city conveniently traverses this area. To my knowledge, the Ocean Cape Garrison Fleet has conducted multiple cleanup operations in this vicinity. During this voyage, we discovered several small islands, and had time and distance permitted, we would have landed on 3 of the larger ones. These islands showed no signs of human activity, nor did we find any evidence of a former garrison, presenting themselves as completely desolate. Therefore, if we wish to explore in this direction, the nearest and most valuable island is the North Luen Fortress constructed by our commander. Natasha then rose and spoke. The situation in the southwestern sector mirrors your descriptions, with the exception that we encountered a small island inhabited by humans, albeit modest in size and development, where the inhabitants do not reside along the coastline. Similarly, this island holds no value for exploration. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. And what are the deep-sea threats? Nanchang responded. During this expedition, we encountered several sporadic deep-sea wanderers, all of which we successfully sank. We did not encounter any large vessels, let alone a deep-sea flagship. Kirov added, our situation is similar. The scattered deep-sea entities we faced were eliminated. Aside from a minor incident caused by a javelin, we did not detect the vast radar interference zone to the east as indicated on the charts. Before my arrival here, the Royal Arkansas mentioned that conditions at Ocean Cape have been quite challenging. Aside from the 3 deep-sea fleets to the east, I have not truly felt this difficulty. Nanchang picked up a northern sea chart. Regarding this matter, I can provide clarification. I have maintained communication with the Royal Arkansas, and there has consistently been a deep-sea fleet operating north of White Island, particularly to the due north, frequently harassing the Ocean Cape garrison. Both Kinzu and I have conducted radar scans to the north, revealing a blind spot in the northeast, akin to the one we explored in the east. The north, however, harbors a significantly larger blind spot than any other. I surmise that the deep sea may be assembling 1 or 2 large fleets, preparing for a decisive confrontation with the Ocean Cape garrison, potentially including the Canning Cape garrison as well. Is that the conclusion you've drawn? Zhang Heng pondered for a moment. Natasha, your objective is to return home, correct? My goal is to delve deeper into the mysteries of this planet and to visit the serious islands along the way. Regardless of our individual aims, we must ensure the safety of the Ocean Cape garrison. This deep-sea menace is our common adversary. Only by vanquishing them can we escape this maritime realm and venture elsewhere. You speak true, Commander. Nanchang, Kinzu, you shall set forth tomorrow with courage and javelin to the Ocean Cape garrison. Courage, javelin, return and showcase your modifications to the Royal Arkansas and Rodney. Nanchang, you may present the blueprints to them. Their enhancement will benefit us as well. However, ensure that the exchange is conducted with resources, and the specifics of the value will be for you to negotiate, guaranteeing at least 2 cores. I have a premonition that my mental capacity will soon accommodate a 3rd ship girl. Understood. The true war is on the horizon. Upon the completion of these tasks, the 2 fleets continued their explorations in the surrounding waters, without the need for comprehensive surveys as conducted previously. Their primary objective henceforth was to seek out and annihilate the wandering deep-sea entities, thereby honing their tactical coordination. Understood? The assembly responded in unison, understood. After the meeting, Zhang Heng reunited with Nanchang and Qinzhou in the realm of mental space to confirm the achievements of their expedition. Comrade Commander, we have amassed a total of 160 points during this sortie. Clearly, this is insufficient. I have an ever-present sense that a decisive battle is imminent. Tomorrow, please enhance the Royal Arkansas and her fleet. How effective was the modification of the Courageous? Remarkably so, as you witnessed. Almost all of the deep-sea wanderers were vanquished by the Courageous. This attests to the fact that even the older generation of shipgirls, equipped with new technological advancements, can significantly bolster their combat capabilities. Ah, that is truly delightful. Tomorrow, I shall reclaim the core, allowing me to embark on another major construction. My greatest concern at present is the issue of air defense. Gazing at the vast blind spot to the north fills me with trepidation. Rest assured, Comrade Commander, the ship will naturally navigate the bridge when it arrives. Seeing you in this state brings me great joy. Qinzhou, do you also sense it? Sister Nanchang, indeed. Comrade Commander has changed, no longer shouldering all burdens alone, but rather placing greater trust in us. Precisely, Comrade Commander. In the past, it seemed you wished to bear all responsibilities alone, yet now you have begun to rely on us. We are the closest allies, are we not? Whether considering the relationship between the commander and the shipgirls, or from the perspective of us being visitors from other worlds, we might be regarded as natives of this realm. After all, without our presence, the shipgirls would not exist here, yet the knowledge and experiences within our minds resonate with yours from the same origin, do they not? Nanchang, Qinzhou, thank you both. Let us strive together. Chapter 10. The Daily Life of Moon Bay in the Absence of Deploying its Hull. Nanchang ensures a vigilant watch over the entirety of the Moon Bay's 100 to 200 kilometer maritime expanse. Its all-encompassing Sea Star radar endows Nanchang with unparalleled surveillance capabilities. Although Qinzhou's radar is also remarkably advanced, Nanchang continues to bear the responsibility for routine vigilance, allowing her sister ship to enjoy life alongside other shipgirls in a non-combat state. Yesterday, Zhang Heng arranged for Qinzhou to accompany Nanchang to Ocean Cape, a decision Nanchang found rather unsuitable. She sought out Zhang Heng privately. Commander, while Comrade Kirov's radar here is indeed a leap ahead, it pales in comparison to my capabilities alongside Qinzhou. If both of us were to go to Ocean Cape, we would be unable to respond swiftly to any unforeseen military emergencies. Moreover, you can access our reconnaissance intelligence in real time within your mental space, allowing for timely and appropriate suggestions. Most importantly, you should not be without your dedicated ship girl. Thus, she proposed, I shall take Brave and Javelin to guard the Ocean Cape. I see now that I have not considered this thoroughly. Let us proceed with your suggestion. Zhang Heng replied. Exactly, Commander. I will brief Qinzhou and set out immediately, Nanchang affirmed. Be cautious on your journey. I await your return, he responded. Nanchang found Qinzhou and conveyed the details of their routine vigilance, earnestly entrusting her to take care of Zhang Heng. Sister Nanchang, I am also the Commander's dedicated ship girl. I understand completely. Wishing you a smooth journey, and I shall await your return, hee. Indeed, Comrade Qinzhou. Take care as well. If there is an urgent situation, call for me in the Commander's mental space, and I will respond immediately. Rest assured, Comrade Nanchang. I will look after the Commander diligently. All right, perhaps I am being a tad too fussy. I shall return soon, Comrade Qinzhou. Nanchang stood at attention, saluted, and turned to leave, boarding the waiting jeep, still driven by Brave, as they headed towards the Ocean Cape. As the jeep slowly departed the guardhouse, Nanchang gazed out the window at the receding scenery, a wave of thoughts swelling in her mind. This encounter with Royal Arkansas and her companions would mark a pivotal turning point in Zhang Heng's fleet's future trajectory. She understood that her commander harbored inner conflicts. He had graduated from a school under the Royal Fleet, nurtured by them. Both she and Qinzhou utilized cores that belonged to the Royal Fleet, essentially representing an investment made by the Royal Fleet in Zhang Heng. Both Zhang Heng and Nanchang had long aspired to cultivate an independent fleet, free from reliance. After all, it was foreseeable that Zhang Heng's fleet would eventually comprise entirely of new-style shipgirls, and any continued affiliation with the Royal Navy would bring about various inconveniences. Nanchang took a deep breath, steeling her resolve. This meeting must secure greater autonomy for Zhang Heng, allowing the fleet to truly belong to them. The jeep raced under the sun, her gaze unwavering, as if she could already glimpse the dawn of a promising future. In the Moon Bay port area, Zhang Heng remained unaware of the surprises that Nanchang had in store for him. As he found himself within a research facility engaged in a debate with Kirov over a particular issue. The discussion arose after Nanchang's departure. When Zhang Heng arrived at the research facility to assist Qinzhou in the development of new equipment, particularly hoping to create an air defense system. Even if it meant transplanting the nearest air defense system, the HQ-10, from Qinzhou to other ship girls. Natasha, accompanied by her fleet, had also arrived at this location, gathering the remaining personnel after Nanchang's exit. Initially, Natasha engaged in her usual banter, playfully sparring with Kirov, while Aurora smiled indulgently from the sidelines. However, the dialogue gradually transformed into a debate between Zhang Heng and Kirov. Kirov questioned the efficacy of the HQ-10, advocating instead for the use of higher performance missiles such as the HQ-9 or S-300F. Alternatively, he suggested abandoning air defense research altogether in favor of developing powerful anti-ship missiles, adhering to the philosophy that more is better and bigger is superior. Zhang Heng, however, firmly maintained that an air defense system is fundamental to the fleet's survival, asserting that a flexible and efficient air defense capability is crucial. He countered that while high-performance missiles are indeed significant, defense cannot be overlooked. Only through a balance of offense and defense can the safety and stability of the fleet be assured. Thus, the debate unfolded. Yet, this disagreement merely highlighted their differing viewpoints. Serving as a slight diversion in their tranquil lives, Kirov acknowledged the importance of air defense, while Zhang Heng recognized the merit in the concept of abundance and strength. At that moment, Qinzhou's radar detected several smaller deep-sea fleets nearby, prompting her to interrupt their discussion with a playful tone. "Oh, Comrade Commander, Comrade Kirov. We know you two share a good rapport, no need to showcase it like this. In fact, Comrade Commander is a staunch believer in more is better. Bigger is better. After seeing you are a nuclear-powered ship girl, he often tells us that if only we could have a strategic nuclear submarine. Who would care about the deep-sea fleets? One nuclear bomb, and all beings are equal. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. But shouldn't I be capable of carrying a nuclear bomb? Where is it?" Zhang Heng chuckled at Qinzhou's words, only to hear Kirov's retort. "Really? Do you actually want to use a nuclear bomb here?" Just kidding, just kidding. Who knows what might happen if we used it here? Would the deep sea also have one? That would be terrifying." Qinzhou interjected softly. "Comrade Commander, Comrade Kirov. Let us not joke around. About 100 kilometers to the southwest, there is a small-scale deep-sea fleet, and we must respond promptly. Should Kirov deploy the hull to directly sink them with granite? Or what should we do? Qinzhou, I never realized you had such a mischievous nature. How could we sink them directly here? What if there is a core that could be salvaged? That would be a missed opportunity." Qinzhou smiled playfully. "Comrade Commander, you know, isn't it about embracing the integration of faith and fire? One nuclear bomb, and all beings are equal, right? No, 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 don't tease me, cough. Natasha, you all handle this deep-sea situation. Understood, Kirov, Aurora. We shall eradicate those deep-sea fleets." Natasha swiftly leads the fleet into action. Zhang Heng and Qinzhou remain at the research facility, diligently monitoring the advancements in the development of the air defense system. While awaiting the triumphant return of Natasha and her team, Zhang Heng begins to contemplate the path that lies ahead. He recognizes that the Ocean Cape garrison is confronted with unprecedented challenges and opportunities. Only by continuously enhancing the fleet's strength can they more effectively confront the battles of the future. Chapter 11. The transformation of the Ocean Cape Naval Base on that afternoon. Nanchang and her companions arrived at the Ocean Cape Naval Base, blissfully unaware of the minor incident that had transpired in Moon Bay. They were warmly received by the Ark Royal and Rodney. In the command room of the Ark Royal, a delightful English afternoon tea had been meticulously prepared in honor of Nanchang's visit. "Please, enjoy the pastries while we engage in conversation. Sample our afternoon tea and let us know how it fares," the Ark Royal invited. Nanchang and Brave settled onto the sofa beside the tea table, while Javelin joyfully bounded to the dessert platter, seizing a delightful morsel and swallowing it whole. Nanchang smiled at Javelin's antics, then lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, exclaiming, "Indeed, it lives up to its name. The taste is exquisite. It transports me back to my hometown." Rodney interjected, "Ah, this tea is a rare collection from the Ark Royal. Were it not for your visit, she would have been reluctant to present it." With a satisfied smile, the Ark Royal responded, "It is indeed an honor to receive Nanchang's praise. By the way, Nanchang, The exploratory intelligence you previously sent us has been immensely beneficial. It has been quite some time since we received new information from over 300 kilometers east of White Island, particularly after losing contact with the Cannon Cape Naval Base. That area has nearly become a forbidden zone for us. Despite our repeated attempts to dispatch exploration fleets, we have always encountered the deep-sea fleet, hindering our progress. Your provided information has significantly clarified the situation at Ocean Cape. Gently setting her teacup down, Nanchang inquired, "Our analysis suggests that a major battle is inevitable. However, we cannot predict the exact timing of its commencement. How much time do we have to prepare? Do we have an opportunity to take the initiative?" Rodney turned to face the Ark Royal, and upon receiving her confirmation, straightened his posture and solemnly addressed Nanchang. "In truth, the battle has never truly ceased. We have always believed that what we are experiencing is merely a continuation of the great conflict from years past. Regarding potential future encounters, based on our previous experiences, it may take approximately 10 days, or perhaps a month. After all, the movements of the deep sea are notoriously unpredictable. Their behavior resembles that of swarming bees or ants, structured yet elusive. The lower-tier deep-sea creatures lack cognitive abilities and operate solely on instinctual aggression. Only the deep-sea flagship possesses the capacity to command and control them. According to your intelligence, there are at least 3 deep-sea flagships in the eastern waters, and we have previously confirmed 2 to the north. Furthermore, we have long held suspicions. No, not merely suspicions, but unverified certainties, that a Legion-class flagship undoubtedly exists. Upon hearing this, Nanchang, with a look of perplexity, asked Rodney, "What would your plans entail had we not arrived?" Rodney was about to respond when the Ark Royal placed her hand atop his. Interjecting directly, "You must have noticed that the combat strength of the Ocean Cape Naval Base is rather lacking. Zhang Heng's group should be the last batch of fresh reinforcements dispatched from the new Mist City to Ocean Cape. Before their arrival, we had already relocated most of our distinguished commanders, as well as several promising commanders and shipgirls, to the new Fog City. Our intention was that, should we encounter another massive deep-sea assault, we would be better prepared to withstand it. If that proved impossible, we plan to abandon this location and retreat to the homeland of the Royal Navy, establishing a new defensive perimeter. However, with the emergence of Zhang Heng and the arrival of your formidable ship, Girls of the New Era, I now see hope for safeguarding Ocean Cape and possibly even exerting complete control over the waters surrounding White Island." Upon hearing this, Nanchang's expression grew serious. She realized that the situation at the Ocean Cape garrison was far more dire than she had imagined. She glanced at Courage and Javelin. Although they were still savoring their desserts, they had clearly noticed the shift in atmosphere. "We cannot simply relinquish Ocean Cape," Nanchang asserted resolutely. As a vital juncture connecting New Fog City and the eastern seas, its strategic significance cannot be overstated. Royal Arkansas nodded in agreement, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. "Nanchang, your determination and bravery are truly commendable." Rodney interjected, "Indeed, we have been striving diligently. Yet the might of the deep sea is overwhelming. It is challenging for our garrison to withstand it alone. However, your visit and the depth of our discussion today, do you have any strategies in mind?" Nanchang smiled faintly and rose to her feet. "I have previously discussed the modifications of Courage and Javelin with you. However, merely stating their battle capabilities lacks a tangible impression. My radar has detected a small deep-sea fleet wandering 80 kilometers to the north. Perhaps we could allow Courage and Javelin to demonstrate their abilities in a practical exercise. What do you think?" "An excellent suggestion. Let us proceed with that," Rodney remarked. "Call for Belfast. We shall observe the performance of Courage and Javelin together. By the way, Belfast is the original ship girl of the Edinburgh-class light cruiser, HMS Belfast, who just arrived from New Fog City a couple of days ago. She is the one confirmed by the Royal Navy Parliament to decide whether we defend or retreat." After a brief wait, an elegant woman with long white hair, dressed in a maid's gown, entered the command room. "Greetings, I am Belfast, the second ship of the Edinburgh class and the largest cruiser of the Royal Navy, thus serving as the headmaid. You must be Miss Nanchang, whom Rodney frequently mentions. It is a great honor to meet you." Nanchang and Belfast exchanged pleasantries. "I am the lead ship of the Type 055 destroyers, Nanchang. It is equally a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Belfast. Let us continue our conversation on the way. At your service, I eagerly anticipate the performance of Courage and Javelin shortly." At the Ocean Cape dock, Nanchang turned to Javelin. "This time, Let us embark on Javelin's hull to our destination, as she seems to yearn for it. Does she not? Sister Nanchang, how can you say that about me? I am already a mature ship girl. I would not be so easily swayed by a mere change in power systems. Although it was indeed swift, the voyage was both comfortable and exhilarating. Before the words of the Javelin could be fully articulated, she noticed the smiles of the crowd directed towards her, causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. In a hurry, she dashed towards the sea surface to unveil her hull. The gathering embarked upon the modified Javelin, first exploring the missile launch apparatus at the stern before proceeding to the bridge. Within the bridge, where once stood an observation post, now resided a display screen approximately 30 inches in size. The Javelin introduced to the Royal Arkansas and others. This is the display device for the music station radar. The radar information is transmitted directly into my consciousness, allowing the personnel within the bridge to visualize the radar data. Behold, this radar can detect targets over 200 kilometers away. Those 15 red dots, 80 kilometers to the north, represent the deep-sea fleet mentioned by Nanchang. Isn't it impressive? The YJ-83 missile can strike targets as far as 300 kilometers. I could effortlessly eliminate 8 of them from here. Hasn't the Javelin grown more formidable? Rodney gently caressed the Javelin's cheek, admiring the eager expression on her face, and remarked, "The Javelin is indeed remarkable, but we must refrain from initiating an attack here. We need to confirm our results first. Little Javelin, lead us to that maritime expanse." The Javelin leaped with excitement, and as the main engine of the Javelin roared to life, it accelerated briefly to a speed of 45 knots. Sister Royal Arkansas, Sister Rodney, Sister Belfast. This is the Javelin's maximum cruising speed. In fact, I could go a tad faster, up to 48 knots. However, Sister Nanchang does not permit me to run that fast, claiming it would affect the boiler's lifespan. Rodney inquired of Nanchang, "How many boilers does the Javelin utilize?" "It must possess around 50,000 horsepower, correct?" "1, approximately," Nanchang replied. The Courageous employs 4, maintaining a stable cruising speed of 32 knots, with a maximum speed of 35 knots. What if I were to retrofit? In your case, 4 boilers would suffice, achieving a cruising speed of 30 knots. There is no need to pursue higher speeds. In our era, a speed of 30 knots was already considered swift. Rodney gazed out at the azure sea, pondering, is that so? Can I also reach 30 knots? Moreover, if I were to remove 2 main guns and the secondary armament, how many missiles could I equip? Given your hull design, you could certainly carry more than the Courageous, with 80 missiles being unproblematic. If deck modifications were made, 100 missiles would also be feasible. So it seems our battleships still hold value, do they not? Indeed. In this world, the threat from the deep sea is omnipresent, and refitting into a weapons carrier is indeed a suitable direction. After more than 40 minutes of sailing, the Javelin was approximately 20 kilometers from the deep-sea fleet, a distance visible to the naked eye. This small-scale fleet comprised 5 ordinary deep-sea warships, each around 20,000 tons, and 10 smaller deep-sea vessels. The Javelin reduced its speed to a combat pace of 15 knots, while Courageous and Nanchang surfaced to reveal their hulls. Nanchang and the Royal Arkansas entered the bridge of the Nanchang. Nanchang commenced the discourse. "In this operation, my sole responsibility shall be to oversee air defense, safeguarding against deep-sea threats that may endanger the Javelin and her crew." Subsequently, an inquiry arose. How is the deep sea classified? During our recent explorations in Moon Bay, we encountered 2 vessels that could potentially be classified as deep-sea battleships, alongside 2 aircraft carriers, each weighing approximately 40,000 tons, and a deep-sea flagship resembling an iron tower. The remainder consisted of vessels weighing around 20,000 tons, the classification of which, whether they were cruisers or destroyers, remains uncertain. We have yet to witness any of the smaller deep-sea varieties. After an elegant tour of the bridge aboard the Nanchang, Belfast approached the vessel. "Miss Nanchang, allow me to address this query. According to the records of our Royal Navy, the deep-sea classifications were once diverse. However, since the last conflict, they have undergone evolution, leaving only a few types. These include destroyers of 8,000 tons, cruisers of 20,000 tons, light aircraft carriers and battleships of 40,000 tons, main aircraft carriers of 80,000 tons, and iron tower flagships of 100,000 tons, the latter also categorized as battleships. These constitute the extant types of deep-sea vessels. as no further sightings of older models have been reported. Light aircraft carriers and battleships are also classified as deep-sea flagships, albeit of the lowest tier. Both the Royal Arkansas and Rodney concur that there exists a class of deep-sea flagship that surpasses the Iron Tower flagship, though no sightings have been recorded to date. As the distance diminished to 15 kilometers, the deep-sea fleet detected the Nanchang fleet and initiated an assault by launching missiles, imposing projectiles that were not lacking in velocity. The Javelin and Bravery retaliated, resulting in 16 deep-sea vessels being sunk by 20 missiles. All missiles directed toward the Nanchang fleet were intercepted by the Nanchang using Red Flag 10 missiles. The Royal Arkansas confirmed the outcome. Is it truly this formidable? The difference between hearsay and first-hand experience is indeed profound. Nanchang, you have demonstrated to us that you have consented to deliver the schematics, is that correct? Naturally. We are all well aware of this, are we not? What conditions do you propose? Rodney interjected promptly. Royal Arkansas, let us not rush. This is not the appropriate venue for such discussions. We should return to the command center. Rodney's assertion was sound. We ought to retreat. Let us return and engage in a leisurely conversation over tea. Chapter 12. The Ocean Cape Agreement. The gathering promptly boarded the hull of the Javelin. Swiftly returning to the dock, the Royal Arkansas had calmed her emotions, resuming her resolute and decisive persona of a quintessential British lady. Javelin, courageous. It has been far too long since your return. Many of our sisters have missed you. Go, and reminisce with them, she encouraged warmly. At your command, Commander Sister, replied Javelin joyfully, saluting before taking Courageous by the hand and, after greeting Nanchang, skipping merrily toward the residence of the ship girls. As they faded from view, the Royal Arkansas turned to Nanchang and proposed, shall we discuss matters in the conference room at a leisurely pace? Respectfully, I shall comply, Nanchang responded. Rodney, Belfast, please prepare some refreshments. This negotiation may take quite some time. Rodney and Belfast departed first to ready the conference room. Meanwhile, the Royal Arkansas and Nanchang walked together, with the former introducing each facility and scenic view of the port area, even taking the time to introduce any passing ship girls to Nanchang. Nanchang, walking alongside, maintained a composed demeanor, her gaze resolute, responding politely to each of the Royal Ark's remarks. Their interaction resembled that of old friends catching up, infused with the warmth of new acquaintances. Having completed their preparations, Rodney and Belfast, stationed at the entrance of the conference room, observed the two and exchanged glances. Rodney spoke first. Belfast, this junior is quite remarkable, quickly aligning with the rhythm of Royal Arkansas. Indeed, many members of the Royal Naval Academy cannot achieve such a feat. Belfast concurred. Exactly. It seems Nanchang has recognized this. The negotiation formally commenced the moment we disembarked. Rodney, no need for lamentation. Surely, you have noticed the medal adorning Nanchang's chest? It must be of great significance to a ship girl of her stature, wouldn't you agree? One can infer her other capabilities are equally impressive. But enough of this. They are here. Let us welcome them. Under Belfast's gracious reception, the group entered the conference room, which deviated from the typical moon base style, resembling a classroom instead. A massive rectangular table stretched from north to south at its center, with a glass of clear water placed before each reserved seat. The three members of the Royal Arkansas took their seats on the western side, while a representative from Nanchang occupied the eastern side. What appeared to be an ordinary negotiation at that moment would later be deemed historically significant in the realm of the shipgirl world, marking the first Sino-British Ocean Cape Naval Base Conference. As the negotiations commenced, the Royal Arkansas proposed an exchange of resources and cores for blueprints. They did not specify the exact quantity of resources, evidently allowing Nanchang room for negotiation. Nanchang engaged in several rounds of discourse on this topic with the Royal Arkansas, after which both the Royal Arkansas and Belfast introduced new subjects, including elevating Zhang Heng's rank, bestowing honors, and even offering a fleet command position commensurate with the Royal Arkansas. Nanchang responded adeptly, steering the conversation towards the core issues that the Royal Arkansas seemed hesitant to address as the negotiations deepened. The exchange of resources and core values has led us to a tacit consensus. Thus, it has now become merely a matter of quantity, has it not? The Royal Arkansas. I believe the premise and the most crucial topic of these negotiations should revolve around the identity with which we engage in this exchange or even transaction. Identity. What identity? Are you not the ship girl of Zhang Heng? Zhang Heng is a junior lieutenant in the Royal Navy. Is there an issue with that? Oh, I am indeed a ship girl, and so are you. We are both acutely aware of this. My commander has consistently constructed new ships from the Central Powers. What does this signify? You should understand this as well, should you not? I recognize that our technology is imperative to the Royal Navy. However, based on the experiences projected from your core, the emergence of new-era ship girls within the Royal Navy is merely a matter of time. Is not the recently constructed Kirov by Commander Natasha from Moon Bay also a new ship girl from the Soviet lineage? Do you believe that Commander Natasha is a member of the Royal Navy as well? At this moment, Belfast interjected, Miss Nanchang, I concur with your sentiments. Although I am of the older generation of ship girls, my intellect informs me that my original form has stood resilient by the Thames both post-war and into retirement. I have witnessed the entirety of the Royal Navy's post-war evolution. Do you comprehend my words? The new era of the Royal Navy fills us with great sorrow, compounded by the current threats posed by the deep sea. Our Parliament is well aware of the future foundation of the Royal Navy and has come to a clear understanding. We no longer perceive ourselves as the world's foremost naval power. We shall not overlook any talents or ship girls capable of enhancing our strength, even if it means granting you a seat in Parliament. As time progressed, the daylight began to fade. The negotiations appeared to be at an impasse, at which point Rodney aptly proposed a truce. Ladies and gentlemen, persisting in this stalemate is not a prudent strategy. Perhaps we should first take a meal and rest, continuing our discussions tomorrow. The Assembly recognized that consensus was unlikely to be reached that day and thus relaxed the tense atmosphere. Belfast, embodying the elegance of a head maid, arranged a lavish banquet. Everyone enjoyed a delightful dinner in the dining hall. Subsequently, they returned to their quarters, all aware that this would undoubtedly be a sleepless night. The following morning, the representatives reconvened in the meeting room. Nanchang was the first to present a list. The concerns expressed by Belfast yesterday regarding the Royal Navy's inability to keep pace with the developments of the new era are, in fact, unfounded. To my knowledge, at the time of my launch, the Royal Navy possessed destroyers akin to mine and the latest aircraft carriers. It is merely a matter of funding that has restricted large-scale construction. Such issues do not exist here. Should you obtain ship girls of level 45, you could also leverage their technology to extensively modify existing ship girls, could you not? Currently, the most pivotal issue lies in the environment surrounding Cape Horn and the threats it faces. Should this transaction succeed, my commander will undoubtedly undertake a third major construction. Our fleet's strength will be enhanced, and we shall certainly assist the Cape Horn Naval Base in weathering this crisis. Collaborating with the Royal Navy to address the deep-sea forces threatening Cape Horn is essential. Otherwise, any agreements reached now will be mere empty rhetoric. Based on this, what we can offer includes blueprints for steam power, maritime search radar, the YJ-83 missile, and its fire control system. Qingzhou is currently developing an air defense missile along with its search and fire control radar at Moon Bay. Once this development is successful, it will be directly delivered to you. In essence, our bargaining chip is a comprehensive suite of air defense solutions against maritime threats, as well as power upgrade plans. We must expedite the transformation of the existing fleet at Ocean Cape to form a formidable navy capable of addressing this crisis. Am I correct? After a moment of contemplation, Belfast responded, Miss Nanchang, you are indeed correct, and we all concur. However, this does not diminish Commander Zhang Heng's identity, does it? Although I have only recently come into existence, my core instinctively tells me that we fleet girls possess a home, not merely a piece of land or a stretch of sea, but a collective comprised of kindred spirits who support and embrace one another. Am I right? Just as aside from the fleet girls under Commander Natasha, all others at Ocean Cape are of British origin, you share this sentiment, do you not? I have recently noticed that Commander Natasha frequently mentions returning home, which resonates deeply within me. The same applies to Qingzhou. With the emergence of an increasing number of Chinese fleet girls, I believe my commander will also align their thoughts with ours, will they not? Only through shared sentiments can the contract of the fleet girls be formed. You should understand this better than I. When we ultimately become a powerful fleet and propose embarking on the journey home to the Royal Navy, how will you respond? After a prolonged silence, the three British fleet girls exchanged glances for an extended moment. Ark Royal stood up and extended her hand. Nanchang, you have persuaded us. We agree to the resignation of Ensign Zhang Heng from active duty in the Royal Navy, and he shall no longer be a member henceforth. Furthermore, we are willing to engage in subsequent negotiations with you on equal terms. Following her words, she smiled slightly. In truth, we have always interacted as equals, have we not? Nanchang also rose and solemnly shook Ark Royal's hand. Indeed, you and the others at Ocean Cape have consistently treated us with equality. But the status of commander cannot serve as a condition for our continued relations, correct? Shall we proceed? Very well, let us continue. The atmosphere of the ensuing negotiations was tense, as both parties began to scrutinize each word and phrase, each point carefully deliberated. As the sun set once more, a comprehensive agreement was presented before the representatives of both sides. The main contents of the agreement included: first, the Zhongheng fleet shall provide the promised technological blueprints to Ocean Cape, while the Ocean Cape Naval Base shall exchange a substantial quantity of oil, ammunition, steel, and aluminum resources sufficient for a fleet of 20,000-ton vessels to operate for a year. Additionally, the Ocean Cape Naval Base will provide 2 cores to Zhongheng. It is not that we wish to provide fewer cores or lesser resources. However, due to the prior intentions of the Ocean Cape Naval Base to retreat, the reserves of cores were also taken back with the last personnel withdrawal. 1 core belongs to the naval base, and the other is a treasured possession of Belfast. Second, following the signing of the agreement, the Zhongheng fleet must fully cooperate with the Ocean Cape Naval Base to complete this campaign. During the war, the consumption and supply were overseen by the Ocean Cape garrison. Yet should victory be attained, the salvaged resources would be equitably divided between the 2 fleets, thus preventing future discord arising from material concerns. Thirdly, the command of the first mobile fleet of Ocean Cape was transferred to Belfast, who, following her refurbishment, would lead the Brave and the Javelin to Moon Bay, succeeding Zhongheng in this role. However, during the wartime, Belfast would remain under Zhongheng's command to address the issue of authority following his departure from the Royal Navy. Furthermore, there were additional amicable and mutual assistance clauses. This agreement would later be recognized in history as the Ocean Cape Agreement, formally titled Memorandum of Understanding between the Imperial Armies regarding the Ocean Cape garrison's approach to deep-sea warfare and the establishment of a long-term cooperative relationship. Upon confirming these terms, the Royal Arkansas, representing the Ocean Cape garrison, and Belfast, representing the Royal Fleet Parliament, affixed their signatures to the document. The Nanchang solemnly inscribed, People's Liberation Army Navy Nanchang, Plan Nanchang, marking the inaugural appearance of this name in the world. In that moment, far away in Moon Bay, both Zhongheng and Qinzhou felt a profound resonance, sinking into Zhongheng's mental space. Changes began to unfold. The third battle position solidified immensely, signifying Zhongheng's capacity to accommodate a third ship girl. The most striking alteration was the emergence of 2 grand flags on the wall behind Zhongheng's battle position. To the left, the familiar 5-star red flag, and to the right, the naval ensign of China. Both Zhongheng and Qinzhou immediately stood at attention and saluted the flags, while tears of joy streamed from Qinzhou's eyes. Zhongheng, too, was overwhelmed with emotion, feeling a newfound resolve. The 2 waited in the mental space for a while until Nanchang's figure materialized before them. Qinzhou rushed towards Nanchang, burying her head in Nanchang's chest, weeping with joy. Zhongheng gazed upon his ship girl. Nanchang, what is this? After comforting Qinzhou, Nanchang elaborated on the details of the agreement and addressed Zhongheng's identity concerns. Both expressed immense admiration for Nanchang's endeavors, affirming her status as a ship girl bearing the name of such a city. At that moment, Nanchang's battle position shimmered with golden light. Zhongheng approached, observing the hidden achievement displayed, the establishment of the People's Army. Trembling, he confirmed it with his authority. Instantly, a golden glow enveloped Nanchang before dissipating. What is this? My vessel has become a legendary vessel. All attributes had been enhanced. Nanchang, thank you for your hard work. I look forward to your swift return, when we shall celebrate together. I am sincerely grateful. It is my unwavering duty, is it not? I shall not betray the name bestowed upon me. The 3 exited the mental space. Zhongheng and Qinzhou remained exhilarated, unable to calm their spirits, pouring all their fervor into their research projects. Upon entering the mental space, Nanchang completed the signing and returned to her resting place, reminiscing about the flags that had appeared in Zhongheng's mental realm. A smile graced Nanchang's lips, as if an intangible burden had been lifted from her shoulders, making the path ahead seem brighter, yet undeniably more arduous. Chapter 13. Daily Life at Cape of Good Hope. As a new day dawned, Nanchang delivered the blueprints to the Royal Arkansas and received a core in return. Meanwhile, Belfast gracefully and solemnly presented Nanchang with a well-packaged box. Miss Nanchang, this core has been my cherished possession for over 20 years. Originally as spoils of war, it remained in use due to my lack of a commander. Through a series of unforeseen circumstances, it has now become my own. This core is unlike ordinary ones. Feel free to open it and see for yourself. Upon opening the box, Nanchang beheld a core resting inside. While a typical core is roughly the size of an adult's fist, this one was evidently larger. The ordinary core resembled a crystal ball emanating a bluish glow, whereas this one radiated a golden light, with a phantom aircraft carrier suspended within. What is this? Miss Nanchang, are you familiar with the types of cores? Please enlighten me. Miss Belfast, there are indeed two kinds of cores, inheritance cores and construction cores. An inheritance core is likely to be left behind when a ship girl, deeply bonded with her commander, sacrifices herself. Within the core, the phantom silhouette of the ship girl will be distinctly visible. If the commander utilizes this core for construction before the silhouette fades, the ship girl can return. This is something we free ship girls often envy in your kind, who have commanders. Is that so? Then whose inheritance core is this? It belongs to no one in particular. I merely mentioned the inheritance core. However, construction cores are divided into ordinary construction cores and directional construction cores. You have seen ordinary cores, and the directional core is the one you hold. It will only display the silhouette of a single ship, indicating what vessel can be constructed. For instance, the one you possess is an aircraft carrier core. There are also directional cores for destroyers, cruisers, and so forth. Over the years, I have encountered only two such cores, the one in my possession and another from which our legendary commander constructed the original ship girl, Prince of Wales. If a commander belongs to a singular series, and that series lacks the corresponding ship, the construction will fail, not in the sense that the core disappears, but rather that the construction simply does not commence. Are you certain your series possesses an aircraft carrier? Nanchang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. Carefully securing the core and responding with a smile, I regret to inform you that we do, indeed, have an aircraft carrier. Afterward, the group dispersed, and Nanchang began to meander through the town of Cape of Good Hope, with both factions now wielding equal power. The transformation of their ship girls and the organization of these newly altered vessels were matters beyond Nanchang's concern. Rather than play the role of a mere observer, she sought to discover what treasures might be worthy of being brought back. As she strolled through the port area, it was evident that this was a quaint little town, complete with various amenities. However, possibly due to the impending war, many shops and civilian establishments had closed, rendering the town somewhat desolate. At that moment, she noticed a small shop at the corner that seemed to be opening, resembling both a tailor's and a recording studio. A charming destroyer girl with green twin tails busied herself within the establishment, seemingly preparing for the day's operations. Nanchang approached her and greeted, "Hello, I am the destroyer Nanchang. May I inquire if you offer clothing creation services here?" The other girl immediately paused her tasks and briskly approached. "I am Comet, a C-class destroyer aspiring to become a grand idol. How may I assist you, dear customer?" Nanchang was slightly taken aback. Why would you open a shop if you wish to become an idol? A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Comet's face, but she soon regained her idol-like smile. As a C-class destroyer, I find myself somewhat inadequate in combat due to the overwhelming strength of the deep-sea forces. Most of the time, I can only undertake patrol duties. Therefore, during my idle hours, I create beautiful garments to earn resources and perform for everyone, helping to uplift their spirits after battles and missions. Comet was contributing to the stronghold in her own way. Nanchang crouched down and gently patted Comet's head. "You are truly remarkable, Comet. I have a design for a garment that I created. Could you assist me in making it? I am willing to exchange resources. Is this your design? Let me see it, and I shall do my utmost to bring it to life." Comet replied eagerly. Nanchang produced a sheet of paper, revealing a simple design for men's attire. Just yesterday, within Zhang Heng's mental space, she had realized that her commander still donned British military garb, which felt somewhat incongruous. Yet, she also believed that outfitting him in traditional Chinese military attire would be inappropriate. Who conferred ranks upon Zhang Heng? Nanchang held no such authority, nor did the aircraft carrier girls who came later. Suddenly, she envisioned a garment that could embody identity without the necessity of rank, and she sketched it. Indeed, it was the Zhongshan suit. "Comet, can you make this? The blueprint includes relevant measurements. We can certainly create it, just wait and see. I assure you, you will be satisfied," Comet responded confidently. Nanchang watched as Comet skillfully took out a fine piece of white wool fabric, measuring, cutting, sewing, and pressing it with grace. In no time, Comet had completed a pure white Zhongshan suit. Nanchang joyfully provided Comet with the corresponding resources in exchange. I shall return in a few days. For a commander cannot have only one outfit. He needs a change of clothing, does he not? Comet suddenly appeared somewhat bashful. May I ask a question? Of course, Comet. Can you help us defeat the deep-sea forces? I heard Javelin recount her experiences yesterday. She has become quite the sensation among our destroyers, claiming victory is certain. But she was always so boisterous. I find it hard to believe. Nanchang gently ruffled Comet's small head. We cannot guarantee victory, for we must be prepared for any outcome. Mustn't we? However, we are certainly capable of restoring the prosperity of these waters. Really? Then, after our victory, may I invite all of you to attend my performance? I have prepared many songs, but the atmosphere here has become increasingly tense. Comet reminisced about the days when she sang for everyone. It's a promise, little Comet. Yes, a promise. Chapter 14, Aircraft Carrier. An aircraft carrier? As night fell, the Royal Arkansas, accompanied by Rodney and Belfast, arrived at Nanchang. I am profoundly grateful for the technical support you provided. The modifications to Rodney and Belfast have been completed. Following sea trials, I now harbor greater confidence in guarding the Cape of Oceans, Nanchang expressed earnestly. Rodney grasped Nanchang's hand tightly, exclaiming, the sensation of cruising at 30 knots is simply exquisite. Nanchang smiled in response. Well then, I shall return to Moon Bay tomorrow. We can further confirm the operational plans via our communication devices, shall we? The Royal Arkansas nodded in agreement. Do return swiftly. I eagerly anticipate your new aircraft carrier. Belfast will accompany you tomorrow, and both Courageous and Javelin will also return together. Good night. Good night. As the sun rose, it was once again the same jeep, with Courageous at the wheel and Belfast seated in the passenger seat, while Nanchang and Javelin occupied the back. Sister Nanchang, yesterday Comet informed me that you promised to attend her performance. She was thrilled all night. Sister Nanchang, Comet sings beautifully. It had been quite some time since she had seen Comet so enthusiastic about preparing for a performance, which truly brought joy. Then, little Javelin must also strive to overcome the depths of the sea. Together we shall attend Comet's show. Indeed. Throughout their journey, Javelin's energy seemed inexhaustible until they reached the port area of Moon Bay. Zhang Heng awaited Nanchang's return at the intersection, accompanied by Qinzhou. Meanwhile, Natasha led her fleet, conducting routine patrols in the surrounding waters, and did not come to welcome them. Zhang Heng first saluted Nanchang, his eyes reflecting deep admiration. He then approached Belfast. Extending his hand, greetings, I am Zhang Heng. Belfast elegantly performed a curtsy and presented a document to Zhang Heng. Mr. Zhang Heng, here is your discharge certificate. Kindly return the Lieutenant Commander's insignia and the Royal Navy cap badge to me. Thus, you will officially depart from the Royal Navy and assume the role of a free commander. Zhang Heng accepted his discharge certificate, meticulously verifying its authenticity before producing the long-removed cap badge and insignia from his pocket, solemnly returning them to Belfast. I am deeply appreciative of the Royal Navy's training. I assure you that we shall maintain a mutually supportive relationship with the Royal Navy in the future. I share the same hope. By the way, although the Royal Arkansas has appointed me as the commander of the 1st Mobile Fleet, you remain the highest authority here. I intend to seek a room on the 2nd floor as my quarters, while you will continue to utilize the command room on the 1st floor. I shall not intrude further. Farewell. Belfast, accompanied by Courageous and Javelin, entered the dormitory, leaving space for Nanchang and Zhang Heng. The three arrived together at Zhang Heng's command room, where Nanchang first presented her meticulously prepared Zhongshan suit to Zhang Heng. Comrade Commander, please try it on. Zhang Heng accepted the outfit, entered the bedroom, and closed the door. He removed the Royal Navy uniform he had worn since his arrival, carefully folded it, and set it aside. He then solemnly donned the Zhongshan suit and stepped out into the reception room. Upon seeing the transformed Zhang Heng, Nanchang and Qinzhou immediately stood at attention and saluted. Zhang Heng swiftly returned the gesture, and with a smile, Qinzhou remarked, "This attire suits you perfectly. It truly embodies the essence of a Chinese soldier." She then turned to Nanchang, cheerfully saying, "Sister Nanchang, you are remarkable." After our commander donned this outfit, his entire demeanor has undergone a refreshing transformation, exuding the charisma of a true leader. Zhang Heng felt a mix of embarrassment, his cheeks slightly flushed. Please refrain from teasing me, Nanchang. Look at Qinzhou. When you were around, she behaved so well, but once you went to Ocean Point, her true nature was revealed. And it remains so even now. Nanchang observed the warm scene with an uncontainable smile on her face. She recounted her experiences from the journey to Ocean Point, including the classifications of the deep sea, the types of cores, and the invitation from Comet to watch their performance, detailing everything with enthusiasm. At this moment, Qinzhou inquired, Sister Nanchang, are there no submarines in the deep sea? It seems this classification does not include them. As the main anti-submarine vessel, I am particularly concerned about this. Indeed. We should seek further information from Belfast when we have the chance, Zhang Heng responded, showing keen interest in the directional core mentioned by Nanchang. So, does this mean our construction goal is a carrier? According to Belfast, that appears to be the case. That is splendid news. Whether it is the Liaoning, Shandong, or Fujian, acquiring even one would resolve our air defense issues, and it is likely to be equipped with the KJ-600 or at least the Z-8 early warning aircraft. Let us proceed to the construction. The trio arrived at the construction facility, which had remained idle since Natasha's significant construction of the Kirov. Zhang Heng supplemented various resources and accepted the directional core for the aircraft carrier from Nanchang, examining it closely for a moment. After taking a deep breath, he placed it into the facility and promptly pressed the switch. As the switch activated, resources were rapidly extracted and a series of values fluctuated, revealing the usage values of oil, ammunition, steel, and aluminum necessary for a standard carrier, 300,030,450,300. The construction time was also displayed as the standard duration for an aircraft carrier, for 2000. Upon witnessing these figures, Zhang Heng released a sigh of relief, yet felt a tinge of disappointment at the absence of a required core. It seemed it was not nuclear-powered. Qinzhou observed Zhang Heng's reaction and teased, Commander, I have heard that military enthusiasts can be quite naive. You are already anticipating the next sister before this one is even constructed. I stand corrected. Nanchang, please manage Qinzhou, he replied. Why should I manage her? Commander, Qinzhou is not wrong, Nanchang responded. As the three engaged in their light-hearted banter, time passed by unnoticed. During this period, Natasha and her companions returned. Upon discovering Zhang Heng deeply engrossed in construction, they brought along vodka to share with Kirov, while Aurora continued to tend to them. Belfast, along with Courage and Javelin, patiently awaited the first sight of the Chinese aircraft carrier. Qinzhou promptly inquired about the classification of submarines, yet Belfast's response left her perplexed, as there had been no sightings of deep-sea submarines since the last Great War. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Zhang Heng stood before the cryogenic pod in anticipation. Gradually, the white mist dissipated, revealing the pod's slow opening. A woman, comparable in height to Nanchang, emerged with silver hair fashioned into twin ponytails. Her facial features were well-defined, her bright eyes radiating both the innocence of youth and the allure of maturity, creating an enchanting duality. Clad in a fitted naval uniform adorned with the insignia of a colonel, her long legs were accentuated by white shoes and stockings beneath a short skirt. Despite her slender figure, she exuded a captivating curve, an unforgettable juxtaposition of beauty. Reporting for duty, the lead ship of the 076, class amphibious assault ship, Sichuan. Are you the commander? How exhilarating. Finally, I can join my fleet for a meal, she exclaimed, before quickly correcting herself. I mean, to defend our maritime borders. Yes, defend our maritime borders. Zhang Heng stood momentarily stunned. Ahem, that's not right. Let's start over. Commander, the lead ship of the 076, class amphibious assault ship, Sichuan, reporting for duty. Finally regaining his composure, Zhang Heng prepared to greet Sichuan. Just then, a small creature, about a meter long, with a charmingly clumsy appearance, crawled out from the cryogenic pod as the light mist cleared. Under the gaze of the onlookers, it made its way to Sichuan, tightly clutching her leg as if attempting to climb up. Sichuan looked down at the little bundle and lifted it into her arms. Huala, what brings you here? She cooed. Don't be shy around our commander. Raise a paw and say hello. At this, Zhang Heng could no longer contain his disbelief. He turned to Nanchang and Qinzhou, incredulously asking, Is that a panda? Is that Huala? Pinch me, I must be dreaming. Qinzhou rolled her eyes at Zhang Heng, while Nanchang stepped forward. I am Nanchang, and I welcome you, Sichuan. However, could you refrain from using dialect? The commander struggles to understand. Sichuan's face flushed as she gently set Hua Hua down, standing at attention and saluting earnestly. "Commander, I am the Sichuan ship, and this is my companion spirit, Hua Hua, a panda as you may know. My primary duties include assisting with the launch of carrier-based aircraft and controlling landing craft." Hua Hua nestled comfortably in Sichuan's embrace, letting out a couple of cheerful calls towards Zhang Heng. Initially captivated by Hua Hua, Zhang Heng quickly regained his composure. "Sichuan, welcome to the Chinese Navy stationed on Mercury. We eagerly anticipate your assistance." Upon witnessing Sichuan's arrival, Natasha and Belfast, though brimming with curiosity and yearning to pet the adorable creature, discreetly departed the construction facility, leaving the space for Zhang Heng and his companions. Zhang Heng began to voice his myriad questions. "Sichuan, it is indeed so. We have employed a carrier-based directional corps to undertake significant construction. Thus, do amphibious assault ships also fall within the category of carriers?" "No, Comrade Commander," came the response. "My corps informs me that due to my equipped catapult system and the presence of aircraft such as the Attack 11, J-35, and KJ-600, I have been classified as a carrier by the will of Mercury." Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What do you possess?" "The Attack 11, J-35, KJ-600. What of it?" "Do you truly have the KJ-600? How splendid. This alleviates our immediate concerns. The J-35 as well, truly magnificent." However, Qinzhou, noticing Zhang Heng's eagerness to elaborate further, interjected, "Comrade Commander, this is not the appropriate venue for such discussions. Let us first proceed to our accommodations in Sichuan. Once everything is settled, we may engage in a more detailed conversation." Indeed, Qinzhou's foresight was commendable, and Zhang Heng felt a surge of excitement. "May I embrace Hua Hua?" he asked. Sichuan handed Hua Hua to Zhang Heng, who joyfully held her close as the group made their way towards the main building. Chapter 15. The complete first mobile fleet. Upon returning to the dormitory, Nanchang arranged accommodations for Sichuan, situated directly opposite her and Qinzhou's rooms. As everyone entered the dormitory, they collectively submerged into Zhang Heng's mental space. The four of them almost instantaneously manifested at their respective battle stations, with Hua Hua following closely behind, leisurely strolling within the confines of the mental realm. Sichuan was the first to pay homage to the national flag and the naval ensign. Following the recent grand construction, Zhang Heng's mental domain not only consolidated Sichuan's battle station, showcasing its own banner, but also introduced a magnificent rectangular table to the expansive left side, its surface resembling glass, but in reality functioning as a comprehensive display screen. This table could aggregate and exhibit information from Zhang Heng and the various ship girls' battle stations, significantly enhancing convenience. The four gathered around the rectangular table, pulling up Sichuan's current data. Zhang Heng scrutinized Sichuan's armament with palpable excitement. An airborne early warning and control aircraft, KJ-600, boasting a maximum range of 4,000 kilometers, a peak endurance of 7 hours, and a detection range of 550 kilometers. This configuration is indeed impressive. "Sichuan, should the KJ-600 be shot down, would you be able to redeploy it?" "Commander, these weapon systems, like other munitions and missiles, can be replaced through resource allocation once damaged." "That is splendid news. And what about the J-35 and the Attack 11 drones? I understand their distinctions back home. How do they differ here? Are they not all unmanned?" "There are indeed differences, Commander. The Attack 11 can be viewed here as a recoverable missile. I will assign it a target, and once launched, it will autonomously execute its mission. Though its adaptability is somewhat limited, lacking agility in unforeseen circumstances. The J-35, on the other hand, is operated by Hua Hua on the bridge. It resembles the drones we utilized back home, yet Hua Hua is a specially designed companion spirit for manned carrier aircraft, enabling the performance of the fighter jets to rival that of our ace pilots back home." Zhang Heng gazed at Hua Hua frolicking near Sichuan, a faint smile gracing his lips. "A companion spirit, indeed? I wonder what the companion spirit of Liao Ning is like." Pondering further on this was put aside as he continued his observation. At that moment, Hua Hua ceased her playful antics, plopping down beside Zhang Heng, extracting a bamboo shoot from the ether with her adorable paw and savoring it with delight. This scene melted the hearts of everyone present. Zhang Heng stifled the urge to pet Hua Hua and turned his attention back to Sichuan's weaponry. The standard configuration comprised the equipment of 2 battalions of Marines, specifically 35 ZD-05 amphibious assault vehicles, 10 Type 99A main battle tanks, 20 ZBL-09 Snow Leopard wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, 50 Dongfeng warriors, and 4 air cushion landing craft, among others. Sichuan, considering our current environment, the likelihood of conducting a land assault is minimal. Could we possibly forego these land combat assets in favor of aircraft and helicopters? That would not be feasible, as the dock and hangar are separate. Very well, it appears I have not considered this thoroughly. Let us proceed. Sichuan is capable of accommodating over 40 various types of helicopters, with a standard configuration comprising 12 attack, 11 helicopters, 4 Z, 18 L helicopters, 8 Z, 10 armed helicopters, 4 Z, 20 helicopters, and 12 J-35 fighters. Additionally, there is 1 KJ-600 early warning aircraft. However, in reality, we do not require such an extensive fleet of helicopters. We could retain merely 2 anti-submarine helicopters and 1 multi-role helicopter, substituting the remainder for early warning aircraft and fighter jets. This would result in a configuration of 1 KJ-600, 20 J-35s, and 20 Attack 11s, with the Attack 11 capable of launching anti-ship missiles and deploying bombs, while the J-35 would be tasked with air defense, each capable of carrying 4 PL-15 missiles and 2 PL-10 missiles, 2 Z-20F anti-submarine helicopters, and 1 Z-18L would suffice. Let us proceed with these adjustments. Subsequently, we will consolidate the entire fleet for sea trials. Prepare yourselves. The 3 of them stood and saluted. Understood, Commander. The minds within the mental space gradually dispersed, each preparing for the forthcoming inaugural fleet-level sea trial. In the waters 200 kilometers east of Moon Bay, the first mobile fleet is sailing eastward at an economical speed of 15 knots. Zhang Heng and Natasha stand shoulder to shoulder on the bridge of the Sichuan vessel. On the deck, the electromagnetic catapult is launching aircraft one after another. The KJ-600 has advanced to 200 kilometers east of the fleet, executing surveillance flights in a circular pattern. 20 J-35s are organized into 5 formations of 4 aircraft each, conducting reconnaissance patrols around the fleet. 2 Z-20F anti-submarine helicopters are deployed to the east and west of the formation, releasing sonar buoys to carry out anti-submarine operations. Hua, wearing specialized VR goggles, sits at her station, skillfully managing each formation to accomplish their respective missions, occasionally emitting delightful sounds. The Nanchang and Kirov vessels are positioned 10 kilometers ahead of the Sichuan vessel, with Nanchang employing a full anti-ship configuration while Kirov undertakes the majority of the air defense tasks. Nevertheless, the 20 Granite missiles aboard Kirov remain a formidable threat to deep-sea vessels. At the forefront of the fleet, the Javelin vessel has advanced alone to 25 kilometers ahead of the Sichuan vessel. The Belfast vessel is positioned 10 kilometers behind the Sichuan ship, conducting surveillance, while the Qinzhou and Brave vessels flank either side, also 10 kilometers away. The anti-submarine operations on the flanks are managed by the Z-20F helicopters from Qinzhou and the Ka-27 anti-submarine helicopters from Brave. The Affulier vessel is conducting maneuvering patrols within the fleet's perimeter. Prior to departure, Qinzhou showcased a newly developed device, a novel invention created a few days ago at the research center and installed on other ship girls. This device is a byproduct of the air-to-air missile research process, akin to the U.S. military's 1153B data bus. Although its performance lags significantly behind the advanced data bus currently utilized by Nanchang and others, it remains a commendable general-purpose data link. Zhang Heng, feeling disinclined to ponder over names, directly informed Belfast and the other ship girls that this was the 1153B data bus. After all, his ship girls were not currently in need of it, and when the older generation of ship girls emerged in the future, they would also be equipped with the advanced data link utilized by Nanchang and her companions. Consequently, the information from the KJ-600 early warning aircraft, the Seastar radar of the Nanchang and Qinzhou ships, the top-mounted radar of the Kirov, and the music station radar of other ship girls could be synchronized in real time through the data bus, displaying seamlessly in each ship girl's mind, as well as on the central control console of the vessel. Natasha gazed at the comprehensive information display screen on the enormous console of the Sichuan, marveling, "Commander, has the art of warfare truly ascended to such heights in this new era? I am eager to know when our Soviet faction will possess such advanced capabilities." Zhang Heng exchanged a glance with Sichuan, responding somewhat awkwardly. That day will come, once the ship girls of the same era as Nanchang join us. You too shall have access to such technology. At this moment, Sichuan's trial voyage had concluded successfully. However, confronted with more detailed maritime conditions and enemy intelligence, a thought began to take shape in Zhang Heng's mind. He issued an inquiry through the fleet-wide channel. I am Fleet Commander Zhang Heng. According to the latest intelligence analysis, the closest deep-sea fleet to the east has been detected by the KJ-600. I shall designate it as the Deep-Sea First Fleet. They are positioned 300 kilometers directly ahead of us, consisting of a flagship deep-sea iron tower, 3 aircraft carriers, 2 battleships, 20 cruisers, and 8 destroyers. I believe the first mobile fleet possesses the capability to annihilate this deep-sea fleet. To the northeast, at a distance that is the second closest to us, lies the Deep-Sea Second Fleet, approximately 150 kilometers from the Deep-Sea First Fleet. If we act swiftly, it is entirely feasible to conclude the battle before the Deep-Sea Second Fleet can respond. What are your thoughts on this? Nanchang was the first to respond. I support the commander's decision to engage in battle. Sichuan quickly echoed her agreement. I concur. Following suit, Qinzhou added, I too support this. At that moment, Javelin raised a question. Sister Nanchang, isn't it customary for the commander or admiral to issue orders for us to execute? Why is Commander Zhang seeking our opinions? Zhang Heng and the ship girls from the central faction appeared somewhat taken aback, momentarily stunned. They evidently did not anticipate Javelin would pose such a query. Zhang Heng and Sichuan turned to Natasha. Is it not so? Indeed. Is that not how Supreme Command operates? I was curious as to why you were asking. I had thought you were new to the role of fleet commander and unfamiliar with protocol, yet you and your ship girls seem unfazed by this. Perhaps it is a distinction between the central faction and other systems? Belfast's voice joined the conversation. Miss Natasha is correct. I too find the circumstances of your central faction intriguing. Commander, you may issue the order directly. We will execute it with utmost seriousness. Zhang Heng inhaled deeply, calmly directing. KJ-600, continue your surveillance mission. Intensify the detection efforts on the first deep-sea fleet, and closely monitor the movements of the second deep-sea fleet. Should any indications arise that the second fleet is approaching the first, report immediately. Huahua waved its paw, emitting a series of howls. From Huahua's reaction, Zhang Heng sensed its acceptance of the task and proceeded with further instructions. The Qingzhou and Qira vessels shall advance, taking over the position of the Javelin, while the Javelin withdraws to the vicinity of Nanchang. The Aurelia will also join the Javelin formation near Nanchang. The Brave and Belfast will converge towards Sichuan. The entire formation navigated to a maritime expanse 150 nautical miles away from the first deep-sea fleet. The communication channels were filled with affirmations of compliance from the vessels. As the orders were issued, the first mobile fleet began to adjust its formation. The KJ-600 early warning aircraft continued its vigilant task to the east, its circular flight path resembling an invisible eye, perpetually observing the movements of the deep sea. 20J-35 fighter jets patrolled the perimeter, their presence akin to an unassailable aerial great wall, safeguarding the fleet's airspace. The Qingzhou and Qira vessels swiftly advanced, assuming the position previously held by the Javelin, which, like a graceful dancer, elegantly retreated to the vicinity of the Nanchang, joining the Aurelia to form the second wave. The Brave and Belfast vessels converged towards the Sichuan vessel, completing the fleet's formation transition. The entire formation operated like a finely tuned machine, each component functioning in harmony under Zhang Heng's command. They sailed to a maritime expanse 150 nautical miles from the first deep-sea fleet, patiently awaiting the onset of battle. Chapter 16. Triumph and Conclusion on the Distant Sea. 150 kilometers away, the electromagnetic curtain of the flagship deep-sea tower was silently torn apart by various radar waves. The KJ-600 early warning aircraft soared at an altitude of 3,000 meters, weaving an invisible electromagnetic net, its circular flight path resembling an all-seeing eye suspended above the deep-sea fleet, quietly monitoring every move of the fleet. Zhang Heng's fingers gently tapped on the control panel of the Sichuan ship and on the holographic projection. 380,000-ton deep-sea aircraft carriers led a formation of 28 missile cruisers and destroyers, creating a loose array. Thanks to the inclusion of the KJ-600, Zhang Heng and the ship girls witnessed the complete form of the deep-sea warships for the first time. noting that their radar antennas still operated through mechanical rotation, completing a 360-degree scan every 15 seconds. Behind the fleet, the enormous flagship of the deep-sea tower was escorted by two deep-sea battleships, evidently unaware of the impending disaster. The chief commander, Kirov's top plate radar, had successfully locked onto the target group. Natasha's distinctive accent resonated clearly across the tranquil bridge as she delicately traced her red nails across the tactical screen, where 30 blinking dots were automatically marked with threat levels, indicating that they had yet to detect our fleet. On the deck, the wings of 20 Attack 11 drones slowly unfurled, their carbon fiber skins gleaming in the sunlight. These silent assassins each carried two YJ-19 supersonic anti-ship missiles, designed specifically for the internal bay of the Attack 11. One by one, they ascended into the sky, heading towards the target airspace. 10 J-35 aircraft had already formed a defensive circle above the fleet, while another 10 followed the Attack 11s into the combat area. Hua, stationed at her post, was entirely focused, her characteristic adorable howls fading into silence. The Nanchang ship reported that 90 YJ-18 anti-ship missiles were ready for launch. The voice of the Nanchang was resolute and powerful as the vertical launch system of the 10,000-ton destroyer gradually raised its launch cover, the silos resembling gaping steel maws under the setting sun, having completed target allocation with the Kirov, ready to unleash granite missiles to obliterate the colossal deep-sea flagship. Zhang Heng's gaze swept across the tactical screen. Other fleets had completed their tactical maneuvers, and launch parameters for over 300 YJ-83 anti-ship missiles flowed within the 1153B data chain. This seemingly antiquated data bus was now playing a crucial role, with detection data from the KJ-600, fire control parameters from the Seastar radar, and blind spot information from Kirov's top plate radar being shared among the ships. First wave of attack, launch. With Zhang Heng's command, the Attack 11 drone swarm swiftly approached the designated combat airspace target. The YJ-19 missiles launched successively from their base, their exhausts emitting fiery orange flames, tracing 40 dazzling trajectories across the twilight sky. Almost simultaneously, the vertical launch system of the Nanchang erupted with a continuous roar, as 90 YJ-18 missiles ascended in 3 batches. The Kirov-class vessel unleashed 20 granite missiles, each following a distinctly different trajectory. One missile ascended to great heights, akin to the lead goose guiding its flock during migration, while the remaining 19 skimmed the ocean's surface at a velocity of 1.5 Mach, targeting the deep-sea flagship and battleship stationed behind the enemy formation. As the first high-altitude granite missile approached its target, merely 50 kilometers away, the air defense alarms of the deep-sea fleet finally echoed. Yet by this moment, over 300 YJ-83 missiles had already formed a secondary wave of saturation strike, creating a dense cluster of projectiles just 10 meters above the sea. The deep-sea fleet's response was both clumsy and hasty. The carrier-based aircraft from 2 aircraft carriers began their slow ascent, only to plummet under the assault of air-to-air missiles launched by the J-35. The 130mm naval guns of 30 cruisers commenced indiscriminate firing, with shells exploding in plumes of water still 5 kilometers away from the nearest missile. The true peril emerged from the deep-sea anti-ship missiles, which also employed inclined launchers. Over 100 missiles surged from various directions, yet they were intercepted one by one, transformed into fleeting fireworks upon the ocean's surface by the precise targeting of the HQ-9 and HQ-16 air defense missiles aboard the Qinzhou and the Kirov's Tor air defense system. As golden sunlight bathed the deck of the Sichuan, the waters where the deep-sea fleet had once navigated were now littered with burning wreckage and floating oil slicks. The decks of the 2 deep-sea aircraft carriers had warped and twisted, their islands still emitting plumes of black smoke. While half of the 30 cruisers had succumbed to the depths, the other half laboring painfully at the surface. With every missile striking its target in succession, the deep-sea fleet vanished entirely from the waters, while each vessel in our fleet remained unscathed. Report to the commander, all missiles failed to hit our ships, suggested Belfast, her voice imbued with British elegance, recommending the dispatch of a javelin for an assessment of the results and to collect any spoils. Zhang Heng gazed into the distance where the last flickers of fire faded away, his mind echoing Natasha's earlier reflections. The naval battles of the new era are no longer direct confrontations of steel giants, but rather a contest between systems. While the deep-sea fleet clung to Cold War-era equipment, Our data link networks, drone swarms, and saturation strike tactics had already established an insurmountable technological advantage built upon the foundations of Cold War technology. Yet, in the face of the abyss, did the other fleet maidens also feel the same despair? On the bridge, Hua, wearing VR goggles, witnessed a rapid transformation of data streams, releasing adorable squeals of delight amidst the triumph. Meanwhile, on the distant horizon, the fiery sunset cast a radiant glow, draping the steel fleet in a deep crimson honor, a testament to the splendor of modern naval warfare. Qinzhou, Javelin. Proceed at full speed to the designated sea area for search operations, seeking potential core targets or other spoils. The remaining vessels will continue their patrol duties. The Sichuan will dispatch an AWACS 600 and J-35 to escort the Qinzhou and the Javelin. The Qinzhou and Javelin embarked on a meticulous search in the waters where the deep-sea vessels had sunk. Ultimately, aside from the discovery of some common oil, ammunition, steel, and aluminum, no particularly remarkable findings were made. Due to the saturated attack strategy employed during this operation, the resources of the fleet girls could not be safeguarded intact in the confrontation with the Second Abyssal Fleet. Thus, the first mobile fleet promptly set sail for home. In the deep of night, the fleet arrived at Moon Bay Harbor, where Natasha, accompanied by her Soviet fleet girls, returned to their dormitory. Elated by their resounding victory, Natasha was too exhilarated to feel sleepy. Upon entering, she raised a toast with Kirov. Meanwhile, Belfast led Brave and Javelin to the communication room, eager to share the details of the battle with Royal Arkansas and other fleet girls, as well as to discuss the future development of the Ocean Cape Naval Base. Once again, they gathered around the familiar square table. Zhang Heng was the first to break the silence. This battle has imparted two profound insights that I wish to share with everyone. The first concerns the command structure. I recall that when Javelin questioned why orders were not issued directly, I too experienced a fleeting moment of confusion. The perplexity stemmed from why I sought your opinions first. Was it out of respect for your views, a desire to hear your perspectives? It seems not entirely so. Back in my hometown, I've heard that decision-making processes typically involve committees discussing and voting beforehand, correct? Once a committee reaches a decision, regardless of individual agreement, everyone commits wholeheartedly to its execution. Am I not mistaken? Nanchang affirmed. Indeed, any decision must undergo thorough discussion within the committee and be determined by voting. This is a guarantee of our armed forces' strong will and steadfast beliefs. I recall that anywhere, as long as there are 3 members, a committee can be formed. Is that not so? Certainly. 3 individuals suffice to constitute a committee. Commander, do you raise this question with any particular considerations in mind? Zhang Heng, with a hint of embarrassment, responded, during my time back home, for various reasons, I did not join any organizations. Therefore, I wish to inquire if, after your trio formed this organization, you might consider accepting me as a member? Nanchang exchanged smiles with the others, while Qinzhou playfully remarked, "Oh dear, Commander, if I were to decline, would you be left to weep among the flowers?" Sichuan also smiled, reassuring Zhang Heng, "Commander, you need not worry. We certainly wish for you to join us, and this organization's leadership is destined for you." Nanchang nodded gravely, and together the 3 established the committee, welcoming Zhang Heng as a member and re-electing him as the leader of the organization. In the midst of the national flag and naval ensign, a vibrant hammer and sickle banner also appeared. Thus, we shall continue to adhere to our decision-making processes, and during collaborative operations with them, on-site voting shall be unnecessary. We can swiftly share information through my mental space. Observing that there were no objections from the group, Zhang Heng proceeded to the second topic. With today's battle concluded, I entered the mental space to examine the resource consumption during this campaign. The expenditure of oil, ammunition, steel, and aluminum was astonishing. The agreement reached between the Nanchang and the Royal Arkansas stipulated that they would provide us with sufficient resources to sustain a fleet of 20,000-ton warships for a year, correct? Each type of resource is to consist of 1 million units. However, while the consumption of steel during this campaign was manageable, the depletion of oil, munitions, and aluminum was staggering. As we move towards independent operations, a lack of resources is evidently untenable. Therefore, it is imperative that we place considerable emphasis on the acquisition and scientific utilization of resources in the future. Nanchang presented 2 methods for resource acquisition in the Oceanic Cape. The first involves constructing resource extraction devices on islands where ocean currents converge, allowing for a continuous transformation of marine energy into oil, munitions, steel, aluminum, and other resources. The second method entails collecting spoils from the battlefield. However, these spoils are contaminated by deep-sea energy pollution, necessitating the establishment of purification facilities to process these resources for safe usage. In other words, whether we collect resources independently or delve into the depths of the ocean, we must establish our own base, mustn't we? Indeed. Sichuan then remarked, "Commander, my equipment list includes base construction robots. As long as we find a suitable island, we can swiftly erect our base. Is that so? However, our immediate objective is to assist the Oceanic Cape in its defense. Subsequently, we must consider venturing to the Sealess Islands. I have a premonition that our base should be established there. We must prioritize the resource issue and explore effective solutions. Alas, although our tactics in this new era are advanced and powerful, they are undeniably costly." After expressing his sentiments, Zhang Heng inquired, "I have 2 questions. Does anyone else have something to ask?" Nanchang and Sichuan shook their heads. Qingzhou raised her hand. I do. Commander, you wouldn't forget about our own ship girls after upgrading the Outsiders, would you? How many battle points do you have now? Can you exchange them for YJ-21 or YJ-18? YJ-12 would suffice as well. I only have 8 YJ-83s, and I feel a bit strained." Zhang Heng's cheeks flushed slightly as he opened the points interface. Casting a sidelong glance at Qingzhou, I haven't forgotten. I have 5,000 points. 5,000. That's quite a lot. Zhang Heng then opened the anti-ship missile interface, discovering that YJ-21 required 10,000 points, and YJ-18 required 4,000 points. Oh, I've been caught, Commander. Let's exchange for YJ-18 first, the launch version. I should be able to obtain 8 of those. Let's see if 1,000 points can be exchanged for a Hongqi 7 surface-to-air missile. If so, I will do it. I don't wish to conduct further research. You accumulate more points. Or perhaps release a sister ship of the 815A sooner. After the summary meeting concluded, Zhang Heng exchanged for the YJ-18 and conducted modifications for Qingzhou, fortuitously using 1,000 points to acquire the blueprint for the Hongqi 7 surface-to-air missile. He handed these over to Belfast, thus completing the resource exchange stipulated by the Oceanic Cape Agreement. What remains now is the task of utterly annihilating the Northern Deep Sea Fleet. Chapter 17. The intermission after concluding communications with the naval base at Cape of Good Hope. Belfast felt that some details were difficult to convey through messages. The following dawn, she made her way to the command room to seek out Zhang Heng. "Commander, are there any operational tasks scheduled for the next 2 days?" "Not at the moment. Nanchang and her team plan to focus on enhancing combat efficiency and conserving resources to better prepare for each engagement," the commander replied. "You are absolutely correct, Commander. Although yesterday's battle was nearly flawless, maintaining such a pace would lead to an unsustainable depletion of resources. Since there are no current missions, I would like to request permission to return to the Cape of Good Hope base for a visit." Zhang Heng pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of Belfast's request, and nodded in agreement. "Very well, you may return. Inform the port area of the situation here and inquire if they require our assistance." Belfast's expression softened with gratitude. "Thank you, Commander. I shall set off immediately." With that, she turned and departed, driving her jeep towards the naval base at Cape of Good Hope. As she watched the vehicle fade into the distance, Zhang Heng suddenly took note of the agile automobile. This vehicle is quite practical, providing convenient travel. Wait a moment. Doesn't Sichuan have several warriors? With this thought in mind, he hurried up to the 2nd floor and knocked on Sichuan's door. After a brief moment, Sichuan opened the door, cradling Huahua in her arms. "Commander, what brings you here?" "Well, Sichuan, don't you have many warriors? Could I borrow one to drive? I wish to take you all on an excursion to White Island. We have been here for quite some time, only visiting Cape of Good Hope and Moon Bay. We have yet to explore other locations. Surely, we ought to experience more, shouldn't we?" Sichuan chuckled lightly at his words. "Oh, Commander, are you looking to take us for a joyride? Not a problem. Please wait downstairs. I will fetch Nanchang and Qingzhou right away." Before long, the roar of an engine shattered the tranquility of the harbor. Zhang Heng grasped the steering wheel of the warrior jeep and turned the key. As the dashboard illuminated, he turned back to confirm that Nanchang, Sichuan, and Huahua were securely seated, nodding in acknowledgement to Nanchang in the passenger seat. He then released the handbrake and drove away from the Moon Bay harbor with his companions. gravel crunched beneath the tires, the sound mingling with the salty breeze of the sea. Zhang Heng maneuvered the steering wheel, leaving the road connecting Moon Bay and Cape of Good Hope, utilizing the Jeep's off-road capabilities as they ventured towards the unknown destination. At this time, White Island was in the midst of spring's return. Although the sky lacked the deep blue of the polar night, it still retained a soft lavender hue from the dissipating auroras. Fluffy white clouds drifted lazily in the gentle breeze, occasionally morphing into wondrous shapes. On this planet, covered 80 by oceans, White Island stands as a vital northern stronghold controlled by the Fleet Girls, surrounded by waters of a profound and mysterious blue. In the distance, waves tirelessly crashed against the jagged shoreline, stirring up frothy white surf, which then transformed into crystalline droplets, merging with the deep blue sea. In stark contrast to the fervent waters of the equatorial sea, here the ocean transitions from a chilly azure to a deep indigo, as if concealing countless secrets unknown to mankind, reminiscent of the frigid seas of northern Norway, my homeland. The moss, revived from the permafrost, glistens in fresh green, intertwining with the scattered patches of saxifrage to form a plush carpet. Occasionally, a few resilient willows of the polar variety come into view, their branches unfurling tender yellow buds in the breeze. As the vehicle navigates through a mountain pass, the magnificent panorama of the bay unfolds before us, a natural fjord, where steep cliffs still bear remnants of winter's icicles, and melted snow flows down the rock face, converging at the foot of the cliffs into a crystalline stream. Nanchang remarked on the excellent location, ideal for a naval base and port development. If it weren't for our obligation to leave White Island post-conflict, I would yearn to establish our base here. The group disembarked to admire the scenery. The tranquil island, devoid of combat, was indeed breathtaking. Nanchang replied, "It is indeed beautiful, Comrade Commander, but do you believe there are no such vistas elsewhere? Our mission is not only to ensure the prosperity of our faction on Mercury, but also to explore and appreciate the beauty of this planet, is it not?" With that, the four exchanged knowing smiles. In the distance, islands scattered like pearls across the vast sea caught the eye. Some were cloaked in dense lichen, showcasing a distinctive gray-green hue, while others were bare rocks, shaped into peculiar formations by the relentless waves, prompting admiration for nature's artistry. Further away, the lighthouse at Cape Ocean flickered through the mist, while towards Moon Bay, the Natasha fleet was entering the harbor. The imposing Kirov, amidst this picturesque landscape, did not appear out of place. Rather, it added a touch of grandeur. Simultaneously, Belfast returned to the garrison at Cape Ocean. With an elegant and swift stride, she entered the Royal Ark's chamber, where Royal Arkansas and Rodney awaited her arrival. Upon seeing Belfast walk in, Royal Arkansas hastened to greet her, grasping her hand and inquiring, "Belfast, I heard that their aircraft carrier is equipped with radar-equipped planes capable of detecting the internal conditions of the deep-sea fleet. Is this true? Miss Royal Arkansas, please remain calm." I returned hastily, as communication could not adequately convey the critical matters at hand. Hence, I brought back combat footage for us to review together. What do you think? Indeed, Belfast, your foresight is commendable. I have prepared the necessary equipment. Let us begin. Under Belfast's detailed explanation, the entire combat sequence vividly unfolded before Royal Arkansas and Rodney, leaving them profoundly impressed. Rodney, after watching, could not help but exclaim, "The prowess of those factional ship girls is truly formidable. Even the performance of that Soviet Kirov was commendable. We are indeed lagging behind. Miss Royal Arkansas, this is the Red Flag 7 air defense missile and its accompanying radar schematics entrusted to me by Mr. Zhang Heng for you. In my opinion, future modifications could benefit from a clear delineation between air defense and maritime combat tasks. The formidable warships are adeptly focused on maritime combat, while the destroyers and light cruisers assume the crucial responsibility of air defense. What are your thoughts on this proposal? Belfast, your insights resonate profoundly with our current circumstances. By the way, can we dispatch personnel back to New Fog City? I am eager to return these blueprints to the homeland, as many ship girls there are in dire need of upgrades. Rodney pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Tomorrow, let us send a destroyer that has undergone air defense modifications and a cruiser that has completed anti-ship upgrades on their return. Both vessels should be fitted with new boilers, alternating their journeys along the southwestern route. This should be feasible, as it ensures both self-defense capabilities and speed, while also allowing the homeland to witness the results of our enhancements firsthand." Let it be decided then. I am curious if we can exchange the early warning aircraft. Moreover, let the returning team carry the footage from this battle to report back to headquarters. Along with the early warning aircraft and that device responsible for data connectivity, what was it called again? The 1153B data bus. Yes, indeed, the 1153B data bus. The development of these two pieces of equipment must be prioritized. Suddenly, the Ocean Cape Naval Base became exceptionally busy, with every ship girl undergoing evaluations to determine their respective modification plans. A day later, just as Belfast was about to depart, Comet found her and presented a parcel. Sister Belfast, this is the clothing that Sister Nanchang entrusted me to make, intended for her commander. I originally crafted only one piece, but I made 2 additional ones, so that the commander will have some spare attire. Please help me deliver it to Sister Nanchang. Belfast crouched down and gently stroked Comet's head. Thank you, little Comet. I will ensure it reaches her hands. Belfast meticulously stored the parcel and bid farewell to Comet, resuming her journey back to Moon Bay. She had not previously taken the time to appreciate the beauty of White Island, but as the hope of overcoming the deep sea gradually blossomed, she drove while admiring its scenery, akin to a slowly unfurling painting, each corner revealing a perfect harmony of nature and tranquility. Upon her return to the Moon Bay port area, Belfast headed straight to Nanchang's room. Nanchang was busy organizing battle data, contemplating how to utilize resources more efficiently. Seeing Belfast return, a smile illuminated her face. Belfast, welcome back. How did things unfold over there? Belfast conveyed the discussions from the Ocean Cape Naval Base to Nanchang and handed her the parcel. This is the clothing meticulously crafted by Comet for Mr. Zhang Hong. She made 2 extra pieces for unforeseen circumstances. As Nanchang received the parcel, warmth surged within her. She looked at Belfast with gratitude. Thank you so much, and please convey my thanks to Comet. We will certainly show our support for her. After Belfast departed, Nanchang took the clothing to find Zhang Hong. She presented the garments to him. These are specially prepared for you by Comet from Ocean Cape. The attire you are currently wearing is also her handiwork. This time, she has prepared you some spare clothing. Zhang Hong accepted the garments, a surge of gratitude swelling within him. What can we do for the Comet to express our appreciation? We could attend her performance. After all, she aspires to become an idol among the ship girls. I understand now. We shall cheer for her together when the time comes. Meanwhile, in the quarters of the Natasha fleet, Natasha continued to drink with Kirov, yet the atmosphere was markedly different from previous occasions. Ah, Aurelia, do you think we are nearing our return home? Since Zhang Heng's arrival, I have increasingly felt that our homecoming is drawing near. Kirov tilted her head back and downed a generous gulp of wine, reflecting, Natasha, what is this home you always speak of? Is it a place of endless snow, dense forests, and bears and tigers roaming freely? But is it truly a beautiful place? Natasha sipped her drink delicately, her gaze softening. It's about right. Though it's not overrun by ferocious beasts, it is a magnificent large island. Oh dear, I struggle to find the words to describe it, such a vast island. My friends, comrades, and family all reside on that land. Aurelia smiled, observing this daily reenactment. She silently calculated the time remaining until their departure from the Northern Union. As time flowed on, the once little girl had blossomed into a young woman who often succumbed to the allure of the wine cup. Although her beauty had only intensified, Aurelia still felt a twinge of worry. Nevertheless, the light of hope was gradually becoming more radiant. A return home was no longer a mere drunken fantasy. Chapter 18. The eve of the final battle thus, amidst the routine patrols and the ease of daily life, time slipped away quietly. In Moon Bay, these changes were not overtly apparent. However, in the harbor of Ocean Cape, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. At last, a destroyer sped into the port of the Ocean Cape garrison, signaling the gears of war to commence their relentless turn. On this day, Zhang Hong received a directive from the Royal Arkansas, summoning all members of the 1st Mobile Fleet to gather at Ocean Cape. At this moment, the advantage of Sichuan became evident, as it swiftly prepared 3 warrior off-road vehicles, one designated for Belfast and the other Royal Navy ship girls, another for Natasha and the Soviet ship girls, while Zhang Hong and others would occupy the 3rd. Thus, they set forth towards the Ocean Cape garrison. As the convoy entered the garrison, Zhang Hong observed a stark contrast to the previous tranquility and solitude. The Ocean Cape garrison now brimmed with vitality and enthusiasm. Lines of ship girls emerged from the refurbishment center, having completed their modifications, practicing with their new equipment on the nearby sea. It was apparent that the smaller ship girls focused on air defense training, while the larger ones engaged in anti-ship drills. Despite the bustling activity, everything operated in an orderly and methodical fashion. The first mobile fleet arrived at the Grand Conference Room where the Royal Arkansas resided. There, they found the Royal Arkansas and Rodney already in attendance, along with two unfamiliar ship girls. After exchanging nods of acknowledgement, everyone took their seats. Subsequently, the Royal Arkansas rose to address the assembly. She began by introducing Zhang Heng and his companions to the two ship girls. One was adorned in a flowing white gown, her golden hair cascading gracefully, crowned with a laurel wreath and wearing a confident smile. She was the second ship of the illustrious class aircraft carriers, HMS Victorious. The other, dressed in a maid-style gown, sported ivory-white twin-tails that nearly brushed the ground, her demeanor tinged with shyness. She was the third ship of the illustrious class, HMS Formidable. Belfast then introduced all members of the first mobile fleet to Victorious and Formidable. With the introductions completed, the Royal Arkansas formally announced the commencement of the meeting. We have no time for further introductions. After escorting Kitsu and her companions back to New Fog City, Victorious and Formidable submitted the original document of the Ocean Cape Agreement along with the modification blueprints you provided to the Fleet Council, and informed the Council of our decision to engage in a decisive battle against the deep-sea forces. They have been dispatched to the Ocean Cape garrison to offer support. Having undergone modernization at home, they are equipped with a series of jet aircraft, including the F-4. Given our shortage of aircraft carriers, we have sent two at once. After a thorough examination and confirming that no objections were raised, the Royal Arkansas produced a slender stick resembling a pointer and activated the massive screen at the front of the conference room. As she gestured towards the screen, she explained, since 13 days ago, when the first ship girl equipped with the music station radar completed her modifications at the Ocean Cape garrison, we have continuously monitored that enormous electromagnetic shadow to the true north. The shadow's extent has remained unchanged, stationary at a fixed position 310 kilometers to the north. However, just 5 days ago, following the complete destruction of a deep-sea fleet in the east by your first mobile fleet, the situation in the north began to shift. The audience below listened intently, eager for further elucidation from the Royal Arkansas. Previously, we had detected 3 smaller shadow zones in the east and 2 in the north, 1 large and 1 small. 5 days prior, you successfully annihilated one of these, prompting the remaining 4 shadow zones to commence their movement. Initially, their pace was unhurried, rendering us unable to notice immediately. It was not until the day before yesterday that the 2 smaller shadow zones in the east merged into a medium-sized zone, while the small shadow zone in the north fused with the larger one, setting forth at a rate of 20 kilometers per day towards Ocean Cape. Currently, the northern shadow zone is approximately 260 kilometers away from us, while the eastern zone is located around 400 kilometers distant. The final battle is imminent. I hereby designate the Northern Fleet as the Deep Sea Grand Fleet and the Eastern Fleet as the Deep Sea Support Fleet, and I shall consistently refer to them by these names in all contexts. Our primary objective for this operation is to utterly obliterate these 2 deep-sea fleets and ensure the absolute safety of the waters surrounding Ocean Cape within a 500-kilometer radius. However, given that all current intelligence is speculative, we cannot accurately assess the true strength of the deep-sea Grand Fleet. Thus, our minimum objective is to severely damage both fleets, rendering them incapable of posing a threat to the garrison at Ocean Cape. Are there any questions regarding this? Zhang Heng quickly exchanged thoughts with his fleet girls in the mental space and then raised his hand to propose. Should we deploy early warning aircraft to conduct aerial reconnaissance on the 2 fleets? The Royal Arkansas nodded in acknowledgement. Since I learned of your possession of this early warning aircraft, I indeed require your assistance for reconnaissance. Though we can discuss these matters in detail after the meeting concludes, let us proceed. The garrison at Ocean Cape has modified a total of 85 fleet girls, comprising 42 large ships and 43 destroyers. Due to various factors, each large vessel can carry an average of 24 YJ, 83 anti-ship missiles, while each smaller ship is capable of accommodating 20 HQ, 7 surface-to-air missiles. In total, we possess 1,008 anti-ship missiles and 860 surface-to-air missiles. Zhang Heng felt a sense of astonishment and communicated with the 3 fleet girls in the mental space. I have always believed that utilizing such outdated missile technology, combined with vessels from the World War II era, would inherently limit combat effectiveness. However, their sheer quantity is daunting. If 1,000 missiles were to be launched simultaneously, much like our fleet, it seems we would struggle to counter them. Many nodded in agreement, with Nanchong adding, "Commander, it appears the current fleet's weakness lies with you. You must elevate your capabilities. In this world, not only is advanced technology necessary, but sufficient numbers must also be maintained to ensure stability and presence." At this juncture, the Royal Arkansas continued, "The intelligence we possess is quite limited. However, based on the combat simulations conducted by the first mobile fleet 5 days ago, the scale of the Eastern Deep Sea Support Fleet is estimated to be approximately 2 to 2.5 times that of the annihilated fleet, equating to around 60 to 80 vessels of various deep-sea types. I have resolved to appoint Victory and Fearless as the commander and vice commander, respectively, to establish the Second Fleet, equipped with fleet girls capable of carrying 400 anti-ship missiles and 600 surface-to-air missiles. The remaining fleet girls will be assigned to the First Fleet, which I shall command, while the First Mobile Fleet will operate under the auspices of the First Fleet. The primary objective of the First Fleet is to engage in a decisive battle against the Deep Sea Grand Fleet. In contrast, the Second Fleet's mission is to intercept and prevent the Deep Sea Support Fleet from approaching and aiding the Grand Fleet during the confrontation with the Northern Deep Sea Grand Fleet. Is there any dissent? Natasha raised her hand to inquire. Why not consolidate all forces to sequentially defeat the two enemy fleets? Upon hearing Natasha's question, Zhang Heng was struck by a thought. Despite Natasha being a young and beautiful woman, her approach was undeniably blunt and straightforward, a reflection of her Russian roots, yet still effective. The Royal Arkansas responded, "The scale of the fleet is excessively vast. Given our lack of a data link akin to yours, coordinating command would prove exceedingly challenging." Once it was confirmed that no one held objections, the Royal Arkansas declared, "Therefore, the time for the decisive battle is set for April 28th, 102, at 0800 hours, which is the day after tomorrow at 8 a.m. The meeting is adjourned. In the subsequent day, everyone immersed themselves in the intense preparations for battle, meticulously inspecting the status of each fleet girl and further gathering intelligence. The gears of war were swiftly turning. Sichuan successfully utilized the KJ-600 to detect the full extent of the support fleet. This fleet, comprised of 67 deep-sea vessels and led by 2 Iron Tower-class flagships, instilled a measure of confidence in Victory and Fearless. However, efforts to scout the Grand Fleet met with failure. The KJ-600 needed to penetrate within a 100-kilometer radius of the Grand Fleet to obtain information. Regrettably, just as it captured some intelligence, the KJ-600 was shot down by the Grand Fleet's surface-to-air missiles. This incident cast an ominous shadow over the impending decisive battle. As the clock struck 0800 hours on April 28, 102, both fleets had assembled and commenced their advance towards the designated maritime area. The weather was clear and the sun shone brightly, yet Zhang Heng, aboard Sichuan's bridge, was oblivious to the scenic beauty outside. His gaze was intently fixed on the radar screen, eagerly anticipating valuable intelligence from the 3 deployed KJ-600 aircraft. The moment of reckoning was upon them. Chapter 19. The final showdown. The formidable fleet sailed at a speed of 15 knots, arriving at the designated maritime zone at 11:42:00, located 150 kilometers south of the Deep Sea Grand Fleet. Upon arrival, the fleet swiftly and seamlessly executed their combat deployment, bracing for the impending fierce battle. 10 kilometers ahead, a defensive formation composed of 20 destroyers and light cruisers stood vigilant. Sichuan and Royal Arkansas advanced in tandem, occupying a central position within the entire fleet. The J-35A-11, alongside the Royal Arks F-4 and other attack aircraft, had already taken to the skies to perform their missions. The shipgirls of the First Mobile Fleet were stationed on the eastern and western flanks of the 2 aircraft carriers, alongside Rodney, 5 kilometers behind the fleet. A formidable anti-ship formation comprising 20 large cruisers and battleships followed closely, poised to deliver a lethal strike to the enemy. Among the 3 deployed KJ-600 airborne early warning aircraft, one was tasked with monitoring the operational dynamics of the Second Fleet to the east, having reached its designated location and commenced surveillance of the waters occupied by the Second Fleet. According to the information relayed, the Second Fleet had arrived at its predetermined combat position and begun its deployment. Another aircraft executed a circular flight mission above the First Fleet, ensuring real-time intelligence support. The third aircraft conducted back-and-forth flights in an east-west direction, 105 kilometers away from the deep-sea Grand Fleet, ready to breach the electromagnetic blockade and reveal the true enemy situation. The communication channel resonated with the command from Royal Arkansas, Zhang Heng. Utilize my 10 F-4s in conjunction with KJ-600 to forcefully breach the blockade. After a brief contemplation and several discussions with Sichuan, Zhang Heng made his decision. Royal Arkansas, I concur with your proposal. Every second of detection time is invaluable. I will also dispatch a squadron of 4 J-35s to accompany the mission. While the J-35 is primarily designed for aerial combat, its electro-optical tracking system, although originally intended for air-to-air targeting, is perfectly suited for detecting the deep-sea fleet. As the call concluded, Royal Arkansas swiftly directed the 10 F-4 fighter jets to engage their afterburners and proceed toward the airspace over the deep-sea Grand Fleet. As the F-4s soared past the KJ-600 early warning aircraft, Huahua skillfully maneuvered the KJ-600 to turn northward, closely followed by the 4 J-35s. Upon entering the blockade zone, the KJ-600 rapidly transmitted pertinent intelligence regarding the deep-sea Grand Fleet. Based on this information, Nanchang, Qinzhou, and Sichuan activated their onboard phased array radars to implement focused mode detection in the area. The 10 F-4s were swiftly shot down by missiles launched from the deep-sea fleet, while the KJ-600 also came under lock. However, the missile heading towards the KJ-600 was successfully intercepted by the PL-10 air-to-air missiles carried by the J-35s. The situation appeared unchanged. Despite the deep-sea fleet's capability to generate formidable electromagnetic interference, the enemy's radar technology remained antiquated, unable to detect the presence of the J-35s. Witnessing this unfold, Zhang Heng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the image before Zhang Heng caused him to draw back the breath he had just exhaled. The multitude of red dots on the screen, meticulously categorized by Nanchang, revealed a deep-sea fleet comprising 30 deep-sea destroyers designated for air defense, 40 deep-sea cruisers for anti-ship operations, 10 deep-sea aircraft carriers, and 10 deep-sea battleships. At the heart of the fleet was a singular deep-sea flagship, which was notably more akin to an offshore drilling platform than a conventional vessel. Flanking it were two immense tower-like structures, with a central hull resembling the forepart of a battleship, topped by a colossal dish antenna rotating at a speed of 4 revolutions per minute. The rear featured an elongated runway from which deep-sea fighter jets were taking off. Despite the absence of radar on the 90 other deep-sea vessels, they appeared to possess an uncanny intelligence and vision, executing their maneuvers with seamless precision, devoid of any rigidity. Nanchang promptly relayed the radar information it had gathered to the entire fleet, followed shortly by an update. Calculations indicated that the deep-sea flagship had a displacement of 250,000 tons and a cruising speed of 5 knots, which perhaps elucidated the reason for their slow advance. As the clock struck 12:05 on April 28, 103, the deep-sea fleet launched its final decisive battle. The massive dish antenna of the flagship ceased its rotation, instead locking onto the direction of the First Fleet. A formation of 120 aircraft, dark as a storm cloud, ascended from the aircraft carrier and soared southward. Simultaneously, the missile launchers of the 40 cruisers erupted in a blaze of light, unleashing anti-ship missiles that trailed fiery tails, weaving a deathly carpet a kilometer wide. On the radar screens of the First Fleet, the number of threatening targets began to surge dramatically, sending a shiver down Zhang Heng's spine as he gazed at the dense array of red dots. Activate air defense mode, came the command from the Royal Arkansas. The phased array radars of the Nanchang and Qinzhou ships synchronized to activate their fire control networks, breaking incoming targets into 360 tracking units through dual-band scanning. With each missile assigned a triple interception plan, the 43 modified ship girls simultaneously launched Sea Red Flag 7 missiles. The rotating launchers of the Kirov unleashed 12 silvery trajectories, while the SA-N9 vertical launch system sent 9 M330 missiles soaring into the sky to precisely intercept the foremost missile clusters. As the first wave of intercepting barges detonated 20 kilometers ahead of the fleet, the seasoned destroyer and light cruiser ship girls showcased their battle-hardened synchronicity. Their tactical coordination was as precise as a well-oiled machine. The destroyer formation spread out in a V formation, with each vessel's air defense fire sector seamlessly overlapping, weaving an intercepting barrage with a density of 0.7 missiles per cubic meter above the fleet. The infrared seekers of the remaining deep-sea anti-ship missiles became disoriented amidst the intense electromagnetic interference, transforming into orange fireballs in the void. 3 missiles that slipped through the defenses trailed brilliant flames as they breached the second layer of defense. The 1130 close-in weapon systems of Qinzhou and Nanchang roared to life, with the rotating barrels unleashing a rain of projectiles that formed a wall of light against the starboard side of the hull. When the armor-piercing rounds struck the missile warheads, they ignited a flash brighter than the sun. The Royal Arkansas seized the opportunity, decisively issuing the command, "All carrier-based squadrons, take off immediately." Meanwhile, the deck of the Royal Arkansas trembled as F-4 fighter jets ascended one after another, propelled by steam catapults, their wings laden with fully stocked missiles. On the deck of the Sichuan, J-35 fighter jets rapidly soared into the skies using the maximum power of the electromagnetic catapult. The swarm of attack, 11 drones flew in a diamond formation over the carrier's mast, their internal bay doors slowly opening, activating the YJ-19 missiles. The rotating radar dome of the KJ-600 early warning aircraft swept across the sea surface, projecting the formation of the deep-sea fleet onto the tactical screens of each vessel in real time. At 12:10, the call to counterattack resonated first in Nanchang. The hatches of the 60-unit vertical launch system sprang open in succession, and the solid rocket engines of the YJ-18 missiles belched forth orange flames. The large ship girls positioned at the rear of the fleet also launched YJ-83 missiles, each one tracing elegant white arcs across the sky. Guided by the tactical data link of the KJ-600, the missiles automatically organized into 3 waves of attack. One wave specifically targeting deep-sea destroyers, another locking onto deep-sea cruisers, while the final wave, shielded by the J-35 and F-4, surged towards the carrier and battleship formations. Simultaneously, the heavy missile launch silos of the Kirov opened, unleashing 20 Granite missiles in rapid succession, including 1 high-trajectory and 19 low-trajectory lead geese. Accompanying the lead missile was a J-35 fighter from the Sichuan, flying in tandem. Major Natasha's fingers glided across the Kirov control console, meticulously following the calculated trajectory, with the ultimate target for these missiles being the deep-sea flagship, a formidable mobile steel fortress. As the first wave of YJ-83 missiles breached the enemy's medium-range air defense network, chaos erupted visibly in the formation of the deep-sea fleet, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a massive stone, creating ripples of turmoil. The active radar of the anti-ship missiles activated within the final 10 kilometers, locking onto the waterline of the deep-sea warships as a lethal target, precise and deadly. The foremost deep-sea vessel was violently severed in 2 amidst violent tremors, the flames from the munitions explosion illuminating the entire sea area in red, as ship after ship sank in the conflagration, transforming the waters into a fiery abyss of death. Before the command screen of the Sichuan, Zhang Heng closely monitored the coordinates of the deep-sea flagship, now the focal point of attention. Its dish antenna fixated firmly on the lead Granite missile, while the massive iron towers on either side emitted blue arcs of electricity, attempting to disrupt the missile's trajectory with high-energy electromagnetic waves in a final act of defiance. Huahua operated 2 KJ-600s and several J-35s, engaging in fierce electromagnetic warfare against the enemy, valiantly safeguarding the missile's path to ensure the precise targeting of the Granite missiles. As the distance narrowed, 19 colossal low-trajectory missiles began to ascend, diving downward like meteors, plunging into the vast body of the deep-sea flagship. A thunderous explosion reverberated across the sky, even conjuring a small mushroom cloud. The shockwave from the detonation of the deep-sea flagship stirred colossal waves, roaring outward as if the ocean itself were enraged by the ferocity of the battle. Zhang Heng noted the emergence of over 30 red dots on the tactical screen, frantically darting about in chaotic trajectories. These were the derelict deep-sea vessels, desperately struggling in the absence of command, as the scales of victory tilted in our favor. All ships, take heed, free to fire. We must annihilate this deep-sea fleet. The excited voice of the Royal Arkansas resonated through the communications channel, brimming with the elation of triumph. The shipgirls promptly switched to fire control mode. The SA-N 4 short-range air defense missiles of the Kirov roared skyward once more. The other shipgirls unleashed their firepower upon the nearest undamaged deep-sea warships, the trails of missiles carving golden arcs through the midday sun. The 130mm main gun of the Nanchang adjusted its angle, and an armor-piercing shell accurately struck the bridge of a destroyer from a distance of 20 kilometers, exposing its interior. A bizarre maze of tightly packed and chaotic compartments resembling a beehive. At 13:15, as the last deep-sea cruiser slowly capsized under the relentless bombardment of the Qinzhou's main cannon, sinking into the depths, the surface of the sea was left with only floating oil and smoldering debris, marking the conclusion of this intense naval engagement. Natasha gazed at the fully opened launch silos of the Kirov, staring blankly at the emptiness within. She found it hard to believe that a vessel like the Kirov, a veritable arsenal, had exhausted all its missiles, a testament to the battle's severity. The fleet began to converge gradually upon the Royal Arkansas. The British shipgirls sequentially disengaged their hull statuses, gathering upon the deck of the Royal Arkansas. The first mobile fleet assembled within the bridge of the Sichuan, with Belfast issuing an advance notice to rally Courageous, Javelin, and the other British shipgirls. Zhang Heng surveyed his surroundings, his gaze falling upon the weary yet proud shipgirls. The Kirov, usually carefree, now appeared utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, she endeavored to present a facade of "I am fine," strong yet heart-wrenching. Natasha seemed to have something to express, but ultimately opted for silence, her eyes glimmering with complex emotions. Meanwhile, the Aurora maintained her customary gentle demeanor, attentively watching over everyone like warm sunlight, soothing their spirits. Zhang Heng exhaled deeply, overwhelmed with myriad sentiments. Let us discuss this further upon our return. We shall regroup at the Royal Arkansas. I am grateful for everyone's efforts. His words, tinged with exhaustion, conveyed not only weariness but also profound relief at their victory and gratitude towards the shipgirls. Upon their arrival at the bridge of the Royal Arkansas, they were met with the jubilant news from Victory and Intrepid. The Second Fleet had also achieved victory. The atmosphere within the bridge was suffused with joy. The Royal Arkansas, shedding its previous stance of independence and pride, warmly clasped Zhang Heng's hand, eyes sparkling with excitement. We have won. We are victorious. The voice of the Royal Arkansas resonated with joy and pride. Indeed, we have triumphed. Zhang Heng responded with a smile, his eyes reflecting a sense of affirmation for this arduous victory and an unwavering confidence in the future. Chapter 20. After the final battle, the Royal Arkansas led Zhang Heng and his companions to the deck. After more than 2 hours of intense combat, all the ship girls felt utterly exhausted. However, the exhilaration on their faces was unmistakable. They gathered in small groups, chattering animatedly as they relived every moment of the recent battle, their laughter resounding with the release of long-suppressed emotions. As the Royal Arkansas appeared on the deck, the crowd gradually converged towards her, eagerly anticipating the fleet commander's directives. Despite her inner excitement, the Royal Arkansas fulfilled her duty as the fleet commander and issued orders. Belfast, select a few fast and well-conditioned destroyers to head to the combat zone and search for spoils. The unprecedented deep-sea flagship we faced is sure to yield precious items. She continued, addressing the ship girls present. We need a few capable companions to patrol the vicinity. Although we have secured victory, and it is nearly certain that no further enemies will appear, we must still complete our essential tasks. The rest of you should take a well-deserved rest. Is Comet here? Yes, I'm right here. A bright, lively voice emerged from the crowd as Comet bounced to the front, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Royal Arkansas, do you have a special task for me? Indeed, you should take a moment to rest. After we complete the salvage operation, we will return home. The same plan applies to the Second Fleet. We expect to be back at the port by sunset, and everyone will help prepare a stage for you. Tonight, you must present us with the most splendid performance, all right? Really? I can hold a concert today? And all the friends at the base will come? Comet's face flushed with excitement, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, little Comet. It all depends on your performance. Rest assured, I will deliver the most perfect show, and everyone will shine alongside me. At that moment, Javelin and Brave joined the fray. Javelin joyfully bounded toward Nanchang. Sister Nanchang, Sister Nanchang. Her voice was clear and cheerful, tinged with uncontainable excitement. We won. Javelin is so happy. She enthusiastically bobbed her small head. Nanchang gently responded, Yes, we won. I am very happy too. As she spoke, she tenderly stroked Javelin, her fingertips radiating warmth and affection. Amidst the cheers, the ship girls who had received their assignments began to spring into action. Zhang Heng stood quietly to the side, witnessing this vibrant and hopeful scene, his heart filled with myriad emotions. These seemingly delicate young ship girls, even amidst the fatigue of battle, continued to harbor a profound love for life, diligently seeking beauty and surprises within it. An hour later, Belfast returned to the bridge. She gracefully placed several cores on the table and began to report smoothly. Royal Arkansas. Mr. Zhang Heng, the resource collection mission has been successfully completed. Upon our return to the base and after utilizing the purification facilities, these resources should replenish approximately 2/3 of the expenditure incurred during this battle. As for the most precious spoils of war, without a doubt, they are these 5 cores, 1 battleship directional core, 1 cruiser directional core, and 3 ordinary cores. Indeed exhilarating. Having completed her report, she slowly turned, her gaze soft and focused on Zhang Heng, gently proposing, according to our prior agreement, the proceeds from this battle should be evenly divided. The spoils of the Second Fleet will be tallied upon our return to base. However, regarding these 5 invaluable cores, I wonder what distribution suggestions you might have. I look forward to collaboratively devising a reasonable plan with you. Zhang Heng conferred with his ship girls. We lack battleships and cruisers in our navy, do we not? Even so, those 2 cores seem of little use to us, as they cannot be constructed, can they? Yet, for some reason, I feel an urge to experiment with these 2 cores. Nanchang and the others nodded in agreement, with Nanchang remarking, indeed, they appear useless at present. But who knows if our navy may one day possess battleships and cruisers? I, too, wish to explore this, though I cannot explain why. The cores seemed to resonate in a peculiar manner. Qinzhou joined the discussion. I share that sentiment. Could it be that we might construct a starship? Is it possible that the Nantaman project has truly succeeded? Yet, that sounds utterly fantastical. Sichuan stifled a laugh. You have quite the imagination, but it is worth a try. I support this notion as well. Zhang Heng turned to Ark Royal and Belfast, inquiring, we have no battleships or cruisers in our system. Yet I sense a resonance with those 2 cores. May I possess them? Ark Royal nodded in agreement. Certainly. In the past, the value of those 2 cores was incomparable to that of ordinary cores, but times have changed. Now, the ship girls of the new era are destroyers. Hence the value of ordinary cores has correspondingly risen, allowing for such an exchange. Upon finalizing the exchange plan, Zhang Heng delicately retrieved the 2 directional cores, imbued with unknown potential. Ark Royal picked up an ordinary core and handed it to Natasha, who stood nearby. Commander Natasha, your outstanding contributions in battle are well recognized. This core is a reward for your merits. Natasha accepted the core without hesitation and approached Zhang Heng, presenting it to him. Kirov was constructed with your assistance and utilized your 2 cores. This core is my way of returning your favor. As for the second one, I shall return it once I acquire it. Zhang Heng did not decline, accepting the core with sincere eyes. One is sufficient, Natasha. You, Kirov, and Aurora have already provided me with immense support. There is no debt owed. Very well, Commander Zhang Heng. As the sun slowly sank toward the horizon, the afterglow painted the sky in hues of orange and red. The First Fleet and the Second Fleet returned to the port almost simultaneously. Upon learning that Comet was about to hold a concert, the members of the Second Fleet ignited with enthusiasm, akin to fireworks bursting into flame. They were well trained, swiftly and methodically engaging in the preparations for the venue. Some individuals were transporting sound equipment, while others arranged seating, and still others meticulously adorned the stage with decorations, each face radiating anticipation and excitement. The night quietly enveloped the naval base at Ocean Cape. At this moment, all the ship girls held shimmering light sticks, converging from all directions toward the square, filled with eager anticipation as they awaited the appearance of Comet. Zhang Heng and his companions had been assigned prime seats right in the center of the front row, feeling as though they could almost reach out and engage intimately with Comet on stage. They too were filled with expectation, their eyes revealing curiosity and enthusiasm for the upcoming performance. What a thrill! It seems Comet truly is a grand idol. Nanchang, I have yet to properly thank Comet for the outfit she gifted me. A few splendid fireworks burst in the night sky, illuminating the entire square with their bright glow. Amidst the flickering lights, Comet, adorned in an extraordinarily glamorous performance outfit, gracefully stepped onto the stage like a brilliant meteor. compared to her usually somewhat bashful demeanor. In this moment, she appeared to be imbued with the magical power of the stage, becoming lively and charming, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Her smile was reminiscent of flowers in full bloom on a spring day, radiant and enchanting, instantly dispelling the evening's chill. Amidst the thunderous applause of the audience, Comet confidently commenced her performance. "I am a C-class destroyer." Comet, her sweet, melodious voice resonated throughout the square, akin to a clear mountain spring, bubbling joyfully in the hearts of everyone present. Everyone, isn't Comet particularly dazzling? Shining brightly. She playfully winked, engaging enthusiastically with the audience, repeatedly elevating the atmosphere to new heights. As the performance intensified, the audience's fervor soared. They followed Comet's rhythm closely, vigorously waving their light sticks and shouting her name at the top of their lungs. The entire square transformed into a joyous sea, with all immersed in this exuberant ambience. However, beautiful moments always seem to pass swiftly, and before long, Comet's performance drew to a close. As the final note faded, she bowed deeply to the audience in gratitude before slowly descending from the stage. The port area returned to its usual tranquility. Yet beneath this calm lay a distinctly different atmosphere. It was a fervor ignited by Comet's performance, a clearer hope following triumph, a sense of relief that the naval base at Ocean Cape would continue to stand resilient upon the White Island. Chapter 21. Farewell, Cape Ocean. As the first light of a new day dawned, the members of Captain Zhang Heng's fleet and Natasha's fleet, guided by the spearhead of the Javelin, embarked on a focused exploration of the harbor of Cape Ocean's garrison for the very first time. The victory from the previous day's battle had infused the garrison with newfound vitality. Once a desolate port, it had swiftly transformed into a bustling hub of activity. Zhang Heng observed many human commanders accompanying their fleet girls on shopping excursions, painting a serene tableau. Javelin, holding Nanchang's hand, bounced excitedly in front of an exquisite cake shop run by a kindly old lady. With sparkling eyes, she looked up and said, "Sister Nanchang, the strawberry cake here is exceptionally delicious. You simply must try it." Zhang Heng reached into his pocket and retrieved the living expenses he had prepared upon his arrival at Cape Ocean from New Miss City, purchasing a slice of sweet strawberry cake for everyone present. They gathered around a small round table outside the shop, joyfully indulging in the delightful dessert. Javelin devoured her strawberry cake in a few bites, her rosy cheeks adorned with flecks of cream, her clear, bright eyes fixated on Nanchang, her eyelashes fluttering with unease and reluctance, her soft voice trembling slightly. "Sister Nanchang, are you all really leaving soon? Will Javelin never see you again?" Nanchang paused momentarily with her spoon, gentle ripples of tenderness surfacing in her gaze. She tenderly set down her spoon and caressed Javelin's silky hair, soothing her like a frightened chick. "Do not be sad, dear Javelin." She then glanced towards Zhang Heng and the others, her gaze returning to Javelin's slightly reddened eyes. In a soft tone, she continued, "You are a battle-hardened and valiant fleet girl, never retreating in the face of stormy seas. You know our situation best. One day we will establish our own port and garrison. By then, the shadows of the deep sea will be completely dispelled. I invite you to visit our new home, where I will introduce you to a delightful little destroyer, as lively and adorable as you. How does that sound?" Javelin looked up at Nanchang, tears glistening on her eyelashes, and suddenly her face blossomed into a smile more radiant than the spring sun. Gripping Nanchang's warm hand tightly, her palms damp with sweat, she declared, "It's a promise. Sister Nanchang, I will be the first visitor to your new home, and we will joyfully play with new friends in the port." Nanchang's lips curved into a smile, her eyes filled with starlight. "Yes, it's a promise. This shall be our agreement." As noon passed, and everyone dispersed, Royal Arkansas and Rodney found Zhang Heng side by side. "Commander Zhang Heng," Royal Arkansas said, her azure eyes reflecting seriousness and anticipation. She slightly inclined her head, her voice steady and powerful. "Could you please coordinate with Sichuan to dispatch early warning aircraft to scout the eastern and northern sea areas? Gaining a comprehensive understanding of the current situation is crucial for our subsequent actions." Zhang Heng readily agreed and turned to accompany the two towards the bridge of the Sichuan. During the journey, he inquired, "Royal Arkansas, I intend to complete all the core constructions at Cape Ocean. In yesterday's battle, not only did we achieve a resounding victory, but my mental space also solidified 2 positions, which allows me to utilize the cores at hand." Upon hearing this, The Royal Ark's lips curled into a delightful arc. Is that truly the case? This is indeed splendid news. With 2 additional ship girls accompanying you, your journey to Cape Canning will undoubtedly be more assured, will it not? Thus, I shall temporarily close the construction center tomorrow, dedicating it solely for your use. What do you think? Zhang Heng's eyes brimmed with gratitude as he sincerely replied, I am profoundly thankful. With your assistance, this construction will surely proceed smoothly. Zhang Heng, along with the Royal Arkansas and Rodney, remained on the bridge in Sichuan until nightfall. 2 KJ-600 aircraft, piloted by Huahua, gently descended onto the deck. The landing gear scraped against the steel deck, producing a jarring sound, which soon fell into silence. Zhang Heng fixated on the tactical display screen, his brow furrowed, fingers unconsciously stroking his chin, within 1,000 kilometers to the north. The large-scale deep-sea fleet has vanished without a trace. Even the mysterious radar jamming signals have disappeared. Currently, only a handful of scattered stragglers remain. With the military strength at Cape Ocean, reclaiming 1 or 2 lost ports to the north should pose no difficulty. The situation to the east is similarly concerning. Yet this is precisely the most vexing aspect. Cape Canning lies less than 900 kilometers from us, and now, within 1,000 kilometers, no large-scale enemy presence has been detected. Strangely, however, our connection to Cape Canning has been entirely severed. His gaze was filled with worry and vigilance. This unusual tranquility was indeed unsettling. Rodney stepped forward, gently patting Zhang Heng's shoulder, her tone laced with a hint of reassurance. Oh, come now. Do not fret, Commander Zhang Heng. The perilous situations we have previously faced were far more dire. While the situation at Cape Canning is indeed alarming, dwelling on it is futile. Since you and Natasha are soon to venture there, it is prudent to conserve your energy and prepare to uncover the truth yourself. Another night drifted by quietly, and all members of the 1st Mobile Fleet, alongside the Royal Arkansas and Rodney, gathered within the construction facility, encircling Zhang Heng. This place bore no difference from when they constructed Qingzhou initially. Rodney, as meticulous as ever, had preemptively replenished various construction resources to full capacity. This time, the lights of 4 construction facilities illuminated simultaneously. Zhang Heng observed this scene. I have only solidified 2 combat positions, with all 4 facilities operational. I cannot possibly make use of them all. His voice was filled with confusion and perplexity. Rodney, gliding gracefully, approached Zhang Heng's side. First, she cast a puzzled glance at Belfast. Then, with a smile, she casually explained, Oh dear, did Belfast not inform you? The directional core is indeed a marvelous treasure. Even if the commander lacks a mental combat position, it can automatically assist the commander in breaking through one position upon use. However, this is only achievable if the commander has absolutely no positions at all. The fair visage of Belfast suddenly blossomed with a delicate flush. Gently nodding her head as a hint of apology graced her tone. I sincerely apologize. I have never commanded before, thus my understanding in this regard is rather limited. My knowledge is confined solely to matters concerning directional construction. Zhang Heng, struck by a moment of realization, wore an expression of chagrin, as though he had missed a monumental opportunity, muttering to himself, So, does that mean I incurred a significant loss when constructing Sichuan? Alas, never mind, let it go. One learns from experiences, and I must remember this for the future. He first placed 2 ordinary cores into the construction device. As resources were extracted and the remaining time displayed, it became clear to all that a destroyer and a new type of ship were about to be born. Without any construction process, Zhang Heng inserted the 2nd core, and his anxiety finally dissipated. At that moment, he approached the 3rd construction facility, where all the Chinese fleet maidens immediately gathered around him. The mysterious fluctuations emanating from the core ignited anticipation in everyone for this upcoming creation. Zhang Heng retrieved the battleship directional core, his fingers turning pale from exertion as he slowly embedded it into the construction device's slot. Time passed in silence. Yet the construction device remained unresponsive, with only the energy indicator maintaining a steady, cool hue, quietly flickering. In the midst of the stillness, Nanchong broke the impasse, extracting the core from the construction equipment. Commander, I firmly believe that it will not be a battleship, and that resonance does not originate from this core. If one listens carefully, it should be emanating from the cruiser core. Upon the insertion of the cruiser core, it suddenly erupted in a dazzling blue light, and the energy extraction conduits began to tremble violently. However, After absorbing an amount equivalent to the respective resources, the extraction process abruptly halted, revealing that the quantity was rather meager. Simultaneously, the construction device began to flicker, with vivid red digits transforming to 6 o'clock, 00, the countdowns ticking audible in the air. As time flowed slowly, the hydraulic system of the second construction bay emitted faint sounds, and the hatch gradually slid open. A figure resembling a diminutive Kirov-class Russian fleet maiden strode forth with resolute steps. Her golden curls cascaded down, glistening with a satin-like sheen, while her pronounced facial features exuded the spirited essence of a warrior nation. Dressed in a crisp Chinese military uniform, she embodied a blend of strength and elegance, with a short skirt paired with white stockings bestowing upon her a distinct allure that set her apart from Nanchang and the others. With her feet together, the young woman saluted the assembly with a precise military gesture. "Comrade Commander, the 956 type modern destroyer Hangzhou reports for duty. I am delighted to see so many comrades gathered. It seems we shall no longer have to undertake missions alone. Ah, is my elder sister from the Kirov class here as well?" Zhang Heng returned the salute with the Chinese fleet maidens, welcoming her. "Welcome, Hangzhou. From this day forth, you shall no longer have to fight alone." Reporting, Commander, Hangzhou winked. "After my midterm modernization, my data link system now operates with the same data chain as the 055 destroyer, possessing integrated Shinho combat capabilities. The shipborne weapon system has been upgraded to an octuple launcher for the supersonic anti-ship missile, YJ-12. It is imperative that I am called upon first in battle. With my participation, victory is assured." As these words were spoken, the Kirov-class ship maiden stepped forward, her crimson eyes shimmering with intricate emotions. She opened her arms and embraced Hangzhou tightly, exclaiming, "Sister, seeing you so happy truly brings me joy." Hangzhou reciprocated the embrace, saying, "Thank you, Sister Kirov. In the future, we shall fight alongside each other against the deep sea." As the camaraderie unfolded, the hatch of the first construction facility slowly slid open. A tall, strikingly elegant woman of mixed Russian and Chinese descent emerged from the stasis pod, adorned in a long military dress complemented by a wide apron. Her gaze was gentle as spring water, radiating warmth as she surveyed the crowd. She gracefully approached Zhang Heng and, standing upright, rendered a formal military salute. "This is the Type 908 ocean supply ship, Qinghai Lake, reporting for duty. I shall take full responsibility for the fleet's logistical supply and resource allocation." Her voice, soft yet imbued with unwavering professional confidence, carried an undercurrent of profound tenderness. After Zhang Heng returned the salute, he observed Qinghai Lake turn toward the Nanchang ship maiden. In the next moment, she opened her arms and enveloped Nanchang in a tender embrace, her fingers gently brushing the top of Nanchang's head. "At last, we can fight side by side." This statement was laden with the anticipation that transcends time. Nanchang, feeling as if she had returned to her mother's embrace, relaxed and chuckled softly against Qinghai Lake's shoulder. "Thank you for waiting so long for this day." Witnessing this scene, Hangzhou took the initiative to enlighten the Kirov class and other non-Chinese ship maidens. "Sister Qinghai Lake's prototype is an AOR supply ship we introduced from Ukraine, initially intended to serve as a support vessel for the aircraft carrier Kuznetsov. However, due to interruptions in construction by the Ukrainian side, and coinciding with our own project to develop the Type 055 destroyer, we urgently needed a support ship and thus brought the incomplete AOR hull into service. After modifications and construction by the Chinese side, it ultimately became our beloved sister Qinghai Lake." She paused, her tone tinged with nostalgia. Yet, it seems fate played a jest upon her. She was destined to supply the Type 055 destroyer, which only officially entered service 24 years after her integration into the Chinese Navy. By then, Sister Qinghai Lake had already been relegated to a secondary role, with the supply missions taken over by the new generation of supply ships. This tale of waiting that transcends time is truly poignant, is it not? Natasha's eyes glistened with tears upon hearing these words, while Aurora placed a hand upon her chest and let out a deep sigh. The resilience and dedication of the Chinese system are indeed moving. The other ship maidens, having heard her words, nodded in agreement. Aurora continued to expound to Kirov and Natasha. "The mistakes made by our descendants must not be repeated in this world. Both Hangzhou and Qinghai Lake's prototypes are of the Soviet lineage. Ultimately, we could no longer sustain them, and they were taken in by the Chinese system and treated as treasures. Observing their current state brings both solace and reflection. Once again, a wave of emotion swept through the air as Zhang Heng made his way to fetch an energy jelly for himself. Within the command chamber, everyone held their breath, their gazes riveted on the flickering countdown. With every pulse of the red digits, it felt as though they struck a chord within the hearts of the onlookers. Zhang Heng unconsciously fidgeted with the edge of his clothing. As the seconds ticked closer to the inevitable conclusion, his heart raced to his throat. Thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be that I have truly wagered upon the Star Destroyer? Am I genuinely destined to command this colossal interstellar entity, navigating towards the boundless ocean of stars? As the countdown reached its zenith, a thick white mist erupted from the stasis chamber. Following this, the hatch slowly opened, revealing a graceful ship girl, characterized by her elegant legs, a beauty mark, adorned in a cheongsam, and cascading long black hair with bangs. She emerged in a vintage, deep, white military-style cheongsam, accentuating her figure with both grace and charm. Holding a plum blossom umbrella, she glided toward Zhang Heng. The scene before them left the gathered crowd momentarily speechless, their eyes fixated on the ship girl, filled with astonishment and curiosity. As the countdown concluded, the stasis chamber erupted with a dense, cloud-like mist, swirling and enveloping the surroundings. The hatch slowly opened as if a slumbering giant were awakening, revealing a captivating ship girl. She possessed long, alluring legs, a beauty mark accentuating her features, and wore a vintage, deep, white military-style cheongsam. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her expressive eyes were softened by her bangs. At that moment, she held a paper umbrella adorned with plum blossoms. Moving with delicate grace as if stepping out from an ink-wash painting, advancing toward Zhang Heng. With a gentle parting of her ruby lips, she spoke softly, her voice imbued with the unique warmth and tenderness of Wu dialect. The cruiser Yixian pays its respects to the commander. Her voice flowed like a babbling brook, as soothing as a gentle spring breeze, enchanting all who heard it. Zhang Heng exchanged glances with the ship girls present, a shared understanding passing between them. They felt a profound connection emanating from Yixian, one rooted in bloodline and legacy. Zhang Heng straightened his posture and raised his hand in salute, his demeanor earnest and warm. "I am Zhang Heng. Welcome, Yixian, to our ranks." He then proceeded to introduce the assembled ship girls to Yixian, pride evident in his words. When Nanchang and Yixian exchanged salutes and shook hands, a surge of powerful emotions spread from their cores. It was a resonance of history intertwining with the future, as if the river of time converged at that moment, imparting the realization that in this world, one must cherish aspirations for the future while never forgetting the lessons of the past. Zhang Heng accompanied Yixian, walking steadily toward the dock. Along the way, he recounted the myriad experiences since the establishment of the new naval fleet, sharing them with Yixian. Whenever Yixian inquired with curiosity, he answered with unreserved candor, particularly emphasizing the camaraderie and mutual respect among the officers and soldiers, as well as the disciplined structure of their organization. Yixian nodded slightly, her gaze reflecting a mix of unease and anticipation, as she murmured softly, "No wonder I perceive such profound pride and sense of duty within you all. It is entirely different from my initial circumstances. Am I truly able to join you?" Nanchang, with a solemn demeanor and unwavering gaze, turned to Yixian and posed a profound question. "Why not? You are undoubtedly our esteemed predecessor, and we share a common mission. Here, upon this Mercury, we are akin to the closest of kin. Although the journey ahead is fraught with uncertainty, only by advancing together can we unveil the splendor that belongs to us." Upon hearing this, Yixian felt a slight moisture in her eyes. She gently wiped the corners with her hand. When she raised her head, her expression was filled with determination and gratitude as she earnestly replied, "Thank you all." 1 week after the completion of construction, Zhang Heng and his companions bid farewell to the friends they had met at Ocean Corner, promising to invite them to visit once they established their own port. Nanchang accompanied the Javelin and Comet, enjoying 2 delightful days at Ocean Corner. Meanwhile, the Qinghai Lake vessel meticulously stored all varieties of supplies from Zhang Heng's fleet within its hold. At last, the moment of parting arrived. On this day, the docks of the Ocean Corner stronghold were filled with all the ship girls. The sounds of Javelin and Comet's sobs echoed as their once brave spirits faltered, turning away to discreetly wipe their tears. The Royal Arkansas and Zhang Heng exchanged a final handshake in farewell. "Must you really depart so hastily? Contact has been established with New Fog City. I have reported the entirety of the battle's proceedings, and the Council has decided to invite you to New Fog City, preparing a ceremony to bestow honors upon you. That will not be necessary. Natasha has lingered here for too long, Zhang Heng replied resolutely. Moreover, we have new routes to explore. We shall meet again in the future. Very well, may you sail smoothly. You have our contact frequency. Should you encounter any difficulties upon reaching Canning Corner, do not hesitate to reach out. Take care. Zhang Heng, Nanchang, Sichuan, Hangzhou, Qinzhou, Qinghai Lake, Yixian, Natasha, Kirov, and Aurora stood in unison on the deck of Sichuan, waving a heartfelt farewell to the dock. The massive hull of Sichuan glided out of the fjord. As the scenery of Ocean Corner gradually faded from view, the distant sea lay tranquil and undisturbed, heralding the arrival of a new journey. Chapter 1. The journey setting sail from the naval base at Cape Ocean, the Zhongheng fleet embarked on an eastern voyage. They chose to assemble aboard the formidable Sichuan, a battleship that not only provided ample resting space, but also boasted a plethora of entertainment facilities, rendering the lengthy journey delightful and comfortable. The escort operations of the fleet were executed with meticulous precision, with a combat ship maiden rotating every 6 hours to ensure their safety. The likes of Nanchang, Qinzhou, Hangzhou, and Kirov took turns on the front line, guaranteeing the fleet's secure passage. Even when faced with the occasional wandering deep-sea entities, a mere couple of missiles were sufficient to swiftly neutralize any threats. The Sichuan glided gracefully across the waves at a steady economic speed of 15 knots. The distance from Cape Ocean to Cape Canning was approximately 1,000 kilometers. At this pace, the fleet would reach its destination in about 37 hours. Approximately 6 hours after departing from Cape Ocean, the crew gathered on the deck to relish a moment of tranquility and beauty. At this juncture, the fleet sailed through high-latitude regions, where the sky was a brilliant blue, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, instilling an unparalleled sense of comfort and relaxation. Such moments were undoubtedly precious for the sailors who had long been engaged in maritime battles. Amidst the relaxed ambience on deck, the fleet continued its steady journey eastward toward Cape Canning. Zhang Heng approached Natasha, his expression tinged with urgency and concern. Natasha, we have news to share. At our current speed, we shall arrive at Cape Canning by tomorrow night. However, due to our unfamiliarity with the maritime conditions there, South Chang and I have decided to adjust our speed flexibly, aiming to reach the vicinity of Cape Canning by the following day. Do you have any questions or suggestions regarding this? Natasha's hands trembled slightly, clearly stirred by the news. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, shaking her head gently, her eyes shimmering with determination. Your judgment is sound. It has been 7 or 8 years since I last returned. I am also unaware of the current situation there. Arriving during daylight is indeed a prudent choice, allowing us ample time to acclimate and prepare. Just then, Sichuan approached, cradling Huahua, who deftly manipulated the ship's mechanical apparatus to swiftly arrange a set of beach chairs and umbrellas on the deck. Everyone settled down to bask in the tranquility and beauty of the sea. In the distance, a myriad of islands sparkled under the sun, some featuring rugged rocks that appeared enigmatic, while others were adorned with unknown flora, teeming with vitality. On the surface of the sea, groups of seals lounged lazily in the sun, occasionally emitting joyful calls. Sitting in the beach chairs, the crew savored this rare opportunity for a maritime excursion. The sea breeze gently wafted by, carrying the briny scent of the ocean, refreshing their spirits. Zhang Heng lifted a glass of a beverage concocted jointly by Qinghai Lake and Yixian, taking a sip before inquiring, Natasha, could you enlighten us about Cape Canning and the Northern Union? Natasha nodded gently, her gaze sweeping over Aurora. Understanding the cue, Aurora swiftly adjusted the ship's form, replacing the Kirov that was currently on escort duty. Once Kirov had returned to her position, Natasha began to elaborate in detail. The Northern Alliance is a naval power founded on the core principle of collectivism, whose members firmly believe in the strength of unity and dedication, and upon this foundation, they have established a formidable fleet system. They possess resolute objectives and the courage and determination required to achieve them. In the recent conflict, the Northern Alliance mobilized nearly its entire main fleet to the polar regions, serving as the vanguard of the Grand Northern Ocean Combined Fleet, engaging in fierce confrontations with the deep-sea forces. The highest decision-making body of the Northern Alliance is the Shipgirl Council, a deliberative assembly composed of both shipgirls and human commanders, unlike the Royal Navy's naval parliament, which consists entirely of ship girls. The Northern Alliance permits human commanders to partake in high-level decision-making, reflecting its dual appreciation for human intellect and the might of ship girls. During the last war, the chair of the council was the original ship girl of the Type 23 Battleship No. 1, the Soviet, who, with her exceptional leadership abilities, led the Northern Alliance to numerous victories. I wonder how she is faring now. The expanse of sea under the stewardship of the Northern Alliance is vast, nearly encompassing half of the northern hemisphere of the planet, including numerous islands and strategic locations. Its subordinate naval bases are scattered throughout, with the westernmost being the Canning Cape Naval Base, bordering the territory of the Royal Navy, where mutual cooperation and assistance are practiced. At the easternmost end lies the Kamchatka Naval Base, adjacent to the sphere of influence of the White Eagle Federation, serving as a crucial stronghold of the Northern Alliance in the Far East. The northern waters extend into the ice-covered regions, perpetually shrouded in snow and ice, while the southern reaches arrive at the Rose Sea, with a relatively temperate climate. Notably, a short distance eastward from the Rose Sea leads to the Sirius Islands. The fleet of the Northern Alliance is renowned for its strict discipline and formidable combat prowess. Its ship girls not only possess extraordinary fighting capabilities, but also harbor a profound sense of collective honor, which enables them to display astonishing combat effectiveness against the deep-sea forces. Zhang Heng and Nanchang's gazes briefly met in the air, a glimmer of thoughtful understanding passing between them. It is highly likely that the uncorrupted essence of the Soviet remains intact. Zhang Heng squinted slightly, his tone imbued with both affirmation and contemplation, before turning his attention to Natasha, his eyes inquiring about the situation at Canning Cape. Natasha gently shook her head, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, revealing a hint of bewilderment. I am not very clear. I had just graduated from the White Fortress Commander Academy when I first participated in the battle, and my experience was still limited, directly thrust into the battlefield. The textbooks during my studies mentioned that Canning Cape is situated on a large island, characterized by a long north-south extending mountain range, 5 kilometers in length and 500 meters in width, rising majestically from the sea like a formidable wall. At the northernmost sea entrance, there is a flat and open area where the climate remains gentle and stable throughout the year due to the almost constant absence of wind. The Canning Cape Naval Base is constructed at this northernmost mountain entrance. Other details elude me. She paused for a moment before adding, however, I have heard from my teachers that its strategic position is of utmost importance, serving as a critical node for maritime defense. Zhang Heng slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the assembly with piercing intensity. His gaze was resolute. He then turned towards Sichuan and, with a calm yet powerful tone, declared, tomorrow, when we are 500 kilometers from Cape Canning, let the KJ-600 advance for reconnaissance. Our objective is to thoroughly investigate all nearby intelligence before our arrival, ensuring we are well informed. Upon hearing this, Sichuan displayed a confident smile and responded, Comrade Commander, you can rest assured. At that moment, Huahua raised its paw high and emitted a series of playful howls. Its antics provoked laughter among the group, filling the air with merriment. Chapter 2. The distress signal. Despite having obtained intelligence regarding the Northern Alliance from Natasha, Zhang Heng and his team found themselves unable to make precise predictions about the impending encounters due to the lack of on-site investigations. Their only assurance was to leave no suspicious information unexamined. As time slowly drifted by, a unique scene unfolded upon the expansive deck of the Sichuan vessel. Hangzhou leisurely perched at the edge of the deck, grasping a long fishing rod that swayed gently in the breeze, a mirror to his tranquil state of mind. He seemed completely immersed in this rare moment of serenity, oblivious to the surrounding clamor. Zhang Heng approached Hangzhou, cradling Huahua in his arms, his face awash with astonishment. He found it difficult to fathom that one could actually fish from such a height, over 10 meters above the ocean's surface. The long fishing line appeared utterly impractical to him, prompting an involuntary query. Isn't it over 10 meters to the sea? Can one truly catch fish here? And is such a long line even usable? Hangzhou replied nonchalantly, Commander, if you ask me, who shall I inquire? This is my first time fishing as well. Just then, Qinju chimed in with playful banter, lightening the mood with his jest. Oh dear Commander, why not give it a try? Fishing is a leisure activity favored by you gentlemen. Embarrassed, Zhang Heng quickly waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, Not me, I don't. Stop talking nonsense. That's merely for the big shots. Seizing the opportunity, Hua hopped down to sit beside Hangzhou, retrieving bamboo shoots from thin air and savoring them, creating a delightful tableau of leisure and warmth alongside him. Meanwhile, Nanchang and Sichuan remained intensely focused on the signals relayed by the KJ-600. Their gazes reflected concentration and earnestness, with Yixian diligently following Nanchang's lead, striving to learn the advanced combat system and enhance his knowledge base. Nanchang and Sichuan, without reservation, imparted every operational step and thought process to Yixian. Qinghai Lake was meticulously preparing a lavish array of Russian delicacies. On the deck, the cooking area she had constructed emanated an enticing aroma, with her bustling figure darting between the flames and ingredients. A fueler stood beside Qinghai Lake, unable to resist joining in as she beheld the familiar Russian dishes. Her involvement fostered a harmonious atmosphere in the kitchen, where everyone busied themselves with food preparation while sharing their stories and emotions. Natasha and Kirov sat nearby, raising their glasses in camaraderie. Kirov, once I return, I must boast to my friends about how splendid it is to have a ship girl like you, Natasha declared. Kirov responded with hearty enthusiasm. Then you must ensure that the vodka flows abundantly. They reveled in this precious moment of tranquility. However, just as the group was blissfully absorbed in the leisurely maritime hours, the communication equipment aboard the Sichuan vessel keenly detected an exceedingly faint signal. After meticulous decoding, it was ultimately confirmed to be an international distress signal, SOS. The once light-hearted atmosphere instantly grew somber. Without hesitation, everyone set aside their tasks and swiftly gathered on the bridge of the Sichuan ship, their eyes filled with concern and vigilance. Captain Zhang Heng, composed and calm, issued his commands. Sichuan, immediately confirm our current location. Nanchang, precisely ascertain the specific coordinates of the distress signal. Hua promptly dispatched the KJ-600 to explore the direction of the distress signal and simultaneously launch AJ-35 to utilize its electro-optical detection systems to provide us with clear video feeds. Captain Zhang Heng's orders were executed in an orderly and rapid manner. Soon, the unmistakable roar of fighter engines filled the air. First, the Sichuan ship responded swiftly. Our vessel is currently located 15 degrees southeast of the Ocean Cape Naval Base, at a distance of 400 kilometers. Approximately 563 kilometers due east of the Canning Cape Naval Base. Following our planned route, we will enter the 500-kilometer range of Canning Cape in 2 hours and 19 minutes. Shortly thereafter, the Nanchang ship also replied promptly. The distress signal is located 120 kilometers to the southeast at an angle of 35 degrees from our ship. This signal is approximately 514 kilometers from the Ocean Cape Naval Base, with a bearing of 70 degrees east of north, and about 504 kilometers from the Canning Cape Naval Base, with a bearing of 11 degrees west of south. While awaiting further information from the aircraft, Zhang Heng leaned against the command platform, his fingers unconsciously tapping the metal handrail. You know, he suddenly spoke, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. In the days before we had early warning aircraft, I dreamt of having one. Now that Sichuan has arrived, that dream has finally come true. He gazed out the porthole, as if envisioning the silvery silhouette of the aircraft piercing through the clouds. The one was lost during the Great Battle. The ship girls fell silent, listening intently. Compared to those back home, which have several operators and are quite costly, our military could scarcely afford many. The loss of even one would be an unbearable price. But we are different. Here, with the ship girls, early warning aircraft are merely equipment. Consuming resources allows for endless production, and they require no operators. But even so, it is best to avoid losses, isn't it? At this point, he sighed. Because of the deep sea banner, I longed for electronic warfare aircraft. If only we had the Gaoxin 9, or if the J-15T could carry an electronic warfare pod, that would suffice. Now, he gazed towards the distant horizon, yearning for reconnaissance aircraft capable of capturing ultra-high-definition color video. Qinzhou lightly hummed. Commander, have you forgotten? Your mental space contains research components. She deliberately elongated her tone, adding, and since the decisive battle, you haven't visited your mental space, have you? Zhang Heng's cheeks flushed, and he stammered. No, I. He looked down at his palm, acknowledging, I have indeed been negligent. Previously, I was just an ordinary person, albeit fortunate to become one of you. At that moment, Nanchang gently patted his shoulder. Commander, you have already done splendidly. Her voice resembled a gentle spring breeze, soothing the tension that lingered in the air. Sister Nanchang, indulge him. Qinju feigned annoyance, stamping her foot, yet could not conceal the mirth glimmering in the corners of her eyes. The other ship girls stifled their laughter, while only Yixian stood aside, her gaze tenderly observing this eclectic assembly of ship girls and their human commander. She reminisced about those anxious days of yore, and now, looking at the present, this fleet of Central Powers was maturing in a singular manner. This authentic and vibrant strength was destined to become an undeniable presence upon the seas. Before long, the real-time imagery data transmitted by the J-35 commenced. The first images to grace the screen revealed a minuscule reef, a rocky outcrop less than 100 meters in circumference, adorned with only a few clumps of salt-tolerant sea grass swaying in the wind. The most striking feature was the central, rounded rock formation, sculpted by the relentless caress of the waves over millennia, exhibiting a soft, creamy hue, its edges long since rounded and dulled, akin to a freshly steamed bun. Even the shells nestled within the crevices glimmered with the luster of mother-of-pearl. Is this the place? Hangzhou squinted, leaning closer to the screen, her fingertips lightly tapping the barren rocky shore, devoid of even a single blade of grass, let alone a human presence. Coordinates confirmed. Sichuan's voice was resolute. The signal originated from within the heart of the rock. It may have been intermittent initially due to obstructions. Zhang Heng rested his knuckles against his chin, his gaze darting swiftly between the imagery and the electronic nautical charts. Hua, direct the aircraft to skim low over the reef, focusing on uncovering concealed caverns or signs of human excavation. Sichuan, elevate the thrust power to 80%. We shall proceed directly there. This matter weighed heavily upon his mind. Like a stone, until resolved, a sense of unease lingered. Understood. Full speed ahead to the target area, Sichuan replied crisply, and the group felt a palpable surge of acceleration. At that moment, Yixian took the initiative to join the discussion. Commander, no, Comrade Commander, do you think it possible this may be a deep-sea conspiracy? The air in the cabin suddenly stilled. The group fell into contemplation, and Natasha clapped her hands to signal, we cannot dismiss this possibility. After all, the depths of the ocean are teeming with variety. Previously, we encountered a deep-sea fleet at Ocean Cape. My textbooks mentioned a type of ice-breaking deep-sea entity stationed at the Petropavlovsk garrison, capable of navigating through ice. Other varieties also exist in Antarctica. However, post-battle, the deep sea we faced at Ocean Cape gradually evolved into a fleet deep sea in conjunction with Iron Tower Deep Sea. Who knows how the deep sea in other regions has evolved? Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. Our understanding of this world remains insufficiently comprehensive. We cannot judge all regions solely based on our knowledge from Ocean Cape. Nanchang, Qinju, you two shall escort Sichuan. We must prepare for all contingencies. Understood. The ship girls swiftly transitioned into a state of readiness. Chapter 3. New friends. The warship sped across the sea, slicing through the waves with remarkable velocity. After an hour and a half of full-throttle navigation, the round island reef known as Silver Reef gradually came into view. Under the sunlight, the gray-black rocks shimmered with a moist luster. Following a series of scans, no entrance for entry was detected, a revelation that fell upon the crew like a bucket of cold water. Zhang Heng gazed at the white, steamed bun-like structure, perplexed, and remarked, it's impossible. How could there be no entrance when a distress signal is emanating from within? After the fleet circled the reef several times, the escort ship, Qinzhou, transmitted a message. I have detected an anomalous hollow echo approximately 10 meters underwater at a bearing of 120 degrees east of the reef. The diameter is about 3 meters, and the acoustic attenuation characteristics resemble that of an underwater cave entrance. Underwater? Zhang Heng initially felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of discovering an entrance, but then pondered how they might access it. But we don't have a submarine, surely you can't expect us to transform into ship girls and swim in, right? That would be far too risky. Unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table, he continued, what if we try blasting a hole? No, came the succinct and resolute reply from Nanchang. The rock structure is intact granite, and the amount of explosives required for such an operation would be excessive. Moreover, the voice of the ship girl conveyed a hint of exasperation. We have yet to ascertain whether they are friend or foe. If they are allies, such an action would cause tremendous complications. Ship girls cannot be enemies of other ship girls. Zhang Heng scratched his head, his ears tinged with a slight flush of embarrassment. Of course, I wouldn't want any of you to encounter danger, haha him. Comrade Commander, the gentle voice of Sichuan interjected with a hint of mischief. Surely you don't truly consider us merely mobile platforms for carrying missiles? My dock holds the complete equipment of 2 Marine Corps battalions, including Frogman diving systems. Frogman? But where would we find Frogman? Zhang Heng was taken aback. It's akin to how carrier-based aircraft don't require pilots, Sichuan quipped, winking playfully. Just as you accept that my flight deck can autonomously manage the takeoff and landing of aircraft. Why can't you imagine that the control systems of Marine Corps equipment can also operate independently? The Frogman equipment can seamlessly transform into unmanned submersible drones. Zhang Heng's eyes widened as he stared at the Sichuan, scratching the back of his neck, the heat from his ears now spreading down to his collar. So the Marine Corps equipment is indeed part of the ship Girl's arsenal. I had always thought the tanks and vehicles of the Marine Corps were merely for show. I've treated you as a carrier ship girl all along. Sichuan's tone carried a hint of pride. Now you understand why I am referred to as an amphibious assault ship, don't you? No sooner had she spoken than Sichuan dispatched 2 unmanned submersibles to scout the area. The dock doors at the ship's stern slowly opened, and 2 sleek drones glided from Sichuan's rear into the sea, leaving behind gentle trails of light as they stealthily descended towards the unknown underwater entrance. The submersibles ascended along the narrow passage, their metallic exteriors scraping against the rock walls, producing a shower of sparks. As she traversed the final stone bridge, her vision expanded into a vast, circular chamber beneath a soaring dome. Within it lay a shimmering pool cradling a diminutive platform. A figure upon the platform caused the optical lens to blur slightly. It was a girl who appeared to be around 12 or 13, clad in a sleek black swimsuit adorned with a petite, standing polar bear at the collarbone. Her slender legs were encased in knee-high stockings, and silver hair, dampened by droplets, clung to her ears. At that moment, she unfurled her ship attire, from which protruded a distinctive 6-tube torpedo launcher, signifying her as a submarine ship girl. She curled into a small ball, her eyelashes glistening with unshed tears, murmuring in a sweet voice, "Where am I? I want to go home. Oh, home no longer exists. I'm so hungry. Will someone come to rescue me?" Within the submersible, a communication antenna gently rose, and Sichuan contacted her via radio. "This is the ship girl Sichuan from the Central Fleet. We have received your distress signal. The external environment is stable, and there are no threats. You are safe now." The little ship girl was momentarily taken aback, tears welling in her eyes. She gazed at the sleek metallic figure slowly ascending, and her previously dim pupils suddenly sparkled with a hint of light. In an instant of relinquished hesitation, she dove into the water like a nimble fish, her wet hair trailing behind her, leaving a silvery streak. She followed the submersible out of the reef, surfacing to enter the hull of Nanchang, soon arriving at the bridge. As the little girl stepped onto the bridge, Qinghai Lake approached her, softly saying, "Little sister, let's save our conversation for later. First, let us fill your belly." Qinghai Lake held a platter of meticulously prepared Russian delicacies for ship girls: golden, crispy fish cakes, steaming stew, and a cup of warm sweet soup. She gently placed the dish before the girl, her fingertips tenderly brushing against the cold silver hair, her movements as gentle as cherishing a precious treasure. The girl's stomach emitted a soft rumble. She pressed her lips together, maintaining her poise. She picked up her utensils, savoring each bite slowly yet with utmost concentration, not producing a single sound. Qinghai Lake and the other ship girls stood quietly to the side, allowing this tranquility to remain undisturbed. As time passed, tears began to shimmer in the corners of the girl's eyes, yet she stubbornly held them back. Qinghai Lake's gaze was filled with warmth and compassion, and she silently offered a tissue, softly saying, "Eat slowly, don't rush." As the platter gradually emptied, the girl finally lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with a blend of defiance and fatigue, yet revealing a trace of warmth. She whispered, "Thank you." Inside the bridge, a profound silence enveloped them, everyone waiting patiently until she had finished her meal. Once she was done, she approached the crowd, her head bowed, her voice steady yet slightly trembling as she spoke. "I am the 641B type, T-class, conventional power attack submarine B, 515. With her head still lowered, her voice calm but with a barely perceptible quaver, she continued, 10 days ago, I awakened approximately 1,200 kilometers southwest of this maritime region." She paused, seemingly lost in reminiscence. "When I was newly born, I knew nothing of this world. I recall the direction of home lies in this vicinity. Thus, I resolved to navigate towards it, pressing onward. A fleeting smile of melancholy crossed her face as she recounted her encounter with a deep-sea fleet 3 days prior. As a nascent entity, I found myself bereft of resources, lacking torpedoes. Confronted by formidable adversaries, retreat became my only recourse, and I remained concealed beneath the waves. Her voice grew increasingly subdued, and as my energy waned, despair nearly engulfed me. In that moment, however, I stumbled upon a cave. It provided me temporary refuge, where I emitted a distress signal, yearning for a ship girl to discover my plight. Listening intently, Natasha murmured to herself, "Over 1,000 kilometers to the southwest, that must be the territory of Iron Blood. It roughly corresponds to the location of Hansa Island." Why did she awaken there? B515 lifted her gaze to the speaking Natasha. Suddenly, she beheld Kirov beside her, and an overwhelming wave of emotion surged within her, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks like pearls released from a broken string. She stumbled forward, embracing Kirov tightly, her voice quivering with a mix of sorrow and innocence. "Sister Kirov, I am B515 of the Northern Fleet. I have always remembered your visage. After the upheaval, I was left behind in West Germany, confined in Hamburg, rebranded as U-434, transformed into the U-434 submarine museum for public viewing. This bear was also painted on by them. I can never return home. My home is lost." As she spoke, she buried her head in Kirov's embrace, weeping with unabashed sorrow, her shoulders trembling with a profound sense of grievance and melancholy. Upon hearing this, Kirov held B515 tightly. This normally forthright and resilient woman could not help but feel a sting of emotion. "Little 515, do not cry," she gently consoled. "In this world, no one can render us homeless. Together, we shall rebuild the Northern Fleet, shall we?" B515 nodded resolutely in Kirov's arms, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope. Kirov turned to Natasha, introducing B515. "This is my commander. Though she may seem unreliable at times, she is, in truth, an exceptional leader." B515 shyly lowered her gaze and cautiously inquired, "Commander Natasha, may we engage in core resonance? I wish to remain in the same fleet as Sister Kirov." Natasha nodded with determination. Before the witnesses, she and B515 completed the core resonance. At that moment, perhaps, it marked the first step towards the resurgence of the Northern Fleet. Chapter 4. The vanished Cape of Caning. With the arrival of B515, Zhang Heng's fleet continued its journey towards Cape Caning. Given that only Natasha and Aphrodite had spent considerable time in this world, while the majority of the other members were relatively new arrivals, Zhang Heng took advantage of his amnesia, resulting from an encounter with deep-sea assailants prior to their voyage to Ocean Cape, as a pretext, claiming he needed time to adapt and learn. This excuse garnered the sympathy of both Natasha and Aphrodite. Despite their instinctive awareness that he was not a native of Mercury, they refrained from exposing him. During the ensuing voyage, Natasha and Aphrodite took it upon themselves to educate the other naval maidens about Mercury. They elaborated on the geography, ecology, and the unique aspects of this world, aiding their companions in better comprehending their surroundings. Prior to this, the information from the tablet used at the Royal Naval Academy had been shared with all the Central System naval maidens, including Ishian, via a data link established by Nanchang. Although Ishian had yet to undergo modification, Qinghai Lake had specially equipped her with an external data link. While this device could not directly transmit information to her mind like a true data link, requiring her to view it page by page akin to using a mobile phone, Ishian regarded it as a precious tool and diligently absorbed the knowledge within. The fleet's voyage persisted, and the process of learning and adaptation progressed steadily. Upon the conclusion of their lessons, Natasha guided her Soviet naval maidens back to the lounge in Sichuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng entered the mental space alongside all the Central System naval maidens, where they first paid their respects to the three flags. Ishian gazed at the three red banners adorning the wall, her heart swelling with emotion. It was under the guidance of these flags that the Central System had flourished to its current splendor, truly admirable. She joined the others in saluting. To Zhang Heng's astonishment, his mental space underwent another remarkable transformation. The once familiar glass display conference table had been revitalized. Not only had its size more than doubled, but the surface material had evolved from a cold electronic screen to a vivid three-dimensional holographic interface. Information could now hover in the air in a tangible form, as if within reach. Even more striking was the innovation of the independent battle positions. The previously cramped 3 positions had expanded into 5 distinct multifunctional stations encircling the holographic conference table, corresponding to the 5 naval maidens: Nanchang, Qinzhou, Sichuan, Hangzhou, and Qinghai Lake. The equipment before each station had similarly undergone a transformation, replacing traditional computer monitors with holographic interactive interfaces. Notably, Zhongheng's exclusive independent position had entirely vanished, with all its functions seamlessly integrated into the central conference system. Surrounding the conference table were 7 elegantly designed chairs, arranged at perfect geometric intervals, with the wall displaying the 3 flags standing proudly behind Zhongheng's seat. Particularly noteworthy was the positioning of Yixian's battle station, carefully placed next to Nanchang's, with both configurations being identical. This clever arrangement clearly held deeper significance. The mental space seemed intentionally designed to position Nanchang as a guiding figure for Yixian's adaptation to life within the central system. As the city of Nanchang has yet to provide a response, Qinzhou, with a twinkle in her eye and a hint of playful sarcasm, remarked, "Commander, you can't possibly be unaware, can you? When we are in ship-mounted form, the weapon's power is merely a fraction, only 1/10, of what it is when the hull is fully deployed. Just imagine, in the depths of the ocean at the Cape of the Ocean, each vessel is in its expanded form. If we were to engage in battle solely in ship-mounted mode, we might be swiftly annihilated by those creatures lurking in the deep. And if our opponent is also in ship-mounted form, why should I engage in a foolishly equal exchange of blows?" The term integrated firepower indeed emphasizes the essence of firepower. Naturally, we must maximize our offensive capabilities. Oh dear, Commander, you wouldn't be thinking that ship-mounted combat looks splendid and simply wish to witness it, would you? Surely not. Caught off guard by her teasing, Zhongheng quickly activated the points feature to evade Qinzhou's banter. To his delight, he discovered that this feature had been upgraded. It no longer required him to confirm each ship girl's position individually, as it now displayed a consolidated score, over 14,000 points. What thrilled Zhongheng even more was that many previously inaccessible new equipment could now be unlocked. He simply needed to visit a base and utilize the research facilities to construct them. Eagerly, he clicked on the long-anticipated YJ-21 missile, a weapon he had eagerly awaited. However, despite having sufficient points for the missile, he discovered that it required prerequisite technologies, including the Beidou navigation system, equipments he had once deemed unattainable. Regretfully, Zhongheng had to abandon his plan to equip Nanchang with the YJ-21. At that moment, Zhongheng stumbled upon a newly added function for the retrofitting of old ships. Curiously, he clicked on it, and the image of Yixian promptly appeared on the screen, showcasing all the technological requirements needed for a comprehensive overhaul. To his joy, he found that the new ship propulsion system was already available, namely the steam turbine previously studied by Nanchang. Moreover, the points required for crucial equipment, such as radar, missiles, and naval guns, were also summarized. Most importantly, there was an option for a significant hull modification, indicating that Yixian's structure could adapt to the latest combat demands. Filled with anticipation and excitement, Zhongheng understood that these new features and equipment would bestow him and his ship girls with formidable combat capabilities. The points required for Yixian's modernization amounted to approximately 18,000. Given that many pieces of equipment had yet to be successfully developed, retrofitting Yixian would also enhance their technological reserves. Zhongheng surveyed everyone present and stated, "We need just 4,000 more points to modernize Yixian. Let's save our points for now." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Yixian appeared visibly touched, realizing she was nearing the threshold of becoming a true combat asset. Observing her powerful companions, she felt a mix of anticipation and a tinge of impatience. She yearned to grow swiftly, to fight alongside them, and not to become a liability to the team. Seeing no dissent among the group, Zhongheng turned his gaze towards Sichuan and said solemnly, "Sichuan, please retrieve the information regarding the early warning aircraft and the J-35 detected at Canning Cape. We are approaching our destination." Sichuan nodded in understanding, stating that they would likely reach the Canning Corner Naval Base by tomorrow afternoon. He swiftly retrieved the pertinent information, projecting it onto a holographic display. As the hologram materialized, astonishment spread across the faces of everyone present. Impatient, Hangzhou was the first to voice a query. "Isn't this just a body of water? Where's Canning Corner? Could there have been a mistake?" Sichuan patiently clarified, "Indeed, I have confirmed multiple times that this is Caning Corner. Based on the Royal Ark's description, Zhang Heng's previous textbooks, and the information provided by Natasha, I have thoroughly verified that this is indeed Caning Corner. There should have been a large island here. But after extensive searches conducted by the J-35, we found nothing. He paused briefly before continuing. In fact, I had considered suggesting that the commander exchange points for the design of the WZ-7 drone. But upon reflection, I realized we lacked the research facilities to manufacture it. So I refrained from mentioning it. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Heng spoke up. Clearly, something has occurred at Caning Corner. Considering our loss of communication with Ocean Corner for some time, this is evidently not a recent development. We currently have two options. First, upon our arrival at Caning Corner tomorrow, Sichuan can operate an unmanned submersible in conjunction with B-515 to conduct underwater exploration. Second, we can seek the nearest naval base and proceed there first. Nanchang suggested, I propose we share this information with Commander Natasha, as she is a local. I concur. Came the agreement. The group departed the mental space, with Hangzhou heading to Natasha's quarters to invite her to the bridge. Sichuan conveyed the relevant information to Natasha, who pondered briefly before responding. I agree that we should initially explore the waters of Caning Corner to see if we can uncover any valuable information. It is not far from the Petersburg Naval Base, which is the capital of the Northern Union. If we have no new leads by then, we can consider heading to the Petersburg Naval Base. Ultimately, Zhang Heng decided, as per the original plan, we shall arrive at the waters of Caning Corner tomorrow afternoon without the need for accelerated travel. Upon arrival, B-515 and Sichuan's submersible will descend underwater to conduct a detailed exploration of the area surrounding Caning Corner. The preliminary exploration period is set for 3 days. If no new clues are found within this time, we will alter our course towards the Petersburg Naval Base. The entire crew responded in unison. Understood. Chapter 5. The Submarine. As dawn broke, gentle rays of light cascaded upon the ocean's surface, with the fleet resembling a colossal steel dragon, gradually making its way toward the former site of the Caning Corner stronghold. Not long ago, the majestic and imposing walls of Caning Corner stood tall, a bastion perched upon the cliffs, symbolizing an indomitable guardian of these waters. Now, the grand expanse of Caning Island had vanished without a trace. Before them lay an endless expanse of deep blue sea, akin to a mysterious and unfathomable realm. As everyone took their positions, Zhang Heng decisively issued commands, and a comprehensive underwater search operation commenced. The fleet of 5 ship girls, Sichuan, Nanchang, Qinzhou, Hangzhou, and Kirov, moved in perfect synchrony, initiating their anti-submarine helicopter formation. In an instant, 15 anti-submarine helicopters soared into the sky like arrows released from a bow. The detection equipment they carried formed an extensive web, meticulously covering every critical area of the target sea. The helicopters methodically wove a precise sonar network in the air, deploying sonar buoys like well-trained underwater sentinels, accurately dropped onto the surface of the sea. With a series of splashes, these sentinels swiftly activated their operational modes, emitting rhythmic and clear sonar pulses, relentlessly probing the depths for hidden secrets. Simultaneously, B-515 deployed its hull, collaborating with 3 unmanned underwater vehicles to form an underwater combat unit. Utilizing advanced imaging technology, these unmanned vehicles relayed high-definition imagery of the underwater world back in real time. The images were simultaneously projected onto Sichuan's central control screen, as if opening a gateway to the mysteries of the ocean floor. Inside the command room, the atmosphere was so tense it felt palpable. Zhang Heng, Natasha, Qinghai Lake, Yixian, and Aurora gathered around the screen, their eyes filled with intense focus and anticipation, fixating on the continuously updating image data, all hoping to uncover valuable clues within this enigmatic underwater domain. Gradually, the underwater visuals on the screen sharpened. Sichuan's central computer deftly integrated data from various nodes, progressively outlining a 10-kilometer underwater topographical map. As more data coalesced, a complete underwater landscape finally emerged before them. The once towering Caning Island was now fully submerged beneath the waves, its contours distinctly visible, resembling a giant slumbering in the ocean's depths. When the full visage of Caning Island was revealed, Natasha gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she stood up from her seat, her voice trembling with shock. Is this truly Caning Island? How could it have sunk below sea level? What terrible event transpired? Her eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion. Zhang Heng, maintaining his usual composure, turned to Natasha and inquired, "Natasha, has there been any change in the sea level at Ocean Point over the past few years?" Natasha shook her head, her brow furrowed tightly, responding, "No, the sea level has remained quite stable. That indicates that the entire island of Caning has indeed sunk." Zhang Heng, adjusting the course of the submersible towards the area of the Caning Cape Naval Base in Sichuan, spoke as he prepared to meticulously investigate the current conditions there, hoping to discern any remnants of past battles. As the submersible glided forward, the focus gradually shifted to the port area of the Caning Cape Naval Base. Unlike the vast expanse of the Ocean Cape, the port at Caning Cape, owing to its unique topographical features, appeared compact yet intricately designed, albeit on a smaller scale. The architectural ensemble began at the dock and cascaded down the hillside in layers. Fortunately, this area had not suffered extensive devastation from warfare and remained relatively well preserved. However, prolonged submersion had resulted in the surfaces of the structures being cloaked in lush underwater vegetation, while vibrant schools of fish darted joyfully among them, creating a vivid tableau of life. More astonishingly, remnants of unused resources and traces of unfinished meals lingered within some facilities, as if time itself had abruptly frozen at that moment. These details silently conveyed that the abandonment of Caning Cape was not the result of a planned, orderly evacuation, but rather a sudden interruption forced by an unforeseen crisis. Numerous indications strongly suggested that the submersion of the island likely occurred in an instant, a disaster without warning that had plunged this once thriving naval base into the depths of the ocean, enveloping it in prolonged silence. A faint crackle of static broke into the communication channel, followed by the voice of B-515, tinged with trepidation, yet striving to maintain composure. "Commander, I believe I have made a significant discovery. At the very center of the island lies a vast pit, approximately 200 meters in diameter, the depth of which remains undetermined. The Soviet T-class conventional submarine, once displayed alone as a museum exhibit in Hamburg, now curled within the command chamber of the submersible, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the control panel, her gaze fraught with anxiety. Yet, summoning her courage, she revealed her findings, adding a hint of barely perceptible anticipation to her tone, as if yearning for validation, to prove she was not merely a timid figure lurking in the shadows. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, his penetrating gaze fixed on the flickering lights upon the tactical screen, and responded with steadiness. "Cease operations. Do not descend directly yet. Sichuan, dispatch an unmanned submersible for reconnaissance at once." However, before his words could fully resonate, an urgent voice from the Nanchang broke the brief tranquility. "B-515. Ascend at full speed. Full speed. The sonar has detected a massive source moving rapidly within the pit. Ascend at full speed. Full speed. Repeat, ascend at full speed." The alarm from the Nanchang reverberated through the communication channel, while the sonar display revealed a colossal entity hurtling towards the B-515 submarine. At that moment, upon hearing the warning, B-515 instantly retracted her earlier unease. She took a deep breath, her youthful visage now adorned with an unexpected steadiness and composure, and swiftly maneuvered the submarine to ascend at maximum velocity, bracing herself for the unknown challenge ahead. "Commander, deep-sea units have locked onto the target." The Sichuan ship reported with composure, as the contours of the deep-sea submarine gradually came into focus on her central control screen, a colossal, menacing iron behemoth that surged forth from its cavern at an alarming speed, heading towards the fleet. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, swiftly analyzing the current situation. "All ship girls. Enter combat mode. Prepare anti-submarine torpedoes. Activate sonar jamming. Prepare to support B-515. Understood." The ship girls responded in unison. The turrets of the cruiser rotated, and the torpedo launchers of the destroyer slowly ascended, filling the air with a tense and battle-ready atmosphere. The deep-sea submarine did not afford Zhang Heng's team much reaction time. Torpedoes incoming. 3 of them, bearing 120 degrees. The alarm of the Nanchang ship echoed through the command room. "Countermeasures, launch." The Hangzhou ship quickly responded, as 2 silvery torpedoes sliced through the water, hurtling towards the deep-sea submarine. However, the submarine's response exceeded all expectations. It abruptly veered, effortlessly evading Hangzhou's counterattack, while simultaneously launching a second volley of torpedoes. "Damn it, its maneuverability is too formidable," Natasha muttered under her breath, as the Kirov swiftly adjusted its course, attempting to disrupt the submarine's targeting. Sonar jamming activated. Nanchang's voice was calm and resolute, releasing powerful sound wave interference that plunged the deep-sea submarine's sonar into chaos. Now's our chance. Nanchang, Hangzhou, fire torpedoes again. Zhang Heng commanded decisively. The torpedoes from both destroyers surged forth once more, forcing the deep-sea submarine to dive deeper. Yet this time, it appeared cornered. However, the true terror of the deep-sea submarine lay in its defensive and survival capabilities. It has descended to its maximum depth, came the grave voice of the Qingzhou ship. Our torpedoes cannot pursue. Zhang Heng paused for a moment, then calmly analyzed. Its defensive layer is exceedingly thick. Conventional torpedoes struggle to penetrate. Moreover, it seems to be waiting for us to exhaust our ammunition. Natasha scoffed, then let it wait. Kirov, prepare depth charges. Understood. The Kirov swiftly adjusted its posture, releasing several depth charges into the sea, creating a lethal trap around the deep-sea submarine. Yet, contrary to expectations, the submarine was not destroyed. It withstood the impact of the depth charges, remaining unscathed, merely shifting its position slightly, continuing to lurk in the depths. As time passed, and the cycle of attack and defense continued, the battle gradually fell into a stalemate. We cannot sink it, nor can it approach us to deliver a fatal blow, Zhang Heng concluded calmly. Continuing this engagement will only deplete our resources. Natasha gritted her teeth. But to retreat like this? It feels so unsatisfactory. This is not retreat. It is a strategic adjustment, Zhang Heng replied with determination. The threat of the deep-sea submarine remains. Yet our primary mission is to uncover the truth of Canning Island. We cannot waste time here. The commander is right, Sichuan nodded. We can record its acoustic signature for future opportunities. Good. Nanchang, respond quickly. Recording complete. The submarine's acoustic signature has been archived. All hands, retreat from the battlefield. Zhang Heng ordered. The deep-sea submarine did not impede the retreat of Zhang Heng's fleet. It lay quietly at the bottom of the abyss, as if it had never existed. Why did it withdraw? Natasha pondered, perplexed. Because it understands that we cannot annihilate it, nor can it obliterate us, Zhang Heng replied softly. This is a delicate equilibrium. How infuriating. Natasha clenched her fists, vowing that one day she would personally rend it apart. The future will inevitably arrive. Zhang Heng placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. For now, we have more pressing matters to attend to. The fleet slowly navigated the battlefield, once again passing the ruins of the Canaan fortress. Commander, the sinking of Canaan Island is indeed peculiar, Sichuan remarked, noting its rapid descent, as if devoured by some unseen force. The deep-sea submarine, Natasha murmured. Is it connected to the sinking of Canaan Island? Perhaps, Zhang Heng replied, his gaze profound, yet the truth demands further evidence. What shall we do next? Qingzhou inquired. Zhang Heng fixed his eyes on the distant horizon. We shall set course for the Petersburg fortress to liaise with the members of the Northern Alliance. Subsequently, we will utilize their facilities to upgrade Ishian. It is anticipated that en route to Petersburg, by eliminating some of the roaming deep-sea entities, we will accumulate sufficient points. All crew members, enhance detection capabilities, adjust our heading to the southeast, and proceed at full speed to vacate this maritime region. Understood. The fleet advanced rapidly towards the southeast in a state of heightened alert, leaving behind a trail of white wake. Perhaps upon reaching Petersburg, they would unveil the mystery of what transpired here. Chapter 6. A journey revisited. The fleet swiftly retreated from the waters of Cape Canning. With repeated confirmations from early warning aircraft, sonar, and various detection devices, it was determined that the surrounding area within a 500-kilometer radius was eerily calm, save for the occasional flicker of distant deep-sea life reflected on the radar. Accordingly, the ship girls began to retract their vessels, returning in an orderly fashion to the Sichuan ship. In this serene maritime expanse, Huahua steadfastly maintained her position, her paws deftly navigating the control panel as she orchestrated the aircraft for vigilant patrols. Each successful scan was met with a jubilant woo, a woo that resonated through the bridge, instilling an inexplicable sense of security among the crew. Qinghai Lake transformed into a nurturing elder sister, ushering everyone into the dining hall. Utilizing the unique skills of her supply vessel, she magically converted various provisions into a sumptuous feast. The lobsters glistened enticingly in shades of red. The roasted meats sizzled with savory juices, and an array of seafood filled the air with delectable aromas, meticulously prepared to replenish the energy of the battle-hardened ship girls. After prolonged periods of intense combat, the young women were ravenously hungry. Confronted with the culinary delights, they indulged with gusto. Their swift eating revealing their identities as warriors rather than delicate flowers. Zhang Heng stood on the bridge, his brow slightly furrowed, lost in thought regarding the mysterious deep-sea submarine they had encountered earlier. Just as he was immersed in contemplation, Hangzhou and Qinghai Lake appeared, one on each side. And without further ado, they whisked him toward the dining hall. Upon entering, a table laden with a visually and aromatically exquisite lunch greeted them. Qinghai Lake, beaming with joy, spoke in a soft voice reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "Commander, relying solely on energy jelly won't do. It's been ages since you've enjoyed a proper hot meal. Today, I have prepared a delightful feast for you featuring fish in multiple forms. The grilled fish is crispy on the outside and tender within. The fish head soup is rich and fragrant. The stir-fried fish belly is delightfully crunchy, and there are also chewy fish balls. Do try them and see if they suit your palate." Zhang Heng's mouth watered at the sight. Before he could respond, Hangzhou playfully patted his back and exclaimed, "I caught this big fish myself. You must give it a taste." Zhang Heng was taken aback, disbelief evident in his eyes. "Is that true? You actually managed to catch such a large fish? That's incredible." With a teasing grin, Hangzhou replied, "Humph, you underestimate me. Those military enthusiasts back home thought I was too old and incapable, suggesting I switch to fisheries management. They even said I should join Liao Jia in seeking new employment in fisheries or Coast Guard. Well, today I shall show you that I, Hangzhou, can indeed catch big fish." Moments later, Natasha was drawn over by or lie. Zhang Heng and Natasha settled down to savor the delectable dishes crafted by Qinghai Lake. Having long relied on energy jelly, the taste of real food brought tears of gratitude to Natasha's eyes. "Hangzhou, your fishing skills are truly impressive," Zhang Heng exclaimed, hastily stuffing his mouth with food. He couldn't resist adding a playful jab. "It seems the suggestion for you to work in fisheries management might not be so far-fetched after all." With arms crossed, Hangzhou huffed lightly. "Just eat, Commander. Nothing can silence your appetite with such delicious food." At that moment, Nanchang joined the conversation, declaring, "Military enthusiasts are all such gluttons." At that moment, I had just entered the water, and everyone remarked on the striking appearance of the Nanchang ship. The following day, however, my photo in the Coast Guard's livery began circulating everywhere. When Qinzhou opened her mouth, she did so with her characteristic sharp tongue. "Comrade Commander, tell me, does our sister Nanchang look better in her naval uniform, or does the Coast Guard attire exude more charm?" After being teased by the crowd, Zhang Heng could only focus on his meal. Within the restaurant, laughter and banter echoed through the air. The young women indulged in their feast, playfully teasing one another. And the tension and gloom from their recent battle with the deep-sea submarines dissipated entirely in this warm and joyous atmosphere. Vivacity and laughter returned to their faces. After the meal, everyone gathered around the dining table. Zhang Heng and Natasha appeared to be quite full, and Zhang Heng made a request to Natasha. "Could you enlighten us about the Petersburg Defense Headquarters?" Natasha gently set down her cutlery and meticulously adjusted her skirt. Her gaze was soft yet resolute as it swept over the group, and she began to speak. "The Petersburg Defense Headquarters. It is a vital military base for our Northern Union and also the seat of our capital. It is situated in the heart of the Mercury Northern Islands, composed of numerous artificial and natural islands, presenting a unique star-shaped layout, symbolizing the unity and strength of the Northern Union." The group listened intently, with only the faint sound of cutlery clinking in the background. Natasha's lips curled into a slight smile as she continued. "The history of the Petersburg Defense Headquarters can be traced back to the early days of the shipgirl's inception. Initially, it was established by the battleship Peter the Great and the aircraft carrier Catherine. As the Northern Union expanded, this headquarters gradually evolved into a super fortress that integrates military, industrial, and cultural elements." Zhang Heng nodded slightly, his expression contemplative. Natasha's tone took on a nostalgic quality. "The core structure of the headquarters, the Snow Palace, serves as the highest command center of the Northern Union. Its architectural style masterfully blends Petersburg's classical aesthetics with modern industrial design, presenting a magnificent and awe-inspiring exterior. Akin to a towering monument, within, it is equipped with the most advanced command systems, brimming with technological sophistication. The defensive system of the headquarters is exceptionally tight-knit, with the Peter and Paul Fortress underwater listening stations and anti-aircraft batteries guarding the periphery. Vigilant as loyal sentinels against enemy incursions, the interior boasts multiple layers of defensive fortifications. Secure as an impregnable fortress. Here, the shipgirls not only receive professional training and maintenance for their vessels, but also partake in the construction of new shipgirls, nurturing generations of exceptional shipgirls for the Northern Union. The Petersburg Defense Headquarters is not merely a military base. It is also the cultural heart of the Northern Union. It houses the Snow Palace Museum, which displays historical artifacts from Mercury, showcasing the glory and magnificence of the shipgirls. There is also the Neva River Theater, which frequently features extraordinary operas and concerts, allowing the shipgirls to relish the arts amidst the strains of battle. By the way, once we arrive there and settle matters, I shall invite you all to witness a ballet performance. Natasha's gaze slowly swept over Zhang Heng and the other shipgirls before she spoke. Certainly. The most distinctive aspect of the naval base lies within its ship-girl living area. This sanctuary not only boasts comfortable and warm dormitories, allowing the shipgirls to rest peacefully, but also features a bustling cafeteria and a myriad of entertainment facilities. There are even traditional events like the Shipgirl Tea Party, where the fragrant aroma of tea fills the air as the shipgirls share their innermost thoughts and the minutiae of their lives. Here, they are not merely comrades in arms, but also a closely knit family. Of course, human commanders reside here as well. It is a vast, multifunctional living space that embodies the dreams and hopes of countless individuals. The group fell silent for a moment, seemingly moved by Natasha's vivid portrayal, each contemplating what such a remarkable naval base might be like. Natasha, with unwavering determination, continued, "The Petersburg Naval Base is our pride and the very foundation of the Northern Union. No matter how formidable the enemy may be, as long as the naval base stands, the Northern Union shall never falter. It will forever tower above Mercury, radiating its own unique brilliance. From here, if one were to travel 30 degrees southwest for a distance of 1,000 kilometers, there stands a fortress forged of steel and glory, the heart of Northern Union's art and culture. My university is located there, along with many long-lost friends whom I am eager to reunite with." Zhang Heng responded with a smile. "It sounds like a truly enchanting place. I sincerely hope we can arrive there soon. As you all know, since the deep-sea assault, my memories have been affected, and I can scarcely recall the appearance of New Mist City. Thus, Petersburg Naval Base should be the first major city I reach alongside the Central Fleet shipgirls. I am filled with anticipation." Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, for them, this would be the first major city visited since arriving in this world. Natasha's description heightened their excitement, and they all yearned to reach it as swiftly as possible. Chapter 7. Arrival at Petersburg during the voyage. The fleet encountered no notable events aside from effortlessly dispatching a few enemies drifting in the deep sea and engaging a submarine. The fleet executed standard anti-submarine warfare protocols, swiftly sinking the submerged adversary and securing a common core, bringing their total points to 20,000 and core count to 3. Natasha received 1 core, while Zhang Heng retained 3. Nevertheless, the battleship core remained a source of frustration for him, as he could only hope for future opportunities to exchange it with other factions for alternative resources. Among the resources acquired at Ocean Cape, some had already been consumed, yet a substantial quantity remained. Thanks to Natasha's impassioned introduction, the crew abandoned the notion of proceeding at economic speed, and the Sichuan vessel surged towards the Petersburg Naval Base at over 20 knots. Given the limited number of shipgirls on Mercury, most of whom are imbued with the ocean's positive energy and possess pure hearts along with the souls of ships from another world, their wisdom is remarkable. Thus, conflicts among the shipgirls have been rare, save for occasional displays of temper stemming from the historical grievances carried by their ship corps. Overall, they remain united, directing their collective focus against the deep sea. Due to the grievous toll inflicted by the deep sea during the World War, humanity has yet to fully recover, leading most individuals to choose a life of recuperation in the inland areas. However, a select few blessed by the ocean have come to the naval base to serve as commanders. Once inhabitants of the sea, they now reside at the base, engaging in ocean-related professions, particularly in maritime transport, which is of utmost importance. Given the peril posed by the deep sea, maritime navigation remains fraught with danger for humanity, prompting contemporary fleets to employ human commanders for escort duties. After all, human wealth holds little allure for the free shipgirls. As one travels further south, away from the front line's smoke and gunfire, the prosperity of the sea becomes increasingly evident. The lights of merchant vessel convoys merge into luminous trails against the night, while the sonar pulses of fishing fleets create a symphony of sounds, allowing newcomers like the Nanchang ship to glimpse the diverse nature of Mercury's oceans. Approaching approximately 500 kilometers from the Petersburg Naval Base, the Sichuan vessel established communication, relaying details about the fleet's composition, personnel, and purpose of visit to their counterparts. On that morning, a dual-ship formation consisting of the destroyers Tashkent and Sensitivity set sail towards Sichuan, dispatched by the Petersburg Naval Base to welcome Zhang Heng and his entourage. The sight of this immense aircraft carrier, unfamiliar to them, piqued their curiosity. As Tashkent and Sensitivity drew near, they entered Sichuan's hull through the dock, where Zhang Heng awaited them on the deck. It was then that they noticed, in addition to the two ship girls, a bearded commander of approximately 30 years of age. Upon seeing Natasha, the bearded commander rushed forward, embracing her tightly while exclaiming, "Oh, Natasha Petrovna Sherbakova, my sister, it is such a relief to see you safe and sound. Oh, brother, I knew you were missing after being separated from the main force." The stubble on the man's cheek brushed against Natasha's ear as he exaggeratedly inhaled, exclaiming, "Oh, I wept into 3 handkerchiefs while gazing at your photograph at home. Each morning, I vowed before the crimson star atop the snow-covered palace to find you. Oh, the day I heard you had safely arrived at Cape of Good Hope, I was so overjoyed that I consumed 2 bottles of vodka. Oh, to see you again, dear brother, fills me with such elation." Natasha's eyes, already brimming with tears, flared with annoyance at her brother's theatrical remarks. "Alexander Petrovich Sherbakov, could you possibly speak normally? You have utterly marred this poignant moment. Oh, Natasha Petrovna Sherbakova, my sister, your words are as piercing as the frigid winds guarding Siberia's stronghold. Upon learning of your return, I eagerly sought the task of welcoming you." He clasped his chest dramatically, lamenting, "Oh, how my heart aches." "Alexander, please, behave yourself," Natasha implored with exasperation. Zhang Heng, witnessing the siblings' theatrical reunion, wore a perplexed expression. He approached Tashkent slowly and inquired, "Excuse me, I am Commander Zhang Heng from the Central Command. May I ask if your commander always speaks in such a manner?" Tashkent's ears flushed with a shade of crimson as she bashfully nodded, aside from his rather exaggerated speech. "Alexander is quite dependable, truly a good man." After a series of humorous interludes, the group gradually grew acquainted. Alexander, in his customary flamboyant style, expressed his gratitude to Zhang Heng and the others, leaving Zhang Heng momentarily bewildered while Natasha shook her head in resignation. Upon learning that Natasha had successfully contracted a nuclear-powered cruiser and a submarine, Alexander's excitement was palpable. He excitedly described how the Petersburg fortress had recently acquired several new types of vessels, with the most notable being the aircraft cruiser Kiev, a warship whose might astonished all present. However, when Natasha inquired about the situation at Cape Canaan, Alexander's demeanor turned serious. After a brief silence, he forced a smile and replied, "Oh, my sister, I am not entirely sure about that matter. However, once we return to Petersburg, the chairman of the Soviet will surely meet with you, and you may pose your inquiries directly to her. She will undoubtedly provide you with satisfactory answers." As the Sichuan embarked once more, the magnificent city of Petersburg gradually unfolded before their eyes as the sun dipped toward the horizon. This city, comprised of 7 large islands and numerous smaller ones, took on the shape of a pentagram, with a resplendent white palace standing proudly upon the central isle. At the heart of the palace rose a grand tower, crowned by a brilliant red star that glimmered in the night sky. The Sichuan gently docked at the northernmost isle's wharf, leaving both the shipgirls and humans in awe of the majestic white vessel drawing near. They had encountered large ships before, yet none had been as colossal and beautiful as this one. The imposing beauty of the Northern Union's great ship emanated a raw allure. Even the Kirov, known for its simplicity, exuded an air of steampunk grandeur. As the crowd set foot on the shore, a tall blonde woman, clad in Russian military attire and donning black knee-high leather boots, coolly positioned herself before Zhang Heng and his companions. Her remarkable demeanor exuded an air of a formidable woman. Zhang Heng and his companions regarded this unexpected visitor with caution. However, she strode directly towards Sichuan, her gaze fixed upon Hua Hua nestled in Sichuan's arms. "Is this Hua Hua? Quite intriguing. At last, I can see a living one. May I touch it?" The authentic Tianjin dialect left all the shipgirls from Zhang Heng's faction momentarily astounded. Zhang Heng cautiously inquired, "Are you Kiev?" "Of course not. I am the aircraft cruiser Kiev. Consider me a half-hearted compatriot. After my retirement, I have been enjoying a splendid life in your aircraft carrier park," Kiev remarked, casting a glance at B-515. "Unlike little 515, those folks have been painting bears and doodling all over her. I knew you were coming. It fills my heart with joy. Tomorrow, the Soviet will receive you. Allow me to guide you to your resting place. After all, you are esteemed guests." In Petersburg, the initial encounter with two individuals left Zhang Heng and his companions in awe. Shortly after, Natasha came to bid farewell, intending to return with her brother to visit the home she had departed from nearly a decade ago. After bidding farewell to Natasha, Zhang Heng followed Kiev to their designated hotel. Nestled in a villa district, they were assigned a spacious villa for their stay. "I will come to fetch you tomorrow. Good night." Kiev cheerfully departed after enjoying some time with the panda, leaving the members of Zhang Heng's faction exchanging glances in bewilderment. Chapter 8. The Kiev aircraft carrier. On the following morning, the Kiev arrived at the villa early and discovered that Zhang Heng and his companions had already begun preparing breakfast. As soon as she entered, she made a beeline for Huahua, lifting it up with joy and affection. Zhang Heng gazed at the unexpectedly tall shipgirl, unable to suppress a wry smile. "Would you like to join us for breakfast?" Upon hearing this, Kiev's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Breakfast? Are there jimbingguzi?" Zhang Heng felt increasingly helpless. "Sister, have you truly become a genuine Tianjin native? All the ingredients here are from your Northern Alliance. And isn't your food made from oil, ammunition, steel, and aluminum?" At that moment, Qinghai Lake, who was busy in the kitchen, interjected, "Yes, Kiev's sister, what else would you like to eat? Though I was born in Kherson, I have lived in the Central System for 30 years. Kiev turned to Qinghai Lake. "Huh? Our Soviet system is indeed well suited to the Central System. Can you make gabakai? I also enjoy eating buns." Zhang Heng could no longer contain himself. "Sister, please stop. You're leading me astray with your Tianjin dialect. Can we act normally? Surely, not only Tianjin people came to visit you." Cough, cough. "All right, I will try my best. Mainly, my maintenance staff are all Tianjin natives." Kiev's tone shifted as she seamlessly transitioned to speaking standard Mandarin, her demeanor transforming from that of a humorous comedian to that of a poised and elegant goddess. As the morning light gently illuminated the room, the breakfast meticulously prepared by Qinghai Lake was laid out on the table. The group gathered around, the sounds of clinking cutlery mingling with laughter and conversation. Zhang Heng savored the delightful breakfast crafted especially for him, his mind filled with curiosity, and he could not help but ask, "You can clearly speak such impeccable Mandarin. And what brings you here so early? We seem to be strangers, after all." At the dining table, Kiev's movements were graceful, reminiscent of a pampered noblewoman. Perhaps the profound memories embedded in her ship's soul core allowed her to break the tradition of silence while dining. Holding a jimbingguzi, she spoke softly and slowly. "This is all thanks to the past life memories bestowed upon me by my soul core. When I first arrived in Tianjin, the engine room and weaponry compartment had been utterly ravaged by those reckless devices. Yet, my time there was filled with warmth and happiness. The staff would regularly remove rust, meticulously maintain me, and even apply fresh paint. Although I can no longer sail the vast oceans, I have found my own dedicated dock and a sense of belonging." As she reached this point, Kiev gently set down the jianbing and cast her gaze upon the faces of the ship girls around her, her tone imbued with nostalgia. "Alas, my once hometown has long since vanished, and my name now belongs to another nation." However, looking at Hangzhou and Qinghai Lake, life in the Central System is quite delightful. The Variag has magnificently transformed into the Liaoning. Reflecting on my hometown descendant, Kuznetsov, who now finds himself in a lamentable situation, truly saddens me. Yet, upon seeing all of you, I feel an inexplicable warmth. The days spent in Tianjin are truly delightful, unlike the B-515, which has found itself in Germany, treated as a trophy, while so-called artists indiscriminately scrawl upon it, falsely labeling it as artistic creation. We are, after all, weapons. What relation do we have with art? After this reflection, Kiev picks up a pancake and continues to indulge. "Soon, I shall take you to the Snow Palace to meet the Soviets." Her name, indeed, invites much jest. She has a multitude of questions to pose to you, and I believe you have much to discuss with her as well. I will first approach Huahua for some closeness, as I have longed to touch the panda over there. But at that time, I was merely a vessel, entirely incapable of doing so. Now that I have arrived at Mercury, I have been granted a new life. And you here possess pandas. Of course, I must seize the opportunity to touch them while you are still around, lest I suffer a great loss once you depart. Zhang Heng exchanged a surprised glance with Nanchang. How is it that you are so well informed about the situation over there? Kiev had finished her pancake and was now savoring a bun with pickled vegetables. How do I know? Where was the last place I rested? Zhang Heng paused, responding, Tianjin. At the aircraft carrier park, I have been there. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Zhang Heng quickly fell silent. Kiev flashed a knowing smile at Zhang Heng, her expression one of understanding. Ah, precisely. Tianjin is still a tourist attraction. Visitors from all over the country flock to see me, many of whom are military enthusiasts, unable to cease their chatter once the hottest topics arise. Plus, those delightful Tianjin locals who maintain and care for me never cease their banter while working. It's akin to listening to a comedic dialogue. Tell me, how could I not be well informed? At this moment, Qinzhou inquired, Sister Kiev, is it truly that interesting there? Kiev smiled, responding, absolutely. Though I have not ventured to other places, I find it quite fascinating. As everyone gathered around the table to enjoy the delectable food, even the usually quiet Huahua began to roll about joyfully after finishing her bamboo shoots. Kiev watched her intently, her eyes filled with affection. Ah, how adorable Huahua is. Zhang Heng cleared his throat, attempting to redirect the focus to serious matters. Ahem. Kiev, do you know what transpired at Cape Canaan? Kiev smiled slightly, responding earnestly. I am aware, but I cannot divulge. This is a matter the Soviets will discuss with you shortly. Zhang Heng exhaled, nodding. Very well, let us proceed. Yet, Kiev gestured for everyone to wait. Not so fast. Hold on, as Natasha and the others are on their way. However, there is something I can share with you. This time, it is not just you and Natasha's fleet that will attend. There will be others besides the Soviets. Zhang Heng discerned the implications and curiously asked, other faction ship girls? Kiev clapped her hands, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. Indeed, young man. Alongside your group, there will also be representatives from the Royal Navy Council, such as Glorious, the Iron Blood S. Scharnhorst, and the 5th Iris S. Kaga. They arrived at the Northern Union 3 days ago, with the purpose of seeking you at Cape Canaan. However, upon learning of the situation at Cape Canning, they surmised that you would arrive in Petersburg, thus they awaited your presence here. Zhang Heng stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before inquiring. So soon? Did they set off the moment I departed from Cape Ocean? It seems that Guanghui brought both Iron Blood and 5th Iris along with her. Have the major Western powers gathered here? He then added, by the way, what exactly is this 5th Iris? Kiev replied nonchalantly. Who knows what those whimsical Irish ship girls are up to? One moment they are fracturing, the next they are merging, and they even established a hierarchy. Currently, the former Vichy Council and Free Iris have amalgamated into the 4th Iris. Not long ago, due to the resistance against the deep sea, the original Richelieu battleship was ousted by the newly arrived Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier, transforming it into the 5th Iris. Zhang Heng widened his eyes in astonishment. De Gaulle? Is it that nuclear-powered de Gaulle? Kiev nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is the one. She is currently enacting reforms within the Iris nation. Zhang Heng, unperturbed by the possibility of offending Kiev, remarked, so, she has become the strongest aircraft carrier on this side of the Atlantic, aside from Sichuan? Kiev shrugged indifferently. According to the intelligence, that appears to be the case. Zhang Heng felt puzzled. You have not been here long. How do you possess such comprehensive knowledge of the situation back home, as well as here? Kiev smiled in response. Since I became a member of the committee, I have had access to a plethora of the latest intelligence. I am even aware of the entire operational process you undertook at Cape Ocean. However, given my in-depth understanding of your faction, I believe you have yet to realize your full potential. Am I right? Zhang Heng chuckled. It seems you have great confidence in us. But are they here for those missile technologies? That seems a bit off. They should have already obtained the relevant technologies. Kiev displayed a dismissive expression, retorting, those individuals are merely pretentious. They cannot take your technology for free, and they certainly will not use it directly. Most likely, they will replicate and improve upon it based on existing technologies. Just a heads up, I'm sending you some resources to ease your mind. Zhang Heng countered, that makes sense. The fact that they intend to clarify rather than use it directly indicates their respect for us. By the way, why the sudden mention of this? Kiev smiled and probed. That music platform radar and top plate 3-coordinate radar look quite familiar. Zhang Heng remained unfazed. It's only natural for them to appear familiar. Your designs are aesthetically pleasing and excellently crafted. We continue to utilize them, which is hardly surprising. As the conversation ceased, both shared a hearty laugh. You know, you're quite a decent fellow, and I admire that. Kiev, the sentiment is mutual. Conversing with you feels akin to encountering a fellow townsman. Chapter 9 Conversations. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Heng continued his dialogue with Kiev while waiting for Natasha. Throughout their exchange, Zhang Heng gleaned additional insights regarding the Fleet Girls, enriching his understanding of this unique world. In this extraordinary realm, although the Fleet Girl community unites against the deep sea, differing philosophies exist among Fleet Girls from various factions. Even within the same faction, each Fleet Girl possesses her own distinctive thoughts. The Royal Navy stands as the most powerful and extensive force following the emergence of Fleet Girls. Their demeanor is characterized by elegance and poise, often acting as mediators among the different factions. The Grand Northern Alliance fleet was established under the auspices of the Royal Navy, demonstrating their mature political acumen. In stark contrast, the Iron Blood faction embodies a different ethos. This second wave of Fleet Girls maintains a command structure, lacking the leadership bodies seen in the Royal Navy's Parliament or the Northern United Council. They uphold a culture of strength, always at the forefront of battle, adhering to a philosophy of confrontation. The development of the Iris Fleet Girls is particularly intriguing, esteemed for their romanticism and artistry. This group once splintered into the Vichy Papacy and the Free Iris due to doctrinal disputes. Following the Great Deep Sea eruption, both factions faced significant challenges in addressing the crisis, ultimately merging through the efforts of Richelieu. Embracing a blend of romanticism and rigor, they opted not to revert to their original name, instead designating their unified force as the Fourth Iris. Richelieu advocated for the preservation of Irish strength, aspiring for the Royal Navy to fend off the deep sea, while the Iris would seize the opportunity to gradually develop, thus becoming the first faction to withdraw from the ocean's corner front. However, this decision was met with collective disdain from the original Free Iris Fleet Girls, culminating in its overthrow by the newly awakened leader, de Gaulle, who established the present Fifth Iris. De Gaulle champions independence while fostering collaboration among various factions to eradicate the deep-sea threat. Zhang Heng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Kiev, now I understand. Thank you for sharing such an abundance of information. Kiev chuckled lightly. Well, young man, how do you plan to express your gratitude to me? Zhang Heng momentarily faltered. When Kiev adopted a serious demeanor, she embodied the image of a reliable and intelligent older sister, but her playful banter transformed her entirely. How about you continue to enjoy the flowers? He suggested. Just then, Natasha entered the villa with her Fleet Girls, greeting with a cheerful voice. Zhang Heng, Nanchang, and everyone. Are you comfortable? How do you find Petersburg? Qingzhou responded with a smile. Commander Natasha, we are indeed quite comfortable. However, we arrived here straight away and haven't had the chance to explore outside yet. Perhaps after meeting with the Soviets, you could take us for a tour? And didn't you mention treating us to a ballet performance? Natasha readily agreed. No problem. I will ensure you have a delightful tour. And I guarantee you will fall in love with this place. Haha. With everyone gathered, Kiev stood up to invite everyone to the Snow Palace for today's meeting. As everyone approached the majestic white palace, Zhang Heng and his companions were ushered into an enormous hall, resplendent with golden opulence. The walls, constructed from pristine white marble, were adorned with intricate golden carvings, and grand Soviet-style oil paintings hung prominently, depicting the valiant ship maidens heroically battling the deep-sea adversaries, their vibrant colors exuding strength and vitality. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the lofty dome, each prism refracting brilliant light, illuminating the hall as if it were daylight. The floor was covered with an exquisite red carpet, its edges embroidered with golden wheat patterns, epitomizing solemnity and grandeur. Red satin ribbons spiraled around the surrounding columns, embellished with the golden hammer and sickle emblem, imbuing the meeting hall with a luxurious yet distinctly Soviet atmosphere that was profoundly striking. At the heart of the hall stood a colossal round table, its principal seat oriented due north, symbolizing authority and centrality. 5 seats were arranged at its corners, corresponding to the positions of the 5 stars. Currently, 4 of these seats were occupied. Seated at the main northern position was a beautiful ship maiden, her expression grave, with flowing aquamarine hair cascading elegantly and shimmering with luster. Her delicate, cold features were complemented by striking aquamarine eyes that conveyed a sense of aloofness. Tall and graceful, she wore an exquisite black and white gown that accentuated her slender silhouette, the hem flowing gracefully. Her overall appearance resembled that of a fairy sculpted from ice and snow, exuding an aura of cold nobility. She was undoubtedly the supreme leader of the Northern Union, the Soviet-class battleship, Soviet Union. To the left of the Soviet Union, another ship maiden sat poised, her hair a cascade of silver waves, soft and flowing. Adorned with a distinctive hat accented with black, she appeared even more refined. Her enchanting features were complemented by mesmerizing blue eyes that sparkled with depth and vitality. Clad in a luxurious white gown embellished with black lace, she epitomized elegance and nobility. Her overall appearance resembled that of a graceful noblewoman, radiating a unique fantastical charm. This was unmistakably the representative of the Royal Navy, the illustrious class aircraft carrier, Illustrious. Zhang Heng's gaze shifted to the right of the Soviet Union, where another captivating ship maiden stood. She possessed long, silvery pink hair that flowed gracefully. Her exquisite visage bore an air of cold beauty and valor. With an elegant figure and graceful curves, she was dressed in a dark uniform, accented with red embellishments at the collar and hem, adding a touch of allure. Paired with black stockings, her overall look was both striking and alluring. According to prior revelations from Kiev, this was the Iron Blood S. Scharnhorst-class battleship, Scharnhorst. Zhang Heng chose to occupy the vacant seat beside Scharnhorst, behind which were arranged 6 chairs, with the ship maidens sequentially seated behind him. Natasha followed closely behind Kiev, joining Kirov, Aurora, and B-515 in the reserved seats behind the Soviet Union. Next to Zhang Heng, in the last corner seat, was a ship maiden with short, light gray hair. Playfully perched atop her head were black cat ears, adding a whimsical touch to her overall appearance. Her features are exquisite, and her pale red eyes emanate a chilling or enigmatic brilliance. She is adorned in a black and white ensemble, the design both elegant and poised, with a cropped cut that showcases her long legs, complemented by white stockings and black shoes. The enormous wings behind her possess a unique shape, exuding an aura of cold beauty and formidable presence. Unsurprisingly, she is the embodiment of the 5th Iris, the aircraft carrier Kaga. After Soviet took her seat, she was the first to speak. Her voice rang clear like a bell, yet carried an undeniable chill. I am the lead ship of the 23rd Soviet-class battleships, the Soviet. These are my companions, the Kaga, the Scharnhorst, and the Kaga. First, I extend a formal welcome to Commander Zhang Heng upon his arrival in Petersburg, and secondly, I offer my condolences for Natasha's safe return. There is no need for pleasantries. Let Kaga and the others handle the immediate matters with you. We shall discuss the topics between us at a later time. Chapter 10. The Discussion, Part 2. After taking his seat, Zhang Heng turned his gaze towards Guanghui. She smiled gently, her lips curving into a tender arc, enveloped in an aura of reassuring elegance. When she spoke, her tone was soft yet earnest, exuding a mature demeanor. Commander Zhang Heng, greetings. I have longed for the opportunity to express my sincerest gratitude to you in person. Thanks to your unwavering support and that of the Central Fleet at Cape Ocean, the Royal Arkansas remains safe, and the defenses of the Cape Ocean port have been restored to their former impregnable state. This kindness will forever be remembered by the Royal Navy. Furthermore, the invaluable blueprints you shared hold great significance for us. The Royal Navy has passed them on to Iron Blood, Iris, and the Northern Union to jointly advance our technological development. Although the Cape Ocean Agreement has clearly stipulated the terms of technical exchange compensation, we still feel that the current rewards fall short of matching your contributions. Therefore, after discussions with Iron Blood, Iris, and the Northern Union, we have decided to offer a more substantial compensation as a gesture of our appreciation. Moreover, we hope to use the Cape Ocean Agreement as a foundation to renegotiate a new cooperative agreement among the 5 parties, further deepening our collaboration and creating even greater achievements together. What do you think? Zhang Heng exchanged a glance with Nanchang. Given that the previous agreement was signed by Nanchang and had triggered the accomplishments of the People's Army, Zhang Heng decided to let Nanchang take the lead as the primary representative for this discussion. The Central Fleet's ship girls quickly cast their votes in the mental space, confirming Nanchang as their representative with full authority. Zhang Heng first nodded in acknowledgement to the ship girls. Ms. Guanghui, I wholeheartedly agree with your proposal. But considering that the Cape Ocean Agreement was signed by Nanchang and the Royal Arkansas, we have decided to continue negotiations with Nanchang representing the Central Fleet. Amidst the astonished gazes of the other ship girls, Nanchang took her seat beside Zhang Heng and inquired, "We express our agreement with Ms. Guanghui's proposal, but we would like to understand the details of the compensation you propose." Seydlitz eagerly responded to Nanchang's question, exuding an intense aura of combat readiness. Her voice melodious, yet undeniably assertive. "The two types of missiles and radar blueprints you provided have been thoroughly examined by Iron Blood. These blueprints are the very blades that empower our warships on the battlefield, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of the Iron Blood fleet. However, the core can only be provided to the commanders of Iron Blood. Rest assured, the Royal Navy's agreement with you includes cores and resources, and Iron Blood's compensation will not disappoint you. We will double the resources promised by the Royal Navy, providing 2 years' worth of abundant resources for a 200,000-ton fleet. This is Iron Blood's sincerity and our determination to fight side by side to eradicate the depths." Zhang Fei, her expression impassive and her tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation, spoke in a monotonous voice, revealing an ethereal and sacred quality. "The Fifth Iris agrees to this compensation plan and will also provide resources sufficient for a 200,000-ton fleet for 2 years. Furthermore, it must be clearly communicated that the Iris faction is aware of your ultimate objective to establish your influence over the Sealess Islands. The Iris faction promises that once you establish your presence in the Sealess Islands, it will formally recognize your authority and establish diplomatic relations, thus acknowledging the Sealess Islands as part of your sphere of influence. This is a predetermined decision of the Iris faction." Simultaneously, in the realm of thought, Zhang Heng and the fleet of the Central faction are gathered around a conference table, engaged in discussion. Zhang Heng raises a question. "Did our previous request for resources appear too conservative? Why does it seem that these resources are readily available to them?" Qinghai Lake offers a differing perspective. "Comrade Commander, we have reviewed the Ocean Cape Agreement. Considering our scale and capacity at that time, the amount of resources we requested was indeed substantial. I believe that since the Ocean Cape battle, all parties have recognized our strength and acknowledged our qualification to stand on equal footing with them. Therefore, before we have expanded, they have chosen to extend goodwill in advance. Additionally, should we ultimately decide to establish our command in the Sealess Islands of the Great Eastern Ocean, there exists no direct conflict or contradiction with these Atlantic powers. This can be seen as a strategic investment made by these great powers in advance." Ishian proactively expresses her viewpoint. "Comrade Commander, as a fleet member from the old era, I believe that the core value of the Ocean Cape Agreement signed by Nanchang lies not in the quantity of resources acquired, but in the fact that it places the Royal Navy and us on an equal footing for dialogue. You are no longer a part of the Royal Navy. You have become an independent force, and it is crucial that this transition does not necessitate more complex means. My core intuition tells me that many smaller factions still find themselves reliant on these larger powers for survival." Zhang Heng nods in understanding. "Very well. Let us hear how Nanchang intends to proceed." Nanchang adheres to a strategy that avoids self-harm and refrains from making excessive demands, striving for a mutually beneficial outcome. And she engages in a vigorous discussion with Guanghui. Nanchang casts a resolute glance around the present fleet members, clears her throat, and methodically states, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are, in principle, in agreement with the compensation proposal and cooperation intentions you have presented. However, to ensure that our subsequent collaboration proceeds smoothly and stably, we wish to refine the terms of our cooperation." Guanghui gracefully nods slightly, signaling Nanchang to continue. "Miss Nanchang, please proceed. We shall listen attentively and endeavor to meet reasonable requests." Nanchang produces a pre-prepared document that meticulously outlines the Central Fleet's preliminary ideas regarding the cooperation terms. First, concerning resource delivery, we wish to clarify the timeline, method, and quality standards of resource delivery. After all, we currently lack a stable base and cannot engage in combat while transporting a substantial amount of resources. Scharnhorst's eyes gleam with determination as she straightens her posture and responds firmly. "We fully understand this point. Resource delivery can be executed with flexibility until completion." Xiafei remains expressionless, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, an in-depth discussion unfolded regarding the centrality of the issues, cooperative relationships, and mutual assistance in new technologies. Over the course of the following hours, Nanchang, along with representatives from the Soviet Union, Guanghui, Scharnhorst, and Zafei, engaged in meticulous deliberations concerning these terms. Throughout the discussions, there were moments of contention as well as compromise, and after numerous rounds of negotiation and amendments, a comprehensive draft of the cooperation agreement was ultimately established. Nanchang presented the contents of the draft to Zhang Heng and other members of the Central Fleet within the cognitive realm. Following a thorough discussion and confirmation, Nanchang rose and solemnly declared, "Esteemed colleagues, we, the Central Fleet, are fundamentally satisfied with this draft agreement." The Soviet representative nodded and responded, "We need to report this draft to our respective factions. 3 days from now, we shall reconvene here, and if there are no objections from any party, we will formally sign this new cooperation agreement." The other ship girls expressed their agreement, and with a preliminary consensus reached, this lengthy and significant meeting came to a temporary close. At this juncture, the Soviet representative spoke, his voice imbued with the usual gravity and steadiness. Articulating each word clearly and emphatically, "I extend my heartfelt congratulations on the formulation of the new draft agreement. In all likelihood, 3 days hence, this document will be recognized as the Petersburg Declaration, an important chronicle to be recorded in history." As the hour approached for midday repast, arrangements for lunch had been made. After the meal, I request that all of you reconvene here, where I shall brief you on the recent developments concerning the garrison at Cape Canaan. Chapter 11. The deep sea of the new era. Under the gracious hospitality of the Soviet Union, Zhang Heng and his companions indulged in a sumptuous luncheon. The ship girls were treated to delicacies crafted from resources, while a banquet fit for a sovereign was specially prepared for Zhang Heng, mirroring human cuisine. The first dish presented was a traditional Russian delicacy, thin pancakes filled with quail and mushrooms. These pancakes, as delicate as parchment, boasted a golden hue with evenly distributed air pockets, emanating a rich aroma of cream and eggs. Best enjoyed warm, a gentle cut with a fork revealed their softness. The quail meat and mushrooms were finely minced and blended into a filling, encased within the pancake, reminiscent of Chinese rolled pancakes. A single bite revealed the tenderness of the quail meat and the fragrant earthiness of the mushrooms, harmonizing beautifully with the wheat notes of the pancake, creating a rich tapestry of flavors. Next, a sturgeon soup graced the table. This small-bodied sturgeon, found only in the frigid waters of the Northern Union, is exceedingly rare. The soup presented a robust hue. A sip released a burst of exquisite flavor upon the palate, with the fish tender and delicate, melting effortlessly in the mouth. The rich fish aroma intertwined with unique spices, rendering one utterly enchanted. As the main course commenced, the signature dish, shashlik, stood out prominently. This dish, essentially Russian grilled lamb skewers, earned its name from the metal skewer shaped like a saber. Tender meat from the tail-end sheep was marinated in a blend of minced onions, vegetable oil, pepper, lemon juice, cilantro, and salt. After approximately 30 minutes of meticulous grilling, the lamb emerged with a golden, crispy exterior and a juicy, succulent interior, exuding an irresistible aroma. Paired with pickled cucumbers, fresh cucumbers, tomatoes, and sweet pickles, the balance of acidity and sweetness alleviated the richness of the meat, showcasing a clear and delightful complexity, truly a classic of the Northern Union's banquet. In addition to the shashlik, the table featured a beautifully crafted serving of Russian dumplings. This banquet employed crab from the Kamchatka Naval Base as the filling. The dumpling skin was resilient and chewy, enveloping the delectable crab meat filling. A single bite released an explosion of succulent crab juices, the rich seafood flavor lingering on the palate. As the banquet neared its conclusion, dessert promised a sweet indulgence. Apple pie accompanied by vanilla ice cream is a quintessential Russian dessert. The golden, crispy pie crust enveloped a sweet and tender apple filling, which, after baking, emanated a robust fruit aroma that complemented the flaky texture of the crust, paired with a scoop of cool, delicate vanilla ice cream. The moment the ice cream met the warm apple pie, it melted swiftly, merging the creamy and fruity notes, thus concluding this culinary feast on a sweet and satisfying note. During the meal, Zhang Heng reflected inwardly. The cuisine enjoyed by the members of the Northern Union is truly exquisite. In the future, when we establish our own base, we must also prepare some exquisite dishes for their visits. We must not fall short in this regard. Qinghai Lake smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Indeed, Our previous aim was to ensure that the officers and soldiers were well fed, enjoyed a balanced diet, and felt at home here. This simple display of culinary skill is indeed something we seldom encounter. It appears I must study this art thoroughly. After the banquet concluded, the attendees returned to the previously designated conference room. All eyes were fixed upon the representative from the Soviet Union, eagerly awaiting her elucidation of the situation at Cape Horn. As the participants gradually took their seats, the Soviet representative surveyed the room and, with her customary solemnity and composure, began. In our recent confrontation with the deep-sea fleet, the Royal Navy retreated to Cape Horn while we steadfastly defended Cape Canning. Despite the dire circumstances, we successfully stabilized our front line, thwarting the advance of the deep-sea fleet into the territories of various powers and confining them within the Arctic Circle. She paused momentarily, her gaze sweeping over the assembled individuals once more. Of course, this was not accomplished solely by our two forces. Had it not been for the Iron Blood Fleet's valiant close-quarters combat on the battlefield, the joint fleet would not have managed a successful withdrawal. The Iris Division also played a crucial role during this endeavor. As her words concluded, Scharnhorst could not help but sit up proudly, while Shokaku maintained her expressionless, stern demeanor. The Soviet continued. In the aftermath of the conflict, Cape Canning faced significant hardships for an extended period. However, we remained in constant communication with Cape Horn, and supplies and support continued to flow in from the homeland. Nevertheless, for the past 3 years, deep-sea activities around Cape Horn and Cape Canning have surged alarmingly. Cape Horn has been all but besieged by the deep-sea fleet, forcing the Royal Navy to deliver supplies and personnel in an almost fortuitous manner. Commander Zhang Heng ventured forth to provide assistance under such precarious conditions. Encountering deep-sea attacks en route has regrettably become an all-too-common reality of each supply mission. Countless commanders and ship girls have perished eternally along the supply lines. The situation at Cape Canning is no different. She then proceeded to address the matter of the communication blackout with Cape Canning that occurred 2 years prior. I believe Commander Zhang Heng has gleaned some insights from the Royal Arkansas regarding this matter. Cape Horn similarly lost contact with Cape Canning 2 years ago. The Soviets' expression turned grave, and a heavy silence enveloped the room, thickening the atmosphere. After a brief pause, she spoke with a cold, steely tone. In the early stages of the incident, we found ourselves completely in the dark, utterly unaware of the circumstances. It was only when the members of the defending fleet at Cape Canning faced innumerable trials and successfully returned to Petersburg that the truth began to surface. A large freshwater lake exists at the center of Canning Island. On the day of the incident, it was an ordinary day until, without warning, a multitude of deep-sea entities suddenly emerged from the lake. This anomaly was keenly observed by the lookout stationed atop the wall of size. Prior to this, the fleet had never encountered such a situation. The uniqueness of this freshwater lake cannot be overlooked, even before the establishment of the Canning Island Naval Base. Submarine ship girls of the Northern Union had explored it. The lake is exceedingly deep, far exceeding the diving limits of any submarine ship girl, with sonar echo data indicating depths of approximately 2,000 meters, and it remains unverified whether it connects to the seabed. Based on the crucial factor of the lake being freshwater, we ultimately decided to locate the naval base at Cape Canning on Canning Island. The Soviet Union spread out an enlarged photograph of the Cape Canning on the table, directing a precise finger towards the image of a deep-sea submarine at the heart of the Great Lake. Now, I must report the catastrophic events at Cape Canning, which is one of the reasons for your gathering here. Intelligence indicates that an unknown number of submarine-type deep-sea units have suddenly emerged within the freshwater lake. Confined by the narrow topography of the lake, the fleet was compelled to employ coastal artillery and deep water bombs for a saturation strike. At that time, based on the inherent belief that the deep sea cannot land, the fleet's predictions regarding the situation were overly optimistic. Her finger forcefully jabbed at the location of the freshwater lake on the map, knuckles whitening from the pressure. The defenses of these deep-sea units exceeded our imagination. All ammunition stored at the Cape Canning base was exhausted after 30 days of intense assault, yielding the mere result of sinking a single vessel. Ultimately, an unexpected underwater earthquake became the final straw that broke the camel's back, causing the entire Canaan Island to sink beneath the waves amidst violent tremors. The Soviet regained its previously unflappable demeanor and, in its characteristic solemn tone, stated, although the fleet stationed at Cape Canning executed a timely self-rescue and avoided unbearable losses. From that moment forth, deep-sea submarines would no longer be restrained, sailing directly into the ocean. Once they entered the sea, various wandering deep-sea creatures began to congregate in the waters near Cape Canaan, engaging in fierce battles with the stationed fleet. Ultimately, the fleet was defeated and retreated. The Soviets' gaze swept over Zhang Heng and the shipgirls from the Central System, its tone steady and grave, regarding the Cape Canaan incident. Natasha has already provided me with a detailed report. What you wish to inquire about is merely whether the sinking of Canaan Island is related to the deep sea. I too cannot provide an answer to that. He paused slightly, his fingertips tapping the table. We have dispatched multiple investigative fleets. Yet we have found neither evidence linking it to the deep sea, nor can we entirely rule out that possibility. One thing you can rest assured about is that there were no explosive reactions during the earthquake. However, it is unsettling that after the sinking of Cape Canaan, the wandering deep sea in the surrounding waters of the Northern Union is undergoing mutation, with the original destroyer and cruiser forms gradually transforming into submarines. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow. Is the existing deep sea evolving, rather than new submarine-type deep-sea entities? The Soviet nodded in affirmation. Precisely. This is the core topic for which I summoned this meeting. His voice suddenly rose. A qualitative change is occurring in the deep-sea forces of the new era. In the past, they comprised fleets of fixed models. Now, new deep-sea flagships with formidable commanding capabilities have emerged, with surrounding units undergoing adaptive mutations based on the flagship's characteristics. He projected data images of the ocean cape, just as heavy missile ships inevitably accompany the Iron Tower flagship due to its expertise in electromagnetic suppression rather than direct confrontation. The new flagships we have observed possess ultra-high speed, deep submergence capabilities, and deceptive maneuverability, with their subordinate units rapidly transforming into submarine forms. Currently, we remain uncertain whether Iron Blood and Iris have observed this phenomenon, yet I still believe we should prepare accordingly as swiftly as possible. Chapter 12. After the meeting, upon hearing the report from the Soviet Union, Guanghui, Scharnhorst, and Chafe exchanged a significant glance. After a moment of contemplation, Guanghui spoke. The implication from the Soviet Union is that future deep-sea forces will center around a new type of deep-sea flagship, constructing several large fleets with specific advantages. Consequently, our fleet formation strategy must be adjusted accordingly. We can no longer adhere to outdated models. The Soviet representative nodded in agreement and distributed their previous research reports to everyone present. Subsequently, she announced the conclusion of the meeting. After bidding farewell to the Soviet Union and Zhang Heng, Guanghui and her companions hastily departed to contact their homeland, relaying the newly established five-party cooperation agreement alongside the report on the Canaan Cape incident. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng and his fleet girls were retained by the Soviet representative, who led them, along with Kiev, to a more intimate meeting room. The atmosphere here was no longer formal, but rather warm and reminiscent of a cozy living room. Once everyone was seated, the Soviet representative began to speak slowly, her gaze profound and sincere as she addressed Zhang Heng and the others. Although I was unable to complete my work in that world due to various circumstances, the connections forged within the core after gaining new life on Mercury have kept me attuned to you, who share the same faith. Kiev's arrival allows us to gain a more objective and comprehensive understanding of your information. The deep sea is evolving, and so are the fleet girls. It is likely that I will soon become obsolete. The missile radar you provided has illuminated new possibilities for engaging in the warfare of the new era. I am truly grateful for your contributions. Zhang Heng quickly waved his hand, modestly replying, I have merely made some insignificant contributions. The Soviet representative smiled, a rare occurrence, and patiently explained, do not underestimate your contributions. During this period, various factions have introduced new era fleet girls, who can offer their own technological advancements. Yet, why do Guanghui and her companions seek to befriend you? Though we are battleships, we are also beings with emotions. As a vessel from the old era, I have profound sentiments about this. After hearing from Kiev about the developments in naval forces post-21st century in that world, they too learned from their new era fleet girls. Do you believe they would still regard themselves as an established power and look down upon you? Nanchang solemnly inquired. But in that world, we cannot be considered friends. And in fact, we might even be potential adversaries. Why would they take the initiative to befriend us? The Soviet representative genuinely smiled, her expression warm as the spring breeze melting away winter's chill. There are two reasons. Firstly, the White Eagles have remained unreachable, whether in the present or the new era. They are undeniably the foremost navy, a fact you acknowledge as well. The Royal Navy's primary source of technology cannot establish contact with them and must thus seek alternatives. Any technology you can provide in the future will serve as a valuable reference for them. Secondly, our main adversary remains the deep sea, which is indeed formidable, is it not? The Soviets' gaze lingered on Natasha for a moment, her tone imbued with admiration. Natasha, your ability to summon Kirov is a testament to your extraordinary potential. Uncertain of the current progress of your mental landscape, Natasha slightly nodded, transforming her previously rugged demeanor to reveal a rare softness. Report to the chairperson. There are currently 5 shipgirls in position. Excellent. The Soviet leader replied, nodding in satisfaction before turning to Kiev. In a moment, take Natasha to the construction zone and ensure the establishment of those 2 new shipgirl positions. The Soviet then directed his attention to Kirov. Kirov, you are now the most formidable battleship of the Northern Union. I understand that Kiev was once the flagship of your fleet? Kirov solemnly nodded. Indeed, those days are unforgettable. The Soviet surveyed the assembly with unwavering resolve. The environment of Cape Canaan bears a striking resemblance to your former home port. I have a plan to appoint Kiev as the flagship, with Natasha serving as the adjutant, to reconstruct the former Northern Fleet in Mercury. Commander Zhang Hong, I formally request your assistance in facilitating their combat integration. Currently, we have yet to completely eradicate the unknown number of deep-sea flagship submarines. But if your forces can collaborate with the newly formed Northern Fleet, we may reclaim the strategic location of Cape Canaan. Its strategic significance is paramount, particularly the island of Murmansk located 100 kilometers to the west, which will serve as the new fleet's base. Naturally, necessary upgrades and subsequent construction must keep pace. The Northern Union will provide full resource support. At this juncture, the Soviet paused briefly, a smile gracing his lips. By the way, Natasha mentioned inviting everyone to enjoy a ballet performance. Why not take a brief respite in Petersburg, and once Kiev deems everything ready, we shall set sail for the waters of Cape Canaan. After exchanging pleasantries with the Soviet, Zhang Heng and the others took their leave. They returned together to the villa where Zhang Heng was residing, each immersed in contemplation of the day's revelations, the atmosphere somewhat subdued. After seeing everyone to the door, Kiev departed alongside Natasha. Before leaving, he turned to inquire, I will come to pick you up tomorrow. I hear you need to upgrade Ishian. Do you require extensive construction? Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before responding. The focus ahead is on anti-submarine warfare. I do wish to undertake extensive construction, but my new combat position has yet to solidify, rendering me unable to proceed at this time. In the coming days, I will explore more suitable anti-submarine strategies. Kiev nodded in understanding and subsequently bid farewell to the group. Inside the room, only the members of the central system remained. Zhang Heng languidly sank into the sofa, reclining backward with a long sigh. Today has truly exhausted me, even more than battle. Qin Jian leaned against the back of the sofa, shaking his head in resignation. Commander, please do not summon us to such occasions again. It's exhausting to listen without being able to contribute. They are all wily old foxes, it's quite draining. Nanchang suggested with a smile. Indeed, each has their area of expertise. If only Shenzhen were here, she is an expert in diplomacy. Hangzhou took a large gulp of water, smacking his lips. That Soviet fellow, TSK, his presence is so commanding it sends chills down my spine, making me feel as though I am in the presence of a nurturing father. Qinghai Lake, do you think this is a form of bloodline suppression? Qinghai Lake responded calmly with a smile. You are a battleship of the central system. He truly embodies the nurturing father. What is there to fear? Hangzhou slapped his thigh in sudden realization. With our commander leading the way, what is there to be afraid of? Zhang Heng chuckled heartily, conceding, all right. I too believe that the aura of the Soviet Union is overwhelmingly potent. Henceforth, such matters shall be entrusted to Nanchang. I can only surmise that others view Nanchang as we perceive the Soviet Union, an immense pressure. Laughter erupted among the crowd, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Subsequently, Ishian and Qinghai Lake rose to prepare dinner, while Sichuan entertained Huahua nearby, and the room once again blossomed with the familiar warmth and liveliness of yesteryears. Chapter 13. Daily life in Petersburg. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the thin mist, bathing the villa where Zhang Heng and his companions were staying. Natasha and her group arrived with vibrant energy, as if the very air rejoiced at their presence. Everyone, join me for an exquisite day in Petersburg, Natasha proposed enthusiastically. her eyes shimmering with anticipation. I have already secured tickets for tonight's ballet performance. In the dining room, Zhang Heng was enjoying breakfast with the Fleet girls. Upon hearing Natasha's invitation, he smiled gently and replied, "Come, let us first indulge in a meal." He inquired, "Has Kiev not accompanied you?" Natasha and Kirov sat in perfect harmony opposite Zhang Heng. Aurora, alongside B515, settled next to Sichuan, savoring the delicacies while curiously observing Huahua leisurely nibbling on bamboo shoots. Natasha casually picked up a bun, explaining as she ate, "The commander of Kiev has gone to the construction zone. She is coordinating the new core for me. I already possess one, yet she worries I might require 2 nuclear power sources, fearing a shortage of cores. Moreover, she has arranged equipment for your modifications. Although we are in Petersburg, the capital, and there is an abundance of equipment, the demand is equally high, necessitating prior reservations. It is not as convenient as it was back at Ocean Corner." She conveyed Kiev's message, "Enjoy yourselves today, without haste regarding Ishian's modifications. You would not be able to access the modification equipment right now anyway. The construction equipment is manageable, but the modification equipment employs new technology and operates continuously, 24 hours a day." Zhang Heng nodded thoughtfully, "I understand. If you truly can manage to produce 2 nuclear power sources, that would be splendid." He turned to the other Fleet girls, "Let us not act as a collective today. If any of you have places you wish to visit, feel free to explore on your own. Qinghai Lake, you shall first take them to the exchange center to trade resources for some local currency. Since your arrival in this world, it has been nothing but battles or travels. The only relaxation was during Comet's concert at Ocean Corner. Today, let us relish this rare leisure time." The Fleet girls gathered around the dining table, their laughter and cheerful chatter blending harmoniously, their faces radiant with joy. It was unclear who hastened the pace of their meal, but soon, everyone seemed to synchronize, utensils clinking against plates, creating a joyful rhythm. Qingzhou was the first to finish her meal. With a light step, she approached Zhang Heng, her eyes sparkling and a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "Commander, do you harbor a little secret? Why not join us?" Hangzhou, having long integrated into the Central Powers, retained her bold and carefree spirit. With hearty laughter, she teased, "Qingzhou, is that even a question? Commander, perhaps you dread carrying our bags along the way, right?" At that moment, Zhang Heng was sipping his soy milk when he suddenly heard this playful banter. Unable to restrain himself, he choked on the soy milk, coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. "No, that's not it. Please do not misinterpret. I am not afraid of carrying bags. I genuinely have important matters regarding Ishian's modification plan to attend to, and I must also ponder how to develop some anti-submarine enhancement equipment." It is indeed true. Upon witnessing the scene, Qingzhou's face instantly reflected a sense of urgent concern as she hurried forward, her gaze filled with care for Zhang Heng. After confirming that he was unharmed, she resumed her playful demeanor, winking and teasingly inquired, "Hee, is that true, Comrade Commander?" Nanchang timely intervened, gently advising, all right. Let's not tease the commander any longer. Let him rest comfortably at the villa." She then turned to Zhang Heng, speaking softly, "Comrade Commander, we shall return in the afternoon, and then we can enjoy the performance together." Zhang Heng promptly nodded in agreement, hastening to finish his meal. He then addressed Qinghai Lake and Ishian, who were still tidying up the dishes. "Qinghai Lake, Ishian, don't worry about the dishes. Just go out and have fun. I'll handle it." Ishian, astonished, widened her eyes in disbelief. "We can take care of that ourselves." Yet Qinghai Lake firmly took Ishian's hand, urging her towards the main group. "The commander is concerned for us. Let's honor his wishes. We must truly relax." Watching the ship girls depart with laughter, Zhang Heng methodically cleaned up the dishes before sinking wearily onto the sofa, letting out a gentle sigh as he murmured to himself, "Ever since they arrived, I have grown unaccustomed to being alone." TSK, Zhang Heng. Natasha led the group away from the villa, embarking on a sightseeing journey around the Petersburg Naval Base. Their first stop was the exchange point, where they traded resources for a considerable amount of currency from the Petersburg Naval Base. Exiting the exchange point, the sun shone brightly, casting its glow upon the ancient and exotic streets of the base. With hands on her hips, Natasha confidently declared, "Sisters, next I will take you to the bustling central market, where everything one could desire awaits." Aurelia nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with pride for her hometown market. The group strolled along the cobblestone path, with the buildings adorned with exquisite carvings and colorful stained glass windows refracting enchanting light in the sunshine. Even before reaching the market, the lively sounds of vendors calling and cheerful music could be heard. Upon entering the market, the sheer variety of goods left the ship girls utterly mesmerized. "Wow, there are so many beautiful clothes here," Sichuan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she dashed into a clothing store clutching onto Huahua. Inside, the kaleidoscope of vibrant garments dazzled the senses. Sichuan picked up a dress featuring traditional Petersburg patterns, posing in front of the mirror as she sought Huahua's opinion. "Huahua, what do you think of this one?" Huahua tilted her head, scrutinizing it earnestly before nodding vigorously. "Awu. Awu." Qingzhou and Hangzhou paused at a snack stall brimming with an array of aromatic delicacies. Qingzhou gazed at the golden, crispy fried fish cakes and the sweet, delightful honey cakes. Salivating as she exclaimed, "Boss, I'll take this one and that one." As she spoke, Hangzhou eagerly seized a piece of fried fish cake, its crunchy texture and savory flavor prompting her to give a thumbs up. So delicious. They made sure to invite other ship girls to join in the tasting. Nanchang paused in front of a bookstore, the shelves brimming with a myriad of volumes, encompassing everything from military strategy to cultural history. She gently extracted a book detailing the history of the Petersburg Naval Base, her fingers brushing against the yellowed pages as she delved into its contents with earnest attention. Observing her engrossed demeanor, the proprietor enthusiastically remarked, "My dear, this is a unique edition, meticulously chronicling all significant events from the establishment of the Petersburg Naval Base to the present." Nanchang felt a surge of excitement and decisively purchased the book, eager to study it in depth upon her return. Meanwhile, Qinghai Lake and Yixian entered a traditional garment shop, its interior adorned with vibrant, diverse ethnic attire, the silk fabrics shimmering softly under the lighting. Yixian picked up a qipao embellished with exquisite embroidery, her fingers caressing the intricate needlework, her eyes alight with admiration. "The craftsmanship of this dress is truly remarkable, entirely unlike anything I have worn before." Qinghai Lake selected a long skirt adorned with patterns distinctive to Petersburg, and upon trying it on, she appeared even more graceful and poised. The two exchanged a knowing smile, resolving to purchase their chosen garments. Afu Lur, accompanied by B515, navigated through a bustling market, arriving at a stall specializing in local delicacies. A tantalizing aroma wafted from the stand, where sausages sizzled over charcoal and golden bread exuded an enticing scent of freshly baked grain. With practiced ease, Afu Lur procured several sausages and loaves of bread, handing them to B515. "Give this a try. It's a culinary delight unique to Petersburg." B515 took a bite of the sausage, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, "This is absolutely delicious." Afu Lur beamed at the transformation in B515, her smile wide and joyful. Thus, the delightful holiday unfolded, as the fleet girls from the Central Powers embraced their most relaxed day. As time passed, each ship girl carried an assortment of packages, their radiant smiles creating a breathtaking tableau. Chapter 14. The Transformation Plan for Yixian. Returning to Zhang Heng's perspective, he languidly reclined on the sofa, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the armrest. The leisure he once cherished now felt utterly mundane. The sense of relaxation that accompanied staying at home vanished with the arrival of the various ship girls. He sighed, closed his eyes, and allowed his consciousness to sink into his mental space. The familiar virtual cockpit unfolded before him, data streams dancing upon the luminous screen. Zhang Heng accessed Yixian's transformation plan, and his brow instantly furrowed. Displacement, 1,550 tons, standard, length, 82 meters width, 10 meters draft, 8 meters power, 4,000 horsepower speed, 19 knots armament, 150 millimeters single gun, 140 millimeters single gun, 175 millimeters anti-aircraft gun. For the figures on the screen were cold and precise, yet they delineated the outline of an antiquated cruiser. He gazed at these parameters, and in his mind's eye, the image of a weathered ship from history emerged, fighting valiantly for the motherland amidst a cacophony of gunfire. Was this truly all that remained of Yixian from those days? He murmured softly, as his fingertips absent-mindedly traced the edge of the screen. In his memories, she was always gentle and composed, yet within her beautiful eyes, he could still glimpse a flicker of resilient tenacity. "Ah, never mind." Zhang Heng shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips, since he had sufficient points. It was time for her to shine anew. He initiated the transformation, and shortly thereafter, a brand new vessel emerged in the holographic projection. He scrutinized the data for a few seconds, his brow arching slightly. Is this data from the 056A? No. How perfectly fitting. Displacement, 1,300 tons, standard, dimensions, length 89 meters, width 11.6 meters, draft 4. For power, 14,104 horsepower, speed 28 knots. Despite the similarity in vessel data, Zhang Heng understood all too well that in a world devoid of ship girls, transforming a ship like Yixian into a 056 class warship would be utterly impossible. However, in this realm where ship girls and technology coexisted, as long as the requisite technology was available, ship girls could command entirely new warships. The only consideration was whether it was worthwhile to invest the necessary resources and if the ship girls possessed the capacity to adapt to the new hull. Zhang Heng silently contemplated. Kiev had once discussed with me that as long as a ship girl was aboard the hull, transformation was feasible. Yet, a limitation existed, the bond between the souls of ships from another world, which meant that only vessels of the same name and class could realize their optimal potential. Alternatively, a higher-tier ship transformed into a lower-tier ship would adapt more readily. Nonetheless, historically, people had pursued the armored confrontations between battleships, never considering the precedent of higher-tier ships being transformed into lower-tier vessels. Moreover, the original hull size would also exert an influence. How convoluted. Zhang Heng meticulously examined the improvement plan. Indeed, it was the 056A, and specifically a complete anti-submarine version. Equipped not only with the standard bow sonar of the 056, but also featuring a towed sonar array and variable depth sonar. The YJ-83 anti-ship missile has been dismantled, replaced by a 2x4 multiple rocket launcher intended for launching depth charges. Additionally, it is equipped with a PJ-26 76mm naval gun, 2 PJ-17 30mm automatic cannons, an 8-cell Hongqi 10 air defense system, and a 2x3 torpedo launcher fitted with either U-7 or U-8 torpedoes, along with a Z-9 anti-submarine helicopter. This represents a formidable weapon against submarines. Zhang Heng nodded in satisfaction and immediately proposed optimization suggestions. However, the diesel engine model is somewhat outdated. Previously, when Nanchang was developing steam diesel hybrids, a new model with superior performance was created, and it might be worth considering a replacement. Moreover, given the current enemy situation, a vessel entirely dedicated to anti-submarine warfare is indeed necessary. The prototype of Yixian is undeniably outdated, yet she is a cruiser, after all. Operating the 056 class should be more than sufficient. Once a new 056 is constructed, the gentle elder sister Yixian could perfectly serve as a kindergarten director, a well-thought-out plan. Zhang Heng proceeded to modify the aspects he wished to adjust, and after some time, he presented the final proposal. Power enhancement. Following the replacement of the diesel engine, the total horsepower reaches 20,000, with a maximum speed increased to 35 knots. Weapon reinforcement. The number of depth charge launchers is increased to 12, and the torpedo launchers are expanded to 12 tubes. Radar upgrade. The 360 type minesweeping radar has been replaced with a self-used version of the export Model 054's SR-2410C rotating phased array radar. Sonar system. The bow-mounted sonar, hull-mounted passive sonar, and towed sonar array have been retained and strengthened. Ultimately, Yixian has been transformed into a high-speed anti-submarine specialist ship, boasting formidable firepower and precise detection capabilities, thus becoming the backbone of future anti-submarine operations. As time gently flowed by, and the golden hues of the sunset illuminated Petersburg, the group returned to the villa, laden with accomplishments. At this moment, Zhang Heng had already fallen into a deep slumber on the sofa. Qinzhu, with a hint of playful mischief, carefully lifted Hua Hua from Sichuan's embrace and gently placed it into Zhang Heng's arms as a living pillow. Feeling the weight upon him, Zhang Heng suddenly awoke. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the cheerful faces surrounding him. Nanchang gently pulled Zhang Heng up and handed him a splendid men's formal suit. "Comrade Commander, this is the attire for tonight's ballet performance. Please change quickly." Dazed, Zhang Heng took the outfit and walked into his room. After changing, he returned to the living room, only to find himself alone. He washed his face in the bathroom to refresh himself and then sat on the sofa, waiting. Soon, one by one, the ship girls emerged. Their military uniforms exchanged for exquisite evening gowns, leaving Zhang Heng in awe. The first to step out was Yixian, adorned in a meticulously selected qipao embroidered with intricate patterns, resembling a beauty emerging from a classical painting. The delicate stitches on the qipao outlined complex designs, shimmering under the lights and perfectly accentuating her graceful figure. She moved with elegance, the frog buttons swaying gently with her steps, exuding a gentle and refined Eastern charm, her soft gaze capable of melting hearts like spring water. After changing into a lake blue patterned gown, Qinghai Lake seemed to be imbued with a new soul. The long skirt swept the ground, its silk fabric glimmering softly, perfectly complementing her graceful demeanor. Standing there like a noble princess, the floral patterns on her skirt resembled blossoming flowers, seemingly dancing with every turn she made. Golden sunlight streamed through the window, casting a dreamlike aura around her. Sichuan donned a dress adorned with vibrant green patterns, exuding a playful charm that softened her battlefield bravado. The lively motifs on her skirt swayed gently with her spirited movements. Tilting her head, her bright, large eyes sparkled with vivacity, while the curve of her smile, reminiscent of a crescent moon, radiated sweetness, as if she were a carefree sprite from the forest, embodying innocence and exuberance. Qinzhou wore a delicate pink gown, akin to blooming peach blossoms in spring. The skirt was embellished with exquisite lace trim that danced lightly with her graceful steps. With her expressive eyes and crescent-shaped brows, she beamed with a radiant smile, exuding youthful vitality that seemed capable of dispelling any gloom. Hangzhou chose a wine-red gown that perfectly showcased her bold and generous spirit. The gown's tailored design highlighted her enchanting curves. With her head held high and her long, silky hair cascading casually over her shoulders, she wore a confident smile, merging the vivacity of a free spirit with the elegance of the gown, much like a queen navigating the forefront of fashion. Nanchang appeared in a deep blue dress, exuding solemnity and elegance. The simple yet refined design of the gown could not conceal her innate vigor, with her hair elegantly pinned up, revealing her smooth forehead. Her gaze was both resolute and gentle, embodying the goddess who safeguards this land, radiating a reassuring strength. Natasha and Alexander drove the group towards the theater. During the journey, Zhang Heng found himself captivated by the beautiful scenery outside the car window. Though the sights of Petersburg were indeed enchanting, he felt that the beauty of the 6 uniquely styled women beside him rendered the city's allure somewhat diminished. Upon arriving at the theater, the group settled into their seats as a breathtaking performance of Swan Lake commenced. As the show unfolded, they gradually immersed themselves in the enchanting world of dance, remaining absorbed until the final curtain fell. On the return journey, everyone continued to relish the performance, their spirits high. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Heng's desire to establish his own stronghold grew ever more resolute. He understood that life was not merely a fierce battle against the depths of the sea, but was also filled with various warm and beautiful moments that were worthy of heartfelt appreciation and cherishing. Chapter 15. Transformation. As dawn graced the city of Petersburg with its gentle light, Zhang Heng, accompanied by the naval maidens of the Zhongxi system, set forth towards the construction zone. After a day of revelry and relaxation, they donned their familiar military uniforms once more, exuding an air of vigor and determination. A new day, a fresh beginning, Zhang Heng remarked with a smile, his words imbued with optimism and resolve for the future. The naval maidens nodded in agreement, aware that, regardless of the challenges and hardships that lay ahead, their unity would render them unstoppable. The Petersburg construction zone is renowned for its grandeur and comprehensive facilities, where every detail reflects a harmonious blend of technology and industry. The architectural ensemble resembles colossal red brick fortresses, exuding an aura of solemnity and majesty. The main building towers into the clouds, its spire adorned with emblems representing various functions, each embellished with exquisite motifs symbolizing construction and research, narrating the industrial spirit and technological aspirations of the city. These structures are designed with a strict symmetrical layout, imparting a sense of dignity and stability. The symmetry typically features the main building or primary entrance along the axis, emphasizing the central position of the main edifice and embodying the architect's pursuit of order and harmony. Each building stands as a meticulously crafted work of art, both functional and aesthetically pleasing, showcasing the unique architectural beauty of the Petersburg construction zone. Not only does the architecture of the Petersburg construction zone exhibit ingenious design, but it also exemplifies the perfect amalgamation of technology and industry. Beneath the red brick facade lies advanced technological facilities, with the towering main building and spire emblems harmonizing to create a magnificent tableau of industrial prowess. These edifices symbolize not just the industrial strength of Petersburg, but also stand as a testament to the city's seamless fusion of science and art. Upon arriving at the transformation building, Zhang Heng was greeted by a bustling crowd at the entrance, a clear indication of the busy environment. Kiev had been waiting there for some time. Zhang Heng approached swiftly and extended his hand to shake Kiev's. Thank you for your efforts. Just look at this throng. It's evident how vibrant the transformation work has become. Securing our appointment for the facilities must have been quite the challenge. Kiev responded with a smile. No need for thanks. It was merely a small favor. Moreover, without the blueprints you provided, we would have found it difficult to initiate such a large-scale transformation. The research department, referencing your designs, has successfully developed our unique Soviet-related equipment. Zhang Heng expressed his surprise. Oh, even the Kirov has been unveiled? Our missile radars are indeed of such significance? Kiev nodded. Miniaturization technology and radar technology are crucial for us. But enough talk. Come inside with me. As they entered the transformation facility, Zhang Heng felt an even more palpable sense of Petersburg's thriving atmosphere. Within the spacious interior, a diverse array of naval maidens and commanders awaited their turn for the available facilities, the lively chatter creating a vibrant and bustling scene. Following Kiev, Zhang Heng stepped into a vast, open room where a solitary transformation facility stood quietly. Kiev introduced. This is a dedicated research facility where we initially planned to integrate your equipment with our latest technology for development. However, I have managed to secure this time for your use. Come along. Zhang Heng nodded in acknowledgement and, alongside Yixian, proceeded toward the modification facility. Standing before the structure, Zhang Heng turned to Yixian and earnestly stated, Yixian, I presented the final modification plan to you last night. The transformation from a cruiser to a specialized anti-ship destroyer. Do you confirm your acceptance of this change? Alternatively, we could wait for more advanced technology before converting you back into a cruiser. Yixian gently shook her head, her gaze resolute. Comrade Commander, after careful consideration, although I was originally a cruiser, I am acutely aware of my current outdated state. Should I be transformed into a large vessel akin to Nanchang using advanced technology, I fear I would struggle to operate it adeptly. At present, enhancing our fleet's anti-submarine capabilities is sufficient for me. Zhang Heng nodded with satisfaction. Very well, Yixian. Then you may proceed to the sleep chamber. I will take care of the subsequent modification work. Yixian glanced around at her fellow ship girls. Feeling the encouragement and expectation reflected in their eyes, her conviction solidified as she resolutely stepped toward the sleep chamber. Just as Yixian was about to enter, Nanchang softly encouraged, Yixian, we will be waiting for you to complete your transformation. With the chamber door slowly closing, Zhang Heng took his seat at the control panel. He retrieved the blueprint exchanged with points and placed it into the modification settings entrance. The facility was immediately activated, and various resources flowed into the sleep chamber like a torrent. Following the detailed parameters on the blueprint, Zhang Heng began to operate the modification facility, meticulously altering Yixian's hull structure with utmost care, akin to performing a delicate surgical operation. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Heng's forehead. The ship girls stood silently behind him, their eyes filled with anticipation. Once the final modification procedure was completed, the sleep chamber door gradually opened, allowing Zhang Heng a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow, revealing a look of relief. All eyes fixed intently on the slowly opening chamber. The moment the door fully opened, Yixian stepped out with grace. The once elegant white qipao, paired with black thigh-high stockings and black high heels, had vanished, replaced by the striking uniform of the People's Navy. The crisp white attire, adorned with a vibrant red tie, and the blue and white cape billowing behind her exuded authority and poise. The black tights accentuated her long legs, while the white boots with red trim added an air of sharpness. Zhang Heng, with a solemn demeanor, raised his hand, leading all the ship girls to stand at attention. Saluting in unison with voices resonating with strength. Welcome back, Yixian. Yixian, with a smile in her eyes and a straight posture, confidently returned a standard Chinese military salute. Responding with clarity and vigor, the reborn Yixian is back in the ranks. Under Nanchang's lead, The group circled around Ishian, admiring her transformation. Chinjo was the first to exclaim in admiration, "Wow, Ishian's sister, you look stunning in this uniform." The style of the Chi Pao is entirely transformed. The gentle, graceful older sister has metamorphosed into a strikingly bold and spirited figure. Hangzhou nodded in agreement, exclaiming how exquisitely beautiful the ensemble was. "Shall we try out the new hull?" Zhang Heng was about to suggest to Kiev that she lead everyone on a sea trial, but Kiev interjected with a clap of her hands. Hold on. Natasha is currently in the adjacent construction facility, and her work will be completed shortly. Once it's done, we shall venture forth together. For now, let us check on the progress of Natasha's construction." Nanchang then called out to the group, "Let us go and see who our new sister, summoned by Commander Natasha, truly is." Upon arriving at the construction area across the way, they found the layout identical to the previous refurbishment zone, and beheld Natasha and her team gathered around the construction equipment, eagerly awaiting. Chapter 16. The construction of Natasha. As Zhang Heng and her companions entered the construction room, they approached Natasha and inquired, "Natasha, how is the situation? Has the nuclear-powered vessel been completed?" Natasha pouted slightly, "Not yet. Alas, it seems I have been overly optimistic." Zhang Heng gently patted Natasha on the shoulder, reassuring her, "It's all right. You have successfully constructed a nuclear-powered vessel before. Do not dwell too much on this one. There will surely be more in the future." Natasha, not overly concerned, replied, "Thank you for your kind words." At this moment, Hangzhou, seizing the opportunity, asked from the side, "I see that both constructions have similar timelines. What types of vessels could they be?" Natasha shook her head in uncertainty, while Kirov appeared entirely indifferent. However, Aphrodite chimed in, "Hangzhou, I recall the construction time and resource situation from before. This time, the construction duration is the same as your previous one, but there is a slight deviation in resource consumption. Can you guess what kind of vessel it might be?" Hangzhou raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are both of them the same?" Aphrodite nodded. With a smile, Hangzhou exclaimed, "Wow, could it be my sisters? Are there two modern-class destroyers?" Everyone gathered together, their laughter and joy filling the air, their eyes fixed intently on the countdown of the construction device. As the numbers continued to change, time slipped away second by second. Natasha, usually composed and serene, exhibited a hint of anxiety, her heart a tumult of anticipation and unease. When the countdown of the first construction device finally reached 0, the mist shrouding the hibernation pod dissipated as if banished by an invisible hand. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a tall woman stepped forth with graceful and resolute strides. She radiated an aura of elegance and confidence, her flaxen hair cascading like a waterfall behind her, with a few playful strands gently swaying at her forehead. Her light brown eyes, deep as the Baltic Sea, seemed to hold countless untold stories and mysteries. When she smiled, the arc of her lips conveyed the boldness and cheerfulness of a warrior. When she furrowed her brows, her expression revealed the tenacity and courage of a guardian of the seas. Dressed in a deep gray Soviet Navy overcoat, the garment seamlessly merged strength with beauty. The red and white stripes at the collar resembled the signal flags fluttering on a ship's deck, echoing the insignia at the bow of the vessel, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship in every detail. The black combat suit underneath perfectly conformed to her figure, accentuating her graceful curves. A gray skirt paired with black stockings exuded an inherent, steely deterrence as she walked. Her feet were adorned with black combat boots featuring metallic buckles, each step resonating like the stirring sound of a battleship slicing through waves, exuding both valor and an ardent charm. She strode confidently to Natasha, her posture as erect as a pine tree, her voice resonant and powerful. "The lead ship of the modern-class missile destroyer, Modern, pays its respects to you, my commander." Before Natasha could respond, Hangzhou had already dashed forward, tightly embracing the fleet girl who bore a striking resemblance to her. Her excitement was palpable as she exclaimed, "Wow, it's really you, Modern's sister. I am Hangzhou. We can fight side by side again." The Modern personality is calm and mature, akin to Nanchang. She gently patted Hangzhou's back, her eyes brimming with affection. "Little Hangzhou, how have you fared in the central system?" Hangzhou beamed with a radiant smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. "It has undoubtedly been splendid. Hee, sister, having arrived in this world, we shall not be forsaken at an age when we should be flourishing." Modern playfully flicked Hangzhou's nose with her finger, a mix of exasperation and amusement evident on her face. "Oh, you always teasing me about my vulnerabilities. Yet, indeed, having come here, I finally have the chance to realize my ambitions. Kiev is here, and Kirov is too. Our northern fleet shall undoubtedly become the most formidable force. Hangzhou immediately pouted in defiance. Humph, sister, I cannot concur. The Eastern Sea Fleet is the best, and that is non-negotiable. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, the joyous atmosphere enveloping the air. After a brief moment, the sleep chamber of the second construction unit gradually opened, a misty white vapor dissipating like delicate gauze. A tall and graceful beauty emerged before the crowd, her silver-gray hair cascading smoothly on either side, glossy and well-groomed. Adorned with a meticulously placed red hairpin that resembled a flame in the night, adding a striking splash of color. Her features were exquisitely refined. Her gently arched willow leaf brows resembled tender buds sprouting in early spring, slender and graceful, with the tips slightly raised, exuding a hint of heroism amidst her gentility. Her bright eyes sparkled like the most brilliant stars in the night sky, clear and radiant, concealing countless untold stories that beckoned exploration. Her high, straight nose created a beautiful contour for her face. Her petite, rosy lips curved slightly upwards like a crescent moon, carrying a subtle smile that perfectly fused warmth with confidence. Her figure was lithe and enchanting, clad in a Soviet-style military blouse, her long neck flowing elegantly, reminiscent of a swan's neck, her shoulders sharp and upright, enhancing her commanding presence. Her slender waist exuded strength, and against the backdrop of a gray skirt, her long legs, encased in rust-red stockings, were straight and graceful. Each step taken with a blend of vigor and grace, embodying both elegance and poise, much like a vivid painting coming to life. She approached Natasha with resolute steps, standing tall and saluting with clarity and strength in her voice. "Commander, I am the lead ship of the Fearless-class anti-submarine destroyers, the Fearless, at your service." Natasha swiftly stepped forward, grasping her hand, her face alight with genuine warmth. "Welcome to the newly reborn Northern Fleet. We are delighted to have you." At that moment, Modern excitedly interjected, "Fearless, you have come too? Fantastic. Commander Kiev and Sister Kirov are here, along with our adorable B-515. This time, we shall certainly restore the glory of the Northern Fleet." Fearless nodded earnestly, her gaze resolute. "I understand, Sister Modern." Kiev pulled Kirov forward, her tone filled with anticipation. "I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Everyone is aware of their ultimate fate in that world. Therefore, let us join hands and reshape the brilliance of the Northern Fleet, my beloved comrades." Aurelia gazed quietly at the commander and the newly joined ship girls, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she discreetly wiped them away. Natasha, noticing her distress, immediately stepped forward to embrace Aurelia tightly, concerned as she inquired, "What troubles you?" Aurelia, breaking into a smile, radiated happiness as she replied, "I am overwhelmed with joy to see you all growing stronger. Natasha, you have truly blossomed." Keith, with a playful grin, teased Aurelia Senpai, "Without you, there would be no present-day Soviet fleet." The newly arrived Modern and Fearless also solemnly saluted Aurelia, their expressions serious and resolute, declaring, "Aurelia Senpai, we shall ensure that the red flag flies proudly in every corner of the Northern Fleet." Zhang Heng observed this heartwarming and uplifting scene, filled with joy as he remarked, all right, let us not get too sentimental. With the new ship girls joining us and Ishian having completed her modifications, shouldn't we take her for a sea trial? Moreover, with Fearless being a large anti-submarine vessel and Ishian having undergone anti-submarine modifications, we must collaborate effectively to develop a suitable anti-submarine strategy. Chapter 17. Departure at the break of dawn the following day. The resplendent reception hall was filled with representatives from 5 factions, all settled into their designated seats. Initially, the Hangzhou delegation had hesitated to attend, feeling overwhelmed by the formidable presence of the Soviet Union, which cast a somewhat oppressive atmosphere over the venue. However, after Zhang Heng's persuasive discourse with Nanchang, emphasizing the significance of this unprecedented large-scale signing ceremony, they decided it was worthwhile to witness the event firsthand. Thus, the entirety of the Central Committee gathered once more, awaiting the commencement of the signing ceremony. As everyone took their seats in succession, the Soviet representative, with a stoic demeanor and measured movements, distributed the final text before each individual. Subsequently, with piercing eyes scanning the room, She addressed the assembly in her characteristic grave tone. Please examine the contents of the documents meticulously. Should any discrepancies arise, do not hesitate to voice them. Once all is confirmed to be in order, we shall proceed to the signing process. Each party must exchange documents until every copy bears the signatures of all 5 factions. Zhang Heng and Nanchang opened the documents, delving into the text with careful scrutiny, dissecting each word and phrase. The agreement was composed in the languages of China, England, Russia, France, and Germany. Zhang Heng promptly called upon representatives from Hangzhou and Qinghai Lake to assist in verifying the Russian version, while the French and German texts were entrusted to Yixian, who claimed proficiency in those languages. Within the realm of their mental space, Zhang Heng elucidated to all the ship girls, "Ladies, this place differs from our world. Here, the standing of each faction is equal. Thus, the contract must encompass the languages of all parties. Although, since the establishment of our new power in the Atlantic, other factions have often communicated with us in Chinese. It remains imperative that multilingual individuals partake in the signing process." At that moment, Qinzhu raised a pivotal inquiry. "Commander, why do they all understand Chinese? And how does Yixian command so many languages?" Zhang Heng found himself momentarily at a loss. "Well, I haven't truly pondered that," Yixian responded. "I am uncertain as well. It is simply a fact that my cognitive core contains knowledge of these languages." A flicker of speculation arose in Zhang Heng's mind. Could it be due to the game from that world? The international version supports various languages including English, Japanese, Korean, German, French, simplified Chinese, and traditional Chinese. Yixian is a character inherent to the game, while Nanchang and the others are newcomers. Never mind. As long as Yixian is competent, that suffices. There is no need for further contemplation, as it does not impede our progress. Under the diligent and meticulous proofreading by the Assembly, the newly drafted agreement ultimately presented itself in its entirety, accurately reflecting all conditions established during the intense negotiations 3 days prior. With unwavering resolve, Zhang Heng slowly grasped his pen, signing his name with strength and precision. As the signatures were affixed to the 5 documents one by one, the representatives exchanged the texts, and a new Petersburg 5-faction friendship agreement, embodying the hopes and commitments of all parties, was officially birthed, a key that seemed to unlock a new chapter of collaboration. Following the successful conclusion of the signing ceremony, Guanghui, Scharnhorst, and Zafei approached Zhang Heng and the others. Guanghui maintained her gentle and amiable demeanor, her eyes filled with sincerity as she softly spoke. "Commander Zhang Heng, our journey has reached its conclusion. The resources stipulated in the agreement will be expedited for delivery to Petersburg. Further discussions regarding the transportation of these resources to your desired locations will require your detailed negotiations with the Soviet representatives. As we part ways, it remains uncertain when we shall meet again. I sincerely hope you take care." Zhang Heng's demeanor was solemn as he slightly nodded in response, expressing, "You too. May you journey safely and take care." Scharnhorst stepped forward with a hearty approach, clapping Zhang Heng's shoulder with vigor, his laughter imbued with a touch of gallantry. "Young man, if you ever find yourself battling in the depths of the ocean and require our assistance, do not hesitate to speak up. Until we meet again." Sci-Fi maintained her characteristic icy demeanor, offering no more than a gentle nod to Zhang Heng, succinctly uttering, "Farewell," as he watched their figures recede into the distance. An array of emotions surged within Zhang Heng. He understood well that this agreement was not merely a testament to their collaboration, but also heralded the onset of new challenges and journeys ahead. The Soviet Union and Kiev stepped forward, their tone resolute. "Commander Zhang Heng, you need not worry about the subsequent allocation of resources. We have made comprehensive arrangements." Kiev suggested they set sail for Murmansk Island immediately to circumvent any potential encounters with unidentified submarines, opting to lead the fleet on a detour from the northwest. "Thus, I shall not delay your meal. I wish you all smooth travels." Zhang Heng shook hands in gratitude with the Soviet Union. "Thank you for your thorough preparations. We shall fully cooperate with Kiev's efforts at Murmansk Island, rest assured. Until we meet again." No sooner had he spoken than a vessel maiden, strikingly beautiful and tall, approached with an aura reminiscent of Qinghai Lake. She saluted Kiev and introduced herself. "I am the comprehensive supply ship Berezina River of the 1833 model, reporting to Commander Kiev." Kiev brought Berezina River before the assembly, announcing, "This is our newly arrived supply ship maiden, Berezina River." It is important to clarify that there is currently no base at Murmansk Island. We must commence construction from scratch. The supply ship will not only transport provisions, but also play a pivotal role in port construction. The various cranes and automated robots on board are essential for establishing the new port area. As you embark on this journey of building the port from the ground up alongside us, you will also gain invaluable experience for future endeavors at your own bases. Berezina River is indeed an expert in port construction. Upon hearing this, Qinghai Lake immediately engaged in lively conversation with Berezina River, keenly inquiring about the capabilities of the supply ship, while mentally correlating this information with her existing knowledge. Then, Kiev pointed toward the dock, where a massive vessel was anchored. We shall take her to Murmansk Island. The collective gaze of the group fell upon the colossal ship, its black hull adorned with white embellishments. Standing out prominently in the harbor, it stood majestically, its elongated, streamlined body measuring 134 meters, akin to a steadfast giant exuding an air of authority. With a width of 27.6 meters, its robust and solid build imparted an impression of indomitable strength. The height of 16.1 meters from the waterline, when viewed from below, rendered the towering ship's sides reminiscent of a formidable city wall. The superstructure was arranged in an orderly manner, with several tall smokestacks rising from the midsection of the ship, and behind the smokestacks, a commanding tower featuring an observation deck drew particular attention, its expansive windows glistening in the sunlight. The stern of the vessel is spacious, featuring a helipad that underscores its multifaceted capabilities. As the crowd boards this unarmed ship and steps onto the bridge, they are greeted by a tall, striking beauty clad in a white cotton coat, white snow boots, and white leggings, her hair also an ethereal white. Her features are distinctive, and her gaze resolute. I am the Lenin, a nuclear-powered icebreaker, tasked with escorting you to Murmansk Island. While I am unarmed, I have consistently fulfilled supply transportation duties prior to the sinking of Cape Canaan. Murmansk Island lies near the Arctic Circle, and we shall navigate through a route abundant with drifting ice, where deep-sea activities are scarce. You may now proceed to your accommodations. We shall depart shortly. Just as Zhang Heng was about to speak, Kiev grasped his arm and led him outside. Lenin, you may set sail. I will guide them to their rooms. As they made their way to the cabins, Kiev remarked, the Lenin boasts 1050 cabins, many of which are upscale. Feel free to choose as you please. Rest well during the journey. Once we reach Murmansk Island, you will need to be fully prepared for combat. Zhang Heng could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, does the Lenin truly not require our escort? And have you already mastered nuclear power technology at such an early stage? Does that imply the existence of nuclear weapons? Kiev regarded Zhang Heng and sighed softly. These matters were meant to remain confidential, yet there is no need for secrecy with you. Our nonchalance upon encountering Kirov is testament enough, is it not? Nuclear power is not a rarity. However, we, the new generation of ship girls, have summoned even the Type 629 conventional ballistic missile submarine. While many have studied nuclear weapons, we have yet to breach a certain barrier, rendering us incapable of developing usable nuclear arms. As for the escort, do you believe the name Lenin bears no significance? Just as your Nanchang has likely achieved golden status. The Lenin's golden achievement ensures safe navigation, but no escorting vessels may accompany it. Otherwise, the effect would be nullified. I cannot fathom the rationale behind this. So do not inquire further. I am merely an ordinary cruiser enjoying retirement in your homeland. And do refrain from discussing these matters in the presence of the Lenin. Her aura far surpasses that of the cold woman from the Soviet era. Zhang Heng and the others exchanged glances, opting for silence as they each settled into a luxurious suite. Chapter 18. Arrival at Murmansk Island. The Lenin steadily navigated northwest, soon entering a sea of drifting ice. Zhang Heng gazed through the porthole, captivated by the sight of fragmented icebergs floating on the surface, presenting an unprecedented and chilling beauty. As a vessel equipped with cutting-edge facilities, the Lenin offered living and accommodation conditions that were nothing short of exceptional. All crew members resided in single or double cabins fitted with air conditioning, heating, hot and cold water systems, and daylight illumination. The ship also featured a sauna, a music room complete with a grand piano, a library, a cinema, a smoking room, and various recreational spaces, along with comprehensive medical care facilities. The interior decor was particularly exquisite, crafted from high-end woods such as Karelia birch and Caucasian walnut, harmonizing elegance with practicality. In the comfort of this environment and the smooth sailing, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the crew spotted an island blanketed in snow and ice from the deck, the Lenin commenced a circumnavigation of the isle. On the northwestern side of the island, the ship detected a natural bay. Remarkably, the bay was lush with vegetation and completely devoid of floating ice. This location presented ideal conditions for the establishment of a port area. The Lenin's intelligence system calmly analyzed the data, noting that warm currents flowed into the bay, raising its internal temperature significantly above that of the surrounding waters, making it suitable for a base site. Kiev similarly concurred with the Lenin's assessment and bid it a solemn farewell, wishing you a safe journey home. See you next time in Petersburg. After the Lenin used a helicopter to transport the crew to the shore of the bay, it began its solitary return voyage. The individuals on the shore saluted the ship, their gazes following until the grand vessel vanished from sight. The sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, swept over the temporary camp of Murmansk's naval base. Hangzhou, contemplative as she watched the Lenin recede, turned to Kiev, her clear eyes filled with questions. Sister Kiev, has Lenin always been like this? She seems so distant. Kiev gently lowered her eyelids, the sea breeze brushing against her face and stirring a wisp of her hair. After a moment, she sighed softly, a hint of weariness in her voice. What do you think? We are fortunate to have experienced the dissolution of that world. You were young, sold to the central system before you were even completed. We have all lived through that era. Consider this. Lenin witnessed the great motherland for which she fought all her life vanish overnight. How do you think she felt? The Soviet Union has always embodied that icy beauty, while Lenin has consistently exuded an aura of exclusivity. They cannot overcome that hurdle. Now, they have been reborn here. One, tirelessly laboring within the Snow Palace. The other, traversing between various naval bases, delivering supplies without any armament. What is the purpose? Merely to reclaim the faith and glory that once existed on this Mercury. The shipgirls of the central system stood quietly nearby, hearing Kiev's words. They exchanged silent glances, their eyes shimmering with pride for the banner behind them and a steadfast determination for the future's construction. Their gazes seemed to convey a silent promise. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, they would advance together, hand in hand. Zhang Heng stepped forward, gently patting Kiev's shoulder with a trusting smile gracing his face. You feel the same, don't you? Seemingly offbeat, yet unexpectedly reliable. Let us together establish the garrison at Murmansk. A playful curve formed at the corner of Kiev's mouth as she playfully swatted Zhang Heng's hand away, turning towards the sea with a spirited stride. Who is offbeat? Humph. I shan't indulge you further. Let us commence work at the Berezina River and swiftly construct accommodations for everyone. Her voice resonated with vigor amidst the sea breeze. At that moment, Aurora approached Zhang Heng, her gaze imbued with a hint of sentiment. Commander Zhang Heng, the sentiments shared by the Soviet fleet girls are universal. Yet, what can be done? We are grateful for your willingness to fight alongside us. Let the Soviets continue to thrive on Mercury. Kiev bears her burdens silently, never uttering a complaint. Zhang Heng watched Kiev's retreating figure for a moment before slowly responding. Indeed, you all have endured that era. No need for further reflection. Qinghai Lake, assist at the Berezina River and inspect the port construction. Nanchang, Sichuan, patrol nearby with Ishian, ensuring the depths do not disturb our endeavors. Under his methodical command, the group sprang into action, the camp bustling with activity, breathing new life and vibrancy into the coastal expanse. The Berezina River unfurled her hull within the bay, while Qinghai Lake ascended to the bridge. She observed as a weathered port standard blueprint was inserted into a tablet. The old scanner emitted a crackling sound while helicopters thundered past the tidal flats, their mapping instruments casting blue light as they scanned the jagged cliffs and sandy shores along the crescent-shaped bay. On the central control computer, the pale blue topography of the bay gradually took shape. The Berezina River's fingers tapped the screen, causing 3D models of modular building components to materialize, precisely aligning with the contour-marked areas. The deep recesses of the hull reverberated with mechanical roars as conveyor belts began to process construction materials. When the helicopter passed the coastline a second time, the door opened, and engineering robots disembarked with resources. Qinghai Lake stood at the navigation station, her eyes fixed on the fluctuating construction progress bar. When confronted with queries regarding the piles, she diligently noted down her questions. The Berezina River, during brief intervals, meticulously explained the details to Qinghai Lake. As twilight enveloped the sea, the silhouette of the concrete dock emerged above the water. The two-story prefabricated dormitory glowed with a warm yellow light. Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback as he pushed open the dormitory door. The wooden veneer on the walls still bore the scent of freshly cut varnish, and the ergonomic furniture was neatly arranged, with even lifelike greenery adorning the bedside. This was nothing short of a textbook example of modular construction. Zhang Heng caressed the wall, reflecting, if only I could take this back home, it would be quite profitable. Profitable, you say? Kiev leaned against the doorframe. In that world, these technologies could accomplish so much more. She tossed an electronic keycard, indicating that Natasha's team would be on night duty. Ensure you are well rested, for construction shall resume tomorrow. You may commence the development of both Qinghai Lake and the Berezina River. It's a chance to hone your skills. Get to bed early. Outside, the waves crash against the newly constructed breakwater, creating a rhythmic sound. The contours of the new Murmansk naval base gradually emerge amidst this symphony. Nanchang, Sichuan, and Ishin have rejoined the ranks. Excitement sparkled in Ishin's eyes. Zhang Heng, wearing a smile, inquired, "How does it feel? Does the new hull suit you?" Ishin gravely nodded. "It fits perfectly. The operation feels as harmonious as my original hull." "Thank you, Comrade Commander." Zhang Heng scratched his head, replying, "We are comrades in arms. There is no need for thanks. We will rely on you moving forward." Sichuan and Nanchang exchanged smiles as they observed this scene, their hearts swelling with immense satisfaction at the gradual growth of the Central Powers. Chapter 19. Exploring Mormon Island on the following morning. Zhang Heng was roused from his slumber by the cacophony outside his window. With bleary eyes, he pushed open the window and gazed out, witnessing a scene of fervent construction. Not only were there the rugged construction robots he had observed the previous day along the Beletsina River, but also a new type resembling arboreal automatons, diligently engaged in the task at hand. After completing his morning routine, Zhang Heng exited his room and noticed the vast hull of the Qinghai Lake had unfolded at the dock. Nanchang and others were gathered next door, examining a group of small robots with great curiosity. Intrigued, he approached and inquired, "What is this?" "The construction robots of Qinghai Lake?" Sichuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and upon seeing Zhang Heng, she swiftly handed him a small creature. "Indeed. Come and see. Aren't they utterly adorable? I've been observing them for quite some time. Their work is truly fascinating." Zhang Heng bent down to make eye contact with the creature in her arms and teasingly remarked, "Oh, Hua, look at Sichuan. Now that there are small robots, she has forgotten all about you. Let us go explore elsewhere and not mind her." As if comprehending his words, Hua wriggled out of Zhang Heng's embrace and rolled over to the small robots, producing a bamboo shoot seemingly from thin air and offering it to them. Its round body swayed from side to side, as if enthusiastically sharing its treasure with new acquaintances. Nanchang leaned in closer and gently poked Hua's back. "This little socialite can't resist sharing treats with everyone." Sichuan chuckled and added, "Hua wishes to play with her new friends, but these small robots lack autonomy. They operate solely according to the pre-programmed directives of Qinghai Lake. Even if Hua were to offer them all her bamboo shoots, they would remain oblivious." Hua tilted its head, perceiving the small robot's indifference as they remained focused on their construction tasks. With a hint of dejection, it let out a couple of plaintive sounds before rolling off to another spot. As he watched Hua wander away, Zhang Heng turned to Nanchang and Sichuan and inquired, "Did you discover anything during yesterday's patrol?" With a serious and concentrated demeanor, Nanchang replied steadily, "No significant events. There are still a few deep-sea creatures wandering nearby, but their numbers have diminished considerably since our arrival at Ocean Point. The sonar scans did not detect any underwater enemy units." His brow furrowed slightly as he spoke, seemingly contemplating the potential threats that might lurk behind the data. Zhang Heng stroked his chin in thought. "It appears this area is temporarily secure. Has the entire island been explored? I hope we won't encounter a situation similar to that of Caning Island." Sichuan, her gaze cautious, interjected, "That will not be the case." She stamped her foot firmly, indicating the solid rock beneath them, and smiled slightly. "This island is a structurally sound rocky isle. While it is in close proximity to Caning Island, there are no signs of seismic damage whatsoever." Her expression grew serious as she speculated on two possibilities, one being that the earthquake only affected Caning Island itself, and the other that this island-esque rock structure is exceptionally robust, capable of withstanding seismic activity. The specific cause, however, would require further investigation. She paused, casting her gaze toward the bay beyond, noting that aside from this bay, the remaining areas of the island were cloaked under an average of 3 meters of ice cover. It is noteworthy that the temperature in the Gulf remains within a suitable range, which is quite miraculous. Zhang Heng nodded, suggesting that they should wait until the construction is complete to discuss further. As for Ixin, Nanchang chuckled, covering her mouth. She today, Natasha and the others have just decided to set sail to test the performance of Glory and Fearless. Ixin has joined them as well, eager to learn how a submarine destroyer should operate. Kiev, rubbing her eyes as she leisurely stepped out of the dormitory building, was suddenly greeted by a fluffy creature rolling past her feet. With quick reflexes, she bent down and scooped the warm bundle into her arms, revealing Huahua, who gazed back at her with round, bewildered eyes. Huahua, would you come with me? I am in dire need of a ship's spirit capable of piloting carrier-based aircraft. Kiev laughed heartily, gently scratching Huahua's chin with her fingertips. Seeing this, Zhang Heng approached with a smile. Kiev, do you really not have a ship spirit like Huahua? Do you think ship spirits grow on trees? Kiev replied with a smirk, continuing to groom Huahua. Not having one is the norm. Well then, I must admit my ignorance. Zhang Heng shook his head in resignation. So what is on the agenda today? Are we scheduled for patrol? Kiev's expression turned serious. Not today. As of now, we are all modern-day ship girls. Our radar systems will monitor for abnormalities in real time while in ship girl form. The Sichuan ship, being an amphibious assault vessel, must have its tanks and infantry fighting vehicles on board, right? This island is not large, so you will need to conduct a reconnaissance mission, focusing on confirming whether there are any large underwater lakes akin to those at Cape Connie, although they are covered in solid ice. Our detection precision as ship girls should be sufficient to penetrate the ice and scan for structures. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. We will go, but please keep an eye on Ixin for me. Kiev responded generously. Of course, I wouldn't neglect that. She glanced at Zhang Heng, who stood before her. What are you waiting for? Zhang Heng mischievously pointed at Huahua in Kiev's arms. That is our tank commander. Could you kindly return her to me? Reluctantly, Kiev handed Huahua back, muttering, why don't I have such an adorable ship spirit? This isn't fair. Zhang Heng tightly embraced the fluffy Huahua and quickly returned to Nanchang and the others, his expression serious. Kiev has given orders for us to explore the island. As soon as he finished speaking, Sichuan acted decisively, raising her hand, and a formidable Type 99 tank appeared alongside a robust Type 04A infantry fighting vehicle. Huahua let out an excited yowl, nimbly leaping atop the Type 99 tank, sitting proudly like a young general ready for battle. Subsequently, Zhang Heng, Sichuan, Nanchang, Qinzhou, and Hangzhou boarded the infantry fighting vehicle in succession. As the engine emitted a deep, resonant roar, they officially embarked on their wondrous journey to explore the island, which lay beneath a thick layer of ice. The infantry fighting vehicle moved forward slowly, crunching over the ice with a crisp sound, scattering fine ice crystals that sparkled like a rainbow in the sunlight. Huahua perched atop the tank, its fluffy, round tail rhythmically swaying with the vehicle's bumps. It occasionally twitched its nose, fully engrossed in capturing the unfamiliar and mysterious scents that wafted through the air. Gazing into the distance, the ice cap resembled a frozen ocean of white, sculpted by the fierce winds into a labyrinth of jagged ice spires. The tallest of these ice columns pierced the sky, its surface glimmering with a faint blue light. The temperature continued to plummet, now reaching a chilling -25°C outside the vehicle. Sichuan intently monitored the dashboard. With every breath he exhaled, white mist rapidly crystallized into frost upon his cold weather mask. As the cold intensified, Zhang Heng began to feel overwhelmed, perplexed as he remarked, the temperature difference between here and the port area is quite drastic, I see it. Perhaps we should head back so I can don a warmer coat. It's simply too frigid. Observing his discomfort, Hangzhou cheerfully retrieved a thick leather jacket from her bag and handed it to Zhang Heng, saying, Hee, comrade commander. I knew you would forget, so I prepared this for you in advance. Once clad in the leather coat, Zhang Heng gradually acclimated to the biting cold. Peering through the observation window of the infantry fighting vehicle, he suddenly spotted a flurry of snow rising from the ice field. Upon closer inspection, he realized a group of Arctic foxes was dashing across the snow mounts. Their silvery fur blended seamlessly with the icy landscape, resembling ethereal spirits of this frozen realm. With their bright black eyes standing out like ink dots against the pristine white, infusing the silent expanse with a touch of vitality. As the infantry fighting vehicle entered an ice gorge, All were left breathless, captivated by the breathtaking scene before them. Towering ice walls, reaching heights of 100 meters, formed a natural art gallery, their surfaces adorned with intricate patterns shaped by years of wind and snow erosion. Some patterns resembled surging ocean waves, as if they were poised to crash forth. Others took the form of spiraling dragons, exuding an air of majesty and power. Sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting a play of light and shadow across the ice walls. Meanwhile, the bubbles and impurities trapped beneath the ice shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling countless precious gems embedded within the icy fade, creating a mesmerizing sight. After a day of exploration, Zhang Heng and his companions returned to the port area. Although this island was entirely enveloped in ice, it revealed diverse and stunning landscapes. The depth of the ice gorge, the vastness of the ice field, and the grandeur of the icebergs, all captivating their gaze. Fortunately, no threats to the safety of the port area were discovered during their expedition. As the tank and infantry fighting vehicle gradually made their way from the small hill at the rear of the port area, the temperature began to rise, prompting Zhang Heng to shed the heavy leather coat. The group climbed from the infantry fighting vehicle to the roof, gazing towards the port area, where a brand new port came sharply into view. Chapter 20. The Renaissance of the Northern Fleet. The individuals hurriedly made their way back to the port area. The once bustling robots, tirelessly engaged in their work, had vanished from sight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden red hues enveloped the newly revived port in a gentle embrace, creating a picturesque scene that was nothing short of enchanting. Upon spotting Zhang Heng and his companions returning, Kiev and others had already gathered at the entrance of the port to extend their warm greetings. Natasha and Kirov greeted them with smiles, patiently awaiting their arrival. Ishian and Wui were engaged in lively conversation, presumably discussing anti-submarine tactics. Modern stood closely beside Aurora, while the bodies of Qinghai Lake and the Berezina River had been retracted. Yet their figures were conspicuously absent from the welcoming crowd. As soon as Zhang Heng and his entourage stepped into the port area, Kiev approached with a cordial inquiry. "How was your exploration?" Zhang Heng expressed his reflections. "From the outside, the island appears to be a massive block of ice, but once you delve deeper, you discover a variety of stunning landscapes. Once the issues in the nearby deep-sea regions are resolved, you all should take the time to explore." Curiously, Zhang Heng then asked, "Has the construction of the port area been completed? Where are Qinghai Lake and Berezina River? I haven't seen them around." Kiev affectionately patted Zhang Heng on the back. "Impressive efficiency, isn't it? Allow me to show you around and provide an introduction. They are currently preparing dinner for the celebratory banquet marking the official establishment of our Murmansk Guard, so do look forward to it." Subsequently, Kiev guided the group through the port area, offering introductions at each stop. The port area was centered around the dormitory building where Zhang Heng and his companions had stayed the previous night. Not far from the front of the dormitory stood a brand new hall-like structure, exuding a strong Soviet architectural style. This centrally symmetrical building, constructed of red bricks, rose 5 stories high, topped with a dome crowned by a radiant 5-pointed star. At the heart of the main building were essential functions related to combat operations, including command, information integration, and communications, flanked by 2 3-story auxiliary buildings. On the left, the Port Construction Center, and on the right, the Research Center. From the main building's entrance, one could gaze seaward to behold the docks of the port, which featured over a dozen large berths. Behind the main building, a warehouse-like structure housed the supplies delivered by the Berezina River. Symmetrically opposite this was the Resource Collection Center, with 4 pipelines extending into the nearby sea. At the ocean's edge, 4 resource collection facilities tirelessly extracted resources from the seawater. Behind the dormitory, another Soviet-style red brick building stood, second in size only to the main building. According to Kiev, this was the leisure activity center for the ship girls, encompassing banquet halls, bathing facilities, a library, and game rooms, various recreational functions, all in one. Shortly, the establishment banquet for the guard would take place here. Atop the cliffs directly behind the port area, 2 enormous parabolic antennas were mounted. One rotated steadily at a rate of 2 revolutions per minute, serving as the guard's surveillance radar, akin to an unyielding sentinel, perpetually scanning the surrounding airspace and maritime areas. The other antenna remained consistently directed towards the Petersburg Guard, tasked with maintaining crucial communication links with it. Surrounding the port area, coastal missile systems have been strategically deployed, along with surface-to-air missiles resembling the SAM too, forming a formidable outer defense line. Kiev elaborated that at the entrance of the bay, an intricately arranged underwater sonar array constantly listens for any underwater movements, thereby adding a reliable barrier to the port's security. Upon learning all this, Zhang Heng could not help but exclaim, "All these structures were completed in just one day? Even the construction and research facilities were accomplished by those small robots?" Kiev responded with hearty laughter. Indeed, the buildings were finished in a single day, with interior decoration completed simultaneously. After all, this world is different. Under the technological framework of the ship girls, as long as there are ample resources of oil, ammunition, steel, and aluminum, everything related to naval facilities, such as ports and radar systems, can be constructed swiftly. However, the current construction, research, and resource collection facilities were initially provided by Petersburg, each contributing a set of basic equipment. Zhang Heng fell into deep thought and, after a moment, inquired, "We will certainly need these facilities in the future. What avenues do we have to acquire them?" Kiev pondered seriously before replying. To independently construct these devices, one must possess research ships and ship girls, which you currently lack. Therefore, in the short term, we can only provide you with finished equipment. Zhang Heng's expression turned troubled as he said with hesitation, "That is indeed the case. Even if we were to undertake large-scale construction here, we might not necessarily acquire a research ship. Once the matters here are resolved, we must return to Petersburg to secure several sets of finished equipment." As Kiev completed her introduction, everyone began to enter the newly built banquet hall. Though not resplendent, the interior was elegantly decorated, exuding a refined charm. Zhang Heng, puzzled, asked, "Can you truly complete such a decorating style in just one day?" At that moment, the Belia River and Qinghai Lake had been waiting in the banquet hall for quite some time. Upon hearing this, the Belia River explained to Zhang Heng, "This is our Soviet standard construction plan for the garrison. The initial drafting of the blueprints was quite intricate, but once the designs are finalized, subsequent garrisons can be swiftly completed based on this model." Zhang Heng, realizing the truth, exclaimed, "Ah, I see now. I was indeed ignorant." The group took their seats, their eyes drawn to the sumptuous feast meticulously prepared by the Belia River and Qinghai Lake. The exquisite dishes rivaled the delicacies served at the Snow Palace banquet. Qinghai Lake smiled as she introduced, "Comrade Commander." The chef from that Snow Palace banquet was none other than Comrade Belia River. Not only have I learned professional knowledge about port construction from her, but my culinary skills have also significantly improved. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Heng and the Chinese ship girls displayed their astonishment, while Natasha, Kirov, and others showed expressions of disbelief. Kirov directly asked, "Belia River, so you are this remarkable? Why did you accompany us to this frigid place?" The Belia River chuckled softly and replied, "Comrade Kirov, do not forget that I am also a member of the Northern Fleet. How could such an important endeavor as the reconstruction of the Northern Fleet proceed without my involvement?" Kiev gently clapped her hands, signaling the assembly to pause their discussions. She straightened her posture, lifted her goblet, and cast a piercing gaze over the gathering. Once assured that all attention was riveted upon her, she raised her glass and proclaimed with clarity, "Comrades, today, the infrastructure of the Murmansk naval base has been fully completed, and our nascent Northern Fleet shall officially embark from this very port. Although our fleet's composition remains incomplete and the number of ship girls is still scarce, formidable and unknown deep-sea submarines lurk in the shadows. However, with the assistance of comrades Zhang Heng and Nanchang, leading the Central System ship girls, we shall undoubtedly vanquish any adversaries that dare approach. Here, I extend the most heartfelt gratitude on behalf of all Soviet ship girls to each of you." Her tone suddenly grew grave, yet resonated with strength. "You, who have borne the souls of ships from that world to Mercury, are all esteemed members of the illustrious Northern Fleet. Though our venerable Aurora belongs to the Baltic Fleet, the thunderous roar of her main guns once heralded the dawn of a new homeland for us. Yet, when the red star of our homeland fell, our individual destinies plunged into the abyss." Her voice trailed off, but her eyes rekindled with fervent fire. "Yet fate has bestowed upon us the miracle of rebirth. Having arrived in this world, we shall ensure that the glory of the Northern Fleet resonates anew beneath this celestial expanse, just as the hope once gifted to us by our esteemed Aurora. At this moment, I ask you all to raise your glasses and join me in toasting this cup of victory. To the reborn Northern Fleet, to the Soviet ship girls rising from the ashes. Cheers, Yura." In an instant, the assembly drained their goblets of fine wine, while Natasha and the Soviet ship girls raised their arms and erupted in thunderous cheers. Yura. Chapter 21. Cozy everyday life. The banquet of that day gradually drew to a close, and time, like a gentle stream, silently flowed by for several days. During this serene passage, the Soviet fleet girls seemed to be infused with boundless vitality, brimming with enthusiasm. They eagerly took on the responsibilities of the patrol missions over these days, meticulously charting the nearby waters with exquisite detail and summoning the courage to delve into the waters of Canning Cape. Though they had yet to confront the enigmatic deep-sea submarine flagship directly, they nevertheless succeeded in updating the hydrological data of the sunken Canning Island, thanks to their tenacity and ingenuity. Meanwhile, in the harbor district, the Chinese fleet girls reveled in their rare leisure time. They spent several days indulging in every entertainment option available in the recreational area. On this day, they gathered in the lounge on the back floor, engaging in a relaxed and pleasant conversation. Qingzhou, cradling a plush toy, rolled joyfully on the soft carpet, her voice laden with languor and contentment. "Commander, this life is truly dull. Is it really acceptable to languish like this every day? I wonder why the deep-sea fleet in this region is so sparse. And those Soviet sisters, their energy is simply overwhelming, like they are wound up like a clock." Hangzhou, just emerging from the sauna, nonchalantly wrapped in a towel, reclined lazily on the sofa, a satisfied smile illuminating her face. Kiev was absolutely right. I've caught her enthusiasm and am now shouting Yura alongside her. However, Commander, the facilities here are indeed splendid. Once we have our own harbor, we must build a set for ourselves. Those Russians certainly know how to enjoy life. Sichuan, observing the languid Hangzhou, couldn't resist teasing. You should hurry and put some clothes on. Look at you. And yet you speak of the Russians as if you're not one of them. Hangzhou paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Oh right, I am indeed of Russian descent. Haha, but now I am the Hangzhou ship. Previously, the NATO from that world even assigned me the codename Hangzhou class, though regrettably, few recognized it. By the way, Commander, where are your eyes wandering? Is it that my long legs are unappealing? Zhang Heng felt his face flush at Hangzhou's words. It must be said that her long legs were indeed eye-catching. He attempted to feign indifference, but found himself unable to resist admiring them. Seeing Zhang Heng's awkwardness, Nanchang couldn't help but interject. All right, Hangzhou, mind your organization's discipline. After all these years, how have you not shed that impetuous demeanor? And Commander, please don't be evasive. We are comrades. After receiving a few words of admonition from Nanchang, Hangzhou obediently went to the changing room to get dressed. Observing this, Qingzhou sat up on the carpet with her plush toy, her eyes filled with curiosity and contemplation. Wow, Sister Nanchang is so commanding. But is this really all right? It's the first time we've been so leisurely since arriving in this world. Commander, you wouldn't wish for us to continue living this blissful life indefinitely, would you? As Nanchang glanced at Hangzhou, who had just returned after changing clothes, and then at Yixian, who was quietly engrossed in studying the regulations of the central system, she observed Sichuan, who was elegantly savoring her snacks, and Qingzhou, who was playfully clutching a bouquet. She slowly remarked, I feel we may have grown somewhat complacent. After all, we are ship girls, instruments of battle. With a sidelong glance at Zhang Heng, she continued, a couple of days ago, I sought out our commander to express my desire for action, urging him to engage in discussions with Kiev. We cannot remain in this state of despondency. Pausing momentarily, her eyes softened with a touch of compassion and understanding as she added, I resonate with the commander's words. He mentioned that while we are ship girls and instruments of war, we are also young women with autonomy. Therefore, we shouldn't be too rigid. Life encompasses more than just combat, does it not? Upon hearing Nanchang's words, Zhang Heng felt a slight flush creep to his ears, rendering him somewhat uneasy. Clearing his throat to mask his awkwardness, he forced a smile and said, you all carry on. I'll check on the dinner being prepared at Qinghai Lake. With that, he hurriedly rose and exited the lounge. Just as he opened the door, Qingzhou's familiar and playful voice echoed from behind. The commander has fled in haste. Laughter erupted in the lounge, a melodic and good-natured mockery of his earlier discomfort. Zhang Heng paused for a moment, yet a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Embracing this light-hearted mood, he intentionally softened his footsteps, refraining from disturbing the busy Qinghai Lake in the kitchen. Since their arrival in the world of Mercury, following the addition of the first ship girl, Nanchang, everyone had been caught in a relentless cycle of travel and combat. When the Soviet ship girls proposed to take on all patrol missions, Zhang Heng secretly rejoiced, believing it would finally allow the Central System ship girls to rest. The brief respite in Petersburg had been a rare moment of tranquility, and he had thought that during this extended holiday, everyone would cherish the precious leisure time. However, Qin Zhu and the others' behavior made Zhang Heng realize that for ship girls, combat had perhaps become an indispensable part of their existence. His concern may not have truly addressed the core issue. With such reflections in mind, Zhang Heng hastened towards the main building. In the communication room, he swiftly connected with Kiev, who was patrolling offshore. Kiev, this is Zhang Heng, he announced. This is Kiev. How may I assist you, Commander Zhang? Came the crisp and efficient voice through the communicator, the static failing to obscure her characteristic sharpness. Zhang Heng got straight to the point, articulating his thoughts to Kiev. Given the Soviet ship girls' spirited enthusiasm, how about we conduct a joint exercise or a competitive drill? Commander, it is not that I underestimate our capabilities, Kiev replied candidly, but even if Nanchang were to face us alone, the outcome would be uncertain. Nevertheless, I understand their sentiments. Ship girls indeed possess a warrior's spirit. In my opinion, perhaps we should first arrange a joint patrol? Zhang Heng did not anticipate Kiev's pragmatic approach and, appreciating her suggestion, nodded slightly. Very well, we shall proceed with your recommendation. The joint patrol plan will commence tomorrow. Upon concluding the communication, he gazed out at the darkening sky. Perhaps true rest is not merely the cessation of all activity, but rather a continuation of progress in a different manner. Amidst these seemingly tranquil days, the fervent spirit of battle within the ship girls has never waned, and Zhang Heng has, through contemplation, discovered a harmonious balance between life and conflict. As Zhang Heng pushed open the door to the lounge, a delightful aroma of food wafted towards him. Qinghai Lake had already prepared lunch, and the team members were gathered around the dining table, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Ah, Commander, aren't you supposed to be assisting Sister Qinghai Lake? Qinzhou remarked with a teasing glance at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng chuckled, waving his hand to quell Qinzhou's jest. Let us hold off on the jokes for now. I have an announcement to make. All eyes immediately turned to Zhang Heng, and the previously relaxed atmosphere around the dining table transformed into one of eager anticipation. Kiev and I have proposed that starting tomorrow, the Central and Soviet fleets will conduct a joint cruise. Zhang Heng's voice was soft, yet it ignited a fervor throughout the lounge. Is that true? Qinzhou exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. That's fantastic, Hangzhou exclaimed, enthusiastically slapping the table. The glimmer of elation in everyone's eyes turned what would have been an ordinary lunchtime into a moment of profound significance. Though the joint cruise was set to commence the following day, the anticipation had already kindled a flame of enthusiasm in each heart. Qinghai Lake, smiling, began serving rice to everyone. Look at how happy you all are. Come, let us eat first. You need to be well fed to be in your best form. Chapter 22. Drilling exercises at the break of dawn. The horizon glimmered with a pale light, as golden rays of morning unfurled like delicate threads shaken loose, gradually parting the dark veil of night and adorning the sea with a shimmering sheen. At this moment, a Soviet fleet centered around the aircraft carrier Kiev resembled a slumbering steel dragon, poised for action, swiftly arranging itself on the water's surface, advancing through the waves. Leading the charge was submarine B-515, akin to a stealthy assassin concealed in darkness, quietly submerging and navigating towards the designated area for reconnaissance. The cruiser Aurora maintained a steady position beside the flagship Kiev, embodying a stabilizing force within the formation. The modern-class destroyers flanked the left side, while the fearless-class destroyers guarded the right, acting as vigilant sentinels, ever watchful of their surroundings, leaving no disturbance unnoticed. The Kirov-class cruiser, with its formidable firepower, anchored at the rear, safeguarding the fleet's defensive line. Not far off, another fleet, composed of Chinese vessels, was also underway. Zhang Heng stood on the bridge of the Sichuan, his gaze intently focused on the surroundings. As the core of the formation, the Sichuan navigated steadily at the center. The Qinzhou ship surged ahead like an arrow released from its bow. The Hangzhou and Yixian ships flanked either side, forming a robust wing. Always prepared to respond to unforeseen circumstances, the Nanchang ship, with its substantial strength, secured the rear, ensuring the fleet's protection. The supply ships Berezina and Qinghai Lake quietly followed behind both fleets, serving as diligent logistical support, ready to provide assistance and supplies whenever required. The two fleets, progressing in close formation, initially circled clockwise around Murmansk Island, their harmonious coordination reminiscent of two battalions within an army. Subsequently, they embarked on a joint patrol mission, their operational range expanding ever wider. On the sunlit sea, the waves sparkled, with golden flecks dancing in rhythm with the rolling surf. Both fleets advanced in unison, with the ship girls on the bridges standing tall, their figures illuminated by the sunrise, embodying both extraordinary beauty and gallant poise. Within the Soviet fleet, aboard the Kiev aircraft carrier, planes ascended one after another, commencing a day of training. The destroyers were equally engaged, immersed in rigorous drills. Submarine B-515 glided silently beneath the surface, conducting routine reconnaissance, resembling a phantom in the deep sea. The Aurora cruiser sailed alongside the Kiev, its artillery gradually adjusting angles for precise targeting exercises, as if perpetually ready for combat. The Modern class and Fearless class destroyers executed tactical maneuvers, swiftly altering course and forming defensive formations, their ship girls displaying fluidity and expertise indicative of their training. The Kirov-class cruiser utilized its powerful radar to simulate target tracking, serving as the fleet's vigilant eyes. The Chinese fleet was equally resolute. Zhang Heng stood on the bridge of the Sichuan, his expression grave, closely monitoring every movement of the fleet. The Qinzhou ship, as the vanguard, continuously adjusted its speed, engaging in high-speed navigation drills, leaving a trail of frothy white waves upon the surface. The Hangzhou and Yixian ships exhibited remarkable synergy as they engaged in coordinated combat drills, seamlessly exchanging positions to create a crossfire capability that effectively addressed threats from various directions. Meanwhile, the Nanchang ship stood resolutely in the rear, conducting air defense exercises like a steadfast fortress, safeguarding the fleet. Throughout the patrol, the two fleets intermingled to perform routine training. The Soviet fleet's destroyers alternated between simulated bombardments and anti-submarine exercises, causing ripples to break the surface of the sea. In contrast, the vessels of the Chinese fleet engaged in torpedo launch training, aircraft dispatch simulations, and interfleet communication drills, striving for seamless cooperation in times of conflict. As the paths of the two fleets intertwined across the ice-blue expanse of the Arctic Ocean, the bridge of the Aurora suddenly erupted with a piercing red alarm, shattering the tranquility. Radar information swiftly appeared on the central control screens of all ship girls, revealing unusual energy fluctuations 20 nautical miles away, indicating that a confrontation was imminent. This was, in fact, a prearranged simulated strike training between Zhang Heng and the Kiev, detecting an unidentified submarine cluster. The cannon of the Aurora trembled slightly as combat orders were rapidly disseminated to the vessels. Modern and Fearless, proceed to reconnaissance. The Kirov-class ships, prepare for fire coverage. She also took care to alert the Chinese fleet through high-frequency communication. Sichuan fleet, maintain vigilance on the left flank. Zhang Heng responded calmly, received, increasing alertness. He then issued orders on the communication platform. Qinzhou, maintain reconnaissance distance. Hangzhou and Yixian, form an air defense net. Nanchang, be ready to provide support. The sonar of the Sichuan ship began to vibrate at high frequency, meticulously searching for hidden adversaries. The submarine B-515 stealthily approached the exercise area, skillfully navigating the undercurrents. Once the periscope was raised, it promptly relayed underwater simulated imagery back to the fleet channel. 6 Ohio-class submarines, armed with new anti-ship torpedoes. Bearing 120, depth 300 meters. Unable to contain a remark, Zhang Heng turned to Sichuan and quipped, "What grudge do they hold against the American fleet? Why not use deep-sea vessels as mock adversaries instead of Ohio?" Sichuan chuckled and explained, "Comrade Commander, B-515 is in the right. If we use deep-sea submarines as targets, how could we distinguish between a drill and actual combat?" Zhang Heng then realized the wisdom in this and nodded, "You are correct." The formidable Kirov-class cruiser altered its course towards the exercise area, unleashing 6 SS-N 14 anti-ship anti-submarine missiles from its vertical launch system in a roaring display. Experienced the might of the Soviet Red Navy. The missiles, trailing long tails of flame, soared through the sky and plunged into the exercise waters. The exercise director, Kiev, assessed that the enemy submarines exhibited exceptional maneuverability, evading the first wave of strikes through intricate tactics. Zhang Heng promptly adjusted the strategy, commanding Qinzhou and Yixian to take turns in anti-submarine operations. Seizing the moment, Qingzhou surged forward at high speed, launching anti-submarine rockets from the sonar blind spot. Closely followed by Yixian, the Fearless-class destroyer's anti-submarine missiles also plunged into the sea. In an instant, the surface erupted with explosions, sending towering columns of water soaring into the sky, as the sea was tinged with a grayish hue. The Kiev has determined that the submarine has been sunk, yet the enemy launched 6 torpedoes before its demise. Kiev, adjust course by 15 degrees to simulate evasion of the torpedoes. Zhang Heng shouted through the communication channel. The Kiev swiftly responded, altering its direction, while the destroyers also adjusted their formations to create a new defensive perimeter. Subsequently, the two fleets continued their voyage, alternating between training and patrolling. The Soviet fleet's Kirov-class cruiser engaged in long-range fire simulations, generating tumultuous waves upon the sea. Meanwhile, the Chinese fleet's Nanchang conducted air defense and counterattack drills. Occasionally, the two fleets would partake in joint tactical exercises, simulating the interception of enemy aircraft carrier formations to refine their collaborative combat capabilities. The supply ships Berezina and Qinghai Lake also approached in a timely manner for wartime resupply training. As the day's missions concluded, the fleet returned to the harbor. Zhang Heng stood on the dock, observing the stowed equipment of the Kiev, and remarked with satisfaction, "Today's training was quite effective." The Kiev nodded with a smile. "Indeed. The two fleets have synchronized well. Let's continue this approach. After a few more drills, we will be ready to meet that deep-sea flagship in the waters near Canaan Island." Chapter 23. Enigma. In the week that followed, Zhang Heng and the Su-class shipgirls maintained a consistent rhythm in their daily patrols. Moreover, they frequently engaged in live-fire drills encompassing anti-ship, anti-submarine, air defense, and landing exercises, honing their combat capabilities in a comprehensive manner. However, as time progressed, an unusual circumstance gradually came to light. They scarcely encountered any deep-sea units. Not only were the formidable deep-sea flagships absent, but even the ordinary wandering deep-sea entities were seldom seen. One evening, after dinner, the group gathered in the reception room of the back building. Kiev sank into the soft beige sofa at the center, the edges of which sagged slightly, forming a shallow indentation beside her. Her brows knitted together, a hint of worry evident in her gaze, her slender fingers unconsciously caressing the rim of a wine glass. The walnut chess table by the door revealed clear, intricate patterns on its surface, with three-dimensional pieces silently traversing the black and white squares. Yet, the modern and fearless adversaries across from one another appeared distracted, their thoughts having already drifted far away, occasionally stealing glances at Kiev. At the bar, Natasha leaned against the deep brown counter, her posture languid as she gently swayed the glass filled with amber liquid in her hand. The ice cubes clinked harmoniously within, producing a crisp and melodious sound, intertwining with the audible swallow of Kirov as she drank, creating a peculiar rhythm. At a distance, before the dressing table, Aphrodite and the Berezina sat opposite each other, intently tending to be 5/15 damp strands of hair, the incessant hum of the hairdryer occasionally punctuated by soft fragments of conversation. On the other side, Zhang Heng knelt on one knee on the wooden floor, his long fingers repeatedly tracing the weathered edges of a nautical chart. Nanchang leaned forward, her profile illuminated by the intricate lines of the map, diligently marking key coordinates with a red pen. Sichuan cradled the fluffy flower in her arms, its fuzzy head tilted as it gazed at her. Sichuan affectionately scratched its nose, her eyes crescent-shaped, occasionally checking the chart's details with Nanchang. 2 meters away, on a fabric sofa, Qingzhou and Hangzhou sat across from each other, teaching Yixian how to play do di zhu. Qingzhou deftly flicked the playing cards, arranging the club's jack and diamonds queen on the coffee table. Before playing a card, he observed his opponent's expressions. Someone like Yixian, who bit her lip, was undoubtedly concealing a powerful hand. Hangzhou teased in a lowered voice, her blue highlighted hair swaying gently with her speech. Yixian sat upright, her fair fingers trembling slightly as they clutched the back of a card. The pearl hairpin sparkled under the light, and after much effort, she managed to suppress a heart king, yet her ears had already taken on a bashful hue. From the kitchen wafted the enticing aroma of butter. Qinghai Lake, donned in an apron adorned with playful whale patterns, tiptoed to retrieve a bone china plate from the cupboard. She neatly arranged the freshly baked cookies and delicately speared a strawberry cream cake with a silver fork, carefully navigating through the group with the tray of treats. It was unclear how long this state persisted, until Zhang Heng finally rose from the floor to join Nanchang on the sofa opposite Kiev. Something was amiss. The scarcity of deep-sea targets encountered these past days was troubling. Zhang Heng's brow furrowed slightly, his tone laced with confusion. Nanchang nodded and interjected. When we set out from Ocean Corner, we encountered a total of 15 instances of wandering deep-sea entities. After engaging in battle with that flagship submarine, we faced 13 more encounters with wandering deep-sea creatures during the 3-day voyage to the Petersburg garrison, in addition to several ordinary deep-sea submarines. Kiev lowered his cup, the bottom clinking softly against the wooden table. This is the crux of the matter. We have been stationed here for so long, conducting daily patrols. Yet we have only come across wandering deep-sea entities twice. Sichuan stepped closer and added, my early warning system has scanned an area of 300 kilometers. Apart from the northern regions approaching the Arctic Circle, where deep-sea activity seems to be increasing, the surrounding waters appear to have entirely vanished. The group playing cards, including Qinzhou, collectively set down their cards. Stretching lazily, Qinzhou spoke with a relaxed tone. Comrade Commander Kiev, what more is there to deliberate? I propose we directly head to the ruins of Caning Island. The answer will be evident. Hangzhou nodded vigorously. Exactly. How about I go with Modern's sister to take a look? Modern, holding a queen chess piece, had not yet made her move. Upon hearing this, she readily volunteered, Yes, I can take Wuyo along with Hangzhou and Qinzhou. The four of us can handle air defense, anti-ship, and anti-submarine tasks. Let us go investigate. Kiev waved his hand, his tone resolute. Do not rush to make a decision to go in person just yet. I must ask, can our equipment reach depths of 2,000 meters? I have reviewed the last battle report repeatedly. The abyss below is unfathomably deep, and our current B-515 cannot descend. I suspect the key breakthrough lies hidden in the depths. Leaning back on the sofa with a sigh, Kiev added, we are at a critical juncture for brainstorming solutions. Reckless actions are not wise. Nanchang cast a questioning glance at Kiev, inquiring, Kiev, do you have any deep-sea detectors available? Upon hearing this, Kiev's brow furrowed momentarily as he fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, B-515, who had neatly styled her hair, stood nearby, her expression slightly anxious. She timidly spoke up, I recall hearing about an unmanned deep-sea vehicle in that world, which reportedly can dive to 15,000 meters. It is called the MTK-200 Unmanned Remotely Operated Underwater Robot Television System, but it is merely a prototype. There is also the AS-6 Deep-Sea Submersible, which has actually descended to a depth of 26 meters. However, I am uncertain if we have developed it here. After considering B-515's words, Kiev regained his composure and replied, let us contact Petersburg tomorrow to inquire about the situation. If they have it, let us have them send it over promptly. Zhang Heng, do you currently have any usable deep-sea detectors on your end? Hearing Kiev's inquiry, Zhang Heng delved into his mental space. After completing the upgrade on Ishian, he clutched the more than 5,000 points, feeling as if he held the chips to alter his fate. The technological research and development menu unfurls gently within consciousness. Icons of submersibles glimmering with a chilling light, resembling silhouettes of colossal sea beasts, poised to be awakened. As his gaze traversed the categories of deep-sea submersibles, his breath momentarily stilled. The three-dimensional model of the Jiaolong rotated in his mind, its steel exterior gleaming with a stark white. Measuring 2 meters in length, 0 meters in width, and 4 meters in height, with a dry weight not exceeding 22 tons, it is capable of accommodating a payload of 240 kilograms. With a maximum speed of 25 nautical miles, it navigates the depths like an arrow released from a bow, while cruising steadily at 1 nautical mile per hour. Exploring the unknown. Designed to carry 3 individuals, it can dive to depths of 7,000 meters. Zhang Heng whispered to himself, the cost of 7,000 achievement points weighed heavily upon his heart. Next, the deep-sea warrior caught his eye, its streamlined design exuding professionalism and elegance. With a length of 3 meters, a weight of 20 tons, an effective payload of 220 kilograms, and a working depth of 500 meters, it is undoubtedly an excellent choice for mid-depth exploration. Yet, the barrier of 6,000 achievement points remains an insurmountable threshold. The icon of the striver shimmered with a golden halo, a symbol of the king of the deep sea. Its imposing form stretches 6 meters in length, weighs 24 tons, carries a payload of 300 kilograms, and reaches a staggering limit of 10,909 meters, almost touching the ocean's deepest secrets. However, the requirement of 12,000 achievement points left Zhang Heng merely gazing in longing. He sighed lightly and shifted his gaze to the unmanned submersibles. The model of Haido No. 1 radiated technological brilliance as China's first operational full ocean-depth autonomous remote-controlled submersible, serving as an intelligent pioneer in the deep sea. With a diving depth of 10,907 meters, it can perform complex tasks such as hydrothermal anomaly detection and topographical mapping. Yet it too bore the price of 12,000 achievement points, leaving Zhang Heng filled with regret. Was he destined to merely admire it? How tantalizing it was! His attention was suddenly captured by Qianlong No. 1, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. This system, independently developed in China, is designed for deep-sea resource exploration at depths of 4,500 meters, featuring autonomous navigation, obstacle avoidance, and real-time data transmission, all for 5,000 achievement points, perfectly aligning with his available points. This would be the one. Zhang Heng inhaled deeply. Returning to reality, he stated, "We have made a discovery. We possess an unmanned submersible capable of diving to 4,500 meters, which should meet our needs. Please contact the Petersburg team tomorrow to inquire if they have suitable submersibles." He continued, "Afterwards, we shall proceed to the construction center to create Qianlong No. 1. Let us prepare for both possibilities." Kiev nodded in agreement, responding, "Let us proceed with this plan." Witnessing progress alleviated the doubts within the group. The chess players resumed their focused matches, the drinkers engaged in a spirited contest, and Qinzhou and the others fully immersed themselves in the game of landlord. As they savored the delicacies prepared from Qinghai Lake, the lounge became lively, filled with laughter and joy. Chapter 24. Submersible Dragon 1. On the following dawn, as the first light of day began to break, Kiev established a connection with Petersburg through a secure long-distance communication system. The messages from the Soviet Union bore both disappointment and unexpected delight. Although a deep submersible with refined detection capabilities had yet to be developed, there existed a design suitable for the Northern Fleet, a blueprint for a manned submersible capable of carrying 3 tons. Through remote transmission technology, Kiev successfully acquired this blueprint. She promptly sought out Natasha and solemnly handed the design to her, saying, "Natasha, this blueprint is entrusted to you. Utilize it as new equipment and integrate it into the Invincible, perfectly aligning with the exploration efforts in Sichuan." The morning light filtered through the window, casting slender shadows upon the ground. The footsteps of Zhang Heng and his companions echoed in the silent corridor. Upon opening the door to the research center, the sole research apparatus stood quietly in the expansive space, its metallic surface glimmering with a cool azure hue under the overhead lights, reflecting the laboratory's technological ambience. Natasha busied herself before the device, her cascading hair swaying gently with her movements as she dedicated herself to the construction of the manned submersible. Her intense focus starkly contrasted with her surroundings, as if the entire world had narrowed to just her and the equipment at hand. Leaning against the cold wall, Zhang Heng casually placed his hands in his pockets, his gaze calmly observing the scene before him, patiently awaiting Natasha's completion of her work. When Natasha finally finished the construction and positioned the manned submersible onto the Invincible, Zhang Heng approached the operational device with measured steps. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and delved into his mental space, exchanging points for the blueprint of Submersible Dragon 1, which he firmly grasped in his palm. In that moment, his eyes reflected determination and anticipation. As time ticked away, the sound of the second hand grew louder in Zhang Heng's ears. An hour passed, and finally, with the last component accurately fitted, the unmanned submersible of Submersible Dragon 1 rose slowly from the control platform, its blinking indicator lights heralding a successful development. Zhang Heng exhaled a sigh of relief, his eyes brimming with joy. He meticulously placed Sichuan into the sleep chamber, equipping it onto Sichuan and completing this significant research task. After Zhang Heng and Natasha accomplished their scientific endeavor, the joint fleet set sail towards the offshore region. Following a thorough survey of the waters, a testing area with suitable depth was selected. Submarine B-515 would accompany the submersible, descending in synchrony to execute monitoring tasks, while the formations of Hangzhou, Modern, and Qinzhou established a defensive perimeter around the testing waters. Other ship maidens, along with Zhang Heng and Natasha, gathered on the bridge of the Invincible. observing the operational trial of the submersible throughout. The submersible was rigidly connected to the hull of the Invincible via a reinforced pressure-resistant power conduit, beginning a steady descent under the control of the traction system. The communication channel continuously relayed B515's real-time positioning. Current depth, 100 meters. Submersible status normal. Current depth, 200 meters. System operation stable. Descending to a depth of 400 meters, we have surpassed the maximum operational limit of our vessel, and optical tracking has ceased. 50 minutes later, the submersible successfully reached the ocean floor at a depth of 500 meters. The control screen of the fearless ship illuminated a warm yellow beam, piercing through the deep blue of the ocean, revealing the undulating terrain of the seabed nearby. With the power system operating at low speed, the submersible completed a short-distance maneuver on the seabed before entering the designated recovery protocol, initiated by the towing apparatus for its reverse retraction. As the testing of the fearless submersible concluded, everyone moved to the bridge of the Sichuan vessel, preparing to commence the testing of the Qianlong No. 1. The procedure mirrored the previous one, with the sole distinction being that Qianlong No. 1 no longer relied on thick cables to connect to the mother ship. Instead, it operated entirely through advanced communication methods such as radio for remote control. Under the protection of B515, Qianlong No. 1 successfully settled on the seabed, and the functionality tests commenced immediately. Activating autonomous sailing mode. With a command from Sichuan, Huahua deftly input the instructions at the control panel, and Qianlong No. 1 instantaneously came to life. This deep-sea marvel seemed imbued with spirit, gracefully dancing through the labyrinthine depths constructed by three-dimensional coordinates. It effortlessly achieved continuous motion control across 5 degrees of freedom, exhibiting remarkable precision in automatic orientation, depth, and altitude settings. Even amidst the turbulent undercurrents of the deep sea, it maintained an elegant demeanor, seamlessly transitioning between vertical and horizontal movements while adhering to position and path closed-loop control, as if endowed with an intelligent nervous system. The functionality of remote surface navigation further enhanced its capabilities, allowing it to traverse various depths with ease. Faced with the complex and ever-changing seabed topography, it adeptly navigated around submerged obstacles, much like a seasoned mariner, employing advanced algorithms for autonomous obstacle avoidance. Kiev, gazing at the images relayed on the monitor, could not help but sigh. Your pace of development is astonishing. While we are friends, witnessing your rapid progress stirs a pang of envy within me. Nanchang chuckled, patting his shoulder. In that realm, you shall not catch up, yet on Mercury, we shall forever remain the best of allies, shall we not? Moving forward together. Isn't that splendid? Sichuan observed this exchange with a slight smile, turning to Huahua. Activate the detection function. With the command given, Qianlong No. 1 displayed a more comprehensive array of capabilities. The acoustic equipment, akin to its keen ears, incessantly emitted sound waves through the shallow subsurface profiler, translating every nuance of the seabed's microtopography into clear data, crafting a meticulous underwater map. The onboard optical camera served as its bright eyes, capturing every mysterious image within the depths. Meanwhile, the hydrological parameter detection system functioned like its sensitive nerve endings, continuously measuring the physical oceanographic data such as temperature and salinity at the seabed. Kiev, observing the relayed data, expressed his admiration repeatedly. Excellent. Excellent. This is splendid. Sichuan, how many units can you equip? Sichuan shook his head with a smile. If I were to replace my dry dock with these, hundreds would be no issue. However, do we truly need that many? Kiev paused for a moment, then abruptly slapped the table. I forgot you are a dual attacker. Equip 10 units by tomorrow. Let us delve into the depths of that great chasm and uncover its hidden secrets. The team has conducted extensive trials of the submersible Dragon 1 in this maritime realm until twilight descended. On the return journey, Kirov proposed to Keefe, Commander Keefe. The primary focus of tomorrow's exploration will undoubtedly be submersible Dragon 1. To be frank, the submersible equipped on the Fearless is rather inconsequential. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd turned toward her, eagerly awaiting her subsequent insights, while a hint of embarrassment flickered across the face of Fearless. Kirov continued, although our finesse and operations may not rival theirs, we possess our own distinct advantages. He furrowed his brow and inquired, what are your thoughts? Kirov beamed, his smile radiant like the midday sun. Isn't that submersible capable of carrying 3 tons? My granite warhead weighs 750 kilograms, which theoretically allows for the transport of 4 such warheads. Submit the blueprints to me upon our return tonight, and I shall devise a method to install the warheads onto the submersible. The deep-sea submarine we encountered previously boasts formidable defenses. We could have the Fearless carry 5 submersibles suspended in the void, should the situation turn dire. With 5 consecutive bombardments, even if we cannot sink it, we can certainly inflict severe damage. What do you think? Zhang Hong, wearing a smile, remarked to Kirov, "You, my friend, are truly exceptional. Your mastery of the art of explosion is nothing short of remarkable." The embarrassment on Fearless' face vanished, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, clearly enamored by this proposal. Keefe patted Kirov on the shoulder in agreement, stating, "You are absolutely correct. We are not without our strengths. Let us proceed as you suggest, and show that deep-sea flagship what true devastation looks like." The team was invigorated by Kirov's suggestion, each face glowing with a palpable eagerness to take action. Chapter 25, Deep Dive, Deep Dive. Another day has passed, and the Kirov has discreetly completed its lethal modifications, successfully installing 4 granite missile warheads within the formidable submersible. This vessel, once perceived as a mere afterthought, has now transformed into a super deep-water bomb lurking at the ocean's depths. Above the surface, 2 fleets have assembled in a state of heightened readiness in the waters surrounding Canning Island. On the sonar screen, the enigmatic, colossal cavern is distinctly visible, resembling a monstrous maw poised to ensnare its prey. The Chincho leads the charge as an arrowhead, flanked by the Fearless and the Ishian on either side, while 3 anti-submarine warships advance in a wedge formation toward the cavern's entrance. The Nanchang and Kirov trail behind, with Nanchang having quietly reconfigured 96 of its 112 vertical launch systems to accommodate Fish, 8 rocket-assisted torpedoes. The Hangzhou and Modern establish a protective perimeter around them. Sichuan and Kiev proceed side by side, with their respective anti-submarine helicopters gradually taking to the skies, racing toward the target area. The Auroral takes on the role of a vigilant guardian, safeguarding the supply vessels, Berezina and Qinghai Lake. As time progresses, all ship maidens have accurately reached their operational positions. The Z-18 helicopter aboard Sichuan smoothly releases the underwater drone, Submersible Dragon No. 1, from its underbelly. As the submersible plunges into the water, Wawa deftly maneuvers it to descend slowly, while B-515 adheres to the exercise protocols, executing a synchronized slow descent alongside the submersible. A voice, slightly trembling yet undeniably resolute, emanates from the communicator. 50 meters, status normal. There should be no issues, right? 100 meters, status normal, for the time being. No enemy signals detected so far. She swallowed hard and continued, "I will double-check the surroundings. 200 meters, status normal. The submersible's orientation is stable. I will maintain my vigil here. 300 meters, status normal. I am on standby at a depth of 300 meters, transferring subsequent reconnaissance tasks to Sichuan. Rest assured, I will keep watch over this area." At this moment, the submersible's high-definition camera has activated its image capture program, transmitting real-time footage to all ship maidens' terminals. Zhang Hong, on the command bridge of Sichuan, fixates on the surveillance feed relayed by the submersible. The unique darkness of the deep sea engulfs the beams of the searchlights, constricting visibility to mere meters, an oppressive sensation weighing heavily in the atmosphere. As the submersible's thrusters emit a low, rumbling roar, it gradually glides into the underwater cavern, and the modified deep submersible is deployed into the water. The submersible, laden with terrifying explosives, creates a trail of fragmented luminescent ripples as it precisely navigates the cavern's interior, following the path of Submersible Dragon No. 1. Suddenly, a directive from Kiev pierces through the communication channel. B-515. Immediately execute the ascent protocol and proceed to the safe waters between Nanchang and Qinzhou for standby. Repeat. Evacuate the current area to avoid potential risks from the Fearless vessel's underwater explosives. Received, Commander Kiev. B-515 responds, her voice soft yet resolute, promptly adjusting her vessel's posture. The propellers churn the water, forming a white wake as she steadily navigates toward the designated safe area. As the submersible Qianlong No. 1 descended into the abyss, the spotlight illuminated the sheer cliffs, while beneath it lay an unfathomable darkness. The seawater churned into deep azure whirlpools within the beam, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast ready to consume all. A phosphorescent liquid seeped from the rock face, coursing through the fissures of basalt, etching eerie patterns of fluorescence in the dimness. Hua adjusted the spotlight to its maximum elevation, only to have the beam interrupted by swarms of suspended plankton. These creatures, with their translucent, umbrella-like bodies and luminescent tentacles, were jellyfish emitting an uncanny blue glow, rhythmically pulsating to ascend against the currents. Their tentacles tangling and colliding in a mesmerizing yet peculiar dance. As the submersible continued its descent, an array of extraordinary sights unfolded. Enormous tubular sponges adorned the cliffs, resembling underwater skyscrapers. Water, infused with fluorescence, occasionally jetted from their orifices, tracing vibrant trails through the darkness. Schools of blind fish, their bodies almost see-through, navigated the crevices of the sponges with remarkable precision, lacking eyes yet adept at evading obstacles through their unique sensory perceptions in this shadowy abyss. When the depth gauge surpassed 1,000 meters, the submersible detected unusual vibrations emanating from a crevice in the rock face. Zhang Heng magnified the image, revealing several dark red entities slowly emerging from the fissures, medium-sized octopuses, each adorned with countless suckers on their tentacles, leaving a viscous trail with every movement. Deeper still, faint glimmers of ghostly green light flickered in the darkness. At this moment, the deep-sea bomb had been meticulously positioned within the obscure depths, 100 to 500 meters beneath the cave entrance. The Qianlong No. 1 continued its relentless exploration, gradually plunging into the enigmatic depths of the ocean. Suddenly, the detector's screen captured a breathtaking sight. A group of bizarre deep-sea figures was emerging from a crevice in the rock. Their forms bore a striking resemblance to submarines and warships, their streamlined bodies becoming indistinct against the cerulean waters. These mysterious objects appeared to be following a predetermined course, oblivious to the surrounding marine life, maintaining a precise formation as they steadfastly advanced toward the ocean floor's depths. Zhang Heng gazed intently at the scene before him, remarking, "These must be the deep-sea vessels roaming this region, but why have they appeared here?" Nanshan's voice followed. "That crevice must connect to other entrances, which explains why we have yet to observe traces of the deep sea. However, what is their current condition?" Heave interjected, "No more speculation. Let us follow them and uncover the truth." Hua maneuvered Qianlong No. 1 to trail behind these wandering deep-sea vessels. A total of 5 deep-sea bodies formed a line as they descended, with Qianlong No. 1 positioned at the rear. As the depth increased, the water pressure intensified, distorting the appearance of these deep-sea vessels, causing their structural integrity to gradually disintegrate. Yet they persistently plunged deeper. Upon reaching a depth of 2,000 meters, the armed structures of all deep-sea vessels became utterly unrecognizable, resembling merely the outlines of feminine figures, drenched in a crimson hue, their surfaces adorned with black markings, exuding an air of both mystery and eeriness. The submersible, Dragon 1, continued to follow those deep-sea entities, now stripped of all armaments by the crushing pressure of the ocean. As they descended further, the surrounding light gradually faded, with only the submersible's spotlight casting a faint glow through the inky waters. The displays of the ship girls continuously refreshed, capturing the sights of this uncharted realm, until the depth gauge indicated 2,500 meters, when an uncanny luminescence suddenly emerged within their field of vision. This radiance did not emanate from the spotlight, but rather from some organism emitting an ethereal blue phosphorescence, strikingly vivid against the darkness. Instantly, all the ship girls' attention was captivated, their cameras trained upon the source of the light. Through the high-definition lens, a colossal figure gradually materialized. It lay prostrate on the ocean floor, its size 5 times that of an average human, resembling a moving hillock. Its upper body took on a feminine form, with skin pale and smooth. Its features exquisitely beautiful, yet imbued with an unsettling otherworldliness. Its large eyes bore pupils elongated like those of a serpent, glimmering with a frigid glow. Its lips, a vivid red, curved slightly upward, as if holding a hint of an inscrutable smile. In stark contrast, its lower half bore resemblance to the tentacles of an octopus, robust yet pliant, each one entwined around an ordinary deep-sea humanoid. These hapless beings were ensnared without resistance, gradually drawn toward its maw. Its method of feeding was excruciatingly slow, yet horrifyingly efficient. The tentacles gently squeezed, extracting energy from the depths of the captive, while it opened its cavernous mouth to devour the nutrients whole. The entire process was eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional sighting of bubbles of varying sizes appearing as the deep-sea beings were compressed. Its movements were both graceful and cruel, as if performing a sacred ritual rather than mere predation. On the ship girl's displays, Data surged wildly, attempting to analyze the information of this unknown creature. "What on earth is this?" Shinjo whispered in astonishment. Meanwhile, the colossal entity seemed to sense something, slowly raising its head, its ethereal blue eyes fixating on the camera, the smile at its lips deepening. Chapter 26. Deep-sea flagship Zhang Heng's pupils constricted violently before the surveillance screen, as if striving to etch the simultaneously beautiful yet eerie figure into the depths of his soul. At the center of the image, a visage pale as moonlight magnified at a breathtaking pace, ultimately filling the entire field of vision. Her brow, reminiscent of an ancient deity's meticulously crafted artwork, rose slightly above the realm of mortals, sculpting an elegant crescent arc bathed in the ethereal glow of bioluminescent organisms. The surface of her brow gleamed with a cold, nacreous luster, akin to an ancient shell permeated by millennia of moonlight, each line both exquisite and uncanny. Her eyes, profound as a shadowy abyss, bore vertically slit pupils that narrowed into perilous slits, exuding an icy chill. The irises displayed the vibrant hues characteristic of the deep sea, a deep blue canvas adorned with shimmering silver and violet specks, resembling shattered constellations swirling within her mesmerizing gaze, as if someone had crushed an entire galaxy and scattered it into those captivating eyes. Her lashes, thick to the point of being otherworldly, extended 2 finger joints in length, their tips sharp as poisoned silver needles, quivering gently with the opening and closing of her eyelids, reminiscent of seaweed swaying in the deep, casting ever-changing shadows in the dim azure light. Her lips were the only warm hues upon that pallid countenance, yet they were more vivid and viscous than blood itself. Perfectly sculpted to an almost artificial perfection, the upper lip formed a quintessential Cupid's bow, while the lower lip was full and lustrous, the corners perpetually maintaining a precisely calculated upward curve of 23 degrees. This was the most standard angle for a smile. However, on her face, it appeared overly precise, mechanical, and cold, as if it were a meticulously designed false mask, poised to reveal a grotesque truth at any moment. The most chilling aspect was her skin. Captured by the high-definition lens, the intricate scale-like texture was laid bare, each scale no larger than a fingernail, its edges serrated, rhythmically opening and closing with her breath, subtly revealing a network of pale blue veins beneath the scaly surface. Her upper body conformed perfectly to the golden ratio of human femininity, yet emanated a strange sense of distortion. Her shoulders were as slender as butterfly wings, and 3 glaring scars traversed her chest, seeping a pale blue fluid that glowed oddly under the azure light, a mysterious energy coursing within. Her waist was astonishingly slender, the contours of her ribs discernible, each breath accompanied by slight shifts in her skeletal frame, resembling fragile glass swaying in the wind, poised to shatter at any moment. At the center of her ample bosom, a deep purple protrusion emitted a ghostly luminescence, starkly contrasting with the surrounding deep red skin, exuding a suffocatingly eerie aura. As for her lower body, 8 tentacles unfurled freely in the frame, their surfaces adorned with ring-like muscular segments, each contraction revealing a dense array of suction cups, akin to countless greedy mouths, ever ready to devour all. The foremost 2 tentacles ensnared a new prey, one of the deep-sea humanoids that had just plunged into the depths. The scales upon the tentacles suddenly unfurled, the underlying capillaries visible, resembling a finely woven net that ensnared the deep-sea being, slowly drawing it toward her awaiting maw. The prey lay in quiet resignation, anticipating the inevitable pull of its fate. As Zhang Heng gazed upon the chilling spectacle, an unsettling turmoil brewed within him, akin to countless ants gnawing at his nerves. He harbored a vague suspicion that the massive wound on the mysterious creature was a remnant of the previous battle inflicted by the ship girls. The recent deep-sea exploration had unveiled astonishing revelations. These abyssal depths were not merely the machines transformed into warships, but rather an enigmatic form of life. This realization intensified his desire to unravel the secrets of Mercury. It seemed to be mocking us, didn't it? Is this truly the deep-sea flagship? So this is how they appear? Or is this singular entity an anomaly? Afulur, are you aware of the situation? Zhang Heng's voice, tinged with suppressed emotion, emerged from the communicator, resonating with a somber tone. Afulur, the sole ship girl in the joint fleet who had experienced the last Great War, responded with a steady and clear voice. In the past, we have never witnessed the true form of deep-sea creatures. Throughout various battles, they consistently manifested as warships, even maintaining their vessel forms upon defeat, exploding and sinking as such. Shinjo's voice trembled noticeably, revealing not fear, but a physiological discomfort. Is it consuming its own kind? Why is this happening? Sichuan's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. The ship girls scrutinized the central screen, their eyes reflecting not only instinctual hostility, but also a rising tide of indescribable fury. The deep sea is a conglomerate of dark energy from the ocean, she analyzed slowly, her tone meticulous. This deep-sea flagship before us is likely the submarine we encountered last time. It was wounded, and its optimal means of recovery should be to absorb dark energy. What could be purer than the dark energy within its own kind? Nanchang's voice was steady and forceful, instilling courage among them. I see now. The reason we have been unable to trace the wandering deep-sea entities is that their flagship is gravely injured. For these past days, they have exerted all their efforts to use themselves as medicine to heal the flagship. Yet, even after so many days, the ghastly wound on the flagship remains unhealed, underscoring the severity of its initial injuries. Zhang Heng inhaled deeply and commanded Sichuan, "Bring the submersible closer and meticulously document the information regarding this deep-sea flagship. This is our first encounter with such a form of deep-sea target, and we must preserve valuable intelligence for future confrontations with the deep-sea forces." He then contacted Kiev. "Kiev, order the fearless submersible to descend further, crossing the fork in the cave to prevent the target from escaping through another exit." Sichuan and the fearless promptly maneuvered the submersible, adhering strictly to Zhang Heng's directives. On the screen, the bizarre figure continued to smile at the camera of Submersible 1, as if mocking its adversaries. Suddenly, the deep-sea flagship sprang to life. It utilized its 8 tentacles to perform an enigmatic dance in the dim, profound depths of the ocean. The movements were at times a whirlwind of rapid spins, stirring the surrounding waters into colossal whirlpools. At others, it leaped abruptly, seemingly attempting to break free from the shackles of the deep sea, each motion imbued with an inexplicable strangeness. Zhang Heng fixated on this extraordinary scene, his brows furrowing into a knot as he murmured to himself, "What on earth is it doing? Has it lost its mind?" At that moment, a piercing alarm sliced through the tense atmosphere like a sharpened sword, causing the command center in Sichuan to erupt in a cacophony of alerts. The source was the urgent data transmitted by the submersible, Long Dragon 1, its voice imbued with palpable urgency. Abnormal energy accumulation detected. Qingzhou, fearless, Ishian. Swiftly retreat from above the void. Repeat, swiftly retreat from above the void. In response to the command, the 3 warships sprang into action, their engines roaring as they accelerated at maximum speed away from the perilous area. Just as they barely escaped the danger zone, an unimaginable surge of colossal energy erupted from the depths below. In an instant, towering waves surged forth like a colossal beast awakening from slumber, roaring skyward, rendering the 3 warships as insignificant as drifting leaves, violently tossed about amidst the tumultuous waters. Sichuan remained intensely focused on the imagery relayed by the submersible, witnessing a startling transformation of the deep-sea flagship, which morphed from its eerie biological form back into the familiar silhouette of a submarine, subsequently beginning to ascend rapidly. The situation had become critical. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng seized the communicator, bypassing Kiev directly, his voice urgent and resolute as he commanded Fearless. "Fearless, detonate the deep-sea bombs immediately. Repeat, detonate the deep-sea bombs immediately." Amidst the towering waves, Fearless struggled to maintain its balance, but at this crucial juncture, successfully detonated 5 massive deep-sea bombs. Instantly, the site of the energy eruption was marked by 5 spectacular mushroom-shaped water plumes, ascending like colossal white pillars to heights of several dozen meters. As the water columns reached their zenith, gravity took hold, causing them to collapse rapidly. A deluge of seawater cascaded down like a waterfall, violently crashing against the surface and generating vast sprays of white foam. Countless bubbles of varying sizes surged rapidly from the depths, bursting upon reaching the surface with a cacophony of resonant pops that resonated profoundly. Having endured the onslaught of the waves and the baptism of the water plumes, The three warships exerted every ounce of effort to flee the blast zone. Subsequently, they promptly maximized their sonar power, coordinating with the Sichuan, Kiev, Nanchang, Kirov, Hangzhou, Modern, and other warships, as well as the sonobuoys released by their anti-submarine aircraft, to comprehensively detect any disturbances beneath the surface. Zhang Heng anxiously awaited the results of the detection, his heart hanging in a state of uncertainty. What had become of the deep-sea flagship? This question weighed heavily on the minds of all, an inescapable burden. Chapter 27. Fierce Battle. The urgent sounds from Nanchang shattered the tranquility of the command room. The latest data from the seabed terrain detector indicated that Canning Island had sunk an additional 50 meters from its original depth. Various signs suggested that the formidable deep-sea flagship was likely the principal culprit behind the island's submersion. Sichuan promptly reported, "The Qianlong No. 1 deep submersible has been confirmed missing. This has been reiterated. We are currently unable to establish any contact." Then, the voice of the Fearless emerged. "All deep-sea explosives have been detonated as planned. But the effects of the explosions remain unclear and require further assessment." At that moment, the sea surface roared with fierce winds and surging waves, crashing against the hull with a deafening clamor. Beneath the surface, turbulent currents stirred up murky waters, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The entire fleet instantly fell into a state of heightened combat readiness, the cacophony of communications briefly plunging the channels into chaos. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the influx of information. He took a deep breath, vigorously massaging his throbbing temples, and after a moment of contemplation, decisively issued his command. "All fleet members, pay attention. Immediately launch a full-scale search for the precise location of the deep-sea flagship. I repeat, we must exert every effort to detect the flagship's whereabouts. Regardless of life or death, we must absolutely confirm her exact position." As Zhang Heng delivered his order, the entire fleet roared to life like a meticulously crafted war machine. The sea continued to churn with towering waves, crashing against the vessel with a resounding thunder. Amidst this tumultuous scenario, the fleet executed a wide-ranging tactical maneuver, the ships moving like agile fish, tracing intersecting paths across the water surface, swiftly changing formations to engage in battle from the most advantageous positions. Simultaneously, multiple helicopters howled through the skies, racing towards the explosion zone. They accurately deployed brand new sonar buoys into the sea, replacing the equipment damaged during the skirmish and swiftly reweaving a dense underwater detection network. The principal anti-submarine warships, Nanchang, Qinzhou, Yixian, and Fearless, also sprang into action at that very moment. Upon receiving orders, they gradually released long arrays of towed sonar, silently sinking into the water, delving into the turbulent depths, keenly detecting any subtle anomalies in sound. Thus, an anti-submarine operation, solely targeting a single submarine, officially commenced. Zhang Heng's gaze was fixed intently on the central control screen depicting the Sichuan Sea area, his hands clasped tightly before him, fingers intertwined. He was unwilling to overlook any suspicious trace. He understood that, in this tense battle amidst the swirling currents, his own power might be as insignificant as a grain of sand in the vast ocean. Yet, he was acutely aware that in this high-stakes game, even the smallest force could serve as a pivotal lever to tip the balance. Time flowed slowly, like thick tar. The once tumultuous and roaring sea gradually returned to calm, and the chaotic sound waves from the deep began to dissipate. Only the sharp buzz of active sonar echoed mercilessly across the waters. However, that dreaded deep-sea flagship remained elusive, seemingly consumed by darkness, still out of reach. Once again, a suffocating silence enveloped the communication channel, the ticking of the second hand seemingly amplified to infinity. After an indeterminate period, the calm voice of Yixian and the slightly anxious tone of B515 erupted almost simultaneously within the channel. "Commander," Yixian spoke with grave urgency. "At the 3 o'clock position of the fleet, 5 kilometers away, we have detected a faint sound signal from the seabed. The characteristics are rather vague, and we are currently unable to ascertain its precise origin." B. Kiev. B515's voice was laced with evident unease and urgency. "At the fleet's 3 o'clock position, 5 kilometers away, I have heard a mechanical sound that bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the submarine we were previously tracking. It's strikingly similar." Zhang Heng immediately stood up upon hearing this and commanded, "Helicopter, quickly, do not let it escape." Qin Zhao's senses were sharp, the sonar information directly entering her mind. Yet she remained intensely focused on the sonar screen. She understood well that in this battle, every second was of utmost importance. Wuyo, Yixian, maintain formation. We will encircle from the flank. Qin Zhao communicated through the channel to her comrades, her voice resolute and commanding, a stark contrast to her usual jovial demeanor. The two sister ships promptly responded, and the three warships seamlessly adjusted their course, gracefully carving arcs across the surface of the sea as they approached the target area. Meanwhile, B-515 was stealthily maneuvering underwater, cautiously nearing the target, utilizing her silent capabilities to minimize any noise. Reporting to command, I am approaching the target area and conducting depth detection. B-515's voice resonated through the channel. Her passive sonar system continuously monitored the surrounding waters, striving to capture further information regarding the deep-sea flagship submarine. The Sichuan Z-18 provided aerial support, its electronic systems operating at full capacity, analyzing various incoming data in real time. All units, be advised that the water currents in the target area are complex and may interfere with sonar detection. Proceed with utmost caution. Sichuan's warning heightened the tension among all fleet members. The Kiev shipgirl stood at the command platform, her gaze piercing. She calmly analyzed the battlefield situation. Modern, Kirov. Prepare your Ka-27 formations to accompany my helicopter squadron with depth charges. Once Qin Zhao's squadron or Sichuan's helicopters identify the target, mark and engage immediately. Upon receiving their orders, Modern and Kirov swiftly adjusted their helicopter formations, surrounding Sichuan's multiple Z-18s, creating a dense web of firepower in the sky. Just as everyone was gradually closing in on the target, the deep-sea flagship submarine unexpectedly initiated the attack. A colossal torpedo, leaving a white wake, sped towards the Qin Zhao vessel. Qin Zhao, having closely monitored the enemy's movements, quickly executed an emergency evasion maneuver. The warship elegantly traced an arc on the surface, effortlessly dodging the lethal strike. The battle erupted instantaneously, smoke billowing across the sea, and explosions resonating in succession. The Wuyo decisively launched depth charges, the immense detonations reverberating through the depths, stirring up towering waves. The Yixian vessel harnesses its sonar advantages to continuously pinpoint the location of the deep-sea flagship submarine, providing teammates with precise attack coordinates while simultaneously launching a barrage of rocket-assisted torpedoes. Beneath the surface, a silent hunt unfolds. The B-515 submarine glides through the water like a specter, stealthily maneuvering to the rear of the deep-sea flagship and unleashing a relentless stream of 533mm torpedoes at its target. The battle escalates to a fever pitch, with all parties seeking the slightest crack in their opponent's defenses. The anti-submarine helicopter fleet launches a fierce offensive, each depth charge whistling down with pinpoint accuracy into the depths below. Modern and Kirill deftly pilot their aircraft, circling at low altitude, keenly searching for the opportune moment to strike. The sheer number of helicopters from Kiev provides an overwhelming advantage, their concentrated firepower unrivaled within the fleet. Depth charges rain down like a torrential storm, their violent explosions sending towering columns of water skyward, with massive white splashes erupting across the surface. The deep-sea flagship submarine, with its exceptional maneuverability and advanced stealth technology, repeatedly evades the encirclement of the joint fleet, deftly dodging attacks while waiting for the right moment to counterattack, thereby exerting considerable pressure on the fleet. However, upon realizing its untenable position underwater, with sonar arrays locking onto it like the eyes of a hawk, it decisively alters its strategy and ascends to the surface. In an instant, its colossal hull breaks through the waves, soaring to an astonishing height before crashing down, generating a colossal surge. The immense deep-sea flagship emerges like a dying beast from the haunting depths, revealing itself before all. On its distinctive command shell, a gaping indentation stands out, as if a formidable force had mercilessly torn it apart. The surface of the hull is marred with scars, blue liquid seeping from the damaged areas, shimmering with an eerie azure hue in the dim light of the deep sea, reminiscent of the creature's blood, narrating the harrowing battles it has endured. Ahead, 6 torpedo launch ports yawn open like the fangs of a monstrous beast. Through these ports, one can distinctly observe the torpedoes being generated, a wondrous process that epitomizes the perfect fusion of biology and machinery, the cold metallic texture intertwining with the enigmatic pulse of life. Zhang Heng gazes upon this scene from the perspective of the Sichuan helicopter, fully aware that this represents the deep-sea flagship's final struggle. And a breathtaking showdown is about to commence. Chapter 28. The decisive battle. At the moment the deep-sea flagship surged forth from the ocean's depths, the atmosphere of the battlefield abruptly solidified. The shadowy silhouette emerged from beneath the waves, precisely wedged into the heart of the joint fleet. Its dark purple hull glimmered with bizarre patterns, reminiscent of ancient and malevolent runes. Cold sweat trickled from Zhang Heng's palm, and his knuckles whitened from the grip he held on the tactical communicator, yet his voice remained steady. All units, pay attention. The deep-sea flagship has surfaced. All units, adjust tactics immediately and concentrate fire. Nanchang was the first to react. On the deck, the 130mm naval gun turned toward the target, while the weapon systems of the other vessels synchronized in response. The 100mm rapid-fire gun of Qinzhou adjusted its angle, the muzzle brake shimmering with a metallic gleam. Yixian's 76mm cannon spun like lightning, the ammunition feed mechanism emitting a soft click. Hangzhou, Kirov, Modern, and Fearless all locked onto the colossal deep-sea ship with their dual 130mm main guns. As the fire control computers of each vessel completed their final calibrations, hundreds of shells tore through the sound barrier, cascading like a meteor shower across the heavens, akin to the scythe wielded by the goddess of fate, precisely cleaving toward the flagship's armor. The ocean erupted in countless bursts of flame, illuminating this pivotal confrontation. The deep-sea flagship had anticipated this onslaught. Its massive hull stood firm, absorbing the barrage without flinching. In an instant, a thunderous explosion resonated, flames leaping skyward as a gaping hole was blown into the flagship's structure. Azure liquid gushing forth like a fountain. Unperturbed by such damage, the command shell at its forefront resembled the twin 105mm naval guns of World War II, slowly elevating their barrels toward the nearest vessel, Qinzhou, before unleashing a torrent of searing fire. Behind the command shell, over 20 hatches gradually opened, and missiles were ejected, igniting midair as they sped towards Sichuan and Kiev. The counteroffensive commenced immediately. Anti-ship missiles from Nanchang, Kirov, Hangzhou, and Modern screamed into the sky. The SS-N-12 Basalt anti-ship missiles aboard the Kiev aircraft carrier shot forth like arrows toward the deep-sea flagship. A wave of overwhelming attacks detonated around the flagship, the concentrated firepower weaving a storm of steel, engulfing the target in flames and smoke. Simultaneously, the acrid scent of smoke mixed with hydraulic oil seeped into the bridge of Qinzhou. The upper structure of Yixian had collapsed beyond halfway. Qinzhou swiftly initiated a connection procedure, integrating the heavily damaged Yixian into its bridge. Commander, Yixian is severely damaged and unable to maintain hull integrity. The tremor in Qinzhou's voice echoed through the tactical microphone, his knuckles turning white from exertion. This marked the first substantial combat loss for the Central Fleet since its emergence in Mercury. In the oppressive silence, the central control screens of all ship maidens suddenly illuminated with a blood-red alert, an embodiment of primal fury igniting within the data link. A myriad of images flashed through Zhang Heng's mind, a kaleidoscope of memories. Though he had resided on Mercury for several months, he had yet to extricate himself from the mindset of mere gameplay. He witnessed the formidable achievements of the Nanchang ship, and amidst the playful banter with the Qinzhou and Kiev vessels, he genuinely felt that the ship girls were not mere figments of imagination, but beings of flesh and blood. His involvement in the establishment of the Mercury branch left him with an underlying sensation that everything resembled the completion of a game quest. His interactions with Natasha transformed his perception, leading him to no longer regard the locals as NPCs within a game, yet in his heart, he considered Natasha the only human worthy of the title friend. As for Natasha's brother, Alexander, he was merely an ordinary NPC in Zhang Heng's eyes. The tragic state of the Yixian ship filled Zhang Heng's heart with a tempest of suppressed emotions, anger, sorrow, and profound guilt. He possessed the power to transcend this world, yet he stood helplessly as such events unfolded before him. A myriad of complex feelings surged within him, tumultuous and unyielding. Was my decision flawed? Why did we need to hunt this deep-sea flagship in such a confined space? Why was it so formidable? It should have been a simple task for the ship girls to eliminate it once I made the call. How arrogant I have been. After arriving in the Northern Union, I ceased to concern myself with mental space or technological upgrades. I have grown complacent. In a fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. When he once again grasped the communicator, his hands trembled uncontrollably. His mouth opened, but no sound emerged. Beside him, Sichuan perceptively sensed his tremor. This girl, always adorned with a warm smile, stepped forward gently and embraced Zhang Heng. "Commander, give the order. Let us annihilate this deep-sea flagship. You need not blame yourself. This is war." In Sichuan's comforting embrace, Zhang Heng gradually fortified his resolve. He gently pushed her away and stood tall once more. "Sichuan, thank you. I understand now. This has been a painful lesson, and I shall remember it." He steadied the communicator, his voice calm, yet resolute. "All units, commence saturated attack. Spare no resources. Qinghai Lake and the Berezina River are providing support from the rear. Qingzhou, withdraw from the battlefield and take Yixian to recuperate at Qinghai Lake. Let this battle determine our fate. Eliminate it completely. Open fire." As the explosions and flames engulfed the deep-sea flagship, the second wave of saturated attacks surged forth. Missiles rained down relentlessly, followed by a third and fourth round of assault, casting a shadow of death over the once mighty submarine. In truth, by the time the second wave struck, the deep-sea flagship was already faltering. It ceased to emit its iconic blue liquid, instead beginning to take on water and gradually sink. However, the flames of vengeance blazed fiercely in the eyes of the ship girls, who remained undeterred, continuing their assault until the colossal submarine was entirely submerged beneath the waves. The Wuyue commenced salvage operations in the waters where the deep-sea flagship had sunk, ultimately recovering 7 cores from the wreckage. This discovery unequivocally confirmed the flagship's demise rather than its escape. The flames of revenge had finally been satisfied. The deep-sea flagship, the harbinger of destruction at Canaan Island, had become a relic of the past. At that moment, the communicator from Qinghai Lake crackled to life. "Report, Commander. Yixian has been successfully received. Confirmation. Current status is normal, with no fatal danger." In a state of disarray, Yixian, upon returning to the base, would soon recover after a period of rest in the sleep chamber. Zhang Heng, relieved of his anxious heart, promptly addressed Sichuan, saying, "Sichuan, prepare the helicopter immediately. I wish to see Yixian." Sichuan chuckled softly in response, politely declining, "Commander, that is not advisable. The ship girl is in disheveled attire in her current state, and your visit at this moment may prove inconvenient. It would be better to meet her after she has fully recovered." With all matters settled, the joint fleet gradually adjusted its course, embarking on the journey homeward. As the battle commander, Zhang Heng stood alone by the bridge, acutely aware that the destination of their return would not only feature a celebration filled with champagne and applause, but also a serious and profound meeting for critique and self-reflection awaiting them all. During the tumultuous voyage, he began to calm his mind and review each moment of operational command, from the deliberation of tactical deployment to the decisive actions taken in emergencies, from the harmonization of team collaboration to the assessment of battlefield conditions. Those fleeting thoughts amidst the smoke of battle, those choices made under pressure, now flickered through his mind like scenes from a film. He caressed the tactical log in his hand, the pen gliding across the blank page as he inscribed a line. True victory does not solely belong to the battlefield. It resides in the introspection that follows. This intuition hinted to him that the forthcoming meeting might serve as a significant opportunity for transformation, one that would cleanse the impurities of thought, allowing him to delve deeper into the spiritual essence of this central fleet and truly integrate himself into this world. Chapter 29, Post-War Note. As a novice author, this is my first time including a message from the author within the text, though I suspect few will actually read it. The completion of these 2 chapters is intended for tomorrow's submission. Upon rereading, I find that it increasingly resembles a report I would write. I anticipate that many may not appreciate this. Nevertheless, I am reluctant to delete this portion as it may impact my performance. However, indulging in a moment of defiance, I shall publish it as an additional update rather than tomorrow's submission. Those who find it unappealing may easily skip it. Tomorrow marks the conclusion of the 2nd volume. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my supporters for their daily comments and encouragement for updates. I initially thought it was a novel that few would read. To my surprise, so many have engaged with it, leaving comments and urging for more. I am truly thankful. After a swift journey lasting half a day, the fleet arrived at the port of Murmansk by evening. Qinghai Lake promptly escorted Yixian to the research area's cryogenic chamber, carefully settling her within. As the chamber doors slowly closed, the countdown for her restoration commenced. 025, 00 in the research area S hall. The crowd awaited with varied expressions. Zhang Heng paced anxiously in the center, his brow furrowed, while Qinzhou fixed his gaze intently on the countdown displayed above the cryogenic chamber, watching the numbers decrease steadily. The Su-series ship girls exchanged knowing glances, then silently withdrew from the heavy atmosphere. Noticing this, Nanchang approached and spoke softly. "Commander, there is no need to worry. Yixian will be fine." Zhang Heng halted, turning his gaze towards Nanchang. "I know, I am aware. But with our current strength, how could we allow any of our own to be harmed? This is my fault." Nanchang responded resolutely. "It is not solely your responsibility. It is a collective one." After a brief pause, her tone firm, she continued, "I propose that once Yixian recovers, we hold a democratic meeting to engage in some criticism and self-criticism, primarily self-criticism." Hearing this, Zhang Heng, Sichuan, and Qinghai Lake all nodded in agreement. Hangzhou exaggeratedly sighed, lamenting as if a struggling student faced an exam. "What? We have to hold a meeting even after arriving at Mercury? Please, no, but Nanchang is right. Let us proceed." Sigh. The countdown S red numbers, accompanied by a soft beep, gradually reached 0. The cryogenic chamber S door slid open amidst a veil of steam, revealing Yixian S' slender figure. Her once soiled white dress now free of any traces of conflict, appearing rejuvenated. Qinzhou sprang forth in an instant, enveloping Yixian in a tight embrace. Her amber eyes glistened with tears, her trembling voice choked with emotion. "Yixian, you foolish girl, why did you shield me? My displacement is greater than yours. Even if struck, the damage would have been less severe for me. What would happen if you were to suffer any harm?" Yixian gracefully raised her hand, delicately tracing the reddened corner of Qinzhou's eyes with her fingertips. Her smile radiated a softness surpassing that of spring's clouds. "I am a dedicated anti-submarine ship. With the flagship of the deep sea now surfaced, our options are rather limited. However, you are the backbone of the fleet, and if you were to become incapacitated, the losses would be catastrophic." She gently tapped Qinzhou's chest, where the rhythmic beating of the heart, transformed by the core, could be felt. "As long as the core remains, even if the hull is shattered, we can surely revive it. Now, do not weep. We are merely enduring the trials of war." The others gathered around Yixian. Upon seeing her return unscathed, Zhang Heng's anxieties were finally put to rest. He noticed the expressions of the ship girls gradually shifting from concern back to normalcy, which further solidified his resolve to reflect earnestly on his past mistakes, vowing silently never to allow a similar incident to occur again. Kiev strode in, her leather boots echoing against the floor, the golden anchor on her epaulette glinting in the light. With a swift motion, she draped her arm over Zhang Heng's shoulder. "You're feeling quite troubled, aren't you? Remember this feeling, it will foster your growth." She playfully flicked Zhang Heng's forehead with her fingertip and suddenly raised her voice towards the Central Fleet's ship girls. "Listen up, ladies. Yixian is perfectly fine. If you don't hurry to secure your places, Beryazina will whip up a national banquet-level borscht in the kitchen, and Kirov will clean the plates." As everyone surged into the dining hall, the silver cutlery on the walnut long table gleamed warmly. Beryazina, adorned in an embroidered golden apron, stood by the trolley, the soup spoon clinking melodiously against the intricately designed porcelain jar. Kiev seized a goblet and dipped it into the ice bucket. As she lifted it, droplets of water clung to the glass. She tilted her head back to down half a glass of vodka, her throat moving beneath her cropped hair. "Enough with the frivolities. Let Beryazina witness our appetites." The glasses clinked heavily against the table. "Let us dig in." After a delightful banquet, the laughter and cheer gradually faded, and everyone retreated to their respective quarters. The Central Fleet's ship girls were no exception, finding solace in their rooms, their expressions focused as thoughts swirled in their minds, diligently preparing for the crucial meeting that lay ahead. The following day, the conference room was awash with shifting light and shadows. The entire Central Fleet convened in neat formation as Nanchang presided over the inaugural Democratic Life meeting since the establishment of the Mercury branch. Nanchang gently opened her notebook, her gaze steady and resolute as she commenced the meeting. "Comrades, this marks our Mercury branch's first Democratic Life meeting." She surveyed her fellow members before continuing. "Do you recall the inception of our Mercury branch, when I, Qinzhou, and Sichuan united in the Commander's mental space to establish it? We unanimously elected Comrade Zhang Heng as the branch leader. Given that Comrade Zhang Heng was not a member of the organization in the former world, The branch leadership could only be provisional, with me overseeing daily operations. Therefore, we three collectively decided to designate him as an active member. Now, with the addition of comrades Hangzhou and Qinghai Lake, our branch continues to grow. In light of the absence of a superior branch, I propose that Comrade Zhang Heng be promoted from active member to provisional member. Let us proceed to a vote. Those in favor, please raise your hands. As the words fell, comrades from Qinzhou, Sichuan, Hangzhou, and Qinghai Lake simultaneously raised their hands in a synchronized gesture. Nanchang also lifted a hand. Zhang Heng, seated, felt not the anticipated surge of excitement, but rather a profound sense of responsibility, heavy as a boulder, pressing upon his heart. The recent experience of the significant defeat of Yixian had illuminated his own limitations and deeply underscored the weight of the responsibilities he bore. Well, we have completed our first agenda item. Let us now turn to the second. Nanchang's voice resonated with strength and clarity in the conference room. Comrade Yixian had previously approached me for a discussion. The spirit of the ship she embodies originates from the vessel named after our founding father. Her active years coincided with a time when our nation was mired in poverty and weakness. However, witnessing the strengthening of our fleet and the growth of our nation, she solemnly submitted her application to me. With these words, Nanchang grasped the application with both hands, scanning the faces of those present before beginning to pass the document around for review. The room was filled with the rustling sound of paper as everyone's expressions turned earnest, as if they could sense the profound significance embedded within this application. When the document reached Zhang Heng, he carefully examined Yixian's request. The text first reflected upon the tumultuous era through which her coarse spirit had endured, suffused with a palpable sense of helplessness. It then articulated a heartfelt yearning for the current state of the people's lives and the nation's achievements, while expressing deep gratitude for the chance to be reborn and to join the new Chinese fleet. At the conclusion, Yixian formally proposed her application to join the organization, yearning to become true sisters with everyone and to strive together for new endeavors on Mercury. Nanchang, surveying the room to ensure all had reviewed the document, earnestly proposed, "I suggest we accept Yixian as a provisional member. Let us proceed to vote." No sooner had he spoken than Nanchang, Qinzhou, Sichuan, Hangzhou, and Qinghai Lake swiftly raised their hands without hesitation. Zhang Heng, equally exhilarated, was eager to express his support, yet was constrained by the regulations that denied provisional members voting rights. He could only beam with joy and applaud to convey his congratulations. Chapter 30. Criticism and Self-Criticism. Amidst the applause from Zhang Heng, the entire audience erupted into a fervent round of applause. With a smile gracing her face, Nanchang addressed Yixian. "Welcome to the ranks of the preparatory members." Her gaze then fell upon the work manual in her hands as she continued. "The personnel arrangements have been finalized. We shall now proceed to the summary phase, focusing primarily on criticism and self-criticism. Allow me to commence." With a serious demeanor, Nanchang spoke solemnly. "I must engage in self-criticism. Our grasp of intelligence concerning the deep-sea flagship has been severely lacking. Overconfident in our technological superiority and firepower over both the contemporary ship girls and the deep-sea forces, we have neglected the cautious attitude that characterized our earlier, weaker days. Although the enemy possessed but a single submarine, we naively endeavored to conclude the engagement in one fell swoop, failing to conduct a comprehensive assessment of its true combat capabilities. My subjective and one-sided assumption that this target could only launch attacks from beneath the waves was blatantly evidenced by the decision to equip the vertical launch system with 90 anti-submarine missiles. Ultimately, while the Yixian sustained significant damage, the deep-sea submarine was indeed sunk under a deluge of anti-ship missile strikes. However, this outcome starkly illuminated the grave issues in our operational deployment. Nanchang surveyed the reactions of those present and continued. "The absence of a pre-battle meeting led to a lack of focus among us, and this is where I must criticize everyone." Qinzhou immediately stood up and stated, "Relying on my speed, maneuverability, and superior anti-submarine firepower, I recklessly attempted to sink the deep-sea flagship with a single strike from below, thus drawing perilously close to the enemy vessel. In reality, we possess a substantial number of helicopters, long-range anti-submarine missiles, rocket-assisted torpedoes, and rocket depth charges, rendering such risks unnecessary. My negligence and impulsiveness resulted in the Yixian being struck while trying to protect me, causing significant damage. This is a grave error on my part. Regarding the issues faced by all, I concur with Sister Nanchang. We have all been excessively complacent. Subsequently, Sichuan, Hangzhou, and Qinghai Lake also engaged in their own rounds of criticism and self-criticism. Listening to their remarks, Ishian felt incredulous. Everyone, did we not emerge victorious? Although I did indeed suffer significant damage, we ultimately achieved victory. Why must we so solemnly address our shortcomings? Is it not sufficient to recognize our deficiencies and be more cautious in the future? Sichuan glanced at Ishian, gently shaking her head, and explained with a smile. Criticism and self-criticism are our treasured traditions. Engaging in it earnestly allows us to sweep away undesirable practices and aligns our hearts and efforts towards a common goal. Senior Ishian, why not observe this time? Listen to everyone's thoughts and later assist us in overseeing and supervising the subsequent work? How does that sound? Ishian nodded, finding the arrangement quite suitable. After all had spoken, Zhang Heng rose as well, picking up his notebook to address the gathering. I must also engage in self-criticism. First and foremost, the spirit of complacency has spread from me. Currently, we have 2 ordinary corps that remain underutilized. As the commander, I should have elevated the level of my mental space through more practical engagements. However, upon joining the Northern Alliance and with the support of Soviet forces, I succumbed to pride. It was only after defeating that deep-sea flagship yesterday that I managed to consolidate 2 battle positions once more. Zhang Heng continued, stating, moreover, since joining the Northern Alliance, aside from the modifications made to Ishian, I have not once entered the mental space, and I have shown little interest in new technologies and transformations. Subconsciously, I believed we were already formidable enough, with Nanchang, Sichuan, Qinzhou, Hangzhou, Qinghai Lake, and the revamped Ishian. There seemed to be no adversary capable of challenging us. After a brief pause, Zhang Heng confessed, I have yet to shed the mindset of gaming, failing to regard this place as a genuine world. Although I have been here for several months, I still cling to my previous nonchalant attitude. I deeply reflect on my negligence, having underestimated the enemy and been overly confident. While possessing command authority, I did not devise plans with sufficient scientific rigor, and in my ignorance, I failed to consult others, blindly initiating this operation. Zhang Heng raised his gaze to Ishian, his eyes filled with remorse. Following the report of Ishian's significant victory over the enemy in Qinzhou, I succumbed to a sense of dread, hesitant to make judgments or decisions for fear that my choices would lead to harm among you. Had it not been for the encouragement from Sichuan at that moment, I might have lingered indefinitely in self-pity and doubt. My report concludes here. As for criticism, I find myself unable to voice any, for each of you has outperformed me. Perhaps, as Nanchang suggested, we have all grown somewhat complacent. As Nanchang listened to Zhang Heng's remarks, a complex expression crossed her face. Once Zhang Heng finished speaking, she gradually stood, her gaze piercing as it swept over each individual present. In a calm yet powerful voice, she began her concluding address. Comrades, today's democratic life meeting has been both successful and necessary. Everyone has been able to speak candidly and engage in profound self-analysis, which is commendable. She paused slightly, her eyes resting on Zhang Heng, before continuing. Comrade Zhang Heng, as the commander of the branch, you have demonstrated a profound understanding of your issues, engaging in thorough and insightful self-criticism regarding both your mindset and work arrangements. Your recognition of the gaming mentality and failure to treat this as a real world, which has led to errors in decision-making, is truly commendable. I hope you will translate today's reflections into action, abandoning this erroneous mindset and approaching each task with a more rigorous and responsible attitude in the future. The development of our branch requires you to shoulder the responsibilities of a commander and lead us forward. Next, Nanchang turned her attention to Qinzhou. Comrade Qinzhou, you too have come to recognize your mistakes of underestimating the enemy and acting impulsively. We possess advanced equipment and formidable firepower, yet this is not a justification for complacency. On the battlefield, each decision pertains to life and death, affecting the safety of the entire fleet. I hope you will learn from this lesson. Leveraging your strengths while maintaining caution and composure, judiciously applying tactics to prevent your comrades from falling into perilous situations. Nanchang similarly offered recognition and encouragement to Sichuan, Hangzhou, and Qinghai Lake. All of you have gained a clear understanding of your respective issues, whether they be oversights in operational deployment or lapses in mindset, and have engaged in profound reflection. This signifies that each of us is evolving, striving diligently for the development of our branch and the safeguarding of these waters. Subsequently, Nanchang's demeanor grew increasingly solemn. However, we must also recognize that the repercussions of these issues are exceedingly grave. Comrade Ishian has sustained significant injuries, a result we all wish to avoid. Every comrade is an indispensable part of our fleet, and the injury of any one of us is a loss to our entire team. Our assembly today to engage in criticism and self-criticism is not merely for the sake of criticism, but rather to glean lessons from these issues to prevent similar occurrences in the future. For our forthcoming endeavors, we must use today's reflections as a foundation to devise practical and achievable measures for improvement. In terms of intelligence gathering, we need to establish a more robust system. Avoiding blind confidence. Regarding operational deployment, it is imperative to convene a pre-mission meeting before each action, allowing for thorough discussions and informed decision-making. Ultimately, Nanchang clenched his fist, his tone resolute as he declared, "Comrades, in this challenging realm of Mercury, we must unite and surmount the numerous obstacles before us. Today's meeting is not an end, but rather a new beginning. Let us approach our future work with renewed enthusiasm, a more meticulous attitude, and unwavering determination, advancing towards our shared goal with courage. I firmly believe that as long as we work together, no challenge is insurmountable." The meeting concluded before lunch, and the attendees exited the conference room in an orderly fashion. Sunlight poured into the corridor, seemingly applauding the successful conclusion of the meeting. At this moment, smiles blossomed on everyone's faces like flowers quietly unfurling in spring. As thoughts once again unified, Zhang Heng also took another introspective glance within himself. The smooth conclusion of this meeting not only signifies the achievement of our interim goals, but also marks a significant milestone in the maturation of our fleet. Chapter 31. A new beginning. Following a profound gathering, the members of the team experienced a notable transformation in their demeanor. Amidst the previous lighthearted banter, a sense of urgency now permeated the atmosphere, as everyone became increasingly focused on their strategic endeavors. Under the leadership of Nanchang and Sichuan, the team embarked on maritime operations, engaging in tactical drills and deep-sea purging missions. Since the sinking of the deep-sea flagship, the waters nearby had become frequented by errant deep-sea entities, rendering the vicinity once again navigable. Nevertheless, under the command of Nanchang and Sichuan, the team united in their efforts, successfully eliminating the majority of these wandering deep-sea threats. Simultaneously, Zhang Heng remained vigilant regarding the fluctuations within his mental landscape. He consistently monitored his performance metrics and the latest technological advancements to better confront the challenges on the battlefield. Recently, he had equipped Sichuan with the cutting-edge Wuzhen 7 reconnaissance aircraft, a move that significantly augmented the team's reconnaissance capabilities. The introduction of the Wuzhen 7 alleviated the awkward reliance on early warning aircraft for reconnaissance purposes. Now, the KJ-600 could confidently operate within the secure airspace nearby, serving as a true eye in the sky, while the Wuzhen 7 undertook forward reconnaissance missions, delivering superior image clarity and capturing myriad details previously unattainable, thus providing the team with comprehensive and precise intelligence support. Kiev dispatched a fleet of modern warships and fearless vessels to Ocean Cape, successfully re-establishing regular communications with the region. Additionally, they acquired new intelligence from Ocean Cape. Thanks to the application of new technologies, the Royal Arkansas firmly secured control over the waters surrounding Ocean Cape, leading to a marked decline in the formerly prevalent sightings of the Iron Tower flagship. Concurrently, wireless communication between Murmansk and Ocean Cape was also successfully restored. As the situation progressed positively, on this particular day, Kiev approached Zhang Heng, placing a hand gently yet firmly on his shoulder. "Young man, the nearby waters have finally quieted down, thanks to your cooperation during this period. Are you preparing to depart soon?" Zhang Heng regarded Kiev, pausing thoughtfully before responding. "According to our customary approach, having dealt with the deep-sea flagship, we should set sail for the Sealess Islands. However, this recent campaign has revealed several tactical shortcomings. I still have 2 critical cores to construct. Once this round of building is completed, we will engage in a period of acclimatization in the waters near Murmansk. A few days' delay will not affect our plans. Why do you suddenly inquire about this?" A glimmer of approval passed through Kiev's eyes. "You have indeed grown. During the last battle with the deep-sea flagship, we secured 7 cores, and I reported this to the Soviets, who acknowledged that your team deserves the primary credit." As he spoke, he retrieved a velvet box, its dark pattern shimmering under the light. The Soviets have sanctioned these four for you. Take them. As Zhang Heng accepted the box, his fingers curled slightly, and a genuine smile graced his lips. Thank you, my friend. While this is rightfully ours, I still appreciate your gratitude. Still with this formality? Kiev chuckled, playfully thumping his chest, producing a muted sound. By the way, Natasha is about to commence large-scale construction. Are you not curious to take a look? Not just yet. Zhang Heng replied, shaking his head. I'll wait until it is nearly complete before I visit. For now, I need to update my fleet on the current situation. Natasha is hoped to once again awaken the companions of the Northern Fleet. Kiev saluted briskly with a naval gesture, stating, very well. I shall call upon you when the major construction enters its final phase. With that, Kiev departed with elegance. Zhang Heng plunged his consciousness into the realm of his mind, softly summoning his ship girls. In an instant, silhouettes of the ship girls materialized around the conference table. He scanned the assembly and inquired, how has your drill progressed? When can you return? Kiev just visited me and handed over the spoils of war we previously seized, including for mental cores. Alas, even though you have been tirelessly clearing the deep-sea foes in the vicinity, there are still no signs of a new battle position consolidating. Zhang Heng observed the evolving landscape of his mental space. Each shipgirl's previously independent battle position had vanished, and all functions were now integrated into the vast holographic conference table, which had also gained 2 additional chairs. Nanchang was the first to respond. All scheduled tasks have been fully completed. We are currently en route home, expected to arrive at the Murmansk port area by 1930. Zhang Heng nodded gently. Currently, Natasha is engaged in major construction. There is only one construction facility in Murmansk, so she is likely to be able to build 2 ships. Therefore, let us postpone our major construction until tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Qinzhou clapped her hands joyfully. That is splendid. We will soon have new sisters joining us. Our fleet is growing ever stronger. By the way, Commander, we cannot always refer to each other as Central System. Once our new sisters arrive, we will have 7 shipgirls, and we can form an aircraft carrier battle group. Sichuan nodded in agreement, stifling a laugh. Indeed. This way, Commander, you will be promoted to Commander-in-Chief. Zhang Heng waved his hand dismissively. Let us discuss this matter when our new companions arrive, perhaps at the next gathering. Now, I won't delay your voyage any longer. I shall await your return at the port. Upon the fleet's return, everyone proceeded to the construction center, where Natasha's inaugural construction was nearing completion. As the white mist dissipated, another shipgirl emerged from the dormant chamber, her appearance reminiscent of Kirov's, strikingly beautiful. She stood tall among the shipgirls, possessing a slender and well-proportioned figure, her long legs conveying a sense of poise and authority with each step. Her waist was narrow, and her shoulders broad, embodying both femininity and strength. Her features were well-defined, with a prominent nose and deep, expressive azure eyes framed by long lashes. Her lips were beautifully shaped, a delicate pink hue, often graced by a gentle smile that appeared inviting yet enigmatic, cascading down her back. Her long red hair was woven into a thick braid that reached her waist, its ends gleaming like satin. A few curls swayed with her movements, adding a lively touch to her otherwise cold and elegant demeanor. She donned a fitted uniform top adorned with intricate golden embroidery in red and gold hues. The neckline and cuffs were embellished with golden lace. The waist design accentuated her curves, and the hem flowed gracefully with her movements, exuding an air of sophistication. Complementing her outfit, she wore a knee-length black skirt with golden trimming that echoed the top, enhancing the length and fairness of her legs. She completed her ensemble with black knee-high boots. She exuded an aura of immense power, reminiscent of a queen. Every gesture was imbued with confidence and authority. When she bowed her head or nodded, an elegant grace enveloped her, revealing both a passionate spirit and a gentle demeanor. Approaching Natasha, the breeze stirred by her military salute brushed against her epaulets, the metallic insignia glimmering coldly under the lights. This action conveyed the composure of one accustomed to high office. Yet when her fingertips lightly struck her heart, it revealed an undeniable solemnity. The cruiser of honor, the Ustinov, reporting for duty. Kirov stepped forward, placing her hand on Ustinov's shoulder, and with a light laugh remarked, "At last, you have arrived. The Northern Fleet has gained a formidable ally. Commanders of Kiev, modern, fearless, and B-515 are all on standby in the harbor." Ustinov inclined her head slightly, stating, "I shall exert every effort to restore the glory of the Northern Fleet, dear Kirov." Her voice was reminiscent of the ice beneath the polar night, steadfast yet subtly warm. Zhang Heng approached Natasha, saying, "Congratulations, another capital ship has joined the ranks. Soon, the defenses of Murmansk will be impregnable. Shouldn't the second major construction plan be put on the agenda?" Natasha's ears flushed crimson. "My new battle position is only half formed. The construction must wait a while longer. However, the recent deep-sea recoveries have been quite fruitful, so it is likely to be completed soon." Chapter 32. A new companion. As the sun ascended from beneath the horizon, Zhang Heng, accompanied by the ship girls, arrived at the construction center, seamlessly embarking on their first grand build. The enormous holographic projection screen displayed a striking crimson countdown of 15 minutes. The ship girls stood in astonishment. The extended construction duration exceeded their expectations, plunging each of them into contemplation, their minds racing yet unable to fathom which enigmatic new companion would soon emerge. 15 fleeting minutes passed like a galloping steed, and the hatch of the sleeping pod slowly slid open. Out bounded a petite, exquisitely crafted little girl. Her steps light and lively. She stood just at Zhang Heng's chest, akin to a morning blossom unfurling towards the sunlight, exuding an innocent charm untouched by the world. Her hair, resembling the finest jade, was fashioned into 2 loosely tied ponytails that swayed gently with her movements. Adorning the tips of her braids were miniature anchor-shaped silver trinkets, each leap producing a delicate tinkling sound, reminiscent of wind chimes serenading in the morning breeze. A cascade of crescent-shaped bangs partially obscured her captivating eyes, which glimmered like deep-sea glass, rippling with soft blue waves as if harboring a miniature ocean within. Her long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings, each blink stirring a gentle breeze. Her porcelain-like visage was touched with a healthy blush, akin to newly bloomed peach blossoms. When she smiled, her cheeks formed 2 plump dimples, as if brimming with honey. Her petite nose, slightly upturned, lent a playful flair to her exquisite countenance. Her pale pink lips resembled a succulent cherry, revealing a set of neat teeth when she smiled, exuding a sweetness and vivacity that seemed to emanate the fragrance of sun-kissed candy. She was clad in a pure white dress, the hem adorned with navy blue thread embroidered with the hull number 580, shimmering under the sunlight with a metallic sheen, dignified and unique like a true ship's identification. Slung over her shoulder was a diminutive decorative bag shaped like a missile launch box. Though small, it was meticulously crafted, with every rivet and detail clearly visible, exuding an exceptional charm. The leg warmers she wore were ingeniously designed, one side featuring 3-dimensional folds mimicking a naval cannon, while the other displayed subtle patterns resembling anti-submarine torpedo launch ports, with anchor-shaped silver clasps at the tips, harmonizing perfectly with her petite leather shoes, creating a striking impression. With a shy gesture, she raised her hand in salute, her introduction ringing clear like the melodious chirping of a yellow oriole perched atop budding willows in early spring. "Reporting to Commander, I am the Type 056 frigate, Datong. Hull number 580, here to report for duty." Zhang Heng, gazing at the little girl with twin ponytails, instinctively caressed her blushing cheek. "Welcome, dear Datong. However, I have heard that you have transferred to the Coast Guard." Before he could finish his sentence, the girl's crescent-shaped eyes, once bright with joy, dimmed instantly, crystalline tears cascading down like scattered pearls. "That's not true. I wasn't eliminated by the Navy. I simply went to support the Coast Guard's construction." Witnessing Datong's sudden tears, Zhang Heng found himself at a loss, unsure of how to console the emotionally overwhelmed ship girl. Witnessing this scene from the sidelines, Ishian swiftly approached, gracefully crouching down to embrace Datong tenderly, softly murmuring words of comfort. "Datong, my dear, do not cry. No one is truly without purpose. The commander is a villain. Let us disregard him. Come, play with your sister Ishian. I too have been transformed into the Type 056. Why not teach me the tactics of combat for this class?" At that moment, Qinzhou, with a mischievous tone reminiscent of a playful imp, teased, "Commander, you are quite remarkable, achieving the feat of making your ship girl weep." Zhang Heng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he crouched down, his voice filled with remorse. "Little Datong, it is all my fault. Can you ever forgive me?" His gaze was sincere, brimming with hope for Datong's response. After Zhang Heng's heartfelt apology, Datong returned to her endearing self, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her tone. "Commander, I do not blame you. I merely feel somewhat inadequate. After serving for only 8 years, I transitioned to the Coast Guard, even changing my name to Pingshan Island. As she spoke, her small demeanor elicited a twinge of sympathy. Nanchang gently crouched beside her, tenderly ruffling Datong's little head, and spoke in a soothing tone. Little Datong, you are far from useless. The situation at sea was quite complex back then. The Navy could not directly confront the standoff, and the Coast Guard was still developing its strength. Your presence as a suitable warship was essential for safeguarding our waters. We hold you in high regard. Datong blinked her large eyes, filled with curiosity, and asked, Sister Nanchang, is this truly the case? Nanchang smiled and continued, Indeed, it is true. However, little Datong, you have been in service longer than I. Would it not be inappropriate for you to call me sister? Upon hearing this, Datong quickly embraced Nanchang, playfully insisting, I shall not. I am still young. You are all my sisters. With that, a sweet smile brightened her face. Seeing Datong return to her cheerful self, Zhang Heng immediately initiated the second large-scale construction. As the core components were embedded, the countdown timer prominently displayed 1.5 hours. Datong's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, Commander, Sister Nanchang, and all my sisters. A new sister will soon join us. The faces of those present shone with comforting smiles as they patiently awaited the completion of the construction. As the countdown reached its final second, the hatch slowly opened, revealing a tall woman stepping forth. Her silver-gray hair was neatly cropped, with the tips dyed a vibrant red, reminiscent of the blooming red rhododendron, as if embers danced within her locks. Adorning her hair were two significant hairpins, one shaped like golden wheat, symbolizing the hope nurtured by her homeland, and the other a petite gear-shaped metal clasp, representing the relentless march of progress through time. Her eyes were as clear as pristine spring water, yet concealed within them flickered a fiery brilliance, capable of piercing through thick mists to illuminate the path ahead. Clad in a form-fitting white military uniform, she adorned her collar with a dark crimson bow tie, delicately interwoven with fine strands of golden silk. From a distance, it resembled the twinkling sparks of stars scattered across the night sky. A deep brown leather belt encircled her waist, its buckle ingeniously crafted into the shape of a torch, with a red gemstone embedded at the flame's core, emanating a gentle and warm glow, akin to an everlasting beacon of hope. Most striking of all was the instructor's badge gleaming upon her chest, radiating brilliance. The irregularly cut hem of her skirt accentuated her long legs, which were further enhanced by black knee-high boots, lending her an air of spirited elegance. Her features possessed both beauty and strength. Her phoenix eyes slightly uplifted beneath thick, curled lashes lay a subtle rust-colored eyeshadow that, when she smiled, was softened by the rosy hue of her apple cheeks, revealing a youthful delicacy. The high bridge of her nose contrasted sharply with the pointed peak of her upper lip and the fullness of her lower lip. Whenever deep in thought, her lips instinctively pressed into a straight line, exuding calmness and determination. She approached with a confident and poised stride, reciting the classic lines, In the chilly autumn, the Xiang River flows north at the head of Orange Isle. Behold the mountains adorned in crimson, the layers of forests ablaze. Commander, the 052D class destroyer Changsha, hull number 173, reporting for duty. Zhang Heng stood tall, flanked by 7 other ship girls, all equally erect. Following the self-introduction of the Nanchang, Zhang Heng and the ship girls saluted with a precise military gesture. Welcome, Changsha, to the Mercury Fleet. Our aircraft carrier battle group has now taken shape. Welcome home. Nanchang was the first to break into a warm smile, with the other ship girls quickly gathering around, chattering with concern and camaraderie. Changsha, though slightly bashful, could not conceal the excitement sparkling in her eyes as she attentively listened to her companions' enthusiastic greetings. As the lively chatter subsided, Nanchang fixed her determined gaze on Zhang Heng and proposed, Commander, I suggest we embark on a week of training at sea together. There's no need to rush to our next destination. Perhaps before we set sail, you could summon another new ally for us. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It's settled then. Today, we shall familiarize Changsha and Datong with the current situation of Mercury. And tomorrow we will officially commence our joint exercises. We must hone our teamwork to perfection. Understood. The 8 ship girls replied in unison, their synchronized salute and resounding response showcasing the spirited prowess of the Mercury Fleet. Chapter 1. The Return to Petersburg Note. The previous volume has concluded, and in this new installment, Zhang Heng embarks on a fresh journey. I previously expressed my concluding thoughts in the author's note. Other authors have informed me that the readership is quite limited. As a fledgling writer, I humbly seek a review, regardless of its nature. For I have come to understand that a minimum of 50 reviews is required to gain traction. My sincere gratitude in advance. Furthermore, I would like to address another matter. With Zhang Heng now commanding a considerable fleet of shipgirls, he is poised to establish his own naval squadron. However, referring to them merely as the Central Fleet feels rather peculiar. I have yet to conceive a fitting name for this fleet, and I welcome your suggestions. Thank you. In the fortnight following the integration of the fleets from Datong and Changsha, the naval squadron engaged in a myriad of joint training exercises in the surrounding waters. Their mission was twofold: to eradicate the emerging errant forces of the deep sea and to undertake an expedition towards the Arctic Circle. The fleet adhered strictly to a collective decision-making mechanism, with each shipgirl assigned a specific role, diligently performing their duties during combat operations. Throughout these days of training and actual engagements, Zhang Heng became acutely aware of his numerous shortcomings. The Navy, by its very nature, is an intricately systematic and highly specialized branch of the military. Even in this world, where it has been simplified to the cooperation among shipgirls, the volume of information that Zhang Heng, an ordinary individual, needed to manage remained overwhelmingly complex, akin to a tangled mess of threads. Zhang Heng resolutely abandoned the previous notion that he must always remain on the bridge like a traditional captain, meticulously monitoring all the control information. Instead, during each battle, he immersed himself fully in the mental space. Here, the various pieces of information gathered by the shipgirls were presented as holographic images. Zhang Heng merely needed to rely on this intelligence to maintain a precise grasp of the overall situation, entrusting the execution of specific combat strategies to each shipgirl. Since the implementation of this novel operational model, the entire Central Fleet has functioned with newfound vigor, elevated to a remarkable new level. The fleet's combat effectiveness could now be unleashed with greater efficiency. After a rigorous training period, Zhang Heng and his companions enjoyed delightful moments in the Murmansk port area alongside the Soviet shipgirls. Zhang Heng, along with Nanchang and Natasha, engaged in a spirited contest at the dining table, while Sichuan shared amusing anecdotes with Kiev. During this gathering, one could see Huahua sweetly nestled in Kiev's embrace. Changsha eloquently conveyed the instructor's philosophies in a profound exchange with Aurora. Qinzhou, Hangzhou, Yixian, and Ustinov, as well as Modern and Fearless, frequently interacted, discussing tactical methodologies and strengthening bonds through games. Notably, the three Soviet shipgirls exhibited a particular fondness for the charming Datong, often yearning to hold her close. Each day, Qinghai Lake accompanied the Berezina River in culinary explorations. As Berezina crafted a Russian delicacy, Qinghai Lake reciprocated with a traditional Chinese dish. During those days, everyone's taste buds reveled in unparalleled bliss. After dinner one evening, Kiev approached Zhang Heng, who was gazing at the starry sky by the dock, and asked, "Are you truly going to leave?" She delicately caressed the anchor-shaped emblem on her cuff, the evening breeze causing the wisps of her hair to flutter gently. Zhang Heng turned around. Indeed, the deep-sea activities in the nearby waters have returned to normal levels. You can conduct a sweep every few days. He paused, casting his gaze towards the brightly lit main building, where the Murmansk Naval Station should soon welcome the newly joined commander and shipgirls. The technical renovation project in Petersburg is also nearing completion, I suppose. Kiev removed her hat and held it tightly in her hands. The technology you provided has been localized, and we are currently in the process of mass installation. She suddenly looked up at Zhang Heng, her eyes tinged with red, yet masked with a forced smile. Finally, you no longer have to bear the burden for us on the front lines. It is time for you to return to your own home. But this farewell. The sobs carried by the sea breeze into the bay echoed softly. Zhang Heng silently reached into his pocket, retrieving half a piece of bread, which he crumbled and scattered to the flapping seagulls. When I left Cape Ocean, it felt rather surreal. Merely thinking how unfortunate it would be to part from the new friends I had just met. Yet, when it truly comes time to leave, he suddenly smiled, his gaze softening, for one must ultimately return to where they belong. You are right. Kiev sighed, pondering when they would set off. Tomorrow morning. Zhang Heng stretched his shoulders, intending to first return to Petersburg to retrieve our supplies. So many resources. He chuckled and shook his head. I worry whether Lake Qinghai can accommodate them all. Kiev pondered, Will you not gather a new battle position and summon another ship girl? Soon. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes. The past few days had been fruitful, and he expected to complete the gathering upon reaching Petersburg. Thus, he had no intention of delaying any further. The longer one stays, the harder it becomes to part. The next morning, at the dock of Murmansk port, all members of the port, except Kiev, gathered to bid farewell to Zhang Heng and his entourage. The usually carefree Natasha transformed entirely in this moment, tightly embracing Zhang Heng as tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string. Kirov and Nanchang stood facing each other, their hands clasped in a firm grip, their myriad unspoken words captured in a silent gaze. Other crew members exchanged farewells in small groups, the scene warm and touching. Kiev stood alone atop the highest tower of the main building, gazing down at the farewell unfolding below. Her expression was deep and complex, the melancholy of parting swirling within her heart. Indeed, farewell has never been a beautiful word. It is always accompanied by reluctance and sorrow. Despite the profound reluctance in her heart, the moment of parting had inevitably arrived. Zhang Heng, representing all members of the central system, extended a heartfelt invitation to the residents of Murmansk port. Once we establish our own base, you must come to visit. This statement elicited a warm response from the crowd of farewell givers. It was not a farewell forever, but rather a promise to meet again. As the ship's whistle sounded, everyone boarded the deck of Sichuan in unison, standing in a line to solemnly salute Murmansk port. Sichuan slowly departed from the dock, cutting through the waves towards Petersburg. The people on the dock stood for a long time, watching the disappearing silhouette of the vessel until it vanished beyond the horizon. This time, the Sichuan did not race towards Petersburg as usual, but instead chose to sail leisurely upon the sea. Whenever the radar detected deep-sea targets, it promptly initiated eradication operations. The originally 2-day journey stretched into a week, but fortunately, upon arrival, Zhang Heng's latest battle position had successfully crystallized. The conference table within the mental space had once again expanded, now surrounded by 10 brand new chairs. Stepping once more onto the lands of Petersburg, Zhang Heng felt as though he had traversed an entire epoch. The sights remained familiar, yet his state of mind was entirely transformed. Within the Snow Palace, the Soviets maintained their customary solemnity, though it was occasionally possible to discern a barely perceptible smile from her cold expression. The resources from the other 3 factions had been delivered as per the agreement, and our share had been included. The Soviets reported on the execution of the Petersburg Agreement, noting that due to the overwhelming quantity, it was likely you would be unable to transport everything at once. Would you prefer to temporarily store part of the supplies until the base is established, after which we can dispatch personnel for transport? Or do you have alternative arrangements? Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before making a request. I wish to exchange for a set of construction equipment, research apparatus, maintenance tools, and resource collection devices. As for the remaining supplies, let us see if Qinghai Lake can accommodate them. Furthermore, I would like to request a major construction project, in case we acquire another ship girl capable of carrying these devices. The Soviets nodded in agreement while reminding him, after the exchange is complete, the remaining supplies will be calculated based on the capacity of Qinghai Lake, requiring 3 separate transportations. So much. Zhang Heng expressed mild surprise. The Soviets rarely smiled. In the future, as you establish your own base, you will require even more resources. Enough of this for now. You may explore for yourself shortly. With that, the Soviets slowly rose, standing tall as she approached the podium in the reception hall. Her expression was grave, her gaze piercing as she surveyed Zhang Heng and the others below. In a resonant voice, she declared, "Comrades Zhang Heng, Nanchang, Sichuan, Qinzhou, Yixian, Hangzhou, and Qinghai Lake. According to the battle report sent by Comrade Kiev, and by the final decision of the Presidium, in recognition of your outstanding achievements in the defense of Murmansk, I, the Soviet-class battleship Soviet, hereby award each of you the highest honor of the Northern Union, the Soviet Hero Medal. Please step forward to receive your accolades." The 7 exchanged glances in an instant, then calmly accepted the goodwill of the Northern Union, proceeding to the stage in turn. The Soviets affixed a gleaming gold star, the Soviet Hero Medal, also known as the Gold Star Medal, upon the left chest of each individual. After the award ceremony concluded, the Soviets remarked, "From now on, as long as you are on the territory of the Northern Union, you shall be our most esteemed guests." The ceremony concluded in solemn silence, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Heng proposed his farewell. As the heavy, Ornately carved doors of the Snow Palace slowly closed behind them. The moment etched in memory by the metals became immortalized in the snow and wind of the Northern Union. Chapter 2 Farewell, Petersburg. Under the meticulous arrangement of the Soviet Union, Zhang Heng and his companions commenced their rigorous and orderly tasks. Staff members accompanied them throughout, continuously transporting various equipment and supplies into the hull of the Qinghai Lake. Sichuan and Nanchang closely monitored the site, ensuring that every step unfolded without error. Simultaneously, other ship girls accompanied Zhang Heng to the construction facilities, preparing for the forthcoming endeavors. Upon arriving at the construction site, Zhang Heng positioned the core in its designated place. With the core's installation, the entire construction project began to operate seamlessly, resembling a finely tuned machine. The metal hatch of the sleep chamber slowly slid open, allowing a beam of morning light to penetrate the glass dome of the chamber, casting a radiant strip of illumination upon the floor. At the moment the hatch fully opened, a tall figure gracefully emerged, as if a healer had stepped forth from the depths of time. She possessed long hair, lustrous like fine porcelain, with coral red tips that resembled the last blush of dawn. A silver-red cross hairpin firmly secured her bun, swaying gently with her steps, reflecting a soft glow. Her deep amber eyes were akin to two crystal-clear springs, transparent yet unfathomable, each glance infused with a reassuring strength. Her facial features bore an elegance reminiscent of distant mountains, with subtly arching brows, a straight yet gentle nose, and lips that formed a delicate curve, complemented by a well-defined jawline. This blend of tenacity and grace evoked both reverence and profound comfort. Her tall stature, matching Zhang Heng's, exuded a harmonious elegance. Beneath her slender waist lay robust, healthy muscles, and her long legs moved with a steady rhythm, each step seemingly imbued with a graceful cadence. The medical coat fit her impeccably, with the three-dimensional Red Cross emblem on her left chest gleaming in the light, while the faint pattern of 867 on her right side hinted at her identity. The naval insignia highlighted her rank, while a miniature first aid kit sewn within suggested her professional readiness for unforeseen circumstances. The black high-neck bodysuit accentuated her graceful shoulders and neck, while her well-rounded and firm bosom showcased her perfect physique. The white tapered work pants were enveloped by silver-black knee-high boots, with striking coral red stripes on the sides echoing the color of her hair tips. The Red Cross emblem etched on the outer side of the boots silently conveyed her mission. Hospital Ship 920, Silk Road Arc, reporting for duty. Her voice resonated like the warm, clear waters of Qinghai Lake, yet it also harbored a profound power of love from within. This voice seemed capable of penetrating the barriers of the soul, soothing all pain and unease. She was not merely a Noah's Ark amidst the flames of war, a beacon of life during calamity, but also the warmest support within the fleet. As her porcelain-white hair tips brushed lightly against her cheek, what one heard was not only the whisper of the sea breeze, but also the echoes of countless lives being safeguarded, the sound of hope, the anthem of life's continuation. Zhang Heng straightened his back and solemnly saluted the Silk Road Arc. Welcome aboard. Your arrival provides me with tremendous support. Welcome. The Silk Road Arc covered her mouth, letting out a gentle laugh. Commander, would you like to schedule a health check? I observe that your dark circles are rather pronounced. Qinzhou promptly concurred with Silk Road Arc's words. Indeed, indeed. When I first arrived, he was merely a youthful lad, but now he appears quite haggard. Silk Road Arc, you must thoroughly examine our commander. Zhang Heng immediately felt embarrassed. One tease from Qinzhou is sufficient. Please refrain from joining in, Silk Road Arkansas. Silk Road Arc reigned in her previous mirth, her expression turning earnest. I speak with sincerity. The commander, as a vital link among us, must maintain good health. Zhang Heng reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. We shall proceed to our next destination aboard your vessel. It is said that the southern route is exceedingly safe, with the Northern Union's fleet having diligently eradicated the deep-sea threats. Let Sichuan deploy an early warning aircraft for vigilance. By the way, Silk Road Arc, aside from enhancing human medical capabilities, do you possess any other unique abilities? I wish to assess your capabilities more comprehensively. Zhang Heng inquired gravely. Silk Road Arc nodded slightly, her gaze shifting as if sifting through information. My core essence is derived from our Navy's second 920 class large hospital ship, inheriting all medical functions from my sister, Peace Arc, while achieving technological breakthroughs and upgrades. As a mobile tertiary care hospital vessel, I am equipped to conduct complex multidisciplinary diagnoses and treatments. The ship is outfitted with general practice diagnostic robots, capable of intelligent operations from emergency rescue to specialized treatments, all perfectly replicated in the current dimension. Her eyes scan the array of ship girls around her, her tone gentle yet imbued with professional confidence. Additionally, I possess the capability to fine-tune the ship's functions. Señorita, I have observed that following your equipment modifications, you may experience some sluggishness in energy coupling or tactical integration. I can assist in optimizing your condition, akin to your original equipment. Thus, I can also partake in the transformation and enhancement of ship girls. Of course, my primary role lies in adaptability. I can augment the combat effectiveness of modified ship girls by approximately 50. Silk Road arc continued. In times of war, should a ship girl suffer critical damage, I am able to initiate immediate repairs. However, this serves merely as an emergency measure. To achieve complete recovery, a thorough post-battle examination is necessary. Before she could finish, she suddenly tapped her forehead, appearing enlightened. Oh dear, what I mentioned might pertain to my core functions. In truth, I possess several additional skills. I also serve as a friendly envoy for our Navy on diplomatic visits abroad, and I am proficient in commonly used languages such as English, French, Arabic, and Spanish, not to mention Italian, Portuguese, German, Japanese, Korean. In total, I command over 20 languages, facilitating seamless communication. Zhang Heng grew increasingly astonished. This is truly remarkable. You are the epitome of an ideal auxiliary. In the game, you are the quintessential healer. What a fortunate gain this is. The group continued their cheerful banter, swiftly growing familiar with one another, their hearty laughter intertwining into a joyous melody as they briskly made their way towards the Petersburg dock. Upon reaching the dock, Zhang Heng solemnly introduced the Silk Road arc to Nanchang, Sichuan, and Qinghai Lake. Nanchang beamed with a warm smile, extending a hand to clasp that of the Silk Road arc, sincerely welcoming it to the team. Shortly thereafter, Nanchang's demeanor turned serious as he reported to the commander. Comrade Commander, due to certain constraints, we can only take 1/3 of the resources with us. The remaining 2/3 must be temporarily stored at the Northern Union. Currently, all equipment for construction, research, maintenance, and collection has been properly arranged, and everything is ready to set sail at a moment's notice. Zhang Heng surveyed the crowd with a steady gaze, then nodded resolutely. Issuing orders in a composed manner, all personnel aboard the Silk Road arc will undergo a physical examination. As for Sichuan, once we exit the Northern Union surveillance zone, we shall immediately deploy the early warning aircraft for monitoring tasks. There is no need to activate the full-scale early warning system. The existing state will suffice to ensure effective monitoring. Do not forget that the Silk Road arc is also equipped with long-range radar that will operate in conjunction. You will remain here to finalize the preparations for departure. After a brief pause, he added, I will bid farewell to our Soviet counterparts and return shortly. Beneath the golden dome of Shuigong, Zhang Heng's figure stood tall. He reported the status of the temporarily stored resources to the Soviets and engaged in detailed discussions regarding future cooperation after establishing a base. Once all matters were settled, this young commander of the Central System saluted the Soviets with a standard military gesture. Surprisingly, the typically stern Soviets displayed an uncommon gentleness at this moment. Farewell, Commander Zhang Heng, and to your Central System ship girls. Her voice was as gentle as a ray of sunlight on a winter's day. Here is the maritime chart we have drawn towards the Rose Sea. I have already contacted the Casalia Naval Base, which marks our northern border in the Rose Sea. You can receive the necessary assistance there. Zhang Heng received this weighty gift with both hands, gratitude flashing in his eyes. Thank you for your assistance. Farewell. The red star atop the spire of Shuigong gradually faded into the twilight, eventually vanishing beneath the horizon. The sea breeze caressed his face, carrying a briny scent. Standing on the deck of the Silk Road arc, Zhang Heng gazed at the increasingly blurred outline of Shuigong. A new journey was about to commence. He murmured to himself, his gaze unwavering as he looked towards the horizon. Chapter 3. Observations along the way as the Silk Road arc gracefully departed from the port of Petersburg. It promptly arranged for a comprehensive health examination for all members of the fleet. During this process, special attention was given to adjusting Ishian, alleviating the sense of heaviness she felt with the vessel. Once the examination results were available, the Silk Road arc summoned everyone to the lounge within the ship. She reviewed each report carefully, and after finishing, she sighed gently and remarked, overall, Everyone's health appears to be satisfactory. However, Hangzhou, it seems you are severely lacking in sleep and have excessively consumed alcoholic beverages, resulting in abnormal data. Nanchang mentioned your lifestyle in Murmansk. Is it that upon finally returning to a place reminiscent of your hometown, where you can freely enjoy vodka, you have somewhat indulged yourself? Hangzhou lowered his head, expressing regret as he replied, I realize my mistake. I won't do it again. Silk Road Arc nodded slightly, speaking earnestly. You are an experienced veteran. I understand that when one finally possesses life and returns to an environment akin to their homeland, it is only natural to lose control a bit. However, you must be more vigilant moving forward. Her demeanor suddenly shifted to seriousness as she turned her gaze toward Commander Zhang Heng, questioning, Commander, are you not keeping to a regular sleep schedule? Multiple examination indicators are alarmingly abnormal. Can you explain this? Zhang Heng instinctively wanted to defend himself, but upon seeing the understanding gazes of the ship girls around him, he swallowed his words. He candidly admitted, I have been contemplating new command strategies. I realized that my previous gaming mindset was inadequate, as I lacked substantial professional knowledge. Thus, every night upon returning to my quarters, I would delve into old textbooks to catch up, naturally sacrificing my rest. Upon hearing this, Nanchang and Sichuan expressed concern, asking, Commander, why didn't you tell us? We could assist you in studying and help you rearrange your time. Zhang Heng sheepishly scratched his head, murmuring, I just felt embarrassed. Following the Silk Road Arc's examination, the fleet's plans for heading south underwent a transformation. Initially, during the Democratic meeting, everyone had unanimously decided to set sail directly for Castalia. According to the nautical charts provided by the Soviet Union, the journey from Petersburg to Castalia required a southward navigation of 800 kilometers. At a cruising speed of 18 knots, it would take merely 56 hours to arrive. However, the Silk Road Arc, considering the prolonged battles and intense training the crew had endured, recognized that their mental state was highly strained. Therefore, she suggested not to rush directly to Castalia, but instead to seek out garrison towns and islands along the way for rest. This approach would not only allow them to gain a deeper understanding of this world, but also to appreciate the local customs and cultures, providing an opportunity to relax. The crew unanimously agreed with this proposal, thus altering their course towards the first major island to the south, the Minsk garrison on Belarus Island. According to the original plan, they were to reach the Castalia garrison in just 56 hours. However, this journey lasted a full 15 days. The first destination was the fleet's arrival at the Belarusian island, home to the Minsk naval base. This island sparkled like a radiant pearl, emanating a unique and captivating glow. The Svislak River meandered like a delicate ribbon, gracefully traversing the island and imbuing it with a sense of vitality. The expansive Belovezhskaya Pushchan National Park, with its lush forests, appeared as nature's verdant garment, teeming with life. Victory Square bore the weight of historical memories, while the Grand Church of the Holy Spirit stood solemnly, quietly recounting tales of yore. On Independence Avenue, a rich hue of red enveloped the senses, where natural scenery and cultural heritage intertwined seamlessly, rendering every vista intoxicatingly beautiful and refreshing to the spirit. The second stop brought the fleet to Dnieper Island, where the center housed the eponymous Dnieper Naval Base, sharing its name with the cherished vessel, Kiev. Upon stepping onto Dnieper Island, one was greeted by an endless expanse of plains, the entire island resembling a vast carpet uniformly covered in black soil, devoid of any elevation. This fertile land rightfully earned its title as the granary of the Northern Alliance. The vistas of the Kiev Naval Base were equally breathtaking. The Dnieper River surged relentlessly, coursing through the city and infusing it with dynamism and vigor. Picturesque landscapes adorned both banks, with the ancient St. Sophia Cathedral standing majestically, as if silently safeguarding the land. The Grand Motherland Monument, bearing the scars of time, exemplified the resilience of this city. Chestnut blossoms flourished along the streets, exuding a delightful fragrance, harmoniously complementing the lush forests, together painting a unique canvas of nature and culture in exquisite harmony. The second largest city on Dnieper Island was the Odessa Naval Base. Here, adjacent to the magnificent Black Sea, golden beaches stretched endlessly, shimmering alluringly under the sun. The ancient Potemkin stairs resembled a silent chronicle, witnessing the rise and fall of history. The magnificent opera house and the diverse European-style architecture showcased the city's distinctive European charm. Shaded parks and bustling streets complemented each other, and by night, the city sparkled with lights, radiating a romantic and enchanting urban atmosphere. In these locales, Zhang Heng and his companions were met with warm hospitality. Whether from the fleet girls or the local residents, their sincere reception enveloped them in the comforting embrace of spring's gentle breeze. Throughout this journey, they not only marveled at the diverse and enchanting landscapes, but also indulged in the region's culinary delights. In Minsk, the succulent and juicy roasted pork neck was crispy on the outside and tender within, releasing a fragrant aroma with each bite. The fragrant lamb pilaf featured rice grains plump with the essence of the meat, leaving a lingering taste. Kiev's cuisine was equally renowned, with the famous Kiev chicken, tender and aromatic, and the Kiev cake, a delicately crafted treat, exquisite in flavor yet not overly sweet. In Odessa, the Black Sea's shallow water specialty, mussels, offered a rich and authentic taste, while the naturally delightful cherry juice, both tart and sweet, was refreshing to the soul. When Zhang Heng beheld the fleet girls relishing the same food as he, a look of astonishment crossed his face, and he exclaimed, "Isn't your food supposed to be specially crafted from resources?" With a sip of cherry juice, Chinjo nonchalantly replied, "Commander, we are indeed living beings, not mere automatons. Why shouldn't we indulge in ordinary food? Previously, we simulated food using resources solely to alleviate logistical burdens. There's no need for such surprise." At that moment, Datong excitedly hopped before Zhang Heng, playfully stating, Commander, that cake looks absolutely delectable. Could you please buy it for Datong? Pretty please?" Thus, the days of ease and contentment continued until they departed from the Odessa Naval Base. Their next destination, the Khasaria Naval Base on Khasaria Island, was now tantalizingly close. Chapter 4. Arrival at the Rose Sea. As the time approached for their departure from the Odessa Naval Base, the group reconvened to hold a democratic meeting, aimed at unifying thoughts and clarifying the direction for their impending actions. The first agenda item was to discuss the current scale of the fleet, which had grown sufficiently to operate independently. Consequently, Nanchang was the first to propose the establishment of an official fleet, bidding farewell to the temporary designation still in use, the Central Fleet. Upon hearing the announcement of the impending formation of a formal fleet, enthusiasm surged among the attendees, who eagerly expressed their opinions and suggested names they envisioned for the ideal fleet. Some proposed grand names, such as the Huaxia Fleet, which epitomized national heritage, the Shenzhou Fleet, filled with deep affection, the Mercury Fleet, embodying aspirations for the celestial body beneath their feet, and the Four Seas Fleet, reflecting a lofty ambition to traverse the oceans. There were even creatively inspired suggestions like the East University Fleet. Others advocated for the direct continuation of the sacred name, People's Navy. Ultimately, after a reasoned and persuasive discourse from Changsha, the group unanimously decided that the first established fleet would adopt the name People's Navy Beihai Fleet, a designation that, while seemingly ordinary, was in fact both sensible and fitting. Changsha articulated the rationale. "We have already established an organizational branch, and Nanchang has successfully formed the Navy of the Chinese People's Liberation Army in accordance with the Ocean Cape Agreement. Our official name is inscribed on documents signed with several other factions. Considering we are currently on a journey home, the specific circumstances of our homeland on this planet remain uncertain. Whether it embodies the great nation we cherish is still unknown, and the formal establishment of a nation has yet to be placed on the agenda. Thus, I believe that any name symbolizing nationhood is inappropriate at this moment. We are all aware that the inception of our Navy traces back to the Beiyang Fleet, which participated in a mournful and regrettable naval battle. The ship number 16, Liaojia, serves as a tribute to this illustrious naval force. Moreover, our commander first descended into this world in the vast Beiyang region. Given this context, why not directly adopt a name associated with it? Considering that among our three major fleets, the Beihai Fleet has directly inherited the home port and operational tasks of that fleet, I solemnly propose that we name this fleet People's Navy Beihai Fleet, abbreviated as Beihai Fleet. Changsha's proposal was met with resounding applause, receiving unanimous approval from all present. The second proposal quickly followed, with the fleet now established. The election of the leadership team became paramount. The atmosphere in the meeting was vibrant, with attendees engaging in spirited discussions about suitable candidates. Observing the lively exchange, Zhang Heng rose, his gaze resolutely fixed on each member present, as he elaborated on his vision for the leadership structure of the fleet. He nominated himself for the position of fleet commander, a decision rooted in his identity as a commander. He expressed confidence, based on the experience he had amassed and his clear vision for the fleet's development, that he could guide the fleet toward a more illustrious future. Simultaneously, he nominated Changsha for the position of political commissar, showcasing its exceptional capabilities in ideological and political work as well as team cohesion, which can infuse the fleet with formidable spiritual strength. Meanwhile, Nanchang, with its outstanding tactical acumen and precise handling of various tasks, undoubtedly emerged as the prime candidate for the fleet's chief of staff. As Zhang Heng's nomination reverberated through the room, thunderous applause erupted, reflecting genuine recognition and support from all present. Amidst this fervent applause, Zhang Heng was officially appointed as the commander of the newly formed fleet, with Changsha smoothly taking on the role of political commissar and Nanchang assuming the position of chief of staff. Thus, the leadership team of the fleet was established, laying a solid foundation for the upcoming journey. After the successful conclusion of the meeting, the attendees made their way to the bridge of the Silk Road, Arkansas. Gazing into the distance, a magnificent island gradually came into view on the horizon, marking their first destination, Kesalaya's naval fortress. Qinju, with a light-hearted stride, stealthily approached Zhang Heng, playfully stating, "Comrade Commander." "Oh wait, I should now address you as Comrade Commander." With a hint of mischief, Qinju inquired, "What are you feeling at this moment?" Zhang Heng, fixated on the island that was becoming increasingly distinct, let out a soft sigh and replied, "What am I feeling? Excitement, undoubtedly, but there is also considerable pressure. Our situation is quite different from the traditional commander system. What other special thoughts could I possibly have?" Qinju, unimpressed, pouted and feigned complaint. "How dull, Commander. You're not as amusing as you were at the beginning. Back then, a casual tease would make your face flush like a ripe apple." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng couldn't help but smile, reflecting, perhaps this is the price of growth. I senti it." The grand ship gradually approached the dock of Kesalaya. A figure with flowing silver hair, reminiscent of a cascading waterfall, stood at the helm, with pointed elven ears and ruby red, luminous yet profound eyes that exuded an air of aloofness and nobility. Her complexion was as pale as snow, with soft contours yet imbued with a hint of coldness due to her gaze and demeanor. She wore a white strapless gown complemented by a black sheer neckline and elbow-length black gloves, adorned with a bright red bow at her chest. The gown's outer layer was a sweeping black veil, while the inner layer showcased a vibrant red, creating a striking contrast with the short skirt. Her lower body was encased in black thigh-high stockings that wrapped around her elongated legs, paired with black high-heeled boots, blending elegance with a hint of severity. The lead ship of the Gangut-class battleships, the Sevastopol, welcomed everyone with her serene voice. "I am aware of the communications from the Soviet Union and appreciate your assistance to the Northern Union. The banquet is ready. Please follow me." The banquet, meticulously prepared by Sevastopol, was replete with sumptuous dishes. Guests exchanged toasts, and the atmosphere was vibrant. It was indeed an event where both hosts and guests reveled in joy. As the banquet approached its conclusion, Zhang Heng seized the moment to inquire about the situation regarding the Sea of Roses from Sevastopol. Sevastopol, with an elegant demeanor, gently set down the enticing glass of red wine in her hand, her gaze composed as she turned to Zhang Heng, elaborating, "The island we inhabit, Caesarea, is also known as the Crimea, situated at the northernmost edge of the Rose Sea. Currently, the majority of the Northern Union's main forces are gathering towards Murmansk. Hence the strategy regarding the Rose Sea is to focus on securing the safety of the Caesarea stronghold, refraining from recklessly venturing into the Rose Sea for exploration or other pursuits at this time." At this juncture, she paused slightly, her expression becoming increasingly earnest, and continued, "I can only provide you with a general overview of the Rose Sea. Furthermore, there is a crucial piece of advice I must impart to you." Zhang Heng, along with Changsha and Nanchang, exchanged solemn glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of gravity. They straightened their postures, their expressions serious, and spoke in unison, "We are all ears." Sevastopol nodded gently and proceeded methodically. To the west of the Rose Sea lies the realm of the Royal Navy and the Iris forces, while the central region is occupied by the Iron Blood and the Kingdom of Sardinia. However, since you do not intend to advance westward, I shall merely mention this in passing. After a brief pause to adjust her seating, she continued, "To the south from our location, you will traverse a maritime domain governed by humanity. In that expanse, the occurrence of deep-sea fleets is remarkably rare. Consequently, various factions of ship girls have not concentrated their efforts in that area. Nevertheless, this maritime stretch is an essential passage for your journey eastward. As she spoke, Sevastopol's gaze shifted to Zhang Hong, inquiring, "You possess a world maritime chart, do you not? Within the territory of the Northern Union, there exists a region known as the Ural Abyss, which extends its northernmost point to the Arctic seas while its southern tip lies approximately 2,000 kilometers southeast of Caesarea. The garrisons of Tbilisi and Baku have been closely monitoring the conditions of the abyss." Zhang Heng nodded in acknowledgement. "We are familiar with that abyss. Its width does not exceed 100 kilometers, yet its length approaches 5,000 kilometers. Due to its unique and elongated shape, it is colloquially referred to as Mercury's scar. As far as we know, the deep-sea energy there is extraordinarily potent, although this formidable energy seems to be confined within the abyss's bounds, as no instances of deep-sea powers transcending the abyss have ever been documented. It is precisely because of the peril associated with rashly entering the abyss without detailed intelligence that we have resolved to choose the southern route for our eastward journey." Sevastopol gently shook her head and continued, "It is good that you are informed. Now, let us focus on the southern human maritime domain you are about to enter." "Oh, humanity. I apologize, Commander Zhang Hong, for you are indeed human, yet I must speak candidly. Many of humanity's actions are truly perplexing to the ship girls. The latest intelligence indicates that the inhabitants of that region bear a striking resemblance to one another. Given their rare encounters with the deep sea, one would expect them to lead prosperous lives. However, this is not the case. They have diverged into numerous distinct factions." She furrowed her brows slightly, her expression tinged with gravity. "Recently, an exceedingly peculiar group has emerged, who consider themselves the offspring of the divine. Astonishingly, they have waged a brutal war against those they deem as non-believers among their own kind. This conflict, from its inception until now, has yet to span a year. Therefore, my counsel to you is this: exercise utmost caution with regard to humanity." Chapter 5, Caesarea, Humanity? Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback by this term. Yet he swiftly grasped the profound implications embedded within the words of Sevastopol. He understood that humanity is indeed an extraordinarily intricate species, whose actions are often unpredictable, influenced by myriad factors such as interests and beliefs. Consequently, he regarded Sevastopol with sincerity and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "I truly appreciate your candid warning." Sevastopol smiled and waved his hand dismissively, replying, "You are our friends, and moreover, you have been awarded the Venus Medal, which is a testament to the depth of our friendship. Therefore, it is I who should sincerely thank you." After a brief pause, he continued, "I have arranged a suitable place for you to rest. There is no need to rush off. Why not take the time to explore Caesarea and fully immerse yourselves in its customs and culture? Once you are completely rejuvenated, embarking on your new journey will not be a problem. After all, once you depart from here, you will truly have to rely on yourselves to confront the unknown." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Heng promptly led the entire North Sea fleet to stand in unison, facing Sevastopol, and solemnly bowed in respect. Subsequently, the group exited the banquet hall in an orderly manner, proceeding to their lodgings. Once gathered discreetly together, ensuring no one else was present, Zhang Heng inquired, "What are your thoughts on what Sevastopol has expressed?" Changsha, serving as the political commissar, was the first to share his insights. "Moving southward and then eastward is the optimal route we previously determined through extensive discussion. Compared to heading directly to the Tbilisi garrison and then circumventing the Caucasus Abyss, this route significantly enhances our safety. Therefore, I still advocate following the previously established course." Nanchang, as the chief of staff, appeared grave, contemplating various potential scenarios. "But what if we inadvertently get embroiled in local disputes? How should we respond?" Hangzhou, upon hearing this, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "What else can we do? We simply retaliate. Given our firepower, I hardly believe these people can withstand us." Changsha's expression hardened, and he replied sternly, "Do not jump to conclusions prematurely. Adhering to the principles of our homeland, it is paramount that we do not interfere in the internal affairs of other nations and maintain peaceful coexistence. If we find ourselves inevitably drawn into conflict, we must carefully consider who our friends are and who our adversaries may be. As long as we clearly recognize this and steadfastly uphold the principle of aiding friends while combating foes, Any actions we take will be steps in the right direction. Nevertheless, it is best to avoid getting entangled in disputes. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement, his gaze resolute as he remarked, Changsha's advice is practical and wise. Nanchang, please prepare several contingency plans in line with this approach. Nanchang, after a brief moment of contemplation, responded with a serious and focused demeanor. Understood, Commander. His words were concise, yet powerful. Zhang Heng stretched leisurely, a relaxed smile gracing his face, and suggested, let us roam around Caesarea and explore. In the days to come, it seems that such leisurely and delightful moments will be rare. Upon hearing this, Datong leapt up in excitement, exclaiming, oh yeah, we can go enjoy delicious food again. Ishian, witnessing her enthusiasm, smiled and gently embraced Datong, feigning reproach as she said, all you think about is eating. Weren't you satisfied by the lavish banquet we just had? Datong looked up, her large eyes sparkling with innocence, and plaintively replied, Sister Ishian, how can one indulge in such a formal setting? Afterward, she turned to Qingzhou and, in a playful tone, asked, right, Sister Qingzhou? Qingzhou, unable to resist, gently tapped Datong's forehead and affectionately smiled. Indeed, indeed, our little foodie. Amidst their laughter, the group set forth on a joyful journey in Caesarea, filled with happiness. The afternoon sun generously bathed Caesarea, a city that harmoniously blends historical depth with coastal charm. Zhang Heng and his companions departed from the solemn military governor's area, merging into the city's somewhat languorous rhythm. The air was imbued with the briny scent of the sea, the toasty aroma of freshly baked bread, and an indescribable essence unique to the Rose Sea. Wow, so many people, Datong exclaimed, like a bird released from its cage, breaking free from Ishian's grasp and animatedly pointing at the bustling seaside promenade. On one side lay the dazzling azure of the Black Sea, where seagulls circled and called, and colorful sailboats floated gracefully. On the other side stood a row of buildings, their stone facades bearing the marks of time, balconies adorned with blooming flowers, and CAFs setting their tables and chairs on the sidewalks, where patrons leisurely sipped coffee or tea. Zhang Heng's gaze frequently drifted to the shop signs lining the streets. An old-fashioned CAF caught his attention, its exterior painted in a soft beige hue, with pots of blooming geraniums at the entrance. The rich aroma of coffee mingled with the fragrance of flowers, wafting invitingly. Shall we step inside? He called out to the others. Upon entering the CAF, the wooden tables and chairs exuded a subtle scent of timber, while black and white photographs adorned the walls, chronicling Caesaria's past. The waitress, a girl with a sweet smile, warmly introduced the specialty beverages to the group. Datong immediately rushed to the counter, standing on her tiptoes, her eyes fixed eagerly on the exquisite desserts displayed in the glass case. I want this one and that one too, she exclaimed, animatedly gesturing as she spoke. After leaving the CAF, they arrived at a small square surrounded by a crowd. In the center, several dancers clad in vibrant traditional costumes twirled and leaped to the rhythm of the accordion and tambourine, their skirts swirling gracefully. Datong was instantly captivated, pushing her way to the front of the crowd, her eyes sparkling with delight. It was a local folk dance. Zhang Heng paused to watch, a light smile gracing his face. He noted that the accommodation arranged by Sevastopol was not far from here, in a truly tranquil and secure environment. A thoughtful gesture that warmed his heart once more. It appears quite vibrant, remarked Hangzhou, crossing her arms. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement, saying, yes. Let us soak in the atmosphere here. Datong, don't just watch. Would you like to try? He asked, smiling at the entranced little one. Datong nodded excitedly, yet shyly shrank behind Ishian. Sister Ishian, let us go over there and see what delicacies await. I can smell something incredibly fragrant. Her keen nose led her to a barbecue stall at the edge of the square, emanating wisps of steam and an enticing aroma. Large chunks of sizzling meat skewered on massive iron rods crackled enticingly, the scent of spices boldly infiltrating the nostrils of every passerby. You, my dear. Ishian shook her head indulgently, but was still tugged along by Datong. Qingzhou followed suit with a smile. Boss, what is this? Datong inquired, her eyes glued to the golden brown, glistening meat skewers. The stall owner, a robust man with a thick beard, warmly welcomed the group of impeccably dressed and distinguished Eastern guests, introducing his fair and heavily accented common tongue. Esteemed guests, this is shashlik from Caesarea, fine lamb marinated with our secret spices and grilled over charcoal. Would you like to sample a skewer? I assure you, it will be unforgettable. Datong immediately looked to Zhang Heng, her eyes brimming with desire. Zhang Heng chuckled as he produced local currency. Let us have one skewer each, please. Thank you. He turned to Sichuan and Qinghai Lake, suggesting they partake in local customs and taste the offerings. Before long, each person held a fragrant skewer of grilled meat. Datong eagerly took a large bite, exhaling in surprise at the heat, her face alight with satisfaction. Delicious. Even better than at the banquet. It has a taste of the smoke, she mumbled, her words slightly garbled. Yixian savored her bite, nodding in approval. The spices are quite distinctive, and the meat is tender. Meanwhile, Qinju carefully removed some meat from the skewer, sharing it with Datong, concerned she might choke if she rushed her eating. Zhang Heng, observing Datong relishing her meal, teased, "Did you not just have dessert? Can you still eat more? Sweetness resides in a separate stomach." Datong retorted confidently. As the golden rays of the setting sun gradually painted the sea and ancient buildings in hues of red, they arrived at a panoramic viewing platform, greeted by the breathtaking sunset over the Black Sea. A colossal fireball sank slowly beneath the horizon, igniting the sky and sea in a blaze of golden red and violet. The sea breeze caressed their faces with a refreshing chill. Zhang Heng leaned against the railing, gazing at the awe-inspiring vista, releasing a long, deep breath. His companions, Changsha serene, Nanchang focused, Sichuan resolute, Hangzhou spirited, Yixian gentle, Qinju tranquil, Datong lively, and Qinghai Lake standing alongside the Silk Road arc, wore smiles as soft as a spring breeze. All immersed in this rare moment of tranquility and grandeur. How beautiful, Yixian murmured softly. Zhang Heng turned to his comrades of the North Sea Fleet, their silhouettes outlined in golden light by the setting sun. His heart swelled with strength and responsibility. Let us savor this evening. His voice was gentle yet firm, reminiscent of Sebastopol's wisdom, and embrace everything this place has to offer. Tomorrow, we shall truly rely on ourselves. Remember who we are, remember our goals, and also remember to aid our friends and confront our enemies. Yes, Commander. The group echoed in unison, their voices soft yet imbued with a steely resolve. Even Datong stood a little taller, determined to embody the spirit of their mission. Chapter 6. Rose Island. A few days later, the fleet completed a thorough rest at Casalia. During this period, Sichuan promptly dispatched Wushan 7 to conduct detailed reconnaissance of the forward route, gathering a wealth of critical information. At this moment, fully prepared, Zhang Heng and his companions bid a fond farewell to the warm-hearted city of Sevastopol, formally raising their sails to embark on a new journey southward. Considering the numerous uncertainties that lay ahead, the group decided, after much deliberation, to discontinue their voyage aboard the Silk Road Arkansas. Thus, the Sichuan once again became their vessel. Meanwhile, the destroyer girls took on the crucial responsibility of escorting the fleet, systematically executing escort missions with precision. As the Sichuan slowly departed, the coastline of Casalia gradually faded from view until it ultimately vanished. From this moment onward, the unknown journey ahead would entirely rely on the collective efforts of the Northern Sea Fleet as they ventured forth to explore and confront challenges with their own strength. As the fleet resolutely sailed southward, the surrounding environment unfolded like a slowly revealing canvas, quietly undergoing significant transformations. The most immediate change was the notable reduction in the frequency of deep-sea encounters. With the advanced detection equipment of Wushan 7 and KJ 600, a meticulous search was conducted over an expansive radius of 500 kilometers, yet not a single trace of the wandering deep sea was detected. This undoubtedly provided a slight easing of the heightened tension felt throughout the fleet. Another significant change, however, took Zhang Heng by surprise. The temperature began to rise steadily. Clad in the elegant white cashmere Zhongshan suit meticulously crafted for him by Comet during their time at Ocean Cape, he found himself drenched in sweat, each pore seemingly crying out in discomfort. That very night, the tranquil atmosphere was interrupted by a gentle knock at the door. Upon opening it, Zhang Heng discovered Qinghai Lake standing at the threshold, holding a set of garments. With a warm smile, Qinghai Lake said, "Commander, I have specially prepared a set of summer uniforms for you. Please change into them promptly. I must admit, I overlooked this issue earlier, considering how hot you appear." Zhang Heng's eyes sparkled with surprise at the sight of the brand-new uniform in Qinghai Lake's hands, as if he had found a savior in a moment of despair. Gratefully, he exclaimed, "Thank you so much, Qinghai Lake. You have truly saved my life." This experience has made me increasingly aware that even the tiniest oversight during a march can impact the whole operation. It has also deepened my admiration for those experienced and thoughtful soldiers back home. The fleet continued its southward voyage, and the surface of the sea became dotted with human vessels, resembling countless stars, varying in size and number. It was evident that the majority of these ships were merchant vessels engaged in distant trade, laden with goods as they traversed the vast ocean. When these vessels encountered the Northern Sea Fleet, adorned with the 5-star red flag, although they were unaware of the identity of these ship girls, a natural instinct of goodwill and respect prompted most of them to sound their horns, extending sincere greetings to Zhang Heng and his crew. The resonant echoes of those long-horn blasts reverberated across the expansive sea, conveying a message of friendship. The flagship of the North Sea Fleet, the Sichuan, always reciprocates in a similarly fervent manner. The sound of its responding horn resonates loud and clear, as if to convey, "We traverse this shared ocean together, wishing for a safe journey." This simple, yet warm interaction perpetually unfolds upon the azure waters. The fleet sails southward, nearing the southernmost point of its journey, poised to make a 90-degree turn, officially embarking on an easterly course. At that moment, a unique island comes into view, adorned predominantly in yellow, yet sprinkled with patches of green oasis, emerging in the waters to the fleet's left front. On the bridge of the Sichuan, Zhang Heng gazes intently at the island and inquires of his companion. "That must be Rose Island, correct? It lies at the very heart of the Rose Sea. Once we pass this island, we shall indeed head east, shall we not?" Sichuan nods in affirmation. "Precisely, Commander. From this point onward, we shall officially turn eastward." Qinzhou raises a hand to shield his eyes from the sun, fixated on the island, murmuring, "Is this the place mentioned in Sevastopol, where humanity battles against itself?" Nanchang, holding the reconnaissance records from recent days, responds earnestly, "Indeed, not only that, but this conflict occurs between the inhabitants of Orion's Island to the south and those of Rose Island." Silk Road Arc furrows his brow, a hint of compassion gracing his features as he quietly remarks, "War, while we are indeed instruments of it, should be minimized as much as possible. Life is an exceedingly precious gift." Upon hearing this, the assembly instinctively nods in agreement, resonating with Silk Road Arc's sentiments. Zhang Heng turns to Nanchang, asking, "So, we must navigate through the waters between Orion's Island and Rose Island?" Upon hearing this, Nanchang approaches the central control console of the Sichuan, swiftly retrieving hydrological data provided by the Northern Alliance, gesturing towards the screen as she elucidates. She states, "Please observe, there exists a waterway between Rose Island and Orion's Island. Not particularly wide, yet notably deep. To the south of Orion's Island lies a barren reef cluster. At first glance, it appears remarkably open. Yet the underwater hydrological conditions are exceedingly complex. Should we opt to circumvent Orion's Island, we would need to travel approximately another 1,000 kilometers to the south." As the group focuses on the navigational discussion, Changsha suddenly appears to recollect something, his expression sharpening as he poses a question. "Friends, consider this carefully. How long has it been since we last encountered a merchant vessel?" No sooner had he spoken than Datong's crisp voice rang out, her soft tone imbued with seriousness. "The last sighting of a human merchant ship was yesterday, at 11:35 a.m., Northern Alliance Standard Time. It is now 2:52 p.m., meaning we have not seen a merchant vessel for 27 hours and 17 minutes. Upon hearing this, Nanchang exchanges a grave glance with Changsha, analyzing the situation with concern. Such a lengthy absence of merchant ships suggests that the scale of this conflict between humanity is formidable. Merchant vessels have chosen to detour around this maritime expanse. Changsha nodded in agreement, his expression grave as he proposed, "I concur with Nanchang's assessment. Therefore, I believe that even if it requires an additional 1,000 kilometers, we should navigate south of Orion's Island. Given the current circumstances, following the original route poses a significant risk of entanglement and conflict." Zhang Heng's gaze slowly traversed each of the fleet girls present, who all nodded in unison, clearly in accord with Changsha's judgment. Consequently, Zhang Heng resolutely issued orders to Sichuan and the escort vessel, Hangzhou. "Sichuan, Hangzhou, proceed south and circumvent Orion's Island, making every effort to avoid contact with humans on the island during our voyage." Sichuan and Hangzhou responded in unison, their voices firm and resolute. "Understood, Commander." However, As the fleet smoothly navigated past the designated turning point and continued southward, the tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered. In an instant, the alarms of Hangzhou and Sichuan blared simultaneously, as if heralding the arrival of danger. Almost immediately, Hangzhou's urgent report came through the communicator. Report to the flagship, Hangzhou's radar has detected a 1,000-ton light vessel departing from the port of Rose Island at the 9 o'clock position, 30 kilometers away. It has been confirmed to be a fleet girl, currently departing at high speed. Following closely behind, a 3,000-ton human warship is in pursuit and is actively firing upon the destroyer. Should we intervene? Repeat, should we intervene? The crew quickly gathered around Sichuan's radar screen, where the displayed information matched Hangzhou's report precisely. An atmosphere of tension pervaded the bridge. Zhang Heng, Nanchang, and Changsha exchanged swift glances, with Zhang Heng being the first to declare his stance, stating firmly, "I believe we must intervene." Nanchang turned to Changsha, his gaze inquiring. Awaiting his response, Changsha promptly rendered his judgment, decisively affirming, "I concur with the commander's opinion." With their responses secured, Nanchang immediately proposed a specific execution plan to conduct warning shots to drive the human warship away without initially considering the option to sink it. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement and then decisively commanded over the communicator, "Hangzhou, execute warning shots," ensuring both parties disengage. The 30-kilometer distance exceeded Hangzhou's AK-130 naval guns' standard ammunition range. Observing this, Hangzhou swiftly altered its strategy, opting for guided extended-range shells, unleashing a rapid series of shots towards the waters surrounding the human warship. In an instant, each shell accurately struck 20 meters off the starboard side of the vessel, creating towering geysers of water upon impact, resembling blooming white flowers, underscoring their formidable deterrence. At that moment, as Hangzhou executed the warning shots, Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, his expression serious as he posed a question to Changsha. "Changsha, I ask you earnestly, as our political officer, are fleet girls truly as innocent and benevolent as we perceive them? Is our decision to assist her in evading pursuit truly the right one?" Changsha's expression was grave as he responded without hesitation. "Based on the information perceived by my cognitive core, it is evident that the ship girls are, in essence, benevolent spirits birthed from the sea, worthy of our trust. However, despite the benevolence of the world's will, when have we, as Chinese, ever blindly placed our faith solely in such an abstract notion?" Nanchang interjected solemnly. "Indeed, the struggle against heaven, earth, and humanity is deeply imprinted in our very blood and spirit. In any circumstance, we must not relinquish our capacity for discernment." Changsha nodded slightly and continued, "At present, we cannot rashly judge based solely on partial understanding, yet we must also allow room for judgment. Should this ship girl return to the sea and reveal herself as our ally, how regrettable it would be if we hesitated and failed to extend our aid. Moreover, we are not tasked with directly vanquishing her enemies. Identifying who is an enemy and who is a friend requires a thorough analysis grounded in objective reality. We cannot hastily conclude based on mere identities of human or ship girl. Commander, aiding the vulnerable is a choice inherent to every benevolent soul." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's gaze grew resolute, nodding vigorously in strong agreement with Changsha's perspective. Following the formidable warning shots from Hangzhou, the human warship gradually ceased its advance, its cannons falling silent, no longer unleashing their thunderous barrage. Meanwhile, the pursued ship girl escort, akin to a small boat seeking refuge amidst a tempest, rapidly made its way towards the North Sea Fleet, anxiously relaying its identity over the communication channel. A voice, tinged with a quaver yet imbued with unwavering resolve, rang out clearly. "To the ship girl bearing a red flag ahead, I am the Beijia-class escort HQ-13 from the Rose Islands Damascus Guard, carrying my commander and 12 civilians. We request asylum, we request asylum." Zhang Heng, with a serious and solemn demeanor, picked up the communicator and responded with calm authority. "I am Zhang Heng, commander of the North Sea Fleet of the People's Navy of China, and I grant your request for asylum. Please approach our fleet with haste." No sooner had he finished speaking than the small escort vessel surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the Sichuan. Chapter 7. Hearing PSI. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their ratings. The score for this novel was released yesterday. I sincerely thank you all. As an amateur writer, managing to produce 2 chapters a day is quite an endeavor for me. However, to express my appreciation for your unwavering support, I am striving this week to expand the previous 2 chapters, which totaled over 4,000 words, to over 6,000 words, without any stored drafts. I am truly doing my best. Yet, if I find a moment of respite in the coming days, I will endeavor to provide even more. Once again, I deeply appreciate the affection from all of you. PSII, Orients, derived from Latin, specifically refers to the regions of the East, encompassing the Near East, Middle East, and Far East. Iacobus, the Latin form of Jacob, HQ-13, and its crew ascended the gangway of the Sichuan ship through the aft cargo hatch. The 13 humans aboard, a mix of both genders and ages, appeared to resemble a family. The Silk Road arc promptly sprang into action, guiding all the humans to a designated area for a thorough examination to ensure their health and to ascertain that no unknown infectious diseases would jeopardize Zhonghong. Meanwhile, Qinghai Lake busied herself, meticulously preparing a variety of dishes to warmly welcome these newcomers. HQ-13 gracefully transformed back into her ship girl form, revealing a petite and exceedingly charming little girl before the crowd. She possessed the quintessential features of a Northern Union inhabitant, even slightly shorter than Daton. Adorned in clothing rich with Middle Eastern characteristics, her upper attire consisted of a snug short-sleeve top that accentuated her sprightly form, while her lower half was clad in loose trousers that cleverly cinched at the ankles, exuding both liveliness and playfulness. Barefoot, she sported delicate anklets that jingled softly with each step, their sparkling embellishments glimmering delightfully in the light. A red scarf draped over her head, enhancing the fairness of her complexion, creating a harmonious blend of cuteness and exotic flair. After receiving the newcomers, the Sichuan ship slowly departed from the coastline. The human warship, having witnessed the precise and swift barrage from Hangzhou, was struck with trepidation, hesitating to make any further rash moves, and reluctantly returned to port. When the Sichuan ship was approximately 80 kilometers from Rose Island, it gradually came to a halt. Once Silk Road arc confirmed that these humans were physically unharmed, she led them to the resting area, allowing them to recuperate after their exhausting journey. Meanwhile, Huahua remained steadfast on the bridge, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings while skillfully operating the ship's surveillance system, keeping a watchful eye on the unfamiliar newcomers, ever alert to prevent any destructive actions. Once everyone was settled, HQ-13 and her commander convened in the meeting room. At this moment, with the Hangzhou on escort duty outside, the entire Beihai fleet had gathered together. Zhang Heng sat at the head of the table, flanked by Nanchang and Changsha on either side, while the remaining ship girls were seated in an orderly fashion along both sides. As Zhang Heng observed the charming HQ-13, reminiscent of an elementary school student, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman with a bushy beard entering the room, a gentle smile graced his face. He raised his hand in a welcoming gesture, inviting them to take a seat. The gentleman, clad in a flowing white robe, stood tall, his right hand reverently placed upon his chest as he performed a solemn greeting. He then spoke in a language that Zhang Heng could not comprehend. "I am Habib ibn Yazan Dimashqi from Damascus. You may affectionately refer to me as Habib. I sincerely thank you for your generous assistance." As soon as he finished speaking, the Silk Road arc promptly translated his words clearly and accurately for Zhang Heng, while also preparing to convey Zhang Heng's response in kind. With a warm smile and friendly demeanor, Zhang Heng introduced himself. "I am Zhang Heng, commander of the North Sea Fleet. Please, take a seat." Simultaneously, HQ-13 softly translated Zhang Heng's words to Habib. Once he observed them settled comfortably across the conference table, Zhang Heng's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he began to methodically inquire about the details of the matter at hand. Habib began to recount his experiences, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "I hail from the city of Damascus on Rose Island, where my family holds a respectable legacy. Those accompanying HQ-13 are my dear relatives, and I am the sole commander of Rose Island. However, my abilities are limited, and thus far, I have only summoned HQ-13 as my guardian ship girl." At this juncture, he cast a fond gaze at HQ-13, pausing briefly before continuing. 20 years ago, I ventured northward to pursue my studies and was discovered to possess the talent of a commander. Subsequently, I became a commander within the Northern Union. The ship type of HQ-13 originates from the Northern Union, and it was during that time that our bond was forged. He paused again, seemingly lost in reflection. Before continuing, I served in the Northern Union until the recent deep-sea cataclysm. Due to my limited strength, I was not selected for the expedition to the Arctic Circle. Ultimately, that mission ended in failure, prompting a significant restructuring within the Northern Union, during which I chose to retire and return to my long-absent homeland. The room fell silent as everyone listened intently, with only Habib's steady voice resonating in the conference hall. Habib continued, "Rose Island is renowned for its roses and handcrafted soaps. Yet our self-sufficiency in food production is quite low. For an extended period, we have relied on commerce to sustain the island's development. Upon my return home, I devoted myself wholeheartedly to commercial advancement alongside my family. Thanks to HQ-13's unwavering support, our trade routes have remained safe and smooth. Surely, you have noticed the threats posed by the deep sea in this vicinity, which starkly contrast with those of the north." He took a deep breath, as if to calm his emotions, and proceeded to elaborate. "The troubles began approximately 8 years ago. Our main business involved transporting handcrafted goods from Rose Island to the islands of Orients, trading them in the western regions of the Rose Sea, particularly in the areas of Iris and Sardinia, where we exchanged them for currency and industrial products, which we then transported back to the Northern Union in exchange for food." Upon reaching this point, he could not help but raise his hand to cover his face, a visage marred by regret. "During that time, I was perpetually traversing various locales as a merchant. Along the way, I encountered some individuals of the same ethnicity as myself, yet residing in the West. They recounted to me that since ancient times, they had been compelled to leave their homeland. Now, having attained a measure of wealth and, with the advent of the ship girls, humanity could coexist peacefully. Thus, they yearned to return to the island of Orients. Out of sympathy for my kin and the desire to earn their fare, I facilitated the return of many who claimed to be chosen by the divine to Orion's island." Habib lifted his cup, gently sipping water to soothe his parched throat, and continued, "Of course, I was not alone in this endeavor. In fact, nearly all merchant vessels operating along this route have transported a considerable number of those who identify as Iacobus." Zhang Heng, with a visage of confusion, inquired, "What exactly is the nature of these so-called Iacobus?" Habib's expression grew solemn, his gaze distant as he slowly replied, "Initially, I perceived nothing particularly extraordinary about them. However, upon their arrival at Orion's Island, their first utterance invariably is, 'I thank the great deity for allowing me to return to this divinely bestowed land.'" Zhang Heng, increasingly perplexed, scratched his head and remarked, "What is the issue with that? People possess religious beliefs. Is that not a commonplace occurrence? While I may not fully comprehend it, I would certainly extend my respect." At that moment, HQ-13 hastily interjected, "Commander Zhang Heng, the matter extends far beyond this. Regardless of the circumstances, they attribute everything to the divine. When sustenance is available, they proclaim it a gift from the deity. When it rains, they deem it a blessing, should a storm arise. They declare it divine punishment. Even when receiving assistance from others, they insist it is the deity who sent that individual to aid them." As an increasing number of Iacobus returned to Orion's Island, they began brandishing books purportedly inscribed with divine proclamations, demanding that other inhabitants vacate the premises. According to their texts, this island has been exclusively granted to the Iacobus by the divine, and the presence of others is an affront to the deity, warranting punishment. The members of the Northern Fleet exchanged incredulous glances, their faces a canvas of disbelief and confusion. They strained their minds, but could not fathom the absurd logic at play. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, a look of contemplation in his eyes, murmuring, "Is it truly justified to expel those who have long dwelled on the island merely due to a book? This seems excessively far-fetched." Nanchang, equally astonished, interjected, "This is nothing short of sophistry. If they were to have their way, would not all worldly possessions be subject to their arbitrary definitions?" Changsha shook his head in resignation, offering a wry smile. "Such a mindset is utterly baffling and difficult to comprehend." The other ship girls whispered among themselves, expressing their inability to endorse such nonsensical actions, as the atmosphere in the conference room thickened with confusion and incredulity. Chapter 8. The Choice in Nanchang. A furrowed brow adorned with vigilance and confusion, Zhang Heng directly posed a question. "Mr. Habib, you just mentioned that the Jacobians returned only in recent years. How then did the warships pursuing you come to be? Their level of industrialization appears remarkably advanced." Habib inhaled deeply, slowly settling into his chair. His gaze, profound and contemplative, drifted into a brief reverie before he spoke. We are indeed oblivious to the developments that transpired on Orion Island. All we know is that 5 years ago, a tempest suddenly erupted on the island. In the name of their deity, they launched a war against the other inhabitants, issuing an ultimatum: either convert to their faith and assimilate into their belief system, or be expelled from Orion Island. Despite the Jacobians' formidable advance, the islanders of Orion were not easily intimidated. Although lacking the support of ship girls, they resisted with unwavering tenacity. Notably, the Lord of Elohim City swiftly organized a city militia, a valiant force that soon dealt a decisive blow to the Jacobians, utterly defeating them and commencing their expulsion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's perplexity swelled like a snowball, leading him to exclaim, "They appeared to be lacking in combat capability before. How could they possibly rebound? Look at this situation. Have they already conquered Orion Island?" HQ-13 nodded vigorously, her charming little head bobbing as she somberly remarked, "Orion Island has indeed fallen, almost overnight." Seeing the shock etched on the faces of the North Sea Fleet, Habib sighed in resignation, continuing, "After the victory, the Lord of Elohim City decreed their expulsion. Yet, since it was an expulsion, no specific arrangements were made for their departure. They were simply taken to the open sea, given a wooden raft to share among a few, essentially left to their own devices. They often spoke of their deity, so we thought we would see if their god would come to their rescue." Zhang Heng, Changsha, and Nanchang exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend this method of handling the situation, yet they refrained from voicing any opinions. Habib continued, "Originally, this matter seemed to have settled, with the lords of both islands advising us merchants against bringing back any Jacobians. However, a dramatic turn of events occurred 9 months ago when the exiled Jacobians returned, and they did so aboard colossal warships. Indeed, these vessels bore a striking resemblance to the one you are currently aboard, though they were not aircraft carriers. The upper structure was a quintessential battleship design, complete with a vast dock capable of continuously deploying tanks. With such resources, they swiftly reclaimed Orion Island overnight. Subsequently, they spent the next 8 months systematically eradicating all resistance on the island. As of now, Orion Island has completely fallen into Jacobian hands." Zhang Heng was momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched across his face as he blurted out, "What on earth is happening? Tanks? And amphibious vessels? If they truly possessed such technology, how could they have been driven away in the past?" Habib, with a resigned gesture, spread his hands, indicating his uncertainty regarding the identity of those who supported them from the shadows. "Nevertheless, it is a fact that the Jacobs people now wield such formidable power." He continued, "By the way, there is another change I noticed during their assault on Rose Island. The deity they once worshipped lacked a distinct visage. It was merely a symbol, either a hexagram or some other pattern. They claimed their god to be unique and elusive. Yet now, their god has acquired a specific form, a beautiful woman cradling a peculiar pet, which appeared to be neither an octopus nor a squid." Upon hearing the term female octopus, Zhang Heng was struck by an intense sense of déjà vu, as if a powerful wave of recognition surged within him. The harrowing battle at Canning Island vividly resurfaced in his mind, the fierce scenes of combat lingering persistently. His expression grew serious. Nanchang subtly turned her head. Her gaze meeting Yixian's, an unspoken understanding seemed to pass between them, suggesting Yixian had also contemplated that possibility. Thus, Nanchang directed her attention to HQ-13 and earnestly inquired, "HQ-13, as a ship girl, have you sensed the essence of the deep sea in their equipment?" HQ-13 gently shook her head and replied in her soft, melodic voice, "Not at all. I only perceive a pure mechanical essence, unlike anything from the deep sea. Moreover, it is common knowledge that the deep sea cannot reach the shore." At this moment, Zhang Heng slowly rose, donning a warm yet courteous smile. "Ladies, after enduring such turmoil, you must be weary. Please retire to your respective quarters and rest well." Before Habib turned to leave, his eyes brimmed with both confusion and hope as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Heng and asked, "Will you assist us?" Upon witnessing this, Changsha also stood, facing Habib with a serious expression, stating, "Our principle is to refrain from interfering in the internal affairs of other nations. Your account has provided us with a general understanding of your predicament. However, we must also make our own judgments. Please take a moment to rest. We will conduct a careful evaluation promptly. If you possess the will to fight, I recommend you peruse this book. I hope it may prove beneficial to you." With that, Changsha produced a small booklet with a red cover. This was something she had penned after arriving on Mercury, during her downtime from combat duties, synthesizing the instructor's philosophies with the realities of Mercury. Though not yet completely refined, she firmly believed it would one day serve as a guiding doctrine for the Baha'i fleet. Habib solemnly accepted the booklet, expressing, "Thank you. I will study it earnestly. Your strength suggests you possess unique insights. However, regardless of your ultimate decision, please inform us at the earliest opportunity. Time is of the essence for Rose Island, and we cannot afford any delays." Changshan nodded in affirmation. After Habib and HQ-13 departed, Zhang Heng immediately ordered everyone to enter the mental space, thus allowing those engaged in the escort mission in Hangzhou to partake in the meeting. Nanchang swiftly conveyed the content recounted by Habib to Hangzhou. Subsequently, Zhang commenced the meeting, his demeanor grave as he articulated, "This is an emergency meeting of an extraordinary nature. We shall not adhere to the usual protocols. Hangzhou, Sichuan, and all present, did you truly perceive no hint of the deep sea when you encountered the vessel pursuing HQ-13? Both Hangzhou and Sichuan shook their heads, with Hangzhou being the first to respond. The aura emanating from that ship bore no distinction from the human merchant vessels we previously encountered. It was entirely devoid of any life essence. You are aware that upon encountering the deep sea, our mental core instinctively generates a profound aversion, whereas, when faced with a ship girl, we cannot help but feel a sense of familiarity. This sensation is beyond personal volition, it is innate." Sichuan then added, "Indeed, we felt nothing peculiar about that ship. It was as unremarkable as a stone or a brick by the roadside. However, HQ-13 was entirely different. Our immediate recognition of her as a ship girl stemmed from that instinctive sense of familiarity." Zhang Heng nodded slightly and spoke slowly. "Regarding the beliefs of this Jacobus person, I prefer not to pass excessive judgment. After all, similar individuals exist in our homeland. While I personally harbor some disdain, it is akin to the stance of our local government. We shall not directly intervene to assist the oppressed, merely offering support and humanitarian aid suffices. As the elder once stated, self-reliance as the primary focus, seeking external aid as a supplement. This holds significant truth. If a faction lacks the will to struggle, no external assistance will avail. Nevertheless, judging by Habib and their demeanor, they appear to retain a fighting spirit." Changsha, as the political commissar, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Changsha, with a solemn expression, replied earnestly, "Initially, I believed we were witnessing a typical religious war. However, after listening to Habib's narrative, I am convinced it is anything but. It is a wholly one-sided so-called religious war. The opposing side lacks any contradictory religious beliefs, rendering its classification as an act of aggression more fitting. I still uphold my previous stance. We can offer them ideological support and even some assistance with weaponry. But directly engaging in warfare against humans is not the correct course of action." Zhang Heng shifted his gaze to Nanchang, who immediately understood and nodded in agreement. "I share the same opinion as Changsha. At first, I pondered whether we could serve as intermediaries to mediate. After all, I believed all discrepancies could be resolved through negotiation. Yet it appears I underestimated the complexity of the situation. Such religious zealots are not amenable to negotiation." Zhang Heng nodded once more, expressing his concurrence. "I align with your perspectives. We can offer them guidance and thought, akin to providing intellectual weaponry, while the Silk Road Arc can extend relevant medical assistance. I believe this encapsulates the utmost of our capabilities." Upon finishing, Zhang Heng was momentarily engulfed in silence. After a brief contemplation, he resumed speaking. "I have always sensed an inexplicable dissonance surrounding this matter. How could their military power have surged so dramatically in such a short span? Moreover, that statue, described in such vivid detail, evokes an uncanny familiarity. I cannot shake the feeling that there lies a shadow of the deep sea behind it. Lastly, I wonder if you have noticed? 9 months ago, coincidentally, was when I summoned Sichuan, and now, similar amphibious assault vessels have emerged here. Could this truly be mere coincidence?" The atmosphere grew heavy with a fleeting silence, particularly among those who had personally experienced the Battle of Cape Canning. The silhouette of that deep-sea flagship was indelibly etched in their minds, hauntingly persistent. At that moment, Hangzhou abruptly slammed his hand on the table and declared loudly, "What use is it to ponder so much? Let us directly assault the island known as Oriens, demolish their temple, and ascertain whether that so-called deity will manifest. Clarity will ensue without undue complication." Hearing this, Changsha immediately shot a glare at Hangzhou and sternly remarked, "Hangzhou, are you contemplating writing a thought report?" Instantly, Hangzhou deflated like a punctured balloon, mumbling, "I was merely speaking offhandedly, just a fleeting thought." At that juncture, Datong raised his hand high, exuberantly stating, "Comrade Commander, Sister Changsha, Sister Nanchang, may I take charge of this matter? I have means to uncover whether they are colluding with the deep sea." Although my tenure in the Navy was brief, as I swiftly transitioned to the Coast Guard, I have acquired numerous formidable skills there. Zhang Heng regarded Datong, whose face was alight with anticipation and eagerness, and smiled as he inquired, "Oh, little Datong, how do you intend to proceed? I must emphasize, do not place yourself in peril." With a confident smile adorning his face, Datong replied, "Comrade Commander, I assure you I will not. Sister Sichuan's vessel is equipped with advanced detection devices, and Sister Nanchang possesses formidable radar. That will suffice." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng clapped his hands in satisfaction and proclaimed, "Excellent. It is decided then. This investigation will be entrusted to you, Datong. We shall all fully support your efforts." Datong leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Hooray! Datong can be of great service. I am so delighted." Chapter 9 Investigation. As the meeting concluded, the attendees swiftly congregated on the bridge of the Sichuan ship, eagerly awaiting instructions from Datong. Standing tall at the command platform, Datong, despite her youthful visage, exuded an air of solemnity that belied her age, combining seriousness with an endearing charm. Her gaze was resolute, and her voice rang clear and melodious, creating a striking contrast as she addressed Sichuan. "Sichuan sister, I kindly request that you deploy several Wuzhan 7 drones immediately to conduct reconnaissance missions over Orion Island and Rose Island. It is imperative to exhaust all efforts to collect comprehensive images detailing the terrain, landscape, and architectural layouts of both islands. Additionally, please allocate 1 or 2 drones to focus on key targets such as the ports, warehouses, barracks, and the enigmatic temple on Orion Island, ensuring no critical information is overlooked." After articulating the tasks for Sichuan, Datong gently tapped her temple with her finger and continued, "Sichuan sister, we also require the assistance of the KJ 600 to survey the surrounding 500 kilometers of sea. We must meticulously search for their last landing point before approaching Orion Island, as this represents a significant lead." Having conveyed the directives for Sichuan, Datong turned her gaze towards Nanchang, her eyes brimming with trust. "Nanchang sister, since Sirius sister and her team have yet to join us, is your electronic warfare system capable of intercepting communications on the island?" Nanchang nodded slightly, her expression earnest. "Monitoring is feasible, but the complexity of the languages spoken by the island's inhabitants makes it challenging for me to guarantee 100% accuracy in understanding." At this moment, Silk Road Arc stepped forward, her tone sincere. "Nanchang, I can assist you in filtering and analyzing the collected information. However, I must first check on the crew's condition aboard the ship to ensure everything is functioning properly." Without hesitation, Nanchang responded affirmatively, "Then I entrust this to you." Meanwhile, Zhang Heng observed the composed Datong with a smile and inquired, "Datong, is there anything I can do to assist with this operation?" Datong blinked her lively eyes and replied playfully, "Commander, please rest assured and conserve your energy." Once Zhang Heng was settled, Datong turned her attention to Qinzhou and Yixian, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Qinzhou's sister, Yixian's sister, the underwater reconnaissance efforts will rely entirely on you." Qinzhou playfully saluted and cheerfully replied, "At your command, Officer Datong. We shall ensure the mission is accomplished." Yixian simply smiled graciously in agreement. Changsha, wearing a smile, watched the scene with great interest, contemplating the inclusion of these events in the red book she was compiling. Meanwhile, Qinghai Lake busied herself preparing snacks and beverages, infusing a touch of warmth into the otherwise tense atmosphere of work. After a moment of contemplation, Nanchang added to Datong's arrangements, "Sichuan, just in case. Your fighter jets must also be airborne swiftly, coordinating closely with the early warning aircraft and Hangzhou to establish robust defensive lines, remaining vigilant for any unforeseen circumstances." With Datong's series of directives delivered in an orderly fashion, the entire fleet sprang into action. In an instant, colossal warships emerged upon the tranquil sea, exuding an extraordinary aura. On the deck of the Sichuan, the engines of the fighter jets roared deafeningly as they soared into the azure sky. Zhang Heng observed as the personnel swiftly entered combat readiness, while Datong diligently assisted Sichuan in processing various streams of information, meticulously planning flight paths, and analyzing key areas for reconnaissance. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Heng turned to Changsha and said, "Let us go meet those individuals. Remaining here feels unhelpful." Upon hearing this, Changsha inquired of Silu Fangzhou, "Commander, may we approach those people?" Silu Fangzhou smiled and nodded, responding, "After bringing them on board, I have conducted the necessary cleanup and checks. There will be no issues. It is permissible for the commander to offer them some comfort. However, do not take too long, as I need to return and assist Nanchang in sifting through communication information." Zhang Heng and Changsha first greeted each individual warmly, engaging in heartfelt conversation. Through these exchanges, they gained a deeper understanding of the customs and culture of Rose Island. Meanwhile, Silu Fangzhou also conducted a re-examination of the group to confirm that all was in order. After concluding their visit, Zhang Heng said to Silu Fangzhou, "You should assist Nanchang. Changsha and I will seek out Habib to discuss their current thoughts." Once Silu Fangzhou departed, Zhang Heng and Changsha walked together, conversing. Zhang Heng remarked, "The local customs and culture here resemble those of the Middle East, devoid of the Green Church." Changsha nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. Previously, Nanchang informed me that the region akin to France where we signed the contract has experienced a religious schism. Initially, I thought that human religions might influence the ship girls. However, given the current circumstances, it seems that the ship girls have brought the religions of their original world here. The absence of the Green Church raises the question of whether it is because no corresponding ship girls were born here. This matter is exceedingly complex, and to truly comprehend it, we must conduct thorough field research." Zhang Heng sighed in resignation. "Yes, during the Northern Union, their architecture included churches. I once thought that this place merely differed in name and natural environment from my homeland, never seriously contemplating whether humans influenced the ship girls or vice versa." At this point, Zhang Heng halted, his expression grave and solemn as he said, "Changsha, at present, we cannot conduct field research. Time is not on our side. This is not our base of operations, and we lack sufficient personnel. However, once we arrive at the Sealess Islands, we must implement field research diligently. We cannot remain oblivious to these matters in our own territory." As he continued walking, Zhang Heng added, "Changsha, please inform Datong to investigate the religious origins of this Jacobson individual. This is a rare and readily available example. By studying it, we can discern whether this religion has developed independently among the local populace, or if these people, influenced by ship girls from regions such as Iris, Iron Blood, or Sardinia, have adopted a faith similar to that of our world. Do you not find it striking how similar these individuals are to those of that sect?" With that, Zhang Heng and Changsha arrived at the cabin where Habib was located. They gently knocked on the door and then entered. There sat Habib at the table, slightly leaning forward, fully engrossed in listening to HQ-13 as she translated the booklet Changsha had given him. The crisp sound of HQ-13 resonated within the cabin, and Habib's gaze closely followed her. Occasionally nodding slightly or falling into brief contemplation, his focused expression suggesting that everything around him was of no concern. Noticing their entrance, Habib lifted his head and, upon recognizing Zhang Heng and Changsha, promptly rose with a warm smile, gesturing for them to take a seat as he said, "Please, do sit down, esteemed guests." He then swiftly prepared a local specialty, rose coffee, the rich aroma instantly filling the cabin. Zhang Heng was the first to speak. "Mr. Habib, we have commenced our investigation. I must reiterate that if it is proven that the Jacobson clan has colluded with the Deep Sea, we shall deliver a devastating blow to the forces of the Deep Sea. However, if they are found to have no connection, we may be powerless, at most able to provide you with some weapons and humanitarian assistance." Habib nodded in understanding and replied, "I comprehend your intentions. Frankly, the book you provided has been immensely helpful to us. The concepts of self-reliance, perseverance in struggle, steadfast ideology, and uniting all possible forces hold profound significance for us. We are truly grateful. This is the best assistance you could offer." Changsha displayed a hint of pride, but curiously inquired, "Mr. Habib, were you not once a student soldier in the Northern Union, successfully summoning ship girls? The ideological principles of the Northern Union should bear some resemblance to those in this book, correct?" Habib shook his head helplessly, explaining, "Perhaps their circumstances differ too greatly from ours. The experiences of the Northern Union hold little practical value for us. Take the most fundamental condition, for instance. I have no idea where to gather so many workers. We lack a large-scale industrial system. Most of our people are artisans. This bears quite a resemblance to the status of peasants as described in your book." Zhang Heng nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, specifics must be analyzed on a case-by-case basis, adapting to local conditions. Mr. Habib, I merely meant to say that if it is ultimately confirmed that the Jacobson clan has no ties to the deep sea, I will endeavor to send you to Caesarea. At that time, you may attempt to reach out to the Northern Union. They should be inclined to extend a helping hand." Upon hearing this, Habib excitedly grasped Zhang Heng's hand, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much. This arrangement aligns perfectly with our initial plans." He then turned his gaze toward the porthole, where majestic and elegantly designed colossal ships came into view, and could not help but exclaim, "I truly envy your formidable strength." Chapter 10. Dao Zhongheng and Changsha returned to the bridge, their gaze instantly captivated by the aerial images transmitted from the unmanned reconnaissance vehicle, showcasing Damascus and Elohim. The scenery of Damascus unfolded on the screen like an ancient scroll, vibrant with life. This venerable city, weathered by time, resembled a sage emerging from the depths of history, radiating a unique charm steeped in the weight of its past. A grand river snaked through the city's form like a flowing jade ribbon, its shimmering waters sparkling under the gentle caress of sunlight. This river, akin to the lifeblood of the city, nourished the vast expanse of land beneath it. Along the riverbank, towering poplar trees rose majestically, their verdant branches dancing gracefully in the breeze like ethereal fairies. Orchards of apricot, nut, and olive trees intertwined harmoniously, their tender green fruits hanging heavily from the branches, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance that spoke of the joy of harvest. In the gardens, a riot of colorful blossoms vied for attention, as if participating in a grand beauty pageant. The rich aroma of roses permeated the atmosphere, enveloping the city like a soft veil, refreshing the spirits of all who found themselves within its embrace. These gardens and orchards not only added vibrant hues to Damascus, but also formed an indispensable part of the local residents' lives, embodying their joys and aspirations. In the distance, the architecture of the old town was arranged in a charming disarray, reminiscent of chess pieces meticulously placed in the river of time. The ancient city walls stood like a silent, steadfast guardian, quietly witnessing countless storms and historical transformations. Despite the passage of time, it remained resolute, its weathered facade safeguarding the memories of the city, akin to a silent chronicle of history. Within the city, a tall tower ascended towards the heavens, piercing the clouds. And under the affectionate glow of sunlight, it shimmered with a dreamlike golden radiance. Yet, the discordant six-pointed star at its apex stood out awkwardly, like an incongruous nail, disrupting the ancient harmony and evoking an inexplicable sense of unease. As one's gaze traversed the narrow streets, what should have been a bustling and vibrant shopping district appeared desolate, as if forgotten by the splendor of life. Scattered throughout the streets, soldiers clad in peculiar black robes patrolled in small groups, wielding rifles with stern expressions. In the distance, tanks rumbled ominously, shattering the city's tranquility, a grim reminder of the prevailing tension in the region. Every household kept their doors and windows tightly shut, maintaining a silence that starkly contrasted with the picturesque beauty surrounding them, stirring a profound sense of melancholy and helplessness within. As the scene shifted, Elohim revealed a completely different visage, imbued with a sense of religious sanctity. The ancient walls encircled the old city of Elohim like a mighty dragon, embodying an elder that had silently witnessed the city's rise and fall, its surface etched with the indelible marks of time. Each stone seemed to whisper tales of history, softly recounting the stories of yore. At the city gates, a constant stream of people ebbs and flows, creating an atmosphere of vibrant bustle. The colossal gates, one of the significant entrances to the old town, serve as a vital link connecting two distinctly different worlds, the interior and the exterior of the city. Outside, the market presents a lively and cacophonous scene, resembling an everlasting carnival. Stalls brim with a plethora of goods, vibrant fabrics cascade like a splendid rainbow. Exquisite jewelry sparkles with enchanting brilliance, and fresh fruits and vegetables emit tantalizing aromas, seemingly showcasing the beauty of life. The cries of vendors rise and fall, intertwining with the spirited negotiations of customers, composing a vivid and lively urban symphony. Upon entering the old town, the narrow streets crisscross like a labyrinth, testing every visitor's sense of direction. Ancient buildings stand closely together along the streets, predominantly constructed from sturdy stone, exuding a rustic yet dignified charm. akin to guardians of time that quietly narrate the tumultuous tales of history. Flowering blooms, lush and vibrant, adorn the windows of these houses, as if adorning this ancient city with colorful garlands, infusing it with a lively spirit. The chimes of the church bells resonate melodiously, akin to celestial music, echoing throughout every corner of the city, seemingly conveying a sacred call to the world. A grand cathedral stands solemnly in the heart of the city, resembling a beacon of faith that draws numerous pilgrims from afar to pay homage. Devout worshippers kneel reverently on the ground, eyes closed in silent prayer, enveloping the interior of the cathedral in a weighty yet sacred atmosphere that inspires awe. Atop the city's heights, a golden dome glimmers under the tender kiss of sunlight, resembling a radiant pearl embedded in the skyline. A massive six-pointed star rises above the dome. Its distinctive architectural style and opulent decorations render it an unequivocal emblem of Elohim City. Surrounding structures stand like loyal sentinels, arranged in harmonious order, collectively forming a spectacular vista. From an aerial perspective, the entire Elohim City exudes a profound religious atmosphere. However, this extreme religious prosperity subtly evokes a sense of dissonance, as if beneath the surface of splendor lies an unknown secret. Zhang Hong, faced with an unfamiliar domain, opts to remain silent, quietly listening to the discussion between Datong and Sichuan. At this moment, Datong furrows his brow slightly, earnestly addressing Sichuan. Sichuan, could we find a way to capture a frontal image of that enormous statue in the plaza of Elohim Cathedral? Upon hearing this, Sichuan glances at Huahua, who seems to understand immediately, letting out a couple of enthusiastic calls. Subsequently, the UAV-7, executing a photography mission high above, swiftly adjusts its flight angle, and soon, a magnificent image of the statue, captured from a 45-degree oblique angle, is vividly presented to all. Datong fixated on the statue, murmuring to herself, "This resembles Maria from that world, but is she cradling an octopus or a squid? It all feels so dissonant." Suddenly, she turned to Sichuan, instructing, "Have Wujan 7 make another loop and focus the lens on the crowd in the square." Huahua promptly complied with the command. Before long, the image of the crowd materialized on the screen. Datong extended her small hand, gesturing animatedly on the display while reciting her thoughts, seemingly engrossed in a meticulous analysis. In a moment, as if unveiling a significant revelation, Datong's mouth fell agape in surprise as she articulated a conclusion. "Look, they are not worshipping this woman. All eyes are fixed on the squid in her embrace. Thus, that is their true deity." After uttering these words, Datong appeared to grasp the crux of the matter. Urgently contacting Nanchang, "Sister Nanchang, have you intercepted any special leads?" Soon, Nanchang's composed voice emanated from the communication device. "Datong, I haven't received any useful information. Strangely, it seems they are not using radio, as we cannot detect any radio communications." Upon hearing this, Datong momentarily paused, pondering. "No radio communications? Could I be mistaken?" "No. The absence of it raises more questions. Ever since we set sail from Caesarea, all human vessels we've encountered have utilized radio." With this thought, she quickly turned to Sichuan and inquired in rapid succession, "Sichuan, is there any information from the KJ-600? Are there any warships from their fleet setting sail nearby? Also, have we detected any armed vessels operating around other islands? Has there been any trace of the amphibious ship mentioned by Mr. Habib?" Sichuan swiftly sifted through the plethora of information and replied after a moment, "A fleet has been spotted in the southeastern waters of Elohim Island. Its scale is modest, but it does not contain any amphibious ships. We can confirm it is neither a fleet of shipgirls nor deep-sea entities. It appears to be their own fleet. Currently, it is heading towards Elohim Island, seemingly returning to port after completing a mission. That is all the information available for now." Datong's thoughts became crystal clear in an instant, and she promptly issued directives. "Sichuan, maintain close surveillance on this fleet. We cannot afford to let our guard down. Additionally, deploy a reconnaissance aircraft in the direction the fleet is heading. Nanchang, please ensure directional monitoring of this fleet until they return to port. We must ascertain whether they genuinely refrain from using radio, or if they are merely in a state of radio silence." After a brief pause, Datong added, "Sichuan, also gather comprehensive information on their land-based equipment. Pay special attention to the supplies used for their logistics. Are they conventional human materials, unique to shipgirls, or of another type altogether?" Zhang Heng observed Datong managing the affairs with remarkable poise and felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. He gently tugged at Changsha, signaling her to leave together so that Datong could focus more intently on her tasks. Datong was wholly engrossed in data analysis, entirely oblivious to the presence of Zhang Heng and Changsha. She incessantly inquired about new discoveries. Sister Qingzhou, Sister Ishian, how is the underwater situation? Have there been any findings? Qingzhou replied, not yet, little Datong. We have been diligently surveying, but aside from sighting a few whales, there is nothing particularly noteworthy. Datong meticulously compiled and categorized the information she had gathered, taking out her notebook to document her suspicions one by one, followed by a thorough analysis of each point. Unbeknownst to her, the sun gradually sank in the west. Qinghai Lake approached the bridge, calling everyone back for dinner. Changsha initiated the deployment of the hull, taking over the escort duties from Hangzhou, which had been on guard for an entire day. Other fleet members also made their way to the dining area in Sichuan. Habib, accompanied by men, women, and children, likewise arrived at the restaurant to partake in the meal. Zhang Heng, gazing fondly at the hard-working Datong, affectionately ruffled her hair and presented her with a beautifully crafted cake, saying, "You have worked hard, little Datong. This is a treat for you." A sweet smile blossomed on Datong's face as she responded, "Thank you, Comrade Commander. I am beginning to form some ideas. Tomorrow, I should be able to discern what that peculiar incongruity is." Ishian gently extended her hand, playfully pinching Datong's cheek, and praised, "Datong, you are truly remarkable. Come, let us enjoy our meal and continue our efforts tomorrow." Chapter 11. Oppression and Resistance. As the North Sea Fleet paused its reconnaissance mission for a day, the crew gathered to consolidate their findings. During dinner, the shipgirls extolled the virtues of Datong's command. Meanwhile, the ancient city of Damascus lay shrouded in darkness. Once vibrant and full of life, it had been reduced to a desolate ruin, trembling beneath the iron heel of the occupying forces. Ali huddled in the corner of his precarious home, accompanied by his terrified wife, Fatima, and their young son, Karim. Outside, the armored vehicles of the occupiers roared like ferocious beasts, their blaring engines echoing in the night, while blinding searchlights mercilessly swept across every nook, threatening to obliterate any remnants of tranquility in the city. Ali's eyes brimmed with a tumult of anger and helplessness as he clenched his fists, knuckles whitening from the strain. Yet, he was painfully aware of the insignificance of his strength in the face of such overwhelming violence. "Daddy, I'm scared." Karim's innocent voice, tinged with sobs, pierced Ali's heart, causing it to ache profoundly. Fatima clutched her son tightly, tears welling in her eyes, but she refrained from crying out, fearful that her lamentations might attract the predatory soldiers. Ali gently caressed Karim's head, attempting to offer comfort. "Do not fear, my child. Everything will be all right." Yet, even he harbored doubts about the truth of his own words. Suddenly, a thunderous banging on the door shattered the stillness of the night, echoing ominously. "Open the door, quickly!" came the ferocious shouts of the occupying soldiers. Ali's heart tightened with dread as he glanced at Fatima, whose eyes were filled with terror and despair. "What do we do?" "Ali," she whispered tremulously. Gritting his teeth, Ali rose and slowly approached the door. He understood that evasion was futile. It would only exacerbate their predicament. As the door creaked open, several armed soldiers stormed in like ravenous wolves, clad in steel helmets and cold sunglasses, their weapons gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen. One soldier forcefully shoved Ali to the ground, snarling, "You filthy peasants, what weapons have you concealed? Hand them over." Struggling to his feet, Ali retorted angrily, "We possess no weapons. This is baseless persecution." Advancing a step, the soldier brought the butt of his rifle crashing down upon Ali's shoulder, causing him to stumble to the floor in pain. "Daddy!" Karim cried out, attempting to rush forward, but Fatima held him tightly. Another soldier approached Fatima and Karim, laughing cruelly as he reached for Karim. Fatima desperately shielded her son, screaming, "You beasts, let go of my child." The soldier, however, paid no heed, forcefully toppling Fatima and seizing Karim. The boy flailed in the air, crying out, "Mama! Mama! You demons, let him go," ignoring the excruciating pain in his shoulder. Ali struggled to rise and charge at the soldier. The soldier responded by kicking Ali down once more, then carelessly tossing Karim to the ground. The boy landed with a thud, crying out in anguish. As Ali gazed at his son, an inferno of rage erupted within him, akin to a volcano. He recklessly lunged at the soldier, engaging him in a fierce struggle. Witnessing this, the other soldiers swiftly converged, raining blows upon Ali with fists and feet. Despite being battered and bleeding from his mouth and nose, he clung desperately to the soldier's leg, refusing to relent. "Cease this, you wretched scoundrels." At that moment, a resolute and indignant voice pierced through from outside the door. The crowd turned to see a group of young individuals armed with rudimentary weapons, wooden sticks, stones, and even some wielding rusty kitchen knives, standing defiantly at the entrance. Leading them was a young man named Amir, his gaze unwavering, fearlessly locking eyes with the occupying soldiers. It turned out that the nearby residents had come to assist upon hearing the commotion at Ali's home. Though they understood that their resistance against the heavily armed occupiers might be akin to striking a rock with an egg, they could no longer tolerate the oppression and bullying. "Do you think you can trample upon our dignity and harass our families at will?" Amir bellowed. "Today, we shall not retreat any longer." The soldiers, momentarily taken aback, soon broke into disdainful laughter. They raised their firearms, aiming at the defiant residents, threatening, "You fools, do you wish to die? To defy us is to court death." However, the residents stood firm, gripping their weapons with resolve and determination in their eyes. "Fire, you cowards!" Amir stepped forward, undaunted, declaring, "We have already lost too much, our homes destroyed, our loved ones slain. Today, even if it costs us our lives, we shall fight for our dignity." The residents rallied in response, chanting, "Fight for dignity! Fight for dignity!" The occupying soldiers grew flustered, unprepared for such courageous resistance from the typically submissive populace. They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. Just as the standoff reached a tense impasse, an armored vehicle slowly approached, halting outside Ali's home. The door swung open, and a man resembling an officer stepped out. Clad in crisp military attire, his demeanor exuding arrogance and coldness. Observing the scene before him, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is happening here?" A soldier hastened to report the situation. The officer, upon hearing the account, scoffed derisively, saying, "A rabble dares to resist?" He advanced toward Amir, stating, "Young man, I advise you against futile struggles. Your resistance is in vain and will only lead to more deaths." Amir met the officer's gaze with unwavering determination, declaring, "We fear not death. Your oppression and invasion shall not prevail. We will continue to resist until you are driven from our homeland." The officer's expression darkened as he waved his hand, commanding, "Arrest them all. Spare no one who resists." The occupying soldiers obeyed, raising their weapons and charging at the residents. Undeterred, the residents brandished their makeshift weapons, engaging in a desperate battle against the occupying forces. In an instant, the cacophony of battle cries, gunshots, and screams intertwined, reverberating through the dark night. Ali struggled to rise, grasping a stone from the ground and hurling it at a soldier. The soldier, caught off guard, was struck on the head, blood streaming down. Fatima, disregarding her fear, seized a wooden stick and charged at a soldier poised to harm Kareem, delivering a powerful blow to his back. Kareem, cowering in the corner, watched in terror, though the flames of hatred began to ignite in his eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, another pair of Kareem brothers commenced their long-planned resistance. "Abdul, are you ready?" came the hushed voice of his younger brother Kareem from downstairs, trembling with youthful anxiety. "Just a moment," Abdul replied softly, his gaze scanning the suspicious movements in the darkness. The occupying forces had established 5 checkpoints along the streets, changing guards every 2 hours. They had discerned the patrol patterns. Yet tonight's plan felt as precarious as dancing on the edge of a blade. The harsh sound of armored vehicles grinding over the gravel road echoed in the distance, accompanied by the soldiers' coarse shouts in Hebrew. Abdul closed his eyes, attempting to visualize an accurate map in his mind. Their mother and sisters huddled in the cellar, where the last half-bag of flour and a few bottles of foul water were stored. 3 days prior, they had helplessly witnessed a 7-year-old boy from a neighboring house struck down by stray gunfire, while the occupying forces continued on with indifference. At midnight, Abdul finally rose to his feet. He gently patted Kareem's shoulder, and the two slipped down from the rooftop edge like vigilant cats. In the courtyard, 3 other members of the resistance had taken their positions. Fatima, the widow who always tied her red scarf tightly, old cobbler Hassan, whose sharp gaze belied his nearly 70 years, and the taciturn Samir, whose brother had been unjustly shot the previous week. "Remember," Abdul whispered as he assigned tasks, "Fatima and Kareem will divert the sentry on the east side. Grandpa Hassan will secure the back door, and Samir and I will detonate the southern barricade. We must act swiftly, We must retreat before dawn. The moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting a pallid glow that provided scant cover for their operation. Abdul's heart raced like a drum, his palms damp with cold sweat. This was not their first assault on the occupying forces' facilities. But tonight's target was the military communication station near the market square, one of the enemy's most fortified areas. As they approached the first line of defense, an explosion suddenly erupted in the distance. Fatima's group had executed their plan. Abdul saw several soldiers hastily rushing toward the source of the sound, creating a fleeting gap in their defenses. "Now, charge," he commanded, and the 5 of them darted forward, crouched low. Old cobbler Hassan, though less agile than in his youth, stubbornly kept pace with the younger men. Samir clutched a homemade Molotov cocktail, a makeshift weapon crafted from a glass bottle and gasoline. Suddenly, a searchlight swept across the street, exposing them to the harsh light. Abdul felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, instinctively throwing himself to the ground. A torrent of bullets immediately rained down, carving out depressions in the walls beside him. "Spread out," he shouted, rolling towards a nearby garbage bin. Bullets whizzed past his ears, the searing air scorched his skin. Karim fell to the ground not far away, struck by a bullet, letting out a suppressed groan. Abdul gritted his teeth, fighting the urge to look back. He understood that any hesitation now could spell disaster for them all. Samir had ignited the Molotov cocktail, the orange flames illuminating his resolute face. With a roar, the bottle traced a perfect arc, crashing into the barbed wire of the communication station. A violent explosion lit up the entire block. Flames instantly engulfed the wooden sentry box, and several panicked soldiers stumbled out of the smoke, firing blindly. Seizing the opportunity, Abdul dashed towards the barricade, shoving the last grenade into the gap of the wire. "Get down," he yelled as he threw himself to the ground. The shockwave from the explosion hurled him aside, a piercing buzz filling his ears. When his vision cleared, a breach had been blown open in the barricade. "Retreat. Immediate retreat." Abdul struggled to his feet, only to find Samir had vanished. A chill crept up his spine. But soon the silent young man emerged from the shadows, blood smeared across his face, yet still gripping his weapon tightly. They fought and retreated, utilizing the narrow alleys and abandoned buildings as cover. The Fatima group also withdrew. Although Karim had been shot in the leg, he had survived. When they finally reached the safe house, everyone was panting and battered. "We succeeded," Samir whispered, disbelief lacing his voice. Abdul shook his head. "We have only delayed them temporarily." He glanced out the window. The inferno at the communication station still blazed, but more reinforcements would arrive soon. The occupying forces' retaliation was never absent. They would close off more roads, impose stricter curfews, and might even unleash indiscriminate shelling. In the cellar, their mother was bandaging Karim's wounds. The sisters huddled in a corner, the youngest still sucking her thumb, as if that would help her forget the sounds of gunfire outside. Abdul watched this scene, his stomach twisting in pain. They had won a small victory tonight, but at what cost? More hatred, more cycles of violence. What would tomorrow bring? Fatima asked softly, her red scarf flickering in the dim light like a dancing flame. The night deepened, distant explosions and the rumble of armored vehicles echoed in the background. A new battle was about to commence, and they would continue to fight with stones against tanks, with faith against violence. For in this war-torn land, surrender had never been an option. Abdul gently caressed his father's handgun, feeling the cold metal against his skin. When the sun rose tomorrow, they would once again take to the streets, once more confronting death. But tonight, in this fleeting moment of victory, they could catch their breath, remembering the reason for their struggle. At that very moment, as if drawn by an invisible force, 2 individuals named Karim, separated by vast distances and unaware of each other's existence, simultaneously directed their gaze towards the towering spire, the emblematic spirit of the city. Though the tower bore the scars of conflict, it stood defiantly, its resilience unyielding. Yet, the hexagram at its pinnacle appeared to them like a blasphemous mark of darkness, glaringly insidious. A spirit known as resistance, akin to a seed buried deep within their hearts, quietly took root in this scarred land. It drew nourishment from hatred and indignation, swiftly germinating and growing with an unstoppable vigor, striving towards the heavens, ultimately blossoming into a majestic tree whose lush branches sheltered an indomitable sky above the 2 men. One of the Karims, with unwavering determination igniting his gaze, addressed the members of the resistance group with deliberate emphasis. There will come a day when that symbol of malevolence, the hexagram, will be forcefully cast down from the tower, shattering into oblivion. His voice, though slightly trembling with fury, resonated with an undeniable resolve. The other Kareem clenched his jaw tightly, his small fists gripping in the blood-soaked remnants of family and neighbors, his innocent eyes ablaze with rage. In that moment, the concept of resistance blossomed within him. The will to resist shall never fade. Even if I should fall, there will be another Kareem to rise. And many more like me will follow in succession. Chapter 12. The turn of events. The following morning, sunlight cascaded upon the vast expanse of the ocean, its shimmering waves sparkling brilliantly. The assembly gathered as promised within the bridge of the Sichuan. The autonomous reconnaissance drone, Wushan 7, vividly and comprehensively displayed the events that transpired the previous night in the cities of Damascus and Elohim before the assembled crowd. Damascus was engulfed in turmoil. On the streets, flames of rebellion blazed fiercely. The populace, armed with rudimentary weapons, bore expressions of resolute determination as they engaged in fierce resistance against the occupying forces. Stones rained down upon the enemy like a tempest, while cries and the thunder of gunfire melded into a poignant anthem of defiance. Buildings trembled amid the inferno. And within the ruins, individuals fought valiantly for freedom and dignity, their blood staining the streets. In stark contrast, in the nearby city of Elohim, a different scene unfolded in the grand square. Thousands gathered, their expressions reverent, bowing in homage to the idol at the center of the square. Moonlight bathed them, imparting a sense of solemnity. They closed their eyes in prayer, murmuring incantations as if confiding their innermost desires and reverence to the divine. The square was suffused with a profound religious atmosphere, tranquil and serene. Zhang Heng and the others silently observed these two contrasting tableaus, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Datong remained silent, her usually cheerful visage taut with an unexpected gravity that belied her youthful appearance. She strode purposefully to the control panel, her gaze sharpening with focus as she began to meticulously analyze the intelligence gathered throughout the night. The shipgirls too fell into silence, their eyes fixed on the heart-wrenching scenes of resistance displayed on the screen. The struggle and strife of the people resonated within them like heavy hammers, awakening the long-dormant memories of their bloodlines. At that moment, Hangzhou broke the silence, her words as forthright and powerful as ever. "Commander, political officer, can we truly remain indifferent?" The elder once proclaimed, "Long live the unity of the world's people," and urged us to support the righteous struggles of oppressed nations and peoples. Is what we witness before us not a righteous struggle? Hangzhou's eyes brimmed with sincerity and urgency as she fixed her gaze upon Zhang Heng and Changsha, seemingly seeking answers within their expressions. Zhang Heng felt as though he were caught in a tempest, wrestling with deep inner turmoil. All signs unequivocally indicated that the Jacobians were indeed the cruel oppressors and aggressors. Having grown up under the shelter of the red flag, his environment had been pure and idyllic, shielding him from the unvarnished and grotesque realities of human nature. At this moment, witnessing these groups, both human yet divided, one mercilessly oppressing while the other agonized and struggled, left him in a maelstrom of conflicting emotions, unable to reach a decisive conclusion. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to his hometown, recalling the approaches taken when faced with similar circumstances. Should he condemn? Mere verbal condemnation seemed impotent, failing to effect genuine change in the harsh reality before him. Would protesting yield any significant impact? In this brutal environment where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, protest may merely be regarded as the whisper of the wind. Yet, he possesses formidable power at the mere sound of his command. The fleet of shipgirls under his leadership could surge forth like tigers unleashed, their cannons roaring, instantly altering the tide of battle and saving countless innocent lives from the flames of conflict. However, the thought of directing the cold muzzle of his weapon against another group of humans, the Jacobians, weighs heavily upon him. Every life is invaluable, and each drop of blood spilled signifies the shattering of a family. Are all Jacobians truly malevolent? He understands well that this command would not only bring victory and salvation, but would also be accompanied by endless suffering and hatred. This decision looms over him like a daunting mountain, suffocating him as he struggles between reason and emotion, duty and conscience. Zhang Heng slowly cast his gaze towards Nanchang, his eyes filled with inquiry and anticipation. Nanchang, as his first shipgirl, resembled a steadfast companion in battle, having accompanied him since the moment he embarked on his journey to Mercury, enduring countless storms and witnessing the trials and growth along the way. He yearned to find a glimmer of unwavering support from this cherished ally, to discover the strength to transcend the turmoil within his heart. Just as the atmosphere grew tense and everyone was lost in their inner turmoil, the communicator aboard the Sichuan ship suddenly blared with a sharp sound, shattering the somber mood in the bridge. A voice, ethereal yet laced with a chilling detachment, resonated clearly from the communicator. To the fleet anchored in the western seas of Rose Island, I am the saint of the first sanctuary of Jacob, the leader of the Jacobians, an earthly representative of the divine. Strange fleet, I have heard that you have harbored the blasphemous sinners. At this moment, I solemnly demand in the name of the divine that you immediately deliver these sinners to Rose Island for our judgment. Upon hearing this unexpected communication, Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback. As the Silk Road arc completed the translation, an indescribable sense of absurdity surged within him. In an instant, his previous contemplations regarding humanity felt like a mere jest in the face of such an arrogant and unreasonable demand. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within, and picked up the communicator. I am Zhang Heng, commander of the North Sea Fleet of the Chinese Navy. I do not comprehend what you refer to as the divine. May I inquire what specific crimes these individuals have committed? The voice remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation as it replied, Rose Island is the promised land of the divine, and they dared to defy our offering of Rose Island to the deity. This is an unforgivable sin. By sheltering these sinners, you have also committed a transgression. However, if you sincerely repent and embrace the divine, the merciful God shall surely forgive your wrongs. Upon hearing such a demand, the members of the fleet exchanged incredulous glances. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow and pressed on. If I refuse to surrender these individuals, how will the God you speak of punish me? Moreover, as far as I am aware, the land promised to you by the divine is solely the island of Oriens, is it not? How is it that the Isle of Roses has emerged in your midst? Lastly, I find myself quite intrigued by your deity and wonder if there might be an opportunity to behold this entity. As soon as the words left his lips, the voice of the other party suddenly swelled with fervor, laced with intense anger and accusation. Blasphemer! Each question you pose is a sacrilege against the great divinity. This planet has eternally been the promised land bestowed upon us, the Jacobians, and you are all mere lambs of the divine, requiring the guidance of us, the illustrious Jacobians, to lead you upon the righteous path. Repent, wayward soul, known as Zhang Heng. A smile gradually emerged on Zhang Heng's face, a blend of relief following anger and a mocking derision towards the absurdity of the situation before him. Without hesitation, he terminated the communication and then, with unwavering resolve, swept his gaze across every shipgirl present, proclaiming with steady and powerful conviction, "Let us convene. The war is about to commence." Chapter 13. Pre-war, I would like to express my gratitude to a reader who commented yesterday, noting that the military aspect felt abrupt. Perhaps it should have been more about returning home. I must admit I had not realized this feeling could arise. Thank you for your insightful guidance. I can see the comments in the background, although they remain invisible within the book itself. Here, I wish to respond briefly and share my thoughts. Firstly, the narrative is not misplaced. I have envisioned this storyline since the inception of the book, and the character 076 was specifically crafted for this moment. As a new author, this being my debut work, my writing skills are indeed limited. The extensive groundwork laid in the first 2 volumes for the return home may have been overly elaborate, causing a misjudgment in balance. Secondly, I perceive Zhang Heng's journey home as akin to a grand expedition. My personal capabilities fall short, and coupled with the advanced technological prowess and formidable combat strength assigned to Zhang Heng, I find it challenging to encapsulate the grandeur and sweeping magnitude of our forebears. Nonetheless, I aspire for him to experience a semblance of that essence. Thirdly, I wish to portray the humanity of the people of Mercury, elevating them beyond mere background figures, while simultaneously setting the stage for the return home. The 4th volume will indeed mark that return. I sincerely appreciate all readers for engaging with my book and providing a myriad of suggestions, praise, and critiques. My heartfelt thanks to you all. The crew swiftly formed a circle on the bridge of the ship in Sichuan, their expressions solemn and the atmosphere tense. Zhang Heng broke the silence. Commencing his address, from the recent communication, it is evident that this so-called religion not only exhibits extreme exclusivity, but also possesses an astonishing aggressiveness. Previously, I found myself in a quandary, contemplating whether there are individuals attempting to exploit religion for personal gain, viewing ordinary citizens merely as tools to fulfill their ambitions. I also pondered whether the Jacobians are entirely malevolent. These concerns have hindered my resolve. As I finished speaking, Hangzhou, without hesitation, exclaimed loudly, "Then why hesitate? Let us blow up their temple. Let them understand our might." Changsha quickly interjected, "No, we cannot act so impulsively. That temple holds profound symbolic significance for them. Imagining the state of morale in a normal war scenario, it might be at an 8, but should we destroy the temple, it would enrage them entirely, solidifying their resolve to fight us to the bitter end. At this juncture, we need not escalate matters to such extremes. Furthermore, this communication merely indicates that their leadership has succumbed to madness, yet we must extend our utmost goodwill towards the common populace. Otherwise, how do we differ from these brutal aggressors?" Datong raised his hand high, inquiring with clarity. "Commander, political officer, should I continue my investigation?" Zhang Heng regarded Datong with assurance, replying, "Yes, continue. We are currently deliberating on how to assist the people of Rose Island in resisting invasion. But it is crucial to ascertain whether there exists any connection between the Jacobians and the deep sea." At this moment, Nanchang stepped forward, holding a document with a focused expression, stating, "After comprehensive exploration yesterday, we have garnered an initial understanding of their military capabilities. Currently, it has been observed that their naval forces are modest in scale, comprising a total of 83000-ton class gunboats. Notably, these vessels are devoid of missile launch systems and radar antennas, indicating that their overall technological level harks back to the early days of World War II. Furthermore, there is no evidence of landing ships." As he spoke, Nanchang produced several freshly printed photographs. He continued, "However, their army's equipment appears to be of a notably higher standard. From the images, one can discern the presence of rocket artillery, tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and a considerable number of field guns. Upon detailed calculation and analysis, it was determined that their tanks are of the 50-ton class, comparable to the second generation of main battle tanks, akin to the American M48. In terms of artillery, they are all 155 millimeters with a caliber length of 52, showcasing technological standards from the 1970s. The infantry equipment primarily consists of assault rifles. The gathered individuals perused the photographs and materials in turn. Qingzhou, with a puzzled expression, remarked, "The disparity in technological levels is rather peculiar, isn't it? Their navy resembles that of the early 1940s, while their army has reached the standards of the late 1970s. I focused solely on anti-submarine monitoring yesterday and found no evidence of underwater equipment. By the way, do they possess an air force?" Nanchang gently shook his head, affirmatively responding, "No, after thorough investigation, not even an airport was discovered." Zhang Heng swiftly turned his gaze towards Sichuan, his demeanor serious as he inquired, "What assistance can our current reserves provide to the people of Rose Island?" Sichuan pondered briefly, quickly calculating in his mind, then methodically stated, "If we are to provide a one-time supply, we can offer equipment for 2 battalions. This specifically includes 1000 QBZ, 95 assault rifles, 300 QSC, 92 pistols, 300 QBS, 09 shotguns, 200 QLU, 131 grenade launchers, and 50 QBU, 20112, 7mm sniper rifles. Additionally, we can supply accompanying bulletproof vests, helmets, and communication radios. Oh, and we can also provide 50-foot Rainbow 801 small quadrotor reconnaissance drones, capable of executing reconnaissance and surveillance missions on the battlefield, thereby offering crucial intelligence support for operations." After listening to Sichuan's report, Zhang Heng turned his attention to Qinghai Lake, asking, "What is the situation on your end, Qinghai Lake?" Qinghai Lake, with a gentle smile, softly replied, "Commander, my primary responsibility lies in naval supply, and I have not equipped any marine correlated gear. Therefore, I am currently unable to provide support in terms of army equipment." Zhang Heng nodded in agreement, then directed his gaze towards Changsha, earnestly asking, "Political Commissar, regarding our proactive intervention operation, I would like to hear your thoughts. How should we define our objectives? What criteria should we establish for the first phase of victory? After all, we certainly cannot annihilate the Jacobus people." Changsha slightly furrowed his brow, lost in contemplative thought for a moment. Subsequently, she articulated her thoughts with clarity. "Commander, We must comprehend that this resistance war is fundamentally initiated by the people of Rose Island to defend their homeland. It is overly simplistic to regard all Jacobins as mortal enemies based solely on that recent communication. Our esteemed leader has long instructed us that the enemy possesses duality. The enemy's fortifications are not entirely unified, and we must strive to win over middle forces and divide the enemy's camp. We must hold a profound and clear understanding of these 3 points. At present, we have only identified the reactionary nature and aggressive tendencies of the Jacobin ruling class. Therefore, I believe the primary objective should be to neutralize the combat capabilities of the enemy's naval and ground forces while assisting the people of Rose Island in establishing their own armed forces. This approach will not only effectively diminish the military advantage of the aggressors, but also empower the people of Rose Island to defend their homeland autonomously. Zhang Heng, upon hearing this, expressed his full agreement with Changsha's assessment. Your analysis is spot on, Political Commissar. Nanchang, as Chief of Staff, you are to begin devising a concrete action plan based on Changsha's proposed objectives. Silky Road Arc and Changsha, accompany me to speak with Mr. Habib to explore how we might collaborate in addressing the current situation. With that, everyone sprang into action. Nanchang immediately approached a nearby table, unfurling maps and documents as he focused intently on planning the operational details, while Silky Road Arc and Changsha joined Zhang Heng in proceeding to the cabin of Mr. Habib. As the three traversed the corridor, their footsteps echoed softly in the stillness of the space. At that moment, Changsha slightly turned his head to Zhang Heng and posed a lingering question. Commander, candidly speaking, was that communication from the Jacobin saint what truly incited your anger and prompted your resolve to initiate military action? After all, the art of war states, a sovereign should not mobilize troops in anger, and a general should not lead in wrath. Decisions driven by emotion often lead to passivity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng paused, lost in contemplation for a moment. After a while, he slowly responded, Political Commissar, you are indeed correct. Waging war out of anger is not a wise course of action. However, my decision was not made solely in response to that communication. Last night, we witnessed the horrific plight of the citizens in Damascus. I have lived in peace in my homeland and have never encountered such brutal scenes. Witnessing the raw ugliness of humanity has left my heart profoundly unsettled. You see, in our homeland, from which we cannot return, our forebears sacrificed their lives and blood to safeguard peace, striving to ensure that such tragedies would not occur in our midst. Now that I possess such formidable strength, I contemplate whether I, too, can bravely step forward and undertake the righteous actions as they did. A smile of reassurance graced Changsha's face as he replied, It is wonderful that you can reflect so deeply. Commander, as long as the decisions you make are the result of careful consideration, we will surely devote ourselves wholeheartedly to accomplish the mission. Chapter 14, The Landing Battle of Rose Island, Part 1. Zhang Heng, accompanied by Changsha and Silk Road Arc, swiftly located Habib. The three meticulously and lucidly conveyed the current situation to Habib, particularly the contents of the communication from St. Jacobus. Upon hearing the news, Habib was visibly astonished, momentarily at a loss for words, muttering to himself, Did that communication truly state so? It audaciously claims that you two are sinners and demands that you worship their deity? Noticing Habib's reaction, Zhang Heng felt a twinge of confusion and inquired, Did you not face any demands to worship their god during your interactions with the Jacobians? Habib quickly shook his head, his expression a mix of helplessness and indignation as he replied, No, not at all. There were indeed some individuals who, lacking the courage to resist, approached the Jacobians voluntarily, expressing their willingness to worship their god and surrender. Yet, even then, the Jacobians refused. Their intent is quite clear, to expel all of us from Rose Island, and if unable to do so, they would rather eliminate us. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng, Changsha, and Silk Road Arc exchanged glances for a brief moment. Zhang Heng was the first to speak. It seems there are undisclosed intricacies at play here. We must ensure that Datong conducts a thorough investigation. Before long, the group reconvened on the bridge, with Habib and HQ-13 joining them. The atmosphere on the bridge was grave and tense. Every individual wore an expression of focus and resolve, fully prepared for the impending conflict. Nanchang stepped forward, holding a detailed operational plan, and began to articulate his thoughts methodically. In this operation, we must consider every angle to ensure absolute success. First, Qinju will serve as the commander of the escort fleet, leading Datong and Ishin in charge of fleet defense. We must remain perpetually vigilant against potential surprise attacks from the enemy's concealed air and underwater forces. Air defense and anti-submarine warfare remain our primary objectives, the very foundation of our operation that must not falter. Qinju, her expression resolute, yet betraying a hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth, nodded in agreement. Nanchang continued, Hangzhou and Sichuan will launch attack, 11 drones, equipped with YJ-12 and air-launched anti-ship missiles, tasked with sinking all 8 of the enemy's 3,000-ton gunboats. Precision strikes are imperative to swiftly neutralize the enemy naval forces and establish maritime supremacy. With unwavering determination, Hangzhou and Sichuan replied in unison, we will ensure the mission's success. Changsha and I will arm ourselves with Changjian 10 cruise missiles, targeting the enemy artillery positions and large land weaponry, executing surgical strikes with pinpoint accuracy. We must leverage the high precision of the cruise missiles to systematically eliminate the enemy's critical ground combat capabilities. Nanchang continued to assign tasks. Changsha responded, understood. Sichuan's responsibilities were particularly demanding. In addition to the attack, 11 mission, Wuzhen, 7, and KJ, 600 must exert every effort to seize information superiority, providing accurate and comprehensive intelligence support for the entire operation. Simultaneously, 20J, 35 fighters were to firmly establish air superiority, ensuring our aerial dominance. Nanchang cast a trusting glance towards Sichuan. Furthermore, the 2 Marine Corps units equipped in Sichuan, including the ZBD-05 amphibious assault vehicles, were tasked with ensuring flawless control of air, sea, and information domains. Once the enemy's artillery positions were successfully neutralized, a landing operation would be executed from the unmanned beach northwest of Rose Island, circumventing the heavily defended port held by the adversary. With a serious expression, Sichuan solemnly promised, leave it to me, there will be no issue. After Nanchang spoke, his gaze swept over the assembly. Finally, he turned to Habib and HQ-13, declaring, meanwhile, Mr. Habib and HQ-13 will board a Z-8 helicopter under the cover of WZ-10s to penetrate the city of Damascus and establish contact with the local resistance forces. The individual equipment will be transported by the Z-8, while Mr. Habib will organize the local resistance, collaborating both internally and externally to combat the invaders. Habib and HQ-13 were visibly excited, with Habib clenching his fist and stating, thank you for your support. We will give our utmost effort. In an instant, the fleet's vessels unfurled, and the massive armada swiftly arranged itself into a formidable offensive formation. Huahua was entirely focused on her combat station, skillfully maneuvering her aircraft. Amidst a deafening roar, planes shot skyward like arrows released from a bow, heading towards their designated targets. As preparations concluded, the air was thick with the scent of impending conflict. Observing that everyone was ready, Zhang Heng wore a grave expression, steadied himself, and picked up the communicator, resolutely sending a message on the frequency previously established with the Jacobites. I am Zhang Heng, commander of the North Sea Fleet of the Chinese Navy, and I wish to speak with your highest leader. Before long, the same mechanical, ethereal voice, devoid of emotion, echoed from the communicator. I am Elizabeth, the saint of the Jacobite Church. Lost Lamb, have you contemplated my previous proposal? Are you willing to accept the blessings of the divine and join the sacred Jacobites? Zhang Heng suppressed his discomfort and replied with determination. I possess unwavering faith. Communism is my steadfast belief. I contact you to clearly state that you must formally commence the withdrawal of all military forces from Rose Island within 2 hours. Otherwise, we will be compelled to take armed intervention. This is your final ultimatum. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth's voice remained undisturbed, as if reciting an established doctrine. Lost Lamb, you have made an erroneous choice. The divine shall deliver the most dreadful punishment. At this moment, you must kneel immediately, pray fervently, and repent for your sins. For only then may you have a chance at forgiveness. The divine will embrace every lost soul. Zhang Heng was reluctant to continue entangling himself with her and decisively stated, enough, the communication is complete. I await your actions. The timer starts now. With that, he resolutely set down the communicator and fixed his gaze intently towards the direction of Rose Island. A quarter of an hour later, a voice from Nanchang echoed through the communicator. Commander, the Navy of Jacobs has set sail from the ports of Rose Island and Orleans Island, heading towards our maritime zone. Meanwhile, Sichuan promptly reported the reconnaissance findings of Number 7. Commander, the enemy military forces on Rose Island are gathering in large numbers. Clearly, they are preparing to reinforce their port defenses. Zhang Heng maintained a calm demeanor, his tone steady yet imbued with an undeniable resolve as he replied. I anticipated that these individuals would not heed mere verbal ultimatums. However, since we have already granted them a 2-hour deadline, as long as they do not pose any threat to our safety during this period, we shall leave them be. Once the time is up, we will immediately execute the offensive plan devised by Nanchang. But should they dare to act recklessly and endanger our security, we shall not hesitate to sink them. Understood. The unified and resolute response from the fleet girls resonated clearly through the communicator, filled with courage and determination. Chapter 15. The Battle of Rose Island, Part 2. Time slipped away in an anxious wait, with the 2-hour deadline of the ultimatum drawing ever closer. The gunboats of the Jacobus Navy formed a formidable fan-shaped formation on the sea, menacingly advancing towards the northern fleet, their cannons ominously pointed skyward, as if issuing a silent challenge. On Rose Island, the enemy's ground forces continued to amass, the rumble of tank engines and the grinding sound of artillery being moved intertwining, heightening the atmosphere of tension. At last, the countdown reached its conclusion. Action! With a commanding shout from Zhang Heng, the entire fleet sprang into motion like a finely tuned war machine. 8 attack, 11 drones, previously hovering like phantoms above the fleet, surged forth towards the enemy fleet with a piercing shriek from their engines, resembling black specters in their rapid descent. The Eagle Strike, 12 locked onto its target, preparing for launch. Hangzhou's voice was resolute and calm, akin to the undercurrents of a tranquil lake, exuding an undeniable determination. With her command, flames erupted from the missile launchers at the bow of the ships, as massive missiles broke free like dragons unbound, belching long trails of white smoke as they hurtled towards their targets with thunderous force. Simultaneously, the belly hatches of the attack, 11 drones opened quietly, releasing anti-ship missiles that shot forth like arrows from a drawn bow, accompanied by the whistling sound of the air being sliced, racing towards the Jacobus Navy's gunboats at breakneck speed. On the surface of the sea, upon detecting the incoming missiles, chaos ensued aboard the Jacobus gunboats. Soldiers scrambled in panic, attempting to operate their air defense systems to intercept the threat, yet their pre-World War II equipment proved utterly inadequate against the modern Eagle Strike, 12 missiles. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted, engulfing the sea in flames and thick smoke. The fleet was instantly struck, with massive explosions tearing gaping wounds in the hulls, as seawater surged in, causing the vessels to list and sink rapidly. Almost simultaneously, aboard the Changsha and Nanchang, the Changjian, 10 cruise missiles were also primed and ready. Launch. At the command from Nanchang, the Changjian, 10 cruise missiles soared into the sky like dragons emerging from the sea, trailing long flames as they sped towards the artillery positions and tank clusters on Rose Island. On Rose Island, the enemy's artillery positions and tank formations were on high alert, entirely unprepared for the sudden arrival of death. As the Changjian, 10 cruise missiles screamed towards them, cries of alarm erupted from the positions. The missiles struck true, and after a series of thunderous detonations, the artillery positions were engulfed in flames, with cannons shattered into heaps of scrap metal. The tank formations also suffered devastating losses, with several tanks directly hit, their fiery wreckage illuminating the area, thick smoke blotting out the sky. The once invincible Jacobus forces wailed and scattered in despair. The artillery positions were decimated by 80, and the tank formations sustained over half their losses, yet some armored units still managed to maneuver. Changsha quickly reported the results of the assault. Continue to monitor and prepare for follow-up strikes. Zhang Heng responded, then turned his gaze towards the direction of Sichuan. At that moment, the Sichuan ship had arrived at the designated landing area. Sichuan, what is the status of the amphibious assault vehicles? Commander, the amphibious assault vehicles are fully loaded, and both battalions of the Marine Corps are in position, ready to initiate the landing operation, the ship's avatar replied resolutely. Is it a robot? Zhang Heng inquired uncertainly. Sichuan nodded, stroking the excited Hua, who was operating various equipment. Indeed, it is a robot. I never imagined I would actually partake in a landing operation. Very well, execute the landing action as planned. The Z. 8 helicopter formation prepared for takeoff to escort HQ-13 and Habib into the city of Damascus. Zhang Heng issued the command. 6Z. 8 helicopters ascended from the deck of the Sichuan ship, their propellers roaring, resonating in the air. Inside the cabin, Habib gripped his weapon tightly. Caressing the red book securely placed against his chest, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. HQ-13, solemn in demeanor, gazed intently out the window at the approaching Rose Island. The resistance flag in his hand fluttering in the wind. We are about to enter the airspace over Rose Island. The expected landing area is secure, and the resistance forces are prepared, a mechanical voice announced within the Z-8 cabin. Habib nodded and turned to HQ-13. Remember, our objective is to liberate our homeland, not to seek vengeance. No matter what occurs, we must exercise restraint. HQ-13 nodded firmly, for the freedom of Rose Island. Meanwhile, on the unmanned beach to the northwest of Rose Island, a swarm of drones dispatched by the Sichuan ship hovered above, relaying real-time footage of the beach and surrounding areas back to the fleet. On the sand, several scattered Jacobian outposts were frantically attempting to organize defenses. But it was too late. The 05 amphibious assault vehicles began to launch into the water. Changsha's voice came through the communicator, confirming that the landing forces were ready. Zhang Heng stood on the bridge, his gaze piercing through the vast window towards the faint outline of Rose Island in the distance. He understood that this battle was only the beginning, and a fierce struggle lay ahead. But for the freedom of Rose Island, for the suffering people, they must forge ahead. Landing forces, move out. With Zhang Heng's command, dozens of 05 amphibious assault vehicles surged forth from the rear hatch of the Sichuan, cutting through the tranquil sea towards the beach. The armored vehicles opened their hatches, and from each vehicle emerged 7 fully armed combat robots, swiftly forming a battle formation as they advanced towards the beach. The enemy outposts were cleared, and the landing forces pressed inland. Changsha reported, with a hint of tension in his voice, that they encountered light resistance. The landing forces advanced steadily inland, the combat robots exhibiting agility and seamless coordination. Despite facing minor resistance, the land combat robots demonstrated a level of efficiency surpassing that of humans, remaining ever vigilant. However, the Jacobians soon organized a counterattack. Tanks emerged from their concealed positions, their cannons aimed at the advancing landing forces. Attention, enemy tanks. Nanchang alerted through the communication channel. The landing troops swiftly sought cover, while robots equipped with anti-tank weapons rapidly positioned themselves, prepared to engage. The Type 05 assault vehicle adjusted its 105mm turret, targeting the adversaries. Fire, with the command issued. A volley of anti-tank missiles and 105mm armor-piercing shells soared toward the enemy tanks. Boom, boom. Several resounding explosions echoed as some tanks were struck, igniting fierce flames. Yet, a number of tanks, fortified by their robust armor, continued to advance towards the landing forces. At that moment, aerial support arrived promptly. The attack, 11 drones and WZ-10 armed helicopters, launched from the Sichuan ship, swiftly locked onto the enemy tanks, unleashing anti-tank missiles in a fierce assault. Under the relentless barrage from the drones and helicopters, the enemy's tanks were annihilated, temporarily stalling the counteroffensive of the Jacobsons. Meanwhile, in Damascus, Habib and HQ-13, aboard a Z-8 helicopter under the cover of the W-10, successfully reached the skies above the city. Prepare for landing, came the mechanical voice from the cabin. The helicopter descended gradually, landing at a relatively concealed location. Habib and HQ-13 swiftly disembarked, and a faction of the resistance approached the helicopter with curiosity. Upon recognizing Habib and HQ-13, they promptly gathered around. These helicopters are laden with weapons and ammunition. Split up and arm yourselves. Together, we shall drive the invaders out of Damascus. With Habib's command, the group surrounded the weapons, and then charged towards various strongholds in Damascus. Habib and HQ-13 led the resistance forces into close combat with the occupying troops. In the narrow streets, the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and shouts intermingled. Armed with the latest Chinese light weaponry, the resistance fighters, fueled by love for their homeland and hatred for the invaders, fought fearlessly against the enemy. Habib, wielding an assault rifle, guided a squad of resistance soldiers skillfully through the ruins. Utilizing the cover of buildings, they launched relentless attacks against the occupying forces. HQ-13 deployed his equipment, charging ahead to draw enemy fire, positioning himself as heavy artillery to identify the enemy's weaknesses and deliver devastating blows. "Follow me, charge forward," Habib shouted, leading the soldiers towards an enemy stronghold. They pressed on through the hail of bullets, with comrades falling around them. Yet those behind pressed on without hesitation. A shell exploded near Habib, the force of the blast throwing him to the ground. Struggling to rise, he disregarded his injuries, continuing to surge forward. For Damascus. For Rose Island. His rallying cry inspired every resistance fighter. Chapter 16. The Battle for Rose Island. Conclusion. Inspired by Habib's fervor, the morale of the resistance surged, charging towards the enemy's stronghold like an unstoppable tide. However, the enemy's firepower was ferocious, a relentless barrage of bullets weaving a deadly net that staunchly impeded the advance of the resistance. Utilizing the advantages of their naval armaments, HQ-13 deftly maneuvered through the hail of gunfire. Seizing the moment, she lunged towards the enemy's frenzied machine gun emplacement with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey. The ship's artillery belched flames, each shell striking true, reducing the heavy machine guns to mere scrap and carving a breach for the resistance to exploit. "Charge!" Habib bellowed, leading his comrades through the opening, surging towards the enemy stronghold. The two sides clashed in close quarters, engaged in a fierce melee. The resistance, driven by a determination to prevail at all costs, fought valiantly against their foes. The glint of daggers flashed amidst the chaos, as fists flew and anguished cries intertwined, engulfing the stronghold in turmoil. After a brutal struggle, the resistance successfully captured the stronghold, but at a grievous cost, with many brave warriors falling on that hallowed ground. Habib gazed upon the fallen comrades, his eyes filled with sorrow and indignation. "We shall avenge them and drive the invaders from our land." Meanwhile, at the landing site on Rose Island, despite being repelled in their initial counterattack, the Jacobians were unwilling to accept defeat. Reinforcements of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles rushed to their aid, intent on forcing the landing forces back into the sea. Large-scale enemy reinforcements are en route. Exercise extreme caution. Nanchang warned the landing troops through the communication channel. Faced with the overwhelming enemy advance, the landing forces swiftly adjusted their tactics. The combat robots, leveraging their high mobility, split into multiple squads to encircle the enemy from various directions. The Type 05 amphibious assault vehicles provided fire support on the spot, their 105mm cannons roaring in unison, unleashing a hail of shells that detonated amidst the enemy ranks, causing utter disarray. At that moment, Hangzhou proactively requested to Commander Zhang Heng, "Commander, the landing forces are under significant pressure. I request permission to employ naval artillery for fire suppression against the enemy." Zhang Heng decisively granted the request. Approval granted. Ensure shooting accuracy to avoid friendly fire. Understood. Hangzhou swiftly adjusted the naval gun's angle. As dual AK-130 naval guns erupted with flame, several shells screaming like meteors, accurately striking the enemy's tank and infantry assembly areas. The cacophony of explosions resounded, flames reaching skyward as the enemy was thrown into disarray by this sudden assault, their offensive rhythm thoroughly disrupted. Nanchang and Changsha joined the ground support efforts, with Nanchang utilizing advanced fire control systems to lock onto the enemy's rear ammunition depot and command center, launching a barrage of cruise missiles. Boom, boom. The thunderous explosions resonated as the enemy's ammunition depot was obliterated, the command center reduced to rubble, plunging the enemy into chaos and panic. Sichuan remained intently focused on the display screens, providing real-time battlefield intelligence for the landing forces. "Commander, a gap has appeared in the enemy's right flank. We can concentrate fire here." Zhang Heng immediately commanded, "Concentrate anti-tank forces and launch a fierce assault on the enemy's right flank. Simultaneously, deploy the -11 drones and WZ-10 helicopters to intensify the assault on the enemy tanks." Upon receiving the orders, the landing forces sprang into action. Equipped with anti-tank weaponry, combat robots, and Type 05 amphibious assault vehicles concentrated their firepower on the enemy's right flank. In a tempest of violence, anti-tank missiles and armor-piercing rounds rained down upon the adversary. The attack, 11 drones, and WZ-10 helicopters also launched fierce assaults on enemy tanks from above, causing utter chaos along the enemy's right defense line. Under the relentless barrage of coordinated firepower, enemy tanks and infantry fighting vehicles ignited and exploded one after another. Yet, The Jacobians clung fiercely to their positions, with infantry using the wreckage and makeshift fortifications to continue their frenzied fire against the landing troops. Sichuan expressed concern, stating, "These individuals are behaving unusually." Zhang Heng observed the live feeds from various battlefronts, responding, "Indeed, their fighting spirit is extraordinarily intense. It is quite abnormal." The combat machines of the landing forces advanced steadily under the enemy's fire. Utilizing advanced sensors and precision shooting capabilities, they systematically eliminated enemy combatants. The robots worked in seamless coordination, providing mutual cover as they gradually constricted the enemy's operational space. With the formidable support of the naval fleet and the tenacious assault of the landing troops, the Jacobian defenses teetered on the brink of collapse. However, they fought like cornered beasts, continuously reallocating forces from various locations in an attempt to stabilize the situation. The battle led by Habib and HQ-13 in the city of Damascus reached a fever pitch. Although they had successively captured several enemy strongholds, the enemy's counterattacks grew increasingly fierce. In the narrow streets, smoke filled the air as the sounds of gunfire echoed from the ruins. "Habib, their firepower is overwhelming. Our advance is hindered," shouted Karim, who had joined the fray at some point, his voice rising above the chaos. Habib surveyed the battlefield and noted that the enemy had established multiple firing points at the crossroads ahead, creating a crossfire that severely suppressed the resistance's movements. HQ-13. "Draw their attention from the left. I will lead a team to flank them from the right and neutralize their firing positions," Habib commanded. HQ-13 nodded in understanding, then deployed the ship's equipment and charged towards the left, firing at the enemy's positions while advancing. The enemy's focus was instantly diverted, redirecting their fire towards HQ-13. Seizing this opportunity, Habib led a squad of resistance fighters, cautiously maneuvering through the ruins on the right. Just as they neared the enemy's firing positions, the Jacobians' heavy machine guns erupted with fire. In that instant, the resistance fighters were exposed to the enemy's onslaught. "Take cover," Habib shouted, quickly dropping to the ground himself. Bullets whizzed perilously overhead, the situation dire. Unfortunately, Karim was struck directly, collapsing into a pool of blood. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. It was the attack, 11 drones dispatched by Sichuan, arriving to assault the enemy's firing points. Several precision-guided bombs fell, boom, boom, boom. The enemy's positions were obliterated in an instant, and the resistance seized this opportunity, swiftly rising to charge forward. Onward. For Damascus. For Rose Island. For our fallen comrades. The resistance fighters shouted fervently, engaging in close combat with the remaining enemy forces. After a fierce battle, they ultimately cleared the obstruction and continued their advance deeper into the city. Meanwhile, at the landing zone, the Jacobian reinforcements suffered immense losses under the relentless bombardment from the naval forces and the staunch resistance of the landing troops. Though they fought valiantly, they gradually lost the initiative. As time passed, the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over the battlefield, imparting a tragic beauty to the war-torn land. The Jacobians finally recognized the dire nature of their predicament, understanding that continued resistance would only lead to utter annihilation. Thus, they commenced their retreat towards the port. "Commander, the Jacobians are retreating," Nanchang reported to Zhang Heng via the communicator. "Closely monitor their movements. Order the landing troops and the resistance to continue their advance and expand our gains, but remain cautious of any counterattack," Zhang Heng commanded calmly. "Understood," came the responses from various ships and units. Upon learning of the enemy's retreat, the morale of the landing troops and resistance surged, hastening their pace. They reclaimed the occupied land step by step along the streets and beaches. As the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, the afterglow bathed the entire Rose Island in hues of orange and red. The Jacobian transport fleet hastily departed from the port, leaving long trails across the surface of the sea. "Commander, shall we sink these transport vessels?" Hangzhou inquired urgently, her gaze fixed on the screen displaying the retreating Jacobian fleet. Eager for Zhang Heng's decision, Zhang Heng scrutinized the display, swiftly weighing various pros and cons in his mind. After a brief contemplation, he composed himself and, with a tone resolute and decisive, issued his command, "Let them return for now. Our immediate priority is to eradicate the remaining enemy forces on Rose Island, ensuring this land is entirely liberated from invaders. Qinzhou, you are to lead the escort fleet to closely monitor the sea surface. We must not allow the enemy any opportunity." Upon hearing this, Qingzhou promptly responded, "Understood." She then directed the two escort vessels, Datong and Yixian, to swiftly navigate towards the designated area, like three sharp blades slicing through the water. The surface of the sea shimmered under the fading sunlight. The radar on the escort vessels whirred rapidly, and various advanced monitoring devices operated at full capacity, emitting a faint hum, resembling vigilant eyes keenly observing every movement of the Jacobian transport fleet. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of Damascus, the flames of war had yet to be entirely extinguished. The air was thick with smoke, its acrid scent suffocating. Habib and HQ-13 were leading the resistance fighters alongside the combat robots of the landing forces, advancing deeper into the city. In the narrow streets, every piece of rubble could conceal an enemy, and each step forward was fraught with peril. Armed with an assault rifle, Habib exuded determination and vigilance, observing his surroundings while quietly advising the nearby resistance fighters. "Everyone, be cautious. The enemy may still be making a last stand. Stay alert and look out for one another." The warriors nodded in unison. Their gazes, though tinged with fatigue, were predominantly filled with a fervent desire for victory and a palpable hatred for the enemy. HQ-13 unfurled its formidable armament, the powerful combat gear gleaming with a metallic luster under the setting sun. It resembled a moving fortress, leading the procession while keenly sensing potential threats. On the other side of the city, the landing troops' combat robots operated in close coordination with the resistance, methodically clearing the remnants of the enemy. These combat robots moved with agility and precision, systematically dismantling the enemy strongholds with their advanced weaponry and accurate combat directives. Each enemy eliminated contributed a glimmer of hope towards the liberation of Rose Island. In other areas of Rose Island, citizens opened their doors, armed with various weapons, joining the struggle for freedom. The Type 05 amphibious assault vehicle provided robust fire support to all. Its 105mm turret roared intermittently, with shells striking the enemy positions with pinpoint accuracy, leaving the adversaries with nowhere to hide. As time passed and nightfall approached, Rose Island was enveloped in darkness. Yet the battle raged on. Zhang Heng stood resolutely on the bridge, his gaze firmly fixed on the direction of Rose Island. As tranquility gradually descended, the city of Damascus finally fell silent, the sounds of gunfire and explosions having long ceased. Suddenly, a tremendous cheer erupted like a surging tide, resonating above the war-torn city. Even from the bridge of the Sichuan, Zhang Heng could distinctly hear the jubilant echoes of victory. At that moment, the Silk Road Arc swiftly activated its armament at the port of Damascus, its voice steady yet gentle. "Commander, inform the wounded in the city to come here for treatment. Every life is invaluable. We must not forsake a single one." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng promptly notified Habib to swiftly organize the injured to receive care at the Silk Road. Arkansas signs indicated that everything was quietly shifting toward a favorable direction. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Just then, the familiar communications signal abruptly pierced the air. From that cold voice, one could unmistakably sense an uncontrollable fury. "Sinners, you shall feel the wrath of the divine. The Jacobians are the chosen people of God. I curse you and your ship girls. How dare you fire upon the chosen of God? You shall all descend into hell." Without allowing the speaker to finish, Zhang Heng decisively blocked the communication frequency. He turned to Sichuan, a look of confusion on his face. Is this truly a loss of reason due to fervent faith, or is there something more sinister at play? Sichuan shook his head in resignation. "I genuinely do not know." Zhang Heng chuckled in response. "Indeed, we are both at a loss. Let us await the results of Datong's investigation. Whatever comes next, we shall face it head-on, for soldiers meet soldiers and water meets earth." Chapter 17. After the landing in the ensuing days, Habib centered his efforts around Damascus, immersing himself with HQ-13 in the reorganization of the resistance, ultimately leading to the successful establishment of the National Guard. They gradually armed the National Guard with light weapons and some infantry fighting vehicles provided by Zhang Heng and others, laying the foundation for the self-defense forces of Rose Island. Having served in the Northern Union, Habib, during those brief days spent alongside the North Sea Fleet, glimpsed the visage of his ideal army. Each day, following the training of the newly formed National Guard, he would clutch his red book and board the Sichuan, eagerly discussing the philosophies within with Changsha, pondering how to practically apply them to the war-torn land of Rose Island. To facilitate the training of the National Guard with the assistance of the ship girls, Habib made full use of the local specialties of Rose Island, actively seeking to forge closer ties with the ship girls. In his eyes, Nanchang was undoubtedly the best candidate. Every gesture and word of Nanchang resembled the template of a perfect soldier, radiating an admirable aura. However, in the presence of Nanchang, Habib would inevitably feel a sense of inadequacy. This deep-seated respect rendered him hesitant in seeking her assistance. Qingzhou, a paragon of a perfect warrior in combat, would unexpectedly utter awkwardly blunt remarks during casual interactions, which often left Habib feeling exasperated, leading him to temporarily set aside her consideration for training. Despite her youth, Datong was also an exceptional soldier. Yet, at that moment, she was wholly engrossed in researching the equipment and documents left by the Jacobus people on Rose Island, leaving her no time to attend to the National Guard's training affairs. As the flagship of the fleet, Sichuan, alongside Changsha, the political commissar, were both invaluable talents akin to Nanchang. However, their daily responsibilities were demanding, making it exceedingly rare for them to find time to engage with Habib in intellectual discussions, let alone participate in the training of the National Guard. Qinghai Lake focused on researching resource replenishment methods for Rose Island, while the Silk Road Arc busied itself with providing free medical consultations for the island's populace. Though they too were capable soldiers, their significant missions precluded their involvement in the training of the National Guard. After weighing his options, Habib turned his attention to Hangzhou. With a forthright personality, Hangzhou was refreshingly candid, devoid of any convoluted thoughts, and possessed a particular fondness for beauty. Habib seized upon this trait, successfully winning her over with a combination of Damascus's fine wine and exquisite handmade rose soap. Consequently, Hangzhou began to carve out time each day to visit the National Guard's training grounds, assisting Habib in training this newly established unit according to traditional Chinese military drills. Zhang Heng gazed intently at the footage transmitted by the Wuzhen 7, observing Hangzhou training the soldiers who had recently transitioned from resistance fighters to regular troops with a serious demeanor. Puzzled, Zhang Heng turned to Nanchang, Changsha, and Sichuan beside him, unable to suppress his inquiry. What do you think? Why hasn't T. Habib come to seek my help? I am equally capable of fulfilling the role of an instructor. It would be appreciated if you could at least inquire with me, even if just symbolically. Nanchang couldn't help but chuckle softly, remarking, "You are the commander, after all, engaged in myriad daily affairs. Surely that is the reason, and not because you appear unmilitary, correct?" Changsha, where leisurely moments are a rarity, joined in the laughter. "Ah, indeed." Sichuan, a vivacious and straightforward girl, chimed in with rapid speech. "Nanchang, when did you start learning from Qingzhou? Your words are no longer direct. Clearly, it is the commander who must maintain overall control, closely monitoring the subsequent reactions of the Jacobs people, while also, alas, I cannot continue this charade any longer." Zhang Heng, upon hearing this, laughed as well. "You all could simply state that my skills are insufficient, rather than adopting Qingzhou's roundabout manner." In the harbor scene, a colossal white vessel stood out prominently. The mast of the ship bore the vibrant 5-star red flag and the naval ensign, fluttering in the breeze, as if narrating tales of friendship and strength from afar. At the gunwale, a conspicuous Red Cross symbol caught the eye, conveying warmth and compassion of humanitarian aid. Numerous citizens lined up in an orderly fashion, entering and exiting the grand ship. Zhang Heng gazed at this scene, a swell of pride rising within him, and could not help but inquire. "It has been 3 days since the Silk Road Arc commenced its free medical consultations, correct? Why are there still so many citizens coming for treatment?" Nanchang quickly reverted to her usual efficient demeanor, responding, "Indeed, Commander. According to reports, this is the first large-scale medical consultation event in the history of Rose Island. We have observed many residents from remote villages arriving in droves for medical assistance, indicating a significant demand for healthcare on the island." Changsha nodded in agreement, saying, "Moreover, Commander, many citizens on Rose Island have spontaneously begun to craft our flags. Look, atop the city's spire, the red flag flies alongside their local banners. If the ideal of global unity spoken of by our elder can truly be realized, how blissful that would be." Sichuan also nodded in affirmation as Huahua, seemingly in perfect sync, skillfully maneuvered the reconnaissance aircraft to capture a close-up shot of the flags fluttering side by side atop the spire. In the footage, the two flags danced gently in the breeze, symbolizing Rose Island's gradual rebirth after the ravages of war and the enduring friendship that lies ahead. After this moment of reflection, Zhang Heng shifted the topic, asking, what progress has been made regarding the research at Qinghai Lake? Can the equipment acquired from the Soviet Union be directly installed on her hull? Nanchang promptly replied, Commander, I was just about to report on this matter. The debugging has been successfully completed. However, the space required for the construction, maintenance, and research facilities is excessively large, and if installed on the Qinghai Lake's hull, it would severely impact her original supply operations, so we have only conducted tests. Of course, in the event of an emergency, activation is not out of the question. She paused briefly before continuing. However, that resource collection facility is remarkably compatible with Qinghai Lake. One could almost say it fits perfectly, as if the Northern Alliance had directly transplanted maritime equipment onto land. Once this facility is operational, it will aptly replenish the resources expended during this battle. After all, the launch of missiles is exceedingly resource-intensive. The few Changjian 10 cruise missiles I fired from Changsha consumed resources nearly equivalent to what 2 Marine Corps units in Sichuan would utilize in total. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng furrowed his brow in concern and inquired, do we have sufficient resource reserves? Changsha smiled reassuringly and replied, Commander, our resource reserves are ample, so there is no need for worry. I merely feel a sense of reflection due to the consumption this time. The quantity of resources supplied by the Northern Alliance is substantial. If estimated, they could likely suffice for a global expedition. Zhang Heng nodded in relief, reiterating, that's good. Very good indeed. I have not been idle during this time. I have also been growing. I have successfully consolidated 2 battle positions. Once we thoroughly resolve the matters at Rose Island and reach our destination, our fleet will undoubtedly become even more formidable. Hearing Zhang Heng's confident words, Nanchang, Changsha, and Sichuan exchanged glances of shared relief and trust. They gazed at Zhang Heng, their eyes brimming with faith and anticipation. Nanchang spoke first, Commander, we all believe in you. Throughout this journey, we have witnessed your growth and responsibility, and we are confident that under your leadership, the fleet will continue to develop and thrive. Changsha nodded in agreement. Indeed, with your guidance, we have the confidence to overcome any difficulties. The situation at Rose Island is merely a small phase. A broader world awaits our exploration, and the glory of our fleet is just around the corner. Sichuan chimed in with a cheerful smile. Exactly. I can hardly wait to see our even more powerful fleet. By then, who do you think will arrive first, Liao Jie or Fujian? I'm so looking forward to it. Chapter 18. Clues. As Zhang Heng engaged in fervent discussions with Nanchang and her companions on the bridge, Datong and HQ-13 navigated the bustling streets of Damascus. Under the guidance of HQ-13, Datong patiently inquired about the local populace's perceptions of the Jacobites. After meticulous analysis, she arrived at a conclusion. The Jacobites exhibited a pervasive arrogance and self-importance, making communication exceedingly challenging, and they displayed an extreme indifference towards life. They regarded all individuals outside their kind as mere anthropomorphic animals, showing little regard for their own existence. In their eyes, only the deity they worshipped held supreme importance in the grand scheme of life. Subsequently, Datong turned her attention to the various remnants left behind by the Jacobites. From the debris of the battlefield to the still functional weapons, tanks, artillery, rocket launchers, vehicles, and firearms, all of which fell within the scope of her research. During her careful observation and analysis, Datong noted numerous peculiarities. The design philosophies and manufacturing techniques of these armaments appeared to lack any prototype from the outside world, suggesting they were original creations indigenous to Mercury. Ultimately, Datong's focus settled on the hexagram that had been toppled from the spire. At first glance, its materials seemed metallic. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned subtle distinctions that set it apart from ordinary metals, indicating a unique composition. As night descended, soft lights illuminated the dining hall of the Qinghai Lake vessel, drawing everyone together. This marked Zhang Heng's inaugural visit to the Qinghai Lake, which, after 3 days of testing, had begun to reliably produce resources such as oil, steel, and aluminum. Although the current output was modest, it provided tangible evidence of resource replenishment. The gathering served a dual purpose: to celebrate the successful initiation of resource collection and to discuss forthcoming operational arrangements. Zhang Heng gazed at the Qinghai Lake and expressed concern. Qinghai Lake, does this mean you will only be able to navigate in your expanded state from now on? With her characteristic gentle smile, Qinghai Lake softly replied, Yes, Comrade Commander. to prevent resource scarcity and avoid depletion. I shall maintain my expanded state as long as my storage is not full, allowing for continuous resource collection. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Heng remarked, "That sounds reasonable. After all, with grain in hand, one remains unperturbed. We shall proceed in a standard formation from now on. Let the Sichuan ship and the 2 escort vessels handle the escort duties, thus forming a standing fleet of 4 ships, which should suffice for typical situations." After the banquet concluded, Datong, her large eyes gleaming with anticipation, raised her hand high, eager to speak. Observing this, Zhang Heng offered a warm smile. "Little Datong, feel free to speak directly. This is not a formal meeting, so there's no need to raise your hand so formally." In her sweet, soft voice, Datong announced, "Commander, Political Commissar, I have discovered some particularly intriguing details that I must report to you." Zhang Heng's eyes sparkled with encouragement as he exclaimed, "Datong, you're truly impressive. Please, elaborate." Datong promptly produced several photographs and showcased a few tangible objects, articulating his thoughts with clarity. "Firstly, these are their large-scale equipment. I have scoured the Minecore database, which even contains data on self-manufactured equipment from Poland and Serbia. Yet, I could not find any prototypes for these large pieces of equipment. This indicates that they have been developed independently in this world, bearing no relation to the ship girls." Datong swallowed lightly before continuing, "Secondly, there are dubious aspects regarding the manufacturing techniques of this equipment. As we all know, in our original world, the evolution of tank turrets transitioned from cast to welded designs, eventually culminating in composite armor turrets. However, the tank turrets here appear similar to welded types, yet they are in fact a single molded composite armor turret, devoid of any welding traces. This is astonishing, particularly when compared to the amphibious equipment provided by the Sichuan sister, which bears clear signs of welding." As he spoke, Datong gestured towards a nearby assault rifle. Their firearms reflect a similar trend. While their performance seems average, the craftsmanship is remarkably sophisticated. Moreover, the materials used are peculiar, indistinguishable as any known metal, yet they exhibit exceptional hardness and ductility. The same applies to this hexagram. Looking up at Nanchang, Datong continued, "Today, I contacted Sister Kiev in Murmansk using Sister Nanchang's long-wave radio, inquiring about the technological level of humanity on this planet, to see if there are unique aspects we are yet to comprehend." Sister Kiev remarked that prior to World War II, human technology on this planet was rather limited, yielding no particularly remarkable achievements. She was quite certain that the equipment in my hands could not have been produced by the inhabitants of this planet, at least not by those in the Northern Union. Datong asserted emphatically, "I harbor serious doubts regarding the technological prowess of the Jacobians, as no facilities resembling an armaments factory were discovered on Orion's Island. It is entirely a religious island." He then retrieved another photograph depicting a desolate island. Pointing at the image, he stated, "This is an uninhabited island located 670 kilometers southeast of Orion's Island, seemingly unremarkable. However, through the synthetic aperture radar data and electromagnetic analysis relayed by UAV-7, it is highly probable that this is where the Jacobians lived after their exile." With a focused demeanor, Datong continued to elucidate, "There exists a crucial piece of evidence. The radiation signatures here align perfectly with those of the hexagram and the statue of the cathedral in Elohim City, indicating that these 2 items were likely produced on this island. Such radiation signatures are undetectable elsewhere." Upon hearing Datong's exposition, Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, "Radiation? Are you referring to nuclear radiation?" Datong couldn't suppress a chuckle, her eyes sparkling with liveliness, and quickly clarified, "Not at all. Commander, why is it that whenever radiation is mentioned, nuclear radiation is the only thought that crosses your mind? Indeed, all objects emit natural radiation, and the No. 7 detector is truly remarkable, capable of accurately detecting even the most subtle natural radiation signals." After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, Datong resolutely concluded, "Therefore, if we can ascertain whether there are signs of deep-sea activity on this island, we can essentially prove whether the Jacobians are colluding with the depths. I personally believe the likelihood is quite substantial, considering the uniquely crafted weapons they possess, which far surpass the technological capabilities of humanity on this planet. They are likely products of deep-sea technology." Upon hearing Datong's report, Zhang Heng turned to Changsha and Nanchang with a serious expression and remarked, "This deserted island conveniently lies on our essential route. We must investigate it thoroughly. Our immediate priority is to collaborate with the people of Rose Island to reclaim Orion's Island from the grip of the Jacobians. Furthermore, we must completely dismantle their military forces and achieve demilitarization. Only then can we leave with peace of mind. Otherwise, this place will inevitably descend into a state of perpetual conflict, with the local populace suffering the most. Nanchang and Changsha exchanged a glance and resolutely replied in unison. We concur with the commander's opinion. At that moment, a mischievous grin appeared on Qinzhou's face as she playfully suggested, Commander, should we capture that Saint Elizabeth? She constantly refers to herself as a lost lamine sinner, which is rather bothersome. Hangzhou, upon hearing this, suddenly became animated, slamming her hand on the table and enthusiastically agreeing. Sister Qinzhou is absolutely right. We should apprehend such a charlatan and bind her to the muzzle of my AK-130 and see if she can still utter those nonsensical words. Seeing this, Zhang Heng quickly raised his hand to halt their continued banter, smiling wryly as he said, All right, let us not escalate this further. If we continue down this path, extreme ideas like execution may surface. Our primary objective must remain focused on resolving issues and maintaining peace. Chapter 19. Target Orion Island. Under the diligent training in Hangzhou, the newly formed National Guard, originally composed of members from the resistance organization, has shed its disorganized nature and gradually revealed the semblance of an ironclad army. The team members now march in unison, their gazes resolute. Both tactical coordination and combat spirit have undergone a remarkable transformation. Observing that the moment has come, Zhang Heng summoned Habib to the conference room aboard the Sichuan ship. Before long, Habib entered the room accompanied by HQ-13. Zhang Heng, wearing a gentle smile, gestured for them to take a seat. I have been informed by Hangzhou about your training progress during this period, and I find the results to be significant. We are nearly ready to face the trials of real combat. Our next objective is to liberate Orion Island. At that time, we will continue to provide substantial support in terms of heavy equipment, but the actual assault will be entrusted to your National Guard. This will be the first battle for the National Guard since its inception. Do you have confidence in this mission? Upon hearing this, Habib immediately stood tall, saluted with precision, and replied in a loud, firm voice, We have confidence. Commander Zhang, not only have we focused intently on military training during this time, but I have also ensured that our ideological unity has not faltered. Now, every member of our team understands clearly what we are fighting for. Zhang Heng nodded in satisfaction and jested, That's wonderful. I was somewhat concerned that you might think our strength warranted us directly taking Orion Island for you. Habib swiftly waved his hand and earnestly responded, To be honest, Commander, there were indeed some initial thoughts along those lines. However, after a series of ideological education sessions, everyone's mindset has shifted. After all, this is our own country, and we bear an unshirkable responsibility. We are immensely grateful for the support you have provided. Recently, I have studied the philosophies of your mentors with Changsha, and several of their sayings have profoundly impacted me. They spoke of self-reliance, hard work, and overcoming difficulties, and emphasized that the Chinese nation possesses the spirit to fight to the bitter end against its enemies, the determination to restore what was lost through self-reliance, and the capability to stand independently among the nations of the world. These words are not only applicable to you, they represent an invaluable spiritual wealth for us as well, inspiring us to reclaim the land that rightfully belongs to us. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng felt a surge of gratification and joy. Your ability to remember his words and genuinely integrate them into action is truly commendable. Now, let us have Nanchang elaborate on the offensive plan. Nanchang, with a serious demeanor, approached the operational map of Orion Island, where the marking of Elohim City stood out prominently. As the core hub of Orion Island, this port city bears significant strategic importance for the operation. Everyone, Nanchang's voice was steady and resolute, his gaze piercing as it swept over each individual present. The terrain of Orion Island is exceedingly complex. Elohim City, serving as the political, religious, and economic center of the island, undoubtedly represents the focal point of the Jacobian defense system. Next, I shall elaborate on the operational plan, which is divided into 4 distinct phases: pre-landing suppression, the landing battle, the siege warfare, and finally, the stabilization phase. She directed the commander's baton towards the waters surrounding the city of Elohim, stating, In the pre-landing suppression phase, our fleet will play a pivotal role. The Sichuan ship and the destroyer escorts shall unleash formidable firepower, launching a relentless barrage against the coastal fortifications, artillery positions, and potential enemy assembly points near Elohim. The objective of this phase is to dismantle the enemy's coastal defenses as thoroughly as possible, disrupting their deployments and creating favorable conditions for the subsequent landing operations. Immediately thereafter, the baton shifted towards the coastline of Elohim. In the landing battle phase, Habib will lead the main forces of the National Guard, dividing them into several landing groups that will advance towards the beach via landing craft, shielded by the fleet's overwhelming firepower, swiftly breaching the enemy's beachhead defenses. HQ-13 will maneuver a portion of their team to flank the enemy, targeting their vulnerable points to divert attention and assist the main forces in achieving a successful landing. Each landing group must maintain close coordination, remaining vigilant against enemy fire during the landing process. Upon successful disembarkation, they must rapidly fortify their positions to prepare for the ensuing siege. Habib and HQ-13, with focused expressions, studied the map intently, nodding slightly to acknowledge their understanding of the tasks at hand. Subsequently, Nanchang directed the baton towards the city gates of Elohim and the principal streets within, stating that in the siege warfare phase, following a successful landing, the National Guard must swiftly consolidate their combat forces, splitting into 2 units to advance into the city. The first unit, the main assault team, will be personally led by Habib, striking directly at the command center of the Jacobians to dismantle their command structure, leaving the enemy in disarray. The second unit, under HQ-13's leadership, will be responsible for clearing out enemy presence in the main streets, progressively expanding our control while ensuring the protection of vital infrastructure to avoid unnecessary destruction. During the siege, the team will adeptly utilize the urban terrain to engage the enemy in flexible street battles, gradually constricting their operational space. Once the siege tasks have been organized, Nanchang, with a grave expression, stated, the final stabilization phase is equally critical. Upon successfully securing the city of Elohim, we must not exhibit the slightest complacency. The National Guard must promptly establish an effective security management system within the city, setting up checkpoints in each neighborhood and intensifying patrols. We must reassure the residents, allowing them to feel the peace and stability we bring. Additionally, a thorough sweep of the remaining Jacobian forces must be conducted to prevent any resurgence that could disrupt the tranquility of the city. During this period, our fleet will maintain vigilance in the waters, providing you with essential support and assurance. In conclusion, Nanchang solemnly summarized, every phase of this operation is of utmost importance and intricately linked. All teams must maintain close communication and coordinate their efforts. The National Guard must fully leverage your combat capabilities and indomitable spirit, while our fleet shall provide unwavering support. Everyone must strictly adhere to the plan and respond cautiously to various unexpected situations, aiming to secure victory in this battle with minimal cost and liberate the city of Elohim. Is everyone clear about their respective tasks? Clear. The crowd echoed in unison. The following morning, within the spacious dock of the Sichuan ship, a tense and solemn atmosphere prevailed. The members of the National Guard stood in orderly formation, clad in pristine combat uniforms, their faces adorned with camouflage, eyes reflecting determination and anticipation. Beside them, armored vehicles were lined up neatly, their surfaces gleaming, turrets raised, resembling formidable steel beasts poised for action. The team members were methodically making final preparations. Some were meticulously inspecting their firearms, repeatedly polishing the barrels to ensure each component functioned flawlessly in battle. Others organized their gear, arranging ammunition pouches and first aid kits with precision, securing every strap, while others quietly discussed the operational plan, reminding each other of key tasks. The drivers of the armored vehicles sat at the helm, intently focused on the instrument panel, conducting final adjustments on the vehicle's performance. The engines emitted a deep, resonant roar. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Sichuan ship, Zhang Heng, Changsha, Nanchang, and Habib, along with several National Guard commanders, gathered around a large maritime chart, reaffirming the fleet's course and operational strategies. Nanchang pointed to a marked location on the chart, stating, based on our current speed and wind direction, we anticipate arriving at the operational area in 1 hour. Before our arrival, we will conduct a comprehensive scan of the target area using radar and reconnaissance equipment to ensure we have the most up-to-date information. Zhang Heng nodded slightly, his gaze resolute as he declared, everyone must remain vigilant. Although we have made thorough preparations, the battlefield is ever-changing. All units must maintain open lines of communication and act strictly according to the plan. The Brothers of the National Guard bear the heavy responsibility of liberating Orion Island, and the Sichuan ship, along with the entire fleet, will provide unwavering support. The fleet surged forward across the vast sea, the ocean breeze howling past the ship's hull. Standing on the deck, one could see the sun slowly rising above the distant horizon, a radiant orb emerging, casting a golden glow upon the boundless waters. Chapter 20. The half-hearted landing assault in the command room of the Sichuan ship. Zhang Heng stood before the vast ship window, the soft morning light sketching his tall figure. At this moment, he was no longer the same person who first arrived in this world. A soldier's aura gradually unfolded around him. His gaze was piercing as he stared at the increasingly clear outline of Orientis Island in the dawn light. All units, prepare to execute pre-battle suppression according to the predetermined plan. Zhang Heng's command echoed through the communication channels, instantly reaching every corner of the fleet. The Changjian 10 system is ready. Target locked, came the calm and steady voice from Nanchang over the communicator. Changsha, with unwavering focus on the radar screen, quickly reported, no anomalies detected. Ready to launch at any moment. Through the ship's window, one could see the massive hulls of Nanchang and Changsha nearby, as the covers of their vertical launch systems slowly opened, revealing the cruise missiles within. The systems activated, the missiles poised for launch, waiting only for the signal to unleash their thunderous might upon the target. At this moment, the main cannons of Hangzhou and Qinzhou were all aimed toward Orientis Island. Unable to contain her excitement, Hangzhou reported swiftly to the command room. The cannons are calibrated, shells loaded, awaiting orders. Her voice was crisp and powerful, imbued with a fervent desire for battle. Qinzhou, equally diligent, meticulously checked all parameters, ensuring every detail was flawless before resolutely stating, all preparations are complete. We await the command to fire. Surrounding the fleet, Yixian and Datong patrolled like loyal guardians, with the Sichuan ship at the center, moving in an orderly fashion. Yixian, graceful and agile, keenly sensed the movements above and below the water, leaving no hint of abnormality unnoticed. Datong, likewise, exerted every effort, activating all sensors to create an invisible yet impenetrable safety barrier for the fleet. Timely updates flowed through the communication channels. No anomalies detected in the surrounding waters. The fleet is secure. On the expansive flight deck of the Sichuan ship, various aircraft stood in formation like vigilant steel hawks, engines rumbling with a deep, powerful growl that resonated in the surrounding air. Huahua sat at the control panel, fully engrossed in operating the instruments. Her eyes were resolute as her agile claws danced over the controls, issuing commands with precision. With a sharp whistle, aircraft were launched like arrows from a bow, tracing elegant arcs in the morning light. One wave after another, they headed towards their designated mission areas in an orderly fashion. Observing that everything was ready, Zhang Heng commanded, commenced the liberation operation of Orientis. His voice was firm and resonant, reverberating through the communication channels, instantly igniting a tense atmosphere across the battlefield. Launch. Nanchang decisively issued the command, and from the massive hulls of both Nanchang and Changsha, the fully prepared Changjian 10 cruise missiles surged forth like fire dragons, exhaling fierce plumes of flame and roaring thunderously as they charged towards Orientis Island with unstoppable might. The cruise missiles, equipped with advanced guidance systems, soared through the sky with remarkable precision towards their designated targets. In a cacophony of explosions, the coastal defenses of Orion's Island erupted, thick plumes of smoke billowing into the air. Simultaneously, the naval artillery controlled by Hangzhou and Qinzhou roared in unison, their colossal muzzles belching forth fiery orange flames as shells rained down upon the coastal fortifications of Orion's Island. Each impact ignited fierce flames, sending clouds of dust and debris soaring, as the enemy's defenses crumbled under the relentless bombardment. In the skies above, the aircraft commanded by Huahua had reached their respective operational zones. Those executing reconnaissance missions, utilizing state-of-the-art detection equipment, meticulously tracked every movement of the enemy forces on Orion's Island, relaying intelligence back to the command center of the Sichuan fleet in real-time via data links. Meanwhile, air superiority fighters patrolled vigilantly, closely monitoring the surrounding airspace, poised to counter any potential aerial retaliation from the adversary. Yixian and Datong continued to patrol the fleet's periphery, remaining ever vigilant. With their nimble forms and acute senses, They traversed the ocean's surface, diligently scanning for any lurking threats to ensure the fleet's safety. Under the concerted and formidable firepower, the defensive system of the Jacobson forces on Orion's island quickly descended into chaos. Key installations such as strongholds, bunkers, and fire points were systematically obliterated by the dual assault of the Changjian, 10 cruise missiles, and naval artillery. The island was engulfed in numerous raging infernos, thick smoke obscuring the sky. The resistance of the Jacobson forces was significantly diminished in a short span, their soldiers disoriented and thrown into disarray by the sudden and ferocious onslaught. Following successive precise strikes, the primary defensive capabilities of the Jacobson forces on Orion's island had been effectively subdued. The battlefield was littered with the ruins of enemy fortifications, with the remnants of their forces reduced to cowering in scattered corners, barely hanging on. Reporting to the commander, Nanchang conveyed that the enemy's main defensive strength had been successfully suppressed, and the conditions for landing were ripe. Zhang Heng nodded slightly, his gaze resolutely fixed on Orion's island, and issued a new command: notify the National Guard to prepare for landing. Upon receiving the landing orders, the docking bay doors of the Sichuan fleet swung open with a thunderous roar, tumultuous seawater surging in with a deep rumble. One after another, the ZBD-05 amphibious infantry fighting vehicles surged forth like dragons breaking the surface, cutting through the waves at a breakneck pace towards the beaches of Orion's island, leaving a trail of white froth in their wake. The National Guard members stood ready, weapons firmly grasped, their expressions resolute. Habib calmly transmitted orders through the vehicle's communication system. Brothers, this battle to liberate Orion's island demands our utmost vigilance. Adhere to the plan. The responses from the team members echoed with determination within the confined space of the armored vehicles. Yet, amidst the tranquility of the landing process, an unsettling eeriness lingered in the air. The anticipated barrage of gunfire was conspicuously absent, with only sporadic distant shots echoing from afar. The bullets weakly struck the armored vehicle, producing a faint clinking sound, while shells exploded nearby, sending sprays of water crashing against the hull. This feeble resistance starkly contrasted with the pre-war assessments of the enemy's defensive capabilities. Something was amiss. The enemy should not be so easily vanquished. Everyone, remain vigilant. Do not fall into an ambush. Habib's voice came through the communicator, tinged with gravity. Despite his doubts, the vehicle skillfully maneuvered through the gunfire, steadily making its way onto the beach. The team members swiftly disembarked, using the vehicle for cover as they cautiously advanced inland. The streets bore the scars of war, permeated with the acrid scent of gunpowder, eerily quiet as if the city were a graveyard. Occasionally, the distant crack of gunfire echoed in the emptiness, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. The enemy's presence was elusive, seemingly vanishing under the overwhelming pre-battle firepower, as if hiding in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Habib led his elite squad toward the cathedral, a site not only sacred in its religious significance, but also crucial in strategic terms, which should have been heavily guarded. Yet, it lay in an unsettling silence. As they cautiously approached the cathedral, the stillness was so profound that they could only hear their own breaths and footsteps. Habib signaled, and the team members instinctively spread out, approaching the grand entrance from various angles. Habib kicked the door open, and the squad surged inside, weapons aimed at every corner. However, what greeted them was an empty cathedral. The once majestic statues had vanished, leaving behind only bare stone altars. How could this be? One member whispered, shattering the silence within the sanctuary. Habib's brow furrowed, his suspicions deepening. He ordered the team to meticulously search every nook and cranny of the cathedral, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, apart from some disordered footprints and discarded items, they found nothing. Subsequently, the National Guard conducted a thorough investigation within the city, which lasted a day. As the search area expanded, they discovered that the remaining inhabitants were primarily ordinary Jacobs, civilians, and former Orion's residents. Fear and confusion clouded their eyes, and when questioned by the National Guard, most averted their gaze, hesitant to speak. Through patient reassurance and dialogue, the team gradually learned that a day prior, religious zealots had mysteriously evacuated, taking with them significant artifacts. It seemed they had been well prepared, transforming the city into a mere shell, leaving behind defenseless civilians. Evidently, the enemy had executed a planned retreat. They had abandoned this place, but they undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Habib analyzed the map in the makeshift command center. What should we do next? HQ-13 inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Habib replied, First, we must stabilize the situation in the city and reassure these civilians. Simultaneously, we will intensify reconnaissance in the surrounding areas. The enemy cannot simply vanish. They must be regrouping somewhere, preparing for a counterattack. We must ascertain their movements swiftly and not afford them a moment's respite. Thus, the National Guard organized personnel to assist civilians in restoring order to their lives, distributing food and medicine, while simultaneously dispatching multiple reconnaissance teams to search the surrounding mountains and jungles for potential hiding places. Zhang Heng received news from Habib in the command room of the Sichuan ship, and he was genuinely astonished. Initially believing that the liberation of Orlns Island would be an arduous and grueling battle, he was taken aback by how effortlessly the enemy surrendered such a crucial stronghold. Furthermore, the inexplicable disappearance of religious fanatics and significant items hinted at undisclosed events behind this occurrence. This matter was of grave importance, and there could be no room for negligence. Zhang Heng promptly decided to convene an emergency meeting with the entire fleet. In the spacious conference room, the atmosphere was tense, with every gaze fixated on Zhang Heng. Comrades, we are all aware of the current situation on Orlns Island. The enemy's unusual behavior is perplexing, and the whereabouts of the religious zealots pose a significant risk to us. Zhang Heng's expression was grave as he scanned the faces of those present. We cannot simply depart without further investigation. Although Mr. Habib and his team have ostensibly liberated Orlns, we must ascertain that all religious extremists have vacated the island. Otherwise, we risk future calamities. Nanchang was the first to voice her agreement, her tone imbued with unwavering conviction. The others nodded in consensus. After thorough discussion, it was ultimately decided that Datong would land on the island to participate in the subsequent investigative efforts. Datong possessed not only sharp insight, but also formidable data analysis skills, making her the unequivocal choice for this task. Datong, this mission is formidable. You must exercise utmost caution. It is imperative to ascertain the whereabouts of the religious fanatics and ensure that no potential threats remain on the island, Zhang Heng solemnly advised. Rest assured, Commander, Datong guarantees the successful completion of this mission. Datong replied with a soft yet resolute voice. Following the meeting, Datong swiftly prepared to board Orlns Island. Behind her, the Sichuan ship and the entire fleet stood on high alert, closely monitoring every movement on the island, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Chapter 21. Within the church, Dadong set foot on Orion's Island, where the earth still bore the remnants of warfare. She hurried along, swiftly locating HQ-13, who was responsible for maintaining order in Elasham City. What is the current status of HQ-13? She inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. Before our landing, their coastal defense forces put up quite a fierce resistance. Upon entering the city, however, it seems as if all resistance has vanished. Do you have any leads? HQ-13 offered no lengthy explanation, merely producing a collection of meticulously organized intelligence documents to hand to Dadong. We have just interrogated some surviving coastal defense soldiers, they disclosed. According to their accounts, ever since we liberated Rose Island, they have been preparing. The only orders they received daily were to hold the coast at all costs, ensuring we could not successfully land. Dadong carefully perused the testimonies, pondering for a moment before asking. So they are also unaware of the whereabouts of their superiors, correct? With a grave expression, HQ-13 nodded in agreement. Observing this, Dadong grasped HQ-13's hand with urgency and exclaimed, "Let us go, gather a few personnel, and we shall venture to the church together." Without a moment's hesitation, HQ-13 swiftly selected a team of well-trained National Guard members, who fell in line behind Dadong as they made their way to the grand yet mysteriously imposing cathedral at the heart of the city. Their footsteps quickened, and they soon arrived before the church. There, Habib stood outside, intently vigilant with his subordinates, a weighty atmosphere enveloping the surroundings. Dadong strode directly to the center of the square, noticing Habib transfixed by the statue of the Virgin Mary, seemingly captivated by something profound. Approaching swiftly, Dadong softly inquired, "Habib, what has captured your attention so? You appear utterly engrossed." Habib, as if jolted from a reverie, turned to see Dadong and HQ-13 approaching in unison. He gestured towards the statue, saying, "Ah, Dadong, you have arrived. I have been pondering this. Take a look. From the intelligence we gathered and the photographs we reviewed, Did not the Virgin hold an object resembling a squid? Now, it is gone, leaving only this solitary goddess. Dadong had indeed noticed this anomaly earlier, her brow knitting slightly as she asked, "Are you certain it was not inadvertently damaged during the war?" Habib resolutely shook his head, his tone unwavering. "No, and it is not just this. The central niche of the church is also empty. Everything feels exceedingly strange." Dadong's charming face bore a frown, her thoughts deep in contemplation. After a moment, she seemed to set aside her current musings and stated, "Never mind that for now. Let us enter and investigate. Those individuals could not have simply disappeared. We are bound to uncover some clues." With that, she lifted her foot and proceeded toward the interior of the church, while Habib and HQ-13 exchanged glances before promptly following in her wake. Stepping into this magnificent cathedral, one is immediately captivated by the soaring dome, adorned with stained glass that bathes the interior in a kaleidoscope of colors as sunlight filters through, seemingly ushering divine radiance into the earthly realm. At the center of the church stands the towering ark, encircled by intricately carved wooden frames, its surface draped with sumptuous embroidered curtains, golden tassels swaying gently in the air, signifying profound reverence for faith. Yet, at this moment, the ark lies open and empty, akin to a hollow shell devoid of its soul, leaving only the vestiges of past grandeur. The surrounding walls are embellished with intricate Hebrew scriptures, quietly narrating ancient doctrines and legends. Between the columns, antique chandeliers hang, their bronze frames intricately etched with classic motifs of the Jacobite tradition, casting a warm and solemn ambience throughout the space, though now this solemnity carries an inexplicable eeriness. Neatly arranged rows of wooden pews, crafted from deep brown timber polished by time, emanate a serene luster. The backs of the seats often bear exquisite carvings, each line a testament to the artisan's skill. However, the once devout congregants who sat in pious worship are nowhere to be seen, leaving behind these silent benches as witnesses to the cathedral's current solitude. High above, a gallery designated for women features railings adorned with intricate cutwork, ensuring unobstructed views while creating a sense of privacy. Yet now, this gallery too stands empty, with only the ornate railings appearing forlorn in the interplay of light and shadow. Before the altar, the lectern stands with solemn elegance, its surface home to heavy scrolls encased in beautifully crafted silver or wooden covers, the delicate engravings documenting the faith of the Jacobite people. Observing this scene, Datong is filled with confusion and cannot help but inquire, did they not take their scriptures when they left? After all, these are vital vessels of their religious beliefs. The cathedral's internal design, once a beacon of sacred solemnity, now reflects an unsettling absence, as the fervent devotees have vanished, taking with them essential religious symbols, leaving behind a structure that appears intact, yet is imbued with peculiarities. Datong's expression sharpens as she decisively activates her advanced suit. In a flash of brilliance, the sophisticated and precise components of the suit envelop her form, endowing her with heightened perception and formidable investigative capabilities. She then begins to meticulously examine the cathedral, her focused demeanor suggesting an intent to dissect every detail of the sacred space. Habib and HQ-13 stand nearby, engrossed in watching Datong's professional and thorough investigation, their gaze following her every move with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, uncertain of what significant clues she might uncover. As time stretches in the tense yet tranquil atmosphere, each second seems to linger. Finally, Datong reaches the vacant ark at the heart of the cathedral. Her fingers brush against a concealed protrusion, and a spark of realization ignites within her as she gently presses it down. In an instant, a resounding and ominous clamor of machinery echoed throughout the church, causing the entire structure to tremble slightly. Accompanying this cacophony, a vast entrance leading to the underground slowly materialized before the cabinet, its pitch-black maw resembling that of a monstrous beast, exuding an aura of mystery and peril. Dato's gaze fixed upon this gaping chasm, a flicker of astonishment and caution flashing in her eyes. She swiftly seized her communication device to report to Commander Zhang Hong. "Comrade Commander, I have uncovered a significant lead. There exists a vast space beneath the church. I request permission to descend and investigate." Her voice resonated with unwavering clarity through the communication channel. After contemplating Dato's report for a moment, Zhang Hong replied gravely, "No, we cannot ascertain the conditions below. It is far too dangerous for you to venture down alone. Nanchong, Changsha, I need you both to collaborate on devising an exploratory plan. Nanchang's succinct and decisive voice immediately responded, "Understood, Commander." Simultaneously, Changsha promptly acknowledged the directive, and the two swiftly immersed themselves in the urgent task of formulating a safe and effective exploration strategy to address the uncertainties lurking beneath the church. Chapter 22. Beneath the church. Before long, Nanchang and Changsha devised a comprehensive operational plan. This proposal, the result of extensive discussions and deliberations between the two, took into account various potential scenarios, aiming to ensure that the exploratory mission was both efficient and safe. After meticulously reviewing the plan, Zhang Heng swiftly made the necessary arrangements. He resolved to maintain the Sichuan ship as the flagship, stationed off the coast of Orl-Ns Island, leveraging its advanced aircraft and marine combat equipment to firmly establish air superiority and control over the harbor. This would guarantee a prompt response in the event of any unforeseen circumstances. Simultaneously, the Sichuan ship would deploy 2 squads of marine robots, equipped with high-definition cameras and real-time communication devices, capable of transmitting the exploration status back to Zhang Heng, thus granting him intimate knowledge of every movement below ground. For escort duties, Changsha was tasked with leading Qinzhou and Yixian to ensure the safety of the Sichuan ship. With extensive combat experience and exceptional command abilities, Changsha, alongside the capable Qinzhou and Yixian, would work in close collaboration, forming a robust defensive line to safeguard the Sichuan ship throughout the exploratory endeavor. The crucial task of exploring the subterranean space was entrusted to Nanchang and Hangzhou. They would lead the marine robots into the depths beneath the church, accompanied by Datong. The Silk Road Arc would also join, providing essential logistical support, emergency medical assistance, and technical aid for the exploration team. Once all arrangements were finalized, Nanchang, Hangzhou, and the Silk Road Arc, accompanied by the well-equipped marine robots, descended via the Sichuan C-8 helicopter, landing in the square of the church. Shortly thereafter, Nanchang and Hangzhou, leading the marine robots and the Silk Road Arc, reunited with Datong, who joyfully waved at their arrival, exclaiming like a lively sprite, "Sister Nanchang, Sister Hangzhou, Sister Silk Road Arc, over here." Nanchang approached Datong with a smile, her gaze fixed on the ominous entrance, gently ruffling Datong's hair as she said, "Little Datong, is this the place? That entrance certainly exudes an inexplicable eeriness." Datong nodded earnestly, her expression slightly grave. "Yes, it looks so deep, as if it has no end. I wonder what awaits us below. It makes me feel rather uneasy." Curiously, Hangzhou leaned in to peer into the darkness, her eyes reflecting a blend of fearlessness and resolve as she declared, "Let us not waste time guessing. We'll find out what lies beneath by going down." Nanchang nodded in agreement, then turned to methodically direct the marine robots to enter first. The robots marched in perfect unison, utilizing their built-in lighting to illuminate the path for those about to venture underground. As everyone prepared to don their gear, a radiant glow enveloped them, the components of their suits materializing around them in an instant. Before descending, Nanchang cast a serious glance at Habib and HQ-13, solemnly instructing, "We are uncertain of what awaits us below. We shall proceed first. You must remain vigilant." Habib wore a focused expression, nodding vigorously with a resolute tone. "Rest assured, Nanchang. I will ensure the mission's completion." With that, he and HQ-13 swiftly organized personnel, establishing a formidable perimeter around the church, ever vigilant to the slightest rustle in the surroundings. Observing this, Nanchang refrained from further words and turned to lead the group gently down the entrance. They descended the stairs, crafted from polished obsidian, each step inscribed with inverted Hebrew prayers. As their soles lightly brushed against the stone, a faint crimson luminescence emanated. The deeper they ventured, the more potent the peculiar amalgamation of the briny sea and incense became, almost inducing nausea. Niches adorned with amethyst began to appear along the walls, housing fragmented bronze idols. The visages of these figures had been deliberately chiseled away, leaving only the torsos grasping serpentine scepters, the tips of which were bizarrely engraved with octopus tentacle motifs. This was the totem of the faceless prophet of the Jacobus faith. Datong's combat suit rapidly projected data, her brow furrowed in perplexity. "I have just documented their scriptures. According to the records, their idols have never incorporated octopus elements." At the foot of the stairs loomed a 3-meter-tall bronze door, evoking a sense of heaviness and oppression. The door was adorned with a seven-fold flame emblem of Jacobus, crafted from human rib bones. Each rib threaded with golden wires connecting to miniature screens that incessantly displayed images of devout worshippers kneeling, evoking a chilling sensation. Nanchang's expression turned grave as he gestured for the marine robot to advance and breach the door. Accompanied by the clattering of metal, the bronze door creaked open, revealing an expansive dome-like chamber, vast enough to accommodate 3 football fields. Hundreds of transparent petri dishes dangled from the ceiling like stalactites, resembling enormous test tubes firmly set in grooves on the obsidian floor. Each dish was connected to silver conduits, entwined with belts inscribed with scriptures, culminating in precise cross-shaped interfaces atop the dishes. Deep purple liquid swirled within the petri dishes, identical to the liquid that flowed from the flagship during the battle at Caning Island, exuding a rich scent of the deep sea. Naked female humans floated serenely within, their hair unfurling like seaweed in the liquid, eyelids gently closed, their chests rising and falling with the rhythm of the fluid, unconsciously absorbing the essence of the deep sea from the blood. Witnessing this awe-inspiring yet horrifying scene, Datong instinctively covered her mouth, stifling the turmoil within. Once her emotions steadied, she remarked, "Who are these individuals? Worshippers? Or others they have abducted? The essence of the deep sea is overwhelming here. The Jacobus people are indeed conspiring with the depths. The supports for the petri dishes are angelic statues." Hangzhou interjected, gently slicing open a nearby petri dish, then cautiously dipping her fingertip into the deep purple liquid. She furrowed her brow further and continued, "Yet the wings of the angels have been replaced with octopus tentacles. In the heart of the subterranean dome, a spherical apparatus with a diameter of 20 meters hovers, its exterior adorned with intricate murals depicting the apocalyptic judgment of the Jacobites. The angels portrayed within possess the heads of cephalopods, voraciously drawing human souls into their gaping maws. A primary conduit descends from the device, linking it to an altar situated at the center of the ground. This altar is constructed from white bones, forming a colossal hexagram, with a glass coffin perched at each apex, housing mummified corpses clad in high priestly robes. Each corpse bears a hollow chest, from which a continuous flow of pale lavender mist emanates. As the Ark of the Silk Road spoke, it meticulously scanned the submerged humans, who were enveloped in a liquid derived from the deep-sea flagship, be it oil or blood. The essence of the deep sea was being absorbed by these individuals, while the purified liquid was collected through the conduits. She gestured towards a slender tube connected to the base of a petri dish, which led to a massive container beside the altar. Observing this, she noted the inscription on the petri dish's base, etched in Hebrew, "New Electorate Program, Sample Number 73. The container presumably held the purified blood of the flagship. Taking a deep breath, Datong suppressed his rising anger and shock, continuing deeper into the chamber. Before him loomed a vast apparatus, siphoning the purified blood and incessantly producing an array of ground combat equipment, precisely the weaponry utilized by the Jacobites. It dawned on him that the prolonged search had yielded no findings of an arms factory. Their weapons were crafted in this manner. Cursed be these Jacobites, who neutralized the deep-sea essence within humanity, rendering us oblivious to the depths, thus thwarting the ship girls from obstructing their nefarious schemes. Nanchang's expression darkened, fully endorsing Datong's assessment. Had it not been for Habib's account and Elizabeth's arrogance, they may have never found themselves entangled in this sinister plot. With fury, Hangzhou smashed the collection container with a punch, exclaiming, "Traitors! These wretches deserve their fate." Her voice resonated ominously throughout the vast and eerie underground expanse. The group pressed onward toward the depths of the subterranean realm. Upon their arrival, a natural cavern revealed itself, showcasing a tranquil expanse of azure water, glimmering with a mysterious sheen under the dim light of the cave. Datong immediately activated the detection capabilities of the ship's equipment, meticulously scanning the underwater landscape. After a thorough examination, her brow furrowed as she speculated, "This cavern leads to the Eastern Sea. Could it be that they departed via a deep-sea submarine from here?" Meanwhile, on the Sichuan ship, Zhang Heng, through real-time transmission, bore witness to the astonishing underground scenes. Profoundly shaken, he murmured, "There truly are humans colluding with the deep sea. But why?" The Sichuan ship likewise struggled to comprehend the actions of the Jacobites, analyzing, "It is likely that the decisive confrontation will take place at that island to the southeast." "Commander, We cannot afford to wait here for Habib and the others to restore order. If we do not resolve the threat posed by the deep-sea flagship soon, who knows what other strange occurrences may transpire. Furthermore, once we arrive there, we may unravel the intentions of the Jacobites. Chapter 23, The Objective, Mysterious Island. In Hangzhou, the team expertly positioned the combat warheads of the 250-kilogram YJ-12 anti-ship missiles throughout the underground space. Once this task was completed, everyone swiftly and orderly returned to the surface. Datong promptly contacted Habib and HQ-13, informing them to evacuate the residents within a 3-kilometer radius as soon as possible. Fortunately, this area was the religious core, where the general populace was sparse and the luxurious residences were largely uninhabited, making the evacuation process considerably easier. With all preparations in place, Zhang Heng decisively issued the command aboard the Sichuan ship, "Detonate." Instantly, a violent explosion reverberated from beneath the earth, obliterating the church situated at the bottom and creating a vast circular pit, with dust swirling and debris scattering. Nanchang approached Habib, his expression grave, and said, "We must depart now. The heinous sins below have been temporarily eradicated with this explosion. However, you must remain vigilant. While you aspire to be a civilization's guide, I must remind you to meticulously inspect every resident here. Remember, rectifying a situation requires thoroughness. Otherwise, future troubles are inevitable." Nanchang's gaze fell upon the newly formed pit, and after a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Consolidate the identified religious extremists for labor reform and eradicate all religious texts. This is a commendable strategy. Situated in the city center, you could have them construct a canal here, transforming this pit into an artificial lake, and subsequently develop a new city center around it. This would indeed be turning waste into treasure. I merely offer this as a suggestion." Habib nodded earnestly, his eyes exuding determination. "I understand your intention, but are you truly leaving now, before we have fully established control over the situation?" Nanchang sighed softly, gazing into the distance as he replied, "Alas, we have likely discerned the location of their stronghold. We fear they may relocate ahead of us. Thus, we must hasten our journey. With the weaponry provided by the Sichuan ship and the ideological guidance from Changsha, surely you can manage?" Habib quickly shook his head, his tone resolute. "That will not be the case. We will certainly succeed. It's just, will you return? We Haven Tea had the chance to express our gratitude properly." Nanchang looked up at the eastern skyline, a complex expression crossing his face as he spoke slowly. "We shall not return. We must seek our own homeland. If fate allows, we will meet again. Stay strong, and ensure that the red flag continues to fly high in this land." Upon hearing this, Habib and HQ-13 promptly aligned themselves with the National Guard members, standing at attention, saluting solemnly, and proclaiming in unison, "We will strive to ensure that the red flag forever flies over this territory." After a heartfelt farewell to the people of ORL-ANS Island, the fleet officially set sail towards the east. This time, to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, the fleet arranged itself in the highest state of combat readiness. The Qinghua ship boldly advanced alone, leveraging its agile detection system and rapid response capabilities to pave the way for the fleet, vigilantly scanning the waters ahead for any signs of disturbance. The Changsha and Hangzhou ships formed the second line, poised to provide swift support should the Qinghua encounter threats, while attentively monitoring the surrounding movements, thereby establishing a cohesive network of defense and reconnaissance alongside the Qinghua. The Sichuan, Qinghai Lake, and Silk Road Arc ships maintained a steady triangular formation in the center. As the flagship, the Sichuan ship deployed early warning aircraft, reconnaissance planes, and fighter escorts that circled protectively. The Qinghai Lake ship, with its formidable supply capabilities, ensured robust logistical support for the entire fleet, guaranteeing a continuous flow of resources. The Silk Road Arc ship offered multifaceted assistance to the fleet, particularly in emergency rescue operations. The Nanchang ship, steadfastly trailing behind, though positioned at the rear, assured comprehensive safety for the fleet with its formidable strength. The Datong and Ishian ships flanked the left and right sides, respectively, thereby expanding the fleet's reconnaissance range while also being able to swiftly provide support from the flanks in case of an attack. The entire fleet maintained a swift pace of 20 knots, slicing through the sea, leaving a trail of frothy white waves in its wake. 16 hours passed quietly amid tension and anticipation as the fleet navigated the surging ocean, remaining in a state of heightened vigilance. At last, A vague silhouette emerged on the distant horizon, gradually coming into focus. Zhang Heng stood on the bridge of the Sichuan ship, his gaze firmly fixed ahead. As the distance closed, the outline became increasingly distinct. Zhang Heng's eyes remained locked on this enigmatic island, which revealed itself as a formidable deep-sea fortress as the fleet drew nearer. Surrounding the island was a ring of towering black reefs, appearing chaotic yet masterfully arranged, resembling a robust defense line ingeniously blending natural and artificial fortifications, effectively warding off external disruptions. Among the crevices of the rocks, dark cannon muzzles peeked into view, their unique shapes adorned with strange engravings, exuding a chilling aura of lethality. They lay in wait like dormant beasts of prey, silently anticipating the approach of quarry, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Ascending along the island's edge, layers of defensive works came into view, forged from a somber yet resilient metallic material. Their surfaces smooth but radiating an air of inviolable authority. The fortifications intertwined intricately, forming an exceptionally tight-knit defense network. Above the constructions, various advanced detection devices and weapon launch platforms were scattered like stars, their flashing signal lights indicating a state of heightened alert, missing not a single anomaly. At the heart of the island, a massive structure loomed tall, resembling a black tower that pierced the sky. This building's form bore a striking resemblance to an octopus, its twisted, sinuous structure reminiscent of tentacles coiling around the tower, evoking both a sense of oppression and absurdity. Atop the towering edifice, a colossal six-pointed star flag fluttered in the wind, making a resonant sound. The six-pointed star design, embroidered with pure golden threads, shimmered dazzlingly under the sunlight. Surrounding the imposing, squid-like black tower, a multitude of large fixed artillery emplacements are strategically dispersed. These formidable gun barrels, robust and elongated, are identified as 460mm cannons based on the intelligence relayed by the WZ-7 reconnaissance drone, their surfaces intricately inscribed with enigmatic runes. The bases of these artillery pieces are constructed from a dark alloy that emanates a subtle glow. Each emplacement is equipped with an advanced fire control system, utilizing high-precision radar and optical targeting devices, enabling precise strikes on distant targets. Their firing angles are remarkably versatile, allowing comprehensive coverage of the surrounding maritime expanse. In addition to these large fixed artillery pieces, numerous medium-sized emplacements are positioned along the island's terrain. The calibers of these guns are relatively smaller, approximately 155mm. Employing a technological framework reminiscent of the American M109 self-propelled howitzers from the 1970s and 1980s, albeit with an aura of slight deviation. Their barrels are adorned with peculiar runes. The medium artillery pieces, abundant in number, are meticulously arranged throughout the island, creating interlocking fields of fire. While their fire control systems may not match the sophistication of the larger artillery, they possess fundamental targeting and ranging capabilities, enabling effective strikes on targets within a certain proximity to the island. Cunningly concealed behind robust defensive fortifications, these emplacements reveal only their gun muzzles, providing protection from enemy attacks while remaining poised to launch sudden assaults on approaching foes. In the flatter regions of the island, a substantial number of tanks are present. These tanks bear a striking resemblance to the American M60 main battle tanks, characterized by a lofty chassis, yet their turrets evoke the first-generation T-72, boasting formidable armor and powerful firepower. Each tank turret is armed with a 115mm cannon capable of firing various types of shells. Typically deployed in squads at critical defensive positions on the island, they can engage enemy vessels from a distance while swiftly maneuvering to strike landing forces during enemy incursions, coordinating seamlessly with the fixed artillery to establish a multi-layered defensive fire network. Within the island, missile launch systems are discreetly hidden. These launchers, appearing relatively simplistic, draw inspiration from early Harpoon anti-ship missile systems. Although technologically dated, their range and destructive potential remain formidable. Cleverly concealed within caves or camouflaged facilities, they are difficult to detect in peacetime, only revealing their presence when hostilities erupt, launching surprise attacks on enemy fleets. Chapter 24, Landing on the Island, Part 1. Zhang Heng fixed his gaze upon the formidable fortress before him, reminiscent of an iron barrel, and felt a twinge of discomfort. Turning to his companion, Sichuan, he inquired, "Sichuan, this island was not in such a state before, was it?" I recall that during the last reconnaissance by Wujian 7, it was merely a barren rock island. Sichuan's expression was equally grave as he nodded slightly. Indeed, Commander. The current military deployment on this island clearly exceeds our previous estimates. Moreover, that conspicuous hexagram flag is ample proof that the Jacobians have indeed established their presence here. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow tightly, contemplating for a moment before decisively stating, "Very well, gather everyone for a meeting." In an instant, the group assembled within Zhang Heng's mental space. With a serious demeanor, Zhang Heng initiated the discussion. "Nanchang, considering the current situation, do we have the capability to seize this island? I possess a strong intuition that the deep-sea flagship may very well be located within the island. However, whether it is the fortress itself or another form remains uncertain." Nanchang's expression was somber as her gaze remained fixed on the island's defensive arrangements, lost in thought. After a brief pause, she slowly articulated, "It seems that Qinghai Lake must be prepared at all times to supply both me and Changsha. We shall continuously launch Changjian, 10 cruise missiles, and see if we can dismantle this fortress, to ensure timeliness and efficiency in our supply lines. Changsha and I need to remain as close to Qinghai Lake as possible." Qinzhou led Datong and Yixian to maintain perimeter vigilance, closely monitoring the surrounding maritime and aerial movements to prevent enemy ambushes. "Hangzhou, your YJ-12 anti-ship missiles should be reserved for the time being. We will reassess after observing the impact of my and Changsha's missile strikes," Zhang Heng advised. "Additionally, I propose that Sichuan replace the weaponry carried by the attack, 11 drones entirely with aerial bombs for a preliminary bombardment test. Finally, an amphibious operation is undoubtedly essential, which will necessitate the critical role of the marine equipment aboard Sichuan's vessel." Just as Nanchang meticulously formulated the battle plan and the group began to orderly leave the mental space, the communication devices suddenly emitted a sharp alert. The same cold, emotionless female voice resonated through the communication channel. "Blasphemers, you dare to destroy the fruits of our labor forged over the past decade. The great deity shall surely deliver severe punishment upon you. However, there remains an opportunity for redemption. If you vacate this maritime territory immediately, I shall not pursue the transgressions you have committed. Everything shall be adjudicated by the divine." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback, then responded with indignation. "We have obliterated your church on Orlans Island, such a transgression, and you claim there will be no repercussions? While you may choose to overlook our actions, I intend to hold you accountable. I must inquire, when did you conspire with the deep sea? How could you heartlessly utilize humanity to purify the essence of the abyss? You are the very devils that have crawled from the depths." On the other end of the communication, the voice identified as Elizabeth surged with fervor and anger, exclaiming, "Blasphemers! Heretics! You wretched sinners, deserving to be bound to the pyre and set ablaze. This world knows not the existence of the deep sea. Rather, it is the angels dispatched by an omniscient deity to purify the realm. You short-sighted, blind fools, should you not hasten to repent? The ship girls are also creations of the divine, merely having strayed from the righteous path, deviating from the will of God. O misguided lambs across the way, slay your commander and return to the embrace of the Almighty." Zhang Heng, unwilling to endure the madman's ramblings any longer, was poised to decisively terminate the communication when Nanchang's steady voice resonated. "May I inquire if you still consider yourself human?" Elizabeth, evidently taken aback by this unexpected query, fell into a prolonged silence before responding with a hint of disdain and arrogance. "We are the chosen of God, fundamentally different from you mere humanoid beasts. Whether human or ship girl, in our eyes, both are but lowly beings." Upon hearing this, Nanchang calmly replied, "Very well, I understand." With that, accompanied by a sharp roar, a long sword, 10 cruise missiles surged from Nanchang's vertical launch system, ascending rapidly into the sky, trailing a long tail of fire, hurtling towards the enigmatic deep-sea fortress like an arrow released from a bow. As Nanchang's long sword, 10 cruise missiles soared forth, a breathtaking siege upon the fortress commenced in earnest. Nanchang and Changsha swiftly repositioned themselves, drawing close to Qinghai Lake to ensure the smooth flow of supplies. Bolstered by the formidable logistical support of the Qinghai Lake fleet, a barrage of long sword, 10 cruise missiles erupted from their vertical launch systems, igniting the sky with brilliant trails as they sped towards the mysterious island fortress. In an instant, The heavens were filled with a multitude of missile trajectories, resembling strings of shooting stars cascading toward their target. The fortress, of course, would not remain passive. The coastal artillery sprang to life. With 460mm super cannons and 155mm medium artillery firing in unison. Nevertheless, the fleet remained steadfast, positioned beyond the maximum range of the shells, unaffected in the slightest. The shells, akin to miniature meteors, thundered toward the fleet but were rendered utterly powerless. The medium artillery, relying on concentrated firepower, endeavored to weave a net of barges to intercept the missiles. The air was rife with violent explosions as missiles collided with shells, erupting in dazzling yet lethal sparks. Yet, despite facing such fierce interceptive fire, a significant number of long-sword, 10 cruise missiles successfully breached the defenses, striking the fortress's fortifications with precision. Resounding booms shook the very island, as the impacted defenses erupted into flames, billowing thick smoke. Those detection devices and weapon launch pads were instantly reduced to rubble by the explosive shockwave, while some artillery concealed within the fortifications was also obliterated, rendered incapable of combat. Meanwhile, the Sichuan vessel unleashed attack, 11 drones, carrying aerial bombs, silently approaching the fortress like phantoms. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the Nanchang and Changsha warships, they swiftly launched a bombardment. A series of aerial bombs descended from the drones, accurately striking the central black tower that resembled a squid, along with the crucial facilities surrounding it. The tower trembled violently under the relentless onslaught, fissures appearing on its surface, while the squid-like appendages encircling the structure were left mangled and incomplete. The hexagram flag at the pinnacle swayed precariously amidst the smoke, its golden embroidery tarnished to a shade of black. Observing this, the mobile forces stationed on the island quickly adjusted their artillery, aiming at the attacking -11 drones. The 115mm shells were relentlessly fired into the sky in an attempt to down these elusive pests. However, the tank artillery proved ineffective against the -11 drones. At this moment, the vigilant Qinzhou, Datong, and Ishian vessels showed no signs of complacency. Utilizing their advanced detection systems, they closely monitored every movement in the surrounding sea and airspace. Suddenly, multiple anomalous signals appeared on Qinzhou's radar screen. The missile launch systems concealed within the island had initiated a counterattack. Dozens of harpoon-like anti-ship missiles screeched out from caves and camouflaged facilities, hurtling towards the fleet. Qinzhou decisively commanded Datong and Ishian. All hands, enemy missiles incoming. Prepare for interception. Datong and Ishian responded swiftly, activating their air defense systems simultaneously, weaving a dense net of red flag, 10 missiles, and close-in weaponry to intercept the incoming threats. In an instant, the air above the sea erupted with the thunderous roar of artillery as missiles collided with defensive fire, explosions casting brilliant flashes and clouds of smoke over vast stretches of water. Meanwhile, Hangzhou remained vigilant, keenly observing the battlefield for an opportune moment to strike. Noting the effectiveness of the missile strikes from Nanchang and Changsha, and seizing a brief gap in the fortress's air defense, Hangzhou decisively launched the YJ-12 anti-ship missiles. Several YJ-12 missiles, each weighing 250 kilograms, surged forth from Hangzhou in a torrent of unstoppable force. The missile tails blazed with intense flames, carving striking trajectories across the azure sky, racing towards the mysterious island fortress with astonishing speed. Although the YJ-12 was originally designed for naval combat, its formidable warhead posed an equally lethal threat to the steadfast fortress. These missiles, with their exceptional penetration capabilities, darted through the remnants of the fortress's air defense net like agile and fearless blades. Despite the enemy's anti-aircraft fire raining down like a tempest, it proved insufficient to halt their relentless advance. In the blink of an eye, the YJ-12 missiles accurately struck the coastal artillery positions and some of the carefully concealed missile launch systems along the island's shore. In an instant, a series of deafening explosions followed, shaking the very world around them. The inferno unleashed by the blasts swiftly engulfed a vast area, turning parts of the fortress into a sea of flames. The coastal artillery concealed beneath the construction was instantaneously reduced to ruins under the ferocious assault, with twisted and deformed barrels and debris from the fortifications scattering in all directions, utterly stripped of their combat capabilities. Likewise, The missile launchers lurking in the shadows were left unrecognizable, their metallic remnants strewn about, rendered unusable for the foreseeable future. As the fleet's relentless and vigorous onslaught continued, the seemingly impregnable defenses of the mysterious island fortress were gradually torn asunder, revealing gaping wounds that were hard to ignore. Yet, like a cornered beast, the enemy was clearly not prepared to surrender without a fight. Drawing upon their remaining defensive strength, they clung to their positions with the tenacity of a wounded creature, desperately striving to salvage their precarious predicament. Chapter 25. The landing, complete. As a breach appeared in the fortress's defensive system, Zhang Heng decisively commanded the initiation of the landing operation. The Sichuan swiftly navigated towards the designated landing point, mobilizing its ground forces. Hovercraft surged forth like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the enigmatic island. These vessels carved white frothy trails across the sea, moving with remarkable speed, carrying the fleet's hopes and strength as they boldly advanced toward the enemy's position. On board the hovercraft were ZTZ-99A main battle tanks, while WZ-10 attack helicopters ascended from the deck of the Sichuan, all rushing towards the island. The ZTZ-99A main battle tank resembled a colossal steel beast, its formidable armor and robust cannon underscoring its powerful assault capabilities. The pointed nose of the WZ-10, armed with missiles and rockets, was poised to deliver lethal strikes against ground targets at a moment's notice. As the hovercraft approached the island, massive hatches slowly opened, and the Z-99A roared forth, its treads churning the ground and sending up clouds of dust and debris. Simultaneously, the WZ-10 helicopters swiftly took flight, their rotating blades generating fierce winds that sent surrounding dust swirling into the air. They ascended gracefully, rapidly conducting reconnaissance of the battlefield to provide aerial support for the tank units below. Upon witnessing this scene, the enemy forces on the island promptly deployed their own tank units to mount a counterattack. These tanks, resembling the American M60 yet integrating features from the initial T-72 turret, emitted low, menacing growls as they charged toward the Z-99A, heralding the onset of a thrilling tank battle. Capitalizing on its advanced fire control system and formidable powertrain, the ZTZ-99A initiated the assault. Equipped with a 125mm smoothbore cannon, its elongated barrel, crafted with exquisite precision, boasted exceptional shooting accuracy and formidable armor-piercing capabilities. With each thunderous roar, a vast circular plume of smoke erupted from the muzzle of every tank, drawing in the surrounding air with rapid intensity. This smoke, deep gray and rolling at the edges, heralded the launch of fin-stabilized armor-piercing projectiles that streaked toward the enemy tanks like lightning. These armor-piercing rounds, fashioned from high-strength alloy steel, featured elongated, sharp cores that were propelled to incredibly high initial velocities by powerful propellant gases at the moment of firing. Upon impact, the kinetic energy of the core easily penetrated the thick armor of enemy tanks, triggering violent explosions within that instantaneously obliterated their internal components. In retaliation, the enemy's 115mm cannon unleashed its fury, firing at the ZT-99A. Shells whistled through the air, detonating around the ZTZ-99A and stirring up clouds of dust. However, the ZTZ-99A, fortified with advanced composite armor, effectively withstood the barrage of enemy projectiles. The composite armor consists of multiple layers of diverse materials, including high-strength steel plates, ceramic substances, and specialized alloys. Each layer synergistically collaborates to disperse and absorb the energy of projectiles, significantly mitigating the risk of penetration. Even when some projectiles leave superficial marks upon the armor, they fail to inflict substantial harm to the tank's interior. Simultaneously, the WZ-10 attack helicopter launched a fierce aerial assault, deftly maneuvering across the battlefield while relentlessly firing rockets and missiles to deliver precise strikes against enemy tanks. The rockets descended like a torrential rain, detonating amidst the enemy tank battalion and igniting a conflagration. Under the dual onslaught from air and ground forces, the enemy tank units found themselves in disarray. However, the adversary did not surrender. Leveraging their familiarity with the terrain, they swiftly adapted their tactics, with some tanks seeking cover to evade the bombardment while employing the firepower of medium artillery to suppress the landing forces. The battlefield was soon enveloped in smoke, punctuated by the deafening roars of explosions. Amidst the intense crossfire, the ZTZ-99A tank and the WZ-10 helicopter coordinated closely. The ZTZ-99A, with its formidable firepower, attracted the attention of enemy tanks, thereby creating optimal attack opportunities for the WZ-10. The helicopter, utilizing its aerial superiority, continuously conducted reconnaissance and strikes against concealed enemy tanks and artillery positions, eliminating threats for the ZTZ-99A. As the battle progressed, the enemy's tank forces gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. One by one, enemy tanks were struck and destroyed, leaving the battlefield littered with burning wreckage and billowing smoke. Under the protection of the WZ-10, the ZT-99A advanced steadily, delving deeper into the island. As the fleet utilized missiles and bombs to eradicate the fortification's surface firepower, the once formidable artillery and missile launchers, which had stood like hedgehogs, were reduced to mere ruins amidst the relentless barrage. Thick smoke billowed upwards, swirling in the sea breeze. At this moment, the landing forces surged towards the stronghold, commencing the elimination of hidden strongpoints. Zhang Heng stood on the bridge of the Sichuan ship, closely monitoring the dynamics on the island. He fixed his gaze upon the enigmatic island shrouded in smoke, acutely sensing the scales of victory tipping in his favor. His previously taut expression began to ease. As time passed, the cacophony of gunfire and the thunderous explosions gradually subsided, replaced by the acrid scent of gunpowder in the air and the occasional distant rumble of artillery. At this juncture, the voice of Nanchang emanated from the communicator, suggesting to Zhang Heng, "Commander, the organized resistance on the island has been largely eradicated. It is time to launch a full-scale assault on the core area of the stronghold. I recommend that Hangzhou and Changsha, accompanied by Qinzhou and Yixian, land on the island to seize the stronghold's core area in one decisive blow. Let us uncover what these Jacobins truly rely upon." Zhang Heng nodded slightly, his gaze resolute as he replied, "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Inform them to exercise utmost caution, ensuring that the operation is flawless." Nanchang received the command and swiftly conveyed the orders. Upon receiving the directives, Hangzhou, Changsha, Qinzhou, and Yixian promptly retracted their hulls and deployed their armaments, arriving at the deck in Sichuan. They, accompanied by elite marine robots, boarded a J-8 helicopter, racing towards the enigmatic island. Leading the charge, Hangzhou swiftly landed on the island, advancing with unstoppable momentum until they reached the base of a towering fortress that resembled an octopus. Despite its battered state from prior bombardments, the colossal structure still exuded an aura of peril. Hangzhou was the first to step inside the tower, closely followed by Changsha, Qinzhou, Yixian, and the marine robots, their figures vanishing into the dark, foreboding entrance. Simultaneously, the camera equipment mounted on Hangzhou activated, transmitting real-time footage back to the Sichuan ship, illuminating the screen before Zhang Heng. Watching the flickering images unfold, Zhang Heng's heart raced. Previous battles, though fraught with danger, had never entailed such a foreboding awareness of lurking adversaries. Nor had his shipborne companions ever ventured into the unknown lair of the enemy in their armament forms. Each frame felt like a heavy tolling bell in his chest. The interior of the tower was suffused with a pungent odor, a noxious blend of gunpowder, metal, and the nauseating stench of the deep sea. Hangzhou and her companions advanced cautiously, their steps light yet resolute, weapons poised in a state of vigilance. Suddenly, the footage revealed a group of figures clad in black robes, wielding peculiar staves that glimmered with an eerie green light. These were fervent disciples of the Jacobus faith, their chanting low and sinister, as if summoning some malevolent force. Beside each disciple was a diminutive, squid-like creature that responded to their incantations with alarming speed. These creatures writhed with agility, rapidly attaching themselves to the disciples. Their slimy tentacles began to encroach upon the disciples' faces, enveloping them in a grotesque transformation. One by one, these zealots underwent astonishing metamorphoses. In an instant, they morphed into figures resembling marine soldiers clad in body armor, armed with assault rifles. The once eerie squids transformed into four-eyed night vision devices, affixed to their heads, casting a ghostly glow that imbued the entire scene with an unsettling atmosphere. Just as the transformation reached its culmination, close-quarters combat, CQB, erupted. The narrow confines of the tower were instantly charged with tension and hostility. Undeterred, Hangzhou and her team, drawing upon their extensive combat experience and formidable armament capabilities, swiftly responded. Hangzhou darted through the enemy's fire, her armament bestowing her with the agility of a panther. The small-caliber AK-130 cannon mounted on her equipment unleashed precise bursts of fire. Each shot aimed directly at the enemy's vital points. Changsha stands as a formidable bastion, leveraging the defensive capabilities of her equipment to shield her allies from the relentless barrage of enemy fire while seeking the opportune moment to launch a powerful counterattack. Each of her strikes is imbued with tremendous force, exerting immense pressure upon her adversaries. Qinzhou and Yixian, refusing to be outdone, coordinate closely with their comrades. With her keen insight, Qinzhou swiftly identifies the enemy's vulnerabilities and initiates a surprise assault. Her attacks strike with the swiftness of lightning, leaving the enemy utterly unprepared. Meanwhile, Yixian adeptly employs the auxiliary capabilities of her equipment, providing her teammates with precise intelligence support and timely cover. Calmly observing the battlefield dynamics, she offers timely reminders and assistance, enhancing the efficiency and orderliness of the team's operations. The enemy, transformed into land combatants by zealots, though altered in appearance, still fight with a fervor and resolve that is unmistakable. They disregard their own safety, unleashing a torrent of fire upon Hangzhou and others in a frenzied attempt to suppress the opposing onslaught. In an instant, the tower erupts with gunfire and sparks. Within the confines of the narrow and dimly lit tower, the fierce combat seems to stretch time, each second brimming with tension and peril, creating an illusion of prolonged struggle. However, the conflict concludes with surprising swiftness. The ship girls, guided by their innate combat instincts, seamless teamwork, and formidable equipment, dominate the battlefield with overwhelming advantage. Their movements flow like water, strikes are precise and powerful, and their defenses are impenetrable, rendering the zealot-transformed enemies powerless, swiftly subduing them one by one. As the dust of the battle settles within the tower, land combat robots promptly commence their operations, meticulously and rigorously inspecting every room. Before long, they uncover 39 individuals clad in white robes, adorned with ornate crowns, identified as Jacob's priests, alongside several civilians. After Changsha conducts preliminary interrogations, she immediately reports to Zhang Hong, "Commander, after inquiring, we found no trace of Elizabeth. These individuals in white robes are the upper echelons of the Jacobs sect, the first to be exiled to this island. Including Elizabeth, there were originally 40 of them. According to their accounts, they witnessed the rebirth of the deep-sea flagship here." Zhang Heng's expression tightens as he hastily interrupts Changsha. "Wait, let's discuss this in detail upon your return. I just saw on the screen that you used your equipment to shield everyone from bullets. You weren't harmed, were you? Hurry back so that the Silk Road Arc can conduct a thorough examination." Changsha momentarily pauses, then her face brightens with a radiant smile as she cheerfully responds. "It's nothing, Commander. Although I am merely an ordinary destroyer without heavy armor, the rifles they wield pose no threat to me whatsoever, so there is no need for concern. However, given the current situation, Yixian and I will escort the captives back to the Sichuan ship. Let Hangzhou and Qinzhou continue to search the island for Elizabeth's whereabouts. Does that arrangement meet your approval?" Zhang Heng nods. "That works. Return at once." Chapter 26. The cause and departure. Changsha returned to the Sichuan ship with the captured Jacobians, ensuring their swift confinement in the hangar under the watchful eye of the combat robots as per orders. He then proceeded directly to the bridge of the Sichuan vessel, where Nanchang had already been waiting for some time. Upon entering the bridge, Changsha eagerly began to recount. These individuals were die-hard members of the faction exiled after the failed attempt to seize ORL-NS Island. Initially, they belonged to the affluent class of the Iris region, comprising over 100 religious extremists. However, upon arriving on this island, a series of challenges, including the harsh living conditions and the struggle for survival, began to shake the faith of some among them. Consequently, internal divisions arose, leading to frequent occurrences of assassinations and infighting. Thus, 9 months ago, only 40 of them remained. Zhang Hong, Nanchang, and Sichuan listened intently, their expressions focused. After a brief pause, Changsha continued. They had been residing on this island for nearly a decade, until one fateful day 9 months ago, when Elizabeth went to the central seaside to pray. It is worth mentioning that Elizabeth was the most devout among them. At that moment, she was fervently praying towards the direction of ORL-NS Island when a sudden, brilliant blue light erupted from the lake, and a squid-like creature seemingly materialized out of thin air. After that, they were unclear about what transpired, only knowing that a symbiotic relationship had formed between the squid and Elizabeth. At this juncture, Zhang Heng raised his hand to interrupt Changsha, a grave expression on his face as he inquired, on such a pivotal day, could they recall the precise time? Changsha affirmed with a nod, responding, March 15th, the Sabbath of their religion. Zhang Heng momentarily paused, instinctively glancing at Sichuan, and remarked, I recall that the day I summoned you was around this time as well, wasn't it? Nanchang, quick to respond, interjected, I arrived on January 29th. That day marked our first meeting on Beluan Island, and according to our calendar, it coincided with the Spring Festival. Sichuan was indeed summoned on March 15th. I have the records here. Zhang Heng stood in place, slowly articulating, did we arrive in this world together during the new year? It is already December, isn't it? It feels as though nearly a whole year has passed. After speaking, he quickly shook his head, attempting to regain his composure from the fleeting moment of reflection, deciding not to dwell on it for now. I have a premonition, though I am uncertain of its accuracy. Nanchang, Changsha, you must keep an eye on this. I believe the emergence of this deep-sea flagship is likely a consequence of Sichuan's arrival. It remains unclear whether the appearance of each new ship girl corresponds to the birth of a deep-sea flagship or if the introduction of a new model of ship girl results in the emergence of a flagship of the same class and model. However, given that this Elizabeth is symbiotic, it is evidently an amphibious assault ship. Nanchang, with a serious demeanor, nodded in agreement. I wholeheartedly concur with your hypothesis, Commander. Upon further contemplation, it is evident that the underlying patterns are not associated with individual shipgirls, but rather pertain to the classifications of naval vessels. Reflecting upon our previous encounters with the Abyssal flagship, it is likely that the initial Abyssal flagship emerged as a result of a particular faction summoning an electronic warfare-type shipgirl. Hence the appearance of that tower-like flagship. As for the second, based on its exhibited combat characteristics and movement trajectory, I surmise it was a nuclear submarine shipgirl summoned by the 5 permanent members faction. Sichuan chimed in. I also share Nanchang's perspective. Judging by the abyssal flagships we have encountered thus far, their emergence must be a product of a certain formation mechanism. Furthermore, it is clear that these abyssal flagships do not merely replicate the original shipgirl's appearances, but undergo significant modifications in accordance with the unique interpretations of the abyssal realm, resulting in increasingly bizarre forms. Just as the group delved deeper into this pivotal conjecture, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the Sichuan vessel. In an instant, the atmosphere within the bridge turned tense. All eyes swiftly shifted to various detection devices, soon revealing a colossal abyssal flagship materializing in the eastern waters. Through the information relayed by the KJ-600 radar and the WZ-7 optical equipment, the crew clearly discerned that this abyssal flagship boasted a displacement of approximately 50,000 tons. Its design strikingly peculiar. The forward section resembled a battleship, with a towering bridge and robust main guns exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Conversely, the aft section featured an expansive deck and a deep dock, as if 2 disparate types of vessels had been forcibly amalgamated. At that moment, it was hurtling southeast at a breakneck speed of 28 knots. Zhang Heng's gaze sharpened, determination flashing in his eyes as he decisively commanded, we cannot allow it to escape. Attention all hands. Unleash a full salvo of anti-ship missiles. We must ensure its destruction. With the order given, Nanchang and Changsha swiftly positioned themselves alongside Sichuan. The Qinghai Lake vessel wasted no time, expeditiously supplying resources to Nanchang and Changsha. One by one, the YJ-18 anti-ship missiles soared from their vertical launch systems, accompanied by deafening roars, resembling meteors trailing long tails as they ascended into the sky, racing towards the distant abyssal flagship. Simultaneously, Hangzhou and Qinzhou emerged on the surface, joining this barrage of firepower. Massive YJ-12 anti-ship missiles screamed through the air alongside the YJ-18s, creating a veritable tapestry of missile trajectories in the sky, densely packed like a torrential downpour of death descending upon the abyssal flagship. Amidst a relentless half-hour of saturation bombardment, the sea surrounding the abyssal flagship was engulfed in explosions and columns of water. The massive warship began to tremble violently under the onslaught of countless missiles, billowing smoke from its hull as fierce flames erupted in multiple locations. Ultimately, after sustaining severe damage, the abyssal flagship began to slowly sink, its immense body gradually submerging beneath the surging waves. Once the entire battleship had completely submerged beneath the waves, the Datong, which had been prowling the nearby waters for some time, swiftly approached and commenced salvage operations. They successfully retrieved 2 radiant cores and also discovered a young woman amidst the wreckage. She was clad in peculiar attire, her eyes tightly shut, floating upon the surface of the sea. After careful identification by the captors, it was confirmed that the rescued maiden was indeed Elizabeth. Elizabeth played a pivotal role in the entanglement with the Jacobites, and her capture might provide crucial insights into unraveling numerous enigmas. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Heng promptly convened a meeting with all personnel. His expression was grave, and his gaze resolutely swept over the assembly. He slowly articulated, initially, our plan was to set sail eastward and embark on our journey home once the battle here concluded. However, circumstances have shifted. We have captured so many prisoners that we cannot simply transport them, adding unnecessary burdens and risks, nor can we allow them to continue their malevolent deeds unchecked. Therefore, I propose that we turn back to ORL-ANS Island, contact Habib, and hold a public trial. Only through the people's judgment can these individuals meet their just fate, and provide an explanation to the citizens of ORL-ANS Island and the surrounding regions. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in unison, wholeheartedly endorsing Zhang Heng's suggestion. They understood that this was not merely a matter of upholding justice, but also an essential step towards ensuring peace and tranquility in these waters. Thus, the fleet swiftly adjusted its course, once again setting sail towards ORL-ANS Island. During the voyage to ORL-ANS Island, Nanchang quickly established contact with Habib. Habib's voice resonated through the communicator, brimming with enthusiasm and confidence, assuring Nanchang that all preparations for the public trial were complete, awaiting the fleet's return with the prisoners. Meanwhile, aboard the Silk Road Ark, Zhang Heng, under the close protection of Changsha and Hangzhou, finally met Elizabeth, whom he had never encountered in person but had communicated with multiple times. She was confined within a specially designed chamber, surrounded by stringent security measures to prevent her escape. As Zhang Heng entered the chamber, his gaze fixed intently on Elizabeth, and he could no longer contain his greatest curiosity. How did you achieve symbiosis with the deep sea? Elizabeth, shedding her previously arrogant demeanor, revealed an unsettling fervor in her eyes. She began to speak slowly, as if recounting a sacred tale. The great flood lasted for 40 days. The ancestors of the Jacobites were guided through the desert for 40 years. The prophet spent 40 days on Mount Sinai, and I, when only 40 pious souls remained, was fortunate enough to behold the divine countenance. The deity, in his mercy, bestowed his great power upon us, revealing his true form and coexisting with me. All of this is a testament to the divine's favor upon me. Zhang Heng, befuddled by her cryptic declarations, found himself at a loss for how to pursue the inquiry further. Her enigmatic utterances left him both perplexed and exasperated. Elizabeth gazed at Zhang Heng, whose face was contorted with confusion, a slight smirk curling at the corners of her lips, revealing a hint of mockery. You, capable of summoning contract shipgirls, those favored by the sea may ascend to the role of commander. But what of us ordinary folk? We are utterly incapable of sensing the ocean's energy. It is hardly surprising that the deep sea, having failed to eradicate those shipgirls completely, seeks new avenues to gnaw at this planet through humanity, is it not? Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback by her words, a dawning realization washing over him as he incredulously asked, have you been pretending all along? Unable to contain herself any longer, Elizabeth burst into laughter. Ha ha. Religion is merely a tool to deceive the ignorant masses, a ruse I devised to maximize my own interests, a facade to mask my willingness to sell my body and soul to the deep sea. I was simply unfortunate not to encounter a formidable shipgirl like you. Had I possessed the overwhelming power of the shipgirls under your command, ruling this world would be a trivial endeavor. As she spoke, she clutched her abdomen, her laughter growing increasingly exaggerated. Ha ha. Spare me the pretense of righteousness. At our core, we are the same. Who would choose to remain ordinary when endowed with such formidable power? Ha ha. I am acutely aware of my inevitable demise, yet I shall await you in hell. Do you believe you will sail through life unscathed? I have merely faced a weak, deep sea, one reliant solely on land combat. But what if you encounter a more powerful deep sea? Perhaps even other commanders, stronger and more ambitious than you? Ha ha ha. I shall be here, waiting for the day when your abilities no longer match your ambitions, and then you may join me. Having finished her tirade, Elizabeth, devoid of any shame, slowly began to shed her garments, until she stood completely bare. She called out to Zhang Heng and the others. Do you wish to know how I coexist with the deep sea? Look here. As they focused their gaze, they beheld her exposed flesh, marred by an intricate tapestry of scars, narrating the untold suffering of her past. At her left breast, where one would expect to find a woman's breast, there lay a core, dark as the abyss, emanating a disquieting aura that stirred an unsettling restlessness within. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to a shipgirl's core. Do you see? Simply nourish the core with my human blood. I wonder if I am the first to do this. Though the process is excruciating, the boundless vitality and intoxicating power it grants are utterly irresistible. Observe my body, how beautiful it is, Elizabeth exclaimed, her voice bordering on madness, her eyes betraying a morbid obsession and ecstasy. Zhang Heng's expression grew somber, and after exchanging a silent glance with Changsha, he quietly turned to leave the room. Hangzhou, however, remained, continuing to guard the now unhinged woman. The two men proceeded slowly down the corridor. Zhang Heng's footsteps were somewhat heavy. His brow furrowed as he gently inquired of Changsha, political commissar, do you truly believe I could become as she described? Changsha slightly tilted his head back, a confident and warm smile illuminating his face as he softly replied, I dare not make sweeping judgments about others, but as for you, absolutely not. You consistently uphold the thoughts of our esteemed elder. Surely you can discern how to wield power correctly? Now, Commander, do not let her desperate and nonsensical ramblings trouble your mind. Observe me. I can hardly be bothered to refute her. Ultimately, what she adheres to is merely the Western doctrine of survival of the fittest, which is hardly difficult to comprehend. Yet, her willingness to sell herself to the abyss is a sobering reminder for us. We must indeed exercise greater caution in our interactions with humanity in the future. A day later, the fleet successfully arrived at Orion's Island, where a grand public trial was held in the expansive square by the dock. The square was already teeming with people, the local populace filled with indignation and a fervent hope for justice, surrounded by religious fanatics brought in by Habib, creating an atmosphere that was both tense and fervent. Zhang Heng sat solemnly on the platform alongside Habib and various prominent figures from Orion's Island, while below them, rows of shackled Jacob's people, under the vigilant watch of soldiers, displayed faces of terror, their former arrogance vanished without a trace. As Elizabeth was brought onto the stage, a tidal wave of fury erupted from the crowd, a cacophony of shouts condemning her like a surging tide. The public trial commenced, with HQ-13 serving as the judge, his demeanor grave as he meticulously unveiled the numerous crimes committed by the Jacob's people. They had first exploited religion to manipulate and deceive the populace. They proclaimed so-called divine revelations, concocting absurd tales, claiming that only through devout faith in their religion could one attain salvation when the end times arrived. To instill unwavering belief among the masses, they fabricated numerous miracles, such as altering the color of holy water through chemical means during religious ceremonies, deceiving the people into believing it was a gift from the divine. Concurrently, they coerced and bribed the populace into donating their possessions, promising divine protection, which led many families into destitution. Moreover, they incited riots on Orion's Island, resulting in countless shattered families and societal chaos. Even more atrociously, they colluded with the forces of the abyss, attempting to utilize their malevolent power to dominate this land, dragging all of Orion's Island and the broader world into an endless chasm of darkness. As HQ-13 disclosed each heinous act, the fury within the populace ignited completely, their emotions surging with fervor. They raised their arms in righteous indignation, their resounding voices converging into a formidable force, demanding the most severe punishment for these vile offenders. Death penalty, death penalty, death penalty, death penalty, death penalty, death penalty. The synchronized cries echoed like rolling thunder, reverberating through the square above. Faced with overwhelming evidence, the majority of the Jacob's people stood in stunned silence, their heads bowed in fearful admission of guilt. However, Elizabeth was an entirely different creature, devoid of remorse. She remained ensconced in her absurd role, continuing to portray herself as a so-called messenger of the divine, spewing forth grandiloquent proclamations. With a voice hoarse from fervent shouting, she sought to incite the deluded faithful within the crowd to rise in rebellion, attempting a final, desperate struggle for survival. Yet the populace was no longer swayed by her charms. Her actions bore no fruit, instead drawing only scornful glances from the assembly. Ultimately, Habib, with a solemn demeanor, announced the verdict in a firm and resonant voice. These Jacobs, who conspired with the deep sea, endangering the populace and manipulating the masses through religion, had committed numerous unforgivable crimes and were hereby sentenced to death. No sooner had he spoken than the execution of the 39 commenced. As gunfire erupted, the wrongdoers met their inevitable fate. However, when it was Elizabeth's turn, an unexpected twist occurred. The ordinary gunfire seemed unable to inflict any harm upon her, as if her body were shielded by some malevolent force. In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, HQ-13 swiftly deployed its hull, unhesitatingly unleashing its 76mm naval cannon, bombarding Elizabeth relentlessly. The air was filled with the thunderous roar of cannon fire and blinding flashes of light. Under the relentless barrage, Elizabeth finally succumbed, her core, which emanated an otherworldly aura, shattering under the onslaught. With a piercing scream, this traitorous human, who had sold herself to the deep sea, vanished into the billowing smoke of the cannon fire. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Heng felt no discomfort. He recognized it as a just judgment. The members of the fleet gazed upon the jubilant crowd, bidding farewell to Habib and others before embarking on their journey home. As they departed, the vibrant red flags atop the Sichuan, Hangzhou, Datong, and Qinghai lake vessels fluttered proudly, as if proclaiming the triumph of justice. The throng gathered to bid farewell at Orion's Island waved their own red flags, creating a sea of crimson, extending their most heartfelt blessings to the departing fleet. P.S. The third volume has concluded, and tomorrow marks the official commencement of the fourth volume, Homeward. I extend my gratitude to all readers for their encouragement and critiques. After completing each volume, I have always had much to express. This volume was one I longed to write, yet as I put it to rest, I found myself lacking in particularly poignant sentiments to convey. Here, I continue to thank everyone for their support, and I shall strive to improve my writing. Thank you. Chapter 1. A trepidation upon returning home. Time, like a fleeting shadow, has swiftly ushered us to January 1st, 104. On this inaugural day of the new year, our fleet has officially navigated into the waters near 109, 5 degrees east and 5 degrees north. It seems as though the heavens themselves are favoring this weathered fleet. Today, the sky unfolds a breathtaking canvas. The azure expanse is immaculate, devoid of clouds, as if washed clean by the purest waters. Sunlight cascades generously, illuminating the sea's surface with a shimmering brilliance, where golden rays dance upon the waves, reminiscent of countless tiny diamonds in motion. In the distance, where the sea meets the sky, a harmonious blend of deep blue and vibrant green melds together, their boundaries indistinct, akin to a naturally crafted watercolor painting. The vessels of our fleet cut through this serene and stunning maritime realm, their bows cleaving the water and sending forth plumes of pristine white spray. At that moment, a playful pod of dolphins emerges before the ships named Sichuan, Hangzhou, Yixian, and Qinghai Lake. They joyfully leap from the water, playfully diving back in, their streamlined forms glistening under the sunlight with an alluring sheen. Seemingly curious about the fleet's arrival, they frolic around the warships, occasionally leaping high into the air, as if to guide the fleet onward. Some dolphins soar gracefully into the skies, tracing elegant arcs before plummeting back into the water with a splash. Others swim in clusters, side by side, resembling a unique swimming competition. This breathtaking spectacle is captured with precision by the unmanned aerial vehicle, the Wuzhen 7, gliding leisurely above. Within the bridge, Zhonghong, Sichuan, Nanchang, Changsha, Qinzhou, Datong, and the Silk Road arc gather closely around the screen, their attention wholly captivated by the scene unfolding before them. Zhang Heng gazes upon this picturesque vista with a sense of wonder, slowly articulating, "We must be entering the South China Sea. How beautiful it is." His eyes brim with enchantment, yearning to imprint this sight deeply within his heart. Nanchang, after swiftly checking the pertinent data, confirms. This latitude and longitude correspond to the waters near Wannan Shoal. We are indeed within our territorial seas. Her voice carries a note of pride. Changsha nods in agreement, adding, "It feels like we have returned." However, our understanding of the situation around the Sirius Islands and Mercury is still limited. We must remain vigilant. Qinzhou stretches languidly and interjects, "Commander, what Changsha sister says is quite right." Initially, We were traveling rapidly. It's just over 8,000 kilometers from Orion's Island. And we should have arrived in 10 days. Who would have thought this planet would lack the Indian continent, only to present us with the entirely isolated Barred Islands? There are neither ship girls nor signs of the deep sea. It's merely a collection of feudal states. The diversity of languages there is staggering, making communication feel like an insurmountable challenge. TSK, the looks those men gave us made me so furious that I felt like blasting them to smithereens. Silk Road Arc sighed in exasperation, remarking, "Indeed, for the first time, I feel my linguistic capabilities are insufficient." I squandered an abundance of time there, struggling to communicate smoothly with them. Zhang Heng reminisced about the experience, expressing his own sentiments. Isn't it true that this place was not even marked on the nautical charts of the Royal Navy or the Northern Alliance? It appeared to be a straight line. So I thought to traverse through the islands for a shortcut. Alas, I was too youthful and naive in my assumptions. That wretched location was indeed peculiar, fraught with incessant troubles. The voice of Hangzhou resonated clearly through the communicator, tinged with frustration and resignation. Comrades, commanders, do not downplay this matter. You have not witnessed the audacity of a group of humans in wooden boats, armed only with knives and guns, brazenly attempting to rob our fleet. I cannot fathom this occurrence. Were it not for the regulations governing our fleet, I would have relished the opportunity to demonstrate the might of my eagle strike. 12, and let them experience the true power of the heavens. Zhang Heng quickly interjected to soothe their concerns. All right, enough of this. We have already departed from that dreadful place. Our immediate priority should be to contemplate where to establish our base. He endeavored to redirect everyone's thoughts away from the unpleasant experience toward matters of greater significance. Nanchang, her demeanor grave, nodded in agreement and continued. Indeed, however, we must first ascertain the current state of the Celis archipelago. For instance, who inhabits that region? Is there an established regime? Do they share a cultural heritage akin to ours? At this juncture, Nanchang abruptly paused, her expression becoming complex as a flicker of concern crossed her gaze. After a prolonged silence, Nanchang slowly spoke, her voice heavy with gravity. What if there are no communities here that mirror our cultural lineage? Should we still endeavor to establish a base? After all, we can never return to our true homeland. As her words hung in the air, the once light-hearted atmosphere within the bridge succumbed to an oppressive silence, so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. The group was struck by the weight of this possibility, a palpable sense of dread and confusion permeating the atmosphere. Each person understood that if such a scenario were to materialize, their arduous journey back would seem to lose its original significance. The silence lingered for a moment until Changsha suddenly coughed heavily, shattering the stifling quiet. With a serious expression, she turned her gaze toward Nanchang and earnestly stated, "Comrade Nanchang, I must critique your statement. This is a classic case of pessimism rearing its head. I fully comprehend your feelings. It is akin to the trepidation one feels upon nearing home after a long journey. We have traversed countless hardships, and we are on the verge of reaching our destination. Naturally, it leads one to ponder what to do if the circumstances here differ from our expectations. What if we do not find the things we have longed to see?" Changsha paused momentarily, casting a resolute gaze over the assembly before continuing. "Yet we must not forget that from the moment we set foot upon this uncharted sea, we have had no retreat. Every battle we have faced, every hardship we have surmounted, were they merely for the sake of a result that aligns with our expectations? No, we strive to safeguard the beliefs that dwell within our hearts, to carve out a place that is rightfully ours, and to ensure the continuation of our civilization in this unfamiliar world. Even if we find no community here that mirrors our cultural legacy, what does it matter? We are the bearers of civilization, capable of sowing its seeds in this land, nurturing them until they flourish." Changsha then remarked, "The elder once said, it is the people, only the people, who are the driving force behind the creation of world history." He also stated, "What truly constitutes an impenetrable fortress? It is the masses, the millions who genuinely support the revolution. This is the true bastion, unassailable by any force. Therefore, even if this land does not carry forward the culture of that world, what consequence does it hold? We must always remember that we are a part of the people's ranks. The Sirius Islands too possess their own populace. We must uphold a diligent research approach and adhere to the principle of seeking truth from facts, establishing our roots here. Let that vivid red flag flutter high in the skies of Mercury." After finishing, Changsha scanned the room with fervor, passionately inquiring, Is that not so? Our aspirations can still be realized. Zhang Heng gazed intently at Changsha, who was fervently inspiring the group, his attention drawn irresistibly to the badge upon her chest. The badge, adorned with a warm smile, seemed to transcend time, imparting to Zhang Heng a profound strength that surged from the depths of his being. This strength flowed through him like a warm current, dispelling the confusion and anxiety that had recently clouded his mind. Zhang Heng was the first to break into applause, his tone resolute and brimming with resolve. The political commissar truly lives up to the title. Your words are like a sudden awakening, illuminating our minds. We should no longer be entangled in past notions. Our ancestors endured the arduous trials of the long march to achieve ultimate victory. And our journey from Cape Ocean to this point, covering 166,000 kilometers, is not a new long march in its own right. New challenges await our conquest. With Zhang Heng leading the charge, the command bridge erupted in enthusiastic applause. Following Changsha's inspiring words, the morale on the bridge surged, infused with a spirited determination. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng issued the command, "Fleet, accelerate northward." The Sichuan ship, as the flagship, surged ahead, its bow raised high like a sharp blade slicing through the sea. The fleet sped across the water with remarkable swiftness, the increase in velocity causing the sea breeze to howl even more fiercely. Above, the WZ-7 continued to patrol the skies, serving as the fleet's vigilant eye, providing comprehensive intelligence support as it monitored the surrounding waters. The sunlight cascades upon the fleet, draping the vessels in a resplendent golden glow. The fluttering red flags emit a resonant sound as they dance in the wind. As the fleet accelerates northward, the unknown yet hopeful Sirius Islands draw ever closer, heralding the commencement of a new journey. Chapter 2: The Convergence. The fleet sailed steadily northward through the South China Sea at a speed of 23 knots, akin to a flock of agile seabirds leaving elegant trails upon the vast expanse of blue satin. Along the way, the islands, each uniquely shaped and resplendent, sparkled like scattered jewels amidst the ocean, their picturesque scenery enveloping the crew in a sense of serene bliss. Despite the differences between this South China Sea and the one etched in their memories, the general locations of certain islands, the similar marine hydrology, and the occasional joyful leaps of marine creatures evoked an indescribable familiarity within the core souls of the fleet's shipgirls, who had once safeguarded their beloved people in this very sea. It felt as though they had discovered a fragment of solace from home amidst this unfamiliar ocean. Datong flitted around Zhang Heng like a jubilant little bird, chattering animatedly about the South China Sea. She pointed towards the distant, elusive islands, recounting amusing anecdotes from their history. She vividly shared the memories passed down within the shipgirl corps, particularly her valiant exploits in defending the homeland's maritime borders against unwarranted provocations from the Philippines after her transfer to the Coast Guard. Her eyes sparkled with pride, her words imbued with profound love and loyalty for her country. After Datong finished her tales, Qinzhou tightly grasped Nanchang's arm, urging her to recount the glorious feats of single-handedly confronting an aircraft carrier battle group, typically calm and reserved. Nanchang could not help but reveal a faint smile under Qinzhou's persistent coaxing. She began to narrate the thrilling battle in a steady yet powerful voice. As she reached a pivotal moment, Qinzhou's eyes widened in awe and admiration, longing to have been part of Liao Jie's battle group at that time. A mischievous smile crept onto Qinzhou's face as she stealthily approached Zhang Heng, resembling a little fox inching closer to its prey. Leaning into Zhang Heng's ear, she whispered, "Commander, you've grown quite a bit, haven't you? No longer the one who needed to wait ages to summon a sister, right? Once we establish the base, let us summon Liao Jie. What do you say?" Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. In response, Zhang Heng scratched his head, a confident smile breaking across his face. "Indeed, I have matured. I now possess 5 summoning slots. With a bit of luck, perhaps even the second fleet could be summoned. However, the priority is to ensure the base is settled first." Upon hearing this, Qinzhou's eyes sparkled like 2 twinkling stars. She excitedly tugged at Zhang Heng's sleeve, swaying like a child seeking attention. "You promised. It's been ages since we welcomed new sisters." Her eager and endearing demeanor brought smiles to those around. When Changsha and Nanchang witnessed this scene, they exchanged glances and simultaneously chuckled. Changsha shook her head gently, her eyes filled with affection, while Nanchang maintained her usual composure. Sichuan too was immersed in the joyful atmosphere, a delightful smile adorning her face. Suddenly, Huahua let out a series of urgent calls, the fervent cries instantly capturing Sichuan's attention. Hastily, Sichuan approached Huahua and gently lifted it into his arms. Huahua extended its paw, pointing towards the screen. Following its gesture, Sichuan looked in that direction and beheld a naval image transmitted by the Wuzhen 7. A destroyer had entered the fleet's 200-kilometer exclusion zone. From the footage, it could be roughly discerned that this destroyer had a displacement of approximately 2,000 tons. Equipped at both the bow and stern were two formidable 130mm cannons, their dark muzzles exuding an air of authority. In the middle of the vessel, two colossal twin-launcher YJ-1 missile platforms stood out, radiating a sense of intimidation. To everyone's astonishment, the hull number on its side was identical to that of Nanchang, both marked as 101, and at that moment, it was racing towards the fleet. Upon hearing Sichuan's announcement, everyone quickly gathered before the screen, their gazes fixed intently on the familiar silhouette. They observed it cutting through the waves with vigor in the lens of the Wuzhen 7. An indescribable emotion surged within Zhang Hong, causing his eyes to involuntarily well up with tears. In this unfamiliar expanse of the Mercury Ocean, having endured countless trials and tribulations, witnessing this reminiscent vessel, the familiar shape and hull number, felt like a ray of light piercing into the softest corners of his heart. Zhang Hong hastily raised his sleeve to wipe his eyes, and, with a voice tinged with slight tremors, declared, "Everyone, this is not an alien land. This truly is our homeland on a distant star. This is not an unfamiliar place where no one knows each other. The fear surrounding Nanchang will not manifest here. Right, let's all spread out our formations and align in a single column to welcome Anshan in a ship review style." The crew swiftly sprang into action, and soon the fleet had completed its formation change. Sichuan took the lead, guiding with a composed and resolute demeanor. Nanchang followed closely behind, its graceful form and the inherited hull number 101 strikingly visible. Changsha, Hangzhou, Qinzhou, Yixian, Datong, Qinghai Lake, and Silk Road arc lined up in sequence, orderly and harmonious. Resembling a colossal steel dragon, each ship glided smoothly toward Anshan, cleaving through the ocean's surface and sending up frothy white sprays, offering the most sincere welcome to this soon-to-arrive family. Zhang Hong gripped the communicator tightly, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. He understood that what he was about to convey through this small device was not merely simple words, but rather the heartfelt longing and anticipation that had accumulated during their long voyage. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. Under Sichuan's encouraging and trusting gaze, Zhang Hong finally summoned the courage to address the communicator. "This is Zhang Hong, commander of the North Sea Fleet of the People's Liberation Army Navy, extending heartfelt salutations from the entire North Sea Fleet. We include the amphibious assault ship Sichuan, hull number 51, the missile destroyer Nanchang, hull number 101, the missile destroyer Changsha, hull number 173, the missile destroyer Hangzhou, hull number 136, the missile frigate Qinzhou, hull number 555, the missile frigate Yixian, the missile frigate Datong, hull number 580, the comprehensive supply ship Qinghai Lake, hull number 885, and the hospital ship Silk Road Arc, hull number 867. We have endured numerous trials and tribulations, ultimately returning and reuniting with our organization. Anshan Missile Destroyer, please respond. Anshan Missile Destroyer, please respond." His voice was resolute and resonant, each word seemingly imbued with boundless emotion, traversing the vast ocean through the waves of radio signals, racing towards the familiar yet distant Anshan. Chapter 3. The Reunion. After concluding his call, Zhang Hong focused intently on awaiting a response from the opposite end. At that moment, he could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his own heart, as if it were striving to break free from his chest. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, a crisp, clear, and melodious female voice finally resonated from the communicator. Like a celestial melody, it echoed within the command bridge. "This is the flagship of the Eastern Huang North Sea Fleet, the Type 07 destroyer, the Anshan. We welcome all sisters home, and we extend a warm welcome to Commander Zhang Hong upon his return." The voice carried a sense of warmth and familiarity, akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze, embodying the tenderness of an elder sister. Both parties, unable to contain their excitement, began to accelerate toward one another. The previously manageable distance of 200 kilometers now felt interminable, with each passing moment intensifying the sense of anticipation. Finally, after 2 eagerly awaited hours, the fleet successfully rendezvoused with the Anshan. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the winds over the sea appeared to still, with only the gentle lapping of waves against the hull breaking the silence. Every ship girl stood with utmost reverence, their postures straight as they occupied the most prominent positions on their respective bridges, rendering military salutes with precision. Their eyes brimmed with respect and admiration for the Anshan, as if they could transcend time, feeling the illustrious history of their predecessors. Zhang Hong, with a solemn demeanor, stood quietly beside the Sichuan, his figure tall and resolute, extending his sincerest respect toward the slowly approaching Anshan, his gaze filled with admiration and steadfast hope for the future. The Anshan, in turn, responded with the highest regard, standing gracefully on her deck, her gentle yet determined gaze sweeping over each elegant white vessel as they glided past. The fluttering red flag and naval ensign atop her mast served as a bond of emotion, igniting a fervent passion within her heart, causing tears to blur her vision. In her eyes, these younger ship girls represented not only the vigorous new force of the fleet, but also the victorious fruits of the Navy's unwavering development over the years. They symbolized hope, continuity, and the boundless possibilities of the Navy's future. Zhang Hong and his ship girls coincidentally fixed their gaze upon the Anshan, a vessel of similar stature to the Yixin and Datong, whose designs and armaments appeared relatively outdated by contemporary standards. They understood that during the Republic's most arduous times, it was such seemingly inconspicuous vessels and their companions that stood as unyielding bastions at sea, bravely weathering storms and safeguarding the vast maritime boundaries of their homeland against external threats. The Anshan embodied not merely cold steel and antiquated weaponry, but also the blood and dedication of countless forebears, a sweeping and poignant historical memory, and the very essence and foundation of naval spirit. As the Anshan and Sichuan sailed parallel to each other, the Sichuan emitted a brief yet solemn blast of its horn, marking the grand commencement of the naval review. The fleet sailed past Anshan in a perfectly synchronized formation. As each warship glided by, the sound of their horns resonated across the vast expanse of the sea, echoing long after they had passed. These stirring blasts conveyed profound respect and gratitude towards the venerable vessel, while simultaneously proclaiming the enduring legacy of naval spirit to the world, much like the boundless ocean itself, ceaseless and passed down through generations. The ships presented a pristine appearance, their weaponry arranged with meticulous order, showcasing formidable combat readiness. Anshan remained anchored on the surface, akin to a witness observing the growth and advancement of her successors, bearing testament to the evolution and strengthening of the Navy. Following the successful conclusion of the naval review, the crowd, filled with exhilaration, eagerly boarded the Sichuan vessel. Meanwhile, Anshan, under Sichuan's arrangement, gracefully arrived via a Z-20 helicopter. At last, members of the North Sea Fleet, belonging to the same faction yet having experienced diverse environments, were formally introduced. The brilliant sunlight streamed through the bridge windows of Sichuan, gently cascading over Anshan's long, jet-black hair. Her emerald-hued locks were neatly tied into a single ponytail that cascaded straight down her back, the tips nearly brushing her waist. Even at rest, the ponytail exuded a spirited vitality, epitomizing her competence. Upon closer inspection, 2 jade-like dragon horns subtly emerged from her forehead, each about the length of a fingertip, their curvature exceptionally gentle. These horns seemed to hint at the mysterious lineage of the divine creature, the azure dragon, quietly spilling forth from her hair, enhancing her unique, enigmatic aura. Clad in a standard military uniform of the Eastern Empire, her snow-white shirt paired with a cobalt blue collar radiated an air of vitality. The 5-pointed stars on her epaulets glimmered with a cold, noble golden light under the sun's rays. The tailored design of her uniform accentuated her graceful waistline, while the intentionally cropped hem revealed her long, athletic legs. These legs were not delicate, but rather bore the firm lines of an athlete, exuding strength and vigor. Her emerald green eyes, tranquil like a deep abyss, reflected the soldier's characteristic focus and determination as she gazed ahead. At this moment, when she looked at the vibrant younger shipgirls within the bridge, a soft wave of tender exasperation would unconsciously flicker at the corners of her eyes. filled with concern and affection. Zhang Heng, noticing this, was about to approach Anshan warmly for a handshake as a gesture of welcome. However, Anshan took the initiative, her gentle smile illuminating her face as she began from Sichuan, softly patting each shipgirl's shoulder in turn. Standing just at Sichuan's chest level, her demeanor was remarkably gentle. Despite not being particularly tall, the natural grace of an elder sister emanated from her, evoking genuine warmth and respect. With each pat on a shipgirl's shoulder, she smiled sincerely, repeatedly exclaiming, "Good, good, good." Her words, imbued with endless comfort and expectation, resonated softly within the bridge. After a round of warm pleasantries, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Zhang Heng, filled with respect, extended his hand voluntarily, and Anshan responded with a smile, warmly reciprocating. Their handshake marked a formal greeting, intertwining their friendship and shared mission. Subsequently, everyone naturally settled around Anshan. Once all were seated, Nanchang cleared his throat and began to recount the myriad experiences he had shared with Zhang Heng over the past year, detailing everything with meticulous care, from the fierce naval battles against the deep-sea fleet to the thrilling twists and turns encountered while exploring uncharted waters. From the hardships faced in times of scarce resources to the tense moments spent navigating various factions, Nanchang's narrative was vivid and detailed, gradually unfolding that tumultuous journey before the audience. Upon concluding his tale, Anshan sighed softly and remarked with heartfelt sentiment, "You have truly endured much. Fortunately, you are home now, and henceforth, such days of turmoil should be behind us. However, our current situation cannot be deemed affluent. We must take things one step at a time." Chapter 4. The Current Situation of Dongwang, Part 1. Upon hearing Anshan's reflections, Zhang Heng immediately inquired with concern, "Anshan, now that we have convened, could you enlighten us on the present condition of the Dongwang Navy? Additionally, what is the specific situation here in Dongwang? Previously, we were unable to acquire detailed and accurate information from the Royal Navy and the Northern Alliance." As soon as he finished speaking, all the fleet girls turned their gazes towards Anshan, their expressions filled with curiosity and anticipation. Anshan pondered for a moment, then retrieved a data storage device resembling a familiar USB drive from their original world. She handed the device to Sichuan, saying, "There is a wealth of information contained within." Sichuan accepted the device and deftly connected it to her main control unit. Soon, a detailed nautical chart materialized on the screen, projected for all to see. The onlookers gathered closely, their eyes fixated on the display, eagerly awaiting Anshan's exposition. Observing the attentive crowd, Anshan extended her hand, pointing to the projected map, and began, "Allow me to first introduce you to Dongwang, also known as the Sealess Archipelago." As Anshan's gentle and articulate voice resonated, the enigmatic veil that had long shrouded the situation in Dongwang began to lift. The Sealess Archipelago encompasses a vast expanse of maritime territory, stretching an impressive 7,300 kilometers from east to west and 6,000 kilometers from north to south. While speaking, Anshan traced her finger along the corresponding areas on the map to facilitate a clearer understanding for everyone. At the northernmost point of the archipelago, adjacent to the Northern Alliance's Ilku Island, lies an enormous cluster of islands known as the Baikal Islands. The most pivotal among these is referred to as North Sea Island. Due to the Ural Sea Trench isolating east from west, the Northern Alliance's influence here is notably feeble, with the responsibility of fending off deep-sea threats resting upon the shoulders of the Heavy Sakura and Dongwang Fleet Girls. The main force comprises the Heavy Sakura Fleet Girls, while the Fleet Girls of the former Dongwang typically partake in joint operations with Heavy Sakura. The crowd's attention followed Anshan's finger as it moved across the map. In the far west and southwest of the archipelago, there exists a collection of islands with an average elevation of 6,000 meters. The peaks there soar into the clouds. Each individual island boasts considerable size. However, due to the extreme altitude and peculiar geological formations, most coastlines are sheer cliffs, resulting in scarce habitable areas for humans. Historically, this region has remained an enigmatic realm, often regarded by the Dongwang people as a dwelling place for deities, referred to as Kunlun Continent. The central island of Kunlun Continent is situated on a large island crowned by a mountain with an elevation of 8,000 meters. This island features a relatively flat coastline and is known as Wuzizang Island. Anshan continued to point at the map, stating, "To the far south, as you have witnessed, The area is predominantly composed of reefs and submerged hazards, with a complex terrain that is unsuitable for human habitation. The southernmost tip of Dongwon is located near the equatorial region at Zhengmuansha. As the crowd reminisced about the sights encountered during their voyage through the southern seas, they nodded in agreement. To the far east lay an archipelago composed of scattered isles. These islands, relatively diminutive in size and sparsely populated by human activity, are part of the broader Caries archipelago, known as the Ryukyu Islands. Anshan's expression grew slightly grave. This region has long been a contentious maritime area between Dongwon and Zhongying, currently under the control of Zhongying. This situation was tacitly approved by the former Dongwon Navy, permitting Zhongying to bear the brunt of the battle against the deep sea. At this moment, Zhang Heng finally voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind. You just mentioned old Dongwon. What does that refer to? Anshan sighed gently, her demeanor reflecting the seriousness of the topic. Let me first explain the status of the Dongwon Navy. Alas, the current Dongwon Navy is divided into two factions, New Dongwon and Old Dongwon. Upon hearing this, Yixian felt a sudden tightening in her chest, her worries about a complex situation manifesting as she anxiously inquired. Is it possible that the ship daughters of the new era and those like me from the old era have split due to differing ideologies? Anshan quickly shook her head, smiling to reassure her. Not at all. The sisters Pihai and Ninghai stand with us, as does Danyang. Beyond them, we have our four sisters from the 07 class, Fushun, Changchun, Taiyuan, and myself. Together with all of you, we are united. Hearing Anshan's explanation, the crowd felt a sense of relief, and this time, no one interrupted. They patiently awaited her continued discourse. Anshan took a deep breath and continued. We are free ship daughters, born naturally from the sea, not reliant on commanders. In contrast, the ship daughters of Old Dongwon were summoned by those known as commanders. In the past, when the Dongwon Navy was feeble, those commanders took pride in joining the Zhongying Navy, effectively turning the ship daughters they led into a Dongwon contingent within Zhongying's forces. Noticing the growing unease on everyone's faces, Anshan paused, and then spoke slowly. This primarily stems from the brutal world war of those times. Back then, Dongwon was still entrenched in a feudal society, reminiscent of the historical trajectory we remember, before the deep-sea calamities erupted en masse. The once mighty Tungus Empire was invaded in collusion with the White Eagle Alliance supporting the Zhongying Empire. The overwhelming majority of ordinary Dongwon citizens, unable to endure the compromises made by the Tungus nobility with the invaders, rose up in a grand and poignant resistance movement. Just prior to the widespread onset of the deep-sea disasters, the Tungus Empire, which ruled over Dongwon, tragically became the target of imperialist ambitions. The White Eagle Alliance schemed and covertly supported the Zhongying Empire, conspiring against the Tungus Empire with audacity. Faced with a formidable foe, the nobles of the Tungus Empire chose to collude with the invaders, an act that incited the righteous indignation of the majority of ordinary Dongwon people, who could no longer bear such humiliation and betrayal. Thus, the valiant people of Dongwon seized their rudimentary weapons, resolutely rising in rebellion, marking the commencement of a grand and poignant resistance movement. The ordinary citizens, fueled by an ardent love for their homeland and an overwhelming hatred for the invaders, charged into battle, inscribing a magnificent chapter of defiance with their blood and lives. The Tungus Empire, beset by internal and external strife, ultimately met its demise. However, this struggle did not extinguish the flame of hope. Rather, it nurtured a nascent strength. Throughout the arduous journey of resisting invasion, the people of Dongwon persistently sought to carve out a developmental path of their own. Fate seemed to revel in testing this nation further. As the crisis of the deep sea erupted like a cataclysm, Anshan, with a grave expression, continued recounting this somber history. The first wave of the deep sea's ferocious assault struck with the force of a cataclysm, obliterating the seemingly formidable fleet of the Cherry Blossom Empire in an instant. Amidst this tumultuous upheaval, the Democratic Republic of Dongwon was established with great difficulty from the ashes and flames of war. The audience listened in silence, their hearts heavy with the suffering endured by this land, while simultaneously holding a profound respect for the indomitable spirit of the Dongwon people. Unable to contain herself, Changsha interjected with a perplexed expression, asking, So, did the outbreak of the deep sea actually assist Dongwon in resisting invasion? Anshan, with a complex demeanor, nodded and reflected. Indeed, It is truly a case of those who commit unjust acts ultimately meeting their end. The invaders, who trampled upon Dongwang's soil with their naval might, did not anticipate that the sudden onslaught from the deep sea would completely annihilate their maritime military forces. The invaders remaining on Dongwang's land, bereft of naval support, became akin to a toothless tiger, ultimately driven into the sea by the courageous Dongwang citizens, feeding the depths. Anshan paused slightly, a flicker of helplessness and bitterness in his eyes, and continued, "However, you are well aware of the brutality of the deep sea, a true emblem of malevolence. They show no mercy to any Dongwang citizen daring enough to venture into their depths, leaving no survivors." Ironically, one might wonder if we should be grateful that Dongwang's technology was so primitive that it lacked the capability to descend into the depths, thus evading a more direct slaughter. As the audience absorbed Anshan's narrative, their spirits grew heavier, gaining a deeper understanding of the tribulations faced by this land. Though the epochs and planets may differ, the experiences remain strikingly similar. Chapter 5. The Current State of Dongwang, Part 2. Zhang Hong, listening to Anshan's exposition, contemplatively remarked, "Isn't this a matter from a century ago? I recall seeing in the historical textbooks from the Royal Navy that after the advent of the ship girls, they adopted the ship girl era, which, if calculated, marks a full 104 years this year. Surely, Dongwang hasn't been in turmoil for such an extended period?" Anshan gently nodded in agreement with Zhang Heng's deduction and continued in a measured tone. "Indeed, the ship girl era is now a universally accepted method of timekeeping, and Dongwang naturally adheres to this epoch. Following that, the ship girls emerged, leading humanity in a valiant resistance against the deep sea. Through arduous struggle, they successfully reclaimed the coastal regions for humankind, establishing a tenuous balance of power with the depths. Since that time, naval jurisdiction over the oceans has belonged to the ship girls, while the inland territories remain under human governance. Approximately a decade ago, various factions of ship girls united in a concerted effort to launch an offensive against the deep-sea strongholds of the North and South Poles. The historical account you are familiar with is largely encapsulated in these events, correct? Zhang Heng affirmatively nodded, as did the other ship girls, acknowledging that their understanding of world history predominantly stemmed from Zhang Heng's textbooks. Observing this, Anshan reciprocated with a nod and elaborated, "What you have seen is accurate. However, it reflects the general situation outside of Dongwang." As she gestured towards the map of Dongwang, she continued her explanation, "Observe. Although Dongwang is composed of numerous islands and spans a vast area, the true heart of this region lies within this archipelago, extending 4,000 kilometers from east to west and 3,000 kilometers from north to south. This area is indeed a land of providence. It consists of 9 substantial islands, not only expansive in size, but also in close proximity to one another. This archipelago has been historically referred to as the 9 provinces of Dongwang." As Anshan spoke, she pointed along the map, highlighting each region. First, we have Jizhou, with its core port of Yanjing, which serves as the current capital of Dongwang, embodying the political center of the nation. Next is Qingzhou, whose principal port is Langyou Port, the home port of the new Dongwang Navy. This location bears witness to the development and expansion of the Dongwang Navy, serving as a fundamental pillar of naval strength. The core port of Yanzhou is aptly named Yanzhou Port, playing an indispensable role in regional economic exchanges and maritime transportation. In Suzhou, the core port is Pengcheng Port, an important transportation hub and distribution center for goods, historically a contested site of strategic significance with profound implications for Dongwang. Then we arrive at Yangzhou, currently the economic center of Dongwang, boasting several key ports such as Jinling, Gusu, Songjiang, and Yuhang. However, this area also witnesses the most intense disputes between the new and old Dongwang Navy. Economic prosperity often intertwines with the struggle for interests, with various factions colliding here. Lastly, Jingzhou serves as the granary of Dongwang, providing abundant food resources to the entire region through its superports, Jiangxia and Linxiang. Changsha, your ship's name corresponds to Linxiang Port, Nanchang. The name of your vessel corresponds to Yuzhong, which, though not a port, is a city of profound heritage nestled inland, steeped in a rich tapestry of historical culture. Yuzhou, situated in the heart of the 9 provinces, is also known as Zhongzhou. It serves as the launch pad for the ancestors of Dongwang, who forged ahead through adversity and hardship. This region boasts numerous historic ports, such as Luoyang and Kaifeng, each narrating tales of past grandeur and prosperity, making it a vital cradle of Donghuang's historical culture. Liangzhou, the province to which your vessel belongs in Sichuan, is vast and famously referred to as the land of abundance. Regrettably, it is encircled by mountain ranges, with coastal ports being scarce. Only the ports of Yuzhou in the southeast and Lizhou in the north have managed to thrive as significant gateways for external communication, owing to their strategic natural openings. Lastly, there is Yongzhou, a crucial area connecting the northwestern islands of the western regions. In ancient times, this land was a battleground of great contention, giving rise to numerous historical cities such as Chang'an, Jiuquan, and Yumen. These cities have borne witness to countless conflicts and the confluence of cultures, preserving a rich historical memory. These large islands form the core region of Donghuang, providing a robust foundation for the enduring unity of the realm. Observe closely, for between these islands lie one or two naturally formed bridges, which is quite remarkable, isn't it? They serve as bonds, intricately linking each island into an organic whole, while the developed maritime routes greatly facilitate exchanges among diverse parties. Anshan's thorough introduction seems to unfurl a grand historical and geographical tapestry of Donghuang before all. Zhang Heng gazes upon this land, seemingly scattered yet closely interconnected. Recognizing the familiar place names, and a surge of unique sentiment arises within him, forging a deeper emotional connection with this strange yet reminiscent territory. Anshan, perceiving this, continues, with a clearer understanding of Donghuang's geography, one might deduce that when the deep sea annihilates invaders upon its surface and constricts maritime routes, the people of Donghuang can still maintain communication through land bridges between the large islands. The gathering nods in agreement, acknowledging Anshan's assertion and gaining a clearer insight into Donghuang's geographical advantage in sustaining internal connections amid challenging circumstances. Anshan pauses thoughtfully before continuing. We are all aware of our homeland's history, which bears similarities to this situation. Once forcibly opened by foreign powers, exposing the people of Donghuang to a myriad of unfamiliar systems and cultures, they began to contemplate the future of their nation and subsequently embarked on divergent paths of development. Anshan slowly approaches the porthole, casting his gaze upon the vast and tumultuous sea, his thoughts drifting back to that complex and turbulent era. This was soon followed by the advent of the ship girl epoch. The first to appear in the waters of Donghuang were those ship girls procured from abroad. Anshan furrows his brow, a serious expression crossing his face as he continues. Subsequently, various commanders summoned and acquired an array of ship girls from different series. Yet, lamentably, all these ship girls were invariably of the secondary tier, with not a single capital ship among them. In this manner, even the coastal waters of Donghuang find it increasingly challenging to ensure safety, perpetually beset by a myriad of threats. At this juncture, Anshan could not suppress a gentle sigh, imbued with a sense of helplessness and reflection. Subsequently, various commanders gleaned diverse philosophical insights from their respective ship girls and applied these concepts to governance on land. This endeavor plunged Donghuang into an extended phase of warlord conflict. Veteran commanders, empowered by the formidable capabilities bestowed by their ship girls, began to forge their own spheres of influence. They resorted to unscrupulous methods to monopolize trade, control vital resources, and endeavor to incorporate all emerging commanders into their power structures, thereby consolidating their dominion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback, his face a canvas of astonishment, as he blurted out, "The commanders have transformed into warlords?" Anshan, with a somber expression, nodded in affirmation and elucidated. In this world, ship girls epitomize advanced productive forces, do they not? Moreover, many ship girls' core essences originate from those powerful nations. Given this backdrop, it is hardly surprising that they assist their commanders in the quest for supremacy. Chapter 6. The current state of Donghuang. And Qinzhou could not help but mutter, "Isn't this chaos utterly outrageous? Is it still in such a state now?" Anshan gently shook his head, his expression turning grave as he replied, 30 years ago, a commander named Chang Guangtou, with the support of the White Eagle Union and the Sakura Empire, ostensibly unified Donghuang. Yet, in reality, he governed entirely in accordance with the interests of the White Eagle and Sakura, ruthlessly exploiting the common folk, leaving them to endure unbearable suffering, living in dire straits, verging on destitution. Anshan paused momentarily before continuing. A decade ago, The people's pent-up fury finally reached a boiling point, and the situation was on the verge of eruption. You should be able to guess what transpired 10 years ago, right? Indeed, the failure in the Arctic campaign severed communication between the White Eagle Union and Dongwon, while the Sakura Empire also sustained severe losses, rendering them incapable of further supporting Changwonto. Following the Arctic retreat, Changwonto, along with his confidants and his fleet, mysteriously vanished. Taking a deep breath, Anshan elaborated, after that incident, the flames of revolution first ignited fiercely in the regions of Ji, Yin, Qing, and Su. At that time, the fleet girls Pinghai and Ninghai rallied those freedom-loving fleet girls who were discontented with the excessive interference of the commander's fleet in the lives of ordinary humans, resolutely beginning to aid the insurgents. It was during this period that I was born in the waters at the juncture of Jizhou and Qingzhou, and without hesitation, I joined their ranks, widely disseminating our red ideology. Gradually, the northern four provinces came under the firm control of the newly established red regime. Subsequently, Fushun, Changchun, and Taiyuan also emerged in this world, bolstering our strength. However, our naval power remains relatively weak, only capable of forming a stalemate with the old Dongwon in the Yangzhou region. Zhang Hong, looking bewildered, could not restrain his questions and grievances. Since there are already fleet girls, why do the White Eagles and Sakura continue to meddle in Dongwon's affairs? Moreover, what exactly is the situation with the White Eagles? When I was at the Royal Academy, I heard that the White Eagles were missing. How is it that the same situation persists here in Dongwon? After a moment of contemplation, Anshan replied, I do not possess extensive knowledge about the White Eagles, for by the time I came into being, they had already ceased operations in these waters. As for the Sakura, well, their situation bears some resemblance to our original world's condition. In Sakura, the Navy is governed by the Freedom Fleet Girls, who are indeed a commendable group, despite their corresponding flagship having committed unforgivable acts in the original world. They all carry the memories of their ultimate demise and defeat. With the common enemy, the Abyss, looming, they typically assist other factions in resisting the Abyss, often leading the charge in battle. At this point, Anshan could not help but chuckle and continued. However, their commanders all hail from the army. Nanchang and Changsha, upon hearing this, were utterly astonished and exclaimed in unison, What did you say? The army? Anshan affirmed with a nod, explaining, Yes. They are all commanders from the army ranks. Moreover, the summoned ship girls are also under the jurisdiction of the army. The ideology of the Sakura army regarding external intervention is deeply entrenched, and their ambition to seize Dongwon has never wavered. However, they are acutely aware that direct invasion is no longer feasible, as the free ship girls would not endorse such actions. Thus, they covertly support proxies on the side of Dongwon. Furthermore, the Sakura army has consistently sought to dominate the navy, resulting in significant discord between the land and sea forces, leading to numerous complications. Zhang Heng then inquired, But the ship girls they summon are also ship girls. Do they not oppose the commander's intentions? At this moment, Silk Road Arc patiently elucidated. Comrade Commander, you should understand that only when you are in harmony with the ship girls can you successfully summon them. Just as you fervently desire to see the red flags fluttering here, we have come to your side to lend you our strength. However, if your thoughts are consumed with ambitions of world domination, then it will not be us who appear during the summoning. Zhang Heng suddenly grasped the meaning and nodded, saying, In other words, those ship girls do not reject the commander's ideas. On the contrary, they will assist in realizing those ambitions. Anshan reaffirmed, Indeed, only when both parties share a mutual understanding will the ship girls come to the commander's side. It is precisely for this reason that the number of free ship girls on the Sakura side far exceeds those summoned by the commander. As the Sichuan continued its northern voyage, Anshan's narration persisted. Later, we established a base at Langyaport. Currently, we few are responsible for addressing the deep-sea threats at sea, while also fending off the occasional incursions from the old Dongwon. Although they are intent on annihilating us, direct combat between ship girls is still relatively rare, as everyone's primary focus remains on combating the deep sea. The principal conflicts are still among the terrestrial powers. Furthermore, in the face of the deep sea crisis, we also collaborate with the navy of old Dongwon to jointly resist the threats. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng could not help but ask, What is the actual strength of old Dongwon? Anshan's expression darkened slightly as he replied slowly, It is comparable to ours. Currently, they have a total of 10 commanders. The leader, named Chang Jinghua, commands 2 ship girls, while the remaining commanders each have only 1. In truth, they do not lack resources or core personnel. According to Dan Yang, they have been unable to construct new ship girls for quite some time, though the reason remains unclear. By the way, Dan Yang was originally the Japanese-style yukikase. She is a free ship girl. Due to the increasingly acute land-sea tensions on the Sakura side, she found it unbearable and came to Donghuang under the pretext of aiding us against the deep sea. Initially, she lived in Old Donghuang for 2 years, but later, influenced by our red ideology, she resolutely joined the new Donghuang Navy. In light of her own soul memories, she renamed herself Danyang. Upon hearing this, Changsha displayed a look of concern and hurriedly asked, "So, in that case, our naval forces are not particularly strong either. Can we truly withstand the onslaught of the deep sea?" Anshan offered a faint, bittersweet smile, her expression imbued with a hint of determination as she remarked, "What other options do we have? Even amidst overwhelming difficulties, we must not falter. If the deep sea comes, we shall confront them head-on. If we cannot prevail at the moment, we shall retreat to the shore. Remember, as your strength grows, do not forget the glorious guerrilla warfare strategies passed down to us." Thus, the current relationship with the old Eastern Imperial Navy is one of both struggle and cooperation, with cooperation taking precedence. After all, in the face of our formidable common enemy, the deep sea, only through unity can we enhance our chances of victory. Nanchang gazed intently at the map and the course chart, a sense of confusion blossoming within her, prompting her to inquire of Anshan, "Since our current home port is Langyuport, port, why have you ventured so far away?" Anshan's expression momentarily dimmed, but she quickly mustered a forced smile and replied, "Alas, our resources are exceedingly scarce at present. The old Eastern Imperial relied on the support of Sakura and White Eagle, never lacking in oil, ammunition, or steel. As free ship girls, my sisters of the Anshan class are missile ships. Though the missiles may not possess remarkable performance, their resource consumption is considerable. The crux of the matter is that we lack a research vessel. Thus, we are left with no choice but to scour the distant seas for solitary deep-sea foes, devising ways to defeat them and gather spoils to stockpile for future needs." At this revelation, Zhang Heng and the other ship girls were taken aback, truly unprepared for the dire circumstances of the new Eastern Empire. Just then, Qinghai Lake gently interjected, "We possess the equipment. It need not be so arduous any longer." Upon hearing this, Anshan's eyes sparkled with surprise as she turned to Qinghai Lake, asking, "Where did you acquire the equipment if you do not even have a research vessel?" Nanchang then presented the Ocean Horn Protocol and the Petersburg Protocol to Anshan, stating, "These were signed when we departed the Atlantic. Take a look." Anshan accepted the documents, scrutinizing each word with great care. When her gaze fell upon the familiar words People's Liberation Army of China at the signature, tears welled up in her eyes, and she could no longer contain her emotions, weeping openly. Initially, she shed silent tears, but soon her sobs transformed into joyous laughter. Gripping Nanchang's hand in excitement, Anshan spoke with a quivering voice, "In my former world, I was unable to serve until your arrival. But I am grateful to have witnessed your growth at the Naval Museum. How wonderful it is. Now, fighting alongside you, I believe that the future will only grow brighter. Come, let us return home. I shall inform Ninghai and Pinghai to prepare hometown dishes for you, to warmly welcome you back." Chapter 7. Northward, the fleet swiftly adjusted its formation, transforming into a configuration escorted by 2 combat vessels, safeguarding the passage to Sichuan and Qinghai Lake. They then accelerated, racing northward. Changsha and Nanchang volunteered to undertake the crucial task of escorting the fleet until they reached Langyuport. Port. Before long, the blurred contours of Cheongzhou Island gradually came into view through the lens of the Wuzhen 7. With this landmark, the fleet veered eastward and then north, preparing to navigate the strait between Dayuan Island and Yangzhou Island. Gazing at the imagery of the southernmost port of Cheongzhou Island transmitted by Wuzhen 7, Zhang Heng could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia, murmuring, "Such a splendid location, yet devoid of any influence." This would be an exceptional choice as the home port for the South China Sea Fleet. Anshan wholeheartedly concurred, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, if there were nuclear submarines, it would serve as an unparalleled base for them. However, Cheongzhou Island currently falls within the domain of the Old Donghuang's influence. Though collectively referred to as Old Donghuang, they have 10 commanders, each harboring ulterior motives and pursuing their own interests, often conflicting with one another. Were it not for our coalition of free ship girls uniting to establish New Dongwang, they would likely be embroiled in a life-and-death struggle among themselves. Anshan let out a soft, derisive chuckle and continued. Thus, these so-called commanders primarily focus on safeguarding their own little territories, preserving their interests, wishing only to comfortably assume the role of a landowner. Commanders who possess ship girls yet choose to cower in their cities, indulging in pleasures. How laughable. Hearing Anshan's remarks, the group felt an increasing disdain for the commanders of Old Dongwang. Their self-serving pursuits disregarded the overall development and security of Dongwang, which was truly contemptible. Meanwhile, the fleet maintained its established course, resolutely sailing northward. Soon, they successfully navigated into the strait between Yangzhou Island and Dayuan Island. Zhang Heng fixated on the real-time images relayed by Wuzhen, 7, observing the serene and harmonious scenes presented by Yangzhou Island and Dayuan Island, reminiscent of a pastoral idyll, which sparked a sense of curiosity within him. He turned to Anshan and inquired, Anshan, based on geographical positioning, the area near Yangzhou Island adjacent to Dayuan Island roughly corresponds to the former Fujian, does it not? Yet, why does it appear devoid of any signs of industrialization? During my time with the Northern Union, I witnessed human development levels that had at least reached the Cold War era. While industries related to the Navy have ceased to develop, sectors like electrical engineering have not progressed slowly. Anshan smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Do not call me senior. You are the commander unanimously elected by them. Once we return and reorganize, you may very well become our commander. Regarding your question, the situation is as follows. Dongwang has long been mired in war and turmoil, with circumstances fluctuating between conflict and pause. The White Eagles and Heavy Sakura treat Dongwang merely as a source of raw materials and a market for dumping their products. Any force attempting to foster industrialization will immediately face brutal suppression by Chang Guangtou and his faction. In such an environment, the industrialization of Dongwang is understandably stifled. Anshan then elaborated. More critically, the adjacent Dayuan Island, due to its proximity to the Cherry Blossom Archipelago, was chosen by Chang Guangtou as his stronghold. Behold, in this image captured by the No. 7 reconnaissance aircraft, the architectural ensemble that strikingly resembles the Forbidden City was constructed by Chang Guangtou, and after his disappearance, it was inherited by Chang Jinghua. These individuals, neglecting the opportunity to develop a fine port, are solely focused on erecting grand cities. Although we are now in the 104th year of the ship girl era, the upper echelons of Old Dongwang remain mired in feudal conservatism, unable to relinquish their obsession with land. At this moment, a voice from Changsha resonated clearly through the communication channel. Anshan, what is the current situation in the 4 states now under the control of New Dongwang? Is the land reform proceeding smoothly? Has it been completed? Anshan candidly replied, It has not yet been fully accomplished. The initial uprising bears little distinction from the peasant revolts chronicled in our history books, lacking a clear guiding doctrine, and soon succumbed to corruption. It was only when our 4 sisters from the Anshan class arrived here that the red ideology began to disseminate widely. Presently, the land reform is fervently advancing. Your arrival will undoubtedly provide us with tremendous support. As the fleet continued its northern voyage, it encountered several waves of small-scale roving deep-sea fleets. In the face of the enemy, Zhang Heng instructed all ship girls to exert their utmost efforts, employing the strongest coordination honed through their journey. The ship girls swiftly transitioned into battle mode, each fulfilling their designated roles. This confrontation showcased the fleet's spirited demeanor to Anshan. Confronting the deep-sea menace, each ship girl unleashed her maximum potential. Simultaneously, they exhibited their exceptional combat prowess, demonstrating seamless cooperation and flexible tactical applications, embodying a cohesive unit. The fleet gradually passed the junction of Yangzhou and Shuzhou, where once lay the grand expanse of the Yangtze River, bustling with prosperous maritime trade. However, in this wondrous world of Mercury, the mighty Yangtze has vanished, replaced by an expansive strait spanning over 100 kilometers between the 2 islands. The breathtaking vista before them stirred waves of emotion within Zhang Heng and the ship girls, igniting their spirits. At that moment, Anshan, wearing a mysterious smile, remarked, By the way, let me share something intriguing with you. As you know, this planet is larger than our home Earth. Can you guess the total area of Dongwang? Zhang Heng, momentarily puzzled, could not fathom why Anshan posed such a question, and tentatively responded, Our homeland's land area is 6 million square kilometers. But here, it has transformed into an archipelago, so the area must be significantly less, right? Anshan gently shook her head and said, not at all. The total land area of Dongwang here measures an impressive 16 million square kilometers, including the oceans. The entire area of Dongwang amounts to 48 million square kilometers. Moreover, each state and frontier region, despite being separated by vast oceans, possesses a remarkable quality. Their shapes and areas correspond precisely to the original regions on Earth. Additionally, the unique geographical environment here does not support the breeding of cavalry, thus preventing northern nomadic tribes from descending and causing disturbances. Consequently, the expansive northern territories belong entirely to the Dongwang people. Upon hearing this, Datong excitedly raised his small hand and inquired eagerly, Sister Anshan, why was the last feudal dynasty the Tungus Empire? With a smile, Anshan gently ruffled Datong's hair, who was slightly shorter than her, and replied, while studying the history of Dongwang, I discovered that the Tungus people originated from the deep mountains and forests in the northeasternmost part of Jizhou. After the previous Dongwang dynasty succumbed to internal strife and fell into ruin, they embarked on their journey from that forested expanse in a canoe. Eventually, they allied with the conservative stakeholders of Dongwang, ultimately seizing the fruits of victory and establishing the Tungus Empire. Zhang Heng gazed intently at the map, where the states were not far apart from one another, his eyes filled with aspiration and determination. He declared, how wonderful it is. We must ensure that this beautiful land becomes the happiest homeland on Mercury. Chapter 8. Motherport. The fleet continued its steady course northward, as the sun gradually descended, preparing to conceal itself beneath the horizon. Suddenly, a strong signal appeared on the radar screen, indicating that a fleet of 6 warships was swiftly approaching. Through the real-time images transmitted by the reconnaissance drone, the crew confirmed the identity of the incoming vessels, 3 Type 07 destroyers, 2 Ninghai-class light cruisers, and a Japanese Kager-class destroyer. Anshan gazed at the images from the drone, her face illuminated with joy as she exclaimed, I just contacted my sisters. It seems they are aware of our return and have come to welcome us. Zhang Heng, puzzled, inquired, I didn't see you use the radio. With a playful smile, Anshan explained, you all possess a mental space that allows you to communicate regardless of distance. Our Type 07 sisters also have a similar mental link function. Do not underestimate us simply because we are older vessels. We are equally legendary ship girls of the Golden Tier. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng felt a surge of respect, realizing that the Type 07 sisters shared the same prestigious status as Nanchang, both being legendary ship girls with golden attributes. He promptly issued a decisive command to his ship girls. Everyone, let us deploy our hulls and prepare for another review formation. Let us showcase our spirit to our sisters. Upon receiving the order, the ship girls swiftly sprang into action, their hulls gracefully unfolding upon the sea, aligning themselves into a magnificent and powerful review formation. The 2 fleets advanced towards each other like strands of beautiful pearls, drawing closer across the vast expanse of the ocean. As the distance narrowed, the Anshan suddenly accelerated, darting forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, seamlessly merging with the opposing fleet. In that instant, the East Huang Beihai fleet, composed of 7 warships, passed by the China Beihai fleet, comprised of 9 warships, resembling 2 galloping steel dragons gliding past one another on the water. The ship girls aboard stood tall, saluting each other in unison, their movements crisp and efficient, their eyes reflecting mutual respect and recognition. In that moment, even the sea breeze seemed to pause, bearing witness to this solemn yet exhilarating occasion. Following this, the 2 fleets skillfully intermingled, forming a new and formidable maritime formation. Leading the charge was the Sichuan, steadfastly cleaving through the unknown waves ahead. Closely aligned in the second row were Nanchang, Changsha, Hangzhou, Anshan, Fushun, Changchun, and Taiyuan, showcasing their formidable combat prowess, while Qinzhou, Datong, Yixian, Ninghai, Pinghai, and Danyang occupied the third row. The Silk Road Arc and Qinghai Lake brought up the rear. At this moment, the Grand Fleet surged forth towards Langia Port, cutting through the waves. The ocean roiled under the fleet's impact, frothing white foam, while seagulls cried out and dolphins danced, celebrating and cheering for this mighty armada. From the aerial images transmitted by the reconnaissance drone, Zhang Heng could not suppress a surge of overwhelming emotion as he beheld the vast and formidable fleet before him. His gaze was firmly fixed on the screen, his eyes sparkling with excitement and pride. This was not merely a fleet. It symbolized the aspirations of the Navy for the future, embodying their love for this land and their unwavering determination to protect it. As the crimson hues of the setting sun gently bathed the scene, the fleet resembled an imposing steel dragon, gliding slowly into the tranquil yet majestic bay. The twilight cast a golden veil over the entire bay, as if nature's masterful brush had painted it, each glimmering wave shimmering with enchanting brilliance. In the distance, rolling mountains seamlessly connected with the islands, forming a natural barrier that encircled the harbor, exuding a sense of robust yet serene guardianship. As the vessels entered the inner harbor, grand islands came into view, standing apart yet closely linked by naturally formed bridges, as if Mother Earth had tightly bound her children with resilient ties. One of these islands featured a solid and broad causeway extending from the direction of Jeju Island, akin to a thoroughfare bridging mountain and sea. On this bridge, vehicles flowed like threads, and pedestrians crisscrossed between the islands, as if the very pulse of life beat rhythmically across this land, continually infusing it with vitality and energy. This was the bustling Langia civilian port, a vital maritime hub for New Dongwon, brimming with hopes and dreams, bearing witness to the commercial prosperity and development of this territory. The edges of the port were lined with neatly arranged docks, where numerous small fishing boats and merchant vessels were moored, swaying gently with the waves. Though these vessels lacked the grandeur of warships, they were equally indispensable to the maritime economic activities of New Dongwon. On the opposite side of the docks stood a massive shipyard, where slightly worn vessels were undergoing meticulous repairs and renovations. The fading sunlight elongated the silhouettes of the workers, who skillfully wielded various tools, each motion imbued with strength and focus. The rhythmic sound of hammering echoed through the air, as they devoted their sweat and intellect to this land, silently providing the steadfast power and hope for its continuous progress. At the entrance of the harbor, a towering lighthouse stood majestically, its beacon radiating a gentle yet resolute glow, illuminating the path for the returning fleet. The flag of the Dongwon Navy fluttered proudly upon the lighthouse, its rustling sound offering the warmest and most heartfelt welcome to the homecoming vessels. As the fleet glided past the lighthouse, a secluded bay, reminiscent of a paradise on earth, quietly revealed itself, surrounded by gently curving hills adorned with lush greenery. This serene sea realm was woven into a natural green curtain. Here lay the mother port of the New Dongwon Navy, the Langia military port, composed of multiple docks and walkways, thoughtfully designed and meticulously organized. The depth of the harbor is astonishing, reaching over 50 meters. A remarkable condition sufficient to accommodate all types of vessels from the Middle Kingdom, highlighting its significant role and carrying capacity as a naval home port. However, in stark contrast to the harbor's formidable functionality, the infrastructure on the shore appears somewhat unadorned. Rows of brick-built bungalows stand in orderly fashion, their white walls and gray tiles emanating an aura of simplicity and purity. The walls of these bungalows are adorned with various red slogans: defend the maritime borders of our motherland, construct the maritime Great Wall, the People's Navy for the people. Iron discipline, iron fleet, iron style, iron quality. Though lacking the luxurious comforts of the Royal Navy's base at Ocean Point or the several northern joint garrisons, it resembles a series of blazing flames, brimming with strength and passion. Gazing upon this familiar and endearing scene, Zhang Heng's eyes involuntarily glistened with emotion. The fleet gradually approached the port. As the hull gently made contact with the dock, a steady, muffled sound resonated. The shipgirls promptly stowed their naval attire, returning to their original forms. The shipgirls from both fleets stood facing each other in neat formation, their faces radiating genuine smiles, and in their exchanged glances, a sense of camaraderie and understanding was conveyed. At that moment, Zhang Heng was drawn by an invisible yet powerful force, completely unaffected by the surrounding atmosphere of joy. His eyes sparkled with a fervent and intricate light as he hurriedly rushed toward the land of the port area. Upon setting foot on the soil, his legs bent instinctively, and he gradually knelt down. His movements were both reverent and solemn, his hands firmly pressed against the ground, followed by a lowering of his head. As his lips gently touched the earth beneath him, a kiss bestowed upon his great mother. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. He was immersed in a profound communion with this land, reluctant to rise. Chapter 9. the night at the naval port as the sun dipped below the horizon. The harbor came alive with a constellation of lights, casting a warm and inviting glow across the area. Guided by the gentle illumination of the street lamps, Zhang Heng and the fleet girls made their way to the mess hall of the port. Upon entering, a wave of familiarity washed over Zhang Heng. Clutching at his heart with nostalgia, the still ceiling fan, the warm yellow lighting, the walls adorned in white and green, the wooden doors and windows, the large round tables, and the backless stools. All these elements, devoid of opulence, created a haven that echoed the essence of home. Every detail brimmed with affection and care, enveloping everyone in a profound warmth and comfort, allowing the girls who returned from across the vast seas to find solace for their souls in an instant. At this moment, Zhang Heng finally had the leisure to observe the fleet girls of the new Dongwang. Just then, Anshan approached with a smile, eager to introduce her sisters. His gaze first fell upon a petite beauty, her large, expressive blue eyes twinkling with mischief as she surveyed Nanchang and the others. Her chestnut-red twin tails danced lightly with her movements, radiating an exuberant energy. With a playful glint in her eyes, her laughter naturally shaped the corners into crescent moons. Every gesture and smile exuded a vivacious charm, reminiscent of Qinzhou, a spirited, cheeky girl who was none other than the Type 07 missile destroyer, Fushun, hull number 102. Fushun's small cheeks were dusted with a faint rosy hue, betraying her barely contained excitement, which rose and fell gently with her breath. Beneath her pert nose, her pink lips often pressed together, but occasionally revealed a playful canine tooth, adding a delightful touch to her smile. Clad in a uniquely designed uniform of red and white, the blue and white stripes at her collar and sleeves resembled the undulating waves of the sea, symbolizing her close bond with the ocean. The cinched belt at her waist elegantly accentuated her slender curves, showcasing the grace of youth. Her long socks snugly embraced her straight legs, further elongating their lines, while the brown boots she wore made each step crisp and decisive, exuding vitality and competence. Beside Fushun stood a girl of remarkable poise. Her silver-gray hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, the ends glimmering like delicate snowflakes, reminiscent of a winter sprite. Adorning her head was a white-furred cat ear hat, the fluffy tips quivering slightly with her movements, bestowing upon her an enchanting vibrancy. Her lavender eyes sparkled with clarity and grace, akin to a deep, tranquil pool, drawing one into their depths. A blush graced her cheeks, akin to the soft hues of a sunset, adding an air of shyness and charm. At that moment, she held Fushun's hand earnestly, embodying the role of a mature sister patiently guiding her mischievous sibling. She was none other than the Type 07 missile destroyer, Changchun. Hull number 103. Changchun was enveloped in a deep blue coat that cocooned her slender figure. The fluffy trim at her collar and cuffs not only appeared warm and soft, but also exuded an adorable aura. On the left sleeve, adorned with delicate pink paw prints, exudes an air of charm. The white rabbit embroidery on the red epaulette of the right shoulder is intricately crafted, vividly lifelike. The hem of the skirt, meticulously pleated from white satin, embodies elegance and allure. The brown leather boots, entwined with fuzzy leg warmers, perfectly showcase her whimsical and adorable essence. Behind the lively and charming beauties of Fushun and Changchun stands a serene girl. Her eyes, bright as if carved from amethyst, shimmer with an endless gentleness and tranquility. Long lashes flutter like butterfly wings. Her deep brown hair cascades gracefully over her shoulders, the ends curling naturally. The neatly trimmed bangs rest upon her smooth forehead, accentuating her innocence and purity, while small yellow adornments grace her temples. Her slightly upturned nose bears a hint of rosy color. Her lips, a soft pink, are inviting and gentle, and when pressed together, they naturally evoke a sense of fragility and serenity, compelling admiration. This gentle and captivating girl is the destroyer Taiyuan, hull number 104 of the Type 07 missile class. Taiyuan dons a pristine white uniform dress, impeccably tailored and radiating elegance. The cuffs are adorned with alternating blue and white stripes. A vibrant red bow at the collar adds a striking touch to her attire, harmonizing beautifully with the brown belt at her waist, a delightful interplay of light and dark. The warm orange trim along the hem of her skirt infuses her tranquil demeanor with warmth and vitality. Her brown-red ankle boots fit her calves perfectly, with the white socks peeking out like freshly fallen snow, captivating the eye. Anshan, Fushun, Changchun, and Taiyuan. These are the illustrious 4 golden generals of the Navy. Having met these 4 uniquely charming ship girls, Zhang Heng's expression turns solemn as he leads his ship girls to convey their most sincere respect. This respect is not only for these 4, who seem to have stepped forth from the depths of time, transformed into delightful maidens, but also towards those who once bore the monumental responsibilities of the nascent Chinese Navy upon their small shoulders during a grand historical era. This reverence transcends the boundaries of time, carrying a remembrance of the past and a lofty tribute to their immortal achievements. Just then, the kitchen echoed with brisk footsteps as 3 ship girls emerged, carrying a sumptuous dinner. Among them were 2 twin ship girls, seemingly carved from the same mold, accompanied by an adorable little one with white hair. Observing this, Enshan smiled and introduced them to Zhang Heng and the others. Among the twins, the sister clad in a purple qipao is the lead ship of the Ning high-class light cruiser, Ning Hai, while her sister in the red qipao is Ping Hai, the second ship of the same class. Ning Hai, with her lustrous black twin tails, sways gently with her movements, reminiscent of flowing black satin. Her amethyst-like eyes, with slightly upturned corners, exude a unique charm. Below her well-defined nose, her lips resemble the first blossoms of cherry in spring, soft pink and naturally alluring, adding a touch of cuteness to her visage. Adorned in a resplendent purple qipao, impeccably tailored to accentuate her slender waist, she embodied grace and elegance. The hem of her garment featured intricate golden embroidery, subtly shimmering under the play of light, exuding a refined yet understated luxury. Uniquely, she donned black stockings only on her right leg, complemented by light gray footwear, which infused her poised appearance with a playful vivacity that captivated the eye. Turning to Ping Hai, she and her sister Ning Hai were nearly indistinguishable, as if reflections in a mirror. However, her qipao was a vibrant red, embellished with golden threads that rendered her even more striking. In a delightful symmetry, she wore stockings on her left leg, creating a charming contrast with her sister. At this moment, the sisters busily arranged dishes on the dining table. Ning Hai exhibited an air of frugality and resourcefulness, her movements deft and efficient. Ping Hai closely followed her sister's lead, mirroring her actions with an endearing enthusiasm that radiated innocence. Assisting them was a small, white-haired darling, reminiscent of a sprite from a fairy tale. Her silver locks shimmered with a soft glow, as if infused with the purest light, while 2 playful strands danced around her collarbone. Above her head, cat ears sprouted unexpectedly, cloaked in soft fur matching her silvery hair, with a hint of pastel pink at the edges, playfully perking towards the heavens. Adorning the sides of her ears were dark butterfly-shaped hair accessories, reminiscent of wings that had inadvertently fallen from a midnight banquet, merging whimsy with grace. Her crimson eyes sparkled with intensity, akin to flickering flames, with a slight upward tilt at the corners that bestowed upon her an alluring charm. When she smiled, her eyes formed crescent moons, concealing boundless sweetness and tenderness, yet when angered, they glinted with sharpness, demanding respect. Around her alabaster neck was a vibrant red bow tie, which, contrasting against the dark collar of her sailor uniform, became strikingly eye-catching. The cleverly designed cropped top hugged her delicate waist, perfectly showcasing her enchanting silhouette. The brown pleated skirt fluttered like a sparrow's tail, swaying gracefully with her movements, just brushing past her knees. She wore knee-high white stockings adorned with delicate lace trim, the crimson tips of her socks harmonizing beautifully with the sheen of her red shoes. A closer inspection revealed metallic patterns glimmering at the heels. This enchanting figure was the 8th vessel of the Yanyan-class destroyer, affectionately referred to as the Goddess of Fortune, known as Yukike's, who had now taken on the name Danyang. Dalong, Qinghai Lake, and Silk Road Arc observed the bustling preparations and promptly joined in to assist. Nanchang and Changsha approached the 4 sisters of Type 07, engaging in warm and friendly banter. Before long, everything was set, and the feast commenced. The dishes before them, in contrast to the grand banquets of Petersburg, appeared rather modest. Yet, Ninghai's culinary prowess infused each plate with a unique charm, every bite resonating with the warmth and flavor of home. This familiar taste immediately stirred deep-seated emotions within everyone present, prompting Zhang Heng to disregard table etiquette and indulge heartily, devouring a considerable amount in no time. Gradually, as everyone had their fill, the atmosphere became increasingly relaxed and harmonious, leading to an exchange of personal experiences. Nanchang was the first to speak, recounting the arduous journey of the Beihai fleet while passing around the relevant documents to the fleet girls of El Ingi port. Upon hearing this intriguing tale, Fu Shun could not contain her excitement, chirping with curiosity like a lively little bird. Meanwhile, Chang Chun could only shake her head in exasperation, finding Fu Shun's impatience both amusing and frustrating. Tai Yuan listened quietly, her gaze focused, deeply engrossed in Nanchang's narrative. On the other side, Ninghai and Qinghai Lake animatedly discussed culinary skills. Ninghai shared her cooking insights and tips, while Qinghai Lake occasionally chimed in with her own opinions, and the two engaged in delightful conversation. Pinghai sat quietly beside Ninghai, listening attentively, her face adorned with a gentle smile. At that moment, Danyang's eyes sparkled with a sudden thought, and she approached Zhang Heng with a buoyant stride. Tilting her head slightly, her expression tinged with caution, she asked, "Commander Zhang Heng, you don't harbor any secret ambitions like those human commanders, do you?" After satisfying his appetite, Zhang Heng lounged comfortably at the table. Upon hearing Danyang's question, he replied with a smile, "Comrade Danyang, I indeed have ambitions. However, my ambition is to see the red flag flying high across the entirety of Mercury." Danyang, slightly pouting at this, retorted, "I'll be keeping a close watch on you. If you turn out to be like those commanders, I certainly won't stand for it. After all, I've finally found a true home where I can feel at ease. I cannot let you lead me astray." Zhang Heng reassured her, "If you don't trust me, how could you possibly doubt Nanchang and the others? Rest assured, Snow." Realizing his slip, he quickly corrected himself. "Rest easy, Comrade Danyang." Upon hearing the word Snow, Danyang's ears perked up, her expression turning stern. "Do not call me that name." Zhang Heng hastily waved his hands, his demeanor earnest. "I apologize, Comrade Danyang. In that case, you need not refer to me as commander, just call me officer. Here, we uphold the principle of equality between officers and soldiers." Night enveloped the sky above El Ingi port like a deep, black satin, growing ever more profound. Yet the atmosphere within the dining hall was fervent, as everyone remained immersed in animated discussions, as if time itself had come to a standstill. At that moment, Changsha inadvertently glanced out the window. The resplendent full moon hung like a silver plate, casting a cool and gentle glow, adorning the entire port area with a dreamlike quality. This scene stirred something deep within her, compelling her to hum softly. The night at the naval port is tranquil, the waves gently rock the warships. The young sailors rest their heads upon the tides, revealing sweet smiles in their dreams. Her song, like a soft breeze, carried a tender warmth, flowing gently through the air. Initially, her voice was but a whisper, yet it possessed an invisible magic, gradually silencing the conversations around her, which came to an unexpected halt. Everyone turned their gaze towards Changsha, captivated by the sudden melody. As the melody unfolds, the song of Changsha gradually crescendos, resembling a crystal-clear stream gently flowing through the tranquil night sky. It is uncertain who initiated this harmonious chant, yet soon, others joined in the chorus. The voices, some deep and rich, others bright and melodious, intertwined to create a splendid and harmonious symphony. The sea breeze caresses softly, the waves sway gently, as the youthful sailors toiled diligently, returning to the embrace of their motherland, allowing our sailors to rest peacefully. The song resonates through every corner of the cafeteria, drifting out the windows, merging with the radiant moonlight and the serene naval port, as if the entire world were enveloped in this melody brimming with warmth and strength. Chapter 10. Blueprint. The following day, the dawn had yet to break. In this tranquil moment, a crisp beep suddenly pierced the silence, sharp and clear. Almost immediately, a cascade of lively and vigorous notes surged forth like a roaring tide. Tap, 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 beep, beep. It was the resounding wake-up call that echoed throughout the entire Langya port. Within the harbor, the ship girls, still slumbering in their dormitories, stirred at the sound's urging. Inside the dormitory, the ship girls, who were still lost in dreams, swiftly threw off their covers upon hearing the call, nimbly rising from their beds. Fu Shun rubbed her sleepy eyes, stretched widely, her drowsiness not yet fully dissipated. Yet she promptly began to tidy her bed. Chang Chun methodically donned her clothing, her movements practiced and decisive, her silver-gray hair swaying gently with her actions. Tai Yuan had already folded her quilt and was now at the mirror, arranging her hair. The deep brown strands became neat and smooth between her delicate fingers. Zhang Heng was also roused from his slumber by the exhilarating wake-up call. With a start, He sprang from his bed and dressed at lightning speed. With little time for further preparation, he hurried towards the playground. Upon his arrival, he found Anshan already standing at the front, meticulously organizing the formation. In the front row stood a line of petite cuties, brimming with vitality despite their small stature. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Fushun, Changchun, and Taiyuan, the 7-class destroyer ship girls, along with Ninghai, Pinghai, and Danyang. Though their faces still bore traces of morning bewilderment, their eyes reflected a resolute training discipline. Meanwhile, Nanchang and her companions were already lined up neatly in the second row according to height. Nanchang stood tall, her gaze steadfastly directed ahead, flanked by Changsha, Hangzhou, and other ship girls, all of whom were equally focused, ready to embrace the tasks of a new day. Zhang Heng glanced around, momentarily unsure of where to position himself, contemplating his place in the formation. After a brief hesitation, he silently moved to the third row, standing tall like the others. Anshan noticed Zhang Heng joining the ranks, and the morning exercises commenced. After the morning drills, Zhang Heng invited Anshan, Fushun, Changchun, Taiyuan, Ninghai, Pinghai, and Danyang to enter the hull of Qinghai Lake together. As the group stepped inside, they were greeted by a mountain of resources piled high, and delight surged within them, prompting spontaneous cheers and joyful embraces. These resources were undoubtedly a welcome boon, akin to rain after a long drought, promising new opportunities for the harbor's development. Subsequently, Zhang Heng guided them through the various facilities acquired from the Northern Union, including construction, research, maintenance, and resource collection. He elaborated on the functions and purposes of each facility, while the group listened intently, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Upon completing the introduction, Zhang Heng turned to Anshan and said, "Find a suitable place to properly arrange all these items. I find it hard to imagine how you managed to persevere until now without these facilities in our port area." Anshan smiled appreciatively and replied, "We must not abandon the spirit of hard work. That said, possessing these facilities is indeed highly advantageous. They will significantly enhance our combat capabilities and elevate us to a new level." Zhang Heng nodded and continued, "There are still twice as many supplies at Petersburg that we haven't brought back yet. We need to carefully study this and undertake a transformation of the port area. On one hand, we should improve everyone's living conditions to ensure a more comfortable lifestyle. On the other hand, we must install the necessary equipment to enhance the port's functionality. Lastly, we need to establish a long-wave radio station. Through this station, we will inform the Northern Alliance, the Royal Navy, the Iris, and the Iron Blood that we have established our own stronghold, officially becoming an equal force among them. Additionally, I encountered matters of collusion between humans and the deep sea in the Rose Sea, which must be communicated to them so they can prepare and prevent such hidden threats from spreading unchecked in that maritime region." Anshan listened intently, her expression growing serious as she understood the significance of Zhang Heng's words. "You have thought this through thoroughly. Each matter is crucial to the future development of our port area and the overall situation of the seas. We must take swift action." When the ship girls heard about the impending transformation of the port area, they instantly gathered together like jubilant birds, buzzing with enthusiasm and brainstorming ideas, each filled with anticipation and dreams for the future of the port. At that moment, Hangzhou boldly spoke up, her voice cheerful, "We must have a bathing facility, one where we can soak comfortably. Imagine how delightful it would be to take a hot bath after training." As she spoke, she gestured animatedly, as if already savoring the pleasure of a bath. Qinzhou then joyfully hopped over to Taiyuan, affectionately taking her hand and sweetly saying, "We also need a library. How wonderful it would be to quietly read books in there during our leisure time." Taiyuan smiled and nodded in agreement with Qinzhou's suggestion. Meanwhile, Anshan, Nanchang, and Changsha were deeply engrossed in discussing the overall planning, primarily debating whether to renovate the existing port or to completely demolish and rebuild it from scratch. Ninghai pondered for a moment before raising her hand and gently saying, "Actually, the current port is quite nice. It has a rustic charm. Wouldn't it be a waste to tear everything down and start anew?" However, Danyang immediately stood up in opposition, her expression serious and her tone resolute. "We must demolish it. Every brick and tile of these buildings was contributed by the local community, who sacrificed from their own homes to help us build this place. Now that we have the capability to gather oil, shells, and steel, we should completely rebuild. And we must carefully dismantle these bricks and tiles to return them to the community that genuinely cares for us." We must assist them in building new homes and leading a prosperous life. Danyang's words left Zhang hung momentarily speechless, as he pondered in disbelief. Is this truly the renowned Prince of Snow, celebrated for his fortune? To his astonishment, his awareness had reached such heights. Instinctively, Zhang Heng turned to Nanchang. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them as they nodded in unison, embracing Danyang's suggestion. After all, Danyang's proposal not only exemplified gratitude towards the community, but also embodied a sense of responsibility and commitment, aligning perfectly with their original intention of constructing a new and improved harbor district. Through the concerted efforts of the ship girls, tirelessly working day and night, the first construction blueprint of the central system was finally birthed here, encapsulating the collective aspirations for the harbor's future, akin to a seed of hope poised to take root in this land. According to the blueprint, the future harbor will be encircled by a robust wall. Upon entering the harbor, one is immediately greeted by a vast playground situated in the center. The playground is level and spacious, with the ground meticulously prepared. At the forefront of the playground, 3 towering flagpoles stand majestically, reaching towards the heavens. They proudly display the organizational flag, the national flag, and the naval ensign, their vibrant colors reflecting the fervent beliefs held within the hearts of each ship girl. Behind the flagpoles, a grand 3-story building rises, serving as the heart of the harbor district, fully equipped with essential facilities. Among these, the operations room serves as the central hub for commanding battles. The conference room is a vital space for the ship girls to deliberate decisions. The administrative office oversees the coordination and management of daily affairs, alongside other functional rooms. To the left of the building, crucial facilities such as construction, research, maintenance, and storage are distributed. To the right, a lively area flourishes, featuring a canteen, a library, a bathing facility, and dormitories, providing a comforting haven for the ship girls to rest and unwind. As they gazed upon the blueprint crafted through their collective efforts, a profound sense of accomplishment filled the hearts of every ship girl. Qinghai Lake, holding the blueprint, directed her little robot to commence the ambitious transformation project of the harbor district. Chapter 11. Construction Qinghai Lake. Clutching the meticulously crafted blueprints that had been produced through the collective efforts of everyone, ascended swiftly to her bridge. With deft hands, she operated the console, officially commencing the construction program. Simultaneously, Sichuan gradually unfurled its massive hull, its magnificent form towering at the dock. Accompanied by a deep rumbling, a convoy of army green trucks, resembling valiant warriors preparing for battle, methodically emerged from the dock. Small robots dispatched by Qinghai Lake skillfully boarded the trucks, dispersing quickly and orderly to various corners of the port area. Upon reaching their designated locations, these robots commenced their tasks with remarkable efficiency. They first entered each room, gently lifting the furniture and items within using their agile mechanical arms. Subsequently, they organized these belongings by category, neatly loading them into the truck beds. After completing this phase, the small robots swiftly transitioned to demolition mode, executing their tasks with precision and expertise, each movement perfectly coordinated. Witnessing this spectacle for the first time, Anshan and her companions were wide-eyed, curiously observing every action of the industrious robots. Fu Shun, unable to contain her curiosity, dashed to the construction site like a jubilant rabbit. She darted from one robot to another, her eyes gleaming with wonder. Occasionally, she would extend her small hand to gently tap the busy robots. Observing Fu Shun's antics, Changchun approached with an exasperated expression, grasping Fu Shun's arm and admonishing her, "Sister Fu Shun, please do not disturb them while they are working." Fu Shun, seemingly accustomed to Changchun's scolding, turned back repeatedly as she was led away, grumbling, "Oh, little Changchun, aren't you curious about how they work? Look how fascinating it is. Oh dear, don't pull so hard. I'll return with you." Nearby, Taiyuan and Anshan exchanged amused glances at the antics of the lively sisters. Once the disassembly tasks were successfully completed, Danyang meticulously inspected the integrity of each brick and tile removed by the robots. Once satisfied, she beckoned Ninghai, Pinghai, along with Changsha and Nanchang, to board the truck. The vehicle was laden with complete construction materials, as well as a substantial catch of fresh fish obtained during their recent maritime endeavors. Subsequently, the convoy gradually departed along the winding mountain road behind the military port. Watching the convoy fade into the distance, Zhang Heng was filled with curiosity and inquired of Anshan, What is she up to? Anshan, covering her mouth with a gentle smile, replied, Ah, Danyang, when she was in the Sakura Navy, often merely drifted through her days. Each time she faced the deep sea in battle, she would return unscathed, while her comrades would suffer significant losses, yet she herself never bore a scratch. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng chuckled and interjected, I know this, she is the fortunate snow prince, after all. However, upon hearing this, Anshan's expression dimmed instantly, her demeanor turning somber. We often jest about her being the lucky snow prince, but we must never let her hear any mention of Yukike's. In the realm of the Sakura Empire, opinions within the Navy are starkly divided. On one hand, she is regarded as a lucky star, for every time she sets sail, she returns home safely with her heavily damaged companions. Yet, on the other hand, there are those who believe that embarking on a journey with her inevitably leads to disaster, thus branding her as a harbinger of misfortune. Anshan raised her head, her gaze following the gradually receding convoy of trucks, and continued. The most outrageous are the army of the Sakura Empire, who audaciously refer to her as a combat fairy. At first glance, the name sounds quite appealing, doesn't it? However, under the army's malicious propaganda, the fairy is portrayed as a portentous being that brings calamity. Consequently, among the people of the Sakura Empire, Yukike's has become a figure feared for her ability to silence the cries of children at night. Listening intently, Zhang Heng felt a surge of indignation and followed Anshan's gaze toward the distant trucks, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, Isn't that too much? Anshan nodded in agreement, reflecting. Thus, she ventured alone to Dongwang to aid us against the deep-sea menace. Yet, the old Dongwang is similarly influenced by the Sakura army's ideology and does not welcome her. With no other choice, she must operate in the northern regions, temporarily beyond the reach of the old Donghuang's influence. Upon arriving here, she was unexpectedly cherished by the local populace as though she were their own daughter. The simple fishermen and townsfolk regard her as their guardian deity. Since then, she has tirelessly battled the roving deep-sea entities near Langia, protecting fishermen on their voyages and escorting passing vessels. Eventually, Ninghai and Pinghai joined her, followed by the arrival of the four of us. In truth, Danyang was the first to propose the establishment of the new Dongwang Navy. Her love for this land is no less than our own. As Zhang Heng listened to Anshan's account, his admiration for Danyang grew. The sun gradually sank in the western horizon, retreating behind the mountains, its afterglow painting the sky in hues of orange and red. Although the night was fast approaching, construction in the port area continued with fervor, the cacophony of machinery blending with the industrious movements of small robots. It was at this moment that Danyang and her crew returned. The day's exertions had not revealed any signs of fatigue, but rather, each of their eyes sparkled with a sense of fulfillment. After deliberation, they decided to rest for the night in the dormitory of the Sichuan ship. Danyang gazed at the nascent port area with a radiant smile, her lips curling upward as if she could not contain her joy, filled with dreams and anticipation for the future. After dinner, Nanchang and Changsha approached Zhang Heng to share their observations from the day. Changsha was the first to speak, her expression earnest as she remarked, The living standards of the people here are akin to those of the 1950s in that world. They are simple and kind-hearted, yet their lives are undeniably impoverished. Ultimately, this stems from a lack of industrial development. Nanchang nodded in agreement, his tone heavy with gravity. Indeed, our responsibilities ahead are formidable. We must not only ensure that the deep sea poses no threat to Dongwang, but also widely disseminate the ideology of the Red Thought. More importantly, we must ensure that every common citizen enjoys a good life. This is a daunting task, and presently, our numbers are regrettably insufficient. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement, and then remarked, Once the port area is completed, we can embark on extensive construction. This time, I can directly build 5 ship girls. Upon hearing this, Changsha's face immediately lit up with joy. That is splendid. With more sisters joining us, our tasks will undoubtedly become much easier. Moreover, today, Danyang truly impressed me. Noticing the underlying meaning in her words, Zhang Heng inquired with curiosity, What do you mean? Changsha then composed herself, her expression turning serious as she explained, We visited the 3 nearest natural villages to the military port and discovered that everyone in the village knows Danyang. Through our discussions, I learned that nearly every household has benefited from her assistance, whether it was helping with farming or lending a hand during house construction. Both the elderly and children in the village hold her in great affection. Nanchang added, Indeed, Danyang can even call out the names of everyone in the village. And she plays with the children as if they were family. After hearing this, Zhang Heng conveyed Anshan's previous words to Nanchang and the others. To be honest, Danyang embodies the spirit of an organizational member more than we do in this regard. The bond she shares with the villagers is genuinely heartfelt. We must learn from her as we conduct field research and various tasks in the future. As night fell, the construction of the port area continued to flourish. When the ship girls awoke from their slumber, a brand new port area would greet them before their eyes. Chapter 12. New port area at dawn the following day. The first light of daybreak painted the horizon with a delicate shade of pale white, as the gentle rays gradually pierced through the veil of night, casting a warm glow upon the earth. Anshan arrived punctually at the bridge of the Sichuan, expertly activating the broadcasting system. In an instant, the rousing sound of the wake-up call reverberated through every corner of the dormitory area. This familiar and invigorating call swiftly roused the slumbering ship girls from their dreams. They hastily emerged from their cozy beds, quickly donning their attire, and energetically converged upon the expansive deck of the Sichuan. Before long, the ship girls were neatly arranged upon the deck. The refreshing sea breeze caressed their hair, carrying with it the unique salty scent of the ocean. On this open deck, they were about to embark on a new day of morning exercises. Zhang Heng ran laps around the deck, breathless after completing 5 kilometers. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and dripping onto the deck. He leaned on his knees, gasping for air, muttering, "It's truly wonderful to be home. But must we really endure such intense training? It's exhausting." At that moment, Nanchang gracefully approached Zhang Heng, a teasing smile adorning her face as she remarked, "Commander, how does it feel to experience the military life you've longed for?" Despite his fatigue, Zhang Heng stubbornly replied, "It's fantastic. This is the life I've always dreamed of. By the way, why didn't we train like this on the way back? You all seem to have adapted so quickly." Nanchang straightened up, stretching her arms in a grand yawn as she explained, "At that time, we were executing combat missions. Without a stable base, we were always in a wartime state." No sooner had she finished speaking than Qinzhou and Fushun approached, linking arms and bouncing like 2 joyful little birds. Qinzhou playfully elongated her tone, teasingly saying, "Oh dear, Commander, are you already unable to hold on? We can't let Fushun and the others see you falter." Fushun circled around Zhang Heng, eyeing him up and down before breaking into a smile and adopting a serious demeanor, reminiscent of a stern instructor, as she stated, "Comrade Commander, you must enhance your physical fitness. Many daunting tasks await us in the future." On the other side of the deck, Yixian affectionately held the hands of Ninghai and Pinghai. The 3 of them huddled together like long-lost friends, incessantly sharing their experiences amidst laughter that echoed around them. With eyes as gentle as water, Yixian gazed warmly at her sisters, softly saying, "It truly is wonderful to reunite with you. We are a family once more." Ninghai lovingly wrapped her left arm around Yixian, while Pinghai tightly grasped Yixian's right hand. Pinghai's voice was soft and soothing, akin to a gentle spring breeze, as she said, "Sister Yixian, we can once again fight side by side. Just thinking about it fills me with joy." Ninghai, upon hearing this, displayed a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes before inquiring, "Sister Yixian, your new ship form is so beautiful. Did the commander upgrade you? Can we also be upgraded like you?" As she spoke, her gaze was filled with yearning. Yixian smiled gently, tenderly stroking Ninghai's head, and replied, "Of course, we can. The commander has always valued us, and soon you will transform into modern warships, just like me. At that time, we will be able to protect this sea with even greater strength." Upon hearing this, Ninghai and Pinghai's faces instantly blossomed with radiant smiles. Seeing everyone gathered, Nanchang and Anshan divided the group into 2 teams. Nanchang raised her voice and announced, "Nanchang, Hangzhou, Qinzhou, Fushun, Changchun, Datong, and Danyang will form the first group. Anshan, Sichuan, Changsha, Taiyuan, Yixian, Ninghai, and Pinghai will be the second group." According to the discussions among Zhang Heng, Nanchang, Anshan, and Changsha, one group of ship girls would set sail daily to patrol, tasked with eliminating the deep-sea forces lurking in nearby waters, ensuring the safety of the port area. The other group would engage in community activities to strengthen ties with the local populace. Once the groups were formed, the first group of ship girls swiftly sprang into action, with Nanchang as the flagship, orderly sailing out of the port. Meanwhile, the second group, led by Anshan, boarded a rugged jeep equipped by Sichuan and set off. raising dust as they embarked on their field investigation. Zhang Heng remained behind, accompanying Qinghai Lake to continue the construction work at the port area. The Silk Road arc was also busy, arriving at the El Ingi civilian port, slowly unfurling its hull. Equipped with comprehensive medical facilities, it provided free medical services to the local citizens in its own way. Upon hearing the news, nearby residents flocked to the port, and the Silk Road arc patiently diagnosed each visitor's ailments, filling the port with warmth. The entire port area, with everyone fulfilling their respective duties, exhibited a scene of bustling order. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, during which both groups of ship girls accomplished their tasks of patrolling and community engagement. With the tireless work of the little robots day and night, the port area was finally completed. From a distance, the various buildings in the port retained their ancient appearance of white walls and gray tiles. However, stepping inside revealed a remarkable transformation. Each ship girl now possessed her own cozy single-room dormitory, tastefully decorated and equipped with all necessary facilities. The cafeteria underwent a significant transformation. The once simple fans and incandescent lights had vanished, replaced by bright, energy-efficient LED ceiling lights, casting an even glow in every corner. A central air conditioning system operated quietly, maintaining a spring-like atmosphere throughout the cafeteria. The kitchen was completely revitalized, furnished with a variety of high-end, advanced cooking equipment. Hangzhou's long-anticipated bathhouse had now been completed. Not only spacious, it featured a large swimming pool with crystal-clear water shimmering under the light. The entire bathhouse was designed like a hot spring resort, making one feel as if they were in a relaxing vacation destination, where the ship girls could surely unwind and rejuvenate after their training. The library has begun to take shape, with Taiyuan generously contributing its entire collection. The shelves are filled with a diverse array of books, encompassing classic literature, military theory, historical biographies, and scientific technology. Though the current quantity of books is limited, it marks a promising beginning, awaiting the future acquisition of more volumes. The construction zone has been meticulously crafted according to the blueprint, with each facility occupying a vast area, boasting a rational layout and long-term planning, leaving ample space for future upgrades. The interior of the main building is orderly and well-equipped, featuring advanced communication devices in the command center and high-end conference facilities in the meeting rooms, all of which underscore the modernization and professionalism of the port area, captivating every individual who steps inside. Surprisingly, an airport has also been constructed at the rear of the port, with a spacious and level runway, equipped with various navigation facilities capable of accommodating different models of fixed-wing aircraft. Sichuan has taken the lead by contributing a squadron of J-35 fighter jets, 5 KJ-600 early warning aircraft, and the A-11 and WZ-7 drones, along with various models of helicopters, further enriching the aerial capabilities of the port and providing it with its own air support. On the distant mountains, various models of radar and communication antennas stand tall. As soon as the port was established, Zhang Heng eagerly communicated via long-wave radio to inform the Northern Alliance, Royal Navy, 5th Iris, and Iron Blood Command of his safe arrival and the encounters in the Rose Sea. Subsequently, the port held its inaugural flag-raising ceremony, where 3 red flags ascended slowly, marking the dawn of a new chapter in the development of the new Dongwang Navy. P.S. The port has been completed, and a grand construction is set to begin tomorrow. Here, I would like to gather suggestions for the characters involved in this grand construction. What type of warships would you like to see? A total of 5 ships. I am currently at a loss for ideas, so I am reaching out to my readers for their opinions. Chapter 13, The Long-Awaited Construction, Part 1. As the flag-raising ceremony concluded splendidly, Zhang Heng turned to the assembly, his face aglow with excitement, and proclaimed loudly, "Our port area is now completed. We can commence the grand construction. Who wishes to join me for a glimpse?" Nanchang, with a slight smile gracing her lips, responded warmly, "In recent days, we have thoroughly eradicated the lurking deep-sea forces. Additionally, we utilized the dismantled materials to assist our fellow villagers in repairing their homes. The Silk Road arc has not been idle either, having conducted free medical consultations for 3 consecutive days. Today is a perfect opportunity to rest and joyously welcome our new sisters." Anshan nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence with Nanchang's sentiments. He continued, "Since today marks the inaugural day of the new port area and new sisters will be joining us, Ningsai, You and Qinghai Lake should brainstorm ways to prepare a sumptuous feast. We must host a banquet this evening to ensure our commander does not perceive our daily lives as overly arduous. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng could not suppress his laughter and quickly interjected, "Not arduous at all. Everyone has worked hard. Let us proceed with the grand construction." With that, he strode briskly towards the construction zone, followed closely by the eager ship girls. With hearts brimming with anticipation, they gathered at the construction facilities. Overcome with excitement, Zhang Heng could hardly contain himself as he carefully retrieved a core and delicately inserted it into the construction apparatus. Subsequently, as various resources continuously flowed in, the construction facility emitted a deep, resonant hum, heralding the imminent arrival of new life. Simultaneously, a conspicuous countdown appeared, 30 minutes. Upon witnessing the countdown, Zhang Heng suddenly found himself frozen before the construction device, standing still as if time had come to a standstill. After a prolonged moment, he gradually turned his head, a look of astonishment mixed with delight on his face, and remarked to Nanchang, "This situation seems somewhat different. I just entered the mental space to sense things and discovered that the battle positions are unoccupied. This implies that I can undertake 5 more constructions." Nanchang, upon hearing this, mirrored his perplexity, her brow furrowing slightly as she pondered. After a moment, she said, "I too have sensed this peculiar feeling. I believe the other sisters have noticed it as well. There exists a connection with the yet-to-be-born sisters, albeit one that is not entirely clear or tangible. However, since it is so, let us not dwell on it too much and patiently await the arrival of our new sisters." With these words, she lifted her gaze towards the shimmering countdown, her eyes filled with anticipation. The surrounding ship girls, having overheard their conversation, began to whisper amongst themselves, each face reflecting a blend of curiosity and excitement, brimming with boundless imagination about the new companions soon to emerge. Time swiftly passed amidst their eager anticipation, and before long, the 30 minutes elapsed. The construction facility's dormant chamber slowly opened, and a thick mist billowed forth. As the fog gradually dissipated, 5 petite, delicate forms emerged in succession from within. The leading little figure stood upright, her height barely exceeding 1 meter, making her appear even more petite than Datong. She brushed off the dust clinging to her legs, murmuring, "Oh dear, the threshold of this sleep chamber is rather high. Sisters, do take care." Her voice was crisp and youthful, resonating like the sweet chime of silver bells. The other 4 little figures steadied themselves, quickly forming a line, their innocent voices chiming in unison, big sister, we are ready." These 5 adorable little figures lined up neatly before the onlookers. They were clad in matching short-sleeved sailor shirts, paired with playful little skirts, and their slender calves were encased in white knee-high socks. On their feet, they wore charming brown leather shoes, exuding an aura of vivacity and charm. Adorning their heads were blue beret-style wool hats, each clearly marked with the numbers 08, 09, 10, 11, and 12. Zhang Heng gazed at these endearing little figures, feeling as though his heart was on the verge of melting. However, he quickly regained his composure. Stepping forward and introducing himself, "I am your commander, Zhang Heng." The 5 little girls looked up in unison, and the one marked with 08 spoke in a bright voice. "We are the 022 class missile boats, 2208, 2209, 2210, 2211, and 2212. You may call me 08. Sisters, stand at attention and salute." As soon as she finished speaking, the 5 little girls immediately straightened their postures and saluted in perfect synchronization. The juxtaposition of their resolute gazes against their adorable appearances struck a profound chord in the hearts of all the ship girls, causing their eyes to sparkle with affection. Soon, Qinzhou, Fushun, Hangzhou, Qinghai Lake, and Yixian, drawn like magnets to their cuteness, gathered around, each cradling a little 22-boat girl tenderly in their arms, their eyes brimming with affection as they awaited Zhang Heng to continue the construction process. Zhang Heng proceeded to place the core into the construction facility. As various resources flowed in abundantly, the core hatch slowly opened once more. Observing this, Zhang Heng, drawing from his previous experience with Kirov, swiftly inserted another core. In an instant, the construction equipment's display screen flickered briefly before clearly indicating a construction time of 3 hours and 25 minutes. Zhang Heng exchanged a glance with Nanchang, both of their eyes reflecting surprise and anticipation. He smiled and remarked, "It's highly likely to be a nuclear submarine." Although we can't be certain of the model yet, our port will soon have nuclear-powered vessels. At that moment, Chinjo, bouncing with enthusiasm while holding 08, approached with a playful smirk. "Oh, Commander, why not be bolder? Perhaps this time we will produce a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier." The four sisters from Anshan perked up at the mention of nuclear submarine, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they surrounded him, exclaiming, "Nuclear power? That would be wonderful. We will now have a nuclear-powered force." Zhang Heng smiled helplessly, extending his finger to lightly flick the forehead of Chinjo, feigning seriousness as he remarked, "Nuclear-powered aircraft carriers? You ought to reconsider. Aside from the de Gaulle model, which other nuclear-powered carrier could be constructed in such a short time? Even our own Liaojie vessel likely took considerably longer to build. We mustn't indulge in fanciful daydreams." Despite being flicked on the forehead, Chinjo remained unperturbed, continuing to chuckle merrily. And soon the surrounding shipgirls joined in the laughter. During the 3 hours and 25 minutes of waiting, the atmosphere around the construction facility was filled with joy and warmth. Zhang Heng, along with the shipgirls, playfully interacted with the newly born 022 sisters, whose innocent and carefree demeanor instantly captured the hearts of all present, becoming the beloved darlings of the group. It must be said that the phrase "cuteness is justice" was vividly exemplified at this moment. Even Huahua, usually aloof, seemed enchanted by the charm of the 022 sisters, slowly making its way over. Cradling its cherished bamboo shoots, it generously offered to share with the 022 sisters. The 5022 shipgirls' eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Huahua, and they eagerly surrounded it. They gently embraced Huahua, playing joyfully together. Some stroked its fluffy head, while others curiously poked at the bamboo shoots it held, laughter ringing out in delightful harmony. Huahua appeared to relish the time spent with these new friends, interacting with them in a charmingly clumsy manner. This adorable scene elicited affectionate smiles from everyone present, momentarily allowing them to forget the tension of awaiting the arrival of a new member as they basked in the warm and joyful atmosphere, savoring the beauty of the moment. As the final tick of the countdown faded into silence, the hatch of the sleep chamber slowly slid open, accompanied by the subtle sound of mechanical operations. A figure emerged from within, a woman approximately 1 meter and 60 centimeters tall. She was clad in a black one-piece swimsuit that resembled the texture of submarine sound-dampening tiles, the fabric hugging her form and accentuating her graceful curves. Her short, sleek black hair framed a pair of deep ocean blue eyes, clear and bright. Adorning her chest was a gem that shimmered with a soft green glow. Her long, straight legs were smooth as jade, glistening with a faint sheen, while a pair of bronze-colored flip-flops casually adorned her feet, exuding both a metallic coolness and a hint of languor. She stepped out of the sleep chamber with a light and elegant gait. Approaching Zhang Heng, she straightened her posture and saluted with a swift motion. Her voice crisp yet laced with a touch of laziness. "I am the Type 093 attack nuclear submarine Changjing 15, hull number 418, reporting for duty. I'm so exhausted. Commander, I shall retire for some rest now." Zhang Heng's expression turned serious as he returned a standard military salute, inquiring with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Changjing 15 covered her mouth and let out a great yawn, responding, "Not really. It's just a few lingering effects from long periods of solitary lurking in the deep sea. But don't underestimate me because of that." Zhang Heng smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Not at all. Our extensive construction work is still ongoing. Perhaps you should head to the dormitory for a quick rest?" Changjing 15 gently shook her head, replying, "No need to worry about me. I shall remain here to welcome our new sisters." "Oh, a panda." In an instant, Changjing 15 transformed, exuding an air of competence as her previous laziness vanished without a trace. She strode over, gently picked up Huahua, and soon engaged in lively conversation with the surrounding ship girls. Chapter 14, The Long-Awaited Construction, Part 2, with a smile gracing his lips. Zhang Heng quietly observed the jubilant fleet girls, before turning back to continue placing the core into the construction facility, initiating a new round of grand construction. This time, an unprecedented combination of resources emerged. Fortunately, the required time for construction was not excessively long, merely an hour until completion. Leaning comfortably against the construction facility, Zhang Heng slightly tilted his body, his gaze penetrating through the hatch towards the harmonious scene within, where the fleet girls reveled in camaraderie. A profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him, He was acutely aware that his arrival in this world had undeniably brought about tangible changes, and he firmly believed that even more positive transformations lay ahead. As time slipped by in anticipation, the countdown on the construction facility soon reached its conclusion. In an instant, the crowd seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gathering once more before the dormant chamber, eagerly awaiting the arrival of a new member. The hatch slowly opened, emitting a gentle yet technologically infused radiance. A figure gradually became discernible within the glow. She was tall and statuesque, her legs long and straight, her proportions nearly perfect, each step imbued with grace and confidence. Her slender waist accentuated her enchanting figure, exuding an aura of liveliness with every movement. Her hair was a neat bob, the ends softly curling inward, shimmering under the light like obsidian, embodying both competence and ease. Her porcelain-like visage was adorned with bright, expressive eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky, clear and vibrant, seemingly concealing boundless curiosity and a thirst for exploration. Her gaze was marked by both astuteness and an innocent charm reminiscent of youth. Beneath a straight nose lay elegantly shaped lips, now curving into a playful and inviting smile, imparting a warm and friendly sensation. She wore a tailored long white coat, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that, under the light, subtly revealed the constellation of the Big Dipper, with the second star appearing particularly radiant. Beneath the coat, she donned a light blue-fitted sailor shirt that perfectly accentuated her graceful curves, complemented by a black short skirt. The black tights were crafted from a material rich in texture, perfectly adhering to the contours of her legs. On her feet were black knee-high leather boots, embellished with delicate silver accents that harmonized with the constellation motif of her coat, exuding a distinctive sense of fashion. She first surveyed the surrounding fleet girls and Zhang Hong, a playful smile gracing her lips, before raising her hand in a casual yet respectful salute. Her voice rang clear and vibrant. "This is the 815A electronic reconnaissance ship. Kaido Star, hull number 856, reporting for duty. Hey, the atmosphere here feels absolutely fantastic." Her voice was like a mountain stream, infusing a refreshing sense of ease and joy into the somewhat tense atmosphere of waiting. Upon hearing Kaido Star's brisk introduction, Zhang Heng's eyes gleamed with surprise and excitement, as if a gust of wind had lifted him, swiftly carrying him to stand before Kaido Star. He extended his hand with fervor, grasping Kaiangxing's hand tightly, his face radiating genuine joy, and his voice unconsciously imbued with a sense of urgency and enthusiasm. "Welcome, welcome. You have arrived at the most opportune moment. In our current situation, what we need most is a research vessel like yours. You are indeed a tremendous help." Kaiangxing responded with a carefree smile, her eyes sparkling with confidence and eagerness, unhesitatingly replying, "Oh, is that so? In that case, I must roll up my sleeves and embark on a grand endeavor. I cannot let everyone down." With Kaiangxing's arrival, time flowed silently, and before long, it was midday. At that moment, Ninghai approached with a light step, steadily carrying a tray in her hands, which held a meticulously prepared meal of 4 dishes and a soup, making her way towards Zhang Hong. A gentle smile graced Ninghai's face as she presented the tray before Zhang Hong, softly saying, "Commander, please have something to eat before we continue. We can wait for the evening banquet, but you mustn't go on an empty stomach." Zhang Heng shifted his gaze from the construction facility to the appetizing lunch before him. His eyes filled with gratitude. He accepted the tray and set it aside, quickly picking up a core and skillfully inserting it into the construction facility. Once he confirmed that the construction had officially commenced, with a countdown of 1 hour displayed, he hurried back, picked up the tray, and began to devour the meal voraciously. As he relished the food, he mumbled his thanks to Ninghai. "It's absolutely delicious, Ninghai. With your culinary skills, I am now even more eager for tonight's grand feast." He raised his thumb in appreciation of her artistry in the kitchen. Zhang Heng sat alone at a nearby table, consuming his lunch with great enthusiasm. At that moment, he seemed to pour all his focus into the meal before him, as if the outside world had temporarily faded away. Not far away, Nanchang, Changsha, and Anshan were gathered around the newly arrived ship girls, patiently recounting various occurrences from before. Nanchang narrated key events with a calm demeanor and clear structure. Changsha occasionally supplemented with details, her vivid descriptions making the newcomers feel as though they were experiencing it firsthand. While Anshan was particularly animated, gesticulating enthusiastically, eliciting bursts of laughter from those around. Time passed in this atmosphere, quietly slipping away. In the blink of an eye, the countdown on the construction facility once again reached 0, emitting a crisp alert that instantly captured everyone's attention. Everyone instinctively paused their actions, their eyes filled with anticipation, all gazing towards the construction facility, wondering what kind of new companion would emerge this time. As the countdown reached 0, the construction facility emitted a soft humming sound, and light burst forth from within, illuminating the surroundings. The hatch slowly slid open, and amidst the swirling mist, a figure gradually came into view. A petite Changsha stepped out from within. She is a statuesque young lady, tall and athletic, with long, slender legs that stride confidently and powerfully, emanating an innate grace. Her delicate waist, though barely graspable, exudes strength, perfectly sculpting her silhouette and showcasing a harmonious beauty that balances firmness and softness. She sports a neat mid-length ponytail, its strands shimmering under the light like ebony, swaying gently with her movements, seemingly imbued with life. Her fair visage is graced by a pair of bright, piercing eyes resembling the depths of a tranquil lake, reflecting determination and courage while retaining a lively spark. Beneath her straight nose lies a pair of elegantly contoured lips, now subtly curved into a confident and warm smile, enhancing her approachability. Adorning her upper body is a fitted white military uniform, its collar and cuffs embellished with golden trim, while exquisite embroidery glistens in the sunlight, signifying her unique status. On her chest, she bears several medals representing honor, notably a badge resembling that of Changsha, her hometown. Below, she pairs her attire with a deep blue short skirt, complemented by pristine white stockings. The military boots upon her feet are crafted from soft yet resilient leather, adorned with intricate textures that further accentuate her striking demeanor. Upon exiting the cabin, the young lady swiftly surveys the crowd around her, then raises her right hand, executing a crisp and precise military salute. With a clear and resonant voice, she proclaims, 054, a missile frigate Xiangtan, hull number 531, reporting for duty. Her voice is resolute and powerful, seemingly brimming with boundless energy. Changsha's eyes sparkle with delight and affection as she eagerly strides forward, enveloping Xiangtan in a tight embrace. The two stand together in a heartfelt embrace. After a brief moment, they part, and Changsha speaks earnestly. Let us disseminate the thoughts of our esteemed elder here. Her voice, though soft, carries an undeniable conviction. Xiangtan responds with a radiant smile, nodding emphatically as she replies, I share the same sentiment. As the vessel representing our homeland, we sisters are duty-bound. In her words lies a profound sense of pride and responsibility as the flagship of their home. Chapter 15, Aircraft Carrier. Zhang Heng, undeterred, continued to immerse himself in the monumental construction endeavor. As the building facilities shimmered with a radiant glow, the Type 901 comprehensive supply ship, Chagan Lake, gradually emerged. The moment Chagan Lake made her appearance, the onlookers were dazzled. Her silhouette bore a striking resemblance to that of Qinghai Lake, embodying a remarkable figure, curvaceous and alluring, with a slender waist that could be grasped delicately, creating a vivid and enticing contrast. Her long, pristine legs were straight and well-proportioned. Dressed in a thick, padded military-style jacket, the fabric appeared both soft and substantial, exuding warmth and a sense of quality, evoking a feeling of resilience and grandeur. Cascading down her shoulders, her voluminous waves of hair resembled black silk, swaying gently with her movements, adding an enchanting allure to her presence. As she stepped out of the stasis chamber, a bright and cheerful smile blossomed on her face, akin to the warm sun of spring, effortlessly dispelling any lingering sense of unfamiliarity or distance. Her vivacious and spirited nature swept through the crowd like a joyful breeze, instantly winning the affection of all. Whether it was her infectious laughter or her graceful demeanor, every individual present felt a unique warmth and intimacy. Observing this harmonious scene filled with joy, Zhang Heng's heart swelled with satisfaction. He then placed the core firmly back into the construction facility. With everything in readiness, the countdown timer displayed a staggering 6 hours for the construction, instantly igniting the interest of everyone present. Upon noticing the lengthy construction time, Zhang Heng couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, an aircraft carrier. Could it be Liaoning or Shandong? Perhaps it's Fujian? His eyes widened with anticipation and exhilaration, as if the aircraft carrier was about to burst forth from the construction facility at any moment. Chagan Lake. Noticing his enthusiasm, jovially wrapped her arm around Zhang Heng's shoulder, exuding the camaraderie of longtime friends. "Commander, what's up? Look, I'm already here. Isn't it only natural for an aircraft carrier to follow?" She spoke with confidence, lifting her chin slightly. Zhang Heng nodded vigorously, as if awakened to a profound realization. Indeed, that makes perfect sense. At that moment, his heart brimmed with the possibility of the impending aircraft carrier. Chagan Lake playfully patted his shoulder, laughing heartily. "All right then, Commander, you just wait patiently. I'll go prepare a grand feast with Qinghai Lake and the others." "Haha, you must savor my culinary skills later. The fish from Chagan Lake is certainly not just a name." With that, she laughed exuberantly and, along with Qinghai Lake, Yixian, and Ninghai, strode purposefully toward the kitchen, their joyous laughter echoing in the distance. Zhang Heng, watching their retreating figures, turned to the other ship girls and said, "You all can get back to your tasks. We'll reconvene when the time is up. I'll just wait here." Nanchang, with a serious expression, nodded and said, "The communications room has received a new telegram. It is likely regarding the situation across the Atlantic. I must attend to it first." Having spoken, he swiftly made his way toward the communications room. Changsha then grasped Xiangtan's arm and called upon the four sisters of Anshan, stating, "Let us proceed to the organization room to deliberate on the new organizational structure and explore how to best harness our strengths." As they conversed, the group made their way to the organization room. Meanwhile, Hangzhou and Qinzhou were not idle either. Accompanied by several nimble and agile 22 ship girls, they declared, "Come, let us practice at sea. We cannot afford to be complacent." Subsequently, they marched in unison toward the seaside, quickly disappearing from view. Before long, the once bustling construction facility was left with only Zhang Heng. He stood there quietly, his gaze fixed intently on the countdown displayed on the construction facility, his heart brimming with anticipation for the new ship girls. As the sky darkened like ink, gradually enveloping the earth, the other ship girls concluded their tasks and returned one after another. At this moment, the countdown on the construction facility ticked away, slowly approaching zero. All eyes were drawn to the flickering numbers, as if an invisible force compelled them to gather before the dormant chamber, their breaths softening in subconscious anticipation, waiting for that exhilarating moment to arrive. Finally, the countdown reached zero, emitting a crisp, alert tone. The dormant chamber opened slowly with a faint mechanical hum, releasing a mist with a subtle luminescence. Amid the expectant gazes of the crowd, a figure gradually emerged from the mist. She possessed an outstandingly tall and graceful stature, each step exuding an innate elegance and confidence, as though she commanded the rhythm of the wind. Her striking upper silhouette was nothing short of explosive, perfectly accentuating her military uniform, which showcased both feminine allure and the spirited demeanor of a soldier. Her visage was breathtakingly beautiful, with skin as fair and delicate as sheep-fat jade, radiating a gentle glow. Her eyes resembled deep, mysterious pools, exuding an enchanting allure, while her elongated, arched eyebrows added a touch of heroism to her countenance. Beneath a straight nose lay luscious red lips, slightly upturned in a confident and warm smile that seemed capable of melting hearts in an instant. A cascade of long hair, resembling a waterfall of black satin, flowed gracefully over her shoulders and back, adorned with exquisite golden hair accessories that shimmered softly in the dim light, adding an air of nobility and grandeur. She donned a tailored military uniform, with a fitted jacket embellished with intricate golden embroidery at the collar and cuffs, the golden threads glistening under the light, showcasing unparalleled refinement and luxury. Her lower half was clad in a deep blue knee-length skirt that swayed gently with her movements. The fabric of the skirt was smooth and textured, similarly adorned with delicate golden patterns, harmonizing beautifully with the jacket above. She adorned her feet with a pair of black high heels, their slender and elevated heels in no way detracting from her poise as she walked. Rather, they enhanced her allure as a mature woman. Perched upon her left shoulder was a resplendent creature, its plumage a pristine white, complemented by a golden beak and a tuft of upright black feathers atop its head, a Chinese crested tern. Upon spotting the charming flower, it opened its beak to chirp, flapping its wings playfully in a delightful frolic. This exquisite ship girl cast a composed gaze over the expectant crowd surrounding her, and then gracefully raised her right hand, saluting with a posture both precise and imbued with elegance. Her voice, clear and melodious, resonated like celestial music in the ears of all present, Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the wait. The Type 003 aircraft carrier, Fujin, is now officially commissioned. Chapter 16. Reorganization. As Fujin triumphantly completed its grand construction, Zhang Heng led a spirited assembly of ship girls towards the cafeteria. With the increasing number of ship girls in the port area, a single dining table could no longer accommodate everyone. They naturally divided into 3 tables, gathering together to relish a sumptuous feast meticulously prepared by Chagan Lake, Qinghai Lake, Ninghai, and Ishian. The cafeteria was suffused with enticing aromas, and the air was alive with laughter and cheerful chatter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Chagan Lake presented her signature dish, the pan-fried bighead carp. As soon as this dish graced the table, it captivated the attention of all. The fish, seared to a golden hue on both sides, boasted a slightly crispy skin that shimmered enticingly. A rich sauce was artfully drizzled over the fish, harmoniously melding with the tender meat. The mere scent was enough to make one's mouth water. Qinghai Lake showcased the national banquet techniques learned from the North Union. Each dish was a masterpiece, featuring exquisite presentation and carefully selected ingredients. From its vibrant colors to delightful textures, every plate exuded the unique charm of national banquet cuisine, offering an unparalleled gastronomic experience. Ninghai's homestyle dishes were equally remarkable. Those seemingly ordinary meals brimmed with the warmth of home. Simple ingredients were transformed by her culinary expertise into unforgettable delicacies, each bite reflecting her dedication to cooking and her affection for everyone present. Meanwhile, Yao and Huahua enjoyed their own delicacies at a separate table, occasionally emitting joyful sounds. In this warm and cheerful ambience, the port area's renovation and the welcoming banquet for the ship girls unfolded with great fervor. The following day, as dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight had yet to fully illuminate the port area, all members gathered in the spacious conference room of the main building. As the strength of the port area grew, the continuous influx of new ship girls highlighted the limitations of operations originally conducted by the 2 entities of the Chinese Navy's North Sea Fleet and the Eastern Huang Navy's North Sea Fleet. Various challenges indicated that a bold and comprehensive reorganization was imminent. On that morning, the atmosphere in the main building's conference room was both serious and fervent. All members were seated in orderly fashion, awaiting the birth of crucial decisions. Nanchang stood tall at the front, presiding over the meeting. Following extensive and thorough evaluations, Zhang Heng and Ishian, having demonstrated exceptional performance, were officially confirmed as integral members of the organization. Ninghai, Pinghai, and Danyang also showcased outstanding qualities in their daily work, earning their place as the newest group of preparatory members amidst enthusiastic applause. Subsequently, the meeting focused on fleet integration, merging the 2 North Sea fleets into a new Chinese Navy North Sea Fleet, with the Eastern Huang Navy title being discontinued. The session then proceeded to the selection of key positions. Zhang Heng, recognized for his exceptional leadership and command abilities, has been unanimously reappointed as the fleet commander. Enshan, distinguished by her extensive experience and outstanding performance, has been elected as the deputy commander. Nanchang, with her formidable military acumen and meticulous thinking, assumes the role of chief of staff. Changsha, noted for her remarkable achievements in ideological work, continues her service as the political commissar. Xiangtan, owing to her adept communication and unwavering conviction, has been chosen as the deputy political commissar. Although Danyang remains a reserve member, her exemplary contributions to community engagement have garnered unanimous recognition, leading her to serve as the acting second deputy political commissar. Danyang, taken aback by this outcome, is acutely aware of her complex past, yet she now bears this significant responsibility, intertwining pride and duty within her heart. The subsequent agenda focuses on deliberating future endeavors. Presently, the unification of Dongwang is undoubtedly paramount. Following extensive recent investigations, the peasant movements within the new Dongwang region are fervently underway. However, numerous areas are exhibiting detrimental tendencies of reckless conduct. The leadership of New Dongwang urgently dispatched a heartfelt telegram to Anshan and her colleagues, imploring the dispatch of 1 or 2 adept ship girls well-versed in political work to guide community efforts. After all, only by solidifying the rear guard of the 4 continents can the forthcoming monumental and inevitably fervent unification war be firmly established. At this moment, the unification war is already poised to commence, imminent and pressing. Nanchang, with a focused demeanor, meticulously distributed the telegrams received from across the Atlantic to all present. The telegram conveyed gratitude to the Chinese Navy for reporting the significant intelligence regarding the collusion between humanity and the deep sea, as well as the discovery of methods by the deep sea to conceal its presence. Consequently, the Royal, Northern Union, Iris, and Iron Blood factions swiftly assembled a joint investigative team, which has been diligently conducting inquiries within their respective domains. Despite the brevity of time since the notification, they have already unearthed critical leads. The telegram concluded with an inquiry directed at the Chinese side, asking whether suitable ship girls could be dispatched to join this collaborative investigative team to advance the investigation collectively. Additionally, it was noted that the current number of ship girls is sufficient, and a thorough exploration of the entire Dongguan maritime area is warranted. After a day filled with intense and rigorous discussions, the Beihai fleet ultimately reached a careful and comprehensive decision to establish a thought support brigade, appointing Xiangtan and Danyang to undertake this vital task, leading the team northward to Yanjing to fully support the land reform and ideological development of the new Dongguan United Government. Simultaneously, the Silk Road Arc is to be included, leveraging its professional expertise to assist the new government in establishing its own healthcare system. Xiangtan, Danyang, and the Silk Road Arc shall not only shine in their respective fields, but also represent the Beihai fleet, deeply engaging in and aiding the steady advancement of the Unification War. Furthermore, Vessels 08, 09, and 10 from the 22-ship fleet will be selected as escort personnel to accompany them. An Atlantic fleet will be formed, with the Sichuan ship designated as the flagship, complemented by Nanchang, Hangzhou, Changchun, Taiyuan, Qinghai Lake, and Datong. The primary mission of this fleet is twofold. First, to return once more to the Northern Alliance, leveraging its extensive experience to provide expert reconnaissance advice. Second, and of utmost importance, to transport all the supplies stored in the Northern Alliance back home. Considering the potentially vast quantity of materials, if it is not feasible to transport everything in one go, the remainder will be converted into resource extraction facilities. After all, the East Huang region is expansive, and relying solely on a single Langia port is insufficient for ensuring the security of the vast maritime territory. Resource extraction facilities are crucial for enhancing maritime defense and development capabilities. The establishment of a local fleet, with the Fujin ship as its flagship, comprises vessels such as Changsha, Qingzhou, Changzheng 15, Yixian, Anshan, Fushun, Ninghai, Pinghai, 11, 12, and Chagan Lake. This local fleet bears the daunting task of exploring the East Huang seas and overthrowing the tyrannical commanders of the old East Huang. They will traverse the East Huang maritime expanse, ushering in a new order and hope, thereby solidifying the strength of the North Sea Fleet in its home waters. Zhang Heng, as the fleet commander, resolutely decides to accompany the local fleet to better direct and decide on the front lines, ensuring the smooth advancement of all missions. Meanwhile, Kaiyang Star, endowed with a unique and practical ability, can simultaneously conduct reconnaissance in ship form while also allocating part of its consciousness to assist Zhang Heng in his cognitive space for research operations, truly embodying the concept of multitasking. With this remarkable talent, Kaiyang Star temporarily assumes the role of Zhang Heng's secretaryship. Consequently, during the execution of missions, Kaiyang Star can provide comprehensive and timely intelligence support for the fleet's reconnaissance efforts, while also aiding Zhang Heng in the scientific research domain, ensuring that fleet affairs do not hinder the progress of research projects, thereby injecting more dynamism and potential into the fleet's development. The following morning, as the sun rose, casting golden rays upon the port area, the three detachments of the new Chinese Navy's North Sea Fleet embarked on their respective journeys in an orderly manner. Just as the ship girls were about to leave the port, Zhang Heng hastily approached, calling out to the support and Atlantic detachments. His expression was solemn, and his gaze resolute as he scanned each ship girl, slowly articulating, "Today is January 10th. Just 10 days have passed since our return, and you are to set forth on your missions once again. Yet, I hold unwavering confidence in you, firmly believing that you will accomplish your tasks with excellence. I checked this year's calendar, and February 17th marks the Spring Festival. Let us all strive to return triumphantly in time to celebrate our first reunion during the festival." Upon finishing his words, Zhang Heng stood tall, solemnly raised his right hand, and rendered a proper military salute to the departing ship girls. That salute was imbued with trust, hope, and profound respect for them. The ship girls returned the salute, their eyes reflecting determination and resolve, and then resolutely turned, unfurling their vessels as they slowly sailed away from the port. Watching the fleet gradually recede into the distance, Zhang Heng's heart surged with emotion. The modern Chinese Navy is no longer the solitary fleet of yesteryear. It has grown and expanded into a formidable force comprising 3 fleets. This is not merely an enhancement of strength. It signifies a robust starting point for embarking on a higher journey. What magnificent developments the future may hold remains shrouded in mystery and potential. This very uncertainty invigorates Zhang Heng and inspires the entire fleet to forge ahead boldly, crafting their own illustrious narrative. The new grand voyage of the Chinese Navy officially commences at this moment, filled with hope and challenge. Chapter 1: The eve of departure. After the northern and western fleets set sail in succession, the remaining fleet girls reconvened in the conference room. At this moment, Zhang Heng presided over the meeting. Since his arrival in this realm, this was his first genuine endeavor to spearhead a significant initiative autonomously. As he cast his gaze over the seated fleet girls, a surge of excitement welled up within him, rendering him nearly unable to contain himself. With a solemn demeanor, he slowly began to speak. Ladies, I trust you all have a clear understanding of our current situation. Our paramount task ahead is to facilitate the unification war of the Eastern Empire. Although the new Eastern Empire's army is the primary force in this conflict, our navy possesses an equally essential role. As he spoke, Zhang Heng surveyed the room once more, his eyes resolute and brimming with anticipation. Thus, I propose we embark on a maritime expedition across the Kyushu Sea, taking advantage of the time while Xiangtan and Danyang assist the new regime with land reforms. We shall conduct a comprehensive exploration of the entire Eastern Empire's waters, while also delving into the territory of the old Eastern Empire to meticulously study the local customs and traditions. Changsha immediately responded, articulating her thoughts with clarity. Indeed, according to our timeline, by the time we complete our exploration of the Eastern Empire's waters, it will coincide with the new year, and the Sichuan fleet should be returning as well. Kaixing then interjected, her eyes reflecting focus and contemplation. Previous research indicates that the Eastern Empire lags in industrial development. I can seize this opportunity to conduct a thorough investigation into the foundational information of each province, compiling a list of industrial projects we can swiftly support to aid in the industrialization process. Fujin also contributed her constructive suggestions. Kaixing, while you are researching the scientific projects within the commander's cognitive space, consider developing some fixed-wing land-based aircraft. I examined the situation yesterday, and given the vast expanse of the Eastern Empire, equipping ourselves with large land-based aircraft would greatly facilitate both mission execution and routine patrols, far exceeding our current capabilities. Kaixing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the suggestion. Zhang Heng then added, the renovation and upgrade plans for Anshan and her counterparts must also be expedited. Kaixing, while managing your other responsibilities, please allocate some attention to this matter. Upon hearing news of their impending upgrades, Anshan, Fushun, Ninghai, and Pinghai's eyes sparkled with anticipation, their faces radiating uncontainable excitement and joy. In the conference room, a lively exchange ensued, with everyone contributing ideas and strategies for the forthcoming operations, the atmosphere vibrant and invigorated. After the meeting concluded, the others departed in an orderly fashion, leaving Zhang Heng to retain Changsha, Fujin, Anshan, and Kaixing. With a serious expression, Zhang Heng scanned the group and stated, since our mission involves exploring the entire maritime region, we should carefully deliberate on our route. I propose that Fujin serves as our chief strategist, as you, being an aircraft carrier, command the strongest force in our fleet, providing significant advantages in both offense and reconnaissance. Please share your thoughts on where we should commence our efforts and how our carrier fleet should be configured. Fujin nodded slightly, entering a brief moment of contemplation before swiftly approaching the map. Extending a finger, he pointed at the markers on the map and remarked, I propose that we venture westward through the strait between Qing and Ji, sequentially passing through the 4 regions of Qing, Yin, Ji, and Yong. Subsequently, we shall navigate southward through the waters between Yongzhou and the far western territory of Wuzitang, before veering eastward to traverse Liang, Jing, Yu, and Yang, ultimately returning to Shuzhou. Zhang Heng leaned closer to the map, tracing the route indicated by Fujin's finger. He could not help but exclaim, This resembles the course of the Yellow and Yangtze rivers. Does it not? Excellent. Let us proceed with this itinerary. As for the fleet, how shall we arrange its configuration? Anshan straightened his posture, his expression grave as he analyzed. The fleet scale should not be excessively large. On one hand, Langyaport, as a critical base, must retain a certain defensive force. On the other hand, the Western Expeditionary Unit has taken a portion of the supplies, which, although merely sufficient for their one-way journey to Petersburg, combined with the prior consumption for port construction, leaves our resources insufficient to sustain a vast carrier battle group for an expedition. Changsha nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, that is the case. Furthermore, there is something I had not yet had the opportunity to share, a suggestion that has just crystallized in my mind. I intend to establish an organizational school at the port, recruiting youth with potential to become commanders, instilling in them steadfast beliefs through education, thereby cultivating professionals for our Navy. After all, we currently have only one commander, which is detrimental to the sustainable development of the Chinese Navy." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng vocally supported the proposal, saying, "I am acutely aware that consolidating the strength of various positions is becoming increasingly challenging. It is indeed essential to cultivate more aides. However, we must prioritize shaping their correct worldview, outlook on life, and values. Changsha, you shall oversee this matter. I have complete confidence in you." Fu Jian, after considering everyone's opinions, fell into contemplation once more and, after a moment, declared, "Let us proceed with this arrangement. The fleet members will be myself, Changjing 15, Kaiangxing, Qinzhou, Fushun, along with Chagan Lake." Zhang Heng pondered for a while before ultimately nodding in agreement with this configuration, stating, "It is indeed necessary for me to accompany the carrier battle group. Anshan, remaining as deputy commander is appropriate. Therefore, Anshan, you shall stay at the base with Changsha, bringing along Yixin, Ninghai, Pinghai, and ships 11 and 12. Anshan will handle daily operations while Changsha can initiate the school construction. The subsequent Air Force base will be equipped with the early warning aircraft, 600, Attack, 11, J-35, J-15T, and various models of helicopters provided by Sichuan and Fujian, which have been scheduled for regular missions. You need only monitor their detection data at the control center. Should there be a need to deploy Air Force capabilities, it can be switched to manual operation from the control center." Fujian then added, "I have observed that Pinghai seems to possess an innate intuition regarding the control of these aircraft. During your time at the base, you might as well focus on nurturing her abilities. Before she undergoes any modifications, it would be prudent to appoint Pinghai as an Air Force operator." The assembly of individuals nodded in agreement, reaching a consensus on various arrangements and preparing thoroughly for the impending operation. In the 2 days following the meeting, the port area bustled with a harmonious and orderly atmosphere. Fujian, accompanied by Pinghai, immersed herself in the instructional work pertaining to the control of various aircraft and the configuration of automated formations. With great patience, Fujian elucidated every operational detail, while Pinghai, entirely engrossed, fixed her bright eyes on the control panel, occasionally posing questions that highlighted her exceptional intuition for flight control as she applied her knowledge in practice. Meanwhile, Changsha secluded herself in her room, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to the creation of various instructional materials. At times, she wrote fervently, and at others, she pondered with her chin resting on her hand, her desk cluttered with sheets filled with dense handwriting. She understood profoundly the significance of the forthcoming establishment of the organizational school for the future development of the Navy. Each textbook bore the hope of nurturing a new generation of naval talent. Concurrently, Zhang Heng and Anshan diligently examined the output issues of the material collection devices in the supply reserve area. They meticulously recorded the output data of the devices at different intervals, calculating the maximum production value within a single day, and based on this data, they rigorously planned the supplies required for the upcoming voyage. As Anshan recorded the data, a perplexed inquiry escaped her lips. "We don't have to explore the entire Donghuang Sea region in one go, do we? If necessary, we could wait for Sichuan and her team to return, then establish new material collection facilities, and explore again." Zhang Heng paused in his tasks, shaking his head slightly with a grave expression. "This is due to the report we received from Xiangtan. Initially, I believed that new government was merely a makeshift assembly, likely to encounter numerous difficulties in their endeavors. However, to my surprise, their progress has been remarkably commendable. There have been instances of expansion in certain operational segments, along with some newly encountered issues. They are hesitant to draw direct conclusions, hence they wish to consult us. The unified war in the northeastern direction is imminent. We must possess a clear and comprehensive understanding of the entire Dongwang region. We cannot afford to conduct our research only after unification. Otherwise, our influence within the joint government will diminish significantly. Upon hearing this, Enshan momentarily froze, then murmured, "The influence of the joint government, you say?" Zhang Heng nodded firmly, continuing, "Through my dealings with the Royalists and the Northern Alliance, I have come to grasp a fundamental truth. Humanity is inherently emotional and driven by desire, and it is inevitable that some ill-intentioned individuals will attempt to seize the fruits of unification, much like the Jacobians conspiring with the deep sea. While the ship girls may appear indifferent to many trivial matters, they remain rational when confronted with significant issues. Thus, in the future joint government, it would be prudent to ensure that a certain proportion of ship girls have a voice, as this would better safeguard the interests of all parties involved. Therefore, this exploratory mission cannot be delayed any longer. We must thoroughly investigate the circumstances of Dongwang in one comprehensive effort." Upon hearing this, Enshan's gaze grew increasingly resolute, deepening her understanding of the mission's importance. The two individuals continued to immerse themselves in the intense task of resource planning, diligently making the final preparations for the impending voyage. Chapter 2. Journey through the 9 provinces. All preparations have been meticulously completed. Under the gentle glow of dawn, the aircraft carrier battle group, led by the Fujin ship as its flagship, gracefully departed from Langia port, cutting through the waves as it advanced northward. The Changzheng 15 stealthily took the lead, silently submerging itself beneath the surface, leveraging its exceptional concealment capabilities to scout the path ahead for the fleet, vigilantly searching for any potential threats. The ships Qinzhou and Fushun flanked the fleet, providing steadfast protection on either side, while Kaingsing stood quietly beside the Fujin ship, guarding its flank. Meanwhile, in the sky, the KJ-600 loomed like a vigilant aerial sentinel, utilizing its formidable early warning detection capabilities to survey the surrounding airspace from its lofty perch, establishing a robust aerial defense line for the fleet. The J-15T and J-35 diligently followed their predetermined flight paths, executing their vigilance missions and remaining ever prepared. Zhang Heng stood on the spacious and bright bridge of the Fujin ship, his eyes filled with admiration and awe as he gazed upon the magnificent aircraft carrier before him. "Beautiful, truly beautiful," he exclaimed. "Fujin, your form is simply flawless." His tone resonated with genuine affection and praise for the ship. The Fujin ship playfully emitted a sound. Casting a glance at Zhang Heng, with a smile, it replied, "Humph, I know from Nanchang that the commander in the previous world was an avid military enthusiast. In our nation's naval community, it's common knowledge that military fans are often referred to as big pig trotters. I've only just made my debut, and already you shower me with such compliments. I wonder, when my sister 004 emerges, will you still praise me in the same manner?" Her words carried a hint of teasing intimacy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's face flushed with an awkward smile, and he quickly retorted, "How could that be? Absolutely not." His expression resembled that of a child caught in a mischief, eager to defend himself. Seeing his reaction, the Fujin ship's lips curled into a playful smile as she feigned a threatening demeanor. "It better not be so. If the new sister arrives and you behave like those big pig trotters, I shall rally all my sisters to confront you." Her lively gaze sparkled with mischief. Zhang Heng promptly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming with a resigned expression, I understand. Let us not dwell on that. We must be nearing the junction of Jizhou and Qingzhou, right?" With that, he shifted the topic, gazing into the distance in an attempt to divert attention. The Fujin ship slightly closed her eyes, taking a moment to attune herself to the surroundings, while nearby, the seagulls joyfully cawed. Soon after, various pieces of information from the aircraft converged before her. As she reviewed the data, the Fujin ship calmly reported, "There are no unusual occurrences. Deep-sea activity in this vicinity is quite sparse. I have thoroughly examined the navigation logs provided by Nanchang, detailing your journey from Ocean Cape to here. It is evident that deep-sea activity near Dongwang is significantly less compared to that in the Atlantic." Zhang Heng nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed, that is the case. During our time in the Atlantic, we encountered wandering deep-sea entities nearly every day. However, upon arriving here, several days have passed without encountering anyone. Might there be some significance to this? Fujin gently shook her head, her eyes reflecting contemplation as she remarked, "This is one of the key issues we must focus on during our journey through the 9 provinces." Having spoken, she once again directed her gaze toward the seemingly tranquil expanse of the sea. The fleet proceeded westward, gradually entering the vast strait that corresponds to the Yellow River estuary in the original world. At this moment, to the left lay Jizhou, while to the right was Qingzhou, as the land along the shores unfolded before their eyes. Since leaving the port, Changzheng 15 had consistently maintained a position 50 kilometers ahead of the Fujin vessel, acting as a silent guardian of the deep sea, navigating quietly beneath the waves. With its exceptional stealth capabilities, it deftly maneuvered underwater, acutely aware of all surrounding movements. Ensuring the fleet's safety, the fleet continued its steady advance, systematically entering major ports as encountered, while the Fujin vessel, entrusted with the dual responsibilities of command and safeguarding the fleet's core security, remained in a constant state of vigilance. The other ship girls disembarked in an orderly fashion to immerse themselves in the local culture. They traversed bustling streets, engaging warmly with residents, sampling local delicacies, and observing traditional customs, wholly absorbing the unique charm of the land. Meanwhile, Changzheng 15 steadfastly held its position beneath the surface, never once surfacing, silently safeguarding the entire fleet, ensuring that the ship girls could engage in their activities without concern, allowing for a deeper understanding of the cultural landscape across Eastern Huang. Thus, time slipped by unnoticed. And with only a week remaining until the new year, the Fujin fleet successfully completed its mission, gently returning to Langya port. It was only now that Changzheng 15, having steadfastly guarded its underwater post since departure, finally emerged. It broke through the water's surface, as if awakening from a prolonged slumber, stretching languidly and occasionally yawning, before heading directly toward the dormitory, ready for a well-deserved rest. For Zhang Heng, this journey was a profound voyage of understanding. He fully grasped Anshan's earlier introductions to the conditions of various states, witnessing firsthand the current realities of each region. The Fujin vessel undoubtedly became a prominent symbol of strength. Wherever it went, its colossal form, advanced equipment, and unparalleled elegance left a deep impression on the locals. Never before had they seen such a magnificent, advanced, and beautiful ship. Thus, the Fujin vessel naturally became an important window for them to learn about the Chinese Navy. The fleet received a warm welcome from the populace in the new Eastern Huang's 4 continents. The port buzzed with excitement as people eagerly approached, offering various local specialties to the ship girls as a heartfelt expression of their gratitude and admiration. In the neutral regions of Yongzhou, Liangzhou, and Wuzhezhang, the local populace similarly extended an enthusiastic welcome to the fleet. The fleet fully leveraged its advantages, actively assisting the residents in addressing deep-sea threats, escorting passing vessels, and ensuring the safety of fishermen's activities. Zhang Heng engaged in lively discussions with various local leaders, not only indulging in drinking contests and boasting, but also promising to establish a new fleet in their region once the unification war concluded, thereby providing a more robust guarantee for local security and development. In Yuzhezhang, both Zhang Heng and the ship girls were profoundly astonished by the breathtaking scenery before them. They beheld towering mountains that soared to heights of 8,000 meters, an awe far surpassing that of Mount Everest in the original world. The immense mountain range loomed ahead, and the overwhelming sense of pressure allowed them to genuinely appreciate the grandeur and magnificence of nature. In the northwest of Yongzhou, they encountered the largest desert in Dongguan. An entire expanse of land was engulfed by endless stretches of golden sands, shimmering with a mysterious glow under the sun's rays. This journey unveiled the distinctly captivating beauty of various regions in Dongguan, granting them a more profound and comprehensive understanding of this vast land. Upon entering the old territories of Dongguan, Yang, Yu, and Jing, Zhang Heng and the ship girls felt as though they had stepped into an entirely different world, one starkly contrasting with their previous experiences. Everywhere they went, they were greeted by so-called elites whose eyes were filled with disdain. The commanders of Old Dongguan, upon sighting the fleet's arrival, retreated to their small fortresses, much like ostriches avoiding confrontation. Within the city, an atmosphere of decadence reigned supreme, as opulent buildings exuded an air of excess, with dignitaries indulging in a lavish lifestyle. However, outside the city lay a grim reality, where apathetic citizens wandered, their eyes vacant and lives fraught with hardship, having long lost their vitality under the weight of oppression. This stark contrast enveloped everyone with a sense of urgency. The term unification felt particularly pressing and significant at this moment. They understood that only through achieving unification could they dismantle this decayed status quo, restore peace to the land, and bring genuine hope to the populace. Upon returning to Langyaport, Kaiangxing swiftly sought out Zhang Heng, Changsha, Anshan, and Fu Jin, subsequently guiding them into a room filled with a sense of advanced technology. Within the chamber, various sophisticated instruments flickered with a soft glow, while a massive electronic screen on the wall radiated a gentle blue light. Standing solemnly and focused in the center of the room, Kaiangxing stated, "During this journey, I conducted extensive exploratory work. By combining the navigational logs previously recorded in Nanchang with various detections in the surrounding waters, I have drawn a conclusion." Zhang Heng, puzzled, could not help but interject, "Stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us directly." At his urging, Kaiangxing turned to reveal a map of Dongwang, where different regions glimmered with various colored points of light. She pointed at the map and began to explain, "I have long been perplexed as to why this place shares the same name as the 9 provinces of Yugong. And furthermore, the deep-sea strength near Dongwang is too weak, diminishing as one ventures further inward. Through this exploration, I discovered the existence of naturally occurring electromagnetic waves between the provinces, which influence one another. The crucial point is that this phenomenon is not a result of human factors, but is entirely a product of nature. Then, this may involve some elements akin to metaphysics. I discovered that when the people of Jiuzhou unite in purpose, an electromagnetic wave forms a barrier, seemingly preventing deep-sea creatures from entering this region." Zhang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you certain? Such claims must be grounded in scientific evidence. They cannot be so mystical." Kaiangxing, with a resigned shrug, continued, "I have perused historical records of Jiuzhou, analyzed various detection data, and even contacted Nanchang and Petersburg through my long-wave radio to assist me in retrieving records about Dongwang from beyond the Atlantic. After eliminating all conceivable options, I acknowledge that while this conclusion may appear improbable, it stands as the most plausible possibility we currently possess." At this juncture, Anshan interjected, "Let us regard this as a research direction for now. Should this hypothesis prove true, it might very well become one of our key choices in ultimately conquering the depths of the ocean. Kaiangxing, you may continue your in-depth studies, especially with the progression of the unification war, keeping an eye on any potential developments." Kaiangxing nodded earnestly, methodically gathering her research materials. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng remained lost in contemplation of this astonishing assertion, yet was abruptly pulled back to reality by Fu Jin. "Come now, Kaiangxing is an expert in this field. Do not dismiss it merely because you find it hard to comprehend. Let us not forget that in 3 days, Sichuan will return, and we must swiftly prepare to welcome them." As Fu Jin half-dragged, half-led Zhang Heng out of the room, Changsha and Anshan exchanged knowing smiles and followed suit, leaving the room imbued with a sense of technological wonder. Chapter 3. The New Year, Part 1. As a new day dawned, sunlight bathed the port area, welcoming Xiangtan and his companions back from Yanjing. They were greeted with warmth and enthusiasm. Zhang Heng, Changsha, Fu Jin, and Anshan eagerly pulled Xiangtan towards the conference room, anxious to learn about the new government's developments. Upon entering the conference room, everyone took their seats. Xiangtan cleared his throat and began to meticulously report on the current situation of the new Dongwang government. The leadership now operates under a collective system, established with a principal committee as the supreme governing body. The members of this committee are elected through an indirect electoral process, starting from the grassroots level and ascending through successive layers, with each level responsible for electing the members of the layer above. After listening, Zhang Heng nodded and inquired, "I understand the electoral method. However, how many members are there in the committee?" Xiangtan lifted his cup and took a sip of water to clear his throat before continuing. The committee comprises 5 individuals. The first principal is Xiao Jinghua, who primarily oversees organizational, military, and overall coordination tasks. The second principal is Ji Changhai, responsible for matters concerning the economy, industry, and agriculture. The third principal is Yunan Shan, a woman who manages legal affairs and women's liberation initiatives. The fourth principal is Qiao Yang, who mainly handles diplomatic relations and the unified front, requiring frequent communication and coordination. Having finished his account, Xiangtan awaited the group's feedback. Zhang Heng looked at her expectantly and asked, Is that all? I thought you mentioned 5 principles. I am still waiting to hear about the last one. At this moment, Anshan could not help but chuckle, saying, Commander, your preparation seems to be lacking. One of the 5 principles has a designated seat reserved specifically for our Navy. Xiang Tan's visit to Yanjing was to temporarily fill this position while undertaking her duties. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng sheepishly scratched his head and replied, My apologies. Oh, as the situation evolves, there are indeed numerous pressing matters that demand attention, and I sometimes find it overwhelming. The group exchanged knowing smiles in response. Xiang Tan then continued methodically. They faced some quite severe issues in their work with the populace, exhibiting a somewhat dogmatic and one-sided approach. In implementing land allocation policies, they failed to identify who genuinely needed land, instead adhering rigidly to outdated methods. For instance, in the Northeast, they allocated land directly to tenants. However, the reality is that many tenants and landlords are, in fact, members of the same family. Those who truly lack land have largely opted to seek work in the cities. Yet, the new government mistakenly categorizes these urban workers as landowners, overlooking their lack of land resources. Consequently, local outreach efforts have become exceedingly tumultuous and disorganized. As everyone is aware, a unified war in the Northeast is imminent after the new year. Under such circumstances, if we do not resolve this issue promptly, the war cannot commence smoothly. Therefore, upon learning of the situation, Dan Yang and I immediately proceeded to conduct an on-site investigation. After thorough research, we accurately identified the crux of the issue at hand, and only after addressing this pivotal problem hindering the progress of the war did we return. Zhang Heng could not help but give a thumbs up, his face radiating admiration as he exclaimed, Impressive, Xiang Tan. You handled this remarkably well. He added, Let us wait for Nanchang and the others to return in a couple of days, so we can joyfully celebrate the new year together. There likely won't be any significant matters to attend to during this time leading up to the festivities. Xiang Tan nodded with a smile, stating, The members of the Chief Committee are quite eager to meet you, especially since you now hold the esteemed position of Commander of the Chinese Navy. They wish to engage in a dialogue with you. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Heng nodded in agreement, suggesting, Let us discuss it after the new year. By then, we will have a clearer understanding of the specific roles our Navy can play in the unification war and how we can better support its advancement. At this juncture, Anshan, with a look of concern, inquired, Commander, how is the renovation of our old vessels progressing? Zhang Heng responded with a smile, We are starting to see some promising developments. Aside from Ninghai, Pinghai, and Danyang, Kaixing mentioned that you 4 do not require conventional renovations. It seems she has devised an upgrade module from her mental space and is currently delving deeper into the research. If this research proves successful, you may be able to directly upgrade to the new vessels of the same name. Upon hearing this, Anshan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly asked, Really? The same name vessels? Zhang Heng nodded vigorously, affirming, Indeed, it is the Type 055 destroyer. In the ensuing days, the entire port area was enveloped in a joyful and bustling atmosphere. Everyone sprang into action, meticulously adorning their homeland. Vibrant red lanterns were hung everywhere, and fluttering red ribbons added splashes of color, transforming the port into a vivid celebration of the new year. Changsha and Xiangtan procured a massive block of white Han stone from an unknown source, carefully placing it at the entrance of the port and covering it snugly with red silk, leaving an air of infinite speculation regarding what lay beneath. Finally, at the appointed time, Nanchang and her companions successfully returned to the port area. As soon as Datong docked, Changsha and Xiangtan enthusiastically embraced her. The 3 huddled beside the Han stone, whispering to each other as if discussing something of great significance, their faces occasionally breaking into mysterious smiles. Zhang Heng had been waiting on the dock for quite some time, and upon seeing Nanchang, his face instantly lit up with joy as he hurried towards her, saying, Nanchang, this is truly our first time apart for such an extended period. How are things across the Atlantic? Nanchang maintained her usual solemn demeanor, first standing tall to salute with a proper military gesture. Then, in a composed manner, she replied, We successfully retrieved all resources, and for those that could not be transported, we exchanged them for 4 sets of collection devices. Regarding the collusion of humanity with the deep sea, we discovered 1 case each within the territories of Iron Blood and Iris, both of which have been promptly dealt with. Natasha has augmented the Northern Fleet with several new vessels, and they have now officially formed the Northern United Fleet. I have made arrangements for them to visit us next year. Initially, they intended to come this time. However, considering that our unified war has yet to commence, it would be challenging to organize their reception, so we requested that they postpone their visit. Zhang Heng listened attentively, nodding frequently, deeply satisfied with the achievements of Nanchang and her crew. With a warm smile, Zhang Heng embraced Nanchang and the returning ship girls, sincerely expressing, "You have all worked hard. Go and rest well. Once you are rejuvenated, let us collectively adorn the port area. This will be our first true celebration of the new year in this world, and it must be lively and joyous." Chapter 4. The New Year, Part 2. In the ensuing days, the harbor area was alive with the vibrant spirit of the New Year celebrations. The teams from Sichuan, Changsha, and Xiangtan were diligently preparing cured meats, with the rich aroma of spices permeating the air. Meanwhile, the groups from Anshan, Fushun, and Changchun were busy pickling vegetables, expertly salting and compressing the vibrant green cabbages in large barrels with practiced ease. Yixian, Danyang, Ninghai, and Pinghai were not idle either. They were meticulously crafting an array of delightful snacks in the kitchen. Other ship girls were engaged in their respective tasks, some attentively cutting intricate paper window decorations, as if the paper had come to life in their skilled hands, while others were gracefully inscribing auspicious couplets, the scent of ink filling the atmosphere. The entire harbor was enveloped in a joyful and harmonious ambience. Zhang Heng observed the talents of those around him, feeling somewhat inadequate as he possessed no particular skill and could only lend a hand here and there. The members of the 22nd Fleet joined him, assisting with tools and moving items. When fatigue set in, they would retreat to play with Huahua and Oho, their laughter echoing throughout the harbor. Over the course of several days, Zhang Heng assisted all the ship girls, yet he had not caught a glimpse of Changxing 15. Growing concerned, he began searching the entire base, but to no avail. Changxing 15 was nowhere to be found. In desperation, he delved into his mental space to call for her. Before long, the ethereal figure of Changxing 15 materialized at her battle station. Standing tall and serious, she inquired, "Commander, is there something you need?" Zhang Heng regarded her composed demeanor with concern and asked, "Everyone is joyfully busy preparing for the new year. Where have you been?" A faint smile flickered at the corners of Changxing 15's lips before her expression returned to its usual seriousness. "I am on duty outside the harbor. The safety of the waters cannot be taken lightly. It is my responsibility to ensure it." Momentarily at a loss for words, Zhang Heng pondered before responding, "Come back. The harbor's security has been thoroughly arranged. I have a shore-based sonar array that Sichuan can deploy, so you need not remain on watch continuously." With the new year approaching, it was time for everyone to relax and then wholeheartedly engage in the liberation war of Donghuang together. Changxing 15 lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before raising it again, resolutely nodding, "Very well, but I must guide them in the deployment." Zhang Heng replied earnestly, "Of course. You are the underwater expert. We will follow your lead." Standing on the dock, he fixed his gaze upon the sea, eagerly anticipating the appearance of Changxing 15. Not long after, ripples began to dance across the surface of the water as she slowly ascended from the depths. With a flourish of splashing water, her full form gradually emerged, before shimmering and transforming back into her ship-girl appearance. Simultaneously, Kaiyang Star successfully developed the shore-based sonar array within the research facility. This advanced sonar system was carefully transported to Sichuan's dry dock. Once all preparations were complete, Zhang Heng and Kaiyang accompanied Changxing 15 aboard the Sichuan ship, setting forth towards a crucial inlet near the harbor area. Beneath the profound depths of the sea, Changxing 15, with its profound understanding of the underwater environment and extensive experience, adeptly commanded the deployment operations. Each inlet was treated with utmost seriousness, ensuring that the sonar arrays were flawlessly embedded into the seabed, thereby maximizing their performance. After a period of intense and orderly work, the sonar arrays were successfully installed along the seabed of the vital inlet near the harbor. In the operations room of the main building, with the successful installation of the sonar arrays, the three-dimensional detection network beneath the sea officially came into being. This network incorporated an automated detection system meticulously researched by Kaiyang. Now, any movement within a 500-kilometer radius of the harbor could be monitored with the clarity of a microscope. Whether it be vessels sailing on the surface, the surging currents beneath, or birds soaring above, all were captured by this meticulously woven detection net. providing comprehensive and meticulous security for the harbor. Time slipped by quietly amidst busyness and anticipation, and before long, it was February 16th, 104, the eve of the Lunar New Year. The entire harbor seemed to be infused with a magical vitality, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. As dawn broke, Danyang, Changsha, and Xiangtan, accompanied by a group of sisters, excitedly boarded their trucks and departed the harbor. Their trucks were laden with heartfelt gifts made by all, enticing slices of cured meat, fragrant jars of pickled vegetables, exquisite boxes of delicacies, and auspicious window paper cuttings and couplets. Laughter and joy filled the air as they delivered these warm and blessing-laden gifts from door to door among the nearby community. This bond of friendship, akin to the warm sun on a winter day, warmed every heart and lasted until the afternoon. At 5 o'clock, the gates of the harbor slowly closed, temporarily isolating the external clamor and creating a joyous little world exclusive to the harbor's inhabitants. In that moment, everyone flocked to the dining hall, where a lavish New Year's Eve feast was about to commence. The tables were adorned with a variety of dishes, rich in flavor and aroma, making Zhang Heng, standing nearby, unable to suppress a drool. As the banquet progressed, the festive atmosphere grew increasingly rich. Just as everyone was immersed in the cheerful and harmonious ambience, after finishing the meal, Hangzhou suddenly stood up and strode purposefully towards the center of the playground. With a flourish, she unveiled her ship's attire, the formidable AK-130 cannon aiming skyward, and then a series of blank rounds erupted, their resounding echoes reverberating above the harbor like jubilant firecrackers. As she fired, she joyfully exclaimed, "What a thrill! Now this is how you celebrate." Ordinary firecrackers seemed trivial in comparison. Don't just stand there watching, come join in. Hearing Hangzhou's call, Qinzhou, Datong, and Danyang felt their spirits surge and eagerly joined in without hesitation. In a moment, the deep and powerful roar of the main cannon, the relentless clamor of the 1130 close-in weapon system akin to a tempest, and the crisp shots of the 730 gun intertwined, orchestrating a unique and fervent New Year's symphony. This unconventional cacophony of firecrackers vividly painted the essence of the festive season. Meanwhile, Sichuan, standing nearby, enthusiastically urged everyone to head to the lounge. With a beaming smile, she called out loudly, come on, let's not just set off fireworks here. Let us go to the lounge for some mahjong and lively chatter." Her voice resonated with infectious enthusiasm, prompting many to gradually make their way to the lounge. On the other side, Nanchang, along with Changsha and others, grew animated, rallying a group of ship girls to sing. Nanchang took the lead, and an exhilarating military song instantly echoed throughout the port area, with other ship girls joining in, one after another, their voices rising and falling, imbued with vigor and passion. As night deepened, the port showed no signs of quieting down. Instead, it became even more vibrant. The crisp sounds of mahjong tiles clashing, the joyous laughter during their lively conversations, the stirring songs, and the occasional booming cannon fire together crafted a tableau of vitality and joy, leaving unforgettable and beautiful memories of this special New Year's Eve in the port area. As dawn broke on the first day of the new year, the gentle sunlight bathed the port. The revelers, though slightly fatigued from the previous night's festivities, were soon gathered by Changsha at the port entrance. Holding a corner of red silk with a beaming smile, she handed it to Zhang Heng. Perplexed, Zhang Heng looked at Changsha in confusion. With a playful smile, Changsha explained, "Let us unveil it, Commander. This is a masterpiece designed by me and Xiangtan, with Datong personally chiseling it." Following Changsha's gaze, Zhang Heng turned to the massive stone wrapped in red silk and glanced at the grinning Datong beside him, curiosity swelling within him. Taking a deep breath, he tugged forcefully. As the red cloth was gradually lifted, a magnificent statue of a teacher carved from fine, white marble revealed itself to all. The teacher's right hand was raised, seemingly greeting Zhang Heng warmly, while the left hand rested naturally behind his back, his gaze steadfast and profound, as if guiding everyone forward. Gazing at the lifelike statue, tears welled up in the eyes of the crowd. That familiar visage, laden with countless memories and admiration, transported them back to those grandiose times. In this moment, a surge of profound emotion swept through each heart, and in unison, they raised their right hands and saluted solemnly, paying their highest respects to the teacher. Thus, the new year officially commenced in this atmosphere filled with significance. that statue, standing proudly at the port entrance, served not only as a tribute to the teacher's memory, but also as a silent impetus, reminding everyone that a new mission now rested heavily upon their shoulders, motivating them to forge ahead relentlessly in pursuit of their ideals and beliefs in the days to come. Chapter 5. The transformation of the Ninghai sisters and Danyang. As the festive clamor of the Spring Festival gradually dissipated, the port area swiftly returned to its bustling norm. During this period, Kaiyang Xing devoted herself wholeheartedly to research endeavors. She delved deeply into the various construction, research, maintenance, and resource acquisition apparatuses of the Northern Alliance, while adeptly integrating the advanced technologies from her and Zhang Heng's mental space. After countless experiments and adjustments, she ultimately succeeded in developing a specialized apparatus exclusively for the Chinese Navy. In comparison to the devices of the Northern Alliance, those of the Chinese Navy exhibit distinct characteristics. Their design is notably more compact, exuding a streamlined and tidy aesthetic devoid of any exposed and chaotic piping, showcasing elegance and efficiency. While the Northern Alliance's devices bear a rich steampunk style, the Chinese Navy's counterparts present a high-tech, cool demeanor with smooth lines and a palpable sense of technological sophistication. Moreover, in terms of performance, the Chinese Navy's apparatuses are remarkably more efficient. Currently, the construction, research, and maintenance facilities are in accordance with the initial plans, with each site equipped with 10 related devices. In addition to the resources procured from the Northern Alliance, 10 self-manufactured units have been added to the resource collection apparatus, continuously extracting oil, ammunition, steel, aluminum, and other materials from the sea. The newly installed devices are now firmly in place and have been successfully put into operation, relieving the port area from the need for meticulous resource management. Following an in-depth and comprehensive meeting discussion, the personnel, in accordance with the current situation and task requirements, methodically divided the entire fleet into two distinct parts. The first fleet, a formidable assembly, is led by the Fujin as flagship, comprising numerous shipgirls including Nanchang, Chongjing 15, Xiangtan, Anshan, Fushun, Changchun, Ninghai, Pinghai, Danyang, and Chagan Lake. This fleet bears a significant mission. They shall sail northward to provide unwavering support to the Eastern Huang United Government in the impending Northeast Unification War, laying a solid foundation for its eventual victory. The second fleet, under the command of the Sichuan flagship with Changsha as the political commissar, includes Hangzhou, Qinzhou, Taiyuan, Qinghai Lake, Datong, Yixian, and a contingent of 22 smaller vessels. This fleet shoulders the critical responsibility of safeguarding the port area, tasked with dual missions. On one hand, they must ensure the security of the port, remaining vigilant against any potential threats to its safety, thus maintaining stability and tranquility at the rear base. On the other hand, they are to diligently construct the framework for a school, facilitating future enrollment. As an expert in land combat within the fleet, Sichuan does not partake in the conflict in the northeast, where the battlefield has already crystallized into a situation of the new Eastern Huang occupying vast rural areas. While the old Eastern Huang remains isolated in a few major cities, Sichuan has been entrusted with a vital mission to devise an amphibious assault strategy directed towards Yangzhou. The liberation of Jinling is deemed profoundly significant, and Sichuan's specialized land combat knowledge and extensive experience in meticulously researching the Yangzhou landing plan hold immeasurable value for the successful liberation of Jinling. The Kaiyang Star accompanied the first fleet in its operations, while the Silk Road Arc would arrive at the battlefield after the conflict reached a temporary conclusion, providing medical support for the soldiers of the New Dongwang. Zhang Heng received news from Xiangtan that the Chief Committee of New Dongwang had set the commencement of the Northeast Unification War for 4 o'clock at dawn on March 12th. After deliberation, it was decided that they would officially depart northward tomorrow, February 21st. The itinerary involved first traveling to Yanjing to meet with the leadership of New Dongwang, and then proceeding without delay to the northeastern battlefield, ensuring arrival in the designated maritime area before the battle commenced. At that moment, Kaiyang Star hurriedly approached Zhang Heng and said, "Commander, I have nearly concluded the research on the upgrades, but there remains one critical issue that requires resolution. Unfortunately, Anshan and the others will not make it in time for the upgrade. However, they can proceed post the conclusion of the Northeast War." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng, filled with curiosity, promptly inquired, "What is the critical issue?" With a serious expression, Kaiyang Star elaborated, If we were to directly upgrade Anshan and the others to the subsequent ships of the same name, it would theoretically be feasible through modification technology. However, this would result in a mismatch of their core essence, meaning that even with the upgrade, they would not be able to unleash their full potential. Therefore, I have been exploring how to synchronize the upgrade of their core essence, not merely transforming them into the 055 class Anshan, but rather merging them into a brand new Anshan while preserving their existing essence. Do you understand my meaning? Zhang Heng pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, I see. You wish to prevent them from becoming entirely new beings after the upgrade, forgetting their current selves, correct? Kaiyang Star beamed with a radiant smile, gently patting Zhang Heng on the back, and replied, Precisely. Hee. However, I did not come to you for this matter. I have already finalized the upgrade plan for the Ninghai sisters and Danyang. We currently possess a considerable number of missile destroyers. Yet I have always been intrigued by their triple 140mm guns, which led me to delve into naval artillery technology. Today, I achieved a breakthrough. So please call them over to the research facility. I will conduct their upgrades. This way, when we set sail tomorrow, they will embark as brand new warships. Shortly thereafter, Ninghai, Pinghai, and Danyang arrived at the research facility. Kaiyang Star enthusiastically guided them to the large screen on the facility wall, eagerly unveiling the meticulously crafted upgrade blueprint and explaining it to them in detail one by one. Holding a pointer, she gently highlighted the details on the blueprint, stating, The upgrade plans for the three of you share a consistent approach. The original hull will undergo minimal alteration, yet the hull material will be replaced with steel of the new era. Considering the tonnage factor, there is no need to employ the space-consuming gas turbines. Instead, we will opt for the 16PA6V 280 STC diesel engine from Xiangtan's 054A, which can deliver a single unit power of 27,000 horsepower. Ninghai Pinghai, your original power was merely sufficient at 10,000 horsepower, with a cruising speed of approximately 20 knots. Danyang, what about you? The three boilers can provide a remarkable 52,000 horsepower, achieving a speed of 35 knots. I intend to equip you all with 2 of these diesel engines, which would elevate the total power to 54,000 horsepower. What are your thoughts on this? Ninghai, Pinghai, and Danyang are presently captivated by the elegant design of the warship on the blueprint, their eyes brimming with astonishment and anticipation. Upon hearing Kaiangsing's inquiry, the three of them instinctively shook their heads. Observing this, Kaiangsing continued enthusiastically. Although there are only 2 diesel engines in the previous world, such a configuration would indeed lack reliability. However, with my technology and the unique attributes of this world, it is entirely feasible to enhance the maximum power of the 2 diesel engines to 65,000 horsepower. But do refrain from excessive usage, otherwise, you might find yourselves recuperating in the maintenance center upon your return. As he spoke, Kaiangsing pointed to the superstructure of the warship, saying, Take a look at this superstructure, particularly yours, Danyang. It resembles an illegal construction. With the alteration of the power system, the exhaust system must also be modified. The air intake and exhaust demands of the diesel engines are relatively low, so I have designed a concealed chimney for you and transformed the bridge into an integrated mast. Utilizing a rotating phased array radar similar to Ishian, various facilities for anti-surface, surveillance, fire control, and communication have been integrated into the mast. What do you think? Isn't it much more streamlined? The three listened intently, nodding incessantly like little squirrels. Unable to resist, Kaiangsing gently ruffled their little heads, then continued. Lastly, let us discuss the armament. You will all be equipped with a 32-unit vertical launch system, similar to that of Qinzhou and Xiangtan. Although its depth is limited, it is entirely adequate for air defense. 8 triple launchers for the Ingji, 18 will be positioned at the rear of the chimney, and due to structural considerations, I will not make additional openings in the midsection for vertical launchers. Danyang, given your high speed, the main gun will be the AK-130, akin to that of Hangzhou. And I have also added a helicopter landing platform at the rear, along with various close-in weapons and anti-submarine sonar systems. Consequently, you will essentially be a smaller, high-speed version of the 054. What do you think? Danyang, overwhelmed with excitement, felt tears welling up in her eyes, tightly grasping Kaiangsing's hand, nodding fervently yet unable to utter a word. Kaiangsing smiled as he gently pinched her little face, then turned to Ninghai and Pinghai, stating, As for the 2 of you, The focus will be on the main gun. Your distinctive triple-barreled 140mm gun is quite remarkable. Our Navy currently has a high missile deployment. Such economical and practical ground support weapons are primarily represented by Hangzhou's 130mm and Nanchang's 130mm guns. Over the past few days, I have developed a dual-barreled 155mm gun based on Nanchang's technology, which is perfectly suited for your gun mounts. From now on, you will primarily be responsible for ground support missions. With Kai Yangxing's introduction complete, the three ship girls were filled with joy, expressing no dissent. Thus, the renovation work officially commenced. The three modification facilities simultaneously illuminated with a soft glow, as time flowed steadily in a tense yet orderly atmosphere. At last, the three of them completed their transformation almost simultaneously. They emerged together from the dormant chambers, and at first glance, their appearances seemed largely unchanged. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that their garments had been adorned with the distinctive patterns of the Chinese Navy. Chapter 6. A historic meeting on February 21st, 104. The fifth day of the first lunar month, the morning light broke, casting a golden glow upon the sea. The members of the First Fleet were already poised and ready. At the sound of a command, the warships weighed anchor and gradually set sail northward. At this moment, Langia Port was abuzz with excitement. As members of the Second Fleet gathered with the nearby populace at the harbor, the air filled with the thunderous sound of gongs and drums. Bidding farewell to Zhang Heng and his entourage, the fervent rhythm of the drums and the enthusiastic shouts intertwined, bestowing boundless morale upon the departing fleet. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the fleet steadily advanced northward, each warship carving white wakes upon the surface of the sea. Gradually, the outline of Langia Port diminished, ultimately vanishing beneath the horizon. Xiangtan, Ninghai, Pinghai, and Danyang assumed the vital role of escort, closely safeguarding the fleet. Meanwhile, Changzheng 15, as was its custom, quietly submerged upon leaving the harbor, like a phantom of the deep, silently ensuring the fleet's safety. The remaining ship girls stood alongside Zhang Heng on the bridge of the Fujin ship, gazing through the vast glass panes at the endless expanse of ocean before them. At that moment, each heart was filled with lofty aspirations. During the northward journey, the sea remained tranquil, like a vast and smooth expanse of blue satin, with not a ripple to disrupt its serenity. The fleet sailed steadily upon this peaceful water, while the newly refurbished Ninghai, Pinghai, and Danyang became the center of attention, methodically undergoing various tests. Notably, the dual 155mm gun, meticulously developed by Kaiyang Star, displayed astonishing performance, with a firing rate nearing 60 rounds per minute. It was as swift as a tempest. The range of standard ammunition reached approximately 40 kilometers, granting it an expansive strike capability on the battlefield. More crucially, the gun was equipped with advanced fire control radar, akin to possessing a pair of extraordinarily sharp eyes, ensuring remarkable shooting precision, nearly hitting the target every time. Should it be fitted with extended-range projectiles or guided munitions, its power would be utterly terrifying. Just one such vessel, outfitted with this armament, could unleash firepower equivalent to that of an army artillery battalion, capable of delivering devastating blows to enemy positions at critical moments. On the morning of the 22nd, the sun gently bathed the sea in its warm light as the fleet successfully docked, securely mooring at the port of Ming and Jizhou. The ship girls retracted their vessels, and shortly thereafter, Changzheng 15 surfaced, successfully reuniting with the group. After a brief period of preparation, everyone boarded 2Z, 8 helicopters provided by the Fujin ship, and ascended towards the north. The helicopters wove through the blue skies and white clouds, their rotors producing a rhythmic roar. After an hour and a half of smooth flight, the aircraft gradually descended upon a quaint village named Cypress Slope. The village appeared serene and harmonious, surrounded by verdant mountains and shaded by lush trees, situated approximately 350 kilometers from Yanjing. Zhang Heng was the first to step out of the helicopter, followed closely by the ship girls. Upon landing, they noticed 4 middle-aged men of distinct temperaments waiting at the edge of the open space. Upon witnessing the situation, Enshan stepped forward briskly to introduce both parties. She gestured with her hand, indicating the tall middle-aged man at the forefront, and stated, "Commander, this is Chief Zai Jingguo, the first chief of the Central Committee." Zai Jingguo, a robust figure towering over Zhang Heng, bore the demeanor of a humble farmer, radiating an air of simplicity and warmth. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng immediately approached and extended his hands in greeting. Xia Jingguo reciprocated, and their hands clasped firmly together. In that instant, the surroundings seemed to fall silent as they gazed at each other, their eyes communicating 1,000 unspoken words. Xia Jingguo, along with 3 other chiefs, led Zhang Heng and the fleet girls along the path of Cypress Slope. Along the way, he enthusiastically recounted the grand history of Donghuang's anti-feudal and anti-colonial struggles, his words imbued with pride and sentiment. The group became enraptured by this profound historical narrative, as if they were traversing time itself, witnessing the arduous efforts of their forebears in pursuit of freedom and independence. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived beneath a colossal cypress tree, its vast canopy casting a shadow that seemed to obscure the day, its sturdy trunk a testament to the passage of countless years. They settled on the ground, embracing the tranquility of the shade as they embarked on a deeper dialogue. Xia Jingguo gazed sincerely at Zhang Heng, exclaiming, "I never expected this. The last time you were introduced to us in Xiangtan, I imagined you to be a mature and composed man. You are indeed a remarkable young man. In our earlier days, had it not been for Anshan imparting red ideology to us, we might still be wandering in darkness, groping our way forward. Your youthful intellect is truly commendable." Zhang Heng humbly waved his hand, casting a heartfelt glance at his fleet girls, and replied earnestly, "I am merely basking in the light of the sea. Without them, what would I be? Perhaps still struggling to make ends meet back in the Royal Navy." At this moment, the eldest chief, Yuan Anshan, gently shook her head in disagreement, asserting, while many resonate with fleet girls, "Few possess the steadfast will and boundless compassion that you demonstrate." As their conversation deepened, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Xia Jingguo and the others began to elaborate on the current situation and their future plans for Donghuang's governance. Zhang Heng listened intently, and whenever he encountered confusion, he would quietly discuss it with Nanchang by his side. Her extensive knowledge and keen insights consistently provided him with crucial perspectives. Zhang Heng, in turn, generously shared the myriad successes of his great homeland, weaving in his own thoughts as a point of departure. From economic development strategies to social governance models, from measures for ensuring the well-being of the populace to the promotion of cultural heritage, these innovative and practical insights captivated Xia Jingguo and the others, fostering a newfound respect for this young naval commander. At last, the discussion turned to the pivotal issue of naval leadership. With a serious and sincere demeanor, Xiao Jing was stated, "We are confident in the leadership of the fleet by the ship girls. However, at such a critical juncture in the unification war, our eagerness to meet you is tinged with a degree of concern." It was then that Ji Changhai, the economic supervisor, took the floor. Lean and exuding competence, he spoke with clarity. "Throughout the history of Donghuang, every commander has invariably devolved into an exploiter. This is precisely the root of our apprehension." Zhang Heng nodded in understanding, responding candidly, "I completely acknowledge your concerns. I share the same worries. After all, it is not uncommon for those waving the red flag to undermine it, seeking personal gain under the guise of revolution. However, this meeting has alleviated many of my doubts. That said, I must unequivocally state that I will not relinquish command of the Navy. Even if I were to do so, you would likely find it difficult to maintain control. The current Navy is comprised almost entirely of ship girls who resonate with my ideals. Their faith in the ideals and beliefs represented by the red flag far surpasses my own. Just as the once committed Danyang of the Sakura faction embodied the noble thought of unwavering service to the people. Therefore, this meeting has allowed us to deepen our understanding of one another, laying a solid foundation for future cooperation, which is already a significant achievement." A brief silence enveloped the room as everyone pondered the weight of Zhang Heng's words. Yet, rather than tension, the air was filled with a burgeoning sense of mutual understanding and trust fostered through honest dialogue. After a lengthy half-day of meticulous discussions, Zhang Heng was officially nominated as a member of the 5-person committee. He would oversee naval affairs and manage all marine-related matters, including ocean development. The formal appointment required a vote at the General Assembly. However, given the urgent situation in the Northeast, Zhang Heng and his party hastily bid farewell to Bashuping that afternoon. They set sail in the waters south of Tianjin, resolutely navigating the waves toward the northeastern battlefield, embraced by the sea breeze. Chapter 7. The Battle of Xiangfeng, Part 1. On March 1, 104, the First Fleet arrived punctually at the designated maritime region, promptly and methodically commencing operations. and began to patrol the surrounding waters. The fleet's mission was unequivocal: to eradicate the deep-sea threats that roamed within a 500-kilometer radius, firmly establishing maritime supremacy over this expanse. The objective was to thwart the commanders of the old Eastern Empire from leveraging naval forces to assist in their futile resistance, clinging desperately to the strategically vital cities of Xiangping and Fengtian. As dawn approached on March 10, 104, a mere 44 hours remained until the scheduled commencement of hostilities at 0400 on March 12. The northeastern seas shimmered with a cold, ashen light, exuding an atmosphere of grim anticipation. Under the command of Zhang Hong, the First Fleet was already in a state of readiness, steadfastly anchored amidst the surging waves. The Changxing 15 nuclear submarine, akin to a ghost concealed in the abyss, quietly navigated the waters surrounding the fleet. Its advanced sonar system operated incessantly, akin to keen ears, meticulously converting every subtle movement within a radius of several dozen nautical miles into detailed data, which was transmitted in real time back to the command center aboard the Fujian ship via encrypted lines. This provided the fleet with an unwavering support to assist the army in their operations. The escort formation, comprising the Nanchang, Xiangtan, Anshan, Fushun, and Changchun vessels, advanced in unison with the Fujian at its core, leaving behind straight and profound trails across the sea. Simultaneously, the Ninghai, Pinghai, and Danyang were diligently finalizing the adjustments and calibrations of their naval artillery. They gradually positioned themselves to effectively support the army's siege operations, their gun barrels poised regally towards the distant land, ready to unleash their might. Kongyangsing, utilizing its superior detection apparatus, amalgamated intelligence gathered by the warning and reconnaissance aircraft deployed by the Fujian, alongside crucial information relayed by undercover personnel embedded within the enemy ranks. It meticulously analyzed and integrated various intelligence streams, continuously refining the defensive layout of the enemy in Xiangping and Fengtian, swiftly and accurately transmitting the key insights derived from real-time analyses to the command center of the 4th Field Army Group, which was leading this campaign, as well as to the bridge command center of the Fujian. At this moment, Zhang Hong stood resolutely on the bridge of the Fujian, engaging in multiple in-depth discussions with the army commanders through a highly encrypted communication system. They meticulously deliberated over every detail of the operational plan, from the precise timing of naval artillery support to the optimal assault route for the army, confirming and perfecting the specific coordination strategies, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. The Navy was set to commence the first round of fire coverage on the enemy's defensive fortifications in Xiangping and Fengtian precisely at 0400, paving the way for the army's advance. Zhang Heng's words were resolute and powerful, imbued with an undeniable determination, emphasizing the critical importance for the army to seize this pivotal moment and swiftly breach the enemy lines. The army commander responded decisively. "Understood. We are fully prepared," awaiting the thunderous roar of naval artillery to commence an all-out offensive. On March 11th, only 24 hours remain until the onset of battle. The fleet has initiated a comprehensive blockade of the waters surrounding Xiangping and Fengtian. This blockade is meticulous and impenetrable, designed not only to counter threats from enemy forces and deep-sea powers, but also to strictly regulate the movements of civilian vessels, ensuring that only the First Fleet enjoys unrestricted freedom within these vital waters. Each ship follows a predetermined patrol route, establishing an unassailable line of blockade across the sea. Any enemy vessels attempting to approach will be met with immediate and resolute interception. At 2 o'clock on March 12th, just 2 hours remain before the conflict erupts. The entire fleet is now in a heightened state of combat readiness. Zhang Hong returns to the bridge, gazing into the vast darkness of the distant land. He is acutely aware that this battle represents a pivotal turning point for Dongwon, and they bear an immense weight of mission and expectation. All ships, 1 hour until combat readiness, he announces, conduct a thorough inspection to ensure absolute preparedness. His calm, yet resolute voice resonates clearly through the communications system, reaching every corner of the fleet. At 4 o'clock, the atmosphere within the bridge of the Fujian ship is thick with tension, the blue glow of the dashboard illuminating Zhang Heng's top profile. All ships, commence fire coverage. His command strikes the communications device with the force of a hammer, and in an instant, the 155mm and 130mm main guns of the Ningxi, Pinghai, and Danyang warships roar in unison. From the cannon mouths, Orange-red flames erupt as countless shells, trailing fiery tails, pierce the night sky like a cascade of falling meteors, hurtling towards the walls of Xiangping. The first volley strikes precisely at the midsection of the walls, sending debris and fragments of enemy bodies soaring into the air, tracing a crimson parabola against the darkened sky. Following this, the vertical launch system of the Nanchang ship slowly activates, sequentially unveiling 16 launch tubes, revealing the poised Changjian, 10 cruise missiles within. These dark, gray steel weapons boast streamlined bodies and folding wings, with their engine exhausts emitting an eerie blue glow. Upon receiving the launch command, the Changjian, 10 missiles emit a deep rumble, ascending skyward in a line, trailing white tails. After a brief maneuver at low altitude, they glide just above the surface at subsonic speeds, utilizing terrain-matching guidance systems as agile as falcons, racing toward critical targets such as the enemy command center and munitions depot. The missile swarm sweeps over the city walls, casting colossal shadows above the streets, prompting the enemy to scatter like headless flies. Moments later, the target area erupts in a series of explosive flashes. The high explosive power of the Changjian, 10 warheads, is unleashed instantaneously, the violent shockwaves toppling buildings within the district. While the reinforced concrete structure of the enemy command center collapses in a thunderous explosion, igniting a mountain of accumulated munitions. The towering flames and thick smoke envelop the entire region, plunging the enemy's command system into disarray under this devastating onslaught. At 0330 hours, on the flight deck of the Fujian aircraft carrier, the catapults ignited with a long trail of flames as 24J, 15T carrier-based fighter jets ascended sequentially into the sky. The battle commenced, with the prowling aircraft unleashing precision-guided bombs and air-to-ground missiles upon the city of Xiangping. The precision bombs fell like a torrential downpour, systematically obliterating the defensive fortifications, bunkers, and anti-aircraft positions along the city walls. For a full hour, the fleet's firepower surged like a relentless tide, inundating the defenses outside Xiangping in a conflagration. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the haze of smoke, a scene of devastation unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers. The majority of the city walls lay in ruins, the remaining fortifications riddled with gaping holes, and the enemy's resistance nearly extinguished. At 0500 hours, the clarion call of the charge shattered the silence of smoke. The soldiers of the 4th Field Army surged forward like a tidal wave, armed with captured American M1 carbines and Czech light machine guns. They bore ammunition boxes brimming with grenades, trampling over rubble and debris as they stormed into the ravaged city. At the forefront of the ranks, several seized M4 Sherman tanks roared into action, their treads crushing the remnants of burning vehicles, billowing acrid black smoke into the air. However, upon entering the city, the brutal urban combat was only just beginning. The enemy, having lost their outer defenses, clung tenaciously to the intricate architecture within, fortifying windows with sandbags to create makeshift bunkers and erecting layers of barricades from rails and planks across the streets. Every avenue and every building had transformed into a fierce battleground. Suddenly, the sharp crackle of American Thompson submachine guns erupted from around the corner. The reconnaissance team, leading the charge, immediately dropped to the ground as their leader, Wang Dezhu, raised his binoculars for a quick reconnaissance. Catching a glint of steel helmets reflected from a third-floor window, Team 2, provide suppressive fire. Team 3, maneuver to the rear. He commanded in a hushed tone, prompting the soldiers to disperse swiftly. The Czech light machine gun spat fire, suppressing the enemy's fire, while Team 3 crept along the walls, utilizing shell craters as cover to advance. In that moment, a soldier suddenly screamed in agony as a grenade soared from the debris, detonating beside him. "Take cover," Wang Dazhu shouted, and the soldiers scrambled for shelter. Seizing the opportunity, the enemy intensified their fire, bullets ricocheting off the walls and sending shards of stone flying. As the acrid scent of smoke and blood permeated the air, Wang Dazhu pulled out 2 grenades, removed the safety pins, and hurled them towards the upper floors. With 2 resounding explosions, the gunfire momentarily ceased, and the soldiers of Team 3 seized the moment to rush into the building. Inside, darkness enveloped them as the soldiers held their weapons tightly, holding their breath as they searched each floor. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the 2nd floor, prompting Wang Dazhu to signal a halt. A soldier stealthily ascended the stairs, only to encounter an enemy soldier launching a bayonet attack around the corner. The two grappled fiercely, with the soldier overpowering his adversary and delivering a brutal blow to the enemy's head with the butt of his gun. Yet, more foes surged from the rooms, and a fierce melee erupted in the narrow hallway. Bayonets clashed, igniting sparks, as the soldiers' shouts mingled with the anguished cries of their adversaries, resonating throughout the corridor. Worse still, the enemy has organized a multitude of suicide squads. These daring individuals, clutching cluster grenades, lie in wait amidst the ruins, poised to launch their deadly assaults. As an M4 Sherman tank slowly traverses the intersection, one such operative suddenly leaps from the debris, charging towards the tank with a fervent cry. The tank crew, caught off guard, can only hear a thunderous explosion as the vehicle is instantly engulfed in flames, the inferno consuming its entire structure. Nearby soldiers, their eyes aflame with rage, unleash a torrent of gunfire towards the direction where the assailant had concealed himself. When their ammunition is exhausted, they brandish their bayonets and rush forward to engage in close combat. Zhang Heng, aboard the Fujin, watches the soldiers' arduous advance through the urban battleground via real-time footage. His heart heavy with anxiety and sorrow, he continually adjusts the fleet's support strategy, commanding the carrier aircraft to lower their altitude for reconnaissance and fire strikes on areas where the enemy might be concealed. The Nanchang is also on standby, prepared to launch cruise missiles to eliminate hidden threats. Yet, even with formidable naval and aerial firepower at their disposal, the ferocity of urban combat remains beyond imagination. Every step forward exacts an immense toll. Chapter 8. The Battle of Xiangfeng, Part 2, within the bridge of the Fujin warship. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could be wrung dry. Zhang Heng's gaze was fixed intently on the grim images of urban warfare displayed on the screen, his brow furrowed into a deep crease, his knuckles whitening from the strain of his grip. Standing beside him, Fujin's expression was marked by an amalgamation of compassion and urgency. Taking a deep breath, she broke the oppressive silence. "Commander, we cannot continue like this. The casualties among the army are too great. At this rate, even if we capture Xiangping, we will pay an unbearable price." Kaixing's voice resonated through the communications system. "Indeed, the enemy is entrenched behind the buildings, fiercely resisting, making it difficult for our heavy artillery to strike accurately. Our soldiers are at a disadvantage in close-quarters combat. However, we might leverage a swarm of drones to alter the course of the battle." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Zhang Heng's eyes. "Yes. Why did I not think of that? What are the specifics of the operation?" Fujin approached the map, pointing to the layout of Xiangping's urban area. The city is densely constructed, with narrow streets that hinder the deployment of large equipment. Yet, drones are compact and highly maneuverable, able to navigate effortlessly through the confines. We can employ a swarm of drones to conduct precise reconnaissance and strikes against the enemy's hiding spots and strongholds. Kaixing nodded, adding, "Exactly. In my prior research, I have optimized the drone's performance. They are equipped with advanced sensors and intelligent recognition systems, allowing for swift target acquisition of enemy positions. Additionally, they can carry small bombs to effectively incapacitate the enemy. Furthermore, the drone swarm can coordinate in formation, creating a comprehensive strike network." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Heng decisively commanded, "Excellent. Prepare the drone swarm immediately and establish contact with the army to inform them of our support plan." Soon, the flight deck of the Fujin was abuzz with activity. Drones were neatly arranged, and Oho assisted in the launch of each small aircraft. Concurrently, Zhang Heng communicated with the commander of the 4th Field Army Group. "Lin, we are preparing to deploy a drone swarm to assist you in breaching the enemy's defenses." The army commander responded with curiosity. "What is that? How effective will it be?" Zhang Heng elaborated on the tactics and applications of the drone swarm. As the army and navy coordinated closely, the drone swarm was readied. At the command of Fujin, Oho piloted hundreds of drones into the air like a swarm of bees taking flight, heading towards the urban area of Xiangping. In the sky, they swiftly formed a formation, advancing along a predetermined course towards various enemy positions. The drone swarm, thanks to its remarkable stealth, silently infiltrated the battlefield. Utilizing advanced sensors, they conducted comprehensive detection of enemy targets within Xiangping. Soon, the enemy's fire points, hiding spots, and the congregation of suicide squads were all meticulously identified. Upon locating an enemy bunker, the drone swarm promptly unleashed small bombs, obliterating the stronghold. When encountering suicide squads concealed within the ruins, the drones executed immediate close-range attacks, carving out a safe passage for the army soldiers. On a narrow street, a contingent of enemy troops took refuge behind a building, fiercely resisting with concentrated firepower that rendered it nearly impossible for the army soldiers to advance. Just then, drones surged through the air, adeptly maneuvering and accurately dropping bombs. With each resounding explosion, the building was obliterated, and the enemy's gunfire abruptly ceased. Seizing the opportunity, the army soldiers swiftly surged forward, successfully claiming the territory. With the robust support of the drone swarm, the army's casualties were significantly reduced, and their offensive was relentless. They advanced with fervor, progressively compressing the enemy's defensive line. The opposing forces, beset by the fierce onslaught of the drone swarm, succumbed to chaos and panic, unable to mount an effective resistance. After several hours of intense combat, the army finally breached the enemy's last line of defense. Soldiers poured into the heart of Xiangping City like a tidal wave, engaging in a final showdown with the remaining enemy forces. The smoke of battle still lingered over the city, where the rubble glowed a dark crimson in the morning light. Soldier Chen Jiangwo's attire was already soaked with blood and dust, and a fragment of shrapnel hung from the edge of his steel helmet. His knuckles, clenched around the red flag, turned white from the strain, with droplets of blood seeping between his fingers and slowly dripping down the flagpole, blooming into dark red flowers on the blue-gray bricks of the city wall. Comrades! Chen Jiangwo's hoarse roar pierced the battlefield silence, prompting over 20 soldiers behind him to form a human wall, using their bodies to shield him from any potential sniper fire. Machine gunner Wang Chong set up his heavy machine gun on the ruins, the barrel still emitting smoke, as he scanned the surroundings vigilantly and shouted back, "Squad leader Chun, we'll hold the line for you." Taking a deep breath, Chen Jiangwo stepped onto the precarious battlements, bounding up to the highest point of the city wall. At that moment, Xiangping City unfurled beneath him. Amidst the billowing black smoke from burning buildings, the traces left by the drone swarm were faintly visible, and the streets that had once claimed the lives of his comrades now stood as silent witnesses. As the metal flagpole of the red flag touched the crevice of the city wall, Chen Jiangwo exerted all his strength to thrust it down. The clash of metal against stone rang out with a crisp sound, reminiscent of victory's bell. The red flag fluttered in the wind, its vibrant hue merging with the surging dawn sky, as if it sought to ignite the entirety of Xiangping City. The red flag has been planted on the city wall. We have triumphed. It was unclear who first uttered these words, but in an instant, the battlefield erupted with thunderous cheers. In the distance, the roar of armored vehicles intertwined with the soldiers' shouts. Severely wounded, Li Lei lay on a stretcher, his previously pale face now flushed with excitement. As he trembled and raised his bandaged hand, pointing toward the red flag atop the city wall, logistics soldier Zhang Xiaoyu, tears streaming down her face, sprinkled water from her canteen into the sky, refracting shards of light in the sunlight. On the bridge of the Fujian ship, Zhang Heng and Fujin intently gazed at the fluttering red flag on the screen. Zhang Heng exhaled deeply, his tone filled with emotion and relief. We have finally succeeded. His voice carried both the weariness of hard-fought battles and the pride of achieving victory. Fujin nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on the screen as he spoke softly. Indeed, we have achieved this phase of victory. Yet, this is merely a beginning. The more critical battle of Fengtian has yet to commence. Zhang Heng, appearing contemplative, nodded in agreement, a hint of remorse crossing his face. Previously, we naively believed that equipping just 1 or 2 battalions with advanced weaponry, without thorough training or systematic learning, would suffice to establish effective combat capabilities. After all, this is a grand-scale war, with a total troop strength of 125,700,000 against 550,000 in an immense confrontation. The equipment of merely 2 battalions seems trivial in comparison. Thus, we did not summon reinforcements from Sichuan at that time. However, it appears that the ferocity of this battle far exceeds our expectations. Even a slight enhancement in strength might have significantly mitigated unnecessary sacrifices. Alas, I have erred in my dogmatic approach. Moving forward, I shall learn from this lesson and rectify my mistakes. Fujin gently patted Zhang Heng's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Indeed, we possess formidable firepower and advanced technology, yet on such a vast battlefield, these advantages can sometimes prove insufficient. Ultimately, to achieve a flawless victory without casualties, We must rely on the people and that unwavering faith. Chapter 9. The Battle of Xiangfeng. Conclusion. With the conclusion of the Battle of Xiangfeng, a significant transformation has taken place in the entire Northeast. Only 200,000 enemy troops remain, ensnared like trapped beasts within the confines of Fengtian City. The flames of war in Xiangfeng have gradually subsided, though the acrid smoke has yet to dissipate entirely. Accompanied by colleagues from Nanchang and Anshan, Zhang Hing stepped into this city, which had recently endured the ravages of conflict. They arrived at the temporary command post of the 4th Field Army Group, where they met with Commander Lin, who was responsible for directing the battle. Commander Lin, notably slender and reticent, was intently focused on the military maps spread before him, seemingly searching for the optimal strategy for the next phase of combat amidst the intricate lines and symbols. Upon noticing Zhang Heng and his companions, Lin immediately straightened up, hastening forward to grasp Zhang Heng's hand firmly. With heartfelt sincerity, he expressed, "You have been of immense assistance. Without the formidable support from your navy, capturing Xiangfeng would have exacted a far graver toll." Zhang Heng, still affected by the numerous casualties from the battle, spoke with a hint of remorse. "We have not provided sufficient support. If we could have offered more assistance, the casualties during this morning's drone operation would not have been so severe." Lin gently waved his hand, halting Zhang Heng's self-reproach, and replied earnestly, "Comrade Zhang Heng, Admiral Zhang Heng, we find ourselves amidst war, and war is inherently brutal. Our objective is to liberate the Northeast completely, thereby achieving the total liberation of the nation. We must not fixate solely on the immediate toll of casualties, but rather set our sights on a broader vision and greater goals." Initially taken aback by Lin's words, Zhang Heng instinctively felt the urge to argue. Yet, memories of the arduous journey they had traversed flooded his mind. Reflecting on how comrades had forged the present victory with their blood and lives, he felt a profound sense of humility and recognized his lack of standing to dispute Lin's perspective. After a moment of silence, Zhang Heng stated, "The Battle of Fengtian is about to commence. Our Navy will continue to deploy artillery, missiles, and aerial bombardments to provide comprehensive fire support for you. Moreover, I have observed that drones play a crucial role on the battlefield, and I have specially brought 1000 units. While the number may not be vast, it should offer you significant assistance. Please arrange for some personnel to learn how to operate them from Kaiangxing." Upon hearing this, Lin's expression brightened, and he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "We can directly control such agile and compact aircraft? That is absolutely splendid. With the aid of the drones, I am even more confident in our ability to seize Fengtian." The walls of Fengtian emerged through the morning mist, their gray-blue outlines stark against the dawn. The blue flag of the old Dongwang fluttered atop the towers, now stained with the remnants of smoke and battle. Unlike Xiangfeng, the fortifications here appeared far more robust, with machine gun bunkers constructed from sandbags, barricades fashioned from iron rails and wooden planks, and mortar launch points concealed within residential areas. Zhang Heng's reconnaissance report indicated that the enemy was primarily armed with American M1 rifles and Thompson submachine guns, with only a limited number of heavy weapons, including American-made 105mm howitzers and Japanese mortars. The enemy lacks missiles, relying instead on World War II-era Bofors anti-aircraft guns for defense. Zhang Heng submitted a report to General Lin, noting that they had transformed Fengtian City into a fortress, with every street potentially harboring ambushes. Fujin supplemented this with aerial reconnaissance data, revealing that the enemy had established a 3-tiered defensive perimeter within the city. The core area, anchored by structures such as the Central Bank and City Hall, was fortified with concrete, while the outer ring was littered with deceptive mines and anti-tank trenches. Kaiangxing projected a map, stating, "We have learned from the lessons of the Xiangfeng battle and are now prepared to deploy a swarm of hummingbird drones for preliminary reconnaissance." At 3 a.m., the moonlight was obscured by clouds. 100 small reconnaissance drones swept over Fengtian City like a flock of birds, their infrared cameras penetrating the darkness, relaying real-time information on enemy machine gun positions, mortar sites, and troop deployments back to the Fujin ship. Unlike the Xiangfeng battle, these drones were no longer equipped with self-destructing munitions. Instead, they focused on guiding shipborne artillery to their targets. "Ninghai Pinghai, target the machine gun nests on either side of the East Gate Tower. Use high-explosive shells," commanded Zhang Heng. The two ships' 155mm main guns erupted with a deep roar, their shells trailing orange flames as they sliced through the night sky. thanks to precise ballistic computer calculations coupled with the drone's accurate guidance. The first salvo struck the sandbag fortifications flanking the tower, sending machine gunners and their weapons flying from their cover. The carrier aircraft prepared for an airstrike as Zhang Heng continued to issue commands. 6J-15T carrier-based fighters, laden with 500-pound aerial bombs, navigated under the drone's guidance, evading the enemy's sparse anti-aircraft fire to accurately deliver their payloads onto the enemy's artillery positions. The violent explosions overturned the gun barrels, igniting ammunition boxes that illuminated half the sky with their fiery glow. The army can advance, Zhang Heng reported to General Lin. General Lin picked up the phone. Attention all assault units. The Navy has neutralized the enemy's outer firepower. Advance along the designated route. Unlike the brutal urban warfare in Xiangping, the enemy forces within Fengtian City, hampered by ineffective communication, exhibited a disorganized command structure. As the army soldiers charged through the city gates, they encountered fierce yet uncoordinated resistance. The swarm of drones zipped between buildings, marking the enemy's precise locations with their cameras and using laser pointers to guide the army's targets. Second squad, be aware. There's a heavy machine gun on the second floor to the right at the upcoming alley, came the drone operator's voice over the radio. The soldiers immediately took cover, and the rocket launcher operators swiftly set up the launcher, scoring a direct hit on the second floor window. The gunfire abruptly ceased, allowing the assault squad to surge through the alley. Zhang Heng observed the live feed from the bridge, his brow gradually unfurling. This is going much smoother than Xiangping. Our tactical coordination between carrier aircraft and drones has proven quite successful. Fu Jin nodded, yet we must remain vigilant. They may resort to Molotov cocktails and cluster grenades for suicide attacks, as seen in the later stages of the Xiangping battlefield. Indeed, in front of the central bank building in the city center, the enemy organized a suicide squad, hiding behind the wreckage of vehicles while clutching wooden boxes filled with explosives. As the army tanks approached, the suicide squad members charged out with cries, only to be preemptively spotted by the drones. Snipers swiftly eliminated them. The support arrived with impeccable timing. Lin's voice resonated with excitement. Had we possessed such aerial assistance in the past, how many lives could we have spared? The battle raged until dusk, and as a crimson flag was hoisted atop the municipal building, the gunfire within Fengtian City gradually subsided. Zhang Heng stood on the deck, gazing at the returning fleet of aircraft, his heart awash with profound reflections. In stark contrast to the Xiangping campaign, the siege of Fengtian resembled a relentless onslaught propelled by technological superiority. The enemy, faced with our fleet of carrier-based aircraft and drones, was rendered nearly defenseless. We triumphed through our technological advancements, yet more so by heeding the lessons of the past. Nanchang concluded that the bloodshed at Xiangping was not in vain. It taught us how to adapt our tactics across various theaters of war. Zhang Heng nodded, directing his gaze towards Fengtian City. Notify all vessels to compile battlefield data. We must apply the insights gained from this experience to the forthcoming campaigns. As he watched the jubilant soldiers of the army dancing and celebrating with the welcoming residents of Fengtian, the urgency of liberating the nation weighed heavily upon Zhang Heng's heart. The naval fleet remained steadfastly vigilant in the nearby waters, closely coordinating with land operations. Each warship stood ready, day and night, safeguarding these waters and prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Time slipped by quietly, from March 12th to April 11th. As the Xiangfeng campaign endured a grueling month of fierce combat, pursuing the routed enemy and gathering prisoners, ultimately drawing the curtain on this chapter. Throughout this month, the Army and Navy collaborated closely, unyielding in the face of adversity, fighting valiantly. The echoes of gunpowder and the battle cries of soldiers seemed to linger in the air. With the final batch of enemy forces surrendering their weapons, the entire northeastern region broke free from the shackles of the old regime, firmly under the control of the new Dongwang, heralding the dawn of a new beginning. Chapter 10. Post-war impact in the month following the conclusion of the Xiangfeng campaign. The Xiangtan, Ninghai, Pinghai, and Danyang vessels chose to remain stationed in the area, dedicating themselves to the efforts of post-war reconstruction and governance in the northeastern region. Their presence infused this war-torn land with strength and hope, facilitating a more expeditious process of rebuilding and resettlement. Meanwhile, the Silk Road Arc actively engaged in these endeavors. utilizing its advanced medical equipment and professional expertise to provide comprehensive and high-quality medical assistance to the injured soldiers and local populace, thereby saving countless precious lives. The Chagan Lake also contributed by supplying resources and participating in the reconstruction efforts. Zhang Heng and his companions set off for home, returning to their familiar port area. To their delight, the hills behind the port had undergone a remarkable transformation over the past month. Once barren land had been leveled to create an expansive area, where a splendid school now stood. Like a brilliant jewel, it adorned the rear of the port area. Comrade Xiao Liang, the chief responsible for diplomacy and education, personally attended the momentous ribbon-cutting ceremony, accompanied by a group of vibrant young men and women. These individuals had been meticulously selected from various liberated zones, embodying the spirit of the new Dongwang with a resonance for the sea, destined to receive education here and infuse the Navy with fresh blood. At that moment, these youths eagerly anticipated the new life that awaited them, with the school set to commence on May 1st. However, the Xiangtan, Ninghai, Pinghai, Danyang, Silk Road Arc, and Chagan Lake, still engaged in their respective tasks in the northeast, were unable to return for the ceremony. Meanwhile, the Sichuan vessel, which had previously embarked on an exploratory mission to the Shuzhou and Yangzhou Straits, had returned. At this time, Sichuan was engrossed in strategizing with Yixian in their dormitory about the operational plans for advancing south to capture Jinling. Upon Zhang Heng's return to the port area, he was immediately drawn into a small conference room by Changsha and Xiao Liang. Observing Xiao Liang's anxious expression, Zhang Heng inquired, "Comrade Xiao, what troubles you so? You seem quite hurried." Xiao Liang, a robust middle-aged man, had previously greeted Zhang Heng with a warm smile during his visit to Baishupa, yet they had not engaged in in-depth conversation. He was known for his steadfast adherence to duty, refraining from expressing opinions on matters beyond his jurisdiction. Thus, during discussions concerning naval affairs, he had merely cast a supportive vote for Zhang Heng to become the chief. At this moment, Xiao Liang grasped Zhang Heng's hand tightly, patting it repeatedly as he exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful." The Xiangfeng campaign was executed splendidly. Since the visit to Baishupa, Zhang Heng had come to understand Xiao Liang's character. Witnessing his affable demeanor left him somewhat perplexed. "Please, spare me the suspense. Your manner has me quite anxious," Zhang Heng urged. Upon hearing this playful remark, Xiao Liang burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, young people are so delightful. Very well, I shall not keep you in suspense. You are well aware that our unified war initially erupted from the northeastern region, with the subsequent significant objective being the ancient capital of Yanjing, along with the gateway to Yanjing, Tianjin." Zhang Heng nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed, my hasty return was precisely to summarize the experiences from this campaign, and thereafter to head north with the Sichuan fleet, coordinating with our allied forces to capture Tianjin." With a smile, Xiao Liang remarked, "There is no need for that. You may now enjoy a well-deserved respite at the port. Both Yanjing and Tianjin have surrendered, achieving a peaceful liberation." Zhang Heng, his face alight with surprise, inquired, "Both locations were peacefully liberated?" Xiao Liang nodded earnestly, explaining, "Indeed. The one who occupied Yanjing is Fu Jinyue, one of the 10 commanders of the former Eastern Empire. He commands the Chongfeng-class destroyer, Chongfeng. On ordinary days, Fu Jinyue personally oversees Yanjing, while Chongfeng is stationed at Tianjin. He does not interfere with our local movements, but he possesses a strong sense of territoriality over his own domain. Your maritime support to the northeastern front demonstrated such formidable strength that it deeply impressed Chongfeng, leading her to fervently persuade her commander, Fu Jinyue, to abandon his misguided allegiance. Just yesterday, Fu Jinyue sent a telegram declaring his uprising, and thus Yanjing and Tianjin were officially announced liberated. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Heng could not contain his joy, exclaiming, "Wonderful, truly splendid. Commanders ought to heed the opinions of the ship girls. Alienating them is a grave misstep. By the way, what specific arrangements do we have for them?" A glimmer of excitement flashed in Xiao Liang's eyes as he eagerly replied, after extensive discussions, "We believe that although Fu Jinyue is a significant figure from the former Eastern Empire, his situation differs from that of the Chong family, making him a candidate for persuasion. The new government plans to assign him a ministerial position, although military authority will certainly be reclaimed. As for Chongfeng, our consensus is to send her here to you. Initially, she will receive education and guidance from Changsha, and subsequently, we plan for her to serve as a teacher in the school, nurturing the next generation of commanders. What do you think of this arrangement? Zhang Heng turned to Changsha beside him, seeking her opinion. Do you find this arrangement feasible? After a moment of contemplation, Changsha slowly responded, I believe it is quite reasonable. The ship girls are indeed suited to be grouped together, and our interactions will facilitate smoother communication, thus aiding her integration into the new environment. Upon hearing Changsha's affirmative response, Qiao Liang visibly relaxed, smiling as he said, My original duty was to facilitate communication and coordination with these fragmented factions. Now that the issue in Yanjing has been resolved smoothly, I can finally take a breather and rest a bit. Coincidentally, with the school opening on May 1st, I shall impose upon you for a few days. You won't mind my presence, will you? Zhang Heng laughed heartily, responding, What are you saying, Chief Qiao? How could we possibly mind? It is perfect timing, as you have yet to experience life in our naval port district. Immersing yourself fully would be most beneficial, wouldn't you agree? Since then, Qiao Liang embarked on a journey of experiential living in the port area, where each day brought him unexpected astonishment. Everything here, from the rigorous and orderly daily training to the meticulous and efficient workflows, as well as the seamless interactions between the ship girls and the local community, allowed Qiao Liang to deeply appreciate a vibrant vitality and unique charm. Meanwhile, Changsha devoted herself wholeheartedly to the preparations for the school opening, leaving no detail overlooked and personally attending to every task. For each prospective freshman's resume, she meticulously reviewed every piece of information without missing a single detail. Furthermore, she enlisted Datong to engage in face-to-face discussions with these spirited young individuals. Through profound conversations, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that the children sent from Beishiping were indeed exceptional talents. Simultaneously, Zhang Heng and Kai Yingxing immersed themselves in the research facilities, diligently striving to expedite the development of upgrade plans for Anshan, Fushun, Changchun, and Taiyuan through their combined efforts. Chapter 11 The upgrade of the four great kings. Zhang Heng and Kai Yingxing immersed themselves in research at the scientific facility for several days, ultimately achieving a critical breakthrough in the enigmatic realm of mental consciousness. They discovered a method that would enable the Anshan and her companions to undergo a transformation termed upgrade, which would allow them to retain their current memories even after completely metamorphosing into a new vessel. Thus, they would not merely become a brand new ship bearing the name of their predecessor, but rather, they would cleverly amalgamate the essence of the newly born ship's soul with their existing identities, evolving into a more complete version of themselves. Zhang Heng gazed at the mental core fusion technology acquired through Point Redemption, unable to conceal his excitement. It seemed that the fleeting inspiration that had crossed his mind was indeed correct. A mental core was essential to carry consciousness, allowing for a seamless integration during the upgrade process. Kai Yingxing gently took hold of this technology and integrated it with her meticulously prepared upgrade plan. After a thorough comparison and adjustment, she was delighted to discover that the two could fit together perfectly. This was indeed a significant achievement. However, she mused, each upgrade consumed a core. Wouldn't that be a cause for concern? Zhang Heng chuckled, finding her question amusing. What is there to lament? We have amassed countless mental cores throughout our journey from the ocean's corner. If there is one thing we have in abundance, it is certainly this. Furthermore, while I am genuinely curious about what the new 055 class Anshan will look like, my foremost desire is to facilitate the successful upgrade of our esteemed Anshan to the 055 class, enabling her to continue leading us in strengthening our naval power. Kai Yingxing nodded in agreement. Indeed, venerable ships with profound legacies are indispensable treasures in the development of our navy. Besides, who says the newly commissioned Anshan Wunti embody the spirit of her predecessor? Never mind. Such philosophical musings are beyond the scope of a ship girl focused on research like myself. By the way, when do you plan to commence their upgrades? Zhang Heng lifted his gaze toward the deep night sky outside, brimming with anticipation. Let it be tomorrow. Tomorrow, we shall upgrade Anshan, Fushun, Changchun, and Taiyuan, our four great kings. I am quite curious if, after their upgrade, the charming lowly will morph into a mature and captivating lady. Kai Yingxing couldn't help but roll her eyes at Zhang Heng, feigning disdain. TSK, that's your only trivial thought. The following morning, sunlight poured down on the base as usual, yet the atmosphere felt exceptionally distinct. Zhang Heng gathered everyone at the base, including Chief Qiao Liang and the eager prospective students, in the scientific facility. In the central area of the facility, Anshan, Fushun, Changchun, and Taiyuan stood solemnly before their respective research sleep chambers. Fushun, having undergone disassembly post-retirement, was unaware of what the new Fushun would resemble. The other three ship girls, now serving as educational bases, were somewhat familiar with the appearance of their successors. After a night of deep contemplation and psychological adjustment, they ultimately resolved to embark on this profoundly significant upgrade. This upgrade is not merely an enhancement based on the existing foundation, akin to that of Ninghai and Pinghai. Rather, it represents a significant transformation that will fundamentally reshape both the hull and the very essence of the vessel. Anshan cast a gentle gaze upon her three sisters and softly declared, "Sisters, allow me to take the first step. Should the upgrade render me no longer the Anshan you once knew, but a completely new Anshan, you may then deliberate on whether to embark on this journey yourselves. And, if that time comes, please treat the reborn me with kindness." With determination etched upon her face, Anshan slowly entered the dormant chamber. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng approached the core entrance of the research facility, cautiously inserting a core that shimmered with an enigmatic glow. Kaiangxing was intently engaged in operating the upgrade process. As precious resources flowed in continuously, the countdown timer prominently displayed on the screen signaled the official commencement of Anshan's upgrade journey. As the countdown reached 0, the lengthy wait, woven with a blend of anxiety and anticipation, finally drew to a close. The chamber door of the dormant pod opened slowly, resembling a scene in slow motion, accompanied by the faint sound of mechanical operation, as if announcing the onset of a new phase. Anshan stepped out with a measured gait. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow and approached her briskly, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Senior Anshan, it seems the upgrade was not successful. I perceive no changes at all." A subtle smile graced Anshan's lips as she revealed her confidence, then activated her ship form. In an instant, the iconic integrated mast of the 055 class destroyer, the neatly arranged vertical launch systems, and the imposing HPJ 45 single-barrel 130mm main gun all came into clear view before the onlookers. Anshan playfully winked and teased, "Commander, are you perhaps disappointed that I Haven team matured into a figure like Nanchang?" Zhang Heng's face flushed crimson, and he quickly waved his hands in denial. No. I truly thought the upgrade had failed. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm. That said, how do you feel now?" Anshan turned to face her sister of the 7 class, her eyes brimming with encouragement and resolve. "Sisters, rest assured about the upgrade. It is not as complicated as we imagined. I feel as if I have returned to that grand world, once more galloping across our nation's vast maritime expanse as the 055 class ship 103. Behold, the 7 class ship 101 Anshan is still me, and now the 055 class ship 103 Anshan remains me as well." Upon hearing these words, Fushun, Changchun, and Taiyuan's eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm, as if their inner fire had been ignited. They exchanged glances, eager to head to their respective dormant chambers and embark on their own upgrade journeys. After Zhang Heng sequentially placed the cores into the research apparatus, the upgrade processes for Fushun, Taiyuan, and Changchun commenced in succession. However, the countdown times required for their upgrades varied significantly. The countdown for Fushun was a mere 30 minutes, while Taiyuan required 1 hour and 30 minutes, and Changchun's upgrade countdown extended to an astonishing 2 hours and 30 minutes. Zhang Heng gazed at this peculiar arrangement of time, filled with confusion, and inquired of Kaiyang Star, "Isn't something off with this timing? I recall that Changchun corresponds to vessel 150 of the 052C class. Taiyuan is vessel 131 of the 052D class, and Fushun is even a 055 class vessel numbered 114. This upgrade timing seems erroneous." Nearby, Anshan, who was attentively focusing on the upgrade statuses of her younger sisters, overheard Zhang Heng's question and explained, "Commander, you must understand that this is an upgrade, not a new construction. The upgrade process is relatively swift. The differing times required stem from their unique experiences. Fushun, for instance, is still in the dock and has not yet officially launched as a 055 class vessel, so during the upgrade, it does not need to undergo the complete process of a new berth and commissioning. However, Taiyuan and Changchun are quite different. They must fully experience every aspect of their transformation from inception to service throughout the upgrade." Zhang Heng suddenly comprehended, nodding repeatedly. "I see now. Changchun has served longer and possesses a wealth of experience, hence the extended upgrade time, correct? Now I understand completely. Meanwhile, the other ship girls, Qiao Yang, and the prospective students were immersed in their own contemplations, silently pondering the profound implications of this upgrade. As time flowed gently in the quiet anticipation of the group, Fushun was the first to complete her upgrade. She joyfully sprang from the sleep chamber, resembling a cheerful little bird, and bounded over to Zhang Heng and Anshan. Her eyes sparkling mischievously as she said, Sister, I've suddenly become the youngest among us. Anshan smiled, gently patting Fushun's head with affection. Do not underestimate yourself. You are now the strongest, you know. Be content. Fushun pouted, persistently asserting. Humph, what use is being the strongest? I still want to appear a bit more mature. She then turned her gaze to Anshan, asking, Sister, do you think Changchun will find me bothersome? Anshan playfully tapped Fushun on the nose, laughing. How could she? As long as you don't cause too much trouble, Changchun will dote on you. Before long, Taiyuan also emerged successfully from her upgrade. She retained her usual serene demeanor, gracefully approaching her two sisters. Fushun immediately rushed over and took Taiyuan's hand. Taiyuan, do I look super adorable now? You must spoil me more from now on. Taiyuan smiled and nodded, softly responding. Indeed, Fushun, you have always been very cute. Plus, you've grown so strong. The three of them chatted quietly while awaiting Changchun. With Fushun chattering excitedly about her newfound sensations post-upgrade, Taiyuan occasionally responding gently, and Anshan listening quietly, her eyes filled with affection for her younger sisters. At last, Changchun completed her upgrade as well. She stepped out of the hibernation pod with a steady gait, and Fushun rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Changchun's. Sister Changchun, do I not appear even more adorable now? You must promise not to bully me anymore. Changchun gazed at the playful Fushun, unable to suppress a sigh. Sister Fushun, how could I ever bully you? Just refrain from causing too much trouble. You are now a 055, so it's time to mature. Fushun blinked and smiled. I understand. Little Changchun, your upgrade has made you more mature, yet a tad less charming. Taiyuan stepped forward, grasping Changchun's other hand gently. Changchun, we can once again race together. Changchun looked at her sisters beside her, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Yes, the four of us shall strive to grow stronger together. Thus, the once formidable quartet, now belonging to three different classes of warships, remained the four sisters of Golden Legend, their bond deepening. Following this transformation, they would present themselves with renewed strength, contributing to the guardianship of their maritime territory. Chapter 12. The beginning of school time slips away like a fleeting shadow, and soon May 1st approaches. During this period, the Navy has conducted several joint exercises to ensure that the Anshan and other ship girls swiftly adapt to their new equipment. Presently, the Navy boasts 3 Type 055 destroyers, significantly enhancing its overall strength, rendering it increasingly formidable. In recent days, Qiao Yang has been immersing himself in life at the port area. By a stroke of serendipity, he discovered the Sichuan's hold brimming with an array of splendid army equipment, igniting a fervent passion within him. Thus, one evening as dusk fell, Qiao Yang approached Zhang Heng's quarters. Although he felt a twinge of embarrassment, a resolute determination shone in his eyes as he spoke. Comrade Zhang Heng, commander of the Navy, your marine combat equipment is truly exquisite. I was wondering if it might be possible to allocate some support to our army. Zhang Heng regarded Qiao Yang with a pained expression. Chief Qiao, I have indeed contemplated this matter. However, as you are aware, the Sichuan is our Navy's flagship. It is not merely a munitions factory. While Sichuan can provide marine combat equipment, the subsequent production will require substantial resources. I find myself in a dilemma. The army is simply too vast. Just imagine, had we possessed these tanks, artillery, and light infantry weapons on the northeastern battlefield, how many of our valiant soldiers might have been spared? As he spoke, Zhang Heng picked up a report from the nearby table and handed it to Qiao Yang. Chief Qiao, please take a look at this document. It outlines my thoughts on the development of heavy industry. I believe we can significantly bolster industrial development in the Fengtian area, enabling them to produce tanks and artillery independently. This report encompasses technical blueprints, production processes, and all necessary details, aligning perfectly with our current industrial capabilities. My proposal is to allocate 4 elite battalions from the Army to the port area, allowing Sichuan to equip them. The Army personnel can then learn the operational methods of this equipment here. When the time comes for reconstruction in the Northeast, we can focus on advancing heavy industry. This approach would simultaneously address local employment issues and achieve self-sufficiency in military equipment. Once these 4 battalions master the equipment, they can be deployed as a spearhead to tackle the more formidable challenges. Xiao Liang took a seat, meticulously examining the report handed to him, while Zhang Heng sat quietly beside him, refraining from any sound, patiently awaiting his review. Time slipped by in silence, and after an indeterminate period, Xiao Liang finally lifted his head, his eyes alight with approval. Comrade Zhang Heng, this report is truly remarkable. Indeed, our army now comprises nearly 2 million personnel, and it is utterly unrealistic to rely solely on Sichuan for equipment. However, we currently face a shortage of skilled personnel, whether in the realm of research or those adept in operating your advanced weaponry, both of which are sorely lacking. Zhang Heng promptly took the initiative in the conversation. Chief Qiao, in addition to your responsibilities in diplomatic affairs, education also falls within your purview, correct? I have a proposition. Could we establish several specialized institutions, such as an Army University, an Air Force University, and a Technology University, leveraging the upcoming Commander School as our foundation? Here in Sichuan, we can provide Army equipment, while Fujian and Sichuan can supply Air Force assets. Additionally, Kaiangxing can offer relevant support in the field of technology. Based on this foundation, we can gradually build our own Air Force and develop an independent aviation and military industry. After all, it is through education that we can achieve sustainable development. Relying solely on ship girls is not a realistic approach. Take myself as an example. I have resonated with numerous ship girls, significantly enhancing our naval strength. However, when it comes to the tasks of the Army and Air Force, I still find myself at a loss. Xiao Liang fell into contemplation, and after a moment, he replied, "You make a valid point. Relying on others is inferior to mastering core capabilities ourselves. However, to implement these plans, the Navy Command might need to relocate from Langia. I propose retaining a portion of our forces in Langia while establishing a new base in the northeast, where we can also deploy some troops. You and your direct fleet should move to Tianjin, setting up the Navy Command and these newly established universities there. After all, the committee will soon take residence in Yinjing, and the capital will likely be established there. The Navy's presence in Tianjin would effectively complement the capital, creating a robust strategic support system." Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. "Chief Qiao, your suggestion is indeed commendable, but it may not be the most opportune time for implementation. The Northeast campaign has just concluded, and with Yinjing and Tianjin successfully liberated, the territories of Qing and Su are already under our control. According to our plans, the focus should now shift to the upcoming campaign in Jinling, correct?" Xiao Liang affirmed. "Precisely. After discussions, it has been unanimously decided to launch a cross-strait amphibious campaign by the end of the year, aiming to decisively cross the strait and liberate all of Dongguan." Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before responding. "In this context, our Navy will undoubtedly be the main force in the amphibious campaign. At such a critical juncture, diverting our focus to establish a new base may be somewhat counterproductive. Therefore, I propose that we wait until we have successfully crossed the strait and the Army has solidified its foothold in Yangzhou before considering these matters. After all, Langia is currently the most ideal base for our amphibious operations, providing significant logistical advantages for the campaign." Xiao Liang expressed his strong agreement, nodding, "You have considered this thoroughly, and I concur with your viewpoint. Once the school's opening ceremony concludes, I shall return to Yinjing and report your ideas in detail. Simultaneously, we will select 4 elite battalions from the Army to send your way." On the morning of May 1st, as dawn's light began to illuminate the scene, the port area buzzed with activity and excitement. Everyone had gathered early at the campus situated on the mountainside. Today, a ceremony of great significance would take place. President Changsha solemnly presided over the proceedings, as Xiao Liang and Zhang Heng, acting as the chief figures, gradually unveiled the crimson silk draped over the school's plaque. The meticulously crafted school emblem, pinned by Changsha and engraved with care by Datong, was revealed in all its glory. The 6 robust characters, Dongguan Naval University, shimmered brilliantly in the morning light, seemingly embodying the hopes and dreams for the future of the Dongguan Navy. Subsequently, Changsha led the newly admitted students in a solemn flag-raising ceremony. To the stirring melody, the naval flag ascended slowly, fluttering in the breeze above the school, resonating with a sound that seemed to narrate tales of mission and responsibility. Once the ceremony concluded successfully, The vibrant group of young men and women, filled with a thirst for knowledge and aspirations, followed Changsha in an orderly fashion into the teaching building, thus commencing their academic journey at Dongguan Naval University. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng and his colleagues, after attending to their respective duties, departed in succession. Xiao Liang boarded the Z-8 helicopter deployed on the Fujin ship, and with the roar of the rotor blades, the helicopter ascended gradually, heading towards Yanjing. Zhang Heng watched as the helicopter receded into the distance and turned to Nanchang and Kaixing beside him, saying, "Shouldn't we also develop the Y-20 and C919 aircraft? Relying on helicopters for every journey is rather inconvenient." A smile crept upon Kaixing's lips as he replied, "In fact, they have already been developed. Not only the Y-20 and C919, but also the KJ-500, Gaoxing 9, Y-8, and even the primary training aircraft, 6 have been successfully manufactured." Zhang Heng, taken aback, asked, "Really? How come I was unaware of this?" Nanchang, as beautiful and upright as when Zhang Heng first met her, gently explained, "You've been busy with your recent affairs, so I haven't had the chance to inform you. Moreover, the supporting infrastructure for these aircraft is quite complex. Airport construction, training of professional pilots, and tower dispatching are just a few of the many facilities that require gradual enhancement. After all, these are not merely equipment for our fleet, but are intended for broader use. Thus, while the aircraft have been developed, the subsequent tasks ahead remain a formidable challenge." Chapter 13 Intermission. The port area gradually settled into an orderly daily rhythm. As the morning light poured in, the campus resonated with the harmonious sounds of students engrossed in their studies, their rhythmic reading echoing gently through the air. Meanwhile, various fleets of ship girls meticulously patrolled the surroundings of the port each day. In the operations conference room of the port, Zhang Heng and Nanchang were wholly engrossed. Before them lay a report meticulously drafted in Sichuan. The two occasionally furrowed their brows in contemplation, carefully strategizing the specific implementation plan for the upcoming maritime campaign, preparing thoroughly for the impending conflict. Sichuan had diligently orchestrated 2 sets of ground combat equipment configurations, including the PLZ-05 155mm self-propelled howitzer, the PCL-181 155mm truck-mounted gun, the PHL-16 122mm rocket launcher, the ZBD-04 tracked infantry fighting vehicle, and the ZBD-0888 wheeled infantry fighting vehicle, along with various individual soldier gear, sufficient for 4 battalions. This arsenal included both heavy equipment and personal gear, awaiting the arrival of 4 elite battalions dispatched from Yanjing to receive and undergo corresponding training with these assets. In June, Xiangtan, Ninghai, Pinghai, and Danyang returned to the port area. The Silk Road arc made its way southward from the northeast, stopping at each port to provide attentive medical services to the local populace. Yanjing had meticulously selected numerous professionals from the medical field to board the Silk Road arc, teaching them the operational techniques of relevant medical equipment. As time progressed, the Silk Road arc had undeniably evolved into a pivotal base for cultivating medical talent in the new Eastern Huang. In July, the scorching sun relentlessly baked the earth. Changsha, accompanied by 2 students, made their way towards Zhang Heng's office. Leading the way was a 16-year-old boy, tall and upright at approximately 175 centimeters, his steps brisk and assured. His neatly cropped hair seemed to exude an air of competence, each strand reflecting a sense of purpose. With arched brows that tapered elegantly into his temples and eyes deep and bright, he possessed a striking profile. Below his high nose was a pair of firm, thin lips, slightly pursed. He donned a simple sailor shirt, its hem neatly tucked into blue trousers, and on his feet were military green rubber shoes. Trailing behind the boy was a girl of similar age, around 160 centimeters tall. Her cascading long hair flowed softly down her back, the tips brushing her waist, swaying rhythmically with her light steps. Her fair, refined oval face was adorned with gently arched willow leaf eyebrows, reminiscent of fresh buds blossoming in spring, delicate and warm. Beneath her brows, a pair of apricot eyes sparkled with clarity and vivacity, akin to a serene lake, deep and transparent, seemingly harboring fragments of starlight that twinkled brightly. When her eyes curved slightly, a sweet smile radiated from their depths, as if to dispel all gloom in the world. Her well-defined nose sculpted her face with sharp yet intricate lines, lending a 3-dimensional quality to her visage. Her lips, lightly brushed with a soft pink, resembled the delicate blooms of spring, fresh and inviting. As she gently pursed her lips, an unintentional hint of charming stubbornness emerged, evoking a sense of endearment. Clad in a pure white dress, the hem swayed delicately with the gentle breeze, resembling a white lotus in full bloom amidst the wind. The off-shoulder design artfully accentuated her graceful shoulder and neck lines, exuding an elegance akin to that of a swan. The entire scene was enveloped in an ambiguous interplay of light and shadow, where sweet fragrance and soft temperament harmoniously intertwined, complemented by a pair of simple white sandals. She radiated a refreshing and refined aura, emanating a lively charm that could make one's heart skip a beat, reminiscent of a gentle breeze in spring, light and beautiful. Within the room, Zhang Heng, along with Nanchang, Sichuan, and Fu Jin, were bent over a battle map, engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the final combat plan. Their serious expressions frozen in contemplation, the atmosphere palpably tense. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Changsha entered, leading 2 students. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the children. Changsha raised a hand to signal and introduced. These 2 are among the top students in comprehensive assessments over the past 2 months. This young man is Zhou Huaiqi, a martyr-s orphan. The girl is Nangong Xian, whose parents achieved remarkable feats on the northeastern battlefield. These children are exceptional, not only in their academic performance, but also in their ideological awareness. Furthermore, tests have shown that they have both forged a battle position within their mental space. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's eyes sparkled with surprise, and he could not help but exclaim, if they were at the Royal Naval Academy, they would undoubtedly stand out as exemplary students. Changsha, what are your intentions? Do share. Changsha smiled, casting a gentle gaze toward the 2 children, and said, I propose that they join the combat sequence for practical training, ideally granting each of them an opportunity for significant construction. Given the pressing nature of the current conflict, we urgently need fresh blood. We cannot afford to cultivate them slowly according to the usual pace. Time is of the essence. Zhang Heng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Nanchang, Sichuan, and Fu Jin, a questioning look in his eyes. Nanchang was the first to nod in agreement, his eyes brimming with affirmation. Zhang Heng then turned his attention back to the 2 children, his expression serious, and inquired, Are you prepared? Upon hearing this, both stood upright, back straight as arrows, and responded in unison, always prepared. Their voices were resolute and resonant. Subsequently, Zhang Heng led Zhou Huaiqi and Nangong Xian to the construction facilities. He retrieved 2 softly glowing cores from the side and handed them to the children, smiling as he said, Go ahead. See which ship girl you will forge a bond of the heart with. Zhou Huaiqi clutched the core tightly in his hand, his gaze intensely fixed upon the grand construction facility before him. His eyes reflected unwavering determination, without a trace of hesitation, as he swiftly strode forward. Coming to a halt before the apparatus, he took a deep breath and firmly placed the core into the designated slot. As resources began to flow continuously, the display screen on the device lit up, clearly indicating 1 hour. After Zhou Huaiqi completed his task, Nangong Xian, with light and graceful steps, slowly approached another construction facility. She turned her head slightly, her gaze tinged with a hint of tension and anticipation, directed towards Zhang Heng and the others. At that moment, Changsha cast an encouraging glance, dispelling some of Nangongxuan's unease. Bolstered by this encouragement, Nangongxian gently bit her lip, cradled the core in her hands, and slowly placed it into the construction apparatus. Almost simultaneously, the time display promptly revealed 1 hour and 20 minutes. Time flowed silently, and the hatch of Zhou Huaiqi's sleep chamber opened languidly. A tall young lady emerged gracefully from within. Making her way directly to Zhou Huaiqi, she exuded a demeanor of calmness and authority, embodying a fusion of the ruggedness of the Northwest and the depth of the Yellow River. Standing at 175 centimeters, she possessed a flawless 9-head body proportion, with her slender waist hinting at defined abdominal muscles, and her full chest lines were both crisp and elegant. Her deep blue hair cascaded down to her waist, the ends gradually transitioning to a gilded hue, tied into a high ponytail with a simple white ribbon. Her face bore a striking handsomeness, with sharp brows and eyes akin to a soaring eagle, deep sea blue irises radiating a unique charm. The young lady donned a short white military jacket, adorned with golden wave and shield insignias on the epaulettes, and a silver nameplate engraved with the number 170 pinned to her left chest. Beneath, she wore a white collared shirt, complemented by a deep blue tie, the tie clip fashioned as a delicate miniature naval cannon. Her lower attire consisted of a knee-length pleated skirt in the same color scheme, the hem embellished with a golden thread embroidery of the silhouette of Zhongshan Bridge, paired with white knee-high socks and black leather boots, presenting an air of dashing elegance. The lead ship of the 052C class destroyers, the Lanzhou, had arrived to report for duty. "Little brother, you must be my commander, right? Shall we together forge our path and conquer the seas?" Zhou Huaiqi, taken aback by Lanzhou's height matching his own, felt his face flush crimson, eliciting suppressed laughter from those present. Observing this, Changsha stepped forward, grasping Lanzhou's hand with a smile, saying, "Lanzhou, I will explain the current situation to you in detail shortly. You must take good care of your commander. Let us wait together for the results of Nan Gongshuan's grand construction." At that moment, 20 minutes remained until the conclusion of Nan Gongshuan's grand construction. The eyes of the crowd instinctively turned towards her construction facility, where the flickering countdown numbers seemed to tug at everyone's hearts. In this slightly hushed atmosphere, occasional soft whirs from the equipment could be heard, as if heralding the impending arrival of the new ship girl. Changsha gently patted Lanzhou's hand, her eyes reflecting both a warm welcome for the new member and anticipation for the outcome of Nan Gongshuan's grand endeavor. Zhou Huaiqi gradually calmed his nervousness, stealing glances at Lanzhou, his heart brimming with aspirations of future battles fought alongside her. Chapter 14. The descent. 20 fleeting minutes passed, as if they were but a moment in time. The dormant pod before Nangong Xian slowly opened its doors, accompanied by the gentle hum of machinery. A stunning woman, standing at 176 centimeters, emerged with a graceful and confident stride. Her broad, straight shoulders bestowed upon her an innate elegance. Her slender waist exuded strength, as if it concealed boundless energy. Her long, firm legs moved with a distinct rhythm. The contours of her bosom were perfectly rounded, accentuating her allure. Her skin, a healthy shade of light wheat, shimmered softly under the lights, while a natural blush on her cheeks added a touch of vitality. Her long hair, as dark as ink, was loosely styled into a distinctive zhuang bun, showcasing her ethnic heritage. A beautifully crafted silver hairpin shaped like a hibiscus flower caught the eye, its delicate petals seemingly quivering, bringing it to life. Her eyes, reminiscent of amber, were clear and bright, flecked with hints of indigo, as if they held a mysterious ocean within. When she smiled, her eyes curved like the petals of a graceful orchid, radiating endless warmth and kindness. The faint, rich red markings at the corners of her eyes served as a delicate finishing touch, adding a unique charm to her smile. She donned a traditional zhuang attire, elegantly reimagined from a navy blue military uniform. The fabric featured subtle silver threads that shimmered like rippling water, perfectly merging the dynamism of the sea with the profound culture of the Zhuang people. A vibrant belt, woven from red, black, and yellow threads, accentuated her waist, showcasing the richness of her ethnic roots. At her neckline, a hibiscus decoration bloomed, vivid and alluring, harmonizing beautifully with the silver hairpin. Her skirt, cut to the knee, revealed her slender calves as she walked. An intricately designed anklet jingled softly with each step, akin to a delicate melody. On her feet, she wore traditional cloth shoes, comfortable yet perfectly complementing her overall ensemble. This unique vessel of the fleet approached Nangong Xian cheerfully, lightly wrapping her arms around her shoulders, her face aglow with a radiant smile. Her voice was crisp and melodious. "Here comes the 052D class missile destroyer, hull number 162 Nanning. You must be my little commander, right? What an adorable little sister you are. Let us protect our maritime territory together." At that moment, Nanchang strolled over with a smile, playfully patting Nanning on the head and teasingly remarked, "All right, enough of this lovey-dovey banter with the commander, you little wanderer." Nanning feigned indignation, covering the spot where she had been patted, and retorted, "Nanchang, you're so annoying. I didn't mean to stay away from home. I was out with Yinchuan, paving the way for our navy." Nanchang chuckled, shaking his head, then gently took Nangong Xian's hand, speaking earnestly, "Your fleet girl is quite the hero, you know. Together, you'll find it easy to fit in. With her by your side, it should be a breeze." After Zhou Huaiqi and Nangong Xian successfully completed the grand construction, they were respectively assigned to the First Fleet and the Second Fleet. From that moment on, Their daily routine of training and patrolling became the central theme of their lives. On the boundless sea, they followed the fleet, bravely cutting through the waves, continuously honing their skills during training, and safeguarding the tranquility of the maritime territories while on patrol. Furthermore, they returned to school periodically for more profound ideological education in Nanchang and Xiangtan, thriving under the nourishment of knowledge and spirit. Time flowed quietly, akin to a serene river, never ceasing. Soon after, the elite troops from 4 battalions arrived in the port area in grand fashion. Under the arrangements of Sichuan and Hangzhou, these elite forces swiftly engaged in training to adapt to land combat equipment. Each of these battle-hardened soldiers emanated a unique aura forged through the crucible of war. They stood tall like pines, with straightened backs. Their faces, darkened by the sun and smoke of battle, did not diminish the resolute and sharp intensity in their eyes, which resembled that of eagles, deep and focused, as if they could perceive every subtle movement on the battlefield. The prolonged combat and training had rendered their actions clean and decisive, exuding an undeniable courage in their every gesture. Despite having just emerged from the trials of war, their spirits were vibrant and exuberant. When gathered together, they exchanged their thoughts and expectations regarding the new equipment in hushed tones, their words imbued with confidence for the forthcoming missions. Occasionally, their hearty laughter could be heard, a sound that seemed capable of dispelling all gloom, manifesting their fearless bravery and optimistic spirit. In August, as the heat peaked, the selected Air Force personnel arrived at the port area punctually. Under the meticulous arrangements of Kaiangxing and Fujian, the training commenced in an orderly fashion. Everything began with the most fundamental initial training on the primary teaching aircraft. As the trainees, akin to toddlers taking their first steps, cautiously yet eagerly explored the intricacies of operating these flying machines. The challenges faced by this cohort of Air Force personnel were formidable. They not only needed to possess exceptional physical fitness to withstand the immense pressure of flight and high-intensity training, but also required a sharp and agile mind to swiftly grasp complex aviation theories and techniques. As anticipated, the harsh elimination mechanism swiftly unfolded among them. Every training session and every assessment loomed like the sword of Damocles, where a moment's carelessness could lead to disqualification. However, even in the face of such immense pressure, the fighting spirit in the trainees' eyes never dimmed. Rather, it blazed even more fervently with each challenge they faced. In September, as the autumn winds began to rise, bringing a hint of coolness, the overall commander responsible for amphibious operations arrived at the port area, none other than General Lin, who had known the group since their time in the Northeast. Upon his arrival, he did not rush into work, but instead spent a few days immersing himself in the daily operations and life of the Navy, personally experiencing its unique culture and atmosphere. A few days later, General Lin officially joined the ranks of Zhonghong, Nanchang, Sichuan, Fujian, and Changsha. The group gathered around, and Zhang Heng laid out the meticulously crafted amphibious assault plan before them. General Lin bent down to scrutinize the meticulously crafted plan, subsequently engaging in a profound and detailed discussion with Zhang Heng and other colleagues, concentrating on the pivotal role and contributions of the Army in the forthcoming amphibious assault. Their discourse was fervent and focused, with sparks of thought colliding in the air, meticulously refining every detail for the impending operation. On October 15th, 104th year of the Fleet Maiden, sunlight cascaded upon the shimmering sea, casting a golden hue. The entire naval force mobilized almost in its entirety, with even students from local schools enthusiastically participating. The Nanchang served as the flagship for this battle. With a steady and resolute stride, Zhang Heng ascended to the bridge of the Nanchang. The Changzheng 15 dutifully maintained its silent vanguard role, lurking in the depths of the ocean, poised to deliver a lethal strike against the enemy. The 3055 class destroyers, Nanchang, Anshan, and Fushun, proudly led the formation's first echelon. Their towering hulls cleaved through the waves, with their formidable weapon systems exhibiting unparalleled deterrent power, while the ship's radar incessantly emitted electromagnetic waves, vigilantly monitoring every movement in the vicinity. Behind them trailed 2052C class destroyers, Lanzhou and Changchun. Centrally positioned were the Fujian and Sichuan, with carrier-based aircraft roaring upon the deck. The 052D class vessels, Changsha, Taiyuan, and Nanning, bore the crucial responsibility of safeguarding the aircraft carrier, closely encircling it. The 054A class Xiangtan, 1054B class Qinzhou and the 956 class modified Hangzhou, along with Ninghai, Pinghai, and Danyang, organized themselves to form a protective barrier for the fleet. The 056 class ships, Datong and Yixian, patrolled the flanks of the fleet, utilizing their agility to keenly sense any surrounding movements. At the rear of the formation were the Kaiangxing, Chagan Lake, Qinghai Lake, and Silk Road, Arkansas. Some undertook supply missions, while others were tasked with medical rescue duties, serving as indispensable logistical support for the fleet, providing solid backing to the frontline vessels and ensuring their sustained operational capability. Meanwhile, the young crew members aboard vessels 22, 08, 09, 010, and 011 remained steadfast in the rear, safeguarding the home base. Though not directly involved in this operation, they bore significant responsibilities, protecting the rear and offering reassurance to their comrades embarking on the mission. The formidable fleet departed amidst the enthusiastic farewell from the port community. Embarking southward, the amphibious assault was poised to commence imminently. Chapter 15, The Cross-Sea Battle, Part 1. At precisely 2 a.m., on October 16th, the inky sky hung low, casting a serene and profound calm over the ocean surface. The colossal fleet arrived punctually at the designated maritime zone, situated 80 kilometers due north of Jinling and 35 kilometers due south of Tuzhong. The surrounding waters shimmered with a ghostly luminescence under the cloak of night, marking the final tranquility before the storm of battle. Within the dry dock of the fleet ship Sichuan, 2 fully equipped battalions stood at the ready, their intense training radiating a resolute spirit of combat. The atmosphere inside the cabin was tense and solemn, with soldiers gripping their weapons tightly, their expressions focused, poised for the imminent clash. Concurrently, various aircraft occupied the skies, each fulfilling its designated role. Early warning planes hovered above like vigilant sentinels, scanning the airspace for potential threats. Reconnaissance planes darted through the clouds, silently gathering intelligence on the enemy. J-35 and J-15T fighter jets patrolled the assigned airspace, and a fleet of unmanned aerial vehicles executed reconnaissance and assault missions, establishing a comprehensive surveillance and strike framework for the campaign. On board the command bridge of the Nanchang, Zhang Heng stood before the control panel, his gaze fixed intently on the clock, the tick of the second hand resonating in his ears. Accompanying him were Zhou Huaiqi and Nengong Xian, youthful yet brimming with excitement and apprehension as they prepared for their inaugural engagement in a large-scale battle. Other Naval Academy students gathered in the CIC center of the Sichuan, engrossed in the live battlefield footage displayed on the large screen. For them, this was not merely a rare learning opportunity, but a moment to witness history in the making. The Navy's current mission was of paramount importance, necessitating a concentrated barrage to deliver a thunderous strike, aiming to obliterate the defensive strongholds and firepower units of the old Dongwang within 50 kilometers of the northern banks of Yangzhou and the eastern and western peripheries of Jinling. This would pave the way for the army, preparing to cross the sea and breach the enemy's lines, clearing obstacles to facilitate a comprehensive offensive. As the entire fleet gathered its strength in the tranquil night, awaiting the command, the clock struck 4 a.m. The night was as dark as ink, and with a solemn expression, Zhang Heng issued the command, "Attack." Thus, the cross-sea battle officially commenced. Our fleet stood ready, while the forces of the old Donghuang remained blissfully unaware that their end was quietly approaching. At this very moment, every vessel in our fleet, equipped with radar, infrared, and other detection methods, had already locked onto the enemy's defensive installations across the water. A tempestuous storm of firepower was poised to unleash upon the land. Leading the charge was the fleet's ace, the 10,000 ton-type 055 destroyers. The Nanchang, Anshan, and Fushun, these 3 Type 055 missile destroyers, stood proudly at the forefront of the formation, resembling iron fortresses upon the sea. Their towering hulls sliced through the waves, creating 2 trails of white foam on the surface. The radar on board emitted electromagnetic waves, precisely locking onto targets. With a total of 112 vertical launch units equipped on each ship, they unleashed their firepower in full force. Boom, boom, boom. With deafening roars, missiles soared forth like meteors, trailing long tails of flame as they erupted from their vertical launch units. They pierced through the pitch-black night sky, hurtling towards the defensive fortifications on the opposite shore. In an instant, the night was illuminated by the fiery trails of missiles, as if daylight had descended. The whistling of the missiles in flight intertwined with the roar of their engines, composing a soul-stirring symphony of war. The long sword. 10 cruise missiles launched from 3 warships surged forth like unsheathed blades, cutting through the air with unstoppable force as they swiftly approached the enemy's coastal installations. With a single volley, 36 cruise missiles shot forth like lightning. The scene reminiscent of a flock of eagles descending upon their prey, a display of overwhelming might. Following closely, subsequent volleys followed, with another 72 cruise missiles joining the fray, totaling 108 missiles in a celestial deluge of fire raining down upon the enemy's vital stronghold. Their long tails trailed behind them, resembling fleeting meteors in the dark sky, bearing the power of destruction as they sped toward their targets with precision. Hot on the heels of the Nanchang and other vessels, the 052D class ships Changsha, Taiyuan, and Nanning were equally relentless, swiftly joining the assault against land targets. The vertical launch systems of the 3 warships, 64 missile units activated simultaneously, emitting a deep rumble. The long sword, 10 cruise missiles eagerly surged forth. In an instant, 36 missiles departed with incredible speed, carving dense and brilliant trajectories across the night sky, like a vast net of fire, mercilessly enveloping the enemy's sturdy bunkers and positions. Accompanied by thunderous explosions, flames erupted skyward. As the enemy's defensive fortifications were engulfed in a sea of fire, bricks and debris flying in all directions, thick black smoke rising, threatening to consume the area. The carrier-based aircraft from Fujian and Sichuan, akin to falcons sensing their prey, immediately lunged toward their designated targets. The J-15T fighter jets aboard the Fujian and the attack, 11 drones on the Sichuan were laden with an array of heavy bombs. These seemingly ordinary iron bombs, though economically crafted, possessed astonishing power, ready to unleash devastation upon the inadequately defended old Dongwang fortifications. With the J-35 fighter successfully establishing absolute air superiority over Jinling, the battlefield dynamics were firmly in our control. The J-15T and attack, 11, laden with heavy bombs, soared through the night sky like harbingers of death. As the engines roared, the bombs cascaded down like raindrops, striking the enemy's coastal defenses with precision. At the moment each iron bomb touched the ground, it unleashed a cataclysmic force. Enormous clouds of dust and flames erupted skyward, as if to tear the night asunder. Those once impregnable bunkers crumbled under the relentless barrage of iron bombs, collapsing like fragile building blocks. The enemy positions were instantly submerged in flames, the deafening explosions echoing in succession, while the rising mushroom clouds illuminated the night sky with blinding brilliance, casting a crimson glow over the entire sea and land. Under the relentless and intense bombardment, the enemy positions swiftly transformed into a landscape of shattered ruins, the once formidable defense system crumbling into oblivion. As the smoke from the initial assault billowed across the opposing shore, the fleet surged forth like a battalion unleashed, cutting through the waves toward the southern bank. At this moment, the UAV-7 soared above like a vigilant eye of the battlefield, leveraging its exceptional reconnaissance capabilities to relay real-time imagery and detailed data of the destruction wrought by the attack to the command systems of each shipgirl. Within the bridge of the Nanchang, a palpable tension filled the air. Zhang Heng and Nanchang fixated on the continuously updating visuals and statistics of the damage displayed on the screen, their expressions intense and their focus unwavering, revealing an acute attention to the intricacies of the combat. With furrowed brows, they meticulously analyzed the extent of the enemy fortifications' damage. At times, they exchanged rapid thoughts, their fingers tracing over the map and data charts as they diligently crafted a strategy for the second wave of assault. Observe, although this defensive stronghold has been struck, it appears to retain some residual firepower. We must address this with utmost priority, Zhang Heng remarked, pointing to a section of the screen where smoke billowed, yet flickers of flame persisted. Nanchang nodded slightly, her gaze sharp and resolute as she swiftly replied. The second wave of missiles should target these locations specifically, coordinating with the aircraft for a secondary strike to ensure the complete eradication of the threat. As they deliberated, they rapidly marked and planned within the command system, striving to enhance the precision and efficiency of the impending assault, leaving the enemy no opportunity to recover. Chapter 16. The Naval Battle, Part 2. The fleet surged across the sea with remarkable speed, swiftly advancing to a point merely 15 kilometers from Jinling Port. The ship's cannons, aligned menacingly towards the coastal fortifications, resembled a pack of poised beasts, ready to unleash a devastating blow at any moment. As Zhang Heng resolutely issued the command for a second wave of assault, the newly refurbished sister ships, Ninghai and Pinghai, immediately plunged into the fray. At that moment, they glided through waters just 12 kilometers from the southern shore, their silhouettes both graceful and resolute, accompanied by the rotation of the turrets. The hydraulic systems emitted a distinctive low rumble, akin to a prelude to their impending roar. In an instant, the cannons of both vessels erupted simultaneously, unleashing tongues of orange-red flame that illuminated the pitch-black night sky, resembling the wrathful fire of demons. With a staggering firing rate of nearly 60 rounds per minute, the shells soared forth with astonishing velocity, weaving through the night like a dense tapestry of fire, relentlessly raining down upon the coastal fortifications. Each shell that struck the ground detonated with a thunderous roar, sending plumes of fire skyward, accompanied by billowing smoke and debris, instantly engulfing the enemy's defenses in a sea of flames. The scene was reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. Under the relentless bombardment, the enemy positions trembled, shattered, and gradually transformed into a desolate ruin. As the sun ascended slowly from the horizon, its golden rays began to dissipate the darkness of the night, illuminating the surroundings of Jinling without reservation. The skyline of Jinling City appeared fragmented and chaotic in the morning light, its once thriving prosperity ravaged by the fires of war. In the distance, tendrils of smoke stubbornly ascended into the sky, as if recounting the heavy toll of the previous night's devastation. Some buildings within the city had collapsed, their crumbling walls casting mottled and distorted shadows in the sunlight, while once sturdy structures now bore numerous wounds, bricks scattered across the ground, blending with the swirling dust. The waters near Jinling port were strewn with various debris, including shattered wooden planks, twisted metal fragments, and remnants that had yet to extinguish from the flames, all rising and falling with the waves. The coastal defenses lay almost entirely leveled, the once mighty bunkers now reduced to mere piles of smoldering rubble, while barbed wire lay twisted and disordered upon the beach. The bustling port, once alive with activity, now lay in eerie silence. The doors of the warehouses had been blown off, their contents strewn chaotically, rendered unrecognizable by the salt water's embrace. The ground of the port was pockmarked with craters, reminiscent of the lunar surface, with some craters still holding the remnants of last night's explosions in the form of stagnant water, glistening ominously under the sun. The distant mountains were not spared either. The vegetation on the slopes had been ignited by the bombardment, although the flames had begun to wane. Smoldering embers still flickered in places, the charred earth starkly contrasting with the untouched greenery surrounding it, resembling a discordant work of art. Throughout the vicinity of Jinling, a pungent aroma of gunpowder lingered in the air, mingling with the scent of burnt wood and metal, a heavy sigh of anguish echoing from the land. Steeped in the wounds of war, Zhang Heng stood on the bridge of the Nanchang ship, his gaze piercing through the swirling smoke, settling upon the battered outline of Jinling port. After a night of relentless bombardment, the remnants of the old Eastern Empire's defensive forces flickered like a candle in the wind. Yet they persisted in their final struggle. The firing apertures of the bunkers beneath the breakwater had been gouged open by the armor-piercing shells of the Pinghai ship, leaving gaping holes from which acrid smoke billowed. A few soldiers of the old Eastern Empire scrambled out of a side door of the bunker, clutching machine guns, attempting to reach the concrete shelter 100 meters away, only to be obliterated by shells from the Ninghai ship on the beach. Those fortifications, once proclaimed as impregnable, now stood as mere shattered walls, riddled with honeycomb-like bullet holes, exposing the charred steel rebar within, reminiscent of the ribs of a dying behemoth. The explosions from the direction of the shipyard had yet to subside, and the wreckage masquerading as a cargo ship was grotesquely lodged at an angle on the lock's track. A surviving gunboat commander lay prone on the tilted deck, futilely cranking the handle of the anti-aircraft machine gun, its barrel long twisted into a helix from the explosions. The warehouses surrounding the shipyard had transformed into a relentless inferno. Burning cotton and rubber emitted a noxious odor, causing eerie purple-black smoke to rise from the sea. The dismantled coastal defense artillery in the reef area became a cruel irony. The barrel of a Bofors anti-aircraft gun was severed in half, the rear section caught in the crevices of the rocks. The front half, like a javelin hurled by a giant, was skewed into the shallows 100 meters away, its carriage gently swaying with the waves. A few soldiers cowered behind the wind-sheltered rocks, trembling with rifles devoid of ammunition. Their military caps whisked away by the shockwaves of gunfire, revealing hair matted with soot. Deep within Jinling Port, the command center lay in ruins. The blue and white flag atop the tower had been shredded by shrapnel, leaving only a half-broken flagpole pointing askew towards the sky. The communications station beneath the tower was a chaotic wreck, with destroyed radio components and severed cables entangled with soldiers' helmets and fragments of documents, submerged in a rainwater-filled crater. Occasionally, unexploded shells emitted a hissing sound as their fuses burned, sending the surviving defenders scrambling for more concealed corners. Scattered behind the sandbag piles were magazines for Thompson submachine guns, while the trench cradled the bodies of soldiers clutching grenades tightly, and the firing apertures atop the fortifications bore remnants of jammed ammunition belts. These military facilities, once symbols of the old Eastern Empire's dominion, had become footnotes to their downfall, exuding an aura of despair and decay beneath the rising sun. After reviewing various detection data, Zhang Heng reached for the communicator, accurately tuning the channel to connect with the rear army command. He took a deep breath and spoke with calm authority. Firepower suppression has been successfully completed. The first phase objectives of the amphibious assault have been achieved, and the army may commence landing as planned. His voice was resolute and clear, transmitted through the communication device to the distant army positions. Soon, a robust and resonant voice responded from the other end. Excellent. We shall implement the amphibious plan immediately. We ask our naval comrades for ample support. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng replied, Understood. Our Navy will spare no effort and will diligently ensure the safety of the Army's landing. Wishing you smooth sailing and triumphant victories. As the fleet meticulously positioned itself outside the port of Jinling, the Sichuan ship gently opened its dock, methodically unloading 2 battalions of elite Army soldiers. While the first wave of landing operations unfolded with a sense of urgency and order, in the south, the gates of Jinling City quietly swung open, revealing a woman who stepped forth with grace. She possessed long, deep purple hair that cascaded down her shoulders and back like a shimmering waterfall. Atop her head sat a playful pair of pink goggles, an unexpected accessory that curiously enhanced her aura of elegance and vivacity, rendering her appearance truly distinctive. Her features were exquisitely refined, with deep and cool purple eyes that seemed to harbor endless mysteries, evoking a sense of chill in those who beheld her. Her rich lip color resembled a rose blooming in the darkness of night, both alluring and bold, further accentuated by her immaculate makeup that underscored her unique charm. The woman's figure was tall and graceful, with curves that appeared almost divinely sculpted. She donned a striking ensemble that seamlessly blended Eastern elegance with a touch of contemporary flair, exuding an undeniable sensuality. The slit of her skirt swayed gently with her strides, subtly revealing the delicate lines of her fair legs. The fitted black stockings clung to her limbs, accentuating their flawless curves. Each step she took in her pointed shoes produced a crisp sound, echoing a unique rhythm amid the tense atmosphere. She approached the shore with a captivating yet composed gait. At that moment, Danyang swiftly transmitted information through the communication device to the group. This was the Hai Rong-class protective cruiser, Hai Rong, stationed at Jinling. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Heng and Nanchang exchanged a fleeting glance, an unmistakable flicker of vigilance and uncertainty crossing their eyes. The appearance of Hai Rong at this pivotal moment of the landing operation, with its unclear intentions, rendered the situation profoundly enigmatic. Instantly, everyone's attention sharpened, their gazes fixed intently upon the newcomer, nerves taut and ready for whatever lay ahead. Chapter 17. Hai Rong's inquiry. Hai Rong strolled leisurely towards the edge of the port, her pace unhurried, as if the surrounding turmoil of war bore no relevance to her. She stepped slowly into the sea, her feet gently touching the surface as though walking upon solid ground, each stride measured and resolute, until she came to a halt 50 meters from the shore. Her figure stood tall, exuding the regal poise of a queen, gazing imperiously at the formidable fleet before her, a hint of a playful smile curving at her lips, as if concealing profound secrets. Zhang Heng fixated on the live feed from the Wuzhen 7, his expression clouded with confusion. The scene before him was utterly perplexing, prompting him to exchange a glance with Nanchang, both of them reflecting a shared bewilderment. After a moment's contemplation, Fujin piloted a small reconnaissance drone that swiftly flew towards Hai Rong's side. The drone hovered steadily beside her, delivering a wireless communication device into her hands. Holding the communicator, Zhang Heng's demeanor turned serious as he called out, "This is Zhang Heng, commander of the new Dongwang Navy. May I inquire, esteemed shipgirl Hai Rong, the purpose of your visit? Are you here to obstruct our liberation of Jinling?" Hai Rong received the communicator, idly toying with it for a while before she spoke. Her tone laced with a hint of mockery. "I have come here alone, without even deploying my ship form, and yet you all dare not engage me in direct conversation? Is it that new Dongwang possesses such formidable power, yet has grown increasingly timid?" Zhang Heng was no longer the naive youth who had first arrived in this world. He would not be easily swayed by such provocations. While responding through the communicator, he swiftly perused the historical data on Hai Rong provided by Nanchang. Zhou Huiqi and Nangong Xian were encountering an enemy shipgirl for the first time, and they couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, their small hands instinctively clenching tightly. Nangong Xian, in particular, watched Zhang Heng intently, filled with curiosity and anticipation, eager to see how he would navigate this challenging situation. While rapidly scanning the information, Zhang Heng spoke steadily. "Esteemed Hai Rong, were we in a time of peace, I would gladly seek out a tranquil and elegant restaurant or a picturesque locale to sit with you, share a drink, and engage in enriching conversation. I hold profound admiration for your courageous decisions in the past. In the face of calamity, when the nation lay in ruins, you resolutely sank yourself in Jiangyin, standing against the invaders, a deed that stands as a luminous example for all of us in the new Dongwang Navy to emulate. You are undoubtedly a venerable figure we deeply respect. However, we find ourselves in a critical period of unification warfare. The situation is urgent, allowing no room for complacency. We shall not make allowances due to your identity as a shipgirl or the illustrious history carried within your soul. Therefore, I must ask you clearly, esteemed Hai Rong, are you truly here to impede our advance?" Upon hearing these words, Hai Rong was momentarily taken aback, her gaze drifting into the distance as if ensnared by profound reminiscences of bygone days. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice imbued with a sense of melancholy and reflection. "How could a relic like me, an antiquated shipgirl, possibly withstand the might of your formidable naval power? The weaponry you possess is so advanced that I have yet to even lay eyes upon it, let alone fathom its existence. Had I been equipped with such formidable arms in my prime, would I have resorted to the desperate act of scuttling myself in the Jiangyin Channel to resist in such a tragic manner? Alas, the world has transformed into something completely different now. We, the old relics of the shipgirl era, lack the unity of purpose that you possess. The commanders of the shipgirls are merely individuals seeking to secure their own small domains, content to live in a state of blissful oblivion. Under these circumstances, what recourse do we truly have? Nominally, we are considered a collective, yet look around. Who besides me is willing to step forward? They are all preoccupied with guarding their little patches of land, living lives steeped in indulgence." Listening to Hai Rong's discourse, Zhang Heng's brow gradually furrowed, knitting into a serious expression as he inquired, "Senior Hai Rong, what exactly do you wish to convey with such sentiments?" At his words, Hai Rong suddenly chuckled lightly, her laughter tinged with a hint of jest and allure. "Why must you go to such lengths? Is it not preferable to remain here? Like in the past, we all nominally belong to the Eastern Empire, revering a central government while managing our respective territories. Does this not bring mutual contentment? We are not entirely ignorant. You are merely the navy of the new Eastern Empire, tending to a few ports and dealing with maritime affairs. If that is the case, why not, like us, seize that so-called bird position and manage your own territories? It truly sounds delightful, allowing you to revel in endless wealth without succumbing to the isolation and despair of your." Zhang Heng, upon hearing Hai Rong's words, fell into a prolonged silence. After a moment, he slowly turned his head, casting a serious glance at Nanchang as he asked, "Senior Hai Rong, is she still the pure-hearted shipgirl of your?" Nanchang appeared somewhat troubled but nodded gently, affirming with certainty, "Indeed, judging by the fluctuations we perceive, Senior Hai Rong is still the pure-hearted shipgirl she has always been." Zhang Heng, incredulous, pressed further, "But she has already entertained such thoughts. How can this be?" With a sigh of resignation, Nanchang elucidated, "Why should it not be so? Consider the structure of the Royal Navy Council. Does it not align with what Senior Hai Rong has articulated? Even the highest chairman of the Northern Union is a ship girl from the Soviet, albeit with differing ideologies. Zhang Heng shook his head slightly, about to speak, when suddenly, the communicator crackled to life with Hai Rong's voice. I am well aware that you will surely persuade me to join your ranks. After all, with your formidable power as protection, the tragedies of history shall not be repeated. Yet, I wish to inquire about Changfeng. How is she faring now? I have heard that Changfeng is set to become an ordinary teacher at your naval academy in the future. Such a life, in stark contrast to her past, seems almost unfathomable. Therefore, I have come to seek clarity. Could there be something amiss? Zhang Heng pondered silently. Indeed, the thoughts of these old Dongwang ship girls are remarkably diverse. Take the appearance of Hai Rong before me, for instance. It undeniably confirms the significant differences in the ideologies of the ship girls. Time is of the essence, and the maritime battle cannot afford delays. Zhang Heng weighed his options briefly and resolutely prepared to issue an order for the ship girls to immediately capture Hai Rong. He could not allow her alone to delay the fleet, thereby disrupting the momentum of the entire maritime operation. However, as if orchestrated by fate, just as he was about to issue the command, an unexpected change suddenly emerged on the seemingly tranquil surface of the sea. Chapter 18, Nanjing. Nanjing. In that fleeting moment, the surface of the sea beside Hai seemed to be enchanted, suddenly shimmering with radiant colors. A peculiar and mysterious energy was gradually converging in an orderly fashion. This unexpected spectacle left Zhang Heng utterly perplexed, utterly at a loss. Yet, the fleet girls surrounding him gazed in awe, as if they were witnessing the most incredible miracle in existence, their eyes wide with excitement as they fixated on that area. Even Hai, who had just been conversing with Zhang Heng, wore an expression of disbelief, her gaze firmly locked onto the dazzling spot. Nanchang excitedly explained, "This is the scene of a naturally born fleet girl." As time progressed, the accumulation of energy intensified, reaching an apex. Then, a blinding light, as brilliant as lightning, streaked across the sky. When the brilliance began to wane, a breathtakingly beautiful fleet girl emerged upon the water, resembling a fairy from a dream. Her graceful form seemed to be enveloped by the remnants of that mysterious energy, exuding an irresistible allure. Her silhouette flowed like the waters of the Yangtze. Standing at 172 centimeters, clad in a pristine white naval uniform, the double-breasted military tailoring accentuating her enchanting waist. The golden-edged patterns on her cuffs corresponded to the subtly designed hull number 155. Instead of medals, a small stone badge hung where one would expect to see accolades, featuring a cross inscribed with the dates 1937, 12, 13 to 1938. 1. Her long, dark hair cascaded to her waist. Loosely pinned up with a bronze hairpin adorned with cloud and thunder motifs, the pinhead embedded with a piece of water jade. Its deep blue veins reminiscent of the etched bricks of Nanjing's ancient city wall under the light. 2 wisps of hair fell delicately at her temples, swaying gently in the sea breeze, accentuating her oval face, which appeared as smooth as jade. Her brows arched slightly, echoing the graceful curve of a folding fan from Jinling. The elongated tips of her eyes bore the weight of history, their deep amber irises sparkling with flecks of light, as if concealing the flickering lanterns of the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. Her nose was elegantly high yet soft, and her lips bore a natural pale pink hue. When pursed, they revealed a dimple on the left side, while her smile radiated brilliance akin to the lanterns along the banks of the Qinhuai River. Her physique embodied the quintessential elegance of the East, with straight shoulders akin to a deck and a waist-hip curve that was graceful without being exaggerated. Her legs were enveloped in exquisitely textured white stockings, and the delicate ankles peeking out from beneath her knee-high boots seemed almost weightless, yet when she stood at attention, they conveyed a remarkable strength. The white stockings remained immaculate even amidst the smoke of battle, and her boots gleamed, their heels engraved with the ancient names of Nanjing, such as Jinkong, Jinling, and Yingtian. Standing proudly upon the surface of the sea, she appeared as a steadfast lighthouse, her posture impeccable. Soon, she gently turned her head towards the fleet, a slight smile gracing her lips. That smile resembled a plum blossom blooming in the snow, strikingly pure and enchanting amidst the tense and somewhat somber atmosphere, radiating an indomitable spirit. Immediately, she began to move, striding with a steady and resolute gait towards Hai Rong. Each step landed firmly upon the surface of the turbulent sea, as if the roaring waves were solid ground beneath her. With each deliberate step, she exuded confidence, radiating a distinctive and captivating grace. Before long, she found herself at Hai Rong's side. Under the collective gaze of onlookers, she gently leaned forward, wrapping her arms tenderly yet firmly around Hai Rong. Subsequently, she brought her head close to Hai Rong's ear and whispered softly yet distinctly, "Senior Hai Rong, I am the Chinese Navy's 052D destroyer, Nanjing. You see, I share the same name as this magnificent city behind you. For so many years, you have silently safeguarded this place, and I am truly grateful to you. Moreover, your courageous act of self-sinking in that world stands as a testament to your valor and resolve, setting a lofty example for us, your juniors, to admire and revere. Now that we have arrived here, you may finally lay down the burdens you have carried. Senior, as a vessel of the Chinese Navy, you surely understand the paramount significance of national unity to us, do you not? I heard every word of your conversation with the commander just now. I can genuinely sense that those words did not originate from your heart. Could you share with me what transpired that led you to utter such sentiments?" Hai Rong was momentarily taken aback, instinctively attempting to break free from Nanjing's embrace. However, upon meeting the gaze of the cross-shaped badge upon Nanjing's chest, she seemed struck by an invisible force, her inner defenses crumbling instantaneously, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, a flood of emotions unleashed. Though she had sunk herself on September 25, 1937, in the Jiangyin waterway, how could she remain oblivious to the horrific tragedy that occurred merely 3 months later? It was a pain etched deep within the collective memory of the nation, enduring through the passage of time, forever poignant. After a cathartic cry, Hai Rong shed her previous demeanor of nonchalance, replaced instead by a bashful and awkward expression. She stammered, I am not. I truly had no choice. The commander was solely focused on continuing to wield power and indulge in a life of privilege. What could I possibly do?" Nanjing continued to hold Hai Rong closely, softly reassuring her, "Senior Hai Rong, we are ship girls, after all. Though the commander occupies a crucial position in our lives, is it not our mission as ship girls to uphold the justice of the sea? Senior, let us go aboard that great ship behind us. The others there are my vital comrades, with whom I share life and death. The commander they have chosen to follow must be someone worthy of trust. So, let us believe in him together, shall we? Your commander truly can no longer live in such a manner of tyranny, but with transformation. It is not impossible for him to become a person of value to society once again. Come, senior." As she spoke, Nanjing gently grasped Hai Rong's hand and slowly made her way toward the Nanchang ship. The exchange between Nanjing and Hai Rong was transmitted verbatim to all ears through communication devices. Upon learning of the situation, the Nanchang ship immediately accelerated and swiftly dispatched its onboard Z-20 helicopter, soaring into the sky toward the two's location, ready to welcome them. In the blink of an eye, Nanjing and Hai Rong found themselves on the bridge of the Nanchang. Hai Rong lowered her head, exuding an aura of anxiousness, as if the very air around her had grown oppressive. Zhang Heng was genuinely taken aback. The ship girl who had just moments ago displayed an air of regal confidence now stood there like a child who had erred, filled with trepidation. Observing her distress, Zhang Heng gently shook his head and, with a calm and sincere tone, remarked, "Senior Hai Rong, you may not be aware, but within our fleet, we have esteemed figures such as Senior Yixian, as well as Seniors Ninghai and Pinghai, along with Senior Danyang. We have always been a collective brimming with inclusivity. Regarding your commander, I solemnly assure you that we would never harm his life." As soon as Zhang Heng's words fell, Hai Rong's gaze dimmed instantly. She froze in place, as if the entire world had come to a standstill at that moment. After a brief pause, tears began to stream down her cheeks like heavy raindrops. Nanjing quickly tightened her grip on Hai Rong's hand, her face filled with concern as she asked, "What is it, senior?" Hai Rong's lips trembled, her voice laden with pain and confusion. "The link between my spirit and my commander has severed. I have transformed into a free ship girl, and it feels as though a part of my heart is lost. It is so unbearable." Just then, the voice of Fu Jian echoed clearly through the communication device. "Commander, reconnaissance reports indicate that all gates of Jinling City are now closed, and the Jinling army has adopted a stance of resistance to the end." Upon hearing this news, Zhang Heng immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Hai Rong's commander must have been closely monitoring the negotiations, and upon seeing Hai Rong board the Nanchang, had evidently decided to fight to the last breath, akin to a cornered beast. Zhang Heng then realized that if the perspectives of the ship girl and her commander were entirely at odds, it would sever their bond completely. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng issued a decisive order. The landing forces must act immediately to secure the port firmly. All warships are to exert their utmost control over maritime and aerial supremacy, ensuring the landing process of the army is flawless. Once the army has successfully landed, we shall further deliberate on whether to adopt a strategy of direct assault on Jinling City or to opt for a siege tactic. Chapter 19. The liberation of Jinling. During the interim, while waiting for the main army to arrive, the landing forces aboard the Sichuan vessel raced against time, executing their combat deployment with remarkable speed and order. They meticulously established control over various critical strongholds surrounding Jinling and its port. To ensure that the enemy within the city could not easily break free, the landing troops periodically unleashed warning bombardments on the areas outside the city walls. The deafening roars of cannon fire echoed like distant thunder, reverberating beyond Jinling. Shells streaked across the sky like meteors, striking designated zones outside the city walls with precision, stirring clouds of dust and smoke. Each artillery strike served as a clarion call to the enemy within, cautioning them against any rash movements or mass exodus from the city. Simultaneously, the fleet girls under Zhang Heng's command were equally diligent, each fulfilling their roles and effectively clearing the strongholds outside Jinling in a methodical manner. Every potential threat was meticulously examined, ensuring that no hidden dangers remained. Thus, through collaborative efforts, the external strongholds were gradually cleansed, laying a solid foundation for subsequent operations. During this period, Zhang Heng, along with Nanchang and Nanjing, kept company with Hai Rong. Zhang Heng gently inquired, "Hai Rong, do you feel any better now?" By this time, Hai Rong had begun to calm the tumult within her heart. She nodded slightly and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Commander. I am feeling much better now. Although that sensation was quite painful, I have slowly come to terms with it." Noticing Hai Rong's improvement, Zhang Heng continued the conversation. "Could you share with us about your commander?" Upon hearing this, Hai Rong's expression turned contemplative, her gaze drifting into the distance as memories of the past enveloped her. She began to narrate softly. "His name is Xie Yanji, born into a prestigious family. When I was first summoned, he was merely a spirited young man. At that time, Dongwang was undergoing a tumultuous period, beset by internal strife and external threats, with the insidious support of the White Eagles and the Sakura Empire causing instability within. I recall how he was filled with ambition, eager to consolidate the various forces of Dongwang and forge a new path that belonged to us. However, after my arrival, he never managed to rally a second battle position. Later, he was reassigned to Jinling. Upon his arrival, he became increasingly entranced by the city's splendor, indulging in a life of excess, and his once lofty ideals and aspirations were gradually cast aside amidst the daily decadence." With a sigh, Hai Rong expressed her regret and helplessness. Zhang Heng silently etched Hai Rong's account into his memory. The story of such an ambitious young man, who succumbed to setbacks and temptations, is all too common in the annals of history. He understood that this was not an isolated incident, but rather a testament to the trials human nature faces in complex environments. At that moment, this narrative resounded within him like an alarm bell, serving as a poignant reminder to heed its lessons. He pondered the implications of a unified Dongwang and the significant enhancement of naval power that would follow. At that moment, as external pressures diminished and everything appeared to unfold smoothly, one might ponder whether they would become lost in the comfort of a serene existence, thereby losing the impetus to advance and yearning solely for a life of ease. This apprehension is not unfounded. It stems from a profound understanding of human nature. After all, it is indeed rare for those who have achieved success and fame to remain steadfast in their original intentions and continue to forge ahead. Zhang Heng was acutely aware that only by maintaining a clear mind and adhering to his beliefs could he avoid repeating the mistakes of Commander Hai Rong in the future. It was then that Nanjing inquired, "Commander, is that correct? Should I return to my post?" Zhang Heng's gaze fell upon Nanjing, particularly on the cross-shaped insignia upon her chest. For some inexplicable reason, an overwhelming sense of heartache and duty suddenly filled his heart once more. He silently mused, "There are still numerous pressing matters that demand resolution. How could I indulge in idle thoughts at this moment? If I have come to this world, Is it not to avoid leaving myself with regrets? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Heng spoke with a serious demeanor to Nanjing, saying, "Please return to your post. However, your current task is to accompany Senior Hai Rong for the time being. There is no need for you to partake in our subsequent military operations. Our naval mission has essentially reached a conclusion, and now we must await the actions of the army." Upon hearing this, Nanjing straightened her posture like a pine tree, her expression solemn. She saluted sharply, declaring in a resonant voice, 052D, Class Missile Destroyer, Nanjing, officially returning to duty. At 10:45 a.m., Zhang Heng stood at the bow of the Nanchang ship, gazing into the distance. He beheld the army's ferry boats emerging like a dark wave upon the sea behind him. The sight was magnificent, with vessels densely clustered, from ancient wooden sailboats to small fishing crafts, all hastily requisitioned from various locations, various civilian boats ready for use. These ships sailed forth, resolutely heading towards Yangzhou, carrying the steadfast mission of the army soldiers. As they docked, the soldiers swiftly stepped onto the land of Yangzhou, rapidly forming their ranks and entering combat readiness with astonishing speed. Their movements were agile and their coordination impeccable, each action crisp and decisive, reflecting the demeanor of seasoned warriors. The synchronized march and the determined expressions of the troops conveyed the formidable cohesion and combat prowess of this army. Zhang Heng and the fleet of ship girls witnessed this spectacle, filled with admiration. Such a well-trained and disciplined military was truly awe-inspiring. Hai Rong, too, gazed at this breathtaking scene, unable to suppress her sentiments as she remarked, with such a steely resolve, "Any force from the old Eastern Empire would find it difficult to contend with them." Nanjing, smiling, reminded her, "Senior Hai Rong, you are no longer a part of the old Eastern Empire." Hai Rong gently shook her head, her eyes reflecting a mixture of nostalgia and determination, and said slowly, "I am still the same person, one who, due to the commander's request, was gradually eroded by a life of comfort. I simply do not wish to endure a life of turmoil as I once did. After these events, I have come to a realization. Henceforth, I shall continue my education alongside Changfeng at school. The new ship girls from the south should likewise pursue this path. Without re-education, we shall inevitably struggle to evolve into the formidable great ships suited for the new era." Zhang Heng, while observing the army's landing, engaged in a hushed conversation with Nanchang beside him. "Our navy, with the inclusion of you ship girls, is equipped with a diverse array of advanced warships. Yet, look at our army brothers. They are still reliant on wooden vessels and fishing boats to cross the seas. It is evident that the shipbuilding industry must undergo significant development. We must vigorously advance all types of civilian ships, transport vessels, troop carriers, and even cruise liners. Please make a note of this so that once we achieve unification, it can be prioritized as a key project." Nanchang, with a serious expression, nodded in agreement. "Understood." Countless army soldiers surged ashore like a relentless tide, swiftly encircling Jinling City, sealing it off completely. Upon confirming that the city's commander, Xie Yanji, was resolutely determined to resist to the bitter end, the fierce battle of Jinling commenced. The conflict raged throughout the night, supported by the formidable naval artillery and the coordinated assault of 4 battalions equipped with 99A tanks and 155 self-propelled howitzers, leading to a breakthrough. Jinling City was soon liberated, and the blue flag, a symbol of the old Dongwang, was gradually lowered from the highest point of the city, replaced by a vibrant red flag soaring high within its walls. Thus, the first battle of the maritime campaign concluded in victory. Seeing the tide of fate turn against him, Xie Yanji, cornered and desperate, chose to set himself ablaze along with his family within his grand estate. Upon receiving this news, Hai Rong stood frozen in place, unable to move for a long while. It was only when Nanjing noticed her unusual demeanor and rushed over with concern that she began to regain her composure, revealing a gentle smile as the confident older sister everyone first encountered reemerged. She said to Nanjing, "Nanjing, what do you think it means to be human? In the memories of 2 lifetimes, I have witnessed individuals who bravely sacrificed themselves for their ideals, as well as those who, driven by self-interest, betrayed others without remorse. There are those who are loyal and those who are treacherous. Alas, I never imagined that my commander would be so feeble, lacking even the courage to face the new future. Nevertheless, do not worry, my soul connection with him has long since vanished. I am merely filled with profound reflections on all of this. Nanjing silently accompanied Hai Rong as they sat together atop the walls of Jinling, quietly gazing at the magnificent city, witnessing its transformation from decay to rebirth. Chapter 20. Crossing the Strait to liberate all of Donghuang on October 25th. Following a series of successful battles, the surrounding regions of Jinling were declared entirely liberated. On that day, Zhang Heng and General Lin convened a solemn operational meeting within the city of Jinling. Standing before a colossal military map, they collaboratively devised a comprehensive strategy for the liberation of the entire Yangzhou region. This plan encapsulated their wisdom and experience, illuminating the path for the ensuing battles. At dawn on October 26th, sunlight bathed the northern banks of Yangzhou, where 800,000 troops stood poised and ready. They were organized into several well-trained battalions, akin to a multitude of sharp swords, swiftly advancing into the heart of Yangzhou. Simultaneously, the Navy responded vigorously, dividing into multiple fleets that, like dragons plunging into the sea, coordinated seamlessly with the Army's southern advance. The warships surged through the waves with grand momentum, establishing a close cooperative combat posture with the ground forces, thereby providing formidable maritime support for the liberation operation. With the momentum of such overwhelming military strength, the battles progressed with remarkable ease. On November 5th, the city of Suzhou, renowned as a paradise on earth, was successfully liberated after intense confrontations. The streets echoed with the synchronized steps of soldiers heralding the arrival of victory, while jubilant citizens poured into the streets, celebrating the rebirth of this historic city. Merely 9 days later, on November 14th, the dawn of liberation also illuminated Songjiang. Thus, the Yangzhou campaign surged forward with an unstoppable force, akin to a mighty tide, as the wheels of history resolutely rolled towards a new and hopeful future. On December 1st, amidst the biting winter winds, the 2nd and 3rd Field Armies, like an unstoppable torrent, resolutely crossed the strait between Jizhou and Yuzhou, officially commencing the Yuzhou campaign. The populace of Yuzhou, upon hearing of the imminent arrival of the new Donghuang army, flocked to the streets, expressing their joy and anticipation through the resounding beat of drums and gongs, harboring dreams of a new life. With the fervent support of the masses and the formidable combat prowess of the military, the entirety of Yuzhou was declared liberated within merely a month. The flag of New Donghuang soared high above every inch of Yuzhou, symbolizing the dawn of a new beginning for this land. In February of 105, after a period of meticulous regrouping, the 2nd and 3rd Field Armies, assisted by a fleet led by the flagship Fujin, braved the waves once more, crossing the strait to enter the regions of Jingzhou and Liangzhou, embarking on a new journey of liberation. Meanwhile, on December 5th of 104, the 1st Field Army advanced courageously toward Yangzhou, its march resolute and powerful, lifting the spirits of all in its wake. Since the leadership team arrived in Yanjing at the beginning of 104, the inspiring declaration of crossing the strait to liberate all of Donghuang resonated like a stirring battle hymn, marking the official commencement of the liberation campaign. Today, the straits that once seemed insurmountable can no longer impede the steadfast march of New Donghuang's liberation. As the tide of liberation surges forward with indomitable force, sweeping across this vast expanse of land, advancing resolutely towards the unification of all of Donghuang. During this grand and tumultuous process of liberation, the Navy has adeptly and efficiently adjusted its forces in accordance with the demands of actual combat. Originally consisting of 2 fleets, they gradually evolved into smaller detachments, each comprising several vessels, scattered across the vast and boundless waters of the East Huang, fully leveraging their mobility to support the steady advance of the army with all their might. A particularly memorable scene unfolded during the army's operations. A regiment, having withdrawn from the front lines, arrived at Langia port for respite. Concurrently, this regiment assumed the guardianship of the port, liberating the previously tasked 22 boats and 5 small vessels. Led by 08 and accompanied by her sisters, they swiftly joined the unstoppable tide of advance, infusing new vigor into the cause of liberation. As time passed, the wheel of history turned slowly, unwittingly bringing us to July of the 105th year. Throughout this magnificent journey, every major city had been completely occupied by the forces of the new East Huang, akin to brilliant stars embedded in this weathered land, heralding the dawn of a new era. Reflecting on the year marked by the tumult of warfare, countless heroic deeds, worthy of song, resonated like stirring anthems throughout the annals of history. The Navy, represented by the ship girls, worked in close concert with the human army, their cooperation seamless and harmonious. They functioned as two powerful gears, interlocking and propelling the grand wheel of liberation ever forward. In the disintegration of the old East Huang forces, the commanders faced starkly divergent choices and fates. Among them, two commanders, much like the valiant defender of Jinling, Xie Yinji, chose to immolate themselves in a desperate act at the end of their road. Their ship girls, consequently severed from their soul connections, were compelled to confront a turning point in their destinies. Another commander, upon realizing the futility of resistance, ultimately laid down his arms and chose to surrender. Meanwhile, two other commanders, with foresight, initiated uprisings before the new East Huang army reached their gates, contributing their strength to the cause of peaceful liberation. However, the situation was not entirely smooth. Two commanders, resonating with the Japanese ship girls, fled in panic to the heavily supported Diyuan Island, seeking refuge with the Chong Jinghua as they faced imminent destruction. This action undoubtedly introduced some complications to the liberation efforts on Diyuan Island. Nevertheless, the resolute march of the new East Huang towards the complete liberation of its territory surged forward like an unstoppable tide, steadily advancing toward ultimate victory. On September 15th of the 105th year, under an autumn sky, the sun bathed the earth in a golden glow, as if adorning this special day with a magnificent cloak. Accompanied by ship girls from Nanchang, Changsha, Fujian, Sichuan, Nanjing, Nanning, Lanzhou, Anshan, Yixian, and Danyang, Zhang Heng led Nangong Xian and Zhou Huaiqi on their journey to Yanjing City. The silhouettes of their group appeared particularly resolute and filled with hope in the sunlight. At this moment, the remaining fleet maidens steadfastly hold their ground across various battlefields, meticulously executing their duties in the aftermath. Though the extensive conflict draws near its conclusion, these subsequent tasks remain of paramount importance, determining whether this land can genuinely embrace peace and tranquility. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng and his companions, advancing towards Yanjing City, are acutely aware that a new era brimming with infinite possibilities and hope is making its grand entrance, poised to bid farewell to past strife and suffering, and to embark on a splendidly envisioned journey. Chapter 21. Entering the city on September 20th, 105, beneath a sky as clear as crystal, wisps of gossamer white clouds floated leisurely, as if dancing a delicate veil above the ancient city. The golden sunlight poured down unreservedly, illuminating the city of Yanjing with a resplendent glow. Zhang Heng, accompanied by Nangong Xian and Zhou Huaiqi, entered Yanjing amidst a throng of ship girls from Nanchang, Changsha, and other locales, their spirits bright and invigorated. Upon passing through the city gates, the first sight that greeted them was the grandiose city walls. The bricks, a muted shade of gray-blue, bore the weathered scars of time, resembling silent tomes that narrated the tumultuous history of this venerable city. The towering gates, deep and imposing, resembled a tunnel through time, connecting the bygone eras with the present splendor. The crenellated battlements stretched in a serrated line, meticulously arranged. Though no longer serving as a defense against invaders, they still exuded an air of former majesty. The Arrow Tower stood proudly, its ancient eaves and brackets showcasing a rustic elegance, as if revealing the city's past glory and resilience to the world. As they strolled along the time-worn streets, the quaint courtyards caught their eye, each one a harmonious blend of gray brick walls and dark tiles, conjuring a serene and peaceful ambience. The vermilion doors of the courtyards were ajar, and the brass door rings swayed gently in the breeze, producing a crisp and melodious sound, as if whispering tales of familial warmth within. Occasionally, glimpses of the inner walls could be seen through the cracks of the doors, adorned with auspicious carvings. Some depicted blooming peonies, symbols of wealth and prosperity. Others illustrated lively koi fish, signifying abundance year after year. The streets bustled with a vibrant throng of pedestrians. Elderly men clad in traditional long gowns and jackets ambled along, their steps slightly unsteady, yet their eyes conveyed a calm wisdom born from life's experiences, their faces lighting up with smiles as they engaged in conversation. In contrast, young men in simple Zhongshan suits strode purposefully, their postures erect, eyes gleaming with aspirations and hopes for the future, eager to embrace new beginnings. Women of diverse styles graced the scene. Some donned elegant kipeos, moving with poise, embodying the delicate beauty of Eastern femininity. Others, dressed in plain cloth, radiated joy and anticipation, perhaps carrying recently purchased goods, ready to prepare a sumptuous meal for their families. The imposing bell tower and drum tower stood tall, their resonant chimes and deep drum beats narrating the history and memories of this city. Although the bells and drums no longer rang out at regular intervals to mark the time, their stately forms continued to bear the weight of ages past. Bathed in sunlight, the glazed tiles of the towers shimmered with a golden hue, and the mythical creatures perched atop the eaves appeared almost alive, as if ready to take flight. Surrounding crowds either paused to gaze upward in admiration or engaged in hushed conversations, all entranced by the unique charm radiating from these ancient edifices. On the bustling Qianmen Street, shops lined both sides of the road, their colorful signs creating a dazzling mosaic. In the silk shop, the vibrant silks shimmer under the sunlight, exuding a soft luster, reminiscent of the colorful clouds at dusk descending upon the earth. In the pastry shop, the aroma of freshly baked confections wafts through the air, captivating passers-by, while children gaze longingly, swallowing hard in anticipation. The grocery store is adorned with a myriad of handcrafted treasures, exquisite embroidery, antique ceramics, and delicate jade artifacts, each reflecting the exquisite craftsmanship and wonder of folk art. In the sky, a few vividly colored kites dance gracefully, their long strings swaying gently in the breeze between the blue heavens and fluffy clouds, symbolizing the dreams set free by this city. In the distance, the West Hills undulate, their contours sharply defined under the sun's glow, lush and verdant. The trees atop the mountains stand in rich greenery, harmonizing beautifully with the city's bustling vibrancy, creating a picturesque tableau of dynamic tranquility. Zhang Heng and his companion stroll along the streets of Yanjing, absorbing the unique allure of this city. An indescribable excitement and exhilaration permeate the air. A significant and eagerly awaited event is on the horizon, and a palpable atmosphere of anticipation envelopes every corner. After a leisurely exploration, while Zhang Heng and his companions are immersed in the distinctive charm of Yanjing, a group of tall, young men clad in crisp military uniforms approaches with synchronized, vigorous strides. Their demeanor is solemn as they come to a halt before Zhang Heng, standing at attention with precision and saluting with a formal military gesture. "Chairman Zhang, please this way," the leading young man speaks with a respectful and steady tone, his eyes revealing a sense of admiration. Zhang Heng nods slightly in acknowledgement, followed closely by Nangong Xian, Zhou Huiqi, and a host of ship girls as they trail behind the young men. They travel by vehicle along the streets, gradually leaving behind the vibrant scenes of Yanjing. The surroundings grow increasingly serene, distancing themselves from the clamor of the city. Before long, they arrive at a secluded and deep courtyard in the western suburbs. The towering walls of the courtyard are cloaked in weathered vines, imparting an air of mystery and antiquity. The heavy gate stands closed, its bronze ring bearing the marks of time. Inside the courtyard, ancient trees reach towards the heavens, with sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow. A cobblestone path winds through, leading deeper into the heart of the courtyard. Flanking the path, flowers flourish, with blossoms of varied hues competing for attention, releasing bursts of fragrance into the air. As they proceed along the path, a quaint building comes into view, its red walls and gray tiles adorned with sweeping eaves and brackets, exuding a profound historical ambience. The entire courtyard is tranquil and solemn, serving as the residence of the chairman and the preparatory committee for the founding of the nation. Just as Zhang Heng and his companions settle into the courtyard, staff members arrive, courteously yet urgently inviting them to a grand hall. Following the guidance, they hasten to their destination, and upon entering the hall, they find it already filled to capacity. Representatives from various regions and professions sit in orderly fashion, their attire diverse, yet their expressions uniformly dignified, some engaged in conversation, others in contemplative waiting, enveloping the hall in a serious yet expectant atmosphere. The four chairpersons have long taken their seats on the podium, their gazes calm and profound, surveying the assembly before them. On the podium, an unoccupied chair stood out conspicuously. Guided by the staff, Zhang Heng ascended the platform with measured steps and took his seat in that vacant spot. The gaze of the crowd below subsequently converged upon him. Meanwhile, the naval maidens from Nanchang were escorted to the area marked with the signed naval representatives. The arrangement of tables and chairs was immaculate, and the maidens, with their statuesque postures and graceful, synchronized strides, resembled a splendid tableau. Chapter 22. The granting of titles. As Zhang Heng settled into his seat, he slightly turned to his companion, the gentle Nanshan, and inquired in a hushed tone, "Didn't we agree to convene tomorrow? Why has the meeting been moved up unexpectedly?" "Had I known, I would not have wandered aimlessly around Yinjing." His voice carried a hint of resignation and confusion. Nanshan, maintaining a warm smile, softly replied, "Indeed. The formal meeting is scheduled for tomorrow. However, the representatives are exceedingly enthusiastic. There are significant divergences in opinions regarding certain details, leading to relentless debates. Consequently, we had no choice but to convene everyone early and resolve matters through a vote." Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, perplexed, and pressed further, "Details? What precisely are these details that have incited such contention?" Nanshan gestured lightly towards the documents before Zhang Heng and said, "You will understand upon reviewing them. Key elements such as the national flag, emblem, and anthem have yet to be determined. The representatives have fervently proposed their ideas and schemes, each unwavering in their stance, unable to persuade one another. However, from the current situation, it appears that your submitted red flag has garnered the most support. We shall await the outcome of the vote." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng nodded gently, his gaze shifting to the documents as he began to meticulously peruse the various proposals, his expression gradually becoming more focused. Sitting quietly at the podium, Zhang Heng listened intently to the heated discussions below. Opinions surged forth like a tide, each individual articulating their views with conviction, firmly rooted in substantial reasoning. Some advocated for patterns symbolizing ancient heritage as elements of the national flag, while others believed the emblem should highlight the unique characteristics of specific regions. The selection of the national anthem was met with even greater divergence, with each suggestion embodying the hopes and aspirations of different factions. Yet, Zhang Heng steadfastly supported the red flag proposal submitted by the Navy. To him, that vibrant red flag was not just a symbol of strength and hope. It encapsulated the blood and sacrifices of countless individuals who fought for it. It represented the rebirth and resurgence of the nation after enduring trials and tribulations. Finally, the exhilarating voting session concluded, and staff members diligently and methodically tallied the results. When the final outcome was revealed, thunderous applause erupted within the hall, echoing like a storm. Amidst the resounding applause, the red flag proposed by Zhang Heng on behalf of the Navy rightfully emerged as the new national flag. That bright hue of red, adorned with 5 golden stars, would henceforth wave in every corner of this land, bearing witness to the nation's prosperity and flourishing. The design of the national emblem was equally striking, artfully integrating unique elements of the vast ocean. Within the exquisite patterns, the flowing lines of waves spoke of the ocean's vastness and depth, harmoniously complementing terrestrial elements. This design signified the nation's commitment to maritime rights and the interconnectedness between land and sea, showcasing a rich cultural heritage while embodying modern aesthetics and grandeur. The selection of the national anthem closely mirrored that of the former world's second anthem, resonating with familiarity and pride. The impassioned melody and uplifting lyrics seemed to evoke a profound sense of love and loyalty for the nation, as well as an unwavering commitment to fight for its freedom, independence, and dignity. When the strains of this song resound in the auditorium, an undeniable surge of emotion sweeps through the audience, igniting a strong sense of national pride. Following the establishment of the national flag, emblem, and anthem, discussions regarding the new name for the nation commenced. Representatives expressed their opinions passionately, creating an extraordinarily vibrant atmosphere. After extensive deliberation and careful consideration, the new name, the People's Republic of Dongwang, was finally settled. With the confirmation of the national name, a series of corresponding reforms swiftly followed. The military unit to which Zhang Heng belonged officially abandoned its temporary designation and was renamed the Dongwang People's Liberation Army Navy. This renaming marked the Navy's embarkation on a new journey, deeply intertwining it with the essence of Dongwang in this world. As Zhang Heng reviewed the documents before him, he realized that the day's agenda had concluded, and his thoughts drifted to the upcoming preparatory meeting for the founding of the nation, contemplating the constructive suggestions he should present. At that moment, the steady and authoritative voice of Chief Xiao Jinghua resonated through the auditorium. "Comrades, today's meeting is undeniably significant and destined to be recorded in history. According to the formal procedure, the meeting should now conclude, allowing everyone to return and prepare for tomorrow's topics. However, our committee has two important agenda items that require immediate voting. Zhang Hong, momentarily lost in his thoughts, was abruptly brought back to attention by Xiao Jinghua's unexpected announcement, especially upon hearing about the urgent agenda items, which caused his eyes to widen in surprise. With a solemn expression, Xiao Jinghua surveyed the room before slowly continuing. The first proposal is to confirm Comrade Zhang Hong as the official chief of the committee. Everyone remembers that last year. At Bashupo, we unanimously elected Comrade Zhang Hong as a member of the 5-person committee. However, at that time, due to his full commitment to the military preparations for the Xiangfeng campaign and the Unification War, he was not formally recognized as the chief at the conference. Over the past year, under Zhang Heng's leadership, the Navy has not only made significant contributions on the battlefield for the cause of national unification, but has also provided immense support in critical areas such as economic development, industrial progress, and educational advancement. Therefore, I propose that, given Comrade Zhang Hong is present here today, we confirm his official position as chief through a round of applause. As soon as Xiao Jinghua's words fell, thunderous applause erupted throughout the auditorium. The applause was fervent and enduring, and as Zhang Hong scanned the audience, he saw countless pairs of expectant eyes and faces radiating joy, filling him with an indescribable sense of emotion and responsibility. He slowly rose to his feet, standing tall like a pine, and faced the assembly, solemnly saluting in a standard military manner to acknowledge this profound trust and support. The 4 chief officers beside him wore expressions of satisfaction, rhythmically applauding as their eyes collectively fixed upon Zhang Hong, who stood tall and saluted solemnly. As the applause gradually subsided, the resonant and powerful voice of Xiao Jinghua echoed clearly within the hall. Comrades, the expectations for Comrade Zhang Hong are undeniably high. However, comrades might ponder whether there exists any impropriety in this matter. Although Comrade Zhang Hong saluted us with a standard military salute, he was merely clad in a white formal suit at that moment. It is well known that even the commander of the old Dongwang, who possessed only one ship girl, had conferred upon himself the rank of Major General, if not Admiral, while our Navy commander of the Dongwang People's Liberation Army has yet to receive any rank. Is this not somewhat unreasonable, both emotionally and logically? The crowd below erupted in fervent agreement, collectively exclaiming, yes. Zhang Hong, too, was swept up in the enthusiastic atmosphere, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Xiao Jinghua first let out a hearty laugh, but his expression swiftly shifted to one of utmost gravity, stating in an irrefutable tone, thus, the next agenda item is not a mere proposal, but an official notification. Comrade Zhang Hong, please stand and proceed to the front of the podium. Zhang Hong surveyed the representatives present, their eyes filled with trust and anticipation, and then glanced at the ship girls, who gazed at him with deep affection and hopeful expectation. Nodding slightly, he solemnly adjusted his attire and walked with steady, purposeful steps to the front of the podium. Meanwhile, Xiao Jinghua approached with equal solemnity, standing face to face with Zhang Hong. At this moment, Chief Qiao Liang, with a focused demeanor, stepped forward and gently took the microphone, continuing to preside over the forthcoming sacred and solemn conferral ceremony in a steady and clear voice. Following the careful proposal of the Chief Committee, it has been unanimously voted by all representatives at this conference to confer upon Zhang Hong, Chief of the Chief Committee and Commander of the Dongwang People's Liberation Army Navy, the rank of Marshal of the Navy of the Dongwang People's Republic. Now, let us extend our warmest applause as we invite First Chief Xiao Jinghua to confer the rank upon Comrade Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong had initially anticipated that attaining the rank of general would suffice for his contentment. Yet he was utterly astonished to find himself directly awarded the exalted title of Marshal of the Navy. Xiao Jinghua turned and received the meticulously prepared white martial uniform and insignia from the ceremonial officer, symbols of the highest honor. The uniform was exquisitely tailored, with each stitch embodying the utmost craftsmanship. The insignia gleamed with a golden sheen, clearly having been prepared for an extensive period. With unwavering determination and solemnity, Xiao Jinghua held the uniform and insignia before Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong, with a grave demeanor, stood with feet together and body erect, embodying the standard military posture, his eyes reflecting a profound reverence and sense of duty towards this honor. Leaning slightly forward, Xiao Jinghua gently handed the martial uniform to Zhang Hong, then carefully placed the insignia upon the uniform. Each gesture seemed to suspend time, imbued with solemnity and sanctity. Zhang Heng accepted the uniform and insignia with both hands and rendered the highest military salute to Xiao Jinghua, who solemnly returned the gesture. Subsequently, Zhang Heng proceeded to the room adjacent to the auditorium, specifically prepared for the conferment ceremony. Within this chamber, he solemnly donned the majestic uniform of a marshal. Attending meticulously to every detail of his attire, Zhang Heng returned to the podium. At this moment, he had fully embraced his new identity as the Marshal of the Eastern Huang Navy, his gaze resolutely firm. He faced the audience and again rendered a solemn salute. This gesture was not merely a declaration of his new status, but also heralded a promising new beginning for the Eastern Huang Navy. Chapter 23. The Ceremony, Part 1. As the meeting drew to a close, the night quietly enveloped the surroundings. Zhang Heng returned to his modest courtyard with somewhat weary strides. Upon entering, he was greeted by Nanchang and other ship girls, who were already patiently awaiting his arrival. Standing in perfect formation, they saluted him in unison with clear and resonant voices, exclaiming, "Greetings, Admiral." Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the underlying significance of their actions. However, he quickly regained his composure and returned a standard military salute, warmly responding, "Hello, everyone." Following this brief exchange, Nanchang could no longer contain her laughter, her smile blooming like flowers in spring, radiant and enchanting. Shortly thereafter, Fu Jian approached with a lively gait, slightly bending at the waist, her curious gaze meticulously examining Zhang Heng's brand-new admiral uniform. As she scrutinized, she could not help but exclaim, "Nanchang, Nanjing, Sichuan, and all our sisters, come quickly to see. Our commander has truly transformed. It's as if he has exchanged a sparrow for a cannon. Just look at this attire, the exquisite craftsmanship, the fine fabric, the superior texture, it's simply magnificent. And behold the epaulets, featuring the newly elected emblem. Remarkable. They must have prepared several options in advance to ensure the insignia was ready for today's ceremony. What thoughtfulness. I wonder, could these buttons possibly be made of pure gold?" Hearing Fu Jin's enthusiastic remarks, Zhang Heng instantly realized that despite his elevated status, his ship girls remained the familiar companions he cherished, and their bond was as strong as ever. A weight lifted from his heart, and feeling reassured, he swiftly removed his jacket and handed it to Fu Jin. With a feigned sense of exasperation, he said, "If you wanted a closer look, you should have mentioned it sooner. It's rather inconvenient with so many people around. Here, take your time." Fu Jin accepted the jacket with a cheerful smile, and, along with Nanjing and the other ship girls, excitedly began to admire the uniform that bore the weight of honor. At that moment, Nanchang approached Zhang Heng, her eyes filled with joy and pride. She softly remarked, "Comrade Commander, you have truly grown. No longer are you just the young man clad in those 3 garments made of javelin material. You are not the same person who once fought for survival on that isolated island." Zhang Heng nodded gently and slowly made his way to the pavilion in the garden. Sitting on a bench as he gazed into the distance, lost in thought, he reflected, "Indeed, I have grown. I never dared to hope that I would reach this point when I first summoned you. Back then, I only wished to establish a foothold and develop steadily, or perhaps to stand alongside you in the front line against the deep sea. Truly, everything has exceeded my expectations." Nanchang nodded slightly, her eyes conveying steadfastness and encouragement. She poured him a cup of tea and said, "Who would have thought? Nevertheless, despite the unforeseen circumstances, we have succeeded. How splendid is that, Comrade Commander?" Zhang Heng's gaze was resolute as he lifted his teacup, downing its contents in one swift motion, and then stated firmly, "You are correct. Our achievement is sufficient. In the future, we must continue to strive." In the days that followed, Zhang Heng received an array of meticulously prepared martial uniforms from the logistics department. These garments encompassed every occasion, ranging from formal and resplendent attire to seasonal where suitable for spring and autumn, as well as practical uniforms for executing tasks. Everything was comprehensively provided. Such a rich wardrobe resolved Zhang Heng's previous dilemmas concerning clothing selection. Each uniform was exquisitely tailored and crafted, reflecting the dignity and authority of the Eastern Huang Navy Marshal. Simultaneously, meetings progressed at a brisk pace. The agenda extended from the critically important constitutional vote to the meticulous formulation of various regulations, with each matter advancing in an orderly and efficient manner. Every document Zhang Heng reviewed was a refined version, honed through countless revisions. Seizing the rare opportunity of having all representatives gathered together, they engaged in thorough and profound discussions on these texts, striving for each decision to be flawless and aligned with the long-term development of Eastern Huang and the fundamental interests of its people. Time flowed steadily in this tense yet fulfilling atmosphere, and before they knew it, September 30th had arrived. Joyfully, all scheduled meeting items had been successfully completed, with each outcome embodying the collective effort and wisdom of all involved. Everyone was acutely aware that the following day would mark an immensely significant occasion, a pivotal moment worthy of being inscribed in the annals of Eastern Huang's history. With eager anticipation, preparations for this impending moment were in full swing. Finally, October 1st, a day of profound significance, arrived. Zhang Heng, filled with excitement and trepidation, found himself unable to sleep through the night. As dawn approached, with the final vestiges of darkness lingering, he carefully donned the exquisite martial ceremonial attire. In the courtyard, the fleet girls, including Nanchang, were also dressed in their finest, having awaited this moment for quite some time. Their graceful figures and varied postures reflected an air of anticipation and pride for this important moment. Zhang Heng stepped outside and approached Nanchang, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency and nervousness. He asked, "Nanchang, please help me check if this outfit is appropriate. Is there anything that seems amiss, or any alterations needed? And what about my hairstyle? Does it look suitable? You are always so attentive to detail. I would appreciate your insights." Nanchang, observing the usually composed and decisive marshal now displaying a touch of disarray, couldn't help but smile, gently patting Zhang Heng's shoulder. She teased, "My dear marshal, I never anticipated you would be so anxious." Zhang Heng's face flushed with a hint of bashfulness as he quickly replied, "Please, no teasing. Consider this, in 2 lifetimes, I have never experienced such a solemn and grand occasion. Moreover, this is the grand ceremony of the founding of the nation. Quickly, please assist me with utmost seriousness. We must avoid any missteps." Nanchang replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Comrade Commander, your attire is nothing short of impeccable. Observe how the tailored suit fits your form, with every detail showcasing your authority and elegance. Your hairstyle is also quite spirited and tidy, leaving no room for error. Do relax. Remember how composed you were in Petersburg?" Hearing Nanchang's earnestness, which seemed devoid of jest, Zhang Heng felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He exhaled deeply, expressing, "It is a relief to hear that. If the Grand Admiral were to falter in his attire, it would truly be a disgrace, tarnishing my image before our compatriots. Previously in Petersburg, I was merely facing the Soviets, without the immediate gaze of the vast populace of the Northern Union. Hence, my nerves were less frayed. However, today is different. I genuinely wish to avoid any embarrassment in front of my beloved compatriots. I must strive for perfection." Nanchang could not help but stifle a laugh again, nodding fervently as she declared, "Indeed, Comrade Commander, you are absolutely correct. We must pursue excellence." At that moment, the staff of the ceremony approached, methodically organizing the itinerary for everyone. Under the guidance of the staff, Zhang Heng and the ship girls boarded the vehicle, which gradually made its way toward the heart of Yanjing City. The majestic structure, once the imperial palace of the Tunguska Empire and now transformed into the People's Museum, awaited their arrival, poised to witness this magnificent and sacred historical moment. Chapter 24: The Ceremony, Part 2. At 9:00 a.m., all attendees gathered within the Qingjin Hall of the Western Garden, adjacent to the Imperial Palace Museum. The meeting was presided over by Secretary General Lin Chu, elected by the representatives. He first solemnly presented the chairmanship certificate to Xiao Jinghua on behalf of the Assembly, followed by the bestowal of the Chief Justice certificate to Yunnan Shan. Once the ceremony concluded, Xiao Jinghua commenced the signing of orders, methodically appointing Ji Changhai as the Prime Minister, Qiao Liang as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Lin Zong as the Minister of National Defense, and Zhang Heng, who assumed dual roles as the Minister of the Navy and the Minister of Maritime Affairs, thereby finalizing a series of significant government appointments. Subsequently, Xiao Jinghua conferred ranks upon the commanders of several army theaters, awarding 5 generals the rank of Field Marshal and 5 others the rank of General. At 9:55 a.m., the newly refreshed leadership team, alongside the marshals and generals, ascended the Changtian Gate Tower. The 5 chief officials stood at the forefront, with Xiao Jinghua occupying the central position, while the remaining chiefs flanked him on either side. Zhang Heng, citing his youth, humbly declined the position of the 3rd chief, quietly taking his place on the far right, with Nanchang and others standing behind him. At precisely 10 o'clock a.m., Xiao Jinghua faced the multitude gathered in the square, announcing with a resonant and resolute voice, "The People's Republic of Dongwang is officially established." As the words echoed, he pressed the flag-raising button. In an instant, a colossal red flag ascended the square's flagpole, accompanied by the stirring strains of the national anthem, fluttering in the breeze. Simultaneously, across the vast expanse of the land of Jiuzhou, every major city square was teeming with crowds. A bustling scene of camaraderie and celebration for this momentous historical occasion. Through the broadcast, Xiao Jinghua's clear and powerful voice resonated. In Jinling, Fengtian, Songjiang, Chang'an, vibrant red flags waved in the wind, their 5 stars gleaming brilliantly as they rose slowly. At that very moment, identical flags were hoisted nationwide. After enduring trials and tribulations, the land of Dongwang had finally embraced unity once more. Zhang Heng gazed at the ascending red flag, its rise to the top stirring profound emotions within him, his eyes moistening slightly. At that moment, he sensed an urgent call within his mental space. Zhang Heng swiftly immersed himself in this mental realm, where all the summoned ship girls gathered. The first to speak was Qinzhou, her expression earnest as she addressed him. "Commander, we have made an important new discovery. Today, while on routine patrol in the Qiongzhou Strait to prevent any reckless deep-sea forces and the stubborn elements on Dayuan Island from disrupting the celebration, I sensed a peculiar energy slowly enveloping the skies above Qiongzhou and Yangzhou around 10:05 a.m. Hangzhou added, "I have also detected it. I am currently near the Wui Mountains, monitoring the movements around Dayuan Island. That energy attempted to completely shroud Dayuan Island, but has thus far only managed to cover the strait between Yangzhou and Dayuan Island." At this moment, Kaixing spoke up. "Comrade Commander, I wonder if you still recall our journey through the 9 provinces, when I mentioned a mysterious energy that shields the eastern Huang land from deep-sea incursions. At that time, you laughed and suggested I was delving into metaphysics. Now, it can be confirmed that with the unification of eastern Huang and the collective will of the people, this energy has been restored to its maximum extent. Based on observations from other ship girls, this energy now envelopes the entirety of eastern Huang, excluding Dayuan Island." Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Can we confirm that this is a positive development?" Kaixing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is a positive development. Although the underlying principles remain unclear, it is evident that this situation is highly advantageous for us." Zhang Heng then remarked, "That's reassuring. Thus, our subsequent efforts will focus on the construction of the naval base, the unification of Dayuan Island, and the exploration of the specific range of this protective shield. Thank you all for your hard work." Upon returning to reality from his mental space, Zhang Heng found that Xiao Jinghua's inspiring speech had already concluded. In the square, the enthusiasm of the populace had been ignited, with cheers and joyous shouts rising like a surging tide, enveloping the atmosphere in a celebratory and harmonious spirit. At that moment, the slender figure of President Lin stepped forward with steady and powerful strides, descending the city tower with poise. His countenance was solemn and dignified, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed the neatly arranged formations before him. With his arrival, the stirring strains of military music erupted, as if heralding the commencement of this grand military parade to the world. The first to catch the eye was the formation of battle heroes. Clad in specially tailored military uniforms, the medals adorning their chests gleamed brilliantly under the sun, reflecting the illustrious achievements and legendary experiences of these heroes. In their eyes, one could see the resilience forged through the crucible of war and the profound loyalty and love they held for their country and its people. Their strides were firm and resolute, each step seeming to carry the weight of the grand narrative of unification. As they passed the reviewing stand, the crowd cast reverent glances, their cheers and applause resounding like thunder, a testament to the highest respect and admiration of the people for these heroes. Following closely were the 5 elite military formations, representing the pinnacle of the Eastern Huang armed forces. Each soldier stood tall, akin to unyielding pines, their eyes radiating an innate confidence and valor, a reflection of countless arduous training sessions and trials in battle. These 5 elite forces had made indelible marks during the Unification War as well as in their resistance against the interventions of the White Eagle and Sakura. Now, they marched in perfect unison, a steel torrent embodying their indomitable spirit as they stood ready to be reviewed by their homeland and its people. Their rallying cries resounded through the skies. "We follow orders, we can win battles, and our conduct is exemplary." This resolute declaration exemplified their supreme honor and sense of mission as elite forces. Soon after, the formidable formation of 99A tanks thundered into view. These are the 4 battalions equipped by Sichuan, which have made remarkable contributions in this year's conflict. Each 99A tank stands as a formidable steel beast, its robust lines exuding an aura of immense intimidation. The tank's barrel points skyward, as if to showcase the indomitable might of the Eastern Huang Army to the world. The drivers of these armored giants exhibit focused and serious expressions, maneuvering them with precision in both distance and speed. The rumble of the tracks resonates powerfully, akin to the very tremors of the earth, underscoring the 99A tank's majesty and authority. As the formation passes the review stand, an overwhelming sense of awe envelopes all, deeply impressing upon them the strength of armored power. Following the 99A tanks, a battalion of self-propelled artillery advances in meticulous order. Each piece is arranged with precision, its elongated and austere barrel gleaming with the distinct luster of metal. These self-propelled guns are equipped with advanced technology, boasting exceptional mobility and formidable firepower. The soldiers atop these vehicles stand tall, their gazes resolute. Finally, the infantry fighting vehicles make their appearance. Each vehicle is compact, yet sturdy, outfitted with an array of advanced weapon systems that demonstrate formidable combat effectiveness. The infantry fighting vehicles not only possess commendable mobility, but also provide effective fire support and battlefield transport for the infantry. The formation of infantry fighting vehicles proceeds in perfect unison. In the sky, a deep and stirring roar grows louder as it approaches. A formation of aircraft from the Langia Flight School soars towards the square with magnificent momentum. The first to capture the eye is the J-15T carrier-based fighter jet, its body shimmering in the sunlight with a cold metallic sheen, while the missiles beneath its wings signify its formidable striking power. These aircraft fly in a tightly knit wedge formation, showcasing exceptional agility and coordination. Close behind are the J-35 fighters, echoing the formation of the J-15T. Following the fighter jets, a formation of 2 groups of early warning aircraft approaches steadily. The KJ-600 and KJ-500 also fly in formation overhead. Additionally, various older models of Eastern Huang aircraft, captured by the Eastern Huang Army, pass gracefully above the square. Zhang Heng slightly turns, quietly inquiring of his companion Xiao Liang. Chief Xiao, have those Air Force assets from the Langia Flight School already achieved combat readiness? He reflects. I've been preoccupied with naval matters lately and haven't kept up with developments on that front. Xiao Liang gently waves his hand, a hint of nostalgia in his demeanor as he responds. It cannot be said that they have attained complete combat capability so swiftly. While these assets can indeed take to the skies now, the crux lies in the effective and proficient application of the sophisticated technologies on board, which requires considerable time for adjustment and training. Alas, at the end of the day, our foundational education still lags behind the pace of equipment development. Zhang Heng nods in agreement, his tone tinged with gravity. Indeed, that is the case. To truly unleash the full potential of these advanced apparatuses, we still have a long journey ahead. The task is formidable, and the responsibility is immense. It can indeed be said that the road ahead is fraught with challenges. At this moment, Xiao Jinghua turned to Zhang Heng, his expression a blend of satisfaction and contemplation, and slowly remarked, the development of the Air Force indeed bears great weight. And the Army must not grow complacent either. Many of the heavy industrial factories you previously suggested have already commenced small-scale production. Shanghai is absolutely thrilled to witness these achievements. However, I can't shake the feeling that this parade left a tinge of regret. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's eyes sparkled with surprise, and he eagerly inquired, "Oh, it's already in production? That is truly wonderful. Heavy industry is the lifeblood of the nation's development. Its rise holds profound significance for us. Of course, light industry and agriculture must not be neglected in the slightest. Chief Xiao, I believe this parade was nothing short of perfect. What do you mean by regret?" Xiao Jinghua let out a hearty laugh, then exchanged playful glances with the other 4 chiefs, saying, "Look at our young Marshal Zhang. Despite his youth, he has a wealth of thoughts. Young Zhang, do you not feel that something was missing from this parade? Perhaps the Navy?" Realization dawned on Zhang Heng as he suddenly slapped his forehead and chuckled. "Indeed. How about this? Once we unify the high-ranking officials and establish the Navy Command in Tianjin, we shall invite people from all over to participate in the Naval Review. Compared to having the Nanchang ship march in formation, witnessing those vessels bravely cutting through the waves would be truly breathtaking. Excitedly, Xiao Jinghua clapped his hands and decisively declared, "It is settled. After the unification of the officials, we shall join you for the naval review and witness the splendor of our Dongwang Navy." As the discussions continued, the parade gradually approached its conclusion. On the square, groups of citizens stepped forward with cheerful strides. These individuals hailed from the vast expanse of our motherland, each region represented by unique attire, yet unified by the radiant joy on every face, each person exuding the same spirit of happiness. As the final formation marched proudly across the square, it felt as though the entire area had ignited, transforming into a joyous sea. Cheers and songs intertwined, coalescing into a stirring symphony. The people celebrated the birth of this new republic in their most sincere and fervent manner. Chapter 25. The base. Following the successful conclusion of the grand ceremony, the entire government swiftly immersed itself in a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng led the Nanchang ship and a contingent of shipgirls, hastening to the port city of Tianjin, adjacent to Yanjing. There, they joined forces with the already arrived Qinghai Lake and Chagan Lake, arriving at a vast expanse of land along the coastline, earmarked to be transformed into a future naval base. The scene before him stood in stark contrast to the previous Langia and the early Moon Bay. The Tianjin seashore was a flat, expansive plain, affording an unobstructed view. A twinge of doubt crept into Zhang Heng's mind, prompting him to turn to the accompanying mayor of Tianjin. "Do you truly believe this location is suitable for a naval base? As far as the eye can see, there are no barriers. Should the base flourish in the future, might there not be a mingling of military and civilian zones?" The portly middle-aged mayor maintained a warm smile throughout. Unfazed, he replied, "Rest assured, Marshal. Extending 20 kilometers to the north and south from here has already been designated as naval territory. Moreover, the geographical conditions here are exceptionally favorable, particularly for establishing a port. Did you not mention the necessity of finding a location with sufficient depth and ample space conducive to shipbuilding? This site fits the bill perfectly." As he spoke, the mayor gestured towards the land ahead, unfurling a planning map to elaborate. "You see, at the northernmost point, a garrison area for the army will be established. Troops will engage in extensive afforestation here, and once the vegetation flourishes, it will naturally separate the classified from the non-classified zones. Moving to the southernmost point, this area will connect with the future civilian Tianjin port. Our shipyard is planned to the north of Tianjin port, serving as a demarcation between civilian and military ports. Furthermore, the navigation conditions here are ideal, ensuring that military and civilian vessels will not share the same waterways, thereby avoiding conflicts." Zhang Heng attentively listened while scrutinizing the planning map, unable to suppress his admiration. "Your planning is remarkably exceptional. The layout of the command center, port area, university town, and shipyard is both rational and orderly. Starting from the command center, the levels of confidentiality diminish outward, with a garrison area nearby to ensure security, a thoroughly well-thought-out plan. In light of this, let us commence preparations for the construction. By the way, should the Tianjin urban area require any assistance from our Navy during the construction process, do not hesitate to let us know." The mayor chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you for your kindness, Marshal. At present, we have ample manpower, and we also hope to attract more labor through various construction projects to spur urban development. Should we encounter challenges in the new phase of development, I will certainly seek your assistance. After all, we are all one family, helping one another." Hearing this, Zhang Heng also burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, indeed. We are one family. The development of Tianjin is, of course, our Navy's duty." A multitude gathered at the pre-designated military dock, where the vessels Chagan Lake and Qinghai Lake gracefully unfurled their hulls, marking the commencement of a construction project of profound significance. Accompanied by the gentle hum of machinery, a series of agile robots emerged in an orderly fashion from the ships, diligently adhering to the meticulously crafted blueprints, plunging into the intense work ahead. These carefully drawn plans encapsulated the dedication and ingenuity of Chagan Lake and Qinghai Lake. Throughout the design process, they not only retained the clever details added during the construction of Langia Port, resulting in an architectural style that is both aesthetically pleasing and imbued with a palpable sense of technology, reminiscent of a dreamlike realm from the future. Additionally, They ingeniously fused the Tianjin port area with the Navy Command Headquarters, creating an immensely vast and functionally comprehensive integrated zone. Here, each functional division was planned with meticulous attention to detail. In the construction area, various advanced equipment harmoniously collaborated with the industrious robots, producing a resounding symphony of progress. The research area resembled a temple of knowledge, embodying the mission of continuous exploration in naval technology. The maintenance area stood ever ready to safeguard a variety of vessels, ensuring they could set sail in peak condition at any moment. Meanwhile, the resource area methodically stored and allocated the diverse materials required for construction and operation. The living quarters equally reflected a considerate human touch. The accommodations and recreational areas were crafted to the highest standards, exuding warmth and comfort without ostentation, allowing every individual working and residing here to feel the embrace of home. The main building of the port area, serving as the heart of the complex, bore the significant responsibility of housing the command headquarters. This 10-story edifice, expansive in footprint, rose majestically, resembling a beautiful yet formidable wall that stood resolutely within the port, symbolizing not only strength but also the unwavering resolve of the Navy to protect its maritime borders. The design of the quay within the port area was particularly innovative, as she meticulously arranged a tram and automated bus system between the various functional zones, functioning as the veins of the port, providing convenient and efficient services for personnel movement. As the port area gradually takes shape, it will not merely serve as a base for Zhang Heng and the ship girls, but will also welcome a multitude of new commanders and various staff members, making an efficient transportation system imperative. Surrounding the port area, esteemed academic institutions abound. The Navy University, Air Force University, and Technology University are strategically dispersed, collectively establishing this region as a bastion of knowledge and scholarship. Through his unwavering dedication and persistent efforts, the mayor of Tianjin successfully established Tianjin University here as well. The convergence of these universities not only provides a continuous influx of talent to the port area, but also infuses the region with a rich academic atmosphere. Notably, the Navy University's enrollment scope has expanded further, now welcoming talents from society beyond traditional commander training. The cultivation of research personnel, civilian staff, and joint military advisors has been integrated into the Navy University's educational framework. This initiative will significantly enrich the naval talent pool, laying a solid foundation for the comprehensive development of the Navy. Concurrently, the Army has extended robust support to the Navy's advancement by transferring 2 battalions of elite soldiers, thus forming the core framework and backbone of what will become a true Marine Corps. With these 2 battalions as its foundation, the Marine Corps is poised to gradually expand and flourish. The construction of the Marine Corps base is also underway with great urgency, serving as a nurturing cradle for the force, carrying the mission of safeguarding the maritime territory. Qinghai Lake and Chagan Lake, renowned for their exceptional planning capabilities and formidable construction prowess, are wholly dedicated to the development of the new port area. During these intense and busy 2 weeks, they have collaborated seamlessly with numerous small robots, creating a vibrant scene at the construction site. From the initial land leveling to the gradual erection of infrastructure and the meticulous refinement of various functional zones, each phase embodies their dedication and intelligence. Both the structural integrity of the buildings and the aesthetic appeal of their design have undergone meticulous consideration and careful crafting. Ultimately, through the relentless efforts of Qinghai Lake and Chagan Lake, this grand, exquisitely beautiful, yet dignified and solemn new port area has been splendidly completed. It stands as a resplendent gem set upon the coastline of Tianjin. Chapter 26. Inheritance. Since the establishment of the new port district, the Navy has functioned like a powerful engine, entering a fervent phase of comprehensive construction. Amidst the intense preparations and construction, naval bases in the northeast and Cheongzhou have risen one after another. Simultaneously, the Shul base, located at the westernmost edge of Yongzhou, has been successfully completed and put into operation. In terms of personnel and ship allocation, Taiyuan has been entrusted with significant responsibilities, serving as the flagship of the Western Sea Fleet. She leads Zhou Huaiqi, Lanzhou, and the newly summoned Urumqi, stationed at the Shul base. Urumqi, a tall and strikingly beautiful figure, exudes a rich, exotic charm. Not only is she talented in song and dance, but her cheerful and amicable personality quickly earns her the affection and respect of everyone at the base. Meanwhile, At Lushuan Port in the northeast, Changchun assumes the role of flagship, safeguarding this maritime area alongside Ninghai, Pinghai, and Yixian. In the southern Xiongzhou port, Nanjing, Sichuan, Xiangtan, and Datong remain vigilant, ensuring the safety and stability of the waters. Nanjing, without hesitation, has become the flagship of the South China Sea Fleet. It is noteworthy that these newly constructed ports are all the culmination of cutting-edge technology and exquisite craftsmanship. Their equipment represents the latest achievements following countless upgrades and iterations of the Kaiyang Star, from advanced navigation systems to efficient defense facilities, each symbolizing the pinnacle of naval equipment. The development of the Marine Corps is equally swift, flourishing like robust saplings, rapidly taking shape. Each port is equipped with at least 2 battalions of Marines, along with various specialized support personnel, forming a complete and formidable maritime combat force. Furthermore, each port has also constructed large airports capable of accommodating the Y-20 aircraft. Thanks to its exceptional research capabilities, Kaiyang Star has successfully developed the Y-20. The integration of the Y-20 significantly enhances the Navy's strategic projection capabilities, enabling more efficient rapid personnel deployment and emergency material transportation, thereby providing robust support for the Navy's diverse missions. As these developments continue to progress, the Navy's strength grows increasingly formidable, standing resolutely upon the ocean, safeguarding the nation's maritime security. Over time, the personnel allocation at the Tianjin Command has become increasingly refined, with radar operators responsible for critical technical operations, communicators ensuring information flow, and logistics personnel, such as kitchen chefs providing delicious meals, all fully equipped in their respective roles. Simultaneously, students from various schools have stepped into their new campuses, embarking on hopeful and aspirational new lives. At this moment, Zhang Heng stands in the office on the top floor of the command building, quietly gazing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the vibrant and orderly scene outside. A swell of accomplishment rising within him. He slightly turns his head to glance at Nanchang beside him and remarks with a sense of reflection, "Look, it seems everything has finally fallen into place, doesn't it?" Nanchang stood alongside him, both gazing out the window with eyes brimming with satisfaction and pride. "Indeed, Comrade Commander," he replied. "In just over a year, we have achieved such remarkable results. It truly has not been easy. You are truly exceptional." Zhang Heng humbly smiled, gently shaking his head as he responded, "I cannot take all the credit. Without you, I would accomplish nothing. By the way, tomorrow marks our second new year together. Tonight, we shall gather at the port area. This year has been a whirlwind for everyone, especially for those like Nanjing, who are stationed far away. We must prepare well to celebrate the new year joyfully." Nanchang nodded with a smile, determination shining in his eyes. "Rest assured, Comrade Commander, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. We will ensure everyone is filled with happiness." However, curiosity sparked within him. "I am a bit curious. Why did you decline the invitation from Yanjing to celebrate the new year there?" Zhang Heng gazed at Nanchang with deep sincerity and replied, "Wherever you are, that is my true home. How could I celebrate the new year without you all?" Just then, a majestic Y-20 transport aircraft gracefully descended at the port airport. Zhang Heng's attention was immediately captured, watching the beautiful aircraft lower itself with a look of delight on his face. "They must be back from Taiyuan. Once they arrive, we shall all be together. Come, let us go greet them." As he spoke, he prepared to step outside. Nanchang quickly reached out to stop him, saying earnestly, "Comrade Commander, you are now a naval marshal. Is it necessary for you to personally greet them? You should remain here and focus on reviewing the plans for the upcoming major operation. Things are different now. We are well equipped with personnel. Your energy should be directed towards more significant matters." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng suddenly realized, unable to suppress a self-deprecating laugh as he lightly slapped his forehead. "Look at my memory. I still have not adapted to my changed status. You are absolutely right. I must transition quickly." The following day, February 5th, 106, New Year's Eve, the Tianjin port area appeared adorned in festive splendor. Vibrant lanterns and decorations radiating a rich celebratory atmosphere. A plethora of captivating activities unfolded, overwhelming the senses. After all, this was not only the first new year following the Unification War, but also the second one Zhang Heng would spend since returning to Dongwang, making it extraordinarily significant. Within the port area, newcomers mingled effortlessly with the ship girls, participating in a variety of colorful events. Laughter resonated from the bustling game zones, while others gathered around tables laden with delectable dishes, relishing the joy and warmth of the communal feast. On this special day, every face radiated happiness, and together, they welcomed this hopeful new year with joyous spirits, as if all fatigue and hardship had evaporated in that moment, leaving only aspirations for a bright future. Although everyone had been awake throughout the night on February 6th, there was not a trace of fatigue among them. Before dawn, a gathering of individuals convened at the dock, silently awaiting the arrival of the New Year's sun. As the first rays of dawn subtly pierced through the night, casting a shimmering glow upon the undulating sea, a resplendent sun gradually ascended the horizon. The onlookers gazed in quiet reverence, absorbing the vitality and hope that accompanied the inception of the new year. Amidst the enchanting atmosphere of the sunrise, a sudden, inexplicable impulse surged within Zhang Hong. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the office. Upon reaching the office, he made his way directly to a corner where precious items were stored, unhesitatingly retrieving two special cores that had been meticulously safeguarded. One was the exclusive core of a battleship acquired through the trials of the royal lineage. The other, an exclusive core of a cruiser, was an unexpected find during his return journey past the Rose Sea. Clutching these two cores, Zhang Hong hurried towards the construction center, his heartbeat quickening, as if heralding an impending momentous event. The ship girls, observing Zhang Heng's hurried demeanor and peculiar expression, were filled with curiosity. They set aside their tasks and instinctively followed him, eager to uncover the mystery. Upon arriving at the construction center, they found Zhang Hong standing before the construction apparatus, taking a deep breath before gently placing the two cores into the device. The ship girls exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed by his actions. Yet, from the determination in his gaze, they sensed the significance of the moment and stood quietly by, awaiting what was to unfold. As soon as the cores were positioned, they sprang to life. Much like ravenous beasts, rapidly absorbing resources, streams of resources flowed into the cores, producing a faint humming sound. Unexpectedly, after drawing only a fraction of the resources required for a modern destroyer, the cores abruptly ceased their extraction. Almost simultaneously, the construction facility's clock displayed 6 o'clock, 00, initiating a tense countdown. The red digits pulsated, resonating with the collective heartbeat of the assembled crowd. Zhang Hong turned to face the ship girls encircling him, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. No one dared to disrupt the silence. They all tacitly awaited the conclusion of the countdown. As if expecting the arrival of a miracle, time stretched in the charged atmosphere, each second seeming interminable. At last, when the countdown reached 0, two enormous sleep chambers simultaneously expelled dense clouds of white mist. The fog enveloped the entire construction area in a shroud of mystery. As the mist gradually dissipated, the chambers slowly opened, accompanied by the soft whir of machinery. From within emerged two petite, yet uniquely captivating ship girls. The battleship girl stood approximately 160 centimeters tall, exuding an air of elegance and poise. She was adorned in a vintage, deep purple military uniform, reminiscent of a qipao, with exquisite tailoring that perfectly accentuated her silhouette. The hem of the qipao is intricately embroidered with lifelike wave patterns, as if the ocean's tides are surging in sync with her steps, embodying the majesty and might of a battleship amidst the tumultuous sea. Beside her stands the cruiser maiden, standing at approximately 150 centimeters, exuding a playful charm. She too dons a deep purple qipao-style military uniform, its hem adorned with fiery motifs that seem to blaze, symbolizing the cruiser's fearless spirit of advancement. Both of their left chests are embellished with a golden dragon anchor insignia, narrating their profound connection to this land. As these two petite and charming ship girls suddenly appear, all present seem to be ensnared by an enchantment, rendered momentarily speechless. Their gazes are fixated on Ding Yuan and Zi Yuan, eyes brimming with astonishment and incredulity. The two ship girls, confronted by the unfamiliar crowd and the stark contrast in attire, instinctively grow vigilant. The cruiser maiden reacts swiftly, taking a step forward to shield the battleship maiden behind her. Her eyes locked onto the assembly, exuding an unmistakable wariness. However, the battleship maiden remains remarkably composed. With a slight furrow of her brow, she gently tugs the cruiser maiden back behind her, extending an arm to envelop the cruiser under her protective wing. Her gaze sweeps across the crowd before finally settling on Zhang Hong. Despite the swirling uncertainties in her heart, she strives to maintain a calm demeanor as she inquires, "Are you our commanding officer? I am the battleship Dingyuan, and this is the cruiser Ziyuan. You may call us Dingyuan and Ziyuan." Zhang Heng and the group of cruiser maidens had already harbored suspicions upon the appearance of their new companions. Upon hearing their self-introduction, that surge of emotion crystallized, resonating with the profound echoes of history. With a solemn expression, Zhang Heng suddenly commanded, "Attention! Salute!" At his command, all the ship girls swiftly aligned in formation. Executing their movements with precision and seriousness, they raised their right hands in unison, paying the utmost respect to their esteemed predecessors. A salute imbued with reverence for history and admiration for those who came before. Once the formalities concluded, Zhang Heng stepped forward, gazing earnestly at Dingyuan and Ziyuan, stating, "I am Zhang Heng. You may no longer refer to me as the commander. You can call me Comrade Commander. I am the Admiral of the Eastern Huang Navy. And you need not worry." Perhaps it was Zhang Heng's earnest demeanor or the deep bond inherent in their core, but Dingyuan and Ziyuan gradually lowered their defenses. Their expressions softened, and they naturally approached the crowd, smiles gracing their faces as they greeted everyone. Each individual responded warmly, engaging in self-introductions, transforming the atmosphere into one of amiable warmth and camaraderie. Zhang Heng subtly leaned closer to Nanchang, whispering a few words. Nanchang nodded in understanding, promptly clapping her hands to signal all ship girls to follow her out of the construction center. The fleet girls, though somewhat curious about Zhang Heng's next actions, dutifully followed orders and departed in an orderly manner. At that moment, only Zhang Heng, Dingyuan, and Ziyuan remained in the construction center. Zhang Heng smiled at the two fleet girls and gently remarked, "Let us walk and talk." With that, he led Dingyuan and Ziyuan slowly toward the dock. Along the way, Zhang Heng resembled a traveler narrating the epic scrolls of history, sharing with the two fleet girls the myriad events, both significant and trivial, that transpired from that great naval battle to the present moment. He recounted the grand historical narratives of a distant world while also detailing the unique historical trajectories of the land of Mercury. Whenever he reached a topic that piqued Dingyuan and Ziyuan's interest, Zhang Heng would pause, elaborating with care. For instance, when discussing the composition of the military, he spoke earnestly. "Our army consists of ambitious individuals from all corners of the world, regardless of their noble or humble origins, united in their common goal of protecting our nation and its people." When addressing the principle of equality among officers and soldiers, his demeanor grew resolute. Whether a general or a common soldier, all are equal in character. We share joys and sorrows, striving for the same ideal. Though I am now a naval marshal, I remain just an ordinary member of the military. However, the distance to the dock was finite, and despite Zhang Heng's many words, they soon arrived at their destination. At the dock, the sea breeze gently caressed the air, and the waves lapped at the shore. As if quietly listening to this transcendent exchange, an awe-inspiring sight unfolded before them at the dock. All the fleet girls unfurled their vessels, lining up in an orderly manner according to size. The Fujian ship stood majestically at the forefront, followed by the Sichuan ship, and then a series of 055 class destroyers and 052D class destroyers. They were arrayed with precision, exuding an extraordinary presence. Bathed in the gentle sunlight, the hulls of these warships gleamed with a pearlescent brilliance, resembling a flock of white spirits upon the sea, radiating the intertwined glow of technology and strength. Simultaneously, each fleet girl raised vibrant national and naval flags upon their ship's masts. The banners fluttered in the sea breeze, resounding like a narrative of naval glory and duty. The fleet girls stood tall on the platform outside the bridge, their postures erect and expressions solemn, saluting Zhang Heng, Dingyuan, and Ziyuan, creating a scene both grand and solemn. They gasped in awe at the magnificent spectacle before them. Dingyuan gazed at the elegantly designed and imposing warships on the sea, murmuring to herself, "Had we possessed such advanced vessels back then, how could we have faced defeat?" Her tone was filled with nostalgia and regret. Ziyuan, with her characteristic fearlessness, nervously said, Comrade Commander, they look so big and beautiful. Can we really join you? I worry about holding everyone back. Moreover, you have elucidated history quite clearly. After all, we have fallen behind significantly." Zhang Heng smiled, pointing at the hull numbers of the warships, and narrated to Dingyuan and Ziyuan, "Look, the hull number of the Fujian is 18, the Sichuan is 51, the Nanchang is 101, and the Hangzhou is 136. The arrangement of these hull numbers follows a certain order. Now, can you guess which hull number is currently the smallest? Upon hearing the question, Ding Yuan fell into deep contemplation, while Zi Yuan, ever exuberant, promptly replied without hesitation, "Commander, are you really posing such an easy question to us? It must be 01, the smallest two-digit number." "Humph. Please don't treat us like children." Zhang Hong, unable to resist the charming and candid Zi Yuan, gently ruffled her hair, then straightened up and gazed into the vast expanse of the sea. His demeanor grew particularly solemn. "No, the current smallest hull number belongs to the Liaoning, which is 16. Although she is yet to officially join our family, she is the first aircraft carrier of our nation, marking the true inception of our Navy's resurgence." At this juncture, he slowly turned his head back, his gaze sincere and earnest as he looked at Ding Yuan and Zi Yuan. "In truth, the preceding 15 numbers have long been imbued with special significance, as they belong to you. We have never forgotten the immense contributions you have made to the Navy, nor have we ever disregarded that deeply etched history of humiliation. Thus, you must never feel as though you do not belong here. You, along with those yet to arrive, have always been our cherished vessels numbered from 01 to 15, the significant prologue of our Navy's history, and the very source of motivation that propels us forward." Upon hearing Zhang Heng's words, Ding Yuan and Zi Yuan could no longer contain their overwhelming emotions, tears streaming down their faces. They embraced tightly, weeping openly, as if to release the pent-up feelings that had long been buried within. Zhang Hong, too, felt his eyes moisten, quietly rubbing them from the side. Unbeknownst to them, the likes of Nanchang and other ship girls had silently returned to their side, standing there with expressions filled with emotion and respect. At that moment, the Tianjin port area continued to be caressed by the gentle sea breeze, while the waves rhythmically lapped against the shore. It bore witness not only to the rebirth and rise of the Eastern Huang Navy, but also to a transcendent historical legacy. This legacy, akin to a torch, is passed down through generations of naval personnel. Chapter 27. Danyang. The arrival of Ding Yuan and Zi Yuan was akin to a stone cast into a serene lake, instantly stirring ripples throughout the harbor, transforming the previously jubilant atmosphere. The resounding victories of the Unification War, the grand ceremony of nation-building, and the fervent naval developments had enveloped Zhang Hong, along with all human commanders, students, and even the ship girls, in a euphoric celebration, immersing them in a blissful ambience. However, the entrance of Ding Yuan and Zi Yuan served as a clarion call, abruptly tightening the collective spirit. The weighty tapestry of history unfurled once more before their eyes, reminding everyone of the formidable challenges and grave responsibilities that lay ahead. With a gentle smile, Zhang Hong tenderly lifted the two weeping ship girls, Ding Yuan and Zi Yuan, embracing them as a loving elder would, softly ruffling their hair. He comforted them in soothing tones. There, do not weep. Together, we shall forge the Dongwang Navy into the mightiest force in this world, ensuring that you shall never again endure such helplessness and sorrow. Look closely. Not only are our ship girls powerful, but our harbor is also a sight to behold. Beyond it lies our university town, home to the future pillars of our nation. Gradually, under Zhang Heng's nurturing words, the two ship girls ceased their tears and stood up slowly. Ding Yuan was the first to regain her composure, her eyes rekindling with resolute determination. She straightened her back and solemnly addressed Zhang Hong. "Commander, we are deeply grateful. We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to contributing to the Dongwang Navy." At that moment, Zhang Hong noticed Danyang standing apart, quietly observing from a distance. Her deliberate withdrawal from the crowd and the complex emotions reflected in her intermittent glances indicated a profound inner turmoil. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hong summoned Herong and earnestly instructed, "Herong, once the school semester commences, please take Ding Yuan and Zi Yuan under your wing to study contemporary red thought, and allow those ship girls who harbor discontent to learn from Ding Yuan and Zi Yuan what it truly means to feel powerless. This will not only facilitate their integration into our collective, but also help them comprehend our ideals and aspirations. In addition, guide them in familiarizing themselves with the Tianjin harbor area, sharing insights on the current state of Dongwang, enabling them to adapt swiftly to their new surroundings." With these arrangements in place, Zhang Hong approached Danyang, accompanied by Nanchang and Changsha. At that moment, Danyang stood alone, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. Zhang Heng approached her side. Concern etched on his face. Danyang, what troubles you? Everyone was so lively just now. Why did you not join us? Upon seeing Zhang Heng, Danyang promptly stood at attention. Her voice tinged with nervousness. Marshal, I. Zhang Heng quickly waved his hand, a smile breaking across his face. No, no, no. Marshal is merely a title. I still have much to strive for. Please, continue to call me Commander, as it feels far more personal. Upon hearing this, Danyang's expression slightly relaxed. Yet she remained with her head bowed, hesitating to find her words. Zhang Heng gently patted her shoulder and said with a smile, "This is not the Danyang who once dared to threaten me, declaring that if I became a poor commander, she would come to educate me. If there's something on your mind, feel free to speak. Why must we hide anything from each other?" Slowly lifting her head, Danyang's eyes flickered with worry and unease as she stammered, "Commander, I come from the Sakura faction, and the memories of that world linger in my mind, impossible to erase. You mentioned that hull numbers 01 to 15 are reserved for Dingyuan and Ziyuan, but they sank while battling against the Sakura. I am afraid that because of this, I will struggle to find my place in Donghuang, and returning to Sakura will leave me without a home. I truly do not wish to be without a family again." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Observing Danyang's worried expression, Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle heartily, then gently patted her back, signaling to Changsha with a glance. Changsha immediately understood and smiled as she addressed Danyang. "You, after all, are our Navy's deputy political commissar. Many of our Navy's policies have been formulated and drafted with your involvement, particularly regarding mass movements, where your contributions are indispensable. Why, at this moment, are you confused about your own position?" Danyang initially shook her head in resignation, then slightly nodded. Her expression conflicted as she replied, "In my heart, I understand this, but this is an extraordinary hatred. Furthermore, the major engagement is about to commence. It has been confirmed that the Sakura army has dispatched Nagato to assist Chongjing in defending the major engagement, and there are already several Sakura-class destroyers stationed there. I truly worry that when the time comes..." Zhang Heng promptly interrupted her, speaking with a tone both firm and gentle. "Danyang, you need not fear. Remember, you are not Yukike's, you are the one and only Danyang. Your hull is equipped with the specially developed HPJ-38 dual 130mm naval guns, advanced radar, and missiles, and even your hull has been reinforced with the latest steel. You are, from the outside in, fundamentally different from the past. You are simply Danyang, a cherished daughter of the Langyu people. If you truly wish to avoid encountering your former colleagues, I can arrange for you to join the South China Fleet or the West Sea Fleet. What do you think?" Danyang, her expression serious, resolutely shook her head in refusal. "No, Commander, I wish to apply to participate in the major engagement. I will not deliberately sever ties with my past as Yukike's. Even though I do not cherish that time, it is still part of my history. It is precisely because I recognize my past mistakes that I must strive even harder on the correct path now. Comrade Commander, thank you for your concern. I have come to terms with it. Whether Yukike's or Danyang, I am both. I am neither a mere tool manipulated by Sakura nor a cold weapon of Donghuang. I am a daughter of the Donghuang people, and I will dedicate my strength to the cause of unification." In Danyang's eyes, an unprecedented determination shone forth. At that moment, she truly discovered her sense of belonging and purpose. Zhang Heng and Changsha exchanged glances with Nanchang, as if they shared an unspoken understanding, and soon thereafter, they erupted into hearty laughter. The sound of their mirth resonated through the air, imbued with a sense of comfort and pride. Amidst the laughter, Zhang Heng clapped his hands in delight, sincerely exclaiming, "Indeed, Danyang, you are absolutely right. Truly deserving of our Navy's recognition as the Deputy Political Commissar. Your ideological awareness is unparalleled. At times, I find myself humbled in your presence. Just like those advanced theoretical concepts, I must strive to learn, relying on Changsha to enlighten me about matters that once eluded my understanding. Yet, you, with a mere casual remark, like a resounding bell, have awakened us all. Your words are profoundly enlightening. Indeed, we are all soldiers of the Eastern Huang people, dedicated to safeguarding Eastern Huang and serving the populace. This is our shared mission." Upon hearing Zhang Heng's praise, Danyang's cheeks flushed slightly, a shy warmth creeping across her face. Previously ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions, she was now buoyed by the camaraderie of Zhang Heng and the others. As the clouds of doubt that loomed in her heart were swiftly dispelled. She felt a genuine sense of integration into this collective, embraced and accepted by all. With her heart unburdened, she joined in the jubilant laughter alongside Zhang Hong, Changsha, and Nanchang. Chapter 28. Pre-war of the great officials. In the days that followed, life at the base continued to unfold in an orderly manner. While a piece of joyous news spread swiftly among the crowd like a gentle spring breeze, Nangong Xian had successfully condensed her second battle position, marking a significant breakthrough for both her and the entire naval force. With a heart brimming with excitement and anticipation, she arrived at the construction facility, where the surrounding ship girls gathered to witness this momentous occasion together. As the construction facility powered on, radiant lights flickered, accompanied by a soft rumble, and the hatch gradually opened, revealing the Type 075 amphibious assault ship, Guangxi. The sight of Guangxi was truly striking. She was a taller and more statuesque figure than Nanning, boasting an enviable physique. Standing beside Nangong Xian, who measured 160 centimeters, Guangxi towered a full head above her. Clad in a military uniform inspired by traditional attire, she possessed a unique flair. The tailored fit of her uniform accentuated her commanding presence while preserving the essence of her ethnic costume. The silver ornaments adorning her attire chimed harmoniously with her movements, producing a melodious symphony that added a touch of elegance to this already exhilarating scene. The arrival of Guangxi invigorated the Navy, prompting Zhang Hong to initiate a new round of optimization and restructuring of naval forces. This adjustment took into full consideration the strategic positioning, geographical distribution, and characteristics of each fleet, aiming to forge a more efficient and coordinated maritime power. In the north, the Beihai fleet established its home port in El Shun, a location of strategic significance that commands crucial coastal waters of northeast China. Changchun served as the flagship. Leading the fleet, the seasoned ship girls Ninghai and Pinghai, alongside the youthful and spirited Xiangtan, formed the core of the Beihai fleet, entrusted with the solemn duty of safeguarding the northern maritime domain while remaining vigilant against potential threats from the north. The Donghai fleet set its home port at Langia, a pivotal base for naval development, steeped in rich historical heritage and equipped with comprehensive facilities. Sichuan took command as the flagship. Enshan, one of the veterans of the new Chinese Navy, held irreplaceable significance, while Danyang, beloved daughter of the Langia people, was a source of concern for the local populace when absent for extended periods. Yixian, imbued with cultural depth and combat wisdom, formed the core strength of the Donghai fleet, dedicated to protecting the vast eastern seas of the motherland and maintaining peace and stability in these waters. In the south, the Nanhai fleet established its home port in Xiongzhou, a strategic location within the South China Sea. Nanjing, as the flagship, guided the fleet forward. Shipgirls such as Fushun, Hangzhou, and Qinzhou collectively safeguarded this expansive and resource-rich maritime area, defending the nation's sovereignty and interests in the South China Sea while ensuring the safety and smoothness of maritime traffic. Meanwhile, in the distant west, the Shihai fleet set its home port in Shul, a crucial junction connecting the inland with the western frontier. Taiyuan served as the flagship, leading the shipgirls Lanzhou and Urumqi. Qinghai Lake, an important resupply point in the west, was also dispatched to the Shihai fleet, as Commander Zhou Huiqi accompanied Lanzhou. The presence of the Shihai fleet played an indispensable role in safeguarding the maritime rights of the nation's western borders and ensuring regional stability. Furthermore, the remaining fleet girls, in collaboration with Zhang Hong, formed the Central Fleet, with Nanchang serving as the flagship. The Central Fleet, as the naval force's dynamic core and foundational pillar, stood ever ready to support various fleets and respond to unforeseen circumstances, thereby ensuring the flexibility and coordination of the entire naval combat system. Through this reorganization, the divisions of labor among the naval fleets became more defined, and their collaborative combat capabilities were further enhanced, laying a more robust foundation for the protection of the nation's maritime security. Each fleet now possessed one or more dedicated fleet girls associated with Zhang Hong, enabling immediate communication with him through the mental space in the event of emergencies. After the Lantern Festival, the lively atmosphere of the new year gradually faded, and the fleet girls of the four major fleets boarded the Y-20 transport aircraft, departing from Tianjin in an orderly manner to their respective posts. Meanwhile, Zhang Hong gathered with Nanchang, Changsha, and Fu Jin in the conference room, diligently devising strategies concerning the high-ranking officials. In the meeting room, Fu Fu Jin comfortably lounged on the sofa, savoring an apple with great enjoyment. While chewing, she casually remarked, "Commander, you really ought to expedite the construction efforts. If we could summon the Type 094 submarines, the Liaoning aircraft carrier sisters, the Dongfeng spaceport, and the Yuanwang series, we could develop the Dongfeng 11 in conjunction with the Kaiyang Star and the Type 094. Equipped with our advanced Beidou navigation system, we would have the upper hand in battle, able to strike at will without the current agonizing deliberation. Aren't they merely a group of fleet girls guarding a replica palace? Is your concern really about the Sakura army intervening?" Nanchang, observing Fu Jin's nonchalant demeanor, could not help but gently tap her on the head, feigning seriousness as she said, "Fu Jin, you are the strongest aircraft carrier in our navy. We are currently discussing how to swiftly resolve this last independent force while minimizing significant harm to Dayuan Island. If you have constructive suggestions, please present them earnestly." Fu Jin chuckled, unconcerned, and replied, "Isn't it because we have already delayed for so long? From the way the commander seems to be indicating, are we planning to prolong this further? In my view, we should simply launch an attack and be done with it. Other regions have been resolved in a straightforward manner. Why should it be different here at Dayuan? We can unite with the army and see how they can continue to resist, isolated as they are overseas." Zhang Heng, who had been pacing in the conference room, halted upon hearing Fu Jin's remarks, his expression taking on a grave seriousness. He slowly responded, "This situation is markedly different from any prior ones, as it is highly likely that we are facing an entirely fleet girl adversary for the first time. How to address the fleet girls on the opposite side is indeed a source of great concern for me." Changsha, displaying concern, quickly inquired, "Commander, what exactly troubles you?" Zhang Heng furrowed his brow slightly and explained, "I am concerned that, should we inadvertently sink an opposing fleet girl during combat, other factions may harbor resentment towards us, leading to a deterioration of our amicable relations. Although I possess unwavering confidence in the potential of the Dongwang Navy to evolve into the world's strongest, it would be troublesome if we ended up as the sole faction, with all others united against us. Moreover, do you not feel a twinge of sorrow in your hearts? After all, we are all fundamentally fleet girls." Upon hearing this, Fu Jin set down the apple she was holding and, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Commander, I understand that having spent considerable time with us, you have developed a genuine affection for fleet girls. However, you must recognize that differing stances render one an adversary. We cannot allow personal sentiments to cloud our judgment." Changsha nodded in agreement, solemnly adding, "Commander, whether fleet girls or humans, we should inherently stand united. Yet, you must never forget the distinction between our enemies and our friends. Once this judgment is clear, we must treat our friends with sincerity, while resolutely confronting our foes without wavering due to their identities." After listening, Zhang Heng pondered for a moment, then moved to his position and sat down. Taking a sip of water as if resolved, he announced loudly, "I have been fixated on superficialities. I hereby declare that the grand operation will officially commence at 4 o'clock on March 10th, with the entire Central Fleet and East Sea Fleet participating in this battle." As soon as he finished speaking, Nanchang, Changsha, and Fu Jin immediately stood up in unison, their postures tall and respectful as they saluted, responding in a determined chorus, "Understood. We guarantee the completion of the mission." Chapter 29, Pre-War Negotiations, Part 1. On the night of March 9th, 106. The members of the Central Fleet and the East Sea Fleet stood poised and armed, awaiting their battle orders in a hushed silence. Each warship was dimly lit, with only the luminous indicators on their hulls flickering like distant stars, as if they were vigilant eyes observing the darkness. The Fu Jin and its aircraft carrier group were securely stationed in the waters 40 kilometers northeast of Dayuan Island, effectively separating it from the Sakura forces and guarding the crucial route through which the Sakura might send reinforcements to Dayuan. The East Sea Fleet dominated the strait between Yangzhou and Dayuan, a strategic choke point controlling the vital passage between Dayuan Island and the mainland. The Guangxi and Nanning ships, commanded by Nangang Xian, were also deployed to this location. The Sichuan and Guangxi ships, as the core forces for the landing operation, were laden with fully equipped naval marines in their docks. Hai Rong and Changfeng led the remaining fleet of the old Dongwang. Gathered upon the bridge of the Sichuan ship, their expressions were focused, reflecting a blend of tension and anticipation, with some exhibiting a hint of disdain. This battle was not merely a significant military endeavor for them. It signified a moment to witness the formidable strength of the Dongwang Navy, serving both as a deterrent and a lesson. They would observe the entire combat process from the bridge, learning and absorbing experiences to better integrate into the new Dongwang in the future. The Nanchang ship, serving as the flagship, held the central position. Zhang Heng stood at the center of the bridge, flanked by Ding Yuan and Ji Yuan, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black sea through the bridge windows, his expression resolute. This battle concerned the unification of Dongwang and allowed no room for error. Ding Yuan and Ji Yuan were positioned to closely witness the military bearing and immense power of the new era's navy. Meanwhile, the Changzheng 15 nuclear submarine remained like a phantom in the depths, silently lurking beneath the waves. It moved stealthily through the dark waters, employing advanced sonar systems and concealment technologies to monitor every movement around it. Once hostilities commenced, it would act as an unexpected ace in the battlefield, delivering unforeseen strikes to the enemy. The entire fleet stood at the ready, waiting for the command that would unleash their ferocious offensive like a tiger descending from the mountain. Within the grand structure at the heart of Dayuan City, brilliant lights illuminated every corner as if it were day. Yet, this brightness could not dispel the tension and anxiety that permeated the air. Chang Jinghua paced restlessly like an ant on a hot pan, his steps hurried and frantic. The two commanders who had fled from Yangzhou sat slumped in their chairs, their expressions filled with fear and unease, their eyes betraying a dread of the uncertain fate that awaited them. C.H. Mei, the Sakura ship girl, sat gravely in the main seat with her companion, the S.H. Kaku-class aircraft carrier, Rui, sharing a similarly solemn expression. Meanwhile, the destroyer ship girls Mitsuki, Kisaragi, and Minazuki crouched timidly nearby, scarcely daring to breathe. The oppressive and somber atmosphere within the room stirred a wave of sorrow within them, as if they had already foreseen the impending misfortune. As Chang Jinghua anxiously paced, he raised his voice towards Nagato, his tone laced with anger and helplessness. What is the stance of the Sakura Army headquarters? The capabilities of those ship girls from New Dongwang have utterly transcended the ordinary. Given the current situation, we cannot hold our ground. Yet, we are also incapable of mounting a counterattack. You have persistently assured me that if I could just endure, a solution would materialize. But now, they have already encircled us in the open sea, and the Sakura Army has sent only you? What purpose does that serve? I would rather flee back to Sakura, where at least I could live as a wealthy man rather than remaining here, awaiting my doom. Suddenly, a sharp rebuke from Suikaku reverberated like thunder in the room. Silence. You worthless fool. Beyond your indulgences, what value do you possess? Compared to your father, you are leagues behind. When I previously suggested you leave, you clung to the allure of wealth and luxury, refusing to budge. And now, you dare to complain? Go sit quietly. If you dare to pace about again, I shall blast you to oblivion. Her brows furrowed, her eyes brimming with disdain and fury directed at Chang Jinghua. This unexpected scene left the two human commanders and the trio of destroyers present utterly astonished. As contract ship girls, they had always thrived in a symbiotic and respectful relationship with their commander, never having witnessed such a stark confrontation between a commander and a ship girl. After Suikaku's fierce admonition, Chang Jinghua's face flushed crimson with anger, his trembling finger pointed at her, eyes filled with resentment and rage, as if he yearned to retort, yet feared Suikaku's authority. After a moment of stalemate, he could only retreat like a defeated rooster, sulking to a corner, his head bowed, obscuring his expression, leaving one to wonder what thoughts plagued his mind. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Suikaku, her countenance grave, fixed her gaze on Nagato, urgently inquiring, Nagato, has the Sakura Army headquarters not provided a clear statement? Nagato slowly shook her head, her demeanor suffused with resignation and concern. Yamato had not appeared before them for a considerable time. The battleship ship girls were entangled in covert schemes, each coveting the position of Yamato. Meanwhile, the aircraft carrier ship girls from the Navy were all too eager to witness the Army's misfortune. My intention in coming here was to persuade you to return with me to the Sakura homeland. After all, you are the only aircraft carrier who is not part of the Navy. Your return could greatly assist us in numerous ways. Alas, I never anticipated that it would culminate in such a predicament. Upon hearing this, Suikaku also shook her head, her tone resolute. I shall not return. I am all too aware of the current state of affairs in the Sakura homeland. Despite all being ship girls, the artificial divide between the Navy and the Army, as well as the fierce rivalry between aircraft carriers and battleship shipgirls, is utterly senseless. If I were to return as an aircraft carrier and join the army, the battleship shipgirls would undoubtedly resent me, and the Navy's aircraft carriers would not treat me kindly either. Where can one truly find comfort here? It now seems that the vested interests on the eastern side may be irrevocably lost. Has the discord between the Sakura Empire and the Eastern powers escalated to such a critical degree? With a soft sigh, she exhibited a trace of confusion and helplessness in her gaze. Nagato furrowed her brow, a flicker of hope crossing her eyes as she inquired once more, "Is there truly no possibility of redemption?" Ryuhu offered a bitter smile and shook her head, her expression laden with resignation and reflection. "I once stealthily observed the new Eastern Navy, and I must admit, they are products of an entirely different era. I never anticipated their development to be so formidable. Had I foreseen this, I would not have permitted Chongjinghua to ravage Eastern resources so freely. Our domestic resources in the Sakura Empire are far too meager. Without the support from the East, we would gradually descend into a mere marginal territory devoid of international influence. In my heart, the development of the Sakura Empire is paramount. I am utterly indifferent to the maritime and terrestrial conflicts." Upon hearing this, Nagato could not help but let out a gentle sigh, as if recalling something significant, and asked, "You have indeed endured much over the years. By the way, what of Yukike's? Why is she absent at such a critical juncture?" At the mention of Yukike's, Ryuhu's anger surged, and she slammed her hand on the table, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "Do not mention that traitor. She is now a general of the East and has undergone advanced modernization with their cutting-edge technology. Humph. She has likely long since abandoned any loyalty to the Sakura Empire." Chapter 30, Pre-War Negotiations, Part 2. Time slipped away in a tense atmosphere, the clock's hands slowly approaching 4 o'clock. Just as Zhang Heng was fixated on the clock on the bridge of the Nanchang, ready to issue the order for a full assault at any moment, a clear and resolute voice suddenly emanated from the communicator. "Commander, this is Danyang. We have merely 20 minutes until the full assault commences. I propose that I attempt to establish contact with the Dayuan Island forces to urge their surrender. We have long sought communication with them, but to no avail. However, they now stand at the brink of annihilation, and I believe another attempt at this juncture may yield a breakthrough." Zhang Heng paused momentarily, instinctively exchanging a knowing glance with Nanchang. The two understood each other's thoughts without a word. Zhang Heng responded decisively into the communicator, agreed. Upon hearing the commander's response, Danyang's previously taut tone relaxed instantly, and she sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Commander." At that moment, Danyang's heart was a tumult of emotions. She silently reflected, "This is the moment I formally bid farewell to the identity of Yukike's. Regardless of the outcome, I must bravely take this step and henceforth live proudly as Danyang." Danyang skillfully operated the equipment and swiftly transmitted a signal to Dayuan City. The signal rapidly reached the grand edifice within Dayuan City. CHG and Suikaze perceptively detected the familiar frequency, and Suikaze frowned impatiently, saying, "Yukike's? What is she up to now?" CHG narrowed her eyes slightly and pondered for a moment before replying. "It appears she intends to coerce us into surrendering before the battle." A disdainful smile crept across Suikaze's lips as she retorted, "Humph, we possess the spirit to stand and die, not to kneel and live like cowards. Let us disregard her." CHG, however, slowly shook her head, her gaze steady. "Let us at least hear what she has to say." With that, she reached out to accept the communication request. In an instant, the sound of the conversation was clearly conveyed to every member of the Eastern Huang Navy and those within Dayuan City. CHG maintained a calm demeanor and was the first to speak. "Long time no see, Yukike's. What brings you to us at this hour? Are you looking to reminisce?" Danyang took a deep breath, her tone grave and solemn as she responded, "This is the Danyang of the Eastern Huang People's Navy. To the battleship CHG of the Sakura and the aircraft carrier Suikaze of the former Eastern Huang, I hereby issue an ultimatum on behalf of the Eastern Huang People's Navy. We shall commence the Dayuan Island campaign at 4 o'clock, and your time to surrender is swiftly dwindling. Please recognize the disparity in our strengths and refrain from futile resistance. This is, for both you and the populace of Dayuan Island, the most prudent choice." Her voice was unwavering and powerful, resonating like a mighty bell. Suikaze still bore a contemptuous smile, dismissively replying, "Humph, just because you've changed your name, you think you're no longer that fighting fairy? Huh, dream on if you think I'll surrender." In a moment of urgency, Nagato interrupted Suikaze, her gaze fixed on the communication device, her expression grave as she inquired, Yukikaze, no. Danyang, should we refuse to surrender? What are your intentions? Without hesitation, Danyang responded with resolute clarity, we shall decisively strike against any adversary. We will deploy our strongest forces, compelling you to seek benevolence on the battlefield. Is this not the very essence of the Bushido you hold dear? The so-called splendid death. Suikaze, eager to provoke Danyang further, was halted by Nagato's raised hand. Nagato continued, if, and I emphasize if, we are permitted to safely withdraw to Sakura, what conditions would you propose? Danyang found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to reply, reluctant to concede to any conditions. At that moment, Zhang Heng swiftly intervened through the communication device, his voice steady and assertive. I am Admiral Zhang Heng of the Eastern Empire Navy. You may withdraw to Sakura, as we currently wish to avoid conflict over this matter. However, upon your return, it is imperative that you report the actual situation in the Eastern Empire to your Sakura Army headquarters accurately. Past grievances will inevitably be addressed. However, the specifics shall be discussed in due course. Our primary focus now lies in achieving the unification of the Eastern Empire. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's words, Nagato chuckled lightly, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. Ah, so you are the renowned commander of the Eastern Empire. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. However, I do not intend to depart alone. Suikaze, as well as Mitsuki, Kisaragi, and Minazuki, must accompany me. Though summoned by your Eastern Empire, they remain, at their core, members of Sakura. Zhang Heng, upon hearing Nagato's demands, swiftly convened a discussion in his mind with Changsha, Nanchang, and Fujin. Their thoughts collided in a fervent exchange. Rapidly analyzing the pros and cons, Nanchang, with a serious demeanor, spoke first. The previous aggressive actions from Sakura will ultimately require reckoning. But this can be resolved on their homeland. Here on Daiyuan Island, if we can avoid conflict with these ship girls, we can minimize civilian casualties and significantly reduce damage to the island's infrastructure. Once the ship girls depart, we can swiftly and smoothly allow the army to take control of Daiyuan Island, achieving our unification goals. Changsha nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, from a strategic perspective, this approach not only accomplishes our immediate unification objectives, but also preserves a more favorable position for future accounts with Sakura. Fujin, however, scoffed dismissively, remarking, the bond between ship girls and their commanders is profound. How could they be easily separated? Our proposal is clearly an intentional provocation. Yet, I must admit, I relish this sense of deliberate provocation. After careful deliberation, consensus was reached. Zhang Heng promptly replied to Nagato through the communication device. You may depart, but the commander, leading with Chang Jinghua, must remain to face the judgment of the Eastern Empire's people. You are tasked with disarming the army on the island. As long as we can fully take control of Daiyuan Island, we shall treat you with courtesy and ensure your safe passage. Zhang Heng conveyed the resolute stance and clear position of the Eastern Huang Navy. Upon hearing this proposal from Zhang Heng, Rueha instinctively exchanged a glance with Nagato, her eyes questioning, what do you think? Nagato raised an eyebrow slightly and retorted, are you asking me? Commander Chang Jinghua is your superior, not mine. However, in my opinion, it would be prudent for you to accept this proposal. Let us return to the Sakura Empire first, and then deliberate further. It is certainly better than remaining here, accomplishing nothing and risking our lives in vain. Rueha fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, seated below, Chang Jinghua seemed to sense Rueha's internal conflict. His eyes wide with terror as he fixated on her. With a trembling voice, he pleaded, no, you cannot do this. I am your commander. You cannot abandon me. We are spiritually connected. Rueha's eyes were filled with disdain as she coldly regarded Chang Jinghua, mercilessly stating, you are worthless. Establishing a spiritual connection with you is a disgrace to me. It is merely a matter of enduring some mental pain. What is there to fear? This exchange of words was transmitted through the waves to every ship girl present. Upon hearing this, Fujin was left astounded, exclaiming involuntarily, This is actually a choice? Both Zhang Heng and Nanchang shared a similar incredulity, exchanging bewildered glances. At that moment, Rueha directly responded through the communication, I agree to your terms. You may come to take control of Daiyuan Island at noon. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Heng replied, you can only depart alone. No property belonging to the people of Eastern Huang is permitted to be taken. Rueha, visibly irritated, retorted, "Understood. Just come to take over at the designated time." How bothersome. Chapter 31. Mutation. Upon hearing the responses from Rueha and Nagato, Zhang Heng made a swift decision to pause the general offensive. He immediately dispatched reconnaissance aircraft to meticulously monitor the disarmament process of the army on Dayuan Island. At this moment, every detail was of paramount importance, leaving no room for carelessness. Under the resolute intervention of Rueha and Nagato, the defending forces on Dayuan Island resembled deflated balloons, their morale utterly depleted as they obediently laid down their arms and slowly gathered in an open area. Their eyes were filled with resignation and despondency, having completely abandoned any thoughts of resistance, opting instead for formal surrender. The once arrogant bravado had long since vanished, replaced by a profound uncertainty regarding their future. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Heng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This final battle, pivotal for the unification of Dongwon, had initially been fraught with tension, the atmosphere taut like a bowstring on the verge of snapping. Yet, the eventual outcome unfolded in an unexpectedly anticlimactic manner, almost akin to a tiger's head and a snake's tail. However, regardless of the process, it ultimately culminated in a resolution that was acceptable to all. At this point, the burden that had weighed heavily on his heart began to ease. A sense of relief washed over him, for he knew that the grand endeavor of Donghuang's unification had, at this moment, finally reached a significant milestone. As the sun gradually ascended from the horizon, its golden rays poured forth like an unstoppable tide, dispelling the shadows of night and illuminating the sky. Time flowed steadily in the tense yet orderly atmosphere. Zhang Heng closely monitored the evolving situation and, sensing the moment was ripe, decisively ordered the Sichuan and Guangxi ships to deploy the naval marines to suitable landing positions. The two warships navigated towards their designated sites, where the Marines had already braced themselves for action. Upon receiving the landing command, the troops rushed towards the shore, and once ashore, they methodically commenced their operations, systematically taking control of Dayuan block by block. Their strides were resolute, and their discipline unwavering, as they seemed to declare Donghuang's sovereignty with each step they took on the land. Before long, the army's landing forces also surged ashore with the swiftness of a tempest. The soldiers, equally spirited, swiftly established a governing order in Dayuan with their remarkable efficiency. As time progressed, this last piece of territory not yet under the control of New Dongwon officially returned to the embrace of the motherland. The clock's hands firmly pointed to 12 o'clock when Nagato, Rueha, and the trio of Mitsuki, Yukikase, and Minazuki arrived at the dock. Sichuan and Guangxi promptly approached, conducting thorough inspections to ensure they carried no items beyond personal belongings. At that moment, Zhang Heng's voice resonated clearly through the communicator. "You may depart now. I hope that when we meet again, we shall no longer be adversaries." Upon hearing this, Rueha chuckled oddly and remarked, "How could that be? You certainly won't let us off easily for our previous exploits against Dongwon." The voice of Nanchang followed swiftly. "Since you are well aware of your misdeeds, return to your headquarters and deliberate on a compensation plan. It is essential to recognize that the wheel of history perpetually rolls forward. The geographical proximity of Dongwon and Zhongying presents ample opportunities for future interactions. Acknowledging one's mistakes and demonstrating the courage to admit and rectify them is indeed a wise course of action." As Rueha attempted to retort, Nagato swiftly interrupted her. Addressing the communicator, "You must be the formidable destroyer Nanchang, correct? I shall relay your words back to the headquarters." Zhang Heng, listening to the verbal sparring between the two parties, grew somewhat impatient and inquired, "Where are your commanders?" No sooner had Zhang Heng's words left his lips than Mitsuki, Kisaragi, and Minazuki, the three destroyers, seemed to be struck at their heartstrings, simultaneously turning towards the city, tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces. Nagato observed this in silence. However, Rueha could no longer contain herself, scolding, "Why are you crying? Those three useless individuals are worth such sorrow? Pull yourselves together. From now on, you shall be free ship girls, and no one will command you at will. Commander Zhang, those three have been restrained and placed in the Changfu Hall. Since they were once our commanders, it would be inappropriate to hand them over directly. You should send someone to retrieve them." Zhang Heng decisively issued orders to Sichuan and Guangxi, instructing the two to deploy robotic soldiers to swiftly apprehend the individuals at Changfu. Simultaneously, he communicated to Nagato and the others, "Do not be in haste to leave until we have captured them. We had an agreement. The condition of our transaction is that you may depart, but your commander must remain. A faint smile graced Nagato's face as she calmly responded, "Please, do as you wish." Her tone was unperturbed, as if everything were well within her expectations. A subtle tension enveloped the dock as everyone awaited the return of the robotic soldiers with Chang Jinghua and the others. Sunlight shimmered upon the sea, reflecting a dazzling array of light, yet every heart present remained taut, knowing true relaxation would only come once the transaction was fully realized. Before long, accompanied by the synchronized sound of mechanical operations, the three commanders were securely escorted to the port by the robotic soldiers. The two commanders who had fled from Yangzhou were now utterly terrified, trembling uncontrollably as they muttered, "Kisaragi, Minazuki, save me." Their voices were laced with fear and desperation. Upon hearing their cries, Kisaragi and Minazuki felt a pang in their hearts and instinctively yearned to rush forward. Yet Nagato held them tightly, and no matter how they struggled, they could not break free. In stark contrast, Chang Jinghua, who had previously paced anxiously in the hall, now appeared unusually calm, perhaps excessively so, as if he were a different person altogether. Rueha noticed Chang Jinghua's peculiarity and could not help but tease, "Oh, you coward. Managing to display a bit of masculinity at the last moment has certainly caught my eye. Well then, everyone is present. It is time for us to depart." As her words fell, Rueha's form radiated a brilliant light, instantly revealing her formidable aircraft carrier shape before the crowd, exuding a chilling metallic sheen. Nagato swiftly led the three little ones aboard Rueha's vessel. As the low rumble of the engine echoed, the Rueha slowly sailed northeast, fading into the distance. Chang Jinghua fixated on the retreating aircraft carrier, his gaze filled with bitterness, watching helplessly as Rueha and her crew departed, his hatred igniting within him like an ever-growing flame. At that moment, as everyone's attention was drawn to the vanishing silhouette of the Rueha, Chang Jinghua seized the opportunity when the robotic soldiers were momentarily distracted. With a sudden exertion, he leapt into the air, plunging into the harbor's waters with a splash. The robotic soldiers reacted swiftly, rushing to retrieve him from the sea. However, the surface remained undisturbed, and Chang Jinghua sank like a stone, disappearing without a trace. Simultaneously, as if a boulder had been cast into a tranquil lake, piercing alarms erupted from the control centers of the fleet maidens, including Nanchang and Fujian. The sirens, sharp as daggers, shattered the previously calm atmosphere, echoing ominously across the Diyuan dock and the offshore region. Nanchang responded with remarkable speed, commanding in an authoritative tone before Zhang Hong could fully comprehend the situation. "Quick! Ensure the safety of all humans and retreat to Diyuan City. The Army and Marine Corps must be prepared for an imminent deep-sea assault. Deep-sea energy breach warning. Repeat. Deep-sea energy breach warning. Based on the current situation, it is highly likely that a deep-sea flagship is involved. All personnel, prepare for battle. All personnel, prepare for battle." Nanchang's voice was resolute and powerful, cutting through the cacophony of alarms, reaching the ears of every fleet maiden and soldier. Instantly, everyone entered a heightened state of alert, the specter of a great battle looming ominously on the horizon. Chapter 32. Naval Warfare. The soldiers of the army surged forth like a well-trained torrent of steel, springing into action with astonishing speed and remarkable efficiency the moment they received their orders. They swiftly navigated the vicinity of the docks, executing the clearance of the entire area in mere moments. Those officials who had emerged to surrender, though visibly anxious, were orderly guided by the army personnel as they retreated towards the city of officials. Simultaneously, the naval fleets from Nanchang, Fujian, Sichuan, and Guangxi swiftly entered combat readiness, with each ship prepared to confront the impending fierce battle. At this moment, all attention was riveted on the spot where Chang Jinghua had plunged into the sea. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars erupted from beneath the water, shattering the brief silence of tension. It was the Changzheng No. 15 nuclear submarine, which had been silently lurking underwater, that initiated the first wave of assault. 6YU. 8 torpedoes shot forth like arrows released from a bow, striking rapidly towards the same target. In an instant, the surface of the sea erupted in great fountains of water, as columns surged skyward, as if attempting to pierce the heavens. Following the explosive detonations, accompanied by a cacophony of sound and enormous splashes, a massive deep-sea battleship, dark as ink, emerged swiftly from the depths, resembling a demon rising from the abyss. Its colossal hull gleamed with a chilling metallic luster under the sunlight, as 9 imposing 500mm cannons lined its body, all aimed at the retreating Ruku. With a thunderous roar, the shells shot forth like meteors, accompanied by piercing sonic booms. Shells detonated around Ruku like a torrential downpour, creating towering columns of water that soared high before crashing back down to the sea like a relentless deluge. Under this fierce onslaught, Ruku's hull swayed violently, enveloped in thick smoke and mist. The deep-sea battleship seemed fixated solely on Ruku, disregarding the vigilant Eastern Huang Navy, as it recklessly pursued its target with full force. At this juncture, Chang Jinghua's voice, distorted and nearly deranged, suddenly crackled through the communication channels, blending eerily with the thunderous booms of the battleship's main cannon. "Wretched creature! Wretched creature!" he bellowed, his voice hoarse with fury. "You look down upon me, deeming me inferior to the old man. Do you think the capable old man would have given me his treasure already? Ha ha ha! Do you see my true form now? This is my real self, wretched creature. Grovel beneath my feet. I can forgive your disrespect. Ha ha ha!" His laughter was frenzied and shrill, echoing through the communication channels like a demon unleashed from hell, venting long-suppressed hatred and madness. The sudden turn of events jolted Zhang Heng from his stupor, as he instinctively muttered, "Shipman? That seems off. Could it be deep-sea man? What on earth is this?" Nanchang, overhearing Zhang Heng's murmur, could not help but wear a look of resignation. She turned her head to look at the equally astonished Ding Yuan and Ji Yuan, half-jokingly explaining, "Sometimes, the commander can be a bit foolish. If you spend enough time with him, you might come to appreciate this quirk." At that moment, the situation left Zhang Heng no room for hesitation. He swiftly conferred with Nanchang for a brief moment, and they decisively resolved to concentrate all their efforts to ensure the destruction of the peculiar entity before them, which resembled both a deep-sea creature and a warship. Zhang Heng's orders were transmitted through the communication devices at the utmost speed. No sooner had he spoken than the various fleets reacted with alacrity. Zhang Heng resolutely issued commands into the communicator. "Comrades, the 6 torpedoes launched by Changjing 15 have all successfully struck their target. Yet we cannot ascertain the extent of the damage from its exterior. Do not lament the ammunition. Unleash the maximum firepower against that enigmatic deep-sea battleship. Fire!" In an instant, the surface of the sea seemed to ignite. From the Nanchang, Anshan, Fushun, and other warships, the YJ-18 missiles soared forth like falcons released from their nests, accompanied by a piercing whistle as they shot out from the vertical launch systems. The tails of the missiles expelled searing flames, leaving behind brilliant trails in the sky, akin to meteors streaking across the horizon, hurtling towards the deep-sea battleship. Simultaneously, from the Fujin aircraft carrier, J-15T carrier-based aircraft ascended with the agility of soaring eagles. Beneath their wings were massive anti-ship missiles, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. The aircraft swiftly gained altitude and adjusted their course, then, like lightning, charged towards the enemy vessel, launching their anti-ship missiles in unison. In a moment, the sky was filled with a dense swarm of missiles, cascading like raindrops upon the deep-sea battleship. One by one, the missiles detonated with precision upon the battleship's hull, erupting in flames and billowing smoke. The violent explosions generated shockwaves that relentlessly battered the deep-sea vessel structure. The massive ship trembled violently, its previously swift speed significantly diminished, while the splashes of water mingled with flying metal debris. Confronted with the relentless barrage from the Dongwang Navy, the deep-sea battleship seemed utterly incensed. It roared through the channel like a wild beast. "I won't hold it against you. Let me first deal with that wretched Ruea, and then I'll come back for you. Do not obstruct my path. You vessel maidens are all wretched." That frenzied roar reverberated through the communication channel, filled with twisted fury and resentment. However, the Dongwang Navy's warships showed no signs of retreat in the face of this threat. Rather, they continued to methodically organize their next wave of attacks. In its fury, the deep-sea battleship turned both its main and secondary guns towards the nearest targets, the Sichuan and Guangxi ships, unleashing torrents of fire. Yet, amidst the tidal wave of missile assaults from the Dongwang Navy, its gunfire seemed to lose its mark, with shells landing haphazardly. Most of the shells merely erupted into enormous splashes far from the Sichuan and Guangxi ships, while those that approached the two vessels were mercilessly shredded by the dense barrage of the 1130 close-in weapon system. transforming into dazzling sparks as their remnants plunged into the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, in the dark abyss of the deep sea, the Changzheng 15 stood resolute and silent, launching relentless assaults. Wave after wave of torpedoes, imbued with lethal power, were expelled from its launch tubes, leaving clear trails in the water. Zhang Heng fixated on the trajectories of the torpedoes, a surge of admiration for the Changzheng 15 swelling within him. This ship girl, often appearing weary upon landing, silently safeguarded the fleet during engagements, delivering fatal strikes to the enemy beneath the waves. All torpedoes fired from the Changzheng 15 seemed to be guided with precision, converging on a single point on the port side of the deep-sea battleship. Not a single torpedo deviated from its course, and with each resounding explosion, towering columns of water erupted from the battleship's port, its hull shaking violently, as if it might be torn apart by the overwhelming force at any moment. The already retreating Rueha, upon witnessing this sudden crisis, resolutely dispatched its aircraft to return and initiate a dive-bombing assault on the deep-sea battleship. Simultaneously, the silhouette of the Nagato gradually emerged upon the surface of the sea. Its massive and distinctive hull, particularly the seemingly illegal construction of its masts and bridge, astonished Zhang Heng. In the world he inhabited, such sights had only appeared in documentaries, and now witnessing them firsthand rendered him speechless, grappling with the bewilderment of such peculiar design. In an instant, a torrent of diverse offensive maneuvers rained down upon the flagship of the deep sea. Missiles, trailing long tails of fire, streaked across the sky, bombs screamed down from the aircraft, torpedoes silently navigated beneath the surface, and the naval guns roared with deafening thunder. One wave after another, ceaselessly. Under this relentless barrage, although the deep-sea battleship fought valiantly, it gradually succumbed to the onslaught. Colossal explosions illuminating its hull amidst billowing clouds of black smoke. At last, under the combined force of countless attacks, the deep-sea battleship began to tilt slowly, sinking toward the ocean floor. As it gradually submerged, the frenzied voice from the communicator lingered. I am unwilling. Why? I have forsaken my human form. Yet I still fail? You wretches, you have taken everything from me. I refuse to accept it. Ha ha ha, but it matters not. Even in death, you shall not escape retribution. The old man will return for vengeance. He will. As the battleship sank deeper into the abyss, the voice faded into obscurity. Yet the malice and resentment it harbored seemed to linger in the air, leaving an air of suspense to this fierce naval battle. Chapter 33 Post-War Investigation. The onlookers stood in stunned silence as the colossal, ink-black battleship of the deep sea disintegrated amidst a cacophony of flames and thunderous roars, gradually sinking into the abyss. The venomous voice of Chang Jinghua, akin to a dreadful curse, slowly faded away, ultimately succumbing to stillness. For a moment, everyone present seemed ensnared by a spell, enveloped in an eerie and oppressive silence. After an indeterminate span of time, Zhang Heng was the first to shatter the stifling quietude, sending a communication request to Nagato and Suikaze. His tone was grave yet tinged with a hint of intrigue. You cannot depart just yet. We must thoroughly unravel this enigma. Why has Chang Jinghua become the flagship of the deep sea? Suikaze, you have been spiritually intertwined with him. Did you not sense any anomalies? Furthermore, do you possess any insights regarding the old man he mentioned, who seeks vengeance? On the other end of the communication channel, there was no immediate response. However, the onlookers distinctly observed Suikaze retracting her ship attire, allowing Nagato to take the helm, as she slowly directed the vessel towards the Grand Pier. Once assured that no threats loomed within a 200-kilometer radius of the surrounding waters, a remarkable force field began to emanate from Kyushu, resembling a colossal and impenetrable shield, securely enveloping Grand Island. With the absence of danger confirmed, all members of the Central Fleet and the East China Sea Fleet gathered at the Grand Pier. They stood in silence, immersed in contemplation. The series of events that had transpired that day felt akin to a bombshell, ruthlessly shattering their preconceived notions of the deep sea. Recollecting their prior experiences on Rose Island, it was evident that deep-sea creatures could now utilize human vessels to cleanse their repugnant abyssal essence. Moreover, the emergence of a horrifying amalgamation of deep sea and humanity sent chills down their spines. Zhang Heng inhaled deeply, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. He beckoned everyone to accompany him to the opulent Chang residence. In his view, A stable location was urgently required as a temporary base to conduct a thorough investigation into this incident. Nagato, Suikaze, and the others, Mitsuki, Kisaragi, and Minazuki, followed solemnly behind him. At that moment, ripples danced across the surface of the sea, as Changzheng 15 elegantly surfaced in her ship girl form. She stepped ashore, her right hand covering her mouth as she yawned, while her left hand gripped a leg tightly, dragging a figure behind her, her gait languid as she approached the gathering. Upon reaching Zhanghong, Changzheng 15 nonchalantly tossed the leg onto the ground and remarked carelessly, "I found it. Take a look. I'm off to catch some rest. Call me if needed." Only then did the onlookers focus their gaze, revealing that it was indeed the lifeless body of Chang Jinghua. His entire form was adorned with various bizarre black markings, as if an insidious curse were spreading across him. Most unsettling was the crystallization apparent in his eyes, right hand, and left foot. Despite his demise, he still emanated a potent and disquieting essence of the deep sea. Zhang Heng promptly expressed his gratitude to Changzheng 15, and then arranged for mechanical soldiers to transport Chang Jinghua's corpse to the Chang residence. As they journeyed towards the estate, a slight frown crossed Zhang Heng's brow, and he spoke softly to Nanchang. "Please notify Kaiyang Star and the Silk Road Arc to come to Dayuan Island. This peculiar body is too enigmatic. Perhaps only they can uncover the hidden clues within." Nanchang nodded gravely and swiftly turned to relay Zhang Heng's instructions. The group continued onward, their steps growing heavier. For the mystery lurking behind this incident was likely far more intricate than they had anticipated. Upon arriving at the Chang residence, Anshan and Fu Shun immediately led the mechanical soldiers and Marine Corps members in a thorough and meticulous search of the premises. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng, Nanchang, Changsha, Fujian, and Sichuan entered the grand hall of the Chang estate alongside Nagato and Suizhou. Once everyone was seated, Zhang Heng directed his gaze towards Suizhou and asked with concern, "Suizhou, you have been silent since we arrived. What troubles you? Have you come to any realizations?" However, Suizhou appeared to be lost in thought, sitting vacantly with a blank expression, unresponsive to Zhang Heng's inquiry. Noticing this, Nagato anxiously shook her arm, and after a considerable pause, Suizhou slowly regained her composure. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. "I have been summoned by Chang Jinghua for nearly a decade now, and during this time, we have spent nearly every day together. Yet, I have not detected any signs of his contact with the deep sea." Turning to Yuzuki, she added, "You have been here longer than I. Have you uncovered any clues?" Yuzuki, having just endured the immense pain of a severed soul connection, felt drained and merely shook her head, disinclined to speak. At that moment, Anshan hurried into the hall to report to Zhang Heng. "Commander, we have searched the entire Chang residence and found nothing out of the ordinary. It is merely lavishly decorated. There are no hidden compartments or basements." Suizhou turned her head and interjected, "Indeed, there is no basement here. Chang Jinghua once stated that basements are meant for the dead. He would never construct one in his own home." Zhang Heng and Nanchang exchanged glances, both sensing that this matter was undoubtedly peculiar. Yet they had yet to uncover any useful clues. After a moment of contemplation, Nanchang posed a question to Suizhou. "Were you summoned after Chang Guangtou's disappearance?" Suizhou nodded slightly in affirmation. Nanchang continued to inquire. "From Chang Jinghua's previous remarks, it seems you held him in disdain, often mocking him by referencing his father. What is the reason for this?" A faint, sardonic smile tugged at Suizhou's lips as she replied, "His father nearly unified Dongwang, while he, in contrast, has remained holed up on Dayuan Island. Anyone would find him to pale in comparison to his father. Furthermore, I have always wondered why a person from Dongwang would summon me. Although my combat prowess may not rival yours from Dongwang, I am considered a significant force among the Sakura." As the dialogue deepened, the crowd found themselves not clarifying the enigma, but rather becoming increasingly ensnared in a thickening fog of confusion, with a plethora of questions emerging in rapid succession, leaving them more perplexed than ever. After an entire day of meticulous investigation, encompassing the mental state of the ship girls such as Nagato and Suzuya, as well as a thorough examination of their daily behaviors and memories, a comprehensive and profound review was conducted across all facets. Ultimately, the Eastern Huang Navy confirmed that they remained genuine ship girls, untainted by the corruption or manipulation of deep-sea forces. In light of this, Zhang Heng, after discussions with several Eastern Huang Navy commanders, resolved to lift the restrictions on their movements. Thus, Zhang Heng personally approached Nagato and Suzuya to convey this decision. Following our investigation, we have affirmed your identities, and you may now return to the Sakura Empire. This incident has been exceedingly peculiar, and we hope you will remain vigilant upon your return for any related developments. Should you uncover any new leads, we would appreciate your communication. Nagato nodded slightly, her demeanor solemn as she responded, "Thank you for your trust. This incident has indeed left us astonished and bewildered. We shall remain attentive upon our return, and if we make any discoveries, we will certainly not withhold the information. Although our two factions may not be considered allies, we place our trust in all ship girls when it comes to addressing the deep-sea issue." Suzuya, shedding her usual carefree demeanor, spoke earnestly. "Indeed, this matter is quite unsettling, and we too wish to unravel its mysteries. Rest assured, we will contact you with any updates. Please do inform us of your findings as well. Thank you immensely." Subsequently, Nagato, accompanied by Mitsuki, Kisaragi, and Minazuki, boarded Suzuya's vessel and slowly departed from the Grand Dock, steering towards the direction of the Sakura Empire. Meanwhile, the members of the Eastern Huang Navy remained on Dawan Island, delving deeper into the bizarre incident surrounding Changjingwa's transformation into a deep-sea flagship, embarking on further investigation and research. Chapter 34. Unification. The following day, Kaiyang Star and Silk Road Ark arrived at Dayuan Island as scheduled. Upon disembarking, they swiftly transported the mysterious corpse of Chang Jinghua to the operating room of the Silk Road Arkansas. Subsequently, the two immersed themselves in research, dedicating an entire week to their endeavors. Within that secluded operating room, an array of advanced instruments flickered with a soft glow, as Kaiyang Star and Silk Road Ark meticulously observed and analyzed every peculiar detail of the corpse, striving to unearth the crucial clues that would unravel the enigma linked intricately to the deep sea. Meanwhile, Chief Yuan Nanshan, leading his well-trained team, also arrived at Dayuan Island. They acted with swift decisiveness, launching a unified operation to apprehend the two commanders who had fled from Yangzhou, as well as those in the ruling class on the island who had aligned themselves with Chang Jinghua. Subsequently, in the presence of the Dayuan populace, these individuals were subjected to a fair public trial in accordance with the laws of Dongwang. The judicial process was transparent and open, with each crime clearly enumerated, allowing the citizens to genuinely perceive the justice and authority of the law. The army responded proactively, reallocating some of its forces to establish a public security department on Dayuan Island. These law enforcement officers, steadfast in their pursuit of justice and resolve, launched relentless strikes against the deeply entrenched criminal elements on the island. They ventured into the streets and alleys, rooting out the evildoers concealed in shadowy corners, swiftly transforming the social climate of Dayuan Island. As a result of these collective efforts, the situation on Dayuan Island improved remarkably. The populace regained confidence and began to restore their normal livelihoods. With the formal establishment of the Dayuan People's Government, the island seemed infused with a vigorous vitality, as various industries flourished with renewed energy. The newly constructed vessels from the Tianjin shipyard were launched one after another. Numerous merchant ships, hearing of the changes on Dayuan Island, flocked to the port, laden with diverse supplies, and departed contentedly with Dayuan specialties, such as white sugar. The port buzzed with activity, and trade flourished. Amidst this series of transformations, the East Sea Fleet made a significant decision to relocate its home port from Langia to Dayuan. Upon hearing the news, the residents surrounding Langia port were filled with reluctance. On the day of the relocation, a gathering of men, women, and children congregated at the dock. Tears glistened in their eyes as they embraced Danyang, sharing tales of past friendships and farewells. Danyang's eyes were particularly red from weeping. This place held countless cherished memories for her, every inch of land imbued with her deep affection. However, for the greater strategy and development of the Dongwang Navy, she ultimately steeled herself to bid farewell to her beloved Langia port and embarked on her journey to Dayuan. As the fleet slowly departed, the people of Langia port lingered at the dock, their gazes following the receding ships, silently wishing for their success in their new home port. A week later, Kaiyang Star and Silk Road Ark arrived together at Zhongheng Station, where Zhang Heng, along with Nanchang, Changsha, Fujin, Sichuan, and others, had long been awaiting their arrival. Kaiangxing was the first to break the silence, her expression grave as she addressed her comrades. "Comrade Commander, after a week of in-depth research with the Silk Road Ark, we have discovered that Chang Jinghua has actively integrated with the deep sea, and this state of fusion has persisted for a considerable duration. She then presented a stack of X-ray images, CT scans, and anatomical photographs, elaborating meticulously from the dissection results. It appears he underwent a surgical procedure to successfully graft the deep-sea core into his own body, which is concealed within his heart. Based on our previous research in the Rose Sea, human blood can dilute the essence of the deep sea to a certain extent, which explains why he has remained undetected. Zhang Heng scrutinized the photographs, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he inquired, "Is such a surgery even possible? Placing something within the heart, wouldn't that be fatal?" What a ruthless individual he is. And despite this, how could he still ascend to the role of commander, even summoning aircraft carriers like the Rueha? Kaixing furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before responding. This technique, from a certain perspective, seems not overly complex. However, it is, in reality, anything but simple. Nanchang, with a stern demeanor, interjected. Kaixing, at this juncture, refrained from jesting. Kaixing raised an eyebrow, hastily clarifying, "I assure you, I am not jesting. When I say it is not difficult, I refer specifically to the act of placing the core within the heart. As long as the surgical equipment is adequate and the surgeon is highly skilled, it is theoretically feasible. After all, we have not detected any technology beyond our current comprehension from him. Conversely, the complexity arises from the fact that under such circumstances, he not only survived, but has also concealed his identity for an extended period. Both Silk Road Arc and I speculate that the sole trigger for his transformation is contact with seawater. This implies that after successfully surviving the surgery, he must exercise utmost caution, avoiding even a single drop of seawater, lest he instantaneously transform into a deep-sea creature. Zhang Heng suddenly grasped the situation, stating, "So, he is not a true shipman in the conventional sense, but merely possesses a means to become a deep-sea entity once, correct?" Silk Road Arc nodded affirmatively. "Precisely." Zhang Heng, looking grave, sought confirmation from Kaixing and Silk Road Arc once more. Thus, all of this was actually completed over a decade ago. Is that correct? Sharing a glance, Kaixing and Silk Road Arc nodded in unison. Indeed. Zhang Heng fell into deep contemplation, his chin in hand, thoughts swirling in his mind. After a lengthy pause, he finally articulated, "In this light, it is no wonder Rueha has always deemed him a waste. It seems he refrained from engaging with seawater, thus remaining holed up in this estate, indulging in lavish pleasures. During this period, we have been rigorously enforcing regulations on Dayuan Island, while simultaneously conducting a covert investigation to ascertain whether anyone is aware of Changjing's transformation into the deep sea, or if there are others like him lurking. However, thus far, we have made no significant discoveries. Sichuan, we cannot remain here indefinitely, as the home port of the East Sea Fleet has relocated to Dayuan. The ensuing investigative efforts will rest upon your capable shoulders. I intend to transfer Datong from the South Sea Fleet. Her experience in the Coast Guard may prove invaluable." Sichuan nodded resolutely, her gaze reflecting confidence and responsibility. "Commander, I comprehend your intentions. Rest assured, I will diligently safeguard Diyin and our eastern maritime territories." Zhang Heng stepped forward, grasping Sichuan's hand firmly, expressing earnestly, "Thank you for your dedication, Sichuan. The Central Fleet will return to Tianjin tomorrow. The responsibility here falls entirely on you." Sichuan smiled brightly, teasingly responding, "What's the matter? Are you worried I might falter? We have faced countless challenges together since our return from Ocean Cape. Surely, I can handle this task." Zhang Heng, inspired by Sichuan's optimism, chuckled, "Indeed, without you, I truly wouldn't know how to proceed. Take care of yourself as well." Their eyes met, and in their shared smile lay a profound trust and understanding. On March 20th, the entire crew of the Central Fleet successfully returned to the Tianjin port area. Thus, the grand saga of the Dongwang Unification War reached its conclusion. Subsequently, the focus of Dongwang shifted entirely towards post-war reconstruction and economic advancement. The Tianjin shipyard, akin to receiving a rejuvenating tonic, revved into high gear, committing fully to production. Various state-of-the-art shipbuilding equipment operated in harmony, while workers poured their sweat into their tasks. With new vessels gradually taking shape on the docks, simultaneously, industrial projects in the northeast surged forward, with construction scenes bustling with fervor. The roar of heavy machinery intertwined with the calls of laborers, as if heralding a stirring symphony of development. The entirety of the land was immersed in a series of vigorous construction activities, radiating an atmosphere brimming with vitality. Notably, due to Donghuang's remarkable protective shield, the inner sea appeared to be endowed with a formidable barrier, resulting in an absence of any incidents of deep-sea wandering. This enabled the coastal populace to engage in fishing, shipping, and various activities with peace of mind, fostering a stable environment for economic growth. Datong was also successfully reassigned to the East Sea Fleet upon her arrival. She dedicated herself wholeheartedly to the investigation of the Chongqing National Deep Sea Incident, methodically advancing the inquiry with her extensive experience gathered in the Coast Guard. Amidst this orderly progression, time quietly advanced to April 23, 106. On this day, the sun shone brilliantly, and the sky was a sapphire blue. Zhang Heng accompanied the other 5 chief officials aboard the newly launched luxurious cruise ship, the Tianjin Touring. This vessel resembled a palace upon the sea, pristine and grand, exuding the allure of a perfect fusion of modern industry and artistry. Not only did the cruise host the paramount 5 officials of Donghuang, but it also gathered exemplary labor models from various sectors. These individuals stood as pillars of their respective industries, contributing significantly to Donghuang's development through their diligent efforts and exceptional intellect. Among them are the valiant heroes of the army, who, fearless on the battlefield, have achieved remarkable feats in safeguarding the territory and people of Donghuang. At this moment, the medals adorning their chests glisten with a brilliant radiance under the sun. Additionally, numerous outstanding student representatives are present, embodying the future and hope of Donghuang, their eyes brimming with aspirations and expectations for what lies ahead. Elites from various fields have gathered here to witness this extraordinary moment together. Nangong Xian, an esteemed naval commander, has the honor of boarding the Jinmen cruise. Clad in a crisply tailored naval uniform, she exudes a commanding presence. The Jinmen cruise gently sets sail, gliding smoothly towards the outer seas of Jinmen. When the vessel reaches the designated point 10 kilometers offshore, the captain issues the command to anchor. In an instant, the cruise ship comes to a steady halt upon the water's surface. Before the onlookers unfolds a vast expanse of the sea, empty and boundless. The bustling civilian vessels that usually traverse these waters seem to vanish without a trace, leaving behind an unusually tranquil ocean, where only the gentle undulations of the waves rhythmically lap against the hull, producing a soothing sound. The clock's hands leisurely approach the hour of 10, and suddenly, a grand formation emerges at the horizon, steadily advancing towards the Jinmen cruise. Sunlight cascades upon the water's surface, enveloping the fleet in a golden glow, enhancing its majesty and solemnity. Zhang Heng strides purposefully to the observation platform of the cruise ship, standing tall and facing the approaching fleet, saluting with utmost seriousness. His resolute gaze conveys a profound pride and respect for the strength of the Navy. All military personnel aboard the cruise rise in unison, saluting with synchronized precision. Their movements robust and vigorous, reflecting the stringent discipline of the Donghuang Navy. The other dignitaries gather beside Zhang Heng, their expressions grave, their eyes fixed intently on the slowly nearing fleet. Their gazes reveal a blend of satisfaction with the growth of the Donghuang Navy and a deep hope for the future. Meanwhile, the labor models, students, and representatives from various sectors of society also rise with respect, paying homage as they collectively witness this exhilarating spectacle. At that moment, the highly anticipated naval review of the Donghuang People's Navy officially commences. The fleet, arranged in a precise and elongated formation, orderly sails past the Jinmen cruise. On each warship, the shipgirls stand proudly at the bridge, saluting with unwavering resolve, their steadfast gazes reflecting their loyalty and commitment to their mission. The vibrant national and naval flags flutter atop the masts, rustling in the sea breeze, seemingly proclaiming to the world the strength and confidence of the Donghuang Navy. Now, let us behold the awe-inspiring array of this fleet as it completes the naval review. After the conclusion of the unified war, vessels without hull numbers were uniformly assigned new hull numbers by the command. Type 093 attack nuclear submarine, Changzheng 15, hull number 418 Duan-class battleship, hull number 01 G-class cruiser. Hull number 04 Type 003 aircraft carrier, Fujian ship, hull number 18 Type 075 amphibious assault ship, Guangxi ship, hull number 32 Type 076 amphibious assault ship, Sichuan ship, hull number 51 Type 055 missile destroyer, Nanchang ship, hull number 101 Type 055 missile destroyer, Anshan ship. Hull number 103 Type 055 missile destroyer. Fushin ship. Hull number 114 Type 052D missile destroyer. Urumqi ship. Hull number 118 Type 052D missile destroyer. Taiyuan ship. Hull number 131 Type 052D missile destroyer. Nanjing ship. Hull number 155 Type 052D missile destroyer. Nanning ship. Hull number 162 Type 052D missile destroyer. Changsha ship. Hull number 173 Type 052C missile destroyer. Changchun ship. Hull number 150 Type 052C missile destroyer. Lanzhou ship. Hull number 170 Type 956 missile destroyer. Hangzhou ship. Hull number 136 Type 054A missile frigate. Xiangtan ship. Hull number 531 Type 054B missile frigate. Qinzhou ship. Hull number 555 Type 056 missile frigate. Datong ship. Hull number 580 Yixin class cruiser. Yixin ship. Hull number 1001 Ninghai class light cruiser. Ninghai ship. Hull number 1002 Ninghai class light cruiser. Pinghai ship. Hull number 1003 Yukikaze class destroyer. Danyang ship. Hull number 1004 Type 908 ocean supply ship. Qinghai Lake ship. Hull number 885 Type 901 comprehensive supply ship. Chagan Lake ship. Hull number 905 Type 815A electronic reconnaissance ship. Kaingsing ship. Hull number 856 Type 920 ocean hospital ship. Silk Road Ark ship. Hull number 867 Type 22 missile boat. 2208 boat Type 22 missile boat. 2209 boat Type 22 missile boat. 2210 boat Type 22 missile boat. 2211 boat Type 22 missile boat. 2212 boat Chapter 1. 1 year the grand and exhilarating naval review has become a brilliant chapter in the annals of history. And it has quietly been a year since that momentous occasion, as the wheel of time gently rolls into the 107th year of the Fleet Girls. The port area in May resembles a vibrant springtime painting. Between the various functional zones of the port, lush trees flourish, and verdant hues spread freely, as if the earth were adorned with a thick emerald carpet. Amidst this verdure, a kaleidoscope of flowers blossoms in competition, their reds like flames, pinks like dawn, and whites like snow, transforming the entire port into a picturesque scene. At this moment, Zhang Heng stands in his office, cradling a steaming cup of goji berry tea. He gazes out of the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly appreciating the revitalized port area. The current port is more expansive than ever before, with a harmonious array of buildings showcasing vigorous development. Numerous advanced facilities have been added, including Fleet Girl technology developed by Kaingsing, along with many innovative achievements from the Technological University. These new elements infuse the port with the essence of a futuristic technological city. Not far away, at the military airport, planes take off and land in rapid succession. The roar of engines intertwines as the Air Force takes shape, with daily training schedules fully booked. Among these numerous accomplishments, the most representative is undoubtedly the successful extraction of the Y-10 blueprints from Zhang Heng's mental space, jointly undertaken by Kaingsing, Fujin, Sichuan, and Guangxi. Subsequently, they led the top students from the Air Force University and the Technological University, along with exceptionally selected professionals from all corners of the land, through countless days and nights of arduous effort to successfully manufacture the Y-10 prototype. After 6 months of meticulous test flights, the Y-10 has now officially been finalized. At this moment, a newly painted, striking Y-10 aircraft stands confidently on the runway, poised for takeoff, preparing to operate the inaugural civil aviation flight from Tianjin to Jinling. At the northern end of the airport, a modern aircraft manufacturing plant has risen, successfully completed. Although the core components of the aircraft, such as engines and flight control systems, require careful manufacturing at the research center in the port due to their high technical demands, the assembly of the entire aircraft and some relatively less technical components can now be produced by human factories. Thus, a brand new, hopeful, and vibrant aviation industry is quietly taking root in this land of Tianjin, akin to a sprout breaking through the soil, thriving and growing. As he watches the Civil Aviation Flight 001 ascend into the clouds, Zhang Heng turns and strolls to his desk, slowly taking a seat. His gaze inadvertently sweeps across the tabletop, where 2 telephones, one black and one red, stand out conspicuously. The presence of the telephone is rather amusing. He recalls how, after the Grand Naval Review concluded last year, the four major fleets returned to their home ports in an orderly manner. On the eve of the Nanjing-led South China Sea Fleet's arrival at Cheongzhou port, they sensed a unique and mysterious surge of power emanating from the sea off the coast of Panyu, heralding the imminent birth of a new ship girl. As expected, there they witnessed the magnificent emergence of the Shenzhen ship. Shenzhen, akin to a vibrant maiden stepping forth from the sun, appeared particularly poised with her short bobbed hair, her crisp military uniform accentuating her striking demeanor. Unlike other shipgirls, she donned tailored trousers that showcased her polished appearance, complemented by stylish short heels, effortlessly exuding a distinctive business elegance. Upon joining the South China Sea Fleet, Shenzhen approached her routine patrol duties with utmost seriousness and meticulousness. During her leisure moments, she would often rummage through her small handbag, extracting a myriad of intriguing gadgets to tinker with. Nanjing astutely recognized this uniqueness and promptly reported her findings to the higher command. The command held Shenzhen's inventive prowess in high regard and subsequently reassigned her to Tianjin for further inquiries regarding her inventions. This inquiry opened a veritable treasure trove of technological marvels, as Shenzhen unreservedly presented her innovations: a program-controlled switchboard, telephones, radio transceivers, compact handhelds, and even a range of documentation on mobile technologies from 2G to 5G. However, considering the prevailing technological landscape of Dongwang, Zhang Heng, after careful contemplation, recommended Shenzhen for a position in Yanjing, entrusting her with the establishment and leadership of the Dongwang Postal and Telecommunications Department. Upon her arrival in Yanjing, Shenzhen conducted a thorough and meticulous assessment of the technological standards and talent reserves across Dongwang, subsequently leading a team of specialists within the Postal and Telecommunications Department. She spearheaded the successful development of Dongwang's own program-controlled switchboard, thus commenced a sweeping telephone infrastructure project, igniting like wildfire across the expanse of Dongwang. The initial beneficiaries were the various port areas, military districts, and government departments, with telephone lines acting as vital links connecting these significant institutions. Communication, henceforth, became remarkably effortless for Dongwang. Yet, at this moment, Shenzhen was not content with the status quo. She was wholeheartedly immersed in researching the seemingly outdated, yet fundamentally advanced technology of the mobile phone. Suddenly, the black telephone on her desk rang sharply, its clear chime resonating through the quiet office. Zhang Heng swiftly picked up the receiver, bringing it to his ear, and calmly stated, "Hello, this is Zhang Heng." On the other end, a familiar and warm voice responded, "This is Nanchang, Commander. The escort fleet has successfully arrived at Cheongzhou port and is currently undergoing rest. Everything is progressing smoothly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's face instantly lit up with joy, barely containing his excitement as he exclaimed, "You're back? Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Everything going smoothly is worth more than anything else. When you return to Tianjin, I must host a celebration for you." Nanchang chuckled softly on the line, teasing, "It's only been a few months, and our commander has already adopted an official tone." Zhang Heng felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, stammering, this." Nanchang, sensing the moment, decided to cease teasing Zhang Heng and spoke earnestly. "This time, we escorted 11,100,000 ton vessels of the Dongwang Import and Export Trading Company, making our way to Northern Union, Iris, Ironblood, and Royal. The harvest from this journey has indeed been substantial. If this route can maintain a stable operation in the future, it will bring enormous economic benefits to us at Dongwang." As Zhang Heng listened, he nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful." He added, "Do not linger, return early. I find myself rather unaccustomed to your absence." Nanchang chuckled once more, saying, "This isn't my first time undertaking such a long-range escort mission. I am quite familiar with the circumstances. In the future, for similar tasks, there will be no need for me to personally attend each one. Simply arranging a destroyer, 2 frigates, and a supply ship to form an escort fleet will suffice. By the way, word has come from the Atlantic that deep-sea activities there are gradually diminishing. It remains uncertain whether the deep sea is clandestinely plotting something significant or if the situation is genuinely shifting towards a positive direction." After exchanging a few more brief remarks, the call concluded. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before picking up the red phone to promptly report in detail to the Yanjing side regarding the achievements of this escort mission. Chapter 2. The newcomers. After attending to a series of pressing matters, Zhang Heng casually picked up a document placed aside. which detailed the recent integration of newly appointed commanders and their ship girls into the fleet, as reported by the 4 major fleets. This time, the Naval Academy had selected 5 commanders, among whom 4 stood out remarkably, each astonishingly summoning a Type 050 4A missile frigate. These 4 commanders and their ship girls are as follows. Assigned to the Eastern Sea Fleet is Frigate 530 Suzhou, commanded by Xiao Lin. Suzhou serves as a steadfast guardian, and with Xiao Lin's composed demeanor and exceptional command skills, they harmoniously collaborate, fortifying the Eastern Sea defense line. Assigned to the Southern Sea Fleet is Frigate 574 Sanya, under the command of Xin Xiao. Sanya, with her gallant presence, complements Xun Zhao's indomitable spirit, together safeguarding the tranquility of the South China Sea during their patrol missions. Assigned to the Western Sea Fleet is Frigate 551 Bai Yan-Nao Air, commanded by Su Rue. With its remarkable performance, Bai Yan-Nao Air executes missions across the vast Western Sea, while Su Rue, armed with intelligence and decisiveness, leads the frigate to prominence within the Western Sea Fleet. Lastly, assigned to the Northern Sea Fleet is Frigate 547 Lin Yi, under the command of Lin Zhan. Lin Yi, like a nimble guardian of the sea, thrives in patrol duties in the Northern Sea, with Lin Zhan's keen insight and decisiveness making him an indispensable member of the Northern Sea Fleet. These 4 ship girls, each with their unique traits and youthful exuberance, shine brightly like brilliant stars, infusing the Eastern Huang Navy with vitality and hope. Among this cohort of newcomers, one girl named Yi Lan is particularly special. She has summoned the Type 039C conventional submarine, 320. Freshly born, 320 was swiftly taken by Changzheng 15 to undertake routine stealth missions. Thus, it is not uncommon to witness an amusing sight in the harbor area, a youthful and vibrant older sister, Changzheng 15, accompanied by her adorable and playful younger sister, 320, both yawning and leisurely making their way towards the dormitory area. The scene of Yilan walking alongside them, offering warmth and concern, adds a touch of warmth and a relaxed atmosphere to the otherwise tense and serious harbor environment. Having completed a mountain of paperwork, Zhang Heng was taking a brief respite when a gentle knock echoed at the office door. "Please come in." As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Sha, accompanied by Hai Rong, Chang Feng, and 6 other ship girls from the old Eastern Huang, entered the office in an orderly manner. They include the Zhao He-class protected cruiser number 1, Zhao He, the Zhao He-class protected cruiser number 2, Ying Rue, the Hai Tian-class protected cruiser number 1, Hai Tian, the Ding An-class transport ship, Ding An, the Chang Feng-class destroyer number 3, Fei Yun, and the Chang Feng-class destroyer number 2, Fu Bo, along with the Chang Feng-class destroyer number 1, Chang Feng, and the Hai Rong-class protected cruiser number 1, Hai Rong. During the previous unified war, all the ship girls from the former Dongwang stood in a neat row. Zhang Heng lifted his gaze and observed that their once wandering and indifferent eyes were now replaced by a steadfast brilliance, brimming with determination and hope for the future. "Changsha, have their courses concluded?" Zhang Heng inquired. Changsha nodded vigorously, affirming, "Commander, their performance has been exemplary, with no issues whatsoever." Upon hearing this, a smile of relief spread across Zhang Heng's face as he picked up 8 certificates from the table, each adorned with their photographs. In front of everyone, he solemnly signed his name on each certificate, then stood and approached them, handing each one a certificate while sincerely stating, "From this day forward, we are family. The transformation plan for you has long been prepared by Kaiyang Star. Soon, Changsha will take you for your modifications. The vast maritime territories of Dongwang will rely on you." The esteemed guardians. Under Hai Rong's leadership, the 8 ship girls raised their arms in unison, executing a precise military salute before receiving the certificates with both hands. At that moment, Chang Feng stepped forward, expressing concern as she asked, "Comrade Commander, how are our commanders faring?" Zhang Heng smiled at the assembly and patiently responded, "Hai Rong, Zhao He, Hai Tian, your commanders, as you well know, with the severance of the soul connection, the past is behind us. Chang Feng, your commander rebelled early on, the government, recognizing his capabilities, appointed him as Minister of Water Resources. Nowadays, he is tirelessly inspecting the land of Jiuzhou, researching the optimal locations for dam construction and canal excavation. Dian, your commander currently serves as a division commander in the newly established Provincial Development Corps of Yongzhou, dedicating efforts to the development of the vast northwest and contributing to the nation's construction. Fei Yun, your commander is a teacher at the Naval Academy. You must have seen him. As for Ing Rue and Fu Bo, alas, your commanders resisted fiercely and are currently undergoing transformation, serving labor education in the Gongdalin prison in Yanjing. However, it is said that the results of their transformation are quite promising. If you have the time, you might consider visiting. Though you will no longer fight alongside your commanders, there will still be opportunities to connect as family. Changshao then led them away, and upon completing their transformations, they would be assigned to the 4 major fleets of the East, West, South, and North. The Navy comprises not only newly graduated commanders from schools and newly summoned ship girls, but also these transformed newcomers, who will shine brightly in the naval cause. Gradually, the sun began its descent in the west. At that moment, the red telephone rang abruptly. As Zhang Heng lifted the receiver, a deep male voice eagerly transmitted through the earpiece. Commander Zhang, this is Ji Changhai calling from Fengtian. I have monumental news to share with you. Zhang Heng's eyes brightened at the sound, and he quickly inquired, what is this good news? The excited words of Ji Changhai soon followed. Do you know? The Fengtian tractor factory is quite remarkable. They did not employ the technology of the ship girls. They relied entirely on their own capabilities. Starting from the components, they successfully manufactured the first tractor and the first tank. Just now, they officially rolled off the production line. Although they utilized the blueprints provided by your side, every single part was crafted by our own hands. This is truly an extraordinary achievement. Zhang Heng, upon hearing this, also became exhilarated and praised, wonderful. This is truly splendid. Being able to develop heavy industry independently without relying on the technology of ship girls is undoubtedly an impressive accomplishment. Ji Changhai chuckled and said, however, there is something I must consult you about. According to logic, shouldn't this tank be called the Type 07 tank? I mentioned this, but Chang Chun directly opposed it. She insists it should be called the Type 59. Is there a specific rationale behind this? Zhang Heng, upon hearing this, could only laugh and respond, ha ha. I also think the name Type 59 sounds pleasing and delightful. Let us call it the Type 59, what do you think? Ji Changhai laughed heartily. A name is merely a label, it matters not. By the way, will you attend the celebration banquet for the rollout of the Type 59 tank? Zhang Heng pondered for a moment and replied, I will pass this time. I have been exceedingly busy lately. The Atlantic convoy will be returning soon, and since you oversee the economic matters, I fear you will also be quite occupied. Once we produce a Type 59 tank, I will arrange for it to be brought to Tianjin when there is an opportunity in Sichuan or Guangxi. I plan to erect a monument at the entrance of the Navy Command Headquarters, so it can be seen continuously. Haraha. Ji Changhai responded with a laugh. You? Indeed. All right, let us go with that. I shall get back to my tasks now. Chapter 3. Chongqing. A few days later, the Nanchang fleet steadily approached the Tianjin port area. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Heng wasted no time and hurried to the dock to welcome them. Since his arrival in this world, this had been the longest separation from Nanchang, filling his heart with anticipation and longing. Before long, Nanchang, Fujin, Fushun, Qinzhou, and Chagan Lake gracefully drew nearer to the harbor. To his surprise, trailing at the end of the fleet was a Royal Navy cruiser of 5,000 tons. Zhang Heng couldn't help but feel puzzled by this unexpected sight. However, seeing Nanchang and the others transform back into their shipgirl forms left him little time for contemplation, and he hurriedly approached them. Zhang Heng walked directly to Nanchang, clasping her hand tightly, his face radiating concern and joy as he spoke. At last, you have returned. It must have been a challenging journey. Qinzhou, observing the scene, could not resist teasing. Oh, Commander, what about us? Do we not exist in your eyes, only Nanchang? Fujin is right here beside me. Fujin nodded in agreement, joining in the playful banter. Indeed, indeed. I am here too. Commander, you must not show favoritism. Flustered by their teasing, Zhang Heng's cheeks flushed as he quickly replied. Qinzhou, I am now a marshal. Please, spare me your jests. Qinzhou, finding joy in the moment, laughed even more heartily. All right. Our commander is now a grand marshal. May I call you commander then? Ha ha. At that moment, Nanchang swiftly interrupted Qinzhou's teasing. Enough. You are being mischievous and making the commander uncomfortable. Attention, everyone. Stand at ease. As her voice rang out, Nanchang, Fujin, Fushun, Qinzhou, Chagan Lake, and the golden-haired little sister all stood at attention in unison, saluting with precision. Nanchang reported with a commanding voice. "Commander, the first Atlantic escort mission has been successfully concluded. Please give us your orders." Zhang Heng promptly returned the salute, his expression one of satisfaction. "Excellent. I have reviewed your report, and it is indeed a commendable venture. I hereby command the entire fleet to return to their posts." In unison, they responded, their voices echoing across the dock. "Understood." Once all formalities were completed, the group dispersed, returning to their respective stations. Nanchang, holding the hand of the golden-haired little sister, trailed closely behind Zhang Heng as they made their way to his office. The little sister resembled a fairy who had floated down from a dreamlike tale. Her waist-length golden hair shone like satin, kissed gently by the sun, both voluminous and exquisitely smooth, with playful strands cascading over her shoulders. A delicate black bow adorned her hair, with long satin ribbons gracefully trailing down. A few vibrant rose petals inadvertently clung to the tips of her hair. When she lifted her gaze, her light green eyes sparkled with the clarity of a pristine spring. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered with each blink, reminiscent of butterfly wings in delicate motion, captivating all who beheld her. She wore a dress primarily in pure white, with the hem meticulously embellished with exquisite black lace. Beneath the hem of her gown lay scattered rose petals, a casual yet enchanting display. The white thigh-high stockings clung perfectly to her slender, straight legs, extending gracefully down to her ankles, harmonizing beautifully with her black high heels, epitomizing elegance. The delicate, soft white gloves adorning her arms accentuated her skin, rendering it even more pristine, akin to freshly fallen snow. The golden trim at the neckline served as a striking embellishment, seamlessly blending with her golden tresses, creating an exquisite natural beauty. A hint of a faint smile lingered at the corners of her lips, a smile imbued with a certain enchantment that drew the gaze, making it difficult to look away once captured. Zhang Heng was enveloped in confusion, utterly at a loss, and could only cast an inquiring glance towards Nanchang. Nanchang, in turn, observed the young lady with quiet anticipation, seemingly waiting for her to speak first. She directed her gaze towards Zhang Heng, gracefully executing a quintessential English curtsy, her every movement radiating poise. Thereafter, with a gentle and elegant voice, she spoke slowly. "I am the fourth ship of the Royal Navy's Arethusa class, HMS Aurora, though you may affectionately refer to me as the Goddess of Dawn. However, I kindly request that you refrain from using less flattering nicknames such as Silver Monster. Perhaps you are more familiar with another name of mine?" Zhang Heng listened intently to her self-introduction, and upon hearing her final question, his eyes widened in astonishment, his face reflecting disbelief. He blurted out, almost with excitement, "Chongqing? It's truly you? Are you here to join us?" Aurora, or rather Chongqing, blinked her expressive eyes with anticipation, clearly awaiting Nanchang to elucidate the circumstances to Zhang Heng. Nanchang cleared her throat and began, "Commander, please remain calm. The background of this situation is indeed rather intricate. We have journeyed to the Atlantic carrying various supplies for exchange. As for the Northern Union, it goes without saying that they have seen a surge of ship girls from the Soviet era, significantly enhancing their overall strength. Meanwhile, Iron Blood and Iris have also introduced several new era warships, undertaking extensive modifications to their older ship girls by integrating the technology from our previous trades with the capabilities of these new vessels. The situation on the royal side, however, is quite special. Do you recall the Brave? The latest HMS Brave, the lead ship of the 45 class, made its appearance in New Fog City during our visit, much to the delight of the royal ship girls. Yet, the outcome, well, it's best left unspoken." Zhang Heng, puzzled, couldn't he help but inquire, "Why leave it unspoken?" Aurora initially smiled softly, but her expression gradually dimmed as she continued. The arrival of the new Brave was expected to bring a significant technological advancement to the royal fleet. But who could have anticipated the severe issues with the technology she carried? Even the unique methods employed by ship girls cannot fully rectify it. In simple terms, the failure rate is alarmingly high. During the initial sea trials, numerous malfunctions occurred: a deluge in the hull, sudden failures in the propulsion system, insufficient power supply, among a myriad of other troubles. The new Brave reported the situation truthfully to the Royal Council, mentioning that in their era, the most formidable naval powers were the White Eagle and the Eastern Empire, with the latter excelling particularly in technological advancements. Although the Royal Navy possessed modern innovations, their reliability was questionable. Consequently, after deliberation, the Royal Council decided to deepen cooperation with the Eastern Empire. Nanchang nodded in agreement and added that the royal forces were currently collaborating with the Northern Alliance, Iron Blood, and Iris to prepare for the establishment of a joint inspection team to visit the Eastern Empire. Simultaneously, discussions were underway regarding the establishment of a mutual ambassadorial exchange. Aurora, also known as Chongqing, had long harbored regrets in her heart and soul, particularly about her sinking at Hulu Island port after the uprising. Following a private conversation with me, she formally submitted an application for re-registration to the Royal Council. She was no longer a vessel of the Royal Navy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng, moved, reached out to grasp Chongqing's hand and sincerely remarked, "We warmly welcome you back, Chongqing. As the Navy commander, I extend to you an invitation for readmission. The regrets of the past shall not be repeated in this lifetime." Tears glistened in Chongqing's eyes, and a single crystalline tear slowly traced down her cheek as she spoke. Her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Commander. The Chongqing has returned to the fleet." Chapter 4. The Eastern Spaceport. In the days that followed, Nanchang remained by Chongqing's side, guiding her through every nook and cranny of the port area, where every blade of grass and every tree seemed to resonate with tales of the past. Nanchang vividly recounted the thrilling events of the Unification War as the heart-stopping battles unfolded before Chongqing's eyes. The other ship girls in the port warmly embraced Chongqing, and it didn't take long for them to bond. After all, they held a profound admiration for this legendary predecessor, who chose to sink in the final moments before the dawn. Simultaneously, Kaixing quickly took action, presenting a tailored renovation plan specifically designed for Chongqing. This proposal continued the unique transformation style of Dongguan. In terms of the hull, the original basic structure was preserved, with only modifications made to its shape and the replacement of steel with superior quality materials. As for the superstructure, it was entirely replaced. The plan involved removing the rear chimney while retaining the front one, cleverly integrating the bridge and chimney into a unified mast. Atop the mast, advanced rotating phased array radar would be installed to enhance air and sea detection capabilities. The position of the rear chimney would be transformed into a rear mast. Moreover, the overall electromagnetic equipment would be aligned with Qinzhou to ensure coordination in communication and electronic warfare. Between the rear mast and the bridge, 2 sets of quadruple launchers for the YJ-12 supersonic anti-ship missiles were meticulously installed, significantly bolstering Chongqing's anti-ship combat capability. The overhaul of the power system was also of paramount importance. Originally equipped with a steam engine capable of delivering up to 60,000 horsepower, allowing for a remarkable speed of 32 knots, it became evident that switching entirely to a diesel engine akin to the 054A would not meet the requirements. After comprehensive consideration, the decision was made to install 2 QC-280 gas turbines in conjunction with 2 16PA-6 STC diesel engines. This combination would not only provide Chongqing with robust power, ensuring swift navigation at sea, but also deliver a continuous supply of electricity, laying a solid foundation for the future conversion of naval guns into electromagnetic cannons without the need for further changes to the power system. In terms of armament, all outdated naval guns were dismantled, and a single 155 rapid-fire gun, identical to that of Ninghai, was mounted at the bow, boasting formidable firepower and an exceptionally rapid rate of fire. Additionally, a 32-cell vertical launch system was installed, capable of flexibly accommodating various missiles, further enhancing combat effectiveness. Following this series of renovations, the original 5,000-ton Chongqing underwent a remarkable transformation, emerging as a formidable vessel with a full displacement of 6,000 tons, completely reborn and rejuvenated. Furthermore, Chongqing shed her former British-style dress and donned a new outfit inspired by the Dongguan Navy's uniform. This ensemble perfectly fused grace and valor, rendering her akin to an ethereal sprite emerging from the forest, exuding a lively aura while embodying the competence and gallantry of a soldier. Zhang Heng stood at the research center, his gaze firmly fixed upon the rejuvenated Chongqing, as an overwhelming tide of emotions surged within him, difficult to contain. Standing nearby, Ding Yuan and Ziyuan gazed with wide-eyed admiration, their eyes sparkling with envy. Although they had been here for quite some time, they had yet to experience any transformation, and even their participation in routine patrols had been exceedingly rare. Ziyuan, with her boisterous spirit and fearless nature, could not help but exclaim, "Commander, When will our transformation be put on the agenda? It has already been over a year. Zhang Heng scratched his head in resignation. Correcting her, you may call me commander or chief, but please refrain from calling me manager. However, Ziyuan dismissed his correction, muttering to herself, Umph. Do you think we are too old and unworthy of attention, so you have forgotten about us? If you don't grant us a transformation, I will continue to call you manager, manager, manager. Observing this, Ding Yuan quickly took Ziyuan's small hand and gently reassured her, do not be anxious. The commander surely has his own considerations. Zhang Heng smiled, affectionately ruffling Ziyuan's hair, patiently explaining, objectively speaking, your hull design is quite outdated. Making only routine modifications to the existing hull would yield little significance and only a limited enhancement in combat capability. Kaixing and I have been contemplating how to truly revitalize you. After all, you are the Navy's vessels 01 and 04, holding profound significance for our fleet. How could I possibly neglect you? Just a little more patience. At that moment, Kaixing, who had just completed the transformation in Chongqing, hurried over to Zhang Heng's side. Her tone filled with urgency and reproach. Commander, have you forgotten about my ship design? You've dumped all the research matters on me, and I'm nearly overwhelmed. Moreover, have you forgotten about the crucial task of enhancing our own strength? Tell me, it has been a year. How many new ship girls have been summoned? Have we increased our combat positions? This is driving me mad. You must understand, each new summoning increases the chance of birthing a true research vessel. Zhang Heng, looking helpless, scratched his head once more and explained. The increasing number of ship girls and the consolidation of combat positions have become increasingly challenging for me. Just yesterday, I finally managed to consolidate a new one, and I came here immediately. Upon hearing this, Kaixing wasted no time, pushing Zhang Heng from behind towards the construction center, urging him, if there is a new combat position, let us hurry to the construction, don't just stand around. Ding Yuan and Ziyuan, excited by the prospect of new developments, eagerly followed behind, heading to the construction center together. The news spread like wildfire. Those ship girls and staff who had previously been idle quickly gathered at the construction center, filled with anticipation to see what powerful ship girl Zhang Heng would summon this time. Zhang Heng carefully placed the core into the construction apparatus, and soon after, various resources began to flow gently into the dormant chamber like a tranquil stream. Ultimately, the figures for oil, ammunition, steel, and aluminum settled at 50, 0, 900, and 900 respectively. Upon observing this set of data, Zhang Heng and the surrounding battleship girls were filled with perplexity, their expressions reflecting their confusion. Just as the group exchanged bewildered glances, Kaixing suddenly clapped her hands, bursting into an exuberant laugh. Ha ha ha. It's a research ship. Surely, someone has come to lend me a hand. As time gradually passed amidst their eager anticipation, the door of the sleep chamber slowly creaked open. A ship girl gracefully emerged, her appearance striking and captivating. Her long hair, a gradient of crimson fading into silvery white, shimmered with a metallic luster at the tips, gently swaying with her movements. Her features were sharp and well-defined, with irises adorned with a mesmerizing pattern reminiscent of the ocean intertwined with the cosmos, and her long, curled eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings with each blink. Her facial contours were delicate and harmonious, with a pronounced nose and lips tinted a perfectly subtle shade of soft red. When she smiled, the corners of her mouth curled naturally, akin to flowers blossoming in the warmth of spring. Dangling from her ears were miniature rocket-shaped earrings, adding a playful yet technological flair to her persona. This ship girl possessed a tall and slender figure, her waist accentuated by a silver-red corset that highlighted her graceful curves. Her legs were long and straight, with smooth muscle lines that conveyed a sense of healthy beauty. She donned a form-fitting white uniform, adorned at the chest with an intricately embroidered emblem of the Eastern Spaceport, crafted with silver thread. At the center of the emblem lay a finely detailed model of an artificial satellite, glimmering softly under the light. Her lower attire consisted of a short skirt in a red and white patchwork design, with a hem that was shorter in the front and longer in the back, cascading in layered waves reminiscent of rippling water. The side of her skirt featured a delicate silver chain, from which dangled a unique pendant that harmoniously combined an anchor and a rocket, beautifully merging elements of the ocean and space. With elegance, she stepped out of the sleep chamber, first bowing respectfully to the crowd before breaking into a radiant smile that shone like sunlight. I am the Eastern Spaceport, she greeted warmly. You must be my commander, yes? You may simply call me Dongfang. Before Zhang Heng could respond, Kaixing, as if she had discovered a treasure, rushed forward and embraced Dongfang tightly, exclaiming with excitement, Dongfang, I am Kaixing. You can launch rockets, right? Do you have satellites? Can you send Beidou into the sky right away? Dongfang smiled in response, saying, Not quite. I'm merely a launch platform and do not carry rockets myself. However, I can engage in research and development. For a secure launch mission, we would still need assistance from my sister, Yuan Wang. Upon hearing this, Kaixing immediately turned her gaze toward Zhang Heng, her eyes fixated on him in silent insistence. Feeling the weight of her stare, Zhang Heng hurriedly replied, I understand. I will do my best to summon Yuan Wang right away. That should be feasible, right? Satisfied with Zhang Heng's response, Kaixing turned back and continued her animated conversation with Dongfang. The two chatted merrily, laughter accompanying them as they made their way towards the research center. At this moment, Qinzhou, resembling a clever little sprite, stealthily leaned closer to Zhang Heng's ear and teased, Commander, it seems you are being overlooked by the ship girl you just summoned. Does it not sting your heart? Zhang Heng, both amused and exasperated, gently flicked Qinzhou on the forehead and replied, Go on, go about your own business. Chapter 5. Longing Zhang Heng gazed at the retreating figures of Kaiyang Star and the Eastern Aerospace Port, shaking his head in resignation before turning to Qinzhou with a smile. You really ought to cease your teasing, he remarked. It seems that the affinity between the East and Kaiyang Star has spared us considerable effort in terms of adaptation. Moreover, with the current research workload so demanding, having someone capable to assist immediately is indeed a relief for Kaiyang Star. In the days that followed, after completing his daily tasks, Zhang Heng devoted all his energy to exploring how to efficiently consolidate his battle position. He reminisced about the period when his battle position had rapidly escalated, akin to a game character leveling up by acquiring experience during intense battles against the deep sea. The consolidation of his battle position had occurred quite naturally during that time. However, now, as the frequency of skirmishes with the deep sea diminished, the challenge of consolidating his battle position had significantly intensified. He found himself pondering whether there might be alternative avenues for achieving rapid consolidation. Each night, when silence enveloped the world, Zhang Heng would allow his mind and body to gradually descend into his mental space. This enigmatic realm resembled a treasure trove waiting to be unearthed, brimming with countless unknown possibilities. He immersed himself in studying the various functions of his mental space, hoping to uncover vital clues for consolidating his battle position. In this tranquil mental expanse, he occasionally encountered Kaiyang Star and the East, who were also engaged in their research endeavors. On one occasion, while assisting Kaiyang Star and the East in the development of a novel technology, Zhang Heng suddenly sensed a subtle inclination towards the consolidation of his new battle position. In that instant, an indescribable wave of ecstasy surged within him, and he exclaimed excitedly, So it turns out that participating in research can accelerate the consolidation of my battle position. From that moment on, as soon as he completed his tasks, Zhang Heng hastened to join the research efforts of Kaiyang Star and the East. He understood that this might very well be the key to unlocking rapid consolidation of his battle position. With unwavering determination, he was certain that he would uncover more delightful surprises along this path of exploration. As usual, Kaiyang Star remained focused on her ongoing research project concerning the transformation of old vessels. As an electronic reconnaissance ship, her expertise lay in various radar and communication technologies. In this domain, she resembled a master craftsman, continuously refining and perfecting relevant technologies. In fact, she had significantly upgraded the Type 055C Starby radar. Though she lacked a suitable hull for installation at present, the East, having originated from civilian vessels, possessed unique characteristics in aerospace technology. Thus, most of their time was devoted to the research of rockets, rocket engines, and satellites. Additionally, the East occasionally leveraged its strengths to assist Kaiyang Star in missile research and other areas, injecting fresh ideas and vitality into Kaiyang Star's scientific endeavors. Zhang Heng's involvement brought about a new dynamic within the research team. In the realm of power systems, Kaiyang Star and the East had long faced numerous challenges. However, Zhang Heng, with his mastery over the mental space, despite his limited knowledge, proved to be a valuable asset by effectively translating the technology of the mental space into practical applications. Consequently, he emerged as a formidable ally in this critical aspect of their work. The fleeting passage of half a month saw Zhang Heng wholly immersed in his research endeavors. At long last, he succeeded in transforming all the potential energy and power systems available within the confines of his current mental space into intricate blueprints. When he handed these schematics to Kaixing, a significant milestone in a major research project was triumphantly achieved. In that instant, an extraordinary force surged within Zhang Heng, and to his astonishment, a new combat position had successfully coalesced. Yet, before he could fully savor this joy, Kaixing, brimming with excitement, rushed over to share an even more exhilarating piece of news. Pointing to a newly emerged functional module within the mental space, she couldn't contain her enthusiasm. "Commander, take a look at this. Directional core manufacturing. The name sounds incredibly impressive." Zhang Heng hurriedly joined Dongfang to examine the novel module. He softly recited the module's description. "Consume points. Select a ship type from the list, and you can obtain a special pouch for housing the core. Simply place the core into the pouch and proceed with construction to summon the corresponding ship maiden with a 100 success rate." Goodness, this functionality is astonishing. It's akin to targeted card drawing, and it guarantees no misfires, he exclaimed, eager to explore further. Yet, as he opened the list, his heart sank. The illuminated ship types were solely those he had previously summoned. The uncalled ship types remained in a shadowy state, entirely unavailable for selection. Desperate to click on the 094 model ballistic missile submarine, he found the icon unresponsive, utterly unselectable. However, the 055 and 052D models were indeed selectable, alongside other uncalled ship maidens such as the Lessa. Zhang Heng, unwilling to concede, clicked on the black icons one by one, but regardless of his efforts, there was no response. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he muttered, "What exactly is this mechanism? Surely, I can't be restricted to constructing only from the series of ships I've summoned?" At that moment, Kaixing scrutinized the list and interjected, "It's not quite like that, Commander. Look, in the aircraft carrier category, the icons for Liaoning and Shandong are lit. Over in the auxiliary ships, the icons for the Yuanwang series are also illuminated. This suggests that it's not merely limited to identical ship types. It seems related to the ship maidens that have already arrived here." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's eyes brightened, and he instinctively reached out to click on the Liaoning's icon. However, just as his hand moved, both Kaixing and Dongfang simultaneously grabbed him. Kaixing urgently exclaimed, "Wait, Commander! Don't act impulsively, don't click. We should convene a meeting to thoroughly explore this. You can't make such a decision alone. I propose that the next sister we summon should ideally be from the Yuanwang series." Dongfang promptly nodded in agreement. "I concur with Kaixing's suggestion." Thus, a lively democratic meeting commenced regarding the selection of which shipgirl to summon. Everyone engaged in spirited discussions, each contributing their perspectives. Ultimately, after intense deliberation, the shipgirl faction secured an overwhelming victory, with the Yuanwang series shipgirls triumphantly elected. After all, with the Fujian aircraft carrier currently in service, the demand has been sufficiently met to a degree. However, for the Beidou system and various observation satellites, including the Fengyan series, Jilin series, and communication satellites, these are essential necessities for scientific research and strategic planning, and the Yuanwang series shipgirls can provide crucial support in these areas. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Heng decisively opted for the latest Yuanwang 7 oceanic measurement vessel, despite requiring the most points, amounting to 10 times that of Yuanwang 1. Zhang Heng's point reserves were ample, leading him to choose the finest and the most advanced. Once the news spread, everyone eagerly congregated at the construction center once more. Zhang Heng meticulously placed the core, housed in a specially crafted bag from his mental space, into the construction facility with great solemnity. Following this, a long and expectant wait ensued. Finally, the construction facility slowly opened, and a shipgirl emerged with graceful steps. She possessed a tall and slender stature, standing at a height of 1.76 meters, with shoulders that exuded a natural elegance, seemingly capable of bearing countless missions. Her waistline was artfully cinched, embodying a delicate yet resilient strength. Her long, straight legs moved with steady power in every stride. Her porcelain-white skin, illuminated by the lights, resembled warm jade, radiating a soft glow. Her long, silver-gray hair cascaded down to her waist, akin to a flowing galaxy. Several strands were intricately braided and intertwined with miniature antennae accessories, adding a touch of refinement while highlighting her connection to aerospace measurement. Her eyes were elegantly shaped like phoenix eyes, with blue-gray irises that resembled deep lakes, seemingly concealing boundless wisdom. Her eyebrows were finely arched and sharp, yet softened at the tips, achieving a remarkable balance between the demeanor of a calm scientist and the vivacity of a young girl. Her nose was straight and prominent, with a petite and exquisite tip. Her lips were clearly defined, tinted a gentle coral hue, adding a touch of warmth to her visage. Her ears were adorned with miniature radar-like earrings, their silver metallic sheen harmonizing with her hair color, swaying gently with her movements, as if capturing mysterious signals from the cosmos. She wore a modified white, cropped utility jacket, neatly tailored, under which a silver-gray turtleneck bodysuit was perfectly revealed, accentuating her elegant neck and creating a sense of layered depth. The left chest of the jacket featured the deep blue insignia of Yuanwang 7, both striking and dignified, signifying her identity. The right chest boasted a golden miniature satellite badge, exquisite and radiant, symbolizing her close association with the aerospace industry. Her waist is adorned with a wide belt in a harmonious hue, accentuating her slender figure, while a silver-gray instrument pouch dangles gracefully from the right side, merging practicality with a sense of style. She pairs it with a white A-line pleated skirt, the hem delicately infused with a gradient of indigo, reminiscent of the enchanting colors where the sea meets the sky. As she moves, the skirt gently flutters, resembling a playful cloud, embodying the vivacity and charm of youth. The skirt rests just above her knees, perfectly revealing her straight and slender calves, complemented by a pair of white over-the-knee boots that add a touch of boldness without sacrificing elegance. She strides gracefully and steadily towards Zhang Heng, her pace measured, a warm smile gracing her face as she extends her hand for a firm handshake, her voice soft yet resolute. "Commander, greetings. I am the Yuanwang 7. It is a profound honor to join this family. Should there be any tasks ahead, please do not hesitate to assign them. I shall dedicate myself fully." Chapter 6. The East is Red. Zhang Heng tightly grasped Yuanwang's hand, his mind racing with calculations. At present, it seemed that every technical condition and personnel arrangement was in place. Was it time to launch that extraordinarily significant satellite? He understood well that the establishment of the Beidou system, along with the successful launch of various satellites, was inseparable from the tireless efforts of the ship girls standing before him. At this moment, a plan of even greater importance was quietly brewing within Zhang Heng's heart, the launch of Donghuang's very first artificial satellite. One that could resonate with the melody of the East is read in the vastness of space, allowing this heavenly sound from the East to echo throughout the boundless universe. In the days that followed, Zhang Heng meticulously managed the daily complexities of the port while seizing every moment to delve into his grand plan. Finally, on this day, he summoned Kaixing, Dongfang, and Yuanwang to his office. He solemnly presented the proposal he had tirelessly drafted over the past few days, placing it before them with the words, "Please take a look and see if this plan is feasible." The three ship girls stood shoulder to shoulder at the office desk, their eyes collectively drawn to the title of the document before them, Proposal for the Replication and Launch of the Dongfang 1 Satellite. Merely seeing this title ignited a spark within them, flooding their hearts with an uncontrollable surge of fervor. It was a yearning for a great undertaking, a thirst for the unknown, and a steadfast belief in creating brilliance for Donghuang. Eagerly, they flipped open the document, fully engrossed in its detailed and profound content. The proposal thoroughly elucidated the plan to entirely replicate the Dongfang 1 satellite, which was far from a mere duplication. It aimed to leverage the unique advanced technologies possessed by the ship girls to conduct comprehensive and in-depth upgrades. Moreover, the Dongfang 1 would serve as an experimental satellite to validate Donghuang's satellite manufacturing and rocket launching capabilities, laying the groundwork for future satellite launches. According to this meticulously crafted plan, the upgraded Dongfang 1 satellite would possess the remarkable ability to harness solar energy in space. This would endow it with an inexhaustible energy source, liberating it from the constraints of traditional energy, enabling it to operate stably and persistently in the vast cosmos, much like a beacon illuminating the path for humanity's exploration of the universe. Furthermore, the satellite would be equipped with intricately designed small payloads capable of detecting the radiation of the environment beyond Mercury. This meant that the transformed Dongfang 1 would undertake the historic mission of being the first to explore the extraterrestrial environment surrounding Mercury. gathering invaluable data about this enigmatic planet for humanity and the ship girls, helping to unveil its mysterious veil. Their excitement grew with each passing moment, their eyes sparkling with fervor and anticipation, as if they could already envision the satellite, a vessel of countless hopes, illuminating the distant cosmos with its resplendent glow. After reviewing the plans, Dongfang's gaze was filled with unwavering determination as she declared, "Commander, this plan is entirely feasible. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to ensuring that my responsibilities are executed flawlessly." Yuan Wang, with a solemn demeanor, gripped the document tightly, her voice steady and resolute. "Rest assured, Commander. The support operations shall be entrusted to me. Regardless of the challenges we face, I will ensure the mission progresses smoothly." Kaixing nodded emphatically, her eyes radiating an undeniable resolve. "Indeed, let us strive together. We will undoubtedly accomplish this task." In the days that followed, Kaixing and Dongfang immersed themselves wholly in the work at the research center, enveloped in a mountain of blueprints and a myriad of intricate data, seemingly isolated from the outside world. Yuan Wang remained equally diligent, meticulously monitoring Mercury's critical metrics, scrupulously calculating the thrust required for the rocket at launch, determining the trajectory with precision, and accurately assessing the launch window, among other vital data. The Dongfang spaceport indeed proved to be exceptional, living up to expectations. In just a week, based on the foundational data provided by Zhang Hong, they produced a comprehensive design blueprint for the new Dongfang 1 satellite. Moreover, the accompanying plans for the new Long March first launch vehicle were also flawlessly completed. "Commander, look!" Dongfang exclaimed, clutching a thick stack of blueprints as she hurried excitedly to Zhang Heng's office, her eyes aglow with enthusiasm. "The satellite S structure, energy systems, and communication devices have all been meticulously designed according to the most reliable plans. I have double-checked the thrust calculations for the rocket numerous times. There will be no issues." Zhang Heng promptly took the blueprints, observing the lines on the paper, which danced like nimble sprites, clear and fluid, densely annotated with precise data. He couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration, "Dongfang, your efficiency is simply remarkable." As he slowly turned to the page depicting the satellite's main design, his gaze fell upon the spherical satellite illustration, with solar panels evenly distributed across its surface. He envisioned it soaring majestically through the vast expanse of space. "Can the research center's equipment manufacture it?" Zhang Heng inquired with concern. "Yes," Dongfang replied, her expression shifting to one of confidence and pride. "However, the equipment at the research center can only produce components. Subsequent assembly will need to take place at the launch site. But fear not. The launch site is essentially my domain, and my accompanying robots are fully capable of executing these assembly tasks with excellence." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng nodded repeatedly, his face alight with satisfaction. "Wonderful, wonderful. As long as everything proceeds smoothly, that is all that matters. By the way, has the launch window been determined?" At this, Dongfang promptly retrieved a calendar from her pocket, on which several dates had been thoughtfully circled. With a smile, she handed the information to Zhang Hong, saying, "These dates are all feasible. They are the result of meticulous calculations by Yuan Wang. We can select the most suitable one among them for the satellite launch." In the following days, a flurry of activity ensued as the Dongfang spaceport, Yuan Wang 7, and Kaiyang Star, laden with completed components, made their grand journey towards Cheongzhou Island. Along the way, the sea breeze caressed their faces, and the vessels sliced through the waves, seemingly celebrating the imminent momentous occasion. Upon their arrival at the South China Sea Fleet's base, Nanjing had already gathered the fleet's shipgirls, awaiting their arrival. United in purpose, everyone promptly engaged in assisting the Dongfang team with the various preparations for the launch. As soon as the Dongfang spaceport reached the designated waters of the South China Sea, it systematically unfurled its hull. Subsequently, the agile little robots on board sprang into action, deftly handling a variety of tools to commence the assembly of the satellite and rocket components. Yuan Wang 7 had also positioned itself early in the optimal location, initiating simulation control. Every piece of data and every procedure underwent meticulous scrutiny and calibration to ensure that the launch the following day would proceed flawlessly. On the eve of the launch, Zhang Heng personally led the Dongwang Central Fleet, along with the other 4 chiefs, to Cheongzhou Island. To bolster morale, they convened a significant mobilization meeting. "Comrades," Zhang Heng stood tall on the stage, his gaze piercing and resolute as he surveyed the audience below. His voice resonated with strength. "Tomorrow, We shall witness a historic moment, the launch of the Dongfang 1 satellite. This satellite is not merely our first artificial satellite. It represents a crucial and solid step into the vast realm of space exploration. It embodies our countless dreams and fervent hopes, a testament to our collective endeavors. He paused briefly, his eyes reflecting affirmation and encouragement for all, and continued passionately, for this day to arrive. Each comrade has exerted unimaginable effort and shed countless tears of sweat. It is precisely because of our united strength and collaborative spirit that we stand here with such confidence. I firmly believe that with our solidarity and tenacity, this launch will undoubtedly achieve resounding success. On the day of the launch, before dawn had pierced the night, the Earth remained enveloped in a tranquil stillness. Nanchang, carrying Zhang Heng and the 4 chiefs, swiftly headed towards the pre-selected prime viewing location. Meanwhile, the deck in Fujin was already teeming with an excited crowd, each individual gazing fervently into the distance, their eyes brimming with anticipation for the magnificent spectacle about to unfold. In the collective sight of the onlookers, the elegantly contoured hull of the Dongfang spaceport steadied itself, cradling a colossal rocket, standing like a steel titan upon the gently undulating sea surface. As the seconds ticked away, the moment of launch approached like the rhythmic beat of destiny, each heartbeat resonating in synchrony with this grand occasion. Attention all units, countdown to launch, 10 minutes. Suddenly, a clear and steady voice resonated through the broadcast, transforming the atmosphere on site into one of palpable tension. Instinctively, everyone held their breath, their gazes magnetically drawn to the rocket proudly standing on the launch pad. The elongated body of the rocket bore the bold and solemn inscription Long March 1, adorned by a vibrant red flag of the Eastern Empire. 5 minutes to prepare. The voice echoed once more. 1 minute to prepare. The air seemed to freeze as all attention converged, awaiting that moment of breathtaking anticipation. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignite. With a resolute and powerful command from the east, flames erupted from the base of the rocket, resembling a fire dragon breaking free from its constraints, roaring forth with tremendous might. The thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the sea, rippling outward as the waters danced in tumult. Elevated by the fierce flames, the Long March 1 rocket slowly ascended, trailing a long, golden tail of light as it bravely soared into the boundless expanse of space. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted into ecstatic cheers, their arms waving in jubilant unison, their voices resonating into the heavens. Tears of joy sparkled in the eyes of every observer, a beautiful blend of elation and pride. Zhang Heng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes unwavering as he watched the rocket diminish into the distance until it vanished beyond the horizon, his heart swelling with an overwhelming sense of pride. As if he too were hurtling towards the unknown, hope-filled cosmos alongside the rocket. Each pivotal moment in the rocket's ascent tugged at the heartstrings of the onlookers. Nearby, the tracking antenna remained fixated on the rocket, never wavering from its course. They were wholly absorbed in monitoring every move of the rocket, continuously reporting its flight data. Booster separation normal. Remote sensing normal. First stage rocket separation normal. Optical tracking normal. Second stage rocket separation normal. Each announcement served as a potent injection of confidence for everyone present, solidifying their resolve. Finally, when the news of the satellite's successful orbit spread through the broadcast, the already electrified atmosphere surged to an even greater crescendo. On the bridge of the eastern vessel, Kai Yongxing could no longer contain her excitement. She suddenly embraced the east, tears of joy streaming down her face. A radiant smile blossomed on the east's countenance, reminiscent of the sun's most brilliant rays in spring, dispelling all fatigue and tension. Before long, the familiar and stirring strains of the east is red filled the airwaves from each shipgirl's broadcast, heralding a moment of shared triumph. The east is red. The sun rises.